Chapter 1. Who dares to call for the execution Xing Bang? In the prison courtyard, the supervising eunuch scanned a row of young eunuchs with a ledger in hand. Suddenly, impertinent. By heavens, I am holding my composure, yet you dare to laugh? Bring him aside and give him a good beating, so he remembers this lesson. Instantly, a young eunuch, no older than 14 or 15, was seized by two others, and soon, cries of anguish echoed through the air. Who else? The supervising eunuch glared at the young attendants, who all lowered their heads in silence. Ha ha ha! Xing Bang? Is there truly anyone who dares to call him that? Ha ha! I cannot bear it! After a moment of satisfaction, the supervising eunuch burst into laughter, clutching his belly as he crouched to the ground. His laughter was so intense it nearly took his breath away, his right hand raised and swaying above his head. You all need not restrain yourselves, I permit you to laugh for a while. In an instant, the courtyard erupted with laughter of varying degrees, save for two individuals, the young eunuch being punished and another, a strikingly handsome youth at the end of the line, who not only refrained from laughter but bore a tense expression. The supervising eunuch noticed this peculiarity and wiped the tears of laughter from his eyes. Even the execution eunuchs cannot contain themselves. Why do you remain unresponsive? The eunuchs entering the palace have been rigorously selected. Not only were they physically well-formed, but they were also not foolish, which piqued the supervising eunuch's curiosity. Yet, he overlooked one crucial detail. In response to your question, I am indeed Xing Bang. Though the youth maintained a facade of indifference, internally, he was besieged by a torrent of bewilderment. This was not a transmigration. Well, one must bow their head when under a roof. He could only endure for now. Perhaps the lack of entertainment led to such a low threshold for humor. I am called Xing Bang, a name given by my parents. Does it not seem rather mundane? Perhaps this name was so unique it caused me to transmigrate into the body of a young eunuch, for he bore the same name, without alteration. The original owner of this body was 16 years old, having just entered the palace not long ago. After recovering, today marked his first day in this awaiting allocation courtyard. Upon transmigrating, Xing Bang had initially contemplated ending his life, but upon discovering that he still possessed his vitality, he dismissed that thought. The original owner had clearly met his end in the cleansing room, and it was only thereafter that Xing Bang took possession of this body. As for why he had not been cleansed, Xing Bang remained utterly perplexed. One could only interpret it as a potential benefit of being a transmigrator. Questions that are impossible to resolve should be left unpondered. Why dwell on so many trivialities? Since I have arrived, I shall strive to live well, despite the fact that half a month has passed without any sign of a golden finger or the sound of synthesized electronic tones. Could it be that the identity of a false eunuch itself serves as my golden finger? With no other recourse, he could only endure this existence for now. Enough of the laughter. I merely wish to impart a lesson through this matter. Henceforth, when serving in the palace, keep your heads bowed and your tails tucked. The steward eunuch's expression hardened, and an immediate hush fell over the group, each one lowering their gaze even further. Today, fortune smiles upon you, as the hidden chamber under the jurisdiction of Yeo court is in need of a medicinal eunuch. As he spoke, the steward eunuch scanned the faces of the other eunuchs before finally fixing his gaze upon Xing Bang. You leave the deepest impression on me. It is your turn to be fortunate. As a time traveler, Xing Bang had some knowledge of this ominous chamber. It fell under the Yeo court's domain, primarily responsible for textiles and dyes, and it also served as a residence for ailing women of the court and the guilty consorts. Is this a reward for your laughter, which brought me joy? Xing Bang pondered to himself. The dark confines of the Yeo court were hardly a suitable place for a genuine eunuch. One could not fathom the steward eunuch's intentions. The steward offered no further elaboration, nor did he inquire if Xing Bang was willing. Instead, he continued in a high-pitched voice, "The rest of you will stay here in the monitoring courtyard and perform menial tasks. Be astute and aware, for perhaps a consort from another palace may require assistance, and I might recommend you to you understand?" "Understood, master." The young eunuchs replied in unison, though it was uncertain how many truly grasped the steward's words. Regardless, Xing Bang comprehended the underlying message. Those who could navigate the intricacies of palace life might find opportunities for advancement. However, this no longer concerned him, for he was intent on retreating to the Yeo court to quietly develop his own prospects. Very well, Xing Bang, remain here, the rest of you may return to your labors. Be careful not to kill him, leave him breathing, for he will soon be tasked with cleaning the latrines. With a flurry of commands, the steward eunuch sent everyone away, leaving only Xing Bang standing in place while the others departed to toil under the elder's supervision. The beaten young eunuch had fallen silent, having lost consciousness, and a thought flickered through Xing Bang's mind. I do not slay Bo Run. You may not be the most audacious, yet you bear the fate of the most tragic. But who could be blamed for this? Without further ado, a pale-faced, middle-aged eunuch approached shortly thereafter to Wu, my old friend. Have you come personally to fetch someone? The middle-aged eunuch nodded, his expression inscrutable as he regarded Xing Bang. Is it just him? Wu, this lad may appear frail, but he possesses a keen intellect and composure most importantly. The middle-aged eunuch seemed to anticipate the steward's words and abruptly gestured to interrupt him. Very well. Let it be him. He does indeed have a pleasing appearance. Xing Bang felt an oddity between the two of them, yet there was no turning back once the bow was drawn. He had no choice but to press forward. Follow me, the middle-aged eunuch stated without further ado, leading Xing Bang out of the confinement yard. The place we are headed to is called Yeo Court. You should be aware of what this place entails. Our duty involves managing the affairs of the palace, where I serve as the physician responsible for the health of the women and concubines. You will be my assistant. The job is relatively uneventful, merely requiring you to brew medicine and run errands. As they walked, the middle-aged eunuch casually explained to Xing Bang, who was trailing behind. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed eunuch. I shall diligently follow your lead from now on. Xing Bang stifled the unpleasant odors that mingled. The scent of traditional Chinese medicine, combined with the stench of urine, was utterly repugnant. Nevertheless, he needed to acclimatize to this odor, at the very least ensuring that he did not show any aversion when facing the elderly eunuch. Indeed, you are quite astute. Ah, by the way, what is your name? Replying to your excellency, I am called Xing Bang. After speaking, Xing Bang anticipated that this rather odorous old eunuch would chuckle, yet silence ensued. My surname is Wu. You may address me as Eunuch Wu from now on. Furthermore, my given name is Wu Jing. Do not forget it if someone inquires later. Wu Jing? Xing Bang was taken aback. That name was rather peculiar, yet it fit well. A eunuch would not be named Wu Jing. Xing Bang? Ha, you appear somewhat frail, yet your name is rather robust. I hope you survive. As Wu Jing spoke, he inexplicably broke into a cough. Brother Shun. As Shin Changqing strolled along, he exchanged nods and greetings with familiar faces. However, regardless of who it was, each person wore a mask of indifference, as though they were detached from everything around them. This, Shin Changqing had long since grown accustomed. For this was the Demon Suppression Division, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability within the Great Qin, primarily tasked with slaying demons and malevolent creatures. Though it also engaged in various auxiliary duties, one could say that each individual within the Demon Suppression Division bore the stains of much bloodshed. When one becomes accustomed to the cycle of life and death, many matters begin to lose their significance. Upon first arriving in this world, Shen Changqing found it somewhat disconcerting. Yet over time, he too became accustomed to it. The Demon Suppression Division was vast. Those who remained within its ranks were either formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shen Changqing belonged to the latter group. The division was divided into two roles, the Guardian and the Exterminator. Anyone who entered the Demon Suppression Division began their journey as the lowest-ranking Exterminator. The website is about to close. Download the IUA app to access the latest content for free. He ascended step by step, ultimately aspiring to become a Guardian. Shen Changqing's previous incarnation was merely an apprentice demon slayer within the Demon Suppression Division, representing the lowest echelon among the demon slayers. Possessing the memories of his former self, he was intimately familiar with the environment of the Demon Suppression Division. In a brief span of time, Shen Changqing halted before a particular loft. In stark contrast to the other oppressive locations within the Demon Suppression Division, this loft stood out like a crane among chickens, presenting an unusual tranquility amidst the pervasive bloodshed. That moment, the loft's doors were wide open, with occasional visitors coming and going. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Changqing stepped inside. Upon entering the loft, the atmosphere transformed abruptly. A blend of ink fragrance mingled with a faint hint of blood greeted him. causing his brow to instinctively furrow, yet it quickly relaxed. The sanguine odor that clung to everyone in the Demon Suppression Division was nearly impossible to cleanse completely. Chapter 2. The Enigmatic Courtyard. Xing Bang wore an expression of exasperation, initially under the impression that he had encountered someone with a keen sense of humor, only to realize after some time that he was merely slow on the uptake. Master Wu, I may possess a somewhat slender physique, but I hail from a humble background and am accustomed to hardship, I assure you. I have the strength to be of service wherever necessary. Please do not hesitate to ask that it was indeed a matter of speaking appropriately, whether addressing a person or a spirit. Regardless of the circumstances, a degree of diplomacy was undoubtedly advantageous. Master Wu appeared to be somewhat satisfied, as he took the liberty to elaborate extensively during their journey. Our department is directly affiliated with the enigmatic courtyard, overseen by the minor palace. As for the responsibilities of a minor palace, such as selecting consorts for His Majesty, there is so much to convey that it cannot be distilled into a few phrases, and frankly, knowing it would not benefit you. In summary, this vast area is quite intricate, populated by unfavored consorts, maidens of the court, and ordinary palace maids, creating a veritable melting pot of characters. It suffices to say, understanding this environment is crucial. Opportunities abound, yet dangers lurk at every corner. To ascend the ranks, one must first learn the art of self-preservation. I shall not elaborate further. Simply put, mistakes must be avoided, and when faced with adversity, one must stand tall. Goodness, this was even harsher than Aquin. One must acknowledge their errors, as there was no leeway for missteps here. The directive to maintain composure in the face of bullying was straightforward. One must endure silently, all the while wearing a smile. What a predicament! Oh, benevolent elder of fortune, I have called upon you countless times. Do you not sense my plight? Navigating this enigmatic courtyard with a mere stick in hand and weighing over 100 pounds, I feared that one day I might falter and meet an unfortunate end. Alas, after what felt like another half hour of walking, I sensed we were nearing the palace's exit, yet we had not yet arrived at the minor palace, and my feet ached terribly, and I hesitantly inquired, Master Wu, this place seems rather distant, does it not? Regrettably, I realized too late that the minor palace was a place for those who had transgressed, cast aside, and deemed unworthy, naturally placed in the most secluded corners. For instance, the cold palace, situated beside the emperor's quarters, was not without purpose, but rather indicative of severe misfortune. Master Wu turned to glance at me, showing no sign of displeasure, merely curling his lip. We're not far at all, you just claim to be resilient and strong. Feeling somewhat sheepish, I quickly devised a response, smiling innocently. Master, I have only recently undergone purification. My body still feels a bit weak. Master Wu chose not to respond further, quickening his pace, leaving me no choice but to hasten my steps to keep up. Goodness, this seemingly frail figure was surprisingly spry, despite his pale complexion giving him the appearance of an invalid. Perhaps it was I who was truly lacking in fortitude. After another quarter of an hour, we finally arrived at the minor palace, which was indeed quite remote, nearing the palace walls. The courtyard was spacious, adorned with an array of fabrics, and numerous women were engaged in various tasks. One could not help but observe that the buildings were in a state of disrepair, and it was uncertain whether they leaked when it rained. As I approached, I merely stole a few glances. Each woman was clad in faded, coarse garments, their hair somewhat disheveled, and their features obscured, though their figures were commendable. That I caught a glimpse of a few who stood tall, and they appeared rather robust. Little stick, keep up and walk faster. Xing Bang immediately took a step forward, inwardly cursing. Did my throat just involuntarily swallow? Surely, my ears can't be that keen? Damn, he's already given himself an artistic name. Why not call himself Little Xing instead? If he insists on calling me Stick, it would be more accurate to refer to me as Big Stick. Xing Bang felt somewhat dissatisfied, but he could only suppress his thoughts and obediently follow along without casting curious glances. Before long, Xing Bang accompanied eunuch Wu to a secluded courtyard. A wooden plaque hung at the entrance, inscribed with 3 prominent characters, Violent Office. Xing Bang surmised it to be the official's place of work. Upon entering, he noticed several rooms that appeared to be in much better condition than the surrounding ones. Eunuch Wu led Xing Bang directly into an open room that a quick glance revealed a man reclining on a bed, attended by two women, one kneading his back while the other massaged his legs. Damn it. Eunuch Wu arranged this, and I must keep my head down. Little stick, this is our esteemed Lord Su, the chief of our violent office. Hurry and pay your respects. Xing Bang respectfully bowed, only then daring to lift his gaze to see the individual on the bed. Without a doubt, he was a eunuch. He was taken aback. This Lord Su appeared younger than Eunuch Wu, yet it was difficult to ascertain his true age due to the heavy makeup that made one shiver. In modern terms, he was nothing short of a flamboyant and eccentric figure. Eunuch Wu continued, "My lord, this is the new medicinal eunuch I have selected." Lord Su didn't even stir, merely stating, "Very well, take it below." Then, Eunuch Wu led Xing Bang back out, seemingly a routine matter. Little stick, Lord Su is the highest authority in our violent office. Everything here is decided by him. I'm not trying to scare you, but if you offend him, your life will be forfeit. Yes, Eunuch Wu, I will remember this. Xing Bang understood perfectly he was akin to a local emperor, reigning like a dragon and lying like a tiger. Before long, the two arrived at a place called the Medical Bureau. It was a courtyard considerably larger than the violent office, yet it had no surrounding walls, merely enclosed by a fence. The yard was filled with various medicinal herbs, the strong scent of traditional Chinese medicine wafting through the air. There was also a sizable vegetable garden, boasting an array of produce including cabbage, cucumbers, and eggplants. Inside the courtyard were only 3 dilapidated rooms, indeed deserving of the term shabby abode. Eunuch Wu led Xing Bang to a single room on the left, presumably the pharmacy, where a young eunuch was diligently fanning a fire to brew medicine. "Eunuch Wu, you have returned." The young eunuch immediately stood up, bowing respectfully, then lowered his head to stand in place. Xing Bang felt a pang of sympathy. This fellow was so humble, he was practically beneath a grandson. Eunuch Wu looked at Xing Bang and pointed to the young eunuch. "Little stick, you should familiarize yourself with the environment alongside Xiao Nyozi." Xing Bang responded affirmatively, and upon that, Master Wu turned on his heel and made his way to the adjacent room on the left side of the adjoining 2 chambers. Little Neo remained silent, crouching down to continue fanning the air. Xing Bang also squatted beside him, observing that little Neo was quite young. "Little Neo, from now on, we shall work together. I have just entered the palace, and I will rely on your assistance in the days to come." Little Neo glanced at Xing Bang and softly inquired, "Are you called Little Bang?" "Indeed, my name is Xing Bang. You may call me that in private, as well we can refer to each other as brothers from here on." Seeing Little Neo's honest and earnest demeanor, Xing Bang sought to cultivate a rapport, hoping to glean some useful information from this elder. After exchanging a few words, Little Neo seemed to lower his guard, nodding in agreement and revealing that his given name was Lu Neo. He appeared much sturdier than Xing Bang, exuding a palpable vigor reminiscent of a bull. "Brother Neo, how long have you been here? Apart from Master Wu, are we the only 2 in this place?" Seizing the opportunity, Xing Bang commenced his probing dialogue, feeling increasingly at ease in his surroundings. Little Neo furrowed his brow slightly and handed over the fan. "You, take a turn fanning for a while." Xing Bang took up the fan and began to wave it, already aware that they were to assist the eunuch in concocting medicine, which was a task he had grown accustomed to. Before long, a woman with a faltering gait approached them from within the courtyard. As she drew near, the woman, unfamiliar with Xing Bang, instinctively cast a glance his way and, with a timid demeanor, offered a curtsy. "I humbly pay my respects to the 2 young lords." Having spoken, she coughed into her handkerchief, her appearance dignified yet marred by a pallid and haggard visage, clearly indicating she was gravely ill. She seemed to be in her 30s. Xiao Nyoji displayed no sign of compassion, stating coldly, "Didn't the Lord say that for your ailment, taking medicine is futile? Why have you returned?" The woman trembled at his words and immediately fell to her knees. "Young lord, I beseech you to assist me. I truly have no other recourse." Her voice dwindled until only her lips moved silently. Xiao Nyoji exhibited no sympathy. Despite her being a mature woman, he made no effort to help her rise. "Everything is at the discretion of Lord Wu. I lack the ability to assist you." He then glanced at the cauldron. "The medicine is ready. We shall deliver it shortly. But first we must report to Lord Wu." The woman, her face a portrait of despair, choked back tears. I have diligently served in the palace for 20 years, and you would watch me perish without lifting a finger. Woe is me. I advise you to leave promptly, else, if Lord Wu becomes enraged, you shall not escape a harsh reprimand." Xiao Nyoji remained unmoved, striding away, while Xing Bang, though touched, felt powerless and followed suit. He lightly knocked twice before being granted entry. The elderly eunuch was seated cross-legged on the bed, lacking any attendant. Xing Bang surmised that this man possessed martial prowess. One need not have witnessed pigs run to recognize such a thing. "Lord Wu, the medicine for the 17th batch is ready. I shall deliver it now." Lord Wu did not even open his eyes, simply gesturing dismissively with his hand. How peculiar, did one not even need to announce themselves for such bodily functions? Xing Bang felt overwhelmed, realizing that fully integrating into this life would require time. Upon exiting, he saw the palace maid still kneeling on the steps, her cough unrelenting. Xing Bang felt a pang of sympathy and reflected, in the inner palace, being of no use is indeed a grave sin. Xiao Nyoji packed the prepared medicine into containers and, together with Xing Bang, set out. "Brother Ernyo, we are to deliver the 17th batch surely. There is much to be delivered, and with only the two of us, can we manage it all? This is not our concern. We shall follow Lord Wu's commands, delivering to whomever he instructs." Xing Bang perceived that this young lad was akin to a mechanical being, likely programmed with rules and constraints etched into his very essence, obeying commands without question or hesitation. It seemed that he would have to rely on his own efforts to navigate this unfamiliar territory, and there was no rush. After all, it was merely his first day. However, through the encounter with that woman, he gleaned an important insight. It appeared that a multitude of individuals, much like the palace maid, likely existed within these walls. Those who knelt and wept in desperation would find no remedy, let alone the luxury of waiting for someone to deliver medicine. "Where shall we reside?" "Right next to Lord Wu's quarters," came the reply. Indeed, this was the case. The young lad spoke with a forthrightness that left no room for ambiguity. Before long, the two arrived at a long alley flanked by a succession of dilapidated houses, each marked with a number at their entrance. In truth, this was a women's prison, where no matter how exalted one's past status, here they were reduced to mere numbers, summoned and commanded at will. Yet, as Xing Bang pondered, the presence of the number 17, which still enjoyed the privilege of receiving medication, suggested there must be some underlying significance. Upon entering room 17, they were met with a scene as disheveled within as it was without. The air was thick with a musty odor that even the draft could not dispel. Approaching the bedside, the young lad poured the medicine into a chipped bowl and called out, "17, stop feigning death. It's time to take your medicine." Xing Bang was taken aback. The seemingly simple young lad had transformed here into an audacious figure of authority. On the bed lay a woman with cascading hair, her face mostly obscured, clad in an opulent, low-cut palace gown, her skin remarkably pale, indicating her noble origins. Her garments appeared relatively clean, and new. Could she possibly be a concubine who had just fallen from grace? Xing Bang was meticulous in his observations, quickly assessing every detail of the woman's form. She exhibited no reaction, though her chest rose and fell gently, confirming her continued existence. Beside the medicine bowl sat a bowl of thin porridge and a cornmeal bun, though it was evident that the woman had not touched them. Seeing her immobility, the young lad raised his voice. "Xiao Bang, lift her up. She must consume both food and medicine." Xing Bang hesitated momentarily, but the young lad pressed on. "Hurry. She hasn't eaten or drunk for 3 days and has caught a chill. If we don't force something down her throat, she may very well perish today." Just as Xing Bang contemplated the vestiges of humanity in this situation, the young lad interjected again. "Lord Wu has instructed that she must not die within these 3 days of her arrival. If anything were to happen to her, our own lives would be forfeit." As he had surmised, she had indeed only just arrived, and her obstinacy was evident. She had chosen to begin a hunger strike upon entry. With no further hesitation, Xing Bang wrapped his arms around the woman's waist, preparing to assist her to a sitting position. That moment, the woman stirred, weakly raising her fist to strike at Xing Bang, her voice frail yet defiant. "Don't touch me. Go away." Xing Bang disregarded her struggles entirely. Seizing the woman in his embrace, she attempted to free herself from his grasp, yet her body felt utterly powerless, leaving her no choice but to lean helplessly against him. Although the woman appeared quite disheveled, a faint fragrance lingered around her. As Xing Bang was about to serve the thin porridge from the table, Xiao Nyozi suddenly clutched his stomach, exclaiming, "I can't take it anymore, seeing this food makes my belly uneasy. Xiao Bangzi, I need to relieve myself. Please take care of her and ensure that she consumes everything," he said before darting out of the room. The woman paused to catch her breath, then attempted to struggle once more. "You are in such a weakened state, do not squander your energy. If you wish for me to release you, promptly eat your meal and take the medicine," Xing Bang urged. "I refuse to eat that there's saliva mixed in the porridge," she retorted. The woman fell silent, perhaps swayed by the gentleness in Xing Bang's tone. Though he felt a touch of nausea at her words, he found it unsurprising. In such a place, it was commonplace for individuals to endure various humiliations. "Then, at the very least, drink the medicine. It will help replenish some of your strength," he insisted, lifting the bowl of medicine to her lips. However, she turned her head away defiantly. "Do you think the medicine is unclean? Rest assured, I guarantee it is devoid of any impurities," he reassured her. The woman tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, gazing at him for a few moments before hesitantly parting her lips. Just as Xing Bang prepared to feed her the medicine, a jolt of realization struck him, as if electrified. "Brother Shun." As Shin Changqing walked along the path, he greeted familiar faces with nods and brief hellos. Yet, regardless of who it was, every countenance bore no excess emotion, as if they were indifferent to everything around them. Shin Changqing had long since grown accustomed to this demeanor. For this was the Demon Suppression Division, an institution dedicated to maintaining the stability of the Great Qin, primarily tasked with slaying demons and other malevolent beings, though it also engaged in various auxiliary duties. Indeed, every individual within the Demon Suppression Division bore the stains of blood on their hands. When one becomes desensitized to the cycle of life and death, their perspective on many matters inevitably dulls. Upon initially arriving in this world, Shin Changqing felt a degree of discomfort, but over time, he adapted. The Demon Suppression Division was vast. Those who remained within its ranks were either formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shin Changqing belonged to the latter category. The division was divided into two primary roles, the Guardian and the Exorcist. Every newcomer to the Demon Suppression Division began their journey as an exorcist at the most basic level. Step by step, he ascended, ultimately aspiring to become the Guardian. Commander. Shin Changqing's former identity was that of a trainee demon slayer within the Demon Suppression Department, occupying the lowest tier among the demon slayers. With the memories of his past self, he was exceedingly familiar with the environment of the Demon Suppression Department. In a short span of time, Shin Changqing halted before a particular loft. In stark contrast to the other areas of the Demon Suppression Department, which were steeped in an atmosphere of solemnity, this loft stood out like a crane among chickens, exuding an unusual tranquility amidst the blood-soaked surroundings of that moment. The loft's door was wide open, with occasional individuals entering and exiting. After a brief moment of hesitation, Shin Changqing stepped inside. Upon entering the loft, the ambience shifted dramatically. A waft of ink mingled with a faint trace of blood met him, causing his brow to instinctively furrow, though it quickly relaxed. The lingering scent of blood that clung to everyone in the Demon Suppression Department was nearly impossible to cleanse completely. Chapter 4. Lady Fanghua. In a fleeting moment of distraction, a venerable tome inscribed with the golden characters Fanghua Baojian materialized vividly in Xing Bang's mind, as though it were right before his eyes. The ancient book opened autonomously, revealing a breathtaking beauty clad in imperial attire on the first page, accompanied by a striking array of text. Beauty, Lady Fanghua. Age, 27. Status, Mother of the Crown Prince. Charisma, 95. Max value, 100. Friendship progress, 1 earnings, 1 experience point hour. However, the interface remained fixed on the first page, failing to turn further. Xing Bang was overwhelmed with joy. His long-awaited boon had finally arrived. Without hesitation, he recognized that the woman before him was indeed Lady Fanghua, a figure of staggering significance. Mother of the Crown Prince? As he pondered her presence in this place, Lady Fanghua's trembling voice pulled him back to reality. "I am utterly exhausted. Could you possibly feed me?" "Of course, but your hair seems a bit unruly. May I arrange it for you?" Upon realizing the woman's identity, A wave of apprehension washed over Xing Bang, making him momentarily hesitant. Moreover, a glance at the Fanghua Baojian reminded him that this was a situation requiring the cultivation of goodwill, urging him to adopt a more gentlemanly demeanor. Lady Fanghua was, after all, akin to his experienced treasure. With a soft hum of assent, she allowed him to gently push aside the tresses that obscured her face. At last, her visage was fully visible. Despite her chapped lips and pallid complexion, her captivating beauty shone through, a testament to her charisma rating of 95. To be candid, Xing Bang found himself momentarily spellbound. He had never encountered a woman so exquisitely beautiful. Nonetheless, he swiftly regained his composure. Now was not the time for distractions. He carefully raised the bowl, but Lady Fanghua coughed after taking a small sip. Take your time. You may need a moment to adjust. It might still be hot. Let me cool it for you. During this exchange, he sensed a fluctuation in the Fanghua Baojian. Affection progress, 2. Earnings, 2 experience points hour. Xing Bang secretly reveled in the notion that kindness towards her would ultimately benefit him, a delightful realization. Before long, he successfully fed her the entirety of the medicinal concoction. Now, allow me to lie down, Lady Fanghua sighed, her immediate instinct being to distance herself from Xing Bang's embrace. However, he held her firmly, adopting what he deemed a caring tone. You have not eaten or drunk anything for 3 days. Merely consuming medicine will not suffice. You may forego the porridge, and I shall discreetly dispose of it later, but you must consume this cornbread. Allow me to assist you. Lady Fanghua regarded Xing Bang with a furrowed brow. Why do you extend such help to me? I merely see your plight, he replied, lacking a more eloquent explanation. To confess that he was simply cherishing her beauty might elicit a laugh from her. After all, what would a eunuch know of such sentiments? Surely, you have just entered the palace not long ago? Indeed, today marks my first day in service, and you are the first woman I have encountered so closely. Madame Fanghua blinked her beautiful eyes. No wonder. You must understand that not all those detained here are guilty or wicked. However, among those serving here, there is not a single virtuous soul. Even the good must learn to act as villains. To put it simply, your kindness towards me is a detriment to yourself. Soon, you shall comprehend this truth. Alas, regardless of the circumstances, I must express my gratitude to you and wish you well in the future. Now, please release me. Here. One merely drags on a meager existence. Living is more arduous than dying. Xing Bang could fully empathize. Clearly, Madame Fanghua was enduring a fate worse than death. Who could withstand such a blow, especially the exalted mother of the crown prince? I may not understand much else, but I know this. A miserable life is preferable to a noble death. As long as one lives, there is hope. If one can endure, perhaps one day fortune will turn in their favor. Therefore, I suggest you partake in some food. Let us face today and leave tomorrow to fate. Why burden ourselves with excessive thoughts? Xing Bang certainly did not wish for any misfortune to befall his precious companion. After all, such a remarkable individual should not be allowed to fade away. Who would have thought that you, a mere young eunuch, possessed such persuasive skills and eloquence? If it were not for... forget it. Such thoughts are futile. Madame Fanghua evidently took his words to heart. She too harbored concerns and was not willing to simply perish. Bring me that steamed bun. Xing Bang felt a surge of joy. Indeed, he was a genius. Madame Fanghua had regained some strength and insisted on feeding herself, taking small bites of the bun. It was evident that it was difficult to swallow. Yet she resolutely forced it down. At that moment, Fanghua Baojian began to fluctuate once more. What is your name? My birth name is Xing Bang. Here. They call me Little Bangzy. Madame Fanghua frowned, uncertain whether it was the bun's hardness or the robustness of the name itself that displeased her. She cleared her throat a few times. This name is quite good. I shall remember it. Having said that, she continued to nibble slowly on the bun. After consuming a third of it, she could eat no more, so Xing Bang placed it on the bedside. Once she lay down, Madame Fanghua suddenly recalled something. Without concealing it from Xing Bang, she reached into her bosom and produced a translucent jade pendant. After all, she had merely looked. What malice could a eunuch harbor? Little Bangzy, I am deeply grateful for your assistance. I have nothing of value left to offer, except this trinket I have carried for many years. Perhaps it may save your life at a crucial moment. This must certainly be a cherished possession of yours. I cannot take what belongs to another. Besides, it was merely a small act of kindness. There is no need for gratitude. Ultimately, We are all pitiable individuals, and I am not much better off than you. I will assist in any way I can. In truth, upon seeing you, I was reminded of my beloved sister at home, who has always showered me with affection. Now that I have entered the palace, it is likely that I shall never see her again in this lifetime." With a heavy heart, Xing Bang sighed deeply. He was not merely an actor. He found himself reminiscing about his elder sister from a past life, who was merely a neighborly figure. Madame Fanghua's expression mirrored his sorrow, and she felt a surge of emotion that threatened to bring her to tears, for she too harbored someone in her heart whom she longed for. "I miss my young son dearly. Alas, how about this? You may consider me your sister from now on." Upon hearing the first half of her statement, Xing Bang's heart raced, believing she might say something else. He acquiesced, and Madame Fanghua handed him the jade pendant once more. "Now quickly put it away. Consider it a token of our meeting from your sister. It would be unfortunate if that little eunuch were to see it." Favorability progress, 10. Gain, 10 experience points hour. Xing Bang, disregarding the tumult of thoughts in his mind, hastily accepted the jade pendant from Madame Fanghua, feeling its warmth in his hand. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Chapter 5. The Treasure of Elegance. Xing Bang's thoughts were entirely instinctive, yet he could not express them in the presence of Madame Fanghua. However, as he tucked the jade pendant into his bosom, a gentle breeze accompanied it, bringing with it a delightful fragrance that wafted into his nostrils. The medicine delivered this time was not only fragrant, but also activated his innate abilities. In a word, it was exhilarating. Just then, Xiao Niuzai returned, casting a glance at the empty medicine bowl, the bowl of thin porridge, and the half-eaten steamed bun, his expression betraying mild surprise as he regarded Xing Bang. "All right, let us return," he said, as they strolled a short distance outside. Xiao Niuzai remarked, "Little Bangzi, you are quite adept. It's not too difficult to consume the bun and the medicine, but the fact that you managed to get her to ingest that bowl of porridge is quite remarkable." The medicine had indeed been consumed, but Madame Fanghua had not partaken of the porridge. Instead, she had discreetly spilled it beneath the covers. Madame Fanghua, well versed in the intricacies of court life, had anticipated this. Knowing that being discovered in the act of discarding food would incur punishment, she understood that Xiao Niuzai would never dare to lift the covers for inspection. When evening fell, it could simply be fed to the rats. Soon, the two returned to the medical quarters, where the maidservant remained kneeling, evidently devoid of any sympathy from Eunuch Wu. As Xing Bang's consciousness entered the Treasure of Elegance, he discovered that this maidservant had not been recorded like Madame Fanghua. Her entry was limited to basic information, with all other fields marked as unqualified. Clearly, not just any woman could gain entry into the Treasure of Elegance. Since he could access this woman's information, Xing Bang focused his thoughts on Xiao Niuzai, and indeed, the information appeared, revealing him to be an ordinary person. It turned out that the Treasure of Elegance possessed a function of exploration. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, he resolved to study it further. The Treasure of Elegance. As its name suggests, only records women. Any woman who has met Xing Bang, provided her charm rating is adequate, would be automatically documented. The benefits are entirely contingent upon the level of friendliness. As this increases, so too do the rewards each hour, taking effect immediately. Martial arts realms, body refinement, substance solidification, profound comprehension, aperture opening, transcendence, divine departure, true immortal, golden immortal. Each realm comprises 9 minor levels. Master of Elegance, Xing Bang strength, none, 0-100 skills, none experience points, 5. The experience provided by Madame Fanghua had already begun to yield rewards. It was imperative to devise ways to gather more beauties, to rapidly elevate his power. Only with formidable strength could he confidently secure his position. For now, he must remain discreet and prudent. At this moment, Eunuch Wu emerged, first surveying Xing Bang and Xiao Niuzai before his gaze settled upon the kneeling maidservant. "Enough of this kneeling, be gone," he commanded. The maidservant hastily prostrated herself, pleading, "Eunuch, I beseech you to show mercy and grant this humble servant some medicine. Did you not hear my words? Hurry and leave." Eunuch Wu remained unmoved, his expression only growing more furious. The woman trembled, "Your Excellency, if you do not acquiesce, this wretched servant shall remain kneeling here indefinitely." Eunuch Wu scoffed disdainfully, "You insolent wretch, you are not worthy of kneeling here. I shall offer my final warning. Leave at once, or you shall regret it." Terrified, the woman shivered yet remained motionless, her head pressed to the ground in silence. "Seeking death," Eunuch Wu bellowed, striking her crown with the palm. She fell to the ground without a sound, succumbing instantly without uttering a cry of pain. Xing Bang gasped in astonishment. Indeed, Eunuch Wu possessed formidable martial prowess, as he had just ended a life with a single blow, exhibiting remarkable strength. Name: Wu Jing. Age: 50. Status: Imperial Physician. Strength: 8th level of enlightenment. My word, Eunuch Wu's strength is quite formidable, rather intimidating, in fact. I have yet to even step into the realm of martial arts. Xiao Niuzai, take the body and dispose of it, then come to my chamber. With that, Eunuch Wu turned and returned indoors. Here, lives were as cheap as paper, and murder was executed without a shred of explanation. Xing Bang realized deeply that the only path to security lay in becoming stronger, strong enough to be beyond anyone's control, to truly enjoy lasting peace. "Yes, Your Excellency," Xiao Niuzai responded briskly, clearly not new to such tasks. Witnessing death, whether by one's own hand or another's, had evidently become the norm for survival in this place. Xiao Niuzai, surprisingly strong, carried the body unaided, without seeking assistance, simply following along. One would expect the body to be discarded in a well or some such. However, he brought it to a corner of the courtyard beside a coffin-like iron object. Observing a nearby pile of wood, he gathered some kindling and hay to toss inside. It became apparent that they intended to burn the body. Xing Bang began to add more wood and hay as instructed. Xiao Niuzai, calm as an executioner, unceremoniously tossed the woman inside, then picked up a nearby jar, pouring its contents within, an odor reminiscent of kerosene. Good heavens, this was akin to a makeshift crematorium. Once the accelerant was added, flames roared to life. Well then, this will take some time to burn. Let us meet with Eunuch Wu first and return later to finish the task. How shall we dispose of it? Xiao Niuzai, walking ahead, pointed towards the vegetable patch. Do you now understand why the crops are so robust? By heavens, that's ruthlessly twisted. Indeed, they were using ashes as fertilizer. Upon arriving at Eunuch Wu's chamber, they found him not seated in meditation upon his bed, but rather reclining in a grand chair, leisurely sipping tea. Have you consumed the food and medicine for the 17th? In response, the servant replied, At that time, I was troubled with an upset stomach. It was Xiao Bang who prepared everything alone. Xing Bang found it curious that Xiao Bang had answered truthfully. Could it be that this was not regarded as an achievement? Little Niuzi, you possess only the strength to perform menial tasks. Look at Xia Bangzi, who managed to accomplish the task flawlessly on his first attempt. To serve diligently before the master is indeed little Niuzi's greatest fortune. Wu Gonggong sipped his tea and addressed Xing Bang. Xia Bangzi, since you are capable of handling this duty, henceforth, the responsibility of delivering medicine shall fall upon you. Xing Bang felt a peculiar sensation, as if little Niuzi were reluctant to undertake the task of delivering the medicine. Was there some hidden intrigue at play? Nevertheless, he had no choice but to accept the responsibility, akin to a young horse crossing a river. Yes, I shall certainly do my utmost to alleviate the master's concerns, he replied. Wu Gonggong nodded and continued. You must ensure that the woman on the 17th is not allowed to perish. This is a specific instruction from Lord Sifu. Should she die, your own life will be forfeit. Do you understand? Understood, Xing Bang replied verbally, though internally he harbored 100 grievances. Damn it, why do they always try to intimidate me? Just wait until I gain strength. That day is not far off. Chapter 6. Stepping into the martial arts realm thereafter, Grandfather Wu ceased his intimidation, merely advising Xing Bang to gradually learn the ways of survival in this place. During his leisure hours, he should assist Xiao Niuzi with some menial tasks, while the primary responsibility remained the care of Madame Fanghua. He particularly emphasized the importance of ensuring her safety, warning that she must not suffer any harm. Following this, he accompanied Xiao Niuzi to the vegetable garden to water the plants and apply the bone ash fertilizer. Ascending to the next level required 100 experience points. Based on the current yield, it would take just over 9 more hours. Then he would no longer be an ordinary person, truly stepping into the ranks of martial arts practitioners. As Xing Bang toiled, his heart brimmed with anticipation and excitement. Observing Xiao Niuzi working vigorously while he himself was breathless and drenched in sweat, he felt a twinge of exasperation at his original body's frailty. With such a physique, endurance, was indeed lacking. Nevertheless, Xing Bang was quite satisfied with this foundation. At the age of 16, with the potential for at least 4 more years of growth. Thankfully, he could gradually enhance his strength, destined to become a formidable figure in the future. An hour later, after finishing his shift, Xing Bang returned to his room, finally able to rest. In the shared dormitory, the only consolation was that it was neither drafty nor leaky. The odor in the room was overwhelmingly unpleasant. Enduring and persevering, he focused on establishing a foothold. Exhausted, Xing Bang paid little mind to the harsh conditions and collapsed onto the foul-smelling bedding, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. It was unclear how long had passed when he was stirred from his drowsiness by a surge of energy in his mind. To his astonishment, Madame Fenghua's favorability rating had risen to 20, with the Fanghua Baojian noting that she had dispelled her doubts, now convinced that the Feng master was genuinely assisting her. Xing Bang thought to himself that survival in this place required constant vigilance. One could only await death without it. Perhaps she had harbored suspicions about being deceived. But after several hours of peaceful coexistence, her mind was finally at ease. Beautiful person, Madame Fanghua. Age, 27. Identity, mother of the crown prince. Charm, 95. Maximum value 100. Friendliness progress, 20. Reward, 20 experience points hour. Lying there, the sense of bliss was intoxicating. He eagerly anticipated the day, filled with romance and adventure. Xing Bang was wide awake, his heart racing with excitement. In just over 2 more hours, he would be able to level up. After a long period of tossing and turning, he finally accumulated 100 experience points. Without hesitation, he allocated all of his experience points to enhance his strength. As he currently lacked any martial arts techniques, it was prudent to elevate his realm first. With a resounding duong, the display that previously read 0-100 transformed into refinement of the body, first layer 0-200. Instantly, a refreshing sensation enveloped his entire being. An unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. He had finally bid farewell to weakness and stepped into the realm of martial arts. Rising to his feet, had he not wished to remain low-key, he would have shouted in elation. A new beginning, a new journey. As long as he held the Fanghua Baojian in his hand, the day of recklessness would surely come. Certainly, one must continue to make every effort to gather beautiful individuals, ensuring that each one bows down, captivated. A smile graced Xing Bang's lips as the thought thrilled him, unconsciously pulling the blanket closer. Little Bang, rise and shine. The following day, while Xing Bang was still lost in delightful dreams, he was roused by Xiaoyouzi. The dawn had yet to break, and he could not ascertain the exact hour, presumably around 5 in the morning. Truly, he slept later than a dog and rose earlier than a rooster. Such is the life of a eunuch in the palace. Though Xing Bang was somewhat unaccustomed to rising early, after embarking on his martial journey, his mind was considerably clearer, and his body felt invigorated and refreshed. Xiaoyouzi had already donned his clothes and ventured out. By the time Xing Bang emerged, the lights in Wu Gonggong's chamber were already aglow. Xiaoyouzi had brought in a basin of water and had begun the task of grooming. He was indeed wholeheartedly devoted to serving Wu Gonggong, akin to a faithful hound. However, one must not look down upon him. It is merely a survival strategy for those of humble stature. Given the choice, who would willingly stoop to be a servant? Everyone aspires to rise above others. Good morning, master. I pay my respects, Xiaoyouzi proclaimed after completing his sycophantic duties, ensuring he too made his presence known to Wu Gonggong. Wu Gonggong merely hummed in acknowledgement, and Xing Bang, sensing the mood, stood to the side. Xiaoyouzi, you have served me diligently for some time now. Your earnestness and obedience are commendable. As long as you remain loyal, I shall not treat you unjustly. Furthermore, I will impart some martial knowledge to you in due course. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyouzi knelt with a thud, exclaiming his gratitude. Thank you, master. You are like a rebirth to me. I shall honor you as my own father. Wu Gonggong chuckled sharply. Excellent. Your sincerity is noted. Henceforth, I shall officially take you as my godson. Father, I bow to you, Xiaoyouzi exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, and promptly bowed 3 times. Good heavens, is this a jest at my expense so early in the morning? Xing Bang pondered silently. Perhaps it was the heightened perception from his martial pursuits, but he couldn't shake the feeling that Wu Gonggong was rather cunning, likely with ulterior motives behind his flattery. In his previous life, this was a common trope in dramas. No one nurtures the useless. Once Xiaonozi rose. He meticulously continued to groom Wu Gongong's hair, while Xing Bang swiftly disposed of the used washing water. As long as he could cultivate his martial skills while reclining, he had little regard for Wu Gongong's flattery. However, the disparity in their strengths was significant, so he resolved to appear diligent and attentive. As long as he made no mistakes, there was little danger in the short term. This much, Xing Bang could discern. Little Bang, you must also strive to perform your duties well, Wu Gongong imparted earnestly after Xing Bang set down the basin. Rest assured, esteemed elder, I shall remain by your side, ever ready to serve. As for Xing Bang, he naturally speaks only sweet words. For now, the task at hand is to remain as steadfast as a rock. After tidying up the orders, Xiaono picked up the soiled garments that Master Wu had discarded, exchanged pleasantries, and then stepped outside. Goodness! He even washed the diapers to prevent any leaks. This diligent Xiaono truly leaves no stone unturned. Go forth, little stick, and learn well. With that, Master Wu waved his hand, signaling Xing Bang to attend to his own duties. Learn? You wish for me to wash your soiled pads? Dream on. Nevertheless, appearances must be maintained. While Xiaono busied himself with the laundry, Xing Bang assisted by fetching water, which now felt like a trivial task with his current strength. As dawn broke, a voice, clear and melodious, called out, "Young master, could you please fetch me 2 cucumbers?" Just then, as Xing Bang was weeding the cabbage patch, he heard the delightful sound and turned to behold a young maiden, her beauty illuminating the surroundings. What a captivating young woman she was. Chapter 7 The second experience baby. As their gazes met, Xing Bang felt an involuntary dilation of his pupils, accompanied by a surge of electric currents in his mind. Handsome, the second experience baby has arrived. There was no need to verify, it was evident. You may pick. Choose the largest ones. A fleeting glance at the row of cucumbers revealed their exceptional quality, with many still hanging on the vine, long overdue for harvesting. The young girl lowered her head, fumbling in her garments. She produced a silver ingot, shyly extending it while murmuring, "This humble servant dares not. I implore you to assist in picking 2. This 5 taels of silver is a tribute to Lord Wu. I appreciate your help." Xing Bang was taken aback, bewildered by the notion of paying for a mere 2 cucumbers. He found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to accept the offering. "Please, wait a moment. I am new here." He greeted her and hastily retreated, the door to Lord Wu's chamber firmly shut, leaving him unaware of the situation inside. Meanwhile, Xiaono was busy organizing the medicine cabinet in the pharmacy. Perhaps he should consult Xiaono, who, as a godson, now spoke with a newfound authority. However, the young man had momentarily forgotten a crucial piece of wisdom. One must never lose composure in moments of triumph. The girl observed Xing Bang's hurried departure, her brow slightly furrowing. Mother said, when encountering a young eunuch, one should simply pay. This rather handsome young eunuch seems rather peculiar. I say, little Bang, are you foolish? Apart from the esteemed Lord Shah, who would dare indulge in the vegetables of this garden without compensation? I tell you, those unruly women wishing for a cucumber must think twice. Without at least 1 tael, they should not even dream of it. For those who lack understanding, a swift slap should suffice, Xiaono confidently asserted. Ultimately, true prowess lies in the ability to maintain one's stature until the end. Xiaono, despite his honest demeanor, had evidently absorbed Lord Wu's teachings. "Thank you, Lord Niu. I shall know how to proceed," Xing Bang replied, allowing him the pleasure of his bravado. Returning to the vegetable patch, Xing Bang selected 2 long, robust cucumbers and presented them to the girl. "Miss, you truly only require 2 taels. The remainder can be saved for another time. Do you have any loose silver, or shall I pluck 3 more? The girl lifted her gaze to meet his, softly responding, "No need. My mother instructed me to pay 5 taels for 2. Sir, please accept this. I must take my leave." With that, she pushed the silver forward once more. What more could Xing Bang say? He certainly would heed her mother's words. Accepting the silver, the girl took the cucumbers in hand, bowed slightly, and turned to depart. Truly, she adhered to decorum, exchanging payment for goods with grace. Beauty, Li Shaoan age, 14 identity, female palace maid charm, 85, potential for growth, friendship progress, 20 earnings, 20 experience points per hour. Xing Bang smiled knowingly. Indeed, simple young girls are easily deceived. A slight alteration in tone could elevate the affection level significantly. under such harsh circumstances. It was no wonder that Li Xiaowan was astonished by his kindness. Upon reviewing Li Xiaowan's profile, he discovered that she was the daughter of a former prime minister, whose family had been annihilated due to her father's involvement in a rebellion, leaving only her and her mother to serve in this secluded palace. Many such families of disgraced officials found themselves in this predicament. The emperor occasionally sought out pleasures here, hinting at the abundance of beautiful women hidden within. In all the realm, none could match the allure of this hidden palace in Xing Bang's eyes. Once his strength reached a certain level, this place would become a veritable paradise. With the presence of Madame Fanghua and Li Xiaowan, he could earn 40 experience points per hour. To ascend from the first to the second level of body refinement required 200 experience points. By nightfall, he had already accumulated 120, leaving him just 80 short. Thus, in 2 more hours, Xing Bang would attain the second level of body refinement. How delightful! At this moment, he regarded the humble courtyard as more splendid than the golden throne hall. When one is filled with joy, their spirit is invigorated. With renewed vigor, Xing Bang hastened to the apothecary, handing over 5 taels of silver to Xiaoyan. Continuing to provide him with a sense of superiority, all fortune seemed to favor him. He merely needed to bide his time and remain harmless. Xiaoyan nodded with satisfaction, adopting a demeanor befitting a half-master, as if to say, "You certainly know how to ingratiate yourself." However, even if he had 1,000 times the courage, he would not dare withhold the 5 taels. He would eagerly rush to deliver it to his scheming father. That was no concern of Xing Bang's. His singular focus was on his own development. The day progressed without significant events. The sky cleared, and the sun began to rise, as he assisted Xiaoyan with various tasks. Whether it was sorting herbs or fetching tea, the labor fell upon Xing Bang's shoulders. Yet, he felt no weariness as 2 hours swiftly passed. It was once again time for the joyous harvest. With immense satisfaction, Xing Bang allocated all 200 experience points to enhance his strength. The familiar sound of the notification accompanied the pleasant sensation of his body transforming, elevating his power to the second level of body refinement. Windmaster, Xing Bang strength, second level of body refinement, 0-300, techniques, none experience points. 2. The calculation system of the Fanghua treasure mirror was indeed reliable. As time flowed, it accurately added to his earnings. To reach the third level of body refinement required 300 experience points, achievable within a day. If others knew that he could attain in his dreams what took them a year or longer to achieve, they would surely envy him. How unfortunate it is to be so despised. Haha. Though he currently lacked techniques, he felt no anxiety. Strengthening his inner self rendered any blows harmless. What could anyone do? It is merely a matter of time. Milk and bread. All are essential. Esteemed Sir Nyo, you possess remarkable skills. Even in the art of medicine? Within the pharmacy, the young lad fiddled with various herbs, grasping a handful here and pinching a bit there. These remedies were intended for the esteemed Lady Fanghua, to be prepared and delivered. I am far from knowledgeable. Is there not a directory provided? Medicine does not guarantee survival. A little bit of this, and that suffices. If one were to perish, so be it. Xing Bang wore a frown, clearly exasperated by the pretense of ignorance, occasionally taking a whiff as if to convey an air of seriousness. How audacious to flaunt superiority in my presence. As Wu Gonggong has previously stated, no harm must come to Lady Fanghua, and yet, you brazenly suggest that death would be deserved. It seems the responsibility now falls upon me, while you remain utterly unperturbed. My beloved, if any misfortune were to befall her, I would not hesitate to flay you alive. Xing Bang, now more invested, focused intently and noted that the label indeed read wind and cold, and generally, traditional medicine does not inflict harm. This time, the young lad refrained from meddling further, opting instead to allow Xing Bang to brew the medicine while he attended to culinary duties for that eunuch's foster father. Xing Bang diligently prepared the concoction, delighted to serve his beloved. In room 17, Lady Fanghua remained curled up in bed, the sound of her cough resonating. One's heart must be well for the body to flourish. She was frail, and with such mediocre herbal remedies, it was a wonder that she could recover swiftly. Nevertheless, some improvement was evident, as Lady Fanghua's complexion appeared significantly rosier. She seemed more enchanting and radiant. Yet, she appeared somewhat uncomfortable, her body swaying gently. Xing Bang approached her, unable to suppress a furrowed brow. Chapter 8. The peculiarities of Lady Fanghua was unaware of Xing Bang's entrance. As her eyes were narrowed and her collar slightly unbuttoned, how could Xing Bang not be astonished? However, he quickly dismissed his initial thoughts. Oh God, forgive my impure thoughts. She is merely scratching an itch, and there's her back to consider. It is entirely understandable. Given the conditions here, bathing is not an option. Not to mention the presence of fleas and bedbugs. My dear lady, rest assured, I shall soon gather my strength to resolve these unpleasant issues for you. A sense of compassion welled up within Xing Bang. After all, she was an experience he held dear, deserving of his care. He cleared his throat softly, and Lady Fanghua slowly opened her eyes, surprisingly unstartled and not hastily adjusting her attire. Such composure. He had initially intended to turn away like a gentleman, but it seemed he had overthought it. He realized he had not fully acclimated to his surroundings. As a eunuch, there was little to shy away from. Besides, who was Lady Fanghua? Surrounded by eunuchs daily, and in this secluded courtyard, it was either women or eunuchs. The dignity of a noble lady was evident. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. I shall graciously accept this token of reward, he thought. You have arrived. Upon seeing Xing Bang, Lady Fanghua's previously imposing demeanor softened considerably. Clearly, she could not entirely relinquish her dignity just yet. That noble aura would involuntarily manifest. Xing Bang poured the steaming medicine into a bowl and gazed at Lady Fanghua with genuine concern. Sister, do you feel unwell? A hint of annoyance crossed her face. This wretched place is hardly fit for human habitation. I truly do not know how much longer I can endure it. With that, she followed up with a wistful sigh. Sister, I can see you are quite uncomfortable. Is your back particularly itchy, yet you cannot reach it? Lady Fanghua responded with a slight hum. And before Xing Bang could speak, she directly requested, since you are here, please help me scratch it. It feels like something is inside. The itch was genuinely unbearable. Xing Bang, feeling encouraged by her request, readily obliged, especially since the elder sister did not treat him as a stranger. Although Lady Fanghua had not bathed in several days, there was no unpleasant odor about her. She simply lacked that fragrant allure. Further up. Yes, precisely there. Apply a bit more pressure. Lady Fanghua exhaled a deep sigh of relief, experiencing the bliss of the incessant itch being alleviated. She felt genuinely content. All right, that will suffice. You have worked hard, she remarked, feeling much better and bidding Xing Bang to cease his ministrations. Sister, do not hesitate to ask me in the future, whenever you feel itchy. Alas, why did this feel so awkward? It was not as if he could always be by her side. Nonetheless, she felt grateful for this thoughtful brother. Madame Fanghua's tone was imbued with a sense of helplessness and solitude as she faced the road ahead alone, uncertain of when she might falter. No matter how resilient or proud a woman may be, at such a juncture, tears of sorrow are inevitable. Living in this pervasive fear, coupled with a profound sense of dissatisfaction and helplessness, renders the place of eunuch a source of dread. Those with even a hint of fragility would rather meet their demise than endure the torment and humiliation it offers. Sister, you must remain steadfast, he implored. I will exhaust every means to improve your current circumstances, and I shall strive to ascend in status. Once I have achieved a certain standing, I will ensure you will no longer suffer such indignities. Xing Bang understood the turmoil within her, indeed. Her heart was heavy with concerns and a reluctance to succumb to despair. Yet, there would inevitably come a day when her spirit might be crushed. The best remedy was to offer comfort and encouragement, nurturing her hope. Madame Fanghua gazed at Xing Bang, her eyes brimming with gratitude and emotion. Although it was difficult for her to believe that a mere young eunuch could possess any real influence, his words resonated deeply, filling her heart with an inexplicable sweetness. In such circumstances, you do not disdain my presence. Dear brother, heed my words and take care of yourself. No matter the situation, do not act impulsively. I believe in you, for we have a long road ahead. In Xing Bang's mind, the resonance of the treasure of elegance surged once more, clearly indicating an increase in his rapport with Madame Fanghua. They now resembled a pair of siblings bound by suffering, supporting one another and naturally enveloped in deeper emotional hues. Fear not, sister, I shall safeguard myself diligently. I have now taken on the responsibility of caring for you, and I will be exceedingly cautious. Furthermore, please believe that I am capable, truly capable. Madame Fanghua regarded the resolute Xing Bang, her heart inexplicably stirred. The confidence radiating from the depths of his striking eyes inspired a peculiar trust. He might indeed possess extraordinary capabilities. Could it be fate? His name, Xing Bang. In that instant, Madame Fanghua felt an unaccountable surge of faith. Rest assured, dear brother, for your words shall not lead to disappointment. I will strive to live with fortitude, adapting quickly to the circumstances here and preparing to return to work once I have recovered. This may indeed signify a rebirth. Xing Bang remained silent, lifting the medicine bowl and settling beside the bed. Sister, please drink the medicine while it is warm. Only by nurturing your health can you embrace the new challenges that await. Madame Fanghua did not allow Xing Bang to assist her. Instead, she resolutely sat up and took the bowl, drinking slowly. It would likely take several more days for her to recover from her ailment, and in the meantime, she needed to find ways to enhance her strength, while also seeking methods to avoid engaging in arduous labor. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Xing Bang instinctively felt a protective urge towards Madame Fanghua, embracing her as if she were truly his cherished kin. Is a man who subjects his woman to suffering truly a paragon of masculinity? If that is the case, it would be better for him to take his own life rather than endure such humiliation. While one may employ ruthless tactics against enemies or exhibit harshness towards contemptible women, it is imperative to be both strong and gentle towards one's own partner. Dear brother, as I inhale your scent and essence, I cannot shake the feeling that upon consuming the medicine, Madame Fanghua did not recline as she had the previous day. Instead, both she and Xing Bang sat closely side by side. Sister, do I possess some peculiar quality? Although I am not truly a eunuch, the innate attraction between men and women is undeniably present, especially given our proximity. Nevertheless, Xing Bang remained unperturbed. Evoking such inexplicable feelings in her was beneficial, as it would enhance their camaraderie. Madame Fanghua took several deep breaths, her delicate brow furrowing. It could be argued that a eunuch might lack an unpleasant odor. However, the scent emanating from you is entirely devoid of discomfort and, dare I say, rather pleasant. Indeed, a ripple of emotion surged within her mind, further elevating their rapport. The eunuch beside Madame Fanghua would naturally manage any unpleasant odors and could mask them with cosmetics. Yet when compared to Xing Bang's virile aura, it would surely seem rather odd. Xing Bang smiled faintly. Since it is agreeable, why not? Dear Sister Chapter 9. Why has Li Xiaowan's friendliness unexpectedly declined? Since it is pleasant, perhaps the elder sister might indulge in it a little longer to see if it can invigorate her spirit. Lady Fanghua felt an unaccountable warmth in her heart. Gazing at his sincere smile, she wondered why she felt somewhat provoked. You are indeed quite peculiar. Xing Bang chuckled again. Perhaps the elder sister finds me approachable. In truth, he wished not to conceal anything, but in such an environment it felt like courting danger. It would be wiser to wait for a more opportune moment, especially considering this was a secret of earth-shattering significance. Lady Fanghua, however, would never entertain such thoughts. It was merely her subconscious sensing something amiss. After hearing Xing Bang's words, she regained her composure, possibly realizing that she indeed harbored some affection for this brother of hers. Dear brother, why do you not inquire why I find myself in this place? Are you not at all curious? To be honest, I have not given these matters much thought. Had I not known beforehand, I would undoubtedly be curious. Lady Fanghua was unaware of his true feelings. His response was so straightforward, his demeanor so pure. In an instant, she perceived Xing Bang as more innocent and endearing. Further convinced of his genuine desire to treat her as family, wishing her well from the depths of his heart. Having spent so many years in the depths of the palace, accustomed to the treachery and deceit surrounding her, and given her complete lack of resources, Xing Bang's actions became all the more commendable. In truth, it was no secret. Even the eunuch you are familiar with knows my identity. Though he has chosen not to reveal it to you, I shall not conceal it any longer. In fact, I am a concubine in the imperial harem, and my 8-year-old son has been designated as the crown prince by His Majesty. Were it not for the status, those sycophantic servants would never dare to bring you here to deliver medicine, nor would they risk my demise so readily. Although I am well aware that escape is nearly impossible, they still dare not sever all ties, leaving themselves an avenue of retreat. Xing Bang feigned ignorance. Sister, you possess such a remarkable background, however. If what you say is true, why would they dare to spit in your food? Lady Fanghua smiled sweetly. Silly brother. You may not have been informed since your arrival, But this is a customary practice in the Yeo court, regardless of one's noble status. Here one is destined to be trampled upon. That act of spitting is meant to demean your dignity. Thankfully, you came to my aid. Otherwise, I would have been compelled to consume that bowl of spittle-laden rice. Xing Bang grasped this reasoning, but still maintained an expression of eager curiosity. Sister, I fail to comprehend. You are so radiant and the mother of the crown prince. Surely you should be favored by his majesty. How could you have fallen to such depths? Lady Fanghua's mood visibly brightened. Discussing this matter did not elicit any discomfort from her. Instead, she smiled gently. Brother, your words are indeed sweet. Your compliments bring me great comfort. Your words strike at the heart of the matter. Sister, one could say, is the most favored consort of his majesty. My young son, possessing remarkable intelligence, was elevated to the status of crown prince despite the pressure from the court, especially given his majesty's limited progeny. At this juncture, Lady Fanghua's visage radiated the glow of a devoted mother, perhaps reminiscing about the crown prince, which accentuated her allure even further. Xing Bang feigned indifference, but his words were anything but sincere. His majesty, having aged considerably, is in declining health. However, sister is in the prime of her life, and the crown prince is still but a child. The emperor fears what may transpire after his passing. Alas, sister has committed no grave transgression. It is the heartlessness that often accompanies imperial lineage. Sister, your sentiments elude me somewhat, yet I care not for the intricacies. I believe that one day, I shall rescue you from this plight. Though the initial part of Xing Bang's statement was a deliberate act of naivety, the latter part resonated with truth. No one shall take away my enchanting woman, not even the emperor himself. Dear brother, there is no need for you to delve too deeply into these matters. It would serve no purpose. The reason I confide in you is to impart a crucial lesson. Never place your trust in anyone too readily, and maintain your composure and judgment at all times. One misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Xing Bang sensed that Lady Fanghua had indeed opened her heart to him, harboring no suspicion, for she would not have shared such thoughts otherwise. To speak ill of the emperor is to court danger, especially in these precarious times. However, he discerned that their rapport had reached an impasse. Not that it could not be enhanced, but rather that within the confines of friendship, they had maximized their connection. A transcendence into a different kind of relationship would be necessary to break through this barrier. After a brief exchange, Lady Fanghua urged Xing Bang to depart, fearing that lingering too long might attract unwanted attention. Thus, he took his leave, carrying the medicine container. As he walked away, Lady Fanghua felt an inexplicable emptiness wash over her. What is this? Why has Li Xiaowan's affinity suddenly diminished by 10 points, leaving only a meager hourly gain? On his way, Xing Bang sensed a shift, incredulously realizing that Li Xiaowan's fondness had indeed waned. While he understood that fluctuations in goodwill were possible, as they often mirrored the sentiments of the other party, this decline was unexpected, especially since they had not met again after her departure. The tome Fanghua Baojian did not elucidate the reasons behind this decrease. Xing Bang could only surmise that the young lady's emotions were volatile. In truth, it was not that Li Xiaowan's feelings changed rapidly. Rather, upon returning home and recounting the events to her striking mother, her mother's earnest counsel left her somewhat conflicted. Although she still harbored genuine admiration for Xing Bang, her feelings had shifted drastically, plummeting to a mere acquaintance level. Xing Bang did not dwell too much on the matter. After all, a return of at least 10 points of benefit was, in essence, a gift bestowed upon him. The favorability of Madame Fanghua had astonishingly reached 60, serving as a considerable recompense. Now, Xing Bang could earn 70 experience points every hour. This meant that after a little over 3 hours, he would accumulate enough points to reach threefold body refinement. Though he felt a sense of joy within, his mind was also preoccupied with the predicament surrounding Madame Fanghua. The old emperor, having cast her into the depths of the Yeo court at this juncture, surely sensed that his time was drawing near. This was likely but a transitional phase, and she might soon face execution. Thus, while striving to enhance his own cultivation, he needed to devise a plan to alter Madame Fanghua's dire situation. Time was of the essence, for the blade could fall at any moment. Another possibility lingered in his thoughts. The old emperor might have already orchestrated her fate, leaving her to perish alongside him. Xing Bang pondered this deeply. In any case, he could not bear to witness such an exquisite beauty fade away into oblivion. Chapter 10. The Jade Pavilion, is it the consort? 5 days later, Xing Bang was alone in the courtyard, drying medicinal herbs, while Xiao Niuzai was washing clothes for his godfather, eunuch Wu. Recently, the medical quarters had been unusually quiet, with no patients coming to collect their medicines. Eunuch Wu spent his days secluded within his chamber, engaged in unknown activities. Aside from the repetitive menial tasks with Xiao Niuzai, Xing Bang delivered medicine to Madame Fanghua daily. After 4 consecutive days, he was no longer permitted to continue, yet it seemed her health was nearly restored. On the 5th day, there was little reason to visit Madame Fanghua again. He pondered whether her suggestion of engaging in labor might hold some truth. In the absence of tasks, eunuch Wu strictly forbade Xing Bang and Xiao Niuzai from venturing beyond their small domain, leaving them confined to their own modest territory. Boredom nearly consumed Xing Bang, the only solace coming from the invaluable knowledge shared by Madame Fanghua and Li Xiaowan. In these 5 days, Xing Bang's cultivation level had reached the 9th stage of body refinement, 1000. He needed just 1,000 more experience points to break through to the next realm of solidification, meaning he merely had to endure a little longer in this stagnant state. At that moment, Eunuch Su arrived, flanked by 2 young eunuchs, one of whom fanned himself occasionally despite the pleasant weather, clearly for show. However, there was little choice in the matter, for he was indeed the highest-ranking official in this chamber, a veritable local emperor. Xing Bang, upon noticing him, hastened a few steps forward to pay his respects. Little Xing Bang pays his respects to Eunuch Su. As he bowed, a brief flash of information appeared in his mind. Name, Su Guang. Age, 35. Title, Eunuch of the Chamber. Strength, 1st stage of solidification. Goodness, he was indeed a eunuch of considerable power. Although his level was merely 1 stage above Xing Bang's, he was vastly superior in cultivation. A direct confrontation would spell disaster for Xing Bang, who lacked any martial skills. Su Guang cast a dismissive glance at Xing Bang, likely failing to even recall his face. Where is your eunuch Wu? In response to your inquiry, he is in his chamber. Would you like to? Before Xing Bang could finish, Su Guang interrupted with an astonished hum. You, raise your head. Xing Bang was perplexed. Was this man's mentality disturbed? Su Guang scrutinized Xing Bang's features intently. The last time I merely caught a glimpse of you and did not take note. Indeed, you possess a handsome countenance. Very well, you shall do. Xing Bang, confronted with the garishly adorned Su Guang, felt an unsettling shiver run down his spine. The implication of his words sent a jolt of alarm through him. Goodness, what ulterior motives does this twisted individual harbor? Should he entertain any nefarious thoughts, Xing Bang would be prepared to fight back fiercely. Very well, I shall not seek eunuch Wu. Instead, I will take you with me. Xing Bang felt a profound sense of uncertainty. He had no inclination for a deadly confrontation. However, he quickly recalled that his adversary was unarmed, and a flood of frustration surged within him. Excuse me, Master Su, should I go and greet Master Wu? He ventured. But Su Guang's sharp retort cut through the air. What greeting? I am the law here. Enough of your prattle, follow me at once. Xing Bang had initially contemplated a delaying tactic, hoping to glean some insight from Master Wu that might provide him with a sense of preparedness. If all else failed, he would face the consequences head-on. Yet, the moment he spoke, Su Guang's temper flared, asserting his dominance. With no recourse but to comply, Xing Bang resigned himself to following along. As Su Guang strode forth, he expressed disbelief that anyone would dare defy him on his own territory. Along the way, Xing Bang suppressed his urge to inquire about their destination, realizing that questioning would only invite reprimand without yielding any useful information. They continued their journey, moving farther away until they had completely exited the violent chamber. Silence enveloped them as they walked, leaving Xing Bang to ponder the potential intentions of Su Guang. He found a modicum of relief in the thought that if Su Guang harbored any sinister designs, he would not have ventured so far. Yet, it was not merely his overthinking. The unpredictability of eunuchs added to his apprehension. Su Guang, with his effeminacy, might well harbor peculiar desires, leaving Xing Bang wondering whom he could turn to for reason if such a scenario unfolded. Upon arriving at a building labeled Ciyu Pavilion, it was evident that this structure far surpassed the previous chamber in both elegance and comfort. While it may not rival the grandeur of the imperial palaces, it was nonetheless a respectable site adorned with green tiles and brickwork. Xing Bang had learned from Master Wu that many less favored concubines and female officials resided in this vicinity. With thousands of beauties in the imperial harem, not all could inhabit palatial quarters. The most esteemed residences were reserved for the favored consorts, while many who were selected but never favored found themselves in less fortunate circumstances. Those from influential families might secure a position as a lady-in-waiting, while others with modest backgrounds were often relegated to menial tasks in the palace. The hierarchy was stark. There were far more servants than masters, and the burden of labor fell squarely on the shoulders of the latter. Xing Bang was uncertain of the true purpose behind their visit to the Tsiyu Pavilion, yet he felt reassured that they were, after all, likely to encounter legitimate women here. Though the specifics of their mission eluded him, his initial trepidation had largely dissipated. With a sense of calm restored, the two young eunuchs stationed themselves at the entrance while Su Guang ushered Xing Bang inside. The space was modest, and they soon entered the main room, which resembled a suite. The front area was designated for receiving guests, while the inner sanctum presumably served as a sleeping quarter. Very well, Master Su. Please wait here while I escort him to meet my master, Su Guang instructed. As if preordained, a maid approached them the moment they entered. Master? Ordinary individuals would hardly dare to address someone in such a manner. Could it be a consort? Xing Bang instinctively felt that this matter should not entail any peril. Subsequently, he followed the maid deeper into the chamber. My lord, the individuals led by eunuch Su have arrived. Xing Bang did not dare to raise his gaze. He merely cast a fleeting glance and observed a woman reclining gracefully on a soft couch. Lift your head, as a gentle and melodious voice resonated. Xing Bang complied and raised his head. Their eyes met, and a wave of memories from the elegant treasure surged through his mind. Xing Bang, not lacking in perception, instantly recognized that the woman before him was undoubtedly a candidate for inclusion. Her skin was as white as snow, her features exquisitely refined, and her long eyelashes fluttered alluringly, indeed captivating the heart. The woman scrutinized Xing Bang closely, and an inexplicable sense of an arranged meeting lingered in the air. It dawned on him that eunuch Su had likely sent someone before him who had not been chosen. Thus, he considered Xing Bang, whom he had encountered before, and decided to take a closer look. This reasoning seemed plausible. After a considerable pause, the woman finally averted her gaze and slowly rose. You come with me. Chapter 12. I command you to be my ghost. The love for literature and poetry stirred a sense of excitement within Xing Bang, leaving him astonished and elated by such unexpected happiness. Before long, he accompanied Wan Yinran to a nearby chamber. It could hardly be deemed a palace. It was more aptly described as a dormitory, a far cry from the grandeur of the main palace. After Lianer served 2 cups of tea, she discreetly exited the room. In the secluded chamber, where a man and a woman were alone, there was little room for literary pursuits, as the essentials for writing were absent. Wan Yinran walked directly to the bed, and Xing Bang, not foolish enough to remain idle, followed suit. I wish to rest for a while. You shall assist me in stretching my muscles, she instructed. Of course, Your Highness, Xing Bang replied without hesitation, for as a professional eunuch, he understood that he must comply with his mistress's requests without delay. To his astonishment, Wan Yinran reclined on the bed, stating, I feel a bit drowsy. You may begin. And gradually closed her eyes. What a test for a faux eunuch. Xing Bang thought it rather excessive. He swallowed hard, steeling himself to proceed. As his fingers grazed Wan Yinran's temples, she exhaled softly, her chest rising and falling with each breath. Such a sight was indeed overwhelming. The delicate fragrance enveloped him. And as a normal man, how could he endure such temptation, and for how long? With Wan Yinran's comfort, she began to murmur softly, unable to contain herself. Xing Bang, however, had no confidence in his own self-control in such matters. Ah, little Bang, would you care to be my personal eunuch? Wan Yinran suddenly opened her eyes, fixing her gaze upon him. Well, certainly, Your Highness. However, I do not mean for you to be at my side constantly. You will still serve in the EU court. It is merely that when I grow weary, I would like you to come and converse with me. Do you understand my meaning? Xing Bang hesitated for a moment before the truth of Wan Yinran's intentions dawned upon him. She was simply bored. How utterly perfect. In simpler terms, was this not the essence of a secret lover? In the imperial harem, such arrangements were not uncommon. With thousands of beauties vying for the emperor's attention, many would inevitably feel neglected, leading them to seek companionship with favored eunuchs. These eunuchs, often referred to as bed eunuchs, represented a well-known yet unspoken secret within the palace. honored by your favor. I, little Bang, shall comply with your wishes, he acquiesced, realizing that refusing such an unexpected fortune would be foolish. It seems you understand well. I need not elaborate further, for you are quite astute. Wan Yinran sighed with relief, taking Xing Bang's hand in hers. Splendid. I comprehend perfectly. Xing Bang no longer needs to restrain himself. His palm glides down towards her temple. Hee, little Bang. I truly did not misjudge you. You possess a hint of mischief. Wan Yinran's expression radiates delight, and she slowly closes her eyes to rest. Not long after, she rises, gazing at Xing Bang with a delicate demeanor, her hands gently encircling his neck. Time passes, and a sharp scream pierces the air. Wan Yinran's face is a portrait of shock, her lips trembling. Surely, I am not dreaming, little Bang. How can this be possible? Your Highness, this is no dream. It is all very real. At this point, Xing Bang finds it unnecessary to conceal the truth. He is not reckless, but has deliberated thoughtfully. Your Highness, you wouldn't want this matter to become known to others, would you? Once this thought crossed his mind, the fear dissipated. Regardless of his identity as a true eunuch, Wan Yinran would never dare to act so openly, especially with the Emperor's gaze upon them. Moreover, he is not a eunuch, which heightens the stakes. The consequences of exposure could be dire. Thus, Xing Bang feels emboldened. My dear, you cannot hold me accountable. Blame only yourself for drawing me in first. In her moment of shock, Wan Yinran struggles to comprehend the situation, which upends everything she believed. This handsome young eunuch. No, faux eunuch. Could he possibly be a demon? The thought sends a shiver down her spine, prompting her to instinctively push him away. Your Highness, given the circumstances, what is there to fear? As long as we remain silent, we can coexist peacefully, and in the days to come, you will find joy. Xing Bang does not force Wan Yinran, but allows her to gather her senses. He knows she will ultimately comply with his wishes. Upon hearing his words, Wan Yinran trembles slightly, biting her lip as she gazes at him, her eyes filled with uncertainty. Clearly, his words resonate deeply, and she comprehends the implications more than he does. Wan Yinran has always harbored affection for Xing Bang, and while his true identity shocks and frightens her, there is an unexpected thrill nestled within her subconscious. The burdens of her heart are hers alone to bear. Otherwise, she would not have reached this juncture. Little Bang, our fates are now intertwined. Do you grasp the significance of this connection? Ultimately, Wan Yinran resolves to accept this reality. Xing Bang smiles gently. Your Highness, rest assured, I would never allow you to be in danger. We shall soar together in the future. In this moment, he sheds the facade of timidity. Wan Yinran perceives this shift and senses his confidence, feeling the undeniable charisma that radiates from him. Ah, may it indeed be so. Although Wan Yinran had accepted the situation before her and felt a glimmer of anticipation in her heart, the enormity of the matter still instilled a subtle sense of unease within her. I assure you, we will encounter no issues. Soon you will realize that this decision is entirely correct. Xing Bang grinned mischievously, drawing Wan Yinran into his embrace, for this was not a moment for formality. After all the torment endured, Wan Yinran merely let out a soft sigh, not resisting any further. As a seasoned veteran, Xing Bang easily overpowered the inexperienced Wan Yinran, who could hardly contend, especially considering this was the very scenario she had yearned for in countless dreams. Wait, little Bangzy. My life and the fate of my entire family are at stake. You must not betray me. Otherwise, I shall haunt you as a vengeful spirit. Wan Yinran warned, playfully biting down gently on Xing Bang's back, clearly indicating her final caution, serving as her last line of defense. With a wicked smile, Xing Bang remarked, there is truth in your words. Should you become a ghost, you shall still belong to me. Chapter 13. Breakthrough Rewards. 10 consecutive draws. Little Bangzy, you are insufferable. It is time to change the way I address you. From now on, I shall call you Brother Bang. All right, I understand, Brother Bang. An hour later, Wan Yinran nestled in Xing Bang's embrace, her complexion flushed and delicate, her beauty radiating vibrantly. Brother Bang, you are truly remarkable. From this moment forth, I shall belong to you, and you shall never be able to rid yourself of me in this lifetime. Xing Bang smiled, pride evident on his face. In that case, you must serve me well, otherwise, a spanking awaits. Wan Yinran obediently murmured in agreement, her face resting against Xing Bang's chest. Her eyes gently closed in tranquility. She was genuinely exhausted, feeling utterly drained. However, she did not rest for long before reopening her eyes. Brother Bang, I truly cannot bear the thought of your departure. As Xing Bang donned his clothes, he reassured her, do not worry. One day I will ensure that you are by my side every single day. Clearly, Xing Bang was about to leave. After all, he was not a eunuch at Wang Yinran's side. He could not linger here indefinitely. Her status was not particularly high, and the attention shown by Su Guang was solely due to monetary considerations. Although Wang Yinran's father was not a high-ranking official, he was not lacking in wealth. Even those consorts who had heired could enjoy a better life simply by leveraging their family's wealth to smooth over connections. Moreover, there were daughters of disgraced officials like Li Shaowan. Although their family had fallen from grace, her father had once been a chancellor. And it was undeniable that some old friends and former pupils would covertly assist her and her mother, ensuring at least some silver for their needs. Under Wang Yinran's reluctant gaze, Xing Bang departed, accompanied by Xiaolian. Su Guang, having received a substantial sum of money, naturally dared not show any negligence, positioning two young eunuchs outside like watchdogs. Although such occurrences were not unusual in the palace, they remained rather discreet. And Su Guang certainly did not wish to attract unnecessary trouble. Should any issues arise, he would not escape culpability. Thus, this was also why Wang Yinran was untroubled by his presence, as they were all in the same boat. Without uttering a word, Su Guang led Xing Bang away. After all, spending an hour or two inside was not particularly abnormal. On the way, observing Su Guang's proud demeanor, Xing Bang secretly devised a plan in his heart. His short-term goal was to find a way to eliminate Su Guang and take his place. Although the position was not high-ranking, it afforded numerous conveniences. Even a consort of some standing like Wang Yinran sometimes found herself in need of his assistance, underscoring the desirability of such a position. He aimed to set a modest goal and then gradually pursue it. Before long, Xing Bang returned to the pharmacy, and upon learning that he had been taken away by Su Guang, Old Wu did not utter a single word of protest. In this regard, it is indeed a fortunate circumstance. Although Su Guang did not deliberately offer any specific instructions, he perhaps assumed that a newly arrived young eunuch would certainly refrain from speaking out of turn, at the very least ensuring that he would not be troubled, and might occasionally choose to overlook certain matters. With this thought in mind, Xing Bang anticipated that once he possessed the strength to overpower Wu Gonggong, he would no longer need to regard him with caution. During his leisure, Xing Bang eagerly immersed himself in the Fanghua Baojian. Beauty, 1 Yinran age, 18 identity, young attendant charm, 90 friendship progress, 90 earnings, 90 experience points hour. Indeed, the most expedient method to enhance friendship was to conquer. As for why it had not reached 100, that was easily comprehensible. Given their current circumstances, Wang Yinran's concerns were quite understandable. Achieving a score of 90 was already a remarkable feat. The final increment would rely on his own abilities to alleviate her worries entirely. Madame Fanghua, 60 points. Li Shaowan, 10 points. Wang Yinran, 90 points. A total of 160 points earned effortlessly in 1 hour. At this moment, Xing Bang noticed a golden circle appearing at the very bottom of Wang Yinran's page, inscribed with the words 10 consecutive draws. Instantly exhilarated, he realized that reaching a certain level of friendship granted a reward of a 10 consecutive draw. However, attaining such a reward through mere gentlemanly conduct would be perpetually unattainable. 10 consecutive draws. Ding dong. Acquired martial art cloud, crane 9 heavens. Ding dong. Acquired 500 experience points. Ding dong. Acquired 1,000 experience points. Ding dong. Acquired a jar of Fuyan cleanser, concentrated. Ding dong. Acquired martial art diamond, subduing demon fist. As Xing Bang listened to the series of prompts announcing his gains, his heart swelled with joy, particularly at the acquisition of martial arts. However, the jar of Fuyan cleanser was somewhat. Nonetheless, it was a valuable item, and he smiled at the thought. Cloud, crane 9 heavens. Uncultivated, 0,500. This is a martial technique of agility. Upon reaching the 9th level, it achieves perfection, allowing one to come and go without a trace. Diamond subduing demon fist. Uncultivated, 0,1000. This is a lethal palm technique. Upon reaching perfection, it can strike from a distance, eliminating foes unseen. An exceptional agility skill paired with a formidable fist technique could be described as a golden partnership. The remainder consisted solely of experience points, an impressive total of 12,000 experience points. Cloud Crane 9 Heavens, first layer, 1000. Diamond Subduing Demon Fist, third layer, 4000. Xing Bang expended 6,500 experience points to cultivate Cloud Crane 9 Heavens, an elevated diamond subduing demon fist to the third layer. Instantly, he felt his body become considerably lighter. Estimating that he could leap 3 zhang high, this agility would undoubtedly prove invaluable. Testing the diamond subduing demon fist, he effortlessly shattered a stone. For the time being able to scale a wall with ease was more than sufficient. Then, Xing Bang devoted all remaining experience to enhancing his strength, advancing from the 9th level of body refinement, 1000, to the 3rd level of solidification, 4000. Breaking through a major realm indeed brings about a profound transformation. He felt an overwhelming change within himself. Not only was his mind clearer, but he could also distinctly sense the flow of true energy within his dantian. Xing Bang let out a long sigh, as a considerable amount of foul-smelling impurities seeped from his body. To accelerate the growth of his power, it was imperative to swiftly develop new clientele. Alas, he reeked terribly. It would be wise to wash up. Father, I have some questions that I am unsure whether to voice, he pondered as he held a basin, preparing to step outside for water and a wash. Just as he was about to open the door, he heard the voice of Xiao Yozi. His vision and hearing had improved remarkably, allowing him to discern every word clearly from the doorway. At that moment, Xiao Yozi was attending to Lord Wu in the bathing chamber. Upon hearing this, Xing Bang chose not to step out, instead tilting his ear to listen to the two wretches speak ill of him. Once more, the voices drifted into his ears as Lord Wu spoke. Do not beat around the bush. Just say what you have to. Yes, father. This little rascal has only just arrived, yet Lord Xia seeks him for something. Moreover, he did not clarify the matter upon his return, which I find rather suspicious. There are some things it is better for you not to know. In this imperial harem, being too clever can lead one to peril. Humph, little rascal, it is merely. Chapter 14. A secret meeting with Lady Fanghua. In summary, all you need to do is heed my advice, and one day your godfather will ensure that you rise to prominence. Suddenly, Eunuch Wu shifted the topic, refraining from continuing his earlier statement. Xing Bang muttered a curse under his breath, frustrated that the eunuch had chosen this critical moment to fall silent. Yet, from his tone, he sensed that the words left unspoken were unlikely to be favorable, and he felt certain he would eventually be ensnared by this cunning old eunuch. Such is the nature of the imperial harem. One misstep could lead to an untimely demise. Old schemers, I care not what plots you devise. The one who ultimately triumphs shall undoubtedly be me, Xing Depeo. He silently scolded himself, inadvertently revealing his own moniker. Indeed, godfather, that Su Guang has shown utter disrespect towards you, whisking away little Bangzi without so much as a greeting. I am genuinely incensed on your behalf. The voice of the young lad, Xian Yuzi, resonated once more. Eunuch Wu snorted coldly, remarking that he had never regarded Su Guang as anything more than a mere buffoon, and he was curious to see how long the latter could continue his antics. Certainly, after so long within the palace, Godfather has witnessed countless storms. Opposing you would be tantamount to courting death. The high-pitched laughter of Eunuch Wu followed, evidently pleased by Xian Yuzi's flattery. Ah, you are indeed a perceptive and obedient lad. Very well, I shall venture to the inner palace shortly. You may accompany me and gain insight into our true masters. Thank you, Godfather. I assure you I shall not bring shame upon you. Now, enough of this. Go fetch my new robe. Upon hearing this, Xing Bang ceased to listen further, casually placing the basin aside before stepping out. Their conversation held significant implications. It was clear that Eunuch Wu and Su Guang's relationship was not as tranquil as it appeared. Moreover, from Wu's tone, it seemed his ally within the palace was likely a high-ranking consort, perhaps of considerable stature. Let the two of you engage in your covert struggles. I shall quietly enhance my strength while waiting for the opportune moment to reap the benefits. Xing Bang absent-mindedly sifted through medicinal herbs in the courtyard, anticipating that Eunuch Wu and Xian Yuzi would soon venture into the inner palace. Their absence would likely extend for at least a couple of hours. Perfect. I shall seize this opportunity to secretly pay a visit to Lady Fanghua. With the assistance of Yunhe Jiuxiao, I shall remain undetected even in broad daylight. As this thought crossed his mind, A wave of exhilaration washed over him, evoking a thrill akin to that of a flower thief. Before long, Eunuch Wu and Xing emerged, one after the other. Eunuch Wu had intentionally bathed and dressed as if for a festive occasion, undoubtedly preparing to meet someone of great importance. Little Bangzi, I must make a trip to the inner palace. Ensure the apothecary is well guarded. Yes, eunuch, rest assured, Xing Bang replied, and Eunuch Wu, having said all he needed, hurriedly departed with Xing. Once he confirmed their distance, Xing Bang quickly washed himself, preparing for his clandestine rendezvous. He could not afford to smell foul. Such an odor could surely incapacitate even the most resilient of mosquitoes. After refreshing himself, Xing Bang hurried to room 17, where Lady Fanghua resided. To his dismay, the door was locked. Upon arrival, he noted that there was no guard in sight, yet the door was secured with an iron chain and a lock. Given his current prowess, breaking the chain would pose no challenge. However, such an act would undoubtedly alert others. The sole window was boarded up, and he could not afford to damage it, as discovery would certainly bring great trouble to Lady Fanghua. While pondering how to gain entry, a sudden thought struck him. The roof bore a significant hole, which he had noticed previously and deemed a harsh condition. Now, it presented an opportunity. He could leap through the opening. Without hesitation, Xing Bang sprang onto the roof. Peering down, he confirmed that Lady Fanghua was indeed inside, and he jumped down. A gasp escaped her lips. Xiao Bangzi. You. Lady Fanghua instinctively glanced towards the roof, her expression one of disbelief. Do not worry, everything will be fine. Xing Bang hastened to reassure her, alleviating her concerns. Lady Fanghua exhaled, quickly arranging her disheveled hair, though her demeanor remained somewhat anxious. What brings you here? Xing Bang gazed intently, noting that she no longer exhibited her former grace. Her hair was unkempt, and her once charming face now bore a hint of dirt and an overwhelming melancholy that tugged at his heartstrings. Sister, you have endured much. Lady Fanghua's face twitched, a look of embarrassment crossing her features. Forgive my appearance. Is it not utterly unseemly? Xing Bang shook his head. No, sister, you are always beautiful. She mustered a faint smile, albeit strained. Spare me your flattery. My current state is indeed wretched. Alas, in this place, what does beauty matter? Noticing her sudden shift back to gloom, Xing Bang swiftly redirected the conversation. Sister, why has the door been locked? Nothing unusual. They wish for me to languish in sorrow. And even the hope of performing menial tasks is a luxury, she replied. But that is peculiar. Why was it not locked a few days ago? Xing Bang understood well that once a consort fell from grace and was relegated to the cold palace or hidden away in such a secluded place, many succumbed to madness or despair soon after. It is hardly surprising, regardless of whether His Majesty issued a secret edict. This is a prime opportunity for my rivals in the palace to ensure my suffering. My recent illness and your visits with medicine were merely means to torment me further. Lady Fanghua was acutely aware of the treachery within the palace. Once defeated, former foes were often merciless, relishing in their adversary's misfortune. By the way, sister, Eunuch Wu took that young lad into the inner palace, looking quite solemn. That is how I managed to sneak over. It cannot be related to your speculations, can it? Madame Fanghua furrowed her brow slightly and instinctively glanced towards the window, lowering her voice as she spoke. Little Bangzi, let me be frank with you. My greatest rival in this imperial harem is none other than the Empress. In fact, just a couple of days ago, I suspected that old rogue Wu Jing was affiliated with her. Now that you mention it, I believe there is an overwhelming probability that I was correct. The deception runs remarkably deep. Xing Bangzi thought to herself that this journey had not been in vain. After all, her understanding of the palace's affairs was limited, and having Madame Fanghua as a strategist to clarify these matters would greatly assist her future endeavors. However, she hesitated. Sister, I hold a query. This eunuch Wu has been in the palace for so many years, possessing remarkable skills and a cunning nature. If he is indeed in league with the Empress, why would he be stationed in this modest pharmacy? Upon hearing this, Madame Fanghua initially displayed an expression of astonishment, her delicate brows knitting together in contemplation. After a moment, she suddenly appeared enlightened and exclaimed, No wonder. The Empress truly possesses remarkable tactics. Chapter 15. Lady Fanghua was stunned. Sister, do you mean? Xingtong could perceive that he had perhaps provided Lady Fanghua with some previously unknown clues. Lady Fanghua regained her composure and hurriedly explained. I truly had no idea that the old eunuch Wu Jing possessed such skills. He always appears frail and sickly, which indeed allows him to remain inconspicuous. Now it became clear, the recent mysterious death of a favored concubine who had just entered the palace, along with other chaotic incidents, were likely orchestrated by the queen through that old eunuch's machinations. Xing furrowed his brow slightly. Although he was unaware of the specifics, he could still surmise the general situation. The queen's covert actions against those unstable concubines must be motivated by a desire to eliminate rivals for favor. Truly, the queen was a ruthless character. Lady Fanghua nodded, gazing intently at Xing, as though she had made a significant decision. Little Tang, given the circumstances, I believe it is prudent to share more about the inner workings of the harem with you. It may prove beneficial for you in the future. As I have mentioned before, the emperor's lineage is rather sparse. The queen has borne him a crown prince, a sixth prince, and a princess. The crown prince tragically passed away 2 years ago, leaving only the sixth prince and my young son. The sixth prince has reached adulthood, yet his erratic behavior has rendered him unfavored by the emperor. Thus, my 8-year-old son has been designated as the crown prince, and is now being meticulously protected and nurtured. According to the court's protocols, the throne should naturally fall to the sixth prince, which the queen is unlikely to accept lightly. Ah, I see. However, sister, do not lose heart. Until the final moment, no one knows who will prevail, Xing replied, recognizing the importance of this information. Understanding both oneself and the adversary is essential for triumph. Gaining insight into the palace's dynamics would undoubtedly provide direction for future endeavors. For many years, though the queen had relentlessly pursued her, Lady Fanghua had managed to evade her grasp. Wishing only to maintain peace and safety without aspirations for her son to become the crown prince, she would have been content with her son living a carefree life as a noble prince. Yet, the unpredictability of life is unavoidable. If my death could ensure the crown prince's safety, I would willingly sacrifice myself, she lamented, her heart aching at the thought. Yet, she felt powerless. How could she protect her son when her own safety was in jeopardy? Xing, displaying a sympathetic expression, softly reassured her, sister. I understand you may have doubts about my capabilities, but remember this, where there is a will, there is a way. Let us strive together to change this situation, shall we? With tear-filled eyes, Lady Fanghua gazed at Xing, contemplating his words. She felt somewhat foolish for entertaining such notions. A mere young eunuch could hardly alter the current predicament. Hope seemed a mere delusion. Yet, inexplicably, upon hearing Xing earnest declaration, a warmth blossomed within her, and she found herself inexplicably inclined to believe in him. Though she could not quite understand why. Perhaps it is the desperate grasping for help in times of illness and helplessness, yet upon deeper reflection, it is not entirely so. That genuine feeling emanating from the heart is indeed peculiar. My dear brother, I believe you are no ordinary person. However, I feel a twinge of guilt and can only offer you subtle hints about the obscure matters within the harem. I fear I may be of little assistance otherwise. And I truly regret the circumstances that led to this moment currently. There seems to be no one reliable to turn to. Lady Fanghua sighed, her face awash with remorse and regret. Xing Bang offered a gentle smile, reassuring her, sister, there is no need for you to blame yourself. Simply trust in me. Yes, dear brother, regardless of the outcome, I will forever cherish your kindness and hope for your safety, Lady Fanghua replied, her emotions overwhelming her as tears streamed down her cheeks. Xing Bang, quick to respond, stepped forward to wipe her tears. Remarkably, Lady Fanghua did not shy away. Instead, she seemed deeply moved, her voice trembling as she conveyed her emotions. It was evident how much she yearned for support and affection at that moment. Seizing the opportunity, Xing Bang embraced Lady Fanghua. Sister, do not harbor sorrow in your heart. Always remember, I am your brother, and I will protect you from those who would dare to harm you. Lady Fanghua merely trembled slightly. Instead of reproaching him, she gently wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her head against his chest as she sobbed quietly. Xing Bang offered no words of consolation, merely stroking her back soothingly. After a while, she murmured, "Little Bang, you." Xing Bang felt the rhythm of her heartbeat. Unmistakably aware of the emotions at play, leaning closer to her ear, he purposefully released a few soft breaths and whispered, "Sister, what troubles you?" Lady Fanghua shivered again, her breathing noticeably heavier than before. "And no, it's nothing. Little Bang, I am fine now. You may let go of me. Seeing the moment was right, Xing Bang released her, and at that instant, a surge of energy pulsed through his mind, revealing the enhancement of their bond through this emotional exchange. Lady Fanghua exhaled deeply, gazing at Xing Bang with a lingering smile, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Little Bang, you should leave now. We must not linger lest we draw attention. Very well, sister, just promise me you'll take care. I shall return to see you again, he replied, sensing it was time to depart and allow her to process her feelings. Lady Fanghua nodded softly, suddenly recalling the large hole in the ceiling. But how will you leave? It is not easy to climb out from here. Xing Bang smiled slightly. Sister, watch closely, do not be too astonished. With that, he leapt through the opening, landing gracefully atop the roof, then turned to wave goodbye. Lady Fanghua stood, astonished and speechless, unable to recover from the surprise for quite some time. He, a newly appointed eunuch in the palace, surprisingly possessed remarkable skills. Furthermore, why did I experience such feelings when he embraced me, that profound aura surrounding him? Xing Bang swiftly returned to the pharmacy, intentionally showcasing his abilities before Lady Fanghua, not only to pique her curiosity and add an air of mystery, but also to significantly bolster his own confidence. Lady Fanghua, age 27, identity, mother of the crown prince, charm 95 out of 100, friendliness progress 70, earnings 70 experience points hour. A knowing smile graced Xing Bang's lips. Although it was merely an increase of 10 points, it represented a leap in emotions. It was evident that Lady Fanghua had inexplicably begun to develop feelings of romance. Her heart undoubtedly filled with confusion, yet surpassing her previous simplistic notions and sentiments. Just as Xing Bang was reveling in this realization, a woman of considerable grace entered the courtyard. Chapter 17. The remarkable strength of Nangong Shui. As Xing Bang cast a fleeting glance, Nangong Shui was convinced he could discern the nature of her malady. Beyond her incredulity, she felt an overwhelming sense of shyness, her ears flushing with warmth. In her acute embarrassment, she intended to depart swiftly. However, upon hearing Xing Bang assure her of a cure, she instinctively hesitated in her steps. Then, might I trouble you for some medicine? This remedy is a unique secret formula, incomparable to ordinary medicines, and its application is quite simple. Just a topical wash will suffice to alleviate your ailment. Ah, Nangong Shui gasped in surprise, her face turning a vivid shade of crimson, as if she could excavate an entire apartment with her toes from sheer embarrassment. With her head bowed, she bit her lip for an extended moment before murmuring like a timid insect, I humbly request the medicine. Xing Bang, lacking extraordinary hearing, likely could not discern her words, reflecting the traditional modesty of women from ancient times. Handsome doctor, I am somewhat apprehensive about using it improperly. I appreciate your efforts. Is there any possibility? Clearing his throat, Xing Bang adopted a solemn demeanor. This medicine has been passed down through my family. However, I cannot bear to witness others suffer from illness. Thus, I can offer you this remedy. Yet, I am uncertain whether to speak candidly. Before Nangong Shui could express her gratitude, a sudden gasp startled her, and her expression shifted, instinctively sensing that this, but was not trivial. Sir, since we have broached this topic, please speak freely. I shall not take offense. Very well, I shall be forthright. All medicines possess a degree of toxicity. This particular remedy is potent, and the dosage must be tailored to the severity of your condition. Forgive my impertinence, but I require a fee for an initial examination. Xing Bang considered himself quite the gentleman, mindful of the delicate balance required, lest he be deemed indecent. Nangong Shui's composure shattered, her face aflame, lips trembling in disbelief. This is most improper. How can this be? I recognize this may seem quite rude, yet I must prioritize your health. Should there be adverse side effects, regret would come too late. Ultimately, the decision to pursue treatment lies with you. Xing Bang maintained a calm demeanor, questioning whether he truly felt no remorse. He understood the necessity of subtlety. Otherwise, Nangong Shui might falter and flee, her trust plummeting to an abyss, rendering him a scoundrel in her eyes. With her head down and teeth clenched, she hesitated for a considerable time, her cheeks aflame as she finally spoke. Thank you, sir. You are a kind-hearted individual. However, perhaps it is best to let it go. Xing Bang anticipated this response. witnessing the traditional virtues of modesty and propriety displayed in her every word and gesture. In matters of intimacy between men and women, particularly under such circumstances, propriety must prevail. It is of no concern, perhaps you should ponder it further. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. This matter is known to both of us. Nan Gongxue exhaled deeply, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. I understand. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. There are still some of the medicine from last time, so there is no need to trouble you further. With that, Nan Gongxue hurriedly departed. Beauty, Nan Gongxue age, 30 status, female palace power level, solidification level 5 charm, 90 friendship progress, 30 earnings, 30 experience points hour. Xing Bang smiled knowingly. His efforts had not been in vain. During this period of strategy, the friendship level soared from 5 to 30. We shall undoubtedly meet again soon. Upon exiting the medical office, Nan Gongxue returned to her residence, her thoughts still in disarray. Suddenly, she realized that Xing Bang was merely a eunuch, which left her feeling quite distressed. She felt a twinge of regret, especially considering that the handsome young man was not only eloquent, but also possessed a genuinely kind heart. Mother, what troubles you? Are you still feeling unwell? Li Xiaowan noticed her mother's unusual expression and inquired with concern. Oh, it is nothing. Perhaps I have not exerted myself in a while, and this walk has fatigued me. Li Xiaowan quickly assisted her mother in sitting down and observed her empty hands. Furrowing her brow, Mother, you were gone for quite a while. Did you not bring back any medicine? Nan Gongxue steadied her gaze and quickly explained, Oh, there was only a young eunuch present, and after searching for a long time, I could not find the medicine you needed. Mother, was he the rather handsome young eunuch? Nan Gongxue lightly affirmed, and then recalled something. Indeed, Wanner, you were correct. That young eunuch was quite attentive. Li Xiaowan pouted slightly. I told you so, but you did not believe me. Nan Gongxue smiled radiantly. All right, Mother believes you now. My daughter has discerning taste. Hee, that is more like it. Xing Bang was idly sipping tea when suddenly an unusual thought crossed his mind, and a smile graced his face. Beauty, Li Xiaowan age, 14 status, female palace charm, 85, potential for growth, friendship progress, 40 earnings, 40 experience points hour, indeed. She is a young girl experiencing her first stirrings of affection, her heart more readily open. Xing Bang could easily surmise why Li Xiaowan's favor had increased from 10 to 40. It was undoubtedly due to her mother's influence. Young girls naturally gravitate towards handsome individuals, and a mere affirmation from Nan Gongxue would enhance his impression significantly. Madame Fanghua, 70, 1 yen ran, 90, Nan Gongxue, 30, Li Xiaowan, 40. 1 hour could yield a remarkable 230 experience points. Truly delightful. Power level, solidification level 3, 4,000. In just 1 day, it shall elevate to solidification level 4. It is essential to gather more enchanting individuals, allowing for a swifter enhancement of one's prowess. Nan Gongxue, appearing delicate and graceful, possesses a formidable strength at the 5th level. Who knows how many skilled individuals are concealed within this harem? Xing Bang also contemplated that while strength is undoubtedly crucial, to attain greater inclusivity, one must first establish a firm foothold in this tumultuous environment. Otherwise, every endeavor would be approached with trepidation. Not to mention significant matters. Even arranging a meeting requires utmost caution, which can be quite exasperating. However, it is not impossible to rely on agility to visit a beloved under the cover of night. Yet, an instinctive sense warns Xing Bang that without strength, one cannot afford to be reckless. At that moment, the elderly eunuch Wu Jing returned, accompanied by the young servant. Indeed, young Bangzi has been quite industrious, not indulging in idleness during my absence. Anticipating their return, Xing Bang had feigned labor by chopping wood in truth. He had been practicing his skills with the axe, hardly making any actual cuts, but miraculously produced an impressive pile of firewood. Thus, when Wu Jing returned to see the heap of chopped wood, he offered insincere praise. Observing the young servant's barely concealed joy, it was evident he had likely encountered a significant figure, perhaps even the empress, leading Wu Jing to paint grandiose prospects, ensuring unwavering loyalty. The young one is ever mindful of the teachings imparted by the eunuch. Wu Jing nodded in satisfaction and continued, Young Bangzi, accompany me. There is an important matter at hand. Chapter 18. Indeed, Eunuch Wu is an ally of the Empress. As Eunuch Wu entered the room and settled himself, Xing Bang promptly picked up the teapot to pour tea. Feeling somewhat uneasy about their private meeting, he decided it was best to display a demeanor of understanding and respect. Eunuch Wu took a sip and remarked, "Little Bang, you have been at my pharmacy for nearly 10 days now, have you not?" "Indeed, it has been a full 10 days, replied Xing Bang. Eunuch Wu glanced at him and clicked his tongue. "You truly grow more pleasing to the eye with each passing day. Just seeing you brightens my spirits considerably." A chill ran down Xing Bang's spine. He found himself perplexed by the old schemer's intentions. "I have a fondness for clever and obedient individuals," Wu continued. "Before you, 3 others were sent from the prison courtyard. Yet none lasted even 10 days before they were sent to the vegetable patch. All like that wretched maid you witnessed that day. Dispatched with a mere flick of my hand." Xing Bang was taken aback, questioning whether this old schemer was intimidating him. No wonder that upon his arrival, that scoundrel Xiao Niu refused to divulge such matters. Listening to Wu's sinister chuckle, a sense of dread enveloped him. It felt as though a burden was being placed upon him, and he resolved to maintain his composure. He could not afford to be caught off guard. The disparity in their strengths was significant, and a direct confrontation would be unwise. If the situation escalated, he would have to flee with all his might. Instinctively, Xing Bang steeled himself. "Eunuch Wu, you need not be anxious. You were curious about this matter as well. I thought it best to address it openly, lest you remain uneasy. You returned from an outing with Su Guang, but said nothing about your activities. Had I intended you harm, would your head still be resting upon your shoulders?" Xing Bang's anxiety was genuine. He felt as though his life hung by a thread. This was not a moment for bravado, and he knelt, recognizing the disparity in their status and lowering himself accordingly. "Eunuch Wu, I assure you of my unwavering loyalty. It is merely that Eunuch Su—" "Enough. I understand the situation well enough," Wu interrupted. Xing Bang thought that the two seemed to be at odds. And just as he began to speak, Eunuch Wu cut him off, exuding an air of omniscience. "Rise," Wu commanded. Xing Bang stood, exhaling a silent sigh of relief, believing himself to be momentarily safe. "I shall not pursue this matter further, but I hope you tread carefully in the future. I will remain steadfast and devoted, always following your lead, Eunuch Wu," he vowed. Wu nodded, then unexpectedly glanced towards the door before continuing. "In my view, you possess even greater potential than Xiao Niu. Though your time in the palace has been brief and you may lack understanding of many matters, it is of little consequence. I can grant you time. As long as you diligently follow my lead, in due course, you shall find your place within the palace." Xing Bang was acutely aware of Wu's glance towards the door. Knowing that Xiao Niu was eavesdropping outside, having sensed his presence long before. As an ordinary individual, Xiao Niu was, of course, oblivious to the fact that he had been discovered. Had it not been for the deliberate disregard of Eunuch Wu, it is likely that Xiao Niu would have met his demise by now. This old schemer, Eunuch Wu, was undoubtedly instigating discord. In the imperial harem, a place rife with intrigue, those who do not compete swiftly perish. It is evident that Wu's aim was to prevent a tranquil relationship between Xing Bang and Xiao Niu. Only through incessant overt and covert conflict can one hope to thrive and advance. For Wu, the principle was simple. Only the ruthless and the capable flourish, while the inept are relegated to mere sustenance of the earth. Do not be deceived into thinking that this humble physician is inconsequential. Those who have underestimated him have long since met their end. Allow me to reveal further. We have the favor of Her Majesty, the Empress. Moreover, during today's South Morning Court session, His Majesty personally decreed that our young master, the 6th Prince, shall assume responsibilities in the Ministry of Revenue. Xing Bang, do you comprehend the implications of this? Congratulations, Eunuch Wu. Rejoice, for henceforth, whether in the Yao Hall or throughout the entire harem, no one shall dare to challenge your authority. Without hesitation, Xing Bang began to flatter Eunuch Wu, having discerned his penchant for such praise. The psychologically twisted old eunuch seemed to relish flattery far more than the average person, akin to a woman's vanity. Indeed, Wu was aligned with the Empress. Yet the 6th Prince's stewardship of the Ministry of Revenue appeared to harbor deeper, more cryptic intentions. Xing Bang, through Madame Fanghua, was aware of these intricate relationships. Having once enjoyed watching palace dramas in a previous life, he sensed that matters were far from straightforward. The Empress harbored a desire to eliminate Madame Fanghua swiftly, and with her son, the 6th Prince, overseeing the ministry, It was akin to adding wings to a tiger. The Ministry of Revenue is a position both splendid and lucrative, overseeing the royal finances and domestic affairs. And, of course, the Yale Hall falls under its jurisdiction. Furthermore, Xing Bang felt that Wu's extensive discourse was likely veiled with malicious intent. Little Bang, I told you your future is boundless. Indeed, your wit is sharp, Wu complimented, visibly pleased, as his makeup nearly crumbled away. The praise is all due to your esteemed guidance. Xing Bang continued to flatter, hoping to further indulge the old scoundrel. Wu, satisfied, wore a sinister smile, declaring, well then, there is nothing more to discuss. You will accompany Xiaonozi to attend to Madame Fanghua. Follow his lead. For this is a deliberate arrangement by Her Majesty. Yes, eunuch, I shall go at once, Xing Bang replied, turning to exit. Attend to her? By heavens, I trust you not, for this must surely be an order from the Empress, intended to torment Madame Fanghua. Fortunately, with myself present, the specifics of her torment remain uncertain. I shall adapt as necessary. Xiaonozi had already stealthily slipped away, now nonchalantly sorting through medicinal herbs in the courtyard. Xiaonozi, the eunuch instructed us with a low grunt. Xiaonozi replied, let us go, before turning to leave. The machinations of Lord Wu have begun to bear fruit. However, the clumsiness of the fool, Xiaonozi, is all too apparent. It is only a matter of time before he meets a disastrous end. To challenge me, he is woefully unqualified. Soon, the two arrived at Madame Fanghua's chamber, where she merely glanced up before returning to her reverie by the bedside. This, too, is a form of resignation and submission. The room remained unchanged, save for the addition of a large bathing tub and a wooden basin. Xing Bang could not help but furrow his brow. Could it be that she was indeed to be bathed? Little Bangzi, please engage the madam in conversation while I step out for a moment. Xiaonozi now eschewed his code name, which was rather peculiar. Xing Bang acquiesced, and Xiaonozi turned to leave. Sister, when did these items appear here? Once assured of Xiaonozi's departure, Xing Bang hurriedly inquired of Madame Fanghua. They are from two recent eunuchs, claiming to be a gift from Her Majesty the Empress. Humph, she harbors no good intentions. Madame Fanghua scoffed, her face betraying a sense of helplessness. Chapter 19, Shared Fortunes and Misfortunes. Lady Fanghua's eyes glimmer with tears. By the way, how did you arrive here? Oh, I see. Wu Jing is indeed associated with the Empress. Before Xing Bang could respond, Lady Fanghua had already pieced together the situation. Xing Bang nodded in affirmation, acknowledging that the old eunuch Wu Jing had briefed him. However, dear sister, do not be afraid. I shall ensure that they do not harm you. Lady Fanghua managed a bitter smile, remarking that at this point, what else was there to fear? It was merely the torment and humiliation that awaited her. As she spoke, a realization dawned upon her, and she gazed at Xing Bang, continuing, Little Bang, heed my words. Regardless of what transpires shortly, do not act impulsively, remember. Just then, Xiaonozi approached, carrying a basin that was still steaming. Little Bang, bring the basin to the lady. The servants are still boiling water. Let us serve her a foot bath for her comfort. Xing Bang placed the basin at Lady Fanghua's feet, and, noticing the steaming wooden tub, instinctively reached to take it from Xiaonozi. Xiaonozi evaded, insisting, no need, you merely assist the lady in removing her shoes and socks. A sense of unease crept over Xing Bang. The excessive steam clearly indicated the water was scalding. Lady Fanghua bit her lip, realizing what might soon unfold. Xiaonozi, have you forgotten to add cold water? Xing Bang inquired, though his mind raced to devise a plan. It was evident that Xiaonozi intended to scald Lady Fanghua's feet with boiling water. Xiaonozi, displaying irritation, retorted, do I need your guidance on how to proceed? Enough chatter. Hurry and assist the lady in removing her footwear. Suppressing the impulse to strike him, Xing Bang exclaimed, Xiaonozi, your audacity is remarkable. How dare you take such liberties? Wu Gonggong instructed us to serve the lady with care. You blockhead. Does Wu Gonggong need my counsel on whether warm water is more comfortable? Hurry and follow my instructions, or you shall regret it. Xiaonozi, flustered, nearly revealed the truth. Seizing the water bucket, Xing Bang declared, Xiaonozi, I believe it is you who will face the consequences. Wu Gonggong's orders to me are unquestionable. The boiling water splashed onto his hand, burning him slightly. Xing Bang thought to himself that, at worst, he could resort to fighting and feigning ignorance before Wu Gonggong later. Xiaonozi, already irritable, became enraged, slamming the basin onto the ground. As the two were on the verge of a physical confrontation, Lady Fanghua's voice cut through the tension, preventing the altercation. "Come, little Bang, assist me in removing my shoes and socks." With a resolute expression, Lady Fanghua exuded a sense of bravery. As if prepared to face her fate, Xing Bang felt an indescribable discomfort in his heart. He understood that Lady Fanghua willingly embraced her suffering to spare him from harm. "You wretched servant, why are you dawdling? I fear not death, so why should I fear a mere foot bath, even if it is boiling water? Can it truly scald me to death?" Lady Fanghua, noticing Xing Bang's hesitation, scolded him sharply. The subsequent words were directed towards Xing Bang, implying his previous assertion that as long as one is alive, there remains hope. This sentiment served to express her unwavering determination. She would not yield. Xing Bang, of course, understood this implicitly, suppressing his impulse to eliminate the troublesome Xiao Nyozi. At this juncture, he could not betray the earnest intentions of Madame Fanghua. He first let out a deliberate grunt to convey his dissatisfaction with Madame Fanghua, then glared fiercely at Xiao Nyozi. "This is your doing, Xiao Nyozi. If you jeopardize the master's grand design, do not feign ignorance later." Xiao Nyozi, lifting the kettle of hot water, scoffed. "Very well. I am eager to see how you explain this upon your return." Ignoring him, Xing Bang knelt to remove Madame Fanghua's shoes and socks. What exquisite feet they were! Xing Bang felt a surge of resentment, wishing he could rend Xiao Nyozi to pieces for this. As Xiao Nyozi poured the scalding water into the basin, he remarked, "Xiao Bangzi, you must wash the lady's feet properly. Do not waste it." The implication was clear. She must endure the pain without flinching. While removing Madame Fanghua's socks, Xing Bang resolved to extend the moment, allowing some of the heat to dissipate before plunging his hands into the water, thus providing her with some protection. "Since I cannot shield you now, I shall share in this agony with you." He silently vowed to repay this grievance tenfold in the future. Before immersing his hands, Xing Bang turned to Xiao Nyozi and said pointedly, "Let me be frank. You are woefully inexperienced to challenge me. Today, I shall show you what true ruthlessness entails." With that, he grasped Madame Fanghua's feet and plunged them into the boiling water. "Ah, you!" Despite her steely resolve, Madame Fanghua could not help but instinctively withdraw her foot from the excruciating heat. Yet, she immediately felt Xing Bang's firm grip holding her foot in place. Instead of pulling back, she clenched her teeth, suppressing any cries of pain, tears brimming in her eyes, not from the agony, but from the sight of this silent protector before her. In that moment, she perceived Xing Bang as a stalwart man of strength. Observing her steadfastness, Xing Bang thought, "Now is not the time for foolishness." Without further ado, he lifted her feet upward, then pressed them down with significant force, creating the illusion of a struggle against the pain while forcefully bringing her back. Madame Fanghua quickly understood and ceased to restrain her natural reactions. After several such movements, the water temperature had significantly lowered. Before long, Madame Fanghua remained still. Although her feet still burned painfully, the heat had diminished considerably. Xiao Nyozi stood in stunned silence, oblivious to any misdeed on Xing Bang's part, merely astonished at his seemingly mad self-sacrifice and defiance. However, Xiao Nyozi was indeed somewhat impressed. Xiao Bangzi was truly ruthless. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Nyozi found himself engulfed in doubt and confusion. Could it be that he truly was, as Wu Gonggong suggested, less promising than Xiao Bangzi? "Very well, Xiao Bangzi, consider this your pass." Xing Bang hastily released Madame Fanghua's feet, raising his reddened hands, and declared, "Xiao Nyozi, remember today. We shall see how this unfolds." At that moment, in Xing Bang's eyes, Xiao Nyozi appeared as though he were already a ghost, merely waiting for time to bear witness. Unwilling to back down, Xiao Nyozi snorted coldly. "All right, Xiao Bangzi, let our contest commence today. Let us see who meets their demise first." With that, he seized the wooden bucket and departed ahead. "Xiao Bangzi, are you all right? Come here, let your sister have a look," Madame Fanghua said, her eyes brimming with tears, gazing at Xing Bang with a heart full of concern. Xing Bang lowered his hands and smiled gently. "I am tough and unscathed. It is you who should be concerned." Chapter 20. "You're still too young to challenge me. I'm fine. The burn isn't too severe. Why are you being so foolish?" "We both." Madame Fanghua's voice trembled as she spoke, struggling to suppress her tears. She was profoundly moved. feeling overwhelmed for the first time in her life by a man who would go to such lengths for her. Sister, I must take my leave now. Please take care. I will bring you some ointment later. Absolutely not. If someone discovers this, it will only complicate matters. I assure you, I'm truly fine. I will be well in a few days. By the way, that treacherous servant, Xiaonozi, will likely report you. Are you prepared to handle the situation when you return? Sister, do not worry. I have my own explanations. Madame Fanghua sighed. Very well, you should leave quickly. That servant will return shortly if he notices you are missing. Xing Bang did not hesitate further and turned to depart. As he walked a short distance away, he heard Madame Fanghua utter a prayer, Heaven bless. A warmth surged within him. That single phrase made it all worthwhile. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had genuinely fallen for this enchanting older sister. After all, who could resist the allure of such a stunning beauty? He swiftly caught up with Xiaonozi, who grumbled irritably, What took you so long? Xiaonozi, who do you think you are? I will do as I please. Do you have any right to interfere? Xing Bang would not indulge him, retorting angrily, If you choose to court disaster, do not blame me for being ruthless. Humph, I won't waste my breath on you. When we meet Lord Wu, let us see if your tongue is still so sharp. Xiaonozi, feeling somewhat tongue-tied, hurried ahead, eager to return and report. The two soon arrived at Lord Wu's door, knocking before entering. Everything has been taken care of. Lord Wu inquired first. Yes, Godfather, I have something to report about Xiao Bang. With a thud, Xing Bang fell to his knees, extending his two burnt, reddened hands before him, trembling. Lord, I swear to the heavens, I hold no ulterior motives against you. If you doubt me, you may set up a pot of oil. At your command, I would willingly plunge my hands into it. Xiao Bang, you. Xiaonozi, witnessing Xing Bang weeping profusely, felt his own face flush with embarrassment. Lord Wu furrowed his brow, gazing at Xing Bang's hands in utter confusion. Xiao Bang, what happened to your hands? Xing Bang wore a bewildered expression. Lord, did I not follow your instructions? While washing the feet of number 17, I thought to demonstrate my loyalty by immersing my hands as well, as a form of penance for not informing you of my outing that day. Xiao Bang, when did I ever instruct you to do such a thing? This left Xing Bang looking up at Xiaonozi, his face a picture of confusion and innocence. Wu Gonggong turned his head to Xiaonozi, admonishing sternly, Xiaonozi, how audacious you are to exploit my name to bully Xiao Bangzi. Godfather, I didn't Xiaonozi stammered, panic evident in his eyes as they darted between Xing Bang and Wu Gonggong, nearly on the verge of tears. He had initially believed victory was assured, never anticipating that a villain would file a complaint against him. It was utterly unforeseen. Dog's body, kneel before me, Wu Gonggong bellowed. Xing Bang felt a surge of delight at the unfolding drama. Dogs biting dogs, indeed. Wu Gonggong was genuinely furious. Xiaonozi's legs quivered, and he collapsed to the ground. Trembling uncontrollably, whether from fear or anger, he could not discern. With a disdainful snort, Wu Gonggong turned to Xing Bang and said, Xiao Bangzi, you may rise. I have never instructed such behavior. You are quite the clever one. How could you be deceived by Xiaonozi? Nonetheless, your concern is commendable. As he spoke, Wu Gonggong retrieved a small porcelain vial from a wooden box and handed it to Xing Bang. This is an excellent hemostatic medicine, very effective for burns as well. Apply it promptly. Choking back gratitude, Xing Bang accepted the medicine. Dog's body, cease kneeling here. Go apply the medicine to Xiao Bangzi. Then kneel at the door and slap yourself. Do not stop until I command you. As Xing Bang approached the door, Wu Gonggong's voice rang out again, reprimanding Xiaonozi, close the door. Xiaonozi complied, his face ashen as he followed Xing Bang back into the room. Xing Bang placed the hemostatic medicine down, sat on the bed, and extended his hand with a wicked grin. Ah, it is indeed an honor to have the illustrious Xiaonozi personally attend to my injuries. Xiaonozi, trembling with rage, grasped the medicine bottle, muttering, Xiao Bangzi, you are quite ruthless. Unperturbed, Xing Bang maintained his playful demeanor. Be careful not to tremble while applying the medicine. If you hurt me, beware of my wrath. Xiaonozi felt a sense of injustice, wishing to retaliate against Xing Bang, yet found himself powerless. Swallowing his grievances was truly a bitter pill. He took deep breaths, trying to steady his trembling hand as he cautiously applied the medicine. He had to concede to Xing Bang. This fellow played by his own rules, and causing him pain might yield unpredictable consequences. Xiaonozi, Shall I assist you by delivering a few slaps first, so you don't hold back? I assure you, a few strikes will leave your face swollen like a pig's head, making it less painful when you strike yourself later, and you'll exert less force. Xiao Bangzi, you. Before Xiao Nyozi could finish, Xing Bang kicked him. Be gentle. Xiao Nyozi let out a muffled grunt as he collided forcefully with the wall, astonished at the unexpected strength of Xiao Bangzi. Before he could ponder further, Xing Bang impatiently commanded, pick up the medicine. Your clumsiness is of no use to me. Hurry and go slap yourself. Certainly. If you do not wish to be recognized by your own mother, give me 3 loud knocks, and I shall intercede for you shortly. Xiao Nyo grinned as he rose, forcefully placing the medicine by the bedside. I do not require your intercession, little brat. Do not grow too arrogant. Our conflict is far from over. Xing Bang coldly chuckled. Very well, I await your return. I hope you can speak as boldly then as you do now. He jested. You think you can play games with me? You are still too inexperienced. Xing Bang extended his arms, realizing that this maneuver served a dual purpose. He had anticipated this moment. For Wu Gonggong was well aware that Xiao Nyo had eavesdropped on his conversation with Xing Bang. Turning his face, he sought revenge in this manner. Thus, when Xing Bang uttered those words, Wu Gonggong grasped the underlying motives. He was not inclined to ponder extensively. Conversely, the more fiercely the two battled, the more delighted he became, as it rendered both individuals easier to manipulate. One must admit, this wretched eunuch's medicine proved remarkably effective. Xing Bang felt a refreshing chill in his hands, contemplating the prospect of stealthily infiltrating Madame Fanghua's chamber under the cover of night. Chapter 21. 2 Audacious Eunuchs Soon. The sounds of clapping resounded through the courtyard. It must be said that this young man showed no signs of restraint. He believed that unless the sound was loud, it did not count. Xing Bang reclined on the bed with his legs crossed, pondering that this could indeed be considered a work-related injury. Yet he still required that foolish Niuzai to serve him with tea and water. Approximately half an hour later, Xing Bang stood at the door and glanced at Niuzai, whose face had swollen to the size of a pig's head. There was indeed some tenacity in him. If it were anyone else, they would likely have suffered from sore and aching hands. Yet this fellow continued to deliver every strike without compromise. All right, stop now. If you cannot control that mouth of yours next time, you shall no longer have meals, came the voice of Eunuch Wu from within the room. Niuzai quickly bowed, his speech slurred due to the swelling in his mouth. After Eunuch Wu uttered this remark, there was no further sound, leaving one to wonder what he occupied himself within the confines of that room. Was there perhaps a hidden passageway within? As night descended, Niuzai had already fallen into a deep slumber, snoring like a pig. After having struck himself for half an hour and then busying himself with laundry and cooking until late into the night, it was no surprise he was utterly exhausted. Xing Bang, with a pouch of ointment in hand, stealthily exited the room and, with focused intent, made his way to the front door, leaping gracefully over the fence. With a few agile movements, he vanished into the night. Sister, why are you still awake at this late hour? Were you worried about me? You truly came. Madame Fanghua, tossing and turning in bed, instantly sat up upon recognizing Xing Bang, her voice tinged with excitement. Xing Bang took the ointment from his bosom, thinking how such a beautiful foot of his sister's should not bear any scars. It would be a travesty. What is a scar compared to your safety? As long as you are unharmed, I shall be at ease. Without further ado, Xing Bang began to apply the medicine. Upon your return, how did you explain to that old eunuch Wu Jing? Madame Fanghua sighed in relief before inquiring curiously, having been worried ever since Xing Bang had left her. Xing Bang smiled slightly and recounted the events in detail. You truly are a sly one. Madame Fanghua couldn't help but giggle softly. As they sat facing each other, Xing Bang gazed at her enchanting smile, feeling an overwhelming desire. A delicate fragrance wafted through the air, prompting Xing Bang to take a closer look and curiously ask, Sister, have you bathed? I found it quite strange as well. Not long after you left, 2 eunuchs brought water and even presented me with a set of clean clothes. They said nothing throughout, nor did they make things difficult for me, which I found utterly perplexing. Why would the Empress show such kindness? Xing Bang furrowed his brow. It was certain that old eunuch Wu Jing had given prior notice, instructing them to treat you in such a manner. This was indeed rather suspicious. Do not fret, dear sister, for I assure you I am quite safe. If they wished to execute me, there would be no need to bring me here. His Majesty resorts to such extreme measures only when absolutely necessary. Indeed, one must consider the status of Lady Fanghua, the very mother of the crown prince. The emperor may cast her into the depths of the palace for a fabricated slight, yet to execute her recklessly would invite the ire of the court. Sister, you are truly the most exquisite woman I have ever beheld. Having administered the medicine, Xing Bang gazed intently at such a breathtaking figure, enraptured by her enchanting fragrance that lingered in the air, illuminated by the moonlight. Moreover, Lady Fanghua appeared somewhat anxious, and there was a peculiar tension in the atmosphere. You, a mere eunuch, despite your recent purification, what is this sensation that permeates the air? Xing Bang swallowed hard, pondering that this inquiry would only intensify his own resolve to remain silent. Someone approaches. Before Xing Bang could utter a word, the sound of approaching footsteps grew increasingly pronounced. Lady Fanghua, suddenly flustered, lowered her voice. Quickly, you must leave. Do not be afraid. You may lie down to sleep while I remain here. With a heart full of frustration, Xing Bang had no choice but to comply, leaping onto the roof in a single bound. Lady Fanghua cast a glance upwards, exhaling a sigh of relief, and then settled beneath the covers. Soon, the sound of clanking chains heralded the door creaking open, only to be shut shortly thereafter. Two figures then approached the bed of Lady Fanghua. With a startled gasp, she sat upright. Who are you? Upon closer inspection, Xing Bang discerned that they were two eunuchs, their uneven footsteps betraying their lack of martial prowess, prompting him to observe quietly. Do not be alarmed, madam. We are merely the eunuchs assigned to bring you your meals each day, one of them announced. What brings you here at such a late hour? She inquired, suspicion lacing her voice. The other eunuch smirked with ill intentions. Madam, we happened to be restless and thought we would check if you required any assistance. I appreciate your kindness, but I require nothing, she replied firmly. Madam, after all our efforts to ensure your comfort during your bath and attire this afternoon, should you not express your gratitude? Lady Fanghua fought to contain her rising fury. I am going to sleep now. Please leave. Madam, I advise you to comply willingly, for should you resist, your fate may not be so pleasant, one eunuch threatened, moving as if to act. Cease this at once. If you do not leave, I shall call for help. Call away. You still consider yourself a lady of high standing? I have yet to witness anyone regain their status in such circumstances. You are not but a wretched servant, and if we find amusement in your plight, your days of ease will be numbered. We possess ample means to torment you. The sense of injustice and indignation swelling within Lady Fanghua was profound. How dare these two young eunuchs presume to humiliate her in such a manner? If you dare to act recklessly, I shall end my life in defiance. My son is the crown prince, destined to be the future emperor. Do you not fear for your lives in the days to come? Brother, why waste words on her? Let us revel before we proceed. I can hardly contain my anticipation. To have the esteemed consort of the imperial harem attend to us, even death would be worth it. Remove your garments, so we may admire the emperor's woman. Xing Bang on the rooftop let out a cold snort, silently cursing. Truly, these two audacious little eunuchs do not comprehend the gravity of their folly, daring to tease my intended. I shall send you both to your demise. Just as the two eunuchs prepared to act, Xing Bang leapt before them, swiftly gripping each of their throats with remarkable speed. The two eunuchs widened their eyes, unable to utter a sound. You insolent little eunuchs, how bold you are. Chapter 22. How should you repay this kindness, sister? The two eunuchs trembled in fear, stammering as they attempted to speak. Without uttering another word, Xing Bang exerted his strength, and with a resounding crack, the eunuch who had just called him Big Brother found his neck broken, collapsing lifelessly to the ground without a sound. The eunuch referred to as Big Brother widened his eyes in terror, his fright reaching unprecedented heights. Madame Fanghua, having grown accustomed to the brutality of the inner palace, remained relatively composed, fully aware that these two eunuchs could not be permitted to live. Listen carefully, I have questions for you. Be honest, or your demise will be far worse than his. Xing Bang declared, releasing his grip. The freed eunuch immediately crumpled to the ground, kneeling before Xing Bang, afraid to even breathe, his body trembling uncontrollably. Please spare me. I shall never dare again. Ask whatever you wish. I will not utter a single falsehood, he pleaded, bowing his head repeatedly. Xing Bang let out a cold snort. Who ordered you to act this way? Responding to your question, esteemed eunuch, I believe you are more familiar with the rules of the Shadow Palace than I. It is customary to deliberately make things difficult for others, and tonight, it was our own folly, the eunuch replied. Xing Bang understood that these eunuchs, even without direct orders, often took pleasure in tormenting the once mighty concubines, indulging their twisted sense of superiority as lowly servants. Did Eunuch Wu from the medical office visit today? Eunuch Wu did come, instructing us to take good care of the lady, while also making her life difficult. Do you merely follow Eunuch Wu's orders without question? Xing Bang mused. Suspecting that Eunuch Wu was acting under the Empress's directive, Eunuch Wu gave us 50 taels of silver each, and whenever we have ailments, we seek his assistance. Thus, Xing Bang cast a glance at the large bathing tub. That item was sent by Eunuch Wu as well? No, it was not us who delivered it. It was Eunuch Su who sent it. He instructed us to prepare water for the ladies' baths every few days, along with several changes of clothing. Coincidentally, Eunuch Wu arrived around that time, saw the bathing tub and wooden basin, and did not comment further, merely offering a few words of advice before leaving. As Xing Bang contemplated, he wondered if Eunuch Wu's intimidating demeanor stemmed from his ignorance of the bathing tub's delivery, or if Eunuch Su had discreetly summoned him, suspecting a connection between him and the incident, seeking to extract information. Clearly, Eunuch Wu had not obtained anything from him, instead sending him and Xiao Niuzai to assist Madame Fanghua with hot water for her feet, likely testing his intentions. It was evident that if he dared to harm Madame Fanghua without reservation, it would signify that Xing Bang was not his adversary, akin to pledging allegiance, granting him some assurance. He pondered deeply, searching for any overlooked details. The eunuch, trembling and with a furrowed brow, suddenly recalled something. Indeed, today I learned from a maidservant by Master Su's side that the 6th prince has taken on the duties of the Ministry of Revenue. It is said that the Empress now wields immense power within the entire harem, and there are whispers that Lady Fanghua may. At this moment, Lady Fanghua let out a cold snort. No wonder you two servants are so audacious. You believe this palace will never have the chance to rise again, do you? The eunuch hurriedly bowed his head, pleading for mercy. My lady, I shall never dare again. I will serve you well from now on, and will not entertain any ill intentions. Lady Fanghua, troubled, turned her head away. Xingtong did not waste any more words and struck the eunuch's forehead with a palm, causing the latter's pupils to dilate in shock, and he fell lifeless. Lady Fanghua sighed, her expression complex. Softly, she said, Little Tong, you have sunk deeper into this mire. I truly do not know what to say. Your kindness, alas. Sister, why speak of such things? We are like two grasshoppers tied to the same string, irrevocably bound together, Xingtong replied. Lady Fanghua sighed again, acknowledging that it was her sister who had drawn him into this predicament. She wondered if there would ever be an opportunity to repay him in this lifetime. Xingtong smiled knowingly, assuring her that there would certainly be a chance. Of course, if you feel particularly indebted, you can repay me now. Lady Fanghua gazed at Xingtong, her brows slightly furrowing. Now, how could I repay you, sister? Perhaps by offering yourself to me. Xingtong teased with a mischievous grin. Lady Fanghua first trembled inexplicably. Then her fair face flushed slightly. Do not jest with me, sister. However, if you truly desire something, as long as it is not too excessive, I might acquiesce. With that, Lady Fanghua slowly closed her eyes. Heavens! A tempest of emotions surged within Xingtong. The sensation was overwhelming. Yet, reason reminded him that the present circumstances did not allow for such indulgences. Not only did they need to dispose of the two bodies, but they could not linger too long. If Xiao Niuzai discovered his absence, he would find himself in dire straits. Hee, sister, you smell so delightful. Despite his efforts to restrain himself, Xingtong could not resist a tender kiss, marking a crossing of a significant threshold. Lady Fanghua opened her eyes, her brows arching slightly, followed by a gentle smile. What a foolish boy. Xingtong chuckled. Sister, whether I am a foolish boy, you will know in the future. Lady Fanghua paused, clearly not grasping the underlying meaning. Her intention was that a simple embrace was permissible, and subconsciously, she found an inexplicable comfort in being close to Xingtong. Having spent so many years in the harem, how could she be unaware of the relationships between eunuchs and maidens? Or the way even consorts could not resist the charms of eunuchs in moments of solitude? As someone who had experienced this herself, Lady Fanghua was well aware of the intricate dynamics at play. Little Tong, how do you plan to handle these two eunuchs? In a moment, I shall drag him out, secure the door, and cast him into the deep well. Madame Fanghua emitted a soft hum. convinced that the resolute and decisive Xing Bang would undoubtedly handle the matter with utmost precision. This evening, in her heart, Xing Bang had ascended to a new height. She could profoundly resonate with the fluttering sensation she experienced when Xing Bang had encountered her, reminiscent of the innocent excitement of her youth. As Xing Bang prepared to depart, an idea suddenly struck him. Sister, if what this young eunuch has stated is true, someone must be watching over you from the shadows. It certainly cannot be Su Guang. For if he harbored such intentions, he would not have waited until now. Have you given any thought to who this person might be? Chapter 23. Did the eunuchs think they could take lives as if they were in their own abode? I find myself utterly perplexed. After His Majesty appointed the crown prince, fearing suspicion from the emperor and potential leverage in the hands of the empress, I had previously exchanged words with my family. Moreover, my father and brothers, all of whom are men of the military, would never condescend to associate with these eunuchs. I even pondered whether the empress might be concocting some insidious scheme. Xing Bang was on the verge of inquiring if Madame Fanghua's family had covertly intervened on her behalf, yet upon hearing her words, he dismissed the notion. Given the gravity of the crown prince's safety, Madame Fanghua's family would undoubtedly exercise utmost caution. Besides, they are a prestigious family. They would be more concerned with safeguarding their reputation than risking complications over trivial matters. According to the eunuch's account and the demeanor of eunuch Wu, it is evident that Wu was unaware of the circumstances, implying that the empress did not orchestrate this situation. At this juncture, there is no need for further investigation. With the demise of these two eunuchs, clarity will soon emerge. Considering all these factors, Xing Bang was left with an impression that this person merely sought to assist Madame Fanghua. At the very least, the situation would not deteriorate further. Rather, with someone stirring the pot, Madame Fanghua might find herself in a more secure position. Upon hearing Xing Bang's words, Madame Fanghua furrowed her brow, seemingly lost in thought, before shaking her head and murmuring, "That seems rather unlikely," just as Xing Bang was about to inquire if she had come to a realization. Madame Fanghua regained her composure and replied, "Perhaps I am overthinking. You make a valid point. We shall simply observe how things unfold. My greatest concern now is for your well-being. The death of two minor eunuchs is hardly remarkable, but given the timing, the situation may be far from straightforward. In any case, after we dispose of these two eunuchs' bodies, you must exercise utmost caution." Xing Bang nodded earnestly. "You too. Take care of yourself. Otherwise, who shall I turn to for my gratitude?" Madame Fanghua responded with a soft hum, assuring him she would be just fine. Little Bang. As Xing Bang prepared to leave, Madame Fanghua suddenly called out to him, "Yes, sister, is there something else?" As he turned to look, he was met with a quivering, voluptuous silhouette that stirred a flame deep within him. Madame Fanghua, slightly flustered, replied, "No, nothing at all. Just be careful." Xing Bang acknowledged her, lifting the bodies of the two eunuchs and making his way out. Damn it, tonight was supposed to be a romantic evening, and she had felt a flicker of emotion as Madame Fanghua gazed at Xing Bang's retreating figure. Her heart raced, and an inexplicable sense of emptiness enveloped her. After all, she was a woman. Over time, neglect would surely lead to desiccation. Despite knowing he was merely a dashing young eunuch, she found herself inexplicably stirred by a ripple of restlessness deep within. With a deep sigh, Madame Fanghua mused, if only Little Bang were a man, he would undoubtedly be a remarkable one. Xing Bang could only recall seeing a well when he first arrived at the sun-baked area, not too far from where he stood. Beyond that, he was quite unaware of the surroundings. Although he possessed great strength, carrying two individuals would undoubtedly diminish his capabilities, compelling him to swiftly discard the burden and retreat for a well-deserved rest. He hastened towards the well. Someone is there? Nangong Shui, unable to find solace in sleep, was troubled when she sensed unusual movement outside her door. Despite the lightness of the footsteps, her refined senses, honed through her formidable cultivation, discerned that something was amiss. Since she was restless and unable to sleep, she thought it prudent to investigate, reasoning that anyone she might encounter could not be exceptionally skilled. With this in mind, she stepped outside. Indeed, after not going far, she spotted a figure by the well, two lifeless bodies discarded nearby. It dawned on her that this person intended to dispose of the corpses. This simply would not do. They could not be left here, as she needed the water within the well for her laundry and other tasks. Ignorance was one thing, but to witness the act and then be unable to utilize the well's resources was unacceptable. Upon reaching the well, Xing Bang carelessly tossed a body aside, first confirming that it was not a dry well, but rather quite deep. Just as he lifted another corpse, he felt a sudden rush behind him and swiftly dodged to the side. A stone whizzed past him. Damn it, someone's here. Xing Bang cursed inwardly. He contemplated fleeing, but hesitated, uncertain if his assailant had caught a glimpse of his face. He could not afford to recklessly turn around. Remaining rooted in place, he steeled himself, waiting to see if the stranger would strike. However, after a prolonged moment of vigilance, he discerned no immediate threat. While he could not ascertain the stranger's intentions, he surmised that they did not aim to capture him. With this realization, his courage surged. He decided to dispose of the body regardless, knowing that whether his adversary was strong or weak, escape would be inevitable. Just as he grasped the corpse again, another stone flew toward him. Curse it, I see now, they're preventing me from discarding the body. The force behind the stone suggested it was not launched from a great distance, but given his current lack of strength, he recognized the risk of exposure if he could not overpower the opponent. Regret washed over him for not being more discreet, clad in unmistakable eunuch attire. He had neglected to cover his face. I swear, this will be the last time I act so carelessly. Though he considered forcefully tossing the body, he feared that provoking his adversary could lead to dire consequences. Strength truly is a double-edged sword. One only realizes its scarcity when it is most needed. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Nangong Shui furrowed her brow, perplexed by the individual's apparent ineptitude. Despite her warnings, he stood idly by, oblivious to the urgency of the situation. She had no interest in his body disposal. She merely wished for him to relocate to a more appropriate spot. Dressed in night attire, the eunuch believed he could dispose of bodies as if in his own home. As she muttered to herself, her focus remained keenly fixed on Xing Bang's silhouette. Her curiosity piqued regarding this audacious individual. Truly, he was bold and brave. In a moment of panic during his inaugural attempt, he realized he had forgotten the dark cloth nearby. With a swift motion, Xing Bang slapped his forehead and tore a large piece of fabric from the side of a eunuch, decisively draping it over his face. A soft chuckle escaped Nangong lips as she witnessed this scene unfold, though she quickly stifled her amusement. The night was unusually still, and that single laugh allowed Xing Bang to ascertain her approximate location. It was a woman. Without hesitation, he executed a rapid maneuver, pivoting sharply towards the source of the sound. There was no turning back for Xing Bang. Leaving without understanding the situation was not an option. Yet, he remained composed, having discerned that the other party had no intention of engaging in combat. Moreover, based on the speed and force of the stone she had thrown, she did not seem particularly formidable. With his enhanced agility, he reasoned that escape would remain a viable option should it become necessary. Nangong was taken aback, never anticipating such a tactic from her opponent, and Chapter 24, Nangong Shui. I perceive you to be a person of virtue. Nangong Shui was utterly taken aback by the sudden assault. Mere moments ago, she had jested at the other's naivety, and now the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. Could it be that the mere act of donning a mask had incited such ferocity? Alas, I am not masked. By the time Nangong Shui regained her composure, several breaths had elapsed, and the specter of her opponent loomed perilously close, leaving her no time to contemplate any form of concealment. Beware of the hidden weapons. As Xing Bang approached, she instinctively halted her movements and sidestepped. To her astonishment, he was merely feigning an attack. Seizing the opportunity presented by Xing Bang's evasive maneuver, Nangong Shui unleashed a powerful strike aimed at his face. Good heavens, this woman is relentless. Xing Bang deftly evaded her assault, and at that moment, he finally discerned her visage. Naturally, Nangong Shui could not see his features, and having missed her initial strike, she swiftly executed a spinning kick. By all that is holy, this woman is intent on a fierce confrontation. Xing Bang managed to block her attack, but was forced to retreat several steps, the impact stinging his palms. Given that Nangong Shui possessed a higher cultivation level, she evidently excelled in close-quarters combat. Cease this at once. Do not strike further, Xing Bang exclaimed, hastily removing his mask. At that juncture, Nangong Shui also recognized him. It's you. We shall converse later. First, assist me in disposing of those two corpses. Without hesitation, Nangong Shui followed Xing Bang to the edge of a well. This is the only location I know. If you refuse to let me discard them here, you must guide me to another suitable place. Xing Bang did not inquire further, as the situation was quite apparent. Follow me. He lifted the bodies and proceeded. For this was not the time for reminiscing about past joys and sorrows. Nangong Shui led him to a nearby area resembling a refuse heap of discarded fabric, where another well, wider than the previous one, awaited. Let us dispose of them here. This site is frequently used for discarding waste dye and impurities, and it is sufficiently deep. How deep? Nangong Shui furrowed her brow. I cannot say. It is, in any case, exceedingly deep. Do not dawdle. Throw them in without delay. Xing Bang swiftly cast the two bodies into the well. May I confess that my earlier inquiry was purely habitual? This place is so filthy that it is unlikely anyone would come here, correct? Suddenly, Nangong Shui's expression tightened. What? You do not intend to eliminate me, do you? Xing Bang chuckled. What do you think? How could I possibly know? I presume you would not. Why not? We have only met but once. I sense that you are a person of integrity. Xing Bang smiled wryly. I have no desire to be regarded as a paragon. In these times, it is the virtuous who perish first. Good deeds go unrewarded. By the way, it seems that few are aware of your formidable skills. Do you not entertain thoughts of silencing me? What do you think? Good heavens, you have taken to teasing me as well? Xing Bang chuckled softly, leaning forward, the pleasant scent about her becoming more pronounced. Surprisingly, she did not shy away, truly believing herself to be a virtuous individual. If you have silenced me, who will attend to your ailment? Nangong Shui's face flushed crimson. You. I have indeed rendered you a significant service. Thus, in gratitude, I propose this. I will come to your assistance at this time. You misunderstand. That is not my intention. Enough of this conversation. Nangong Shui, feeling increasingly embarrassed, instinctively took 2 steps back. I am not one to owe favors, hence I must assist you with this matter. If you happen to have other requests, do not hesitate to mention them. Of course, if you find it inconvenient to seek me out, you are welcome to reach out as well. That is not the same. For now, this is the only favor I require from you. No, that is incorrect. Aside from this, I have no other requests. Nangong Shui's face turned a deeper shade of red, her mind seemingly muddled, struggling to articulate her thoughts correctly, wishing desperately to find a crevice to hide in. Nangong Shui, at the end of the day, do you not simply wish for assistance with this favor? Sighing, she felt the weight of embarrassment, truly unable to find rest. Xing Bang stifled a laugh and said earnestly, I comprehend your intent. Are you not implying that you wish for my help with this matter? Nangong Shui, reading his expression, softly affirmed with a quiet Well then, it is getting late. We should hasten our departure from here. Nangong Shui was utterly at a loss for words, fearing that if the conversation continued, it might lead to an impromptu decision. Very well. We shall settle on this. I owe you a favor, and you may summon me whenever you wish. After you please. Nangong Shui did not hesitate. Understanding Xing Bang's intentions, he was truly a considerate man. Not that. Being a eunuch, is not entirely without its merits. Xing Bang followed her gaze until she entered her quarters before departing, now aware of her residence. The following day, Xing Bang awoke naturally. When Xiao Nyozi called for him early, he immediately retorted, You sleep like a pig. My hands burned with pain throughout the night. Should you not assist me? Regardless of whether the inexplicably missing 2 eunuchs were under investigation, Xing Bang felt he should refrain from his usual early rising. After all, he bore an injury. Deviating from routine seemed the wisest approach to navigate this murky situation. Human thoughts often operate this way. If there are no issues at hand, one might commend you for rising early despite an injury. However, should suspicion arise, an early riser with an injury may be seen as guilty. Thus, it was better to recline in bed, keeping others guessing, perhaps allowing for whispers of minor ailments and feigned groans of discomfort. Nevertheless, Xing Bang could not remain in bed indefinitely without appearing pretentious. He merely chose to rise later than usual. In the courtyard, only the swollen-faced Xiao Nyozi was hard at work. Eunuch Wu had risen early, yet after completing his morning routine, remained sequestered in his chamber, the door tightly shut, raising serious suspicions that he might be indulging in some private pastime. At that moment, the esteemed chief of the violent chamber, Su Guang, accompanied by his 2 formidable aides, arrived amidst the chill of a wintry day, fanning himself, resembling an assistant warding off admirers. Xing Bang cast a glance at Su Guang, noting his displeased countenance, intuitively aware that his ire stemmed from the demise of two eunuchs the previous day. "Greetings to you, Master Su." Xing Bang and Xiao Nyozi hastened forward to pay their respects. "Please summon Master Wu. It seems fortuitous that you are all present, as I shall await him here in the courtyard," Su Guang commanded. No sooner had he spoken than Master Wu emerged, striding purposefully into the center of the courtyard. "Master Su, your esteemed presence this early in the morning is a considerable honor. I regret my failure to greet you properly," he said. "Xiao Nyozi, why do you linger? Quickly, fetch tea for Master Su," he instructed, gesturing towards a nearby stone table in a courteous manner. Without hesitation, Su Guang seated himself, with Master Wu following suit, while Xing Bang stood attentively behind them. Xiao Nyozi soon returned with 2 cups of tea, leaving the younger brother only to observe in silence. Su Guang raised his cup to sip, only to spit out a few tea leaves. "Xiao Nyozi, I neglected to inquire earlier. What has transpired to your face?" Chapter 25. Assigned to the alley in response to Master Su's words, the young fellow mumbled incoherently about yesterday. Enough of that, he thought. Upon hearing him speak, Su nearly spat out the tea he had just sipped. The boy's words were as tasteless as wax. Master Su chuckled, recognizing the youth's audacity. It was evident that some servants needed to be properly disciplined, otherwise they would forget their place, for in essence, they were merely akin to dogs. Sugua, unwilling to back down, retorted sharply. On the surface, both appeared calm, yet astute observers could discern the veiled barbs exchanged between them, each refusing to yield to the other. "Oh, by the way, Master Su, you've come so early. Surely, you didn't come merely for a cup of tea?" Master Wu, fully aware that he was being subtly criticized, maintained his composure and refrained from engaging in further verbal sparring, recognizing that any prolonged exchange could lead to unnecessary friction. Clearing his throat, Sugwa stated, "This morning, I received reports that 2 eunuchs assigned to the alley have gone missing. The entire area has been searched thoroughly, yet there are no signs of them, alive or dead." The alley referred to the prison within the brothel, a narrow path flanked by rows of rooms. The brothel, though smaller in scale, housed such alleys akin to those found in other establishments. Sugwa's implication was clear. The 2 were likely dead, for escape was inconceivable within the confines of the brothel. "So, Master Su, your early visit to me isn't for an investigation into our affairs, is it?" Master Wu's expression remained unfazed. In his eyes, the demise of 2 unknown eunuchs was hardly a matter of concern. Naturally, Sugwa felt no ripple of disturbance over this news, for he had deliberately placed those eunuchs in the alley to aid in his financial dealings. The role of overseeing the alley was indeed lucrative, as those who found themselves in trouble or had erred would often pay handsomely to mitigate their suffering. However, the 2 eunuchs had only partaken in some broth, with most of the profits lining Sugwa's pockets. With a sly smile, he remarked, "As you say, even if these 2 eunuchs have crossed you, Master Wu, it is merely they're just deserts. What can I say? Do not misunderstand. I am merely here to inquire as a matter of routine. After all, these eunuchs have served alongside me for some time. It would be remiss to let their fates remain a mystery, lest it discourage others from serving in this establishment, leaving me, a lavish husband, as a mere figurehead. Very well, my medical team is present. Should Master Su have any inquiries, feel free to ask." Master Wu had little to say, for Sugwa was, after all, his superior, and who would dare openly defy the rules of the palace. A flicker of pride crossed Sugwa's face as he continued, "Master Wu, you and your 2 young aides interacted with those 2 eunuchs yesterday. Do you happen to know what transpired?" The words of Master Su are indeed intriguing, suggesting a suspicion that the demise of those 2 eunuchs may somehow be connected to our household. Let us not succumb to anger. It is only proper that I provide an explanation to the higher authorities. This is merely a matter of public duty, addressing the facts at hand. The 2 eunuchs had interactions with you prior to their deaths, which theoretically does not exclude the possibility of some discord. Would you not agree, Master Wu? Indeed, I have visited those 2 eunuchs, including young Bangzi and young Nyozi, at Madame Fanghua's residence, and our household acknowledges this. As for the purpose of my visit, I can disclose the truth, should Master Su wish to hear it. Furthermore, since we are on this subject, may I inquire about the bathing tub on the 17th? Having resided in this palace for several decades, I have never encountered such a regulation. Master Wu spoke with an air of superiority, causing Su Guang's expression to sour slightly. Xing Bang could not help but admire Master Wu's astuteness. He truly is a seasoned veteran. Brother Wu, you exaggerate. Is it truly necessary for us to engage in such disputes? They are but two eunuchs. Given your words, I shall refrain from further inquiries on this matter. Su Guang had intended to counter Master Wu's assertions, but he found himself outmaneuvered and speechless. Although the matter of the bathing tub was not initiated by him, he could only laugh it off, knowing that excessive discussion would lead to complications. Su Guang was well aware that Master Wu was also trying to extract information from him. Both of them were cunning foxes, fully aware of each other's ploys. Nevertheless, he could not comprehend why the master of the inner court would instruct him to deliver bathing items and change of clothing to Madame Fanghua. Simultaneously, he perceived that Master Wu seemed equally uninformed about the matter. In essence, he was merely following orders, lost in confusion. Thank you, dear Brother Su, Master Wu said, his smile concealing a sense of triumph. Brother Wu, this matter can be considered closed. In fact, I came early this morning to discuss another official matter with you. You jest, dear brother. You are a high-ranking official. Anything concerning official business should be communicated openly. We are duty-bound to assist as much as we can. Master Wu replied insincerely, forcing a laugh. Su Guang chuckled softly. I appreciate your support, brother. As you know, our personnel are already stretched thin. And with the death of those two eunuchs, we are short-handed in the alley. With that, Su Guang turned to Xing Bang. I wish to transfer young Bangzi over for a period of assistance, if it would not impose too greatly on you, Master Wu. Of course, young Bangzi is still under your command. Should you require his services, do not hesitate to ask. I initially considered temporarily reallocating young Nyozi as well. However, I believe you need someone by your side, so we shall have young Bangzi fill in for the time being. Master Wu furrowed his brow, deep in thought, inwardly cursing Su Guang for placing him in a difficult position. I realize this may pose a challenge for you, as your personnel are limited. You know that working in the alley is not a task for just anyone. Clumsiness is unacceptable. We find young Bangzi to be quite sharp and suitable for the role. Alas, this task of mine is quite arduous. I humbly beseech you, dear brother, to assist me. Su Guang bore an expression of profound struggle. Truly a fitting candidate for an official, adept in both grand and minute matters, and his bureaucratic tone was impressively smooth. Given that Brother Su has stated thus, it seems we have no choice but to acquiesce, both in public duty and private regard. Very well, then, you may take the little stick with you shortly. Su Guang's face instantly lit up with a smile, expressing gratitude for the generosity of his elder brother. No need for such formality. Let us proceed with this arrangement. With that, Master Wu lifted his teacup to sip, signaling unmistakably that it was time to part ways without further ceremony. Of course, Xing Bang was more than willing to take up duties in the alley, as it would grant him greater freedom and the opportunity to meet more individuals. How curious it is that this old eunuch, Wu Jing, would be so agreeable. Chapter 26. Have you not yet embraced a woman in slumber? With that, Brother Wu, you may attend to your affairs. I have some matters to address and shall take my leave. You, remain here, and once Xiao Bangzi has organized his belongings, escort him to his lodgings. After arranging everything, Su Guang departed with his assistant, who wielded a fan. Wu Gonggong cast a glance at Xing Bang and, without uttering a word, retreated to his chamber. Esteemed Gonggong, please take a moment to sit. I shall tidy up a bit before we depart. Xing Bang greeted him before fetching a cup of tea, heading to Wu Gonggong's room. Gonggong, please enjoy this tea. Ah, it appears you possess some conscience, young man. Wu Gonggong accepted the tea bowl from Xing Bang with evident satisfaction. Xing Bang then feigned a melancholic expression. Gonggong, I have no desire to venture into any alleys. I merely wish to stay by your side. I have already developed an attachment here. Serving in the alleys pales in comparison to performing menial tasks for you. This is indeed a commendation from our esteemed lord. By the way, I forgot to mention that Su Gonggong is one of the favored adopted sons of the esteemed Chao Gonggong, who is a favored attendant to His Majesty, possessing greater influence than even the Empress herself. Thus, if you diligently follow Su Gonggong, who knows, we may one day seek to align ourselves with you. Wu Gonggong spoke in a sarcastic tone, revealing that Su Guang indeed had powerful backing, with the Yedingling serving as the grand overseer of the inner palace. A position replete with authority. Gonggong, you flatter me. No matter where I go, my roots remain with you. Besides, no matter how powerful Chao Gonggong may be, he cannot surpass our empress. Xing Bang understood well that this old eunuch was subtly insinuating something. Wu Gongong's roundabout remarks illuminated why he so readily allowed Xing Bang to leave. He did not feel betrayed and perhaps considered Xing Bang more valuable in Su Guang's company. Conversely, Su Guang too sought to leverage Xing Bang. In essence, without rivalry, it would no longer be a harem. Young Bangzi, you are indeed a wise individual. Our family has not misjudged you. Wu Jing seemed to have heard the most pleasing words, and he expressed his delight in praising Xing Bang. It is all thanks to the training of Gongong. Enough flattery. If you truly care, come by to converse and share tea when you have leisure, and I shall be thoroughly content. Rest assured, I will certainly visit you often, esteemed Gongong. Such sweet words merely served as a reminder to himself that he must promptly report any significant developments. Subsequently, Wu Gongong waved his hand, signaling that Xing Bang should return to his room to gather his belongings, which amounted to little more than 2 changes of clothing. Pighead. Ah, no, Cow Gongong. I shall take my leave now. I will return when time permits. As Xing Bang finished packing, he did not forget to taunt the young laborer working in the courtyard. The young laborer merely huffed in annoyance, remaining silent, for even if he spoke, it would be indistinct. It is evident that the young lad is somewhat envious of Xing Bang, for remaining in the apothecary is exceedingly dull, compounded by the irritable temperament of the peculiar eunuch Wu, whose service is fraught with trepidation, as one fears that a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. The two soon arrived at their lodgings, situated in a modest courtyard at the very end of a narrow alley. Though it was a fair distance from Madame Fanghua's room number 17, it was notably close to Nangong Shui's quarters. This residence accommodates 7 individuals, including a cook and various laborers. Originally, this chamber was occupied by the 2 deceased, but now it has been bestowed upon you, allowing for solitary habitation. Moreover, all remnants of those 2 departed souls have been disposed of, and the bedding has been replaced this very morning. Upon entering the room, the eunuch who accompanied Xing Bang began to speak. Xing Bang glanced at the bedding, which appeared freshly changed. Although he bore no fear of the 2 eunuchs he had slain, he harbored a slight aversion to using their possessions, finding it somewhat distasteful. Thank you, but may I inquire your esteemed name, sir? The eunuch humbly replied, You need not stand on ceremony. Simply call me Xiao Jinzi. You owe your gratitude to our benefactor, Eunuch Su. It is he who has arranged for your good fortune. Xing Bang tossed his belongings onto the bed and remarked, While I appreciate that, I must also express my gratitude to you. Since there is little to attend to at the moment, I shall accompany you to report to Eunuch Su. As a means of expressing my appreciation, Xiao Jinzi nodded. No wonder Eunuch Su wishes to promote you. You certainly possess a keen understanding of matters. Very well. Let us proceed together, for Eunuch Su likely has tasks for you as well, he continued. As they spoke, Xing Bang closed the door and followed Xiao Jinzi to the office. Upon hearing Xiao Jinzi mention Su Guang's promotion, Xing Bang discerned a deeper implication. It was not merely a matter of Xing Bang's apparent cleverness, but perhaps Su Guang sought to cultivate an alliance, considering the more clandestine matters they shared, as if they were inextricably linked. Contemplating this, Xing Bang felt a surge of longing for Wan Yanran, surmising that she too harbored similar sentiments. Now, having moved out of the apothecary, meeting her would be considerably simpler. Eunuch Su, I have settled Xiao Bangzi as requested. Upon entering, Xing Bang noted that the room remained the same as before. Su Guang was still Su Guang, yet the 2 maids from last time had been replaced. A mere eunuch could indulge in such comforts. One day, when he himself governs the Yao Hall or even the inner palace, he would surely ascend to great heights. Both maids were quite charming, though they did not meet the standards set by the Fanghua Baojian. It seemed that the women of the palace aged and lost their allure, with none appearing particularly unattractive. Nonetheless, Xing Bang's aspirations were set on those of exceptional beauty and grace. Little Bangzi, overseeing the alley is indeed a commendable task. Given our previous encounter, we have formed a slight bond, and recognizing your intelligence, I have entrusted you with this coveted position that many covet in vain. Therefore, you must not disappoint my goodwill. The alley is of utmost importance. I hope you will manage it diligently and not let me down. Xing Bang deeply comprehends the underlying meaning. It essentially conveys that he is to serve as a worker, diligently attending to daily tasks while yielding the benefits to him. Lord Su recognizes and nurtures talent. Rest assured, young Bangzi will not disappoint you in your earnest intentions. He shall certainly execute the tasks at hand with utmost finesse. However, being youthful, if there are any shortcomings, I kindly request your guidance, my lord. Su Guang chuckled heartily. Young Bangzi, you are quite astute. I shall refrain from elaborating further. As long as you diligently follow my lead, rewards will certainly come your way. With that, Su Guang pointed towards a maid standing nearby, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Here, we are not bound by the rigid customs of Lord Wu. As long as you demonstrate merit, I shall bestow generous rewards upon you. Young Bangzi, I suspect you have yet to embrace a woman in slumber, have you? Chapter 27, The Alley. Boldly seeking a target, Xing Bang shook his head. For this reason alone, Lord Su was far more endearing, with his penchant for indulging in the company of women being a pursuit in itself. Although he could merely hold a woman while sleeping, the thought of embracing a woman was undoubtedly tempting. Su Guang, with a mischievous grin, remarked while playfully pinching the waist of a maid beside him. Dare not deceive the Lord. I have considered it. Hearing this, Su Guang erupted into a sharp laugh. Who would have thought you'd be so candid? I appreciate your straightforwardness. As a newly castrated young eunuch, if you were to encounter a beautiful woman and not harbor any thoughts, that would be quite peculiar. Regardless of what other eunuchs may think, I believe having a woman to warm one's feet is a joy and pleasure in itself. Returning to the matter at hand, he continued, if you wish to thrive under my patronage, know that we are never short of women here. Xing Bang grasped the implication. As long as one possessed the strength, one could revel in the liberties of this domain. Use you? He had anticipated that Lord Su would assertively push the maid aside. Internally, he cursed, feeling the absurdity of the situation. Nevertheless, this could also be seen as a demonstration of power. Although the interactions between eunuchs and maids were commonplace within the palace, they remained rather discreet. For all the women in the harem ultimately belonged to the emperor. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. I shall strive diligently, Xing Bang replied. Smart lad. I shan't say more. If there's nothing further, you may take your leave. I wish to indulge in a nap. Su Guang yawned and waved his hand, signaling for Xing Bang and the maid, Xiao Jin's, to exit. Naturally, the two maids remained behind. Cursed be the day, he truly knew how to enjoy life. Xing Bang returned to his quarters alone, while Xiao Jin's, being Su Guang's attendant, resided in that courtyard. Finally, he had temporarily escaped the clutches of that old schemer, Wu Jing, and could pursue his endeavors without such trepidation. Upon returning to his room, he stretched languidly upon the bed, grateful to have a space of his own. With 4,000 experience points amassed, it was imperative to enhance his capabilities without delay. Soon enough, Xing Bang elevated his strength from the third level of solidification, 4,000, to the fourth level, 5,000. The required experience points were increasing exponentially, and he needed to gather them swiftly. However, he could now traverse the alley openly. His first task was to investigate all those women, like Madame Fanghua, who were not readily available. The women working in the Yao Pavilion were categorized into two types. The first lacked skills, relegated to menial tasks, with many akin to the brutish women of the brothels. Thus their quality was rather mediocre. The second category consisted of skilled artisans, capable of sericulture, silk spinning, weaving, and garment making. One could only imagine the number of beauties that lay within. The journey ahead is both arduous and profound. The violent room is merely a starting point. The moment one can command the entire hidden courtyard marks the commencement of an invincible ascent. Of course, Nangong Shui and her mother, being the family of a condemned minister, reside in the alley, yet their status pales in comparison to that of Lady Fanghua. At the very least, they are not subjected to confinement and must engage in daily labor. In this courtyard, 3 individuals are specifically tasked with tending the fire and preparing meals, while the remaining 4 serve as minor eunuchs, responsible for attending to the needs of the confined women or concubines. After a little over an hour, the minor eunuchs began delivering the first meal of the day, as there are only 2 meals served here. According to the original plan, Xing Bang accompanied them to deliver the food, with the 4 individuals assigned to different sections. Xing Bang followed the eunuch who was delivering to the front. Although there are many rooms, not all are occupied. Numerous chambers remain vacant, and their conditions vary, leading to an erratic arrangement rather than a sequential order. In simple terms, those who receive care are placed in better accommodations, while those neglected are relegated to the most dismal quarters. After delivering to several rooms, not only did he fail to find the individual he sought, but the stench also became unbearable. Especially as the duration of occupancy increased, the odor intensified within the confined spaces where all bodily functions occurred. If the minor eunuchs do not benefit, it is not unusual for weeks to pass without any cleaning. Soon, they arrived at room 17, the residence of Lady Fanghua. Xiao Shizi, you can handle the rest. I truly cannot endure any longer. You've managed to hold back your nausea for half a day, which is quite impressive. With a grin, Xiao Shizi acknowledged and departed. Xing Bang, what brings you here? You're not here to serve, are you? Lady Fanghua inquired. Her surprise mingled with an unmistakable delight that she could not conceal. Xing Bang nodded. Sister, I'll be able to care for you better from now on. Isn't that exciting? Lady Fanghua smiled slightly, her excitement evident. With him around, at least she would no longer feel the urge to discard her meals. Is that all? Xing Bang asked with a grin. Lady Fanghua regarded him, her brow slightly furrowed. Of course, seeing you every day will certainly lift my spirits. At least I will not feel so desolate. Xing Bang moved a bit closer to Lady Fanghua. Sister, if you ever find yourself unable to sleep at night, I could sneak over to keep you company. I could stay the entire night without a care. A warmth enveloped Lady Fanghua's heart, and her mind inexplicably conjured a myriad of chaotic thoughts. How reassuring it would be to have someone to lean on while sleeping at night. Sister, what do you think of my idea? Lady Fanghua, coming to her senses, noticed Xing Bang gazing at her with a beaming smile, causing her ears to flush with warmth. It's a good idea, but you must exercise caution. Please do not engage in anything too outrageous just to please me. Xing Bang flashed a mischievous smile. Sister, fret not. Even if I were to attend to you during your bath, it would hardly be considered inappropriate. On another day, while you indulge in your bath, I shall provide you with a soothing massage. My technique is rather commendable. All right, little rascal, cease your prattle. It is broad daylight, Lady Fanghua replied, her complexion growing more radiant. She found it peculiar. Having a eunuch assist during a bath was not uncommon, yet upon hearing his words, her emotions stirred, accompanied by an unexpected sense of anticipation. Xing Bang chuckled. Very well, sister, do indulge in your meal first. One must eat well to have strength. Lady Fanghua acknowledged with a soft sound, then picked up a bun, taking small bites. This was a delicacy that Xing Bang had secretly prepared for her. Ah, sister, even the way you eat is so enchanting that it leaves me quite ravenous. After swallowing a morsel of the bun, Lady Fanghua smiled charmingly, extending the bun towards him. Here, have some. Xing Bang swallowed hard, eyeing the large, plump bun. Thank you, sister, but I think I shall partake another day. Lady Fanghua's brow furrowed. Little rascal, what are you saying? Chapter 28. The unhinged concubine. Xing Bang had intended to jest further, relishing the sight of her otherwise mature demeanor tinged with a hint of bashfulness. Suddenly, Madame Fanghua's expression grew solemn as a thought crossed her mind. Ah, Xiao Bangzi, since you are here in this alley performing your duties, I have a favor to ask of you. Xing Bang withdrew his gaze. What is it, sister? Speak freely. Whatever you propose, I shall wholeheartedly commit myself to it. It is not a matter concerning me. I refrained from mentioning it earlier at the apothecary, but there is a sister here, one with whom I share a good rapport, who has been wronged by the Empress and thus confined here by His Majesty. She has been imprisoned for approximately a year now. In the past, I could send someone to look after her, but in my current predicament, I can no longer attend to her needs. She is truly a pitiable soul. Her mental state seems to have deteriorated. I do not even know which room she is held in. In the future, I hope you can keep a watchful eye on her for me. Xing Bang smiled knowingly. I shall certainly pay her a visit this afternoon. I believe it will be worthwhile. Rest assured, sister, once I locate her, I will take good care of her. However, I shall not inquire about her name. Please describe her appearance so that I do not mistake her for someone else. Madame Fanghua smiled slightly. I thought your cleverness would render further explanation unnecessary. What sister of mine is not a vision of beauty? However, she possesses a most conspicuous trait, something uniquely, you should understand. In any case, it is remarkably distinctive. I doubt you could find another in the entire imperial harem. Sister, what do you mean? I do not quite comprehend, Xing Bang replied. A look of confusion on his face, the dramatist within him re-emerging. Madame Fanghua rolled her eyes. Do you not understand? Just a moment ago, you little rascal? Ah, caught red-handed. Xing Bang chuckled. Sister, you cannot blame me. It is simply that you are too enchanting. Your sweet tongue only knows how to flatter. Nonetheless, It is fortuitous that her mental state is somewhat unstable. Perhaps your occasional guidance would be beneficial. At that moment, Xiao Shizi arrived at the doorway, prompting Xing Bang to take his leave. These fallen concubines are indeed pitiable, mused Xiao Shizi. Like birds trapped in a cage, they see no glimmer of hope. Merely contemplating their plight saps the will to live. Once you have witnessed enough, it becomes routine. The one numbered 17 has only recently arrived, but in time, I fear she too will succumb to madness. Ah, and there is the 38th. She has been quite deranged, having been here for nearly a year. Enough of such talk. You shall soon witness it all for yourself. To be honest, Xiao Bangzi, I truly envy you. You have secured such a favorable position shortly after entering the palace. Unlike us who toil in exhausting and filthy work, it seems we may never see the light of day again. If you ascend to great heights in the future, do remember to look out for me, Xiao Shizi. Xiao Shizi's courtesy towards Xing Bang stemmed from his suspicion of a special connection with Su Guang, which likely facilitated this enviable and lucrative position for him. Fear not, Xiao Shizi. We shall be brothers in the same trench from now on, striving together. All right, my dear Xiao Bangzi. Do not hesitate to reach out if you find yourself in need of my assistance. There is no need for formality between us. Soon, the two returned to the courtyard. Xiao Shizi, however, could not afford to be idle, as he had chores like scrubbing the toilet awaiting him. Yet, the scrubbing of that toilet was certainly not without its rewards. One might only be diligent if some benefit was to be gained from it. Those without such advantages would have to wait patiently. Upon hearing Xiao Shizi's words, Xing Bang could basically ascertain that the sister mentioned by Madame Fanghua resided in room 38. When the next meal was delivered, he would accompany the servant to take a look. For now, being new to this place, it was prudent to observe the situation for a couple of days before acting. Xing Bang's duties, as Xiao Jinju had likely mentioned upon his arrival, were not of a higher status than that of a mere servant, yet he, like others, was handpicked by Master Su. Thus his tasks were somewhat easier. In truth, Xing Bang's responsibilities mostly involved running errands, essentially collecting offerings for Su Guang. If any room wished to curry favor, they would communicate with the eunuch delivering the meals. Additionally, when there was leisure time, it was customary to ensure that the inmates were kept in a state of discontent, regularly inspecting and finding various means to humiliate and torment them. Those with wealth would be spared, while those without would face increased suffering. This was an unspoken rule, one that was oddly favored by those toiling at the bottom, serving as a twisted outlet for their psychological frustrations and a form of consolation. Before long, it was time to deliver the second meal, and Xing Bang followed closely behind the eunuch escorting Xiao Shizi. Many of the room numbers along the way were vacant, and soon they arrived at room 38. Upon reaching the door, they were greeted by a cacophony of laughter and tears from within, the sounds somewhat hoarse. Surely, there could not be a madwoman locked away in there, Xing Bang inquired, feigning ignorance. Indeed, a deranged old hag, sometimes violent and scratching about. I often wish she would simply starve to death. Look at your timid nature. Even in her madness, she is but a weak woman. If you do not believe it, enter and experience it for yourself. Xing Bang had been anticipating this invitation, and as he spoke, he retrieved a steamed bun and a bowl of thin porridge. I shall deliver it myself. I do not believe it is as ominous as you suggest. Do not be skeptical. It is best to place the food down and leave quickly, for that madwoman may very well come at you, biting like a wild beast. With that, the young eunuch pushed the cart forward. Although the room was permeated with a musty odor, it was not overly unpleasant. After all, it had once housed a noble consort. Even if her mind was somewhat unhinged, there was no overt squalor. At the very least, the floor was free of debris. The woman sat at the edge of the bed, clad in simple white garments, her hair disheveled. Upon entering, Xing Bang did not flinch, muttering to himself incoherently, alternating between laughter and tears, though her face remained obscured. The most striking features described by Madame Fanghua were undeniably apparent. Xing Bang clicked his tongue in surprise. Such remarkable size was indeed rare. However, the woman possessed a slightly plump figure, exuding a sense of fullness that, overall, appeared quite proportionate. Her skin was as fair as that of the noble Lady Fanghua. This woman must feel immensely at ease. Xing Bang slowly approached her, inquiring if she could hear him clearly as it was time to dine. To his surprise, the woman gradually turned her head, her gaze somewhat vacant as she glanced at Xing Bang. Suddenly, she stood up, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, you have finally come to see me." With that, she excitedly grasped Xing Bang's hand. "Your Majesty, you must deliver justice for me. I am wronged." Before Xing Bang could utter a word, she released his hand, her lips trembling as if devoid of spirit. "Why? Why do you wish to harm me?" Observing her condition, Xing Bang realized she was undoubtedly in a state of severe psychological distress, likely due to the silence that accompanied her meals prior. My beloved concubine. Chapter 30. The invitation from Nangong Shui the following day, at the hour of the tiger. "Yinner, it is getting late. You should rest for a while. I must return now." Wan Yinran's face radiated joy. It was delightful to hear her speak like this. From now on, she would be addressed in such a manner. Her name should not be mentioned. Remember that. Xing Bang gazed at Wan Yinran, whose complexion was rosy yet whose expression betrayed her fatigue, and he felt a pang of sympathy and tenderness in his heart. "Good Yinner, hurry and indulge in a beautiful sleep. You have been through much throughout the night. Even I feel a bit distressed. It is all my fault." Wan Yinran swiftly covered Xing Bang's mouth, gently shaking her head. "I do not wish for you to blame yourself. Regardless, I am willing." Xing Bang clasped her hand. "All right, I shall not speak of it further. You should rest now. I will come to see you when I have the chance." "Yes, be careful on your way back." Wan Yinran was now aware of Xing Bang's commendable abilities, which alleviated her worries. She felt relieved that she had almost asked Su Guang to arrange another meeting with Xing Bang. Now she could rest easy, for she would never bring up this matter with Su Guang again. Xing Bang did not hesitate any longer and quickly rose. It was nearly the hour of the rabbit, and the palace's eunuchs and maidens would soon awaken to commence their daily duties. "Brother Xing, it is time to rise." Not long after Xing Bang lay down, Xiao Shizi entered with a basin of clear water. Their relationship was quite close, thanks in part to Xing Bang's adeptness at making grand promises. But he genuinely endeared himself to Xiao Shizi, a clever and considerate little eunuch. Privately, he was now addressed as Big Brother Xing. Initially, Xiao Shizi had called him Bangu, but Xing Bang corrected him, for Bangu should only be reserved for his women, and the younger brother must call him Brother Xing. "Thank you for your hard work, little brother." Xing Bang did not stand on ceremony, rising directly to wash his face. Each day, at this hour, Xiao Shizi would call him to bring water. Regardless of whether there were matters at hand, he had to rise. For the little golden boy besides Su Gonggong would come daily to check attendance. There was no choice. Such were the customs of the palace. "Mother, why are your eyes so red? Have you not rested well again last night?" Li Xiaowan scrutinized her mother's poor condition while dressing. Nangong Shui gently rubbed her eyes. "The medicine from the pharmacy is utterly useless. Must I truly seek him out?" Li Xiaowan frowned in confusion. "Mother, whom are you referring to?" Nangong Shui felt she had misspoken, her discomfort amplifying her agitation. "It is nothing. I merely meant to endure a little longer." "Mother, shall I go to the medical quarters and fetch you some cucumbers? You mentioned feeling much better after eating them the other day." "That is unnecessary." Nangong Shui's expression revealed some embarrassment. Truly, what a silly girl. If others overheard, they would surely find it amusing. "No, mother, I shall go at once. If you continue to endure like this, your health will suffer." Li Xiaowan sensed her mother's peculiar behavior. If the remedy was effective, why not continue its use? Her concern for her mother surged. Nan Gongxue swiftly grasped Li Xiaowan's arm, genuinely concerned that this headstrong girl might venture out. "Oh, you silly child. Your mother neglected to inform you that the cucumbers from the apothecary seem rather unclean. After consuming them, I experienced some stomach troubles, so please refrain from going there again." Li Xiaowan looked perplexed. After all, how could she know if she hadn't tea-tasted them? Furrowing her brow, she contemplated, "Oh, mother, the apothecary also cultivates eggplants and other vegetables. Would it not be prudent for me to procure some for you?" Nan Gongxue tightened her grip on her daughter, inwardly lamenting. "My dear child, please do not add to my troubles." She was acutely aware of her daughter's temperament. Unless she articulated a clear reason, she would likely persist in her inquiries. Shaking her head, she resolved, "Very well, Wanner, why don't you check if Xiao Bangzi is around? If he is, ask him to come here, as I have matters to discuss with him." "Mother, why summon Xiao Bangzi? Do you believe his presence will cure your ailment?" Li Xiaowan inquired with genuine curiosity. She had encountered Xing Bangzi several times over the past few days, despite his current role in overseeing them. It was unlikely he possessed solutions for every situation. Nan Gongxue wore a look of exasperation, pondering how her daughter had inherited such a profound curiosity. Well, Xiao Bangzi possesses some medical knowledge. Li Xiaowan frowned. He is skilled in medicine? How impressive. Indeed, if that is the case, I shall seek him out immediately, she declared. Nan Gongxue exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that her daughter was finally pursuing the matter with determination. As Li Xiaowan prepared to leave, Nan Gongxue recalled another important issue and called her back. Oh, Wanner, it is imperative that you do not disclose Xiao Bangzi's medical skills to anyone. Most importantly, do not mention my condition to anyone, understood? Li Xiaowan acknowledged her mother's request and, while walking away, chuckled softly. It's merely an itch. Nothing to be concerned about. Watching her daughter depart, Nan Gongxue furrowed her brow and murmured to herself, this girl is no longer a child. It appears the time has come to impart some virtues befitting a woman. Xing Bangzi had just completed his morning duties and returned to his room. With the dawn yet to break and having no pressing matters at hand, he felt the need to recuperate after a long night. Just as he was on the verge of slumber, a knock at the door interrupted him, compelling him to rise once more. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of Li Xiaowan, and instantly, any annoyance at being awakened evaporated. The arrival of the charming little girl was a delightful surprise. Xiaowan, what brings you here so early? Please, come in and take a seat. Xing Bangzi had no qualms about the presence of women in his quarters, nor did he feel the need to hide it. In fact, this could be considered a legitimate aspect of his role, potentially involving matters of bribery or extortion. However, he was aware that prolonged visits could arouse suspicion. Li Xiaowan waved her hand dismissively. No, it's not for me. My mother sent me to find you. If you have a moment, please visit her. She mentioned having something important to discuss. Xing Bangzi smiled. Xiaowan, did your mother inform you what the matter is? Now, the two individuals no longer exhibited the same level of restraint as before. Thus Li Xiaowan felt less intimidated by Xing Bang. Her speech lacked the previous cautiousness. Of course, it is preferable to be more relaxed and natural. Maintaining a tense demeanor could adversely affect their relationship. If not, would you accompany me now? Well, since you, my lovely beauty, have extended the invitation, how could I possibly refuse? Xing Bang replied with a cheerful smile, impeccably dressed, as he closed the door and prepared to leave. Li Xiaowan's cheeks flushed, her heart racing. She was at a loss for words, merely shyly turning away. Soon, they arrived at Nan Gongshue's room. Mother, I have brought the little stick for you, Li Xiaowan announced. Xing Bang grimaced. Little girl, could you refrain from using the term little stick? Li Xiaowan stuck out her tongue. I'm sorry, I forgot in my nervousness. Hearing this, Nan Gongxue quickly approached the door, instinctively glancing at Xing Bang, before clearing her throat. Wanner, Xing Bang and I have some important matters to discuss. Please wait outside for a moment. Chapter 31. Arranging for Madame Fenghua's bathing and changing. Li Xiaowan blinked her large, sparkling eyes, glancing at her mother and then at Xing Bang. I understand, mother. Nan Gongxue let out a sigh of relief, genuinely fearful that her daughter would bombard her with questions or insist on listening in. To her surprise, Li Xiaowan not only agreed to wait outside but also dutifully closed the door tightly behind her. Nan Gongxue was somewhat astonished by her daughter's sudden maturity. Please, take a seat. Allow me to pour you some water, Nan Gongxue offered, inviting Xing Bang to sit while she poured the drink. Since his arrival, she had been feeling increasingly awkward. Xing Bang smiled gently. Madam, ever since that night you assisted me, we have become comrades through adversity. There is no need for such formality. You can speak freely, especially since I owe you a great favor. Upon hearing this, Nan Gongxue felt a flush creep across her cheeks, realizing he was already aware of her intentions for summoning him. Is there anything specific I need to prepare? She asked hesitantly. Xing Bang observed her lowered gaze and her bashful demeanor, which almost made him chuckle. Despite her age, she remained so coy. However, her shyness only served to heighten his intrigue. Prepare? Madam, did you not wish to discuss something with me? He feigned ignorance. If you do not inform me of your desires, how might I know what to provide? This is an eternal truth. But, you mentioned it that night. Nan Gongxue stammered, feeling a bit embarrassed for broaching the subject so bluntly. Madam, I am quite straightforward. Please do not keep me in suspense. I already stated that should you require assistance, you may speak candidly, Xing Bang encouraged. Nan Gongxue nervously twisted the hem of her garment, utterly speechless. This little rascal knew precisely what was happening, yet insisted on teasing her, which was truly infuriating. It was odd, she mused. Why was she feeling so bashful around a eunuch? Having endured enough of this torment, Nen Gongxue took a deep breath and decided to be forthright. I have been feeling increasingly unwell these past few days. I implore you to conduct an examination and prescribe some medicine. Having finally expressed her concern, she exhaled, too shy to meet Xing Bang's gaze. Madam, please raise your head. Do not be so anxious. When I perform the examination shortly, I hope you can remain calm. Otherwise, if you fidget, it will affect my work, Xing Bang said with a knowing smile, anticipating that his words would only make her more apprehensive. Ah, forgive me. It is not my fault, but rather your beauty that overwhelms me. After taking a few calming breaths, Nen Gongxue felt less tense. All right, I am ready. What shall we do next? Should I lie down or remain seated? You may choose, and then disrobe. Xing Bang's expression turned serious and composed, and Nan Gongxue observed that he truly embodied the demeanor of a healer. This was not something one could merely feign. Nan Gongxue furrowed her brow and pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding to lie down on the bed. Soon, everything was in order. There was no unpleasant odor, so there was no need for anxiety. After a considerable time had passed, Nen Gongxue felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Can I not use the little stick? She asked hesitantly. All right, that's sufficient. She hurriedly adjusted her clothing, standing up with her face flushed crimson. Should I fetch you a basin of clean water? Xing Bang, observing her awkward demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle and waved his hand dismissively. Will I be able to cure this? He inquired. Rest assured, it will be resolved effectively. I shall return shortly to prepare your medicine. With that, Xing Bang refrained from saying anything further, as he was indeed a principled gynecologist. After Xing Bang departed, Nen Gongxue took deep breaths, the burning sensation within her lingering for quite some time. With his absence, a sense of inexplicable loss and regret washed over her. She realized she ought not to have spoken first. That little stick truly was a paragon of virtue, albeit having been rendered a eunuch. Alas, what a pity for such a fine individual. On his way back, Xing Bang hummed a cheerful tune, his right hand pinching his nose. At that moment, waves of positive sentiment towards Nen Gongxue surged in his mind, indicating her affinity for him had risen. Beauty, Nen Gongxue age, 30 identity, female palace member strength, 5th stage of solidification charm, 90 affinity progress, 70 rewards, 70 experience points hour, splendid. He had taken another step closer to perfection. Nan Gongxue had no significant flaws. After all, women often dealt with such matters, and the remedy was universally effective. Upon returning, Xing Bang divided a large jar of medicine into a smaller container, intending to deliver it to Nan Gongxue later, as presenting it too early would fail to demonstrate his efforts. At that moment, a young attendant approached Su Guang. Little stick, please arrange for extra hot water to be prepared for Lady Fanghua's bath and change of clothes. Xing Bang stared at the resplendent palace attire in the attendant's hands, perplexed. This is quite unusual, he remarked. Leaning closer to the attendant, he whispered, Brother, this is indeed a rare occurrence. While it is understandable for a concubine to be attended to during bathing, such attire in this location is rather extraordinary. The attendant glanced around, lowering his voice as well. I too am quite baffled. This was not Su Gonggong's directive. It was sent down from above, but I do not know who dispatched it. Occasionally, when Xing Bang received silver, he would entrust it to the attendant for submission to Su Guang, the amount being at his discretion. Consequently, they had grown close, and the attendant would secretly share any gossip he heard with Xing Bang. However, regarding the tributes amassed, Xing Bang kept every penny undisclosed. Now was not the time to reveal his intentions. He aimed to earn Su Guang's complete trust first, and besides, the sum was hardly significant enough to be worth concealing. All right, I understand. I will have Xiao Shizi and the others prepare it shortly. Xing Bang took the garments, and after a brief greeting, Xiao Jinzi departed. The situation remained unclear. Nonetheless, it was evident that these clothes were not intended for someone to wear in a cell, and the purpose for which they were meant for Madame Fanghua was equally enigmatic. With no alternative, he resolved to proceed as instructed. Shortly thereafter, the two handmaidens attending to Su Guang arrived, carrying mirrors, combs, and various cosmetic items. A sudden realization struck him. Was this preparation intended to adorn Madame Fanghua in a flamboyant manner? An unsettling premonition washed over him. Dear sisters, what brings you here? He inquired. Oh, It is His Excellency Su who sent us to assist Madame Fanghua with her bathing and changing, one of the maids replied. Xing Bang nodded and continued. It will be a while before the water is ready. Would you care to rest in my quarters for a moment? One of the palace maids waved her hand dismissively. There is no need for that, young Bangzi. Just lead us directly to her. We shall wait there. Xing Bang had intended to speak with Madame Fanghua beforehand, but now that opportunity had vanished. With no other option, he reluctantly guided the two handmaidens towards Madame Fanghua's chamber. Chapter 32. The Enraged Queen. My dear sisters, please wait here for a moment. The hot water for your bath will arrive shortly. Should you require anything else, feel free to instruct the attendants directly. Thank you so much, little Bangzi. The two maidens blushed upon seeing Xing Bang, their demeanor shy and demure, reminiscent of young maidens experiencing the first stirrings of affection. Xing Bang offered a gentle smile, responding, It is my duty to assist you. However, dear sisters, do ensure that Lady Fanghua is adorned splendidly. You may be rewarded for your efforts. After exchanging a knowing glance with Lady Fanghua, Xing Bang turned to leave. The maidens, oblivious to the underlying meaning of his words, could only marvel at his kindness. Yet Lady Fanghua grasped the implication immediately. It appeared that the individual responsible for delivering the bathing tub and garments had orchestrated this as well. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Lady Fanghua surmised that this person would likely make an appearance today. What was required of her, however, remained a mystery. Nonetheless, a shadow of doubt lingered in her mind. As a woman of the emperor, one might wonder if such boldness was indeed warranted. After departing, Xing Bang made his way not to his own quarters, but hurriedly toward the medical office. This matter was of great significance. How could he not inform the elderly eunuch Wu Jing? Though unable to discern the exact demands placed upon Lady Fanghua, he suspected they were certainly not decreed by the queen. To relay such information to Wu Jing would subtly inform the queen as well. Would she be pleased to see Lady Fanghua treated with such favor? What if someone harbored ulterior motives toward her? While Xing Bang's current strength could not alter the situation, he could certainly sow discord, muddying the waters without causing harm to Lady Fanghua. Xiao Nyozi, is the master inside? Upon reaching the medical office, Xing Bang inquired of the young attendant, Xiao Nyozi, who was busy at work in the courtyard. Xiao Nyozi's face had nearly returned to its normal state. Yet upon seeing Xing Bang, he was still filled with ire, choosing to ignore him. However, he dared not speak out of turn when seeking Wu Gonggong, responding curtly, He is inside. Xing Bang refrained from engaging further with such a lowly figure. Upon entering the courtyard, he was immediately called in by Wu Gonggong, whose perceptive ears had detected his arrival even before he knocked. Always eager to show off, aren't we? Your abilities are not easily concealed from my keen senses. Little Bangzi, how fare you under Master Su? Xing Bang replied, I have established my foothold here, and I come bearing news of considerable import that I thought you should be made aware of. Wu Gonggong's lips curled into a slight smile. Little Bangzi, you truly are a talent. It seems I have underestimated your worth by allowing you to linger in my medical office. With a subtle smile, Xing Bang recognized this as an affirmation of his value and refrained from further pleasantries. Master, the situation is as follows. Wu Gonggong furrowed his brow momentarily, muttering to himself, Indeed, this is quite significant news. Then, he addressed Xing Bang, saying, Little Bang, your loyalty has not gone unnoticed by our household. Continue to perform well, and when the time is right, your rewards will be forthcoming. Thank you, Your Excellency. If there are no further orders, I shall take my leave to avoid arousing any suspicions, replied Xing Bang, preparing to take his leave, aware that the subsequent matters were beyond his purview. Very well. You may go. Wu Gonggong nodded in satisfaction, his heart swelling with approval. This young man truly showed promise for cultivation. Not long after Xing Bang departed, Wu Gonggong summoned Xiao Nyozi and whispered a few instructions before producing a waste token to hand to him. Xing Bang had not strayed far and, upon witnessing Xiao Nyozi hastily departing, he slipped away, feeling quite pleased with himself. In Shining Palace, the Queen's chamber, Xiao Nyozi knelt on the ground, trembling, as he recounted the situation as instructed by Wu Gonggong. Very well, I understand. You may wait outside the hall, said Empress Xiao, setting aside a foreign Persian cat that had entered the palace. A frown creased her brow. Who has the audacity to target that wretched Fanghua? How dare they oppose me? Someone, quickly investigate this matter thoroughly. With a face clouded by anger, the Empress instructed the chief eunuch standing nearby. The chief eunuch did not move, but instead knelt before Empress Xiao, his expression one of trepidation. My lady, I am at fault. A few days ago, I overheard something that might trouble you, so I took it upon myself not to report it. Empress Xiao was taken aback and puzzled. Speak up. What is it? Upon her command, the chief eunuch rose, for his position as the chief steward beside the queen was not that of an ordinary servant. My lady, the matter is this. Some days ago, the sixth prince sent someone to deliver a bathing tub and some fresh garments to Madame Fanghua. I thought he was merely indulging in a fleeting whim, but I am guilty. I have been concerned about your worries lately. And considering the sixth prince is your own son, I wish to spare you further distress. However, with this new development, I suspect it is likely the sixth prince's doing. Empress Xiao's fury ignited at his words. This ungrateful son, what does he intend? The emperor has just appointed him to manage the Xiaofu, and yet This is infuriating. He truly brings me no honor. Seeing the empress in such a rage, the chief eunuch knelt again. I am guilty. I should not have concealed this from you. Please punish me, my lady. Empress Xiao snorted coldly. You, servant, bring me no peace of mind. I shall calculate your transgressions at a later time. Enough of this kneeling. Quickly summon that ungrateful son to me. Yes, my lady. I shall attend to it at once. The chief eunuch wasted no time and hurriedly made his exit. Empress Xiao gritted her teeth, her pent-up rage seeking an outlet. She turned and, upon noticing the teacup beside her, hurled it to the ground. The maid quickly knelt down, cautiously gathering the shards. Who told you to pick that up? Someone, drag this wretched maid out and give her 10 strokes. The maid trembled in fear, acutely aware that the empress was in a foul mood. Yet, despite the teacup being shattered, she dared not refrain from collecting the pieces, alas. Even that act became a transgression. Your Highness, spare me, please spare me. The maid choked on her sobs, her voice filled with terror and despair. It was evident that a fragile maid could hardly withstand such punishment. A blow could easily prove fatal to her delicate frame. Enough of your disturbances, leave me be. You, and all of you, get out. Ultimately, Empress Xiao managed to restrain her temper, thus sparing the maid from her impending punishment. Fanghua, you wretched vixen. Chapter 33. The Sixth Prince's Hidden Intentions. Approximately half an hour later, a young man clad in a brocade robe and adorned with a jade belt arrived at Shining Palace, guided by a eunuch. This young man was none other than the sixth prince, Lu Jing. Your son pays his respects to mother. Upon entering the inner chamber, Lu Jing bowed respectfully. Empress Xiao released a sigh of relief, her expression softening considerably, for he was her only biological son. Jinger, I must ask you, have you sent any clothing or items to Lady Fanghua in recent days? In response to mother, I have indeed sent someone to deliver them. Empress Xiao was taken aback by his straightforward answer. Why would you do such a thing? Mother, I believe that Lady Fanghua is, after all, father's consort and the mother of eighth brother. Moreover, eighth brother is the crown prince. Previously, I was not in a position to assist, but now that I oversee the Xiaofu, I possess the means to ensure Lady Fanghua's comfort. Is there truly anything wrong with that? Lu Jing replied candidly, appearing devoid of ulterior motives. Empress Zhao's expression darkened. Jinger, do you not understand the implications of your actions regarding Lady Fanghua? Forget it. Let us not dwell on that. You are now 16 years old, no longer a child. Lady Fanghua currently bears a tarnished reputation. What would your father think if he were to learn of this? Do you not grasp the gravity of the situation? With a sigh, Empress Xiao gazed at her son, a sense of exasperation evident in her demeanor. Mother, my intentions are purely filial. I believe father will recognize my sincerity. Jinger, when will you comprehend the depths of your mother's concerns? You are the legitimate second son of His Majesty. The fact that your father has not named you crown prince, are you truly content with this? Have you considered what will occur when your eighth brother ascends to the throne? Your mother may have relinquished her aspirations, but you are still young. Have you contemplated how this will affect us? Mother, I do not believe eighth brother would act against me. Besides, I have never aspired to the position of crown prince. Though Empress Xiao discerned some hints of understanding in his words, hearing him speak such foolishness made her fingers tremble with frustration. She longed to reveal her heart to her obstinate son, to convey that all her efforts were aimed at securing his ascent to the throne and ensuring a peaceful reign. Yet, this disappointing son uttered such words, leaving her heart in turmoil. Lu Jing, not oblivious to the tension, promptly brought over a cup of tea. Mother, please do not be upset. It was my folly. Have a sip of ginseng tea to soothe your spirit. Empress Xiao accepted the tea and took a sip, gesturing for Lu Jing to sit beside her. After a brief moment of respite, her heart gradually calmed. Very well, Jinger. You need not grasp all of my intentions just yet. We still have time. Let us not dwell on the past. However, I must inquire about the current predicament you have created. What exactly is transpiring? Empress Xiao did not even inquire before hastily concluding that the sixth prince was responsible. She was astonished at who could possess such audacity, only to discover it was her own flesh and blood. How disheartening. Mother, of late, I have found myself devoid of inspiration in poetry and verse. I merely wish to have Lady Fanghua perform a dance, for her grace is unparalleled in the realm. As Lu Jing spoke, his eyes sparkled with a newfound brilliance, perhaps conjuring images in his mind, momentarily forgetting he was before his own mother. Empress Xiao noticed the rapture in her son's expression, and her heart sank. She quickly exclaimed, "Jinger you." Only then did Lu Jing realize his indiscretion, his face flushing with embarrassment as he hurried to explain, "Mother, I harbor no ulterior motives. I have merely witnessed Lady Fanghua dance in the past, and it brought me a sense of clarity. Today, in the company of some esteemed scholars from the capital, I found myself somewhat at a loss for elegance. Hence my remark, how many times must I remind you? If you were a child of a common family, mingling with those frivolous scholars would be acceptable. Yet, you are a prince of the realm. Instead of focusing on state affairs and the art of governance, you squander your days in indulgence. How could your father ever entrust the vast empire into your hands?" Empress Xiao was well aware of her son's proclivities for poetry and the arts, often found amidst the company of dashing scholars, yet he had never crossed the line into scandalous behavior. "Jinger, I shall overlook past transgressions, but from this moment forth, you are forbidden from frequenting the shady corners of the capital, and you must cease all interactions with that woman. Should your reckless actions provoke your father's suspicion, do not even think of vying for the title of crown prince." Empress Xiao dared not contemplate further, realizing that her son was already a 16-year-old young man, with thoughts and feelings of his own, likely concerning Lady Fanghua. "Mother, what do you mean? I assure you, I harbor no intentions, merely." Lu Jing stammered, at a loss for words. Empress Xiao, possessing the wisdom of experience, discerned her son's expression and confirmed her suspicions. She had never before considered this angle, for her son had not exhibited any particularly outrageous behavior. Now, he dared to entertain such notions. A chill ran down her spine, and she resolutely forbade such occurrences. "Jinger, I do not pressure you to contend for the position of crown prince at this moment, but you must promise me to sever all ties with that woman. If you disregard my words, what purpose does my life serve? If I must witness such misfortune, perhaps it would be better to end it all." Lu Jing's expression wavered, filled with conflict. "Mother, Empress Xiao instantly recognized that her son was likely infatuated and inwardly cursed Lady Fanghua for ensnaring him so completely. She had never heard of him pursuing fleeting romances. Could it be that her Navi son was indeed a hopeless romantic? However, you must not forget that she is your father's consort. Jinger, there are countless virtuous women in the world, and you have reached the age suitable for marriage. Your mother will arrange suitable matches for you. Any young lady from the noble families in the capital that catches your eye will be readily accommodated." Empress Xiao is resolute and unwilling to allow her son to indulge in such folly. She thinks that perhaps, if he experiences the joys of a late marriage, he might cease to dwell on these matters. She deeply regrets not having started her search for a suitable young lady 2 years ago. Yet, this foolish son had refused, claiming he needed to focus on learning and alleviating his father's burdens, at which point she had felt immense joy, believing her son had finally matured. Who could have foreseen that it would come to this? "Mother, I am still young, and besides, I have no interest." Chapter 34. The Queen's helplessness. As the sixth prince's words trailed off, Empress Xiao grasped her son's sentiments, feeling an overwhelming surge of frustration that left her trembling. The low-cut purple palace gown struggled to contain the mounting pressure. "What sins did I commit in my past life to be graced with such a son?" she lamented, pressing a hand to her forehead, appearing on the brink of collapse. The chief eunuch hurriedly approached, gently supporting her back and offering words of comfort. His brow etched with concern, he turned to the sixth prince, Lu Jing, and implored, "Your Highness, I beseech you, do not provoke the Empress's ire further. Please heed her words." Lu Jing's face mirrored a mix of worry and melancholy, caught in a dilemma. Mother, please do not be angry. I promise to devote myself to state affairs and seek Father's favor, and I shall comply with your wishes henceforth. However, regarding this matter at hand, I must ask you not to interfere. I assure you, I am not contemplating any treasonous actions. Hearing this, Empress Xiao felt a measure of relief. She had devoted herself wholeheartedly to securing her son's ascension to the throne, yet he had never truly heeded her counsel. She thought that if he followed her guidance in the pursuit of the crown, perhaps negotiations could be entertained on other matters. Jinger, so long as you promise that once I acquiesce to this matter, you shall abide by my wishes in all else, is that correct? Lu Jing nodded earnestly. Empress Xiao furrowed her brow in contemplation, realizing her son had succumbed to the charms of that wretched woman, Fanghua. He appeared lovesick, and dissent would likely exacerbate the situation. Very well, I shall agree not to meddle in your affections. However, Jinger, I must impart this wisdom. Everything you currently possess is but ephemeral. Only by inheriting your father's position can you truly command your own destiny. Then, no woman shall be beyond your reach. With a heavy heart, the Empress earnestly reminded her son, hoping he might consider the greater picture and think long-term. Thank you, Mother, for your understanding. I shall take my leave now. As you seem weary. With a hint of joy on his face, Lu Jing departed, leaving Empress Xiao to ponder the weight of her words, aware that he might only internalize the first half of her counsel. Helpless, she resolved to support him from behind. Once the sixth prince was gone, the Empress could no longer contain her tears, her eyes brimming with sorrow. How I wish my dear Xian were still alive. If only I could avoid this constant struggle with others, I would not need to interfere excessively in Jinger's life. His happiness and safety would suffice. Your Majesty, do not grieve too deeply. The sixth prince is clever and perceptive. In time, he will surely come to appreciate your heartfelt intentions. The Grand Eunuch consoled Empress Xiao. Feeling a twinge of discomfort himself, it was only natural. Had the Crown Prince still been alive, he would not have been burdened with such arduous tasks. Moreover, once the Crown Prince ascended the throne, he would have found himself in an exalted position within the imperial harem. Now, with the unreliable sixth prince as his master, he dared not dwell on such thoughts, lest misfortune befall him. Empress Xiao wiped her tears with a silk handkerchief and instructed. Inform the waiting young eunuch outside to relay to Eunuch Wu that once Jinger arrives there, he must be by his side at all times. Furthermore, please liaise with Eunuch Chao. I do not care what methods you employ, but this matter must not reach His Majesty's ears. Little Duzzy, how are preparations faring over there? The sixth Prince Lu Jing inquired of the young eunuch trailing behind him after exiting the Shining Palace. Your Highness, I believe everything is nearly prepared, and the food and drink have been delivered. The timing for our arrival is indeed perfect. However, Your Highness, I feel that given your esteemed status, such an austere place may be beneath you, the young eunuch added cautiously. Lu Jing scoffed. Foolish servant, what do you understand? Do you think I wish to go to such a humble venue? Yet, upon reflection, I realize I have never been there. It could be a unique experience. Reveling in such a setting might possess its own poetic charm. A look of delight illuminated Lu Jing's face, his heart brimming with joy and anticipation. Since the first time he beheld Madame Fanghua dance at the tender age of 14, he had been unable to find peace, haunted by dreams of the enchanting scenes that captivated his heart. Yet, he had buried his feelings deep within, deprived of any chance to see Madame Fanghua again. Now, he finally had this opportunity. Titles of Crown Prince and Emperor meant little to him. With the privilege he had in the hidden courtyard, his sole desire was to ensure her well-being, with all else fading into insignificance. He understood he might be courting great danger, but he could not restrain his heart. Regardless of the cost, he longed to follow his desires. Nonetheless, a whisper from his mother echoed in his mind. Only by becoming emperor could one truly govern their own fate, stirring a flicker of unease within him, a sensation he had never experienced before. Little Bangzi. Just then, as Xing Bang pondered over a cup of tea in the courtyard, Li Xiaowan unexpectedly intruded. You girl, how many times must I remind you? Did I not just reiterate this to you at your mother's place? Have you forgotten so soon? Let me say this one last time. Drop the title eunuch or I shall spank you. Li Xiaowan's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head demurely. It's not that I cannot remember. I merely think calling you little Bangzi feels somewhat inappropriate. Xing Bang chuckled. What is this? The little girl is becoming quite sensible? Li Li Xiaowan was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat perplexed. It seemed that others merely regarded her behavior as lacking in respect. Well, if that is the case, you may as well call me Brother Bang from now on. After all, it is an inevitability. Brother Bang? Li Xiaowan furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating that it was quite a pleasant title, and she unwittingly agreed, though the subsequent words eluded her understanding. While the little girl was indeed charming, it must be said that she lacked a certain depth. Xing Bang, moved by his thoughts, mused aloud. By the way, Xiaowan, what brings you to seek me out? Surely, you are not missing me after just a brief separation? Li Xiaowan's cheeks flushed once more. At such an age, the stirrings of young love could easily evoke shyness. If such a sentiment were to strike her unexpectedly, her heart might very well explode. No, it is not that. I came to inquire, Brother Bang, about my mother's ailment. I cannot help but worry. It cannot be something serious, can it? Li Xiaowan felt a gnawing anxiety. After consuming medicines for so many days without any improvement and enduring sleepless nights, she was not permitted to know the truth. She felt an unsettling sense of urgency and vowed not to rest until she had clarity. Chapter 35. The visit of Lord Wu seeking assistance. Li Xiaowan was perplexed by her mother's peculiar behavior, particularly in the presence of Xing Bang. A sensation she could not quite fathom. You, my dear, possess quite the filial heart, Xing Bang remarked with a chuckle. Ahem. Has your mother not confided in you about her discomfort? Li Xiaowan shook her head, thinking to herself that if she had known, she wouldn't be inquiring so earnestly. Ah, well, your mother is quite well. I am merely preparing a remedy, and with my concoction, she shall recover swiftly. Xing Bang felt a twinge of exasperation, realizing that Nangong Shui had failed to enlighten her daughter. At the tender age of 14, if not sheltered within the confines of the Yao court, she should be contemplating marriage, a rather mature age. Is that true? Li Xiaowan exclaimed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. Xing Bang was somewhat bewildered, reflecting on the evident bond shared between the girl and her mother, which seemed to stir her enthusiasm so profoundly. Why would I deceive you? You shall soon discover the truth. Brother Bang, I implore you for a favor. Once you have prepared the medicine, could you discreetly provide me with some? What do you intend to do with it? Xing Bang was taken aback, unable to comprehend the thoughts swirling in her innocent mind. Brother Bang, may I keep this a secret? Absolutely not. Xing Bang replied bluntly. You've piqued my curiosity. How could I refrain from seeking clarity? Brother Bang, all I desire is your affirmative reply. Li Xiaowan pouted adorably, a hint of childlike charm in her demeanor. Certainly not. Li Xiaowan's expression fell, disappointment etching her features as she furrowed her brow. After a moment's contemplation, she finally said, All right, I shall share my concern. But you must promise not to disclose this to my mother, nor to anyone else. Xing Bang nodded, finding this arrangement more agreeable. After ensuring no one was within earshot, Li Xiaowan whispered into Xing Bang's ear, Recently, I experienced heavy bleeding, which nearly frightened me to death. My mother assured me it was nothing. But the day before yesterday, I witnessed her in a similar state. Is it possible she is concealing the truth from me, fearing I might panic? Could it be that I have contracted the same affliction as her? Upon hearing this, Xing Bang's pupils widened in disbelief. This was truly shocking. At 14, she had developed quite maturely, and it seemed the time had indeed come. Xing Bang felt an urge to confront Nangong Shui, pondering how a mother could neglect to impart such basic knowledge to her daughter. What an inadequate parent she was. Seeing the astonishment on Xing Bang's face, Li Xiaowan grew anxious. Brother Bang, do I truly have the same ailment as my mother? Ah, Xiaowan, do not fear. Your mother has not deceived you. You are not like her. What you experienced is entirely normal. Xing Bang explained with a sense of helplessness, realizing that elucidating this to an innocent girl would be a formidable task. Yet, one could not usurp the responsibilities that rightfully belonged to Nangong Shui. If things do not go well, the women will surely become enraged. Really? Brother Bang, you are not deceiving me, are you? Li Xiaowan's large eyes sparkled with a hint of skepticism. Deceiving you is like tricking a puppy. Moreover, dear Xiaowan, you should discuss this matter with your mother when you return. There are certain things you ought to comprehend. Xing Bang, assuming a paternal demeanor, truly could not bear to watch any longer, and he was confident that Li Xiaowan would undoubtedly probe for answers upon her return. Nangong Shui, darling, there is no need for excessive gratitude. Wicked men often appear quite earnest. Yes, thank you, Brother Bang. Xiaowan understands and will not disturb you further. I shall take my leave." Before Li Xiaowan could finish her words, she hurriedly departed. She believed him, after all. Who would doubt such a claim as being akin to a puppy? Xing Bang could not help but chuckle, certain that she was rushing back, eager to indulge her burgeoning curiosity. Since Xing Bang was reassigned to this little alley, the atmosphere had become considerably more vibrant. In the past, even when Nangong Shui and her son were not burdened with heavy tasks, they would hardly dare to roam about so freely. The secluded courtyard had transformed into a wondrous sanctuary. Xing Bang was dedicated to. After Li Xiaowan's departure, Xing Bang's thoughts drifted back to Madame Fanghua. But he had done all that was necessary. Now, it was merely a matter of patiently waiting, regardless of what events were to unfold. Every effort must be made to stifle them in their infancy. At that moment, eunuch Wu arrived, leading a young lad, appearing quite cheerful. Xing Bang quickly rose to greet him. "Eunuch Wu, what brings you here?" If there is something to discuss, young Yozi could simply relay the message. In truth, Xing Bang had an inkling that eunuch Wu's visit was certainly connected to the confidential information he had shared. With a smile, eunuch Wu responded, "Little Bangzi, no need for excessive formalities. You have accomplished a great deal this time. Your words flatter me." "Eunuch," Xing Bang replied modestly. Eunuch Wu continued, "Our household rewards merit. However, there is now a pressing matter I must entrust to you. Our young master, the sixth prince, is soon to arrive at this tumultuous chamber." Eunuch Wu whispered to Xing Bang for quite some time before solemnly stating, "Do you understand? This task must be executed flawlessly." After listening, Xing Bang nodded. Yet a trace of concern crossed his face as he quietly remarked, "I am honored by your trust, eunuch, but such an important task may be beyond my capabilities." Though Xing Bang's expression revealed his trepidation, internally, he was elated. Yet, in critical moments, one must not show elation or reveal one's thoughts. It was imperative to maintain a faade of composure. In this world, there are no strategies akin to the art of war. This matter must remain discreet. Given the urgency, there are no better alternatives. Your appearance is commendable, and since you have recently entered the palace, it is less likely to raise suspicion. Moreover, having delivered medicine a few times, you have indeed cared for Madame Fanghua. Without your remedies, she would likely have perished. Thus, after much contemplation, our family has decided to entrust this matter to you. This is a testament to our faith in your capabilities. Should you successfully manage this task, we shall certainly commend you to Her Majesty the Queen." Xing Bang gritted his teeth, exhaled deeply. The achievements he enjoys today are entirely due to the support of the esteemed eunuch. For the sake of the eunuch, he is willing to make an attempt, and he assures the eunuch that he shall exert every effort. Eunuch Wu nodded in satisfaction, believing that with your cleverness, you will undoubtedly accomplish this task. "Very well. Enough said. I must go to welcome the sixth prince. Xiao Niuzai will remain here, and should you need him for any instructions, feel free to do so." Xiao Niuzai, this is a matter of great significance, so do not falter at a crucial moment, understood? Rest assured, eunuch, Xiao Niuzai would never dare to be negligent. With that, eunuch Wu departed, heading towards the office of the violent department. Xing Bang also sighed in relief, privately rejoicing that his strategic move had been exceptionally timely. Chapter 36. The sixth prince's visit to the boisterous room. Xing Bang glanced at the incense burner held by Xiao Niuzai and said, "Bring it out. You may wait here." Xiao Niuzai, feeling somewhat dejected, retrieved the sandalwood incense from his bosom and inquired, "Do you not need me to accompany you?" Xing Bang snatched the incense burner and sandalwood from him, curtly replying, "Just follow instructions." He then strode away with purpose. Xiao Niuzai wished to speak further, but, recalling the orders from eunuch Wu, refrained, left to fume silently at Xing Bang's retreating figure, feeling unjustly slighted. Was he merely meant to run errands and perform menial tasks? "Unless the two of you clarify matters, I shall not change or adorn myself. We are merely here to serve the lady. Anything beyond that is beyond our knowledge." Upon reaching the door of room 17, Xing Bang overheard a conversation between Lady Fanghua and her maid. He pushed the door open to find Lady Fanghua freshly bathed, but refusing to don the splendid garments provided, naturally resisting any attempts by her maid to assist in her grooming. Xing Bang felt no surprise. This was entirely as he had anticipated. Eunuch Wu, that old fox, had also surmised this. "What is the matter with you two? Why is the lady not yet dressed?" "The higher-ups have sent someone to urge her." Upon entering, Xing Bang feigned inquiry. The lady insists on knowing what she is required to do. How could we humble servants possibly know? The two maids, equally anxious, feared punishment. Xing Bang first lit the sandalwood incense, and an enticing aroma filled the air, invigorating the senses. As Lady Fanghua furrowed her brow in confusion, Xing Bang suggested, "You two should wait at the door. I shall persuade the lady. If we delay, we shall all face dire consequences." The maids, their faces drained of color, exited without question. "This is fine sandalwood. Dear lady, please calm your mind," Xing Bang said, bringing the incense burner closer to Lady Fanghua. "Without revealing what you require of me, I need nothing." Lady Fanghua intelligently interjected, her voice raised. Xing Bang lowered his tone. "This attire is a gift from the sixth prince. He is on his way to eunuch Su's residence, and you are to dance in celebration." "That scoundrel! What is he plotting?" Lady Fenghua's brow furrowed deeply. "I am merely concerned that someone may harbor ill intentions towards you, which is why I informed Wu Jing in advance. He has already departed, likely at the behest of the Empress." "Understood. I shall dress immediately." Lady Fanghua, who had long suspected nefarious designs against her, grasped the situation upon hearing Xing Bang's words. With the Empress involved, it was certain she would not allow the sixth prince to act inappropriately. This understanding was shared not only by Xing Bang and Lady Fanghua, but also grasped by Wu Jing at the earliest opportunity. The meaning of the queen's intentions is quite straightforward. She must satisfy the sixth prince's demands while ensuring that Wu Jing remains vigilant to prevent any mishaps. This is why Wu Jing has sent Xing Bang to persuade her. However, Wu Jing is unaware of the connection between Xing Bang and Madame Fanghua. His strategy is a blend of coercion and inducement. It is easy to imagine that if Madame Fanghua declines, she will inevitably face dire consequences, as these petty clowns will conspire to torment her. "Madam, considering my previous assistance in delivering medicine to you, I implore you to hasten your preparations," Xing Bang implored loudly. After a moment of silence, she conceded, "Very well, let them come in to assist me." The two maidservants outside had been eavesdropping and, upon hearing Madame Fenghua's consent, were overjoyed. One of them instinctively pushed the door open without hesitation. Naturally, no one chastised her for her boldness. The two maidservants entered to prepare Madame Fanghua, and Xing Bang deemed it unnecessary to linger, so he exited. In the hall of the violin office, the sixth prince was arriving, which left Su Guang in a flurry of activity. He meticulously cleaned both the interior and exterior of the main hall, replacing all the furniture with new pieces and adorning the floor with a crimson carpet. Initially, Su Guang was perplexed and even doubted the sixth prince's sanity. However, upon learning that Madame Fanghua was to perform a dance, he suddenly understood. Yet, he remained apprehensive, as such matters were rather exhilarating, nonetheless. It was not solely his concern as a servant, and he could only do his utmost to manage the arrangements. "Master Su, what is happening?" The sixth prince, Lu Jing, had taken his seat and was eagerly gazing at the door, becoming increasingly impatient after waiting for some time. Just as Su Guang was about to summon Xiao Jinzi to investigate, Wu Gonggong entered the room. "This humble servant pays his respects to your highness." Upon entering, Wu Jing bowed deeply. "Wu Gonggong, what brings you here?" Lu Jing was quite familiar with Wu Jing, having once ridden on his shoulders as a child. "Your highness has arrived. A servant must attend to you," Wu Jing replied. "Since I am here, let us enjoy the occasion together." Although Lu Jing felt a twinge of discomfort, he refrained from voicing it, recognizing Wu Jing as a trusted confidant of the Empress. Having sensed Lu Jing's growing impatience, Wu Jing approached him and whispered, "Your Highness, there is no need to send for anyone. Madame Fanghua is unwilling to dance for you." Lu Jing furrowed his brow and retorted, "Does she know I am here?" "Your Highness, consider the status of Madame Fanghua. It would be even more improbable for anyone else to behave differently," Wu Jing explained. Only then did Lu Jing come to a realization, having been so consumed with excitement that he had neglected this crucial detail. "What shall we do now? I have come all this way and certainly do not wish to return in such a disheartened manner." Wu Jing chuckled softly, "Your Highness, with this humble servant by your side, how could I possibly allow you to leave in disappointment? I have already dispatched someone to Lady Fanghua, and she shall arrive shortly. However, Your Highness, there is a matter I must caution you about." With that, Wu Jing leaned in and whispered a few words into Lu Jing's ear. Upon hearing this, Lu Jing's face flushed crimson. "What do you take me for?" Wu Jing quickly cleared his throat, and Lu Jing realized he had spoken out of turn in his moment of urgency. No need for further words. I am fully aware of my own boundaries. Before long, Lady Fanghua entered gracefully, instantly captivating the entire assembly. After her grooming, Lady Fanghua radiated brilliance and elegance. She resembled a celestial being, truly breathtaking. Even Wu Jing, the elderly eunuch, could not help but marvel. Likely no such beauty had graced this chamber in centuries. Lu Jing, being a prince, retained a semblance of composure, swallowing hard as he promptly regained his senses and stood from his seat. I am Lu Jing, your son, and I pay my respects to you, my lady. Lady Fanghua, with an air of cold elegance, replied directly, Your Highness is too courteous. In this secluded courtyard, where is there any lady to speak of? Chapter 37. Lady Fanghua's graceful dance. Lady Fanghua paused momentarily, a hint of melancholy gracing her features as she remarked, I am merely a consort at the mercy of others. Lu Jing, quick to discern her meaning, hastily replied, Madam, you overstate the matter. I only. Wu Jing, well versed in the ways of the world, immediately recognized the truth in the queen's words. Indeed, the sixth prince was undeniably infatuated with Lady Fanghua. Your Highness, perhaps you should take a seat, Wu Jing suggested. Lu Jing, already feeling lightheaded despite not having touched a drop of wine, complied without further protest. On the 17th, the sixth prince is here to inspect the performance hall. I hear you possess some talents to showcase to him, Wu Jing continued. Lady Fanghua remained silent, merely nodding slightly with indifference. Reaching this point was already a considerable feat for her. If not for her lingering concerns, she would not have endured such humiliation. Standing nearby, Su Guang cast a glance at Wu Jing, acknowledging his seasoned presence after decades in the palace. Yet, Su Guang lacked the acumen to discern the deeper implications at play. Suddenly, the music began to play. Lady Fanghua gracefully commenced her dance. The air was filled with the elegance of her movements, her figure swaying with a delicate allure. The sixth prince gazed intently, indulging in fine wine while expressing his admiration aloud. Wu Jing stood by, pouring wine for Lu Jing, utterly disinterested in the spectacle before him. He merely wished for this unsettling farce to conclude, fully aware of the precarious position his young master was in. Of course, he could empathize with the queen's helplessness. Su Guang was utterly captivated, witnessing a spectacle he might never encounter again in a lifetime. Wu Jing, catching sight of Su Guang's naive rapture, couldn't help but smirk. Every performance, no matter how exquisite, must eventually reach its conclusion. Lu Jing was the first to applaud, exuberantly exclaiming, Marvelous. Simply splendid. Let us change the tune. Wu Jing's heart sank. His young master appeared to be intoxicated by the wine, and he was grateful for the queen's foresight. Otherwise, with Su Guang's folly, chaos would surely ensue. Your Highness, I believe it is best to conclude for today, Wu Jing urged. Lu Jing's expression darkened. Why? I have yet to fully enjoy myself. Your Highness, Lady 17 has only recently recovered from a chill. As you can see, her complexion has worsened following this performance, despite my having sent for sandalwood incense in advance. Wu Jing reminded him. Lu Jing noticed that indeed, Lady Fanghua's pallor was concerning, and his heart ached for her. Very well, and I haven't touched any of the food. Let us take it to her to restore her strength. Though Lu Jing felt a lingering sense of unfulfillment, he had nonetheless satisfied a long-held desire. This day had proven to be the happiest in 2 years, despite some regret. Wu Jing sighed in relief, summoning 2 maidservants to assist Lady Fanghua as she departed. Your Highness, I believe you have had enough wine. It is time to return and rest, Wu Jing advised, hastening to persuade the sixth prince to leave following Lady Fanghua's exit. Lu Jing watched as Lady Fanghua gradually faded from view, then inhaled deeply, a look of rapture crossing his face as he remarked, This prince shall linger a while longer. The air here is utterly refreshing. Before Wu Jing could interject, Lu Jing opened his eyes, beaming with joy, and gestured towards the wine jug, saying, It is a rare delight for this prince to possess such a refined mood today. You too, please take a seat and join me in a toast. Soon, I shall compose a poem on the spur of the moment. I dare not, protested both Wu Jing and Su Guang in unison. Lu Jing chuckled, What is there to fear? If this prince bids you to drink, then drink you shall. With that, he poured a cup of wine and raised it, addressing Wu Jing, I must express my gratitude to you. for it is your thoughtful actions that have brought me such joy today. Come, let us drink this cup." Reluctantly, Wu Jing acquiesced to the sixth prince's enthusiasm and downed the wine. Lu Jing poured another cup and remarked, "Though this place may be humble, it possesses a unique charm." "Well done, Su Gonggong. You shall have a cup as a reward." "Thank you, Your Highness." Su Guang accepted the praise without hesitation and drank deeply. Lu Jing laughed heartily, finishing his own cup, when suddenly a thought struck him. "Ah, Wu Gonggong, I just remembered something. You mentioned sending someone to investigate. Who is this person? Bring them before me. They must possess considerable talent." Wu Jing, now genuinely fond of Xing Bang and eager to promote him, readily shared, "Little Gold. Fetch Little Bang for me." "Little Bang?" Su Guang frowned, silently cursing Wu Jing for attempting to claim the individual for himself. Before long, Xing Bang arrived. He had been waiting in the courtyard and had seen Lady Fanghua depart, but the summons from the sixth prince was indeed unexpected. Such an opportunity was rare. "Little Bang, I pay my respects to the sixth prince." Xing Bang bowed deeply, showing utmost reverence. "Raise your head," Lu Jing commanded, noting the young man's demeanor. Xing Bang had adhered to the palace's customs, where eunuchs and maidservants alike were forbidden to raise their heads without their master's permission, lest they witness something they should not and face dire consequences. Lu Jing, upon seeing Xing Bang's face clearly, couldn't help but admire him, exclaiming, "No wonder. I must say, this lad is quite pleasing to the eye. Do not stand there. Come, sit and join me for a drink." "I dare not," Xing Bang replied, now fully accustomed to palace life. Just days prior, he might have instinctively approached without hesitation, but now he understood the palace's rules well. He knew that without sufficient standing, one must remain ever cautious. Yet, he held to a personal principle. When the time called for decisiveness, one must not hesitate to act, resolving matters swiftly when possible. Wu Jing poured another glass of wine for the sixth prince and remarked, "Little Bangzi, it is indeed a rare delight to witness the sixth prince's refined taste. Come, take a seat beside us." Xing Bang did not hesitate and promptly sat down next to him, following the direction of the sixth prince's finger. Lu Jing chuckled softly, finding this young eunuch rather intriguing, as he seemed to possess a distinct character unlike the others. The prince found him quite appealing. Wu Jing concurred, saying, "Your Highness, you are astute. Although this young lad has only been in the palace for a brief period, he is exceptionally perceptive and clever." Su Guang felt a surge of frustration, thinking, "Wu Jing, you scoundrel, you have taken all the flattering words for yourself." Xing Bang remained silent, fully aware that Wu Jing was deliberately speaking in such a manner before Su Guang, as if to provoke a rivalry between them, hoping they would exhaust each other in their attempts to win his favor. Such is the nature of human competition. At that moment, Lu Jing waved his hand and declared, "All right, you may all leave now. Let Little Bangzi remain here to attend to me." Chapter 38. The uncertain position of Su Guangha, the sixth prince commanded, and who would dare to voice any dissent? Wu Jing and Su Guang complied and stepped out. "Can you drink?" "Your Highness, I have never partaken in alcohol," came the reply. Indeed, Xing Bang had not spoken in vain. Since his arrival in this world, he had not tasted a drop of liquor. In his previous life, he was a connoisseur of spirits, downing 2.5 gin of baijiu and consuming beer at will. Lu Jing chuckled, gesturing towards the liquor before Xing Bang. "Today, you shall have a taste. Down this cup." Xing Bang did not refuse and gulped it down in one go, grimacing afterward. The ancient brewing techniques left much to be desired. It was truly dreadful, especially for one accustomed to stronger spirits. Lu Jing assumed Xing Bang was merely sensitive to the spiciness. "To be honest, I am not much of a drinker either, but this wine does not burn. Rather, it has a delightful sweetness." As he spoke, Lu Jing raised another cup and continued, "Little Bangzi, I heard from Master Wu that Madame Fanghua's arrival is entirely due to your efforts. Is that so?" Xing Bang nodded, comprehending why he had been summoned. Lu Jing, curious, inquired, "Pray tell, what method did you employ to persuade her to come willingly?" "Your Highness, I would not dare to deceive you. Although Madame Fanghua has come, she is undoubtedly not here of her own accord." Despite having consumed a fair amount of wine, Lu Jing's mind remained relatively clear. Initially, he found it hard to believe that a mere low-ranking eunuch could sway a woman of such noble stature. However, after hearing Xing Bang's response, he began to accept it. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Jing grew even more intrigued by Xing Bang. "It seems I have underestimated you." Who would have thought that a lowly eunuch could possess such insight? Fascinating indeed. Now, enlighten me on how you persuaded Madame Fanghua. I dare not mislead your highness. Madame Fanghua has been unwell, and it was I who prepared and delivered her medicine for several days. This is precisely why Master Wu entrusted me with the task of persuading her. Xing Bang considered that revealing Wu Jing's involvement would lend credibility to his words. Is it truly that simple? Lu Jing found it hard to believe that such a straightforward approach could yield results. Previously, he had not given it much thought. But now it dawned on him that inviting Madame Fanghua, a woman of his lineage, to dance for him was, in essence, a grave affront. Your Highness, you know as well as I that even those of the highest nobility endure hardships in this realm. Xing Bang refrained from being more explicit, as this was common knowledge. Lu Jing nodded in acknowledgement, well aware of the challenges faced, but insisted, yet, Madame Fanghua is not just any consort. She is a woman of great fortitude. Observing Lu Jing's admiration, Xing Bang realized the prince harbored deeper sentiments. Such praise, however, was a serious transgression. Should the emperor learn of it, he would likely wish to strip Lu Jing of his skin. However, he could discern that this sixth prince still possessed some integrity. At the very least, he had not yet descended to the depths of reckless abandon. This was hardly surprising, for Lu Jing was at an age brimming with youthful vigor. An age that has witnessed countless similar occurrences throughout history. Although Lu Jing exhibited little caution in front of Xing Bang, and felt a tinge of embarrassment after his slip of the tongue, he quickly added, "All right, little Bangzi, spare me the riddles and speak plainly. Do not ponder what can or cannot be said. Whatever you divulge, I shall not hold it against you. Your Highness, I merely mentioned that Madame Fanghua is aware that it was you who gifted her the bathing tub and clothing last time. I simply noted that under such circumstances, the sixth prince's actions reveal his filial piety. I vaguely heard the lady remark, after all, he is still a child." Following this, Madame Fanghua consented to come and entertain your highness with song and dance. Lu Jing furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment, realizing, my birthday is approaching, and the lady still holds affection for me. Witnessing Lu Jing's excited and jubilant demeanor could only be described as innocent. Xing Bang, somewhat speechless, thought to himself, goodness, I merely fabricated a story, and yet it has led to such a coincidence. Clearly, Madame Fanghua was unaware of his birthday. Nevertheless, it was perhaps for the best that he believed so. In his elation, Lu Jing poured another cup of wine for Xing Bang and raised his own glass, exclaiming, "Little Bangzi, come, let us drink to this toast. You are quite the talent. The entirety of the Yao Pavilion shall be under my protection. Rest assured, from this day forth, no one shall dare to bully you. I shall shield you." Xing Bang felt a chuckle rising within him, as they were beginning to share camaraderie over their drinks. "Thank you for your recognition, Your Highness. Allow me to propose a toast to you." With that, Xing Bang downed his drink in one gulp, finding it a mere trifle to entertain a prince, much like Wei Xiaobao wrestling with Emperor Kangxi. Lu Jing laughed heartily, saying, "Little Bangzi, splendid. Watch me." And with that, he too finished his drink in one go, prompting Xing Bang to refill their cups. "By the way, little Bangzi, there is an important task I bestow upon you. You must take great care of Madame Fanghua. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall attend to Madame Fanghua with utmost diligence." Xing Bang's expression turned serious, for he understood this was both his responsibility and duty. Lu Jing was elated and shared another drink with Xing Bang, suddenly recalling something. "Oh, I almost forgot. You are but a lowly eunuch. Let me think. Yes, I shall elevate you to the rank of a luxurious steward, and that detestable Su Guang shall be dismissed." Astonishingly, there was an unexpected gain. However, Xing Bang did not panic. Instead, he waved his hand, saying, "Your Highness, such matters are no jest. I shall devote myself to caring for Madame Fanghua. I believe Master Su will not create difficulties." Lu Jing declared sternly, "I am not jesting. I oversee the Xiaofu. A mere steward holds little significance. Do you think I am intoxicated? Bring Su Guang to me at once." The sixth prince indeed possessed a formidable spirit, revealing his true mettle in critical moments. Xing Bang ceased his attempts to dissuade him, for further persuasion was futile. Moreover, given the current circumstances, there was no need to fear Su Guang. This outcome was undoubtedly what Wu Jing desired. Before long, Su Guang hastily entered the room, followed closely by Wu Jing. "Your Highness, how may I serve you?" Lu Jing cast a glance at Su Guang and, with a sense of entitlement, proclaimed, Su Gonggong, I wish to promote Xiao Bangzi to manage the lavish quarters. Do you have any objections? Su Guang's heart sank. In the span of a mere drinking session, he felt as though he had recklessly jeopardized his own position. Your Highness, this. Chapter 39. The Queen. He is indeed a talent worth utilizing. Su Guang fell to his knees with a thud, discarding his princely identity. After all, the sixth prince was still a member of the royal court. As a mere servant, he had no right to voice any objections. Wu Jing glanced at Xing Bang and remarked, Little Bang, how could you allow His Highness to drink so excessively? Xing Bang was momentarily taken aback, but soon recalled that Su Guang was the adopted son of the chief eunuch, Master Chow. He quickly understood that Wu Jing was merely feigning concern. Rising to his feet, Xing Bang was about to speak when the sixth prince, Lu Jing, interjected loudly. This is not Little Bang's fault. I am not intoxicated. I intend to promote Little Bang. Wu Jing was acutely aware of the intricate relationships at play. Su Guang was insignificant, yet the formidable presence of Master Chow, the emperor's chief eunuch, could not be disregarded. At such a critical juncture, it was unwise to deal with Su Guang recklessly. Your Highness, although Su Gonggong sometimes acts impulsively, he has been diligent in his duties and has committed no grave errors. I implore you to reconsider. Upon hearing Wu Jing plead on his behalf, Su Guang hastily bowed his head, saying, It is the fault of this servant. I have angered your Highness. Please impose your punishment. Just as Lu Jing was about to respond, he suddenly belched, appearing as if he might be ill. Wu Jing quickly approached to support him, gently patting his back, then turned to say, Do not remain kneeling. Hurry and fetch a cup of ginseng tea for His Highness. Su Guang promptly agreed and rushed out. Wu Jing, how dare you? I have not finished speaking, yet you allow that servant to leave. Lu Jing, realizing the situation, pushed Wu Jing away in frustration. Wu Jing remained unperturbed, softly stating, Your Highness, you must not be so rash. The Empress has instructed this old servant to closely attend to you today. You again invoke my mother to restrain me, Lu Jing retorted. Your Highness, Su Guang is but a trivial servant, not deserving of your ire. Allow me to handle this matter. You shall be satisfied with the outcome. Lu Jing, though still somewhat inebriated, began to see the reason in Wu Jing's words and acquiesced. Very well, I entrust this matter to you. He then turned to Xing Bang, saying, Little Bang, I shall not go back on my word to protect you. Remember your promise to me. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will do my utmost. Lu Jing said no more and, with his vision blurring, collapsed onto the table. Little Bang, you truly are remarkable, managing to amuse the sixth prince so well. Your future is boundless, Wu Jing praised. Your Excellency, you flatter me. It is all due to your clever planning, Xing Bang replied humbly. At that moment, Lu Jing's attendant, Xiao Duzi, hurriedly entered, announcing that a palanquin awaited outside. Xing Bang assisted Lu Jing into the carriage. Su Guang, drenched in sweat while holding the ginseng tea, watched as the sixth prince departed some distance away before he breathlessly declared, Wu Gonggong, I shall be sure to repay your kindness in the future. Wu Jing waved his hand and said, Brother Su, there is no need for formality between us. Over the years, you have taken good care of our family. A small effort is nothing significant. Furthermore, we must thank Xiao Bangzi for this matter. Otherwise, the sixth prince would not have departed so easily. Su Guang turned to look at Xing Bang, his eyes filled with jealousy. Xiao Bangzi, I shall refrain from expressing my gratitude in words. From now on, we are brothers. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wu Jing and Xing Bang left the violent room. Su Guang's expression immediately darkened. He calculated that he must quickly consult his godfather regarding this issue. Xiao Bangzi was highly favored by the sixth prince, and he feared that his position might not be secure tomorrow or even the day after. He had no grand ambitions, merely wishing to maintain his comfortable existence as a local power. With these thoughts in mind, Su Guang promptly summoned Xiao Jin and whispered a few instructions. In Shining Palace, the Empress received the report. Your Highness, the situation is as follows. After the sixth prince's departure, Wu Jing did not hesitate to report to the Empress. Empress Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Eunuch Wu, you have handled this matter well. That Xiao Bangzi you mentioned seems quite intriguing. He appears to be a talent worth utilizing. When the opportunity arises, do bring him to me for an audience. Yes, Your Highness. At that moment, the chief eunuch dispatched by Empress Xiao returned, It was Li Lianying, the head eunuch of Shouchuan Palace. Eunuch Li, why have you taken so long to return? Upon seeing Wu Jing, Li Lianying nodded in acknowledgement and addressed the empress. Your Highness, Eunuch Chao has been accompanying His Majesty and the Crown Prince in the imperial garden. It was only after returning to the palace that I managed to see him. Chao Jingchun is His Majesty's trusted confidant, although he frequently receives treasures from this palace. Do you truly believe he would conceal such a significant matter from me? Rest assured, Your Highness, I cannot vouch for other matters, but regarding this one, even without your explicit instructions, Chao Jingchun's astuteness would prevent him from reporting it to His Majesty. Given His Majesty's declining health, he has become increasingly suspicious. Should he be informed, it might lead to his suspicion. Conversely, if he chooses to conceal it, even if His Majesty discovers it one day, after all, the sixth prince is His Majesty's own son. There will be no grounds for slander. At most, he would receive a few reprimands. Empress Xiao, upon hearing this, felt a wave of relief wash over her. With a sigh, she said, Eunuch Li, Eunuch Wu, from now on, the sixth prince will require your vigilance. He is not only my hope, but also yours. Your Highness need not worry. Regardless of life or death, I shall always remain loyal to you and the Crown Prince. Li Lianying and Wu Jing replied in unison. Seeing that there was nothing further to discuss, Wu Jing took his leave, for he was not officially one of the Empress's attendants and did not dare linger. Eunuch Wu, there is no need to consult me regarding matters in the Yao court. You may act as you see fit. However, one thing is certain. We must leave no trace behind, ensuring that no one can seize upon any incriminating evidence. Your Highness, rest assured, I will handle it with utmost discretion. Brother Xiang, you are truly incorrigible for not informing me. It is utterly embarrassing. Xing Bang sat idly in the courtyard when Li Xiaowan, fuming with anger, rushed over. Xing Bang paused for a moment, instantly realizing the cause of her ire. She must have sought clarification from Nangong Shui. Xiaowan, what is the matter? I haven't kept anything from you, he replied. You, clearly aware of the situation, still made me inquire with my mother, leaving me in such an embarrassing predicament. Xing Bang chuckled, oh, what did your mother say? Li Xiaowan's cheeks flushed crimson. My mother scolded me, calling me a foolish girl for lacking shame and for revealing everything. I don't care. It was you who caused me this humiliation, and you must make amends. Chapter 40. The Lord of De Yao, is there a problem? Isn't it just compensation? With that, Xing Bang spread his arms wide. My mother says that men and women should not be too familiar. I won't let you hug me. He chuckled. You grasp things quite swiftly, but I am not a man. Come, uncle, embrace me. A mischievous smile danced on Xing Bang's lips. Little lowly, you must exude a fragrance of milk, right? Any experienced drivers here understand what I mean. That won't do either. My mother said I mustn't have physical contact with eunuchs. Li Xiaowan retreated a step, crossing her arms defensively. Xing Bang found himself at a loss for words. It's one thing for Nangong Shui not to teach her, but it's absurd to witness her teaching her in such a manner. What if the daughter ends up disliking men? Pray tell, what else did your mother say? My mother also mentioned that you are somewhat naughty. Li Xiaowan's face flushed as she hastily covered her mouth. Why did I come over here? It's truly strange. I've blurted out the things my mother instructed me not to say. Xing Bang, momentarily speechless, then leaned forward playfully. Xiaowan, did your mother speak of any other mischief of mine? Li Xiaowan initially frowned, then relaxed her grip. Your mischief? She didn't mention you specifically. She merely said that the eunuchs here tend to take advantage of women. Indeed, it seems she wasn't referring to me. This was indeed awkward. Had he inadvertently become the black sheep among eunuchs? Nangong Shui, you woman, is it really such a big deal to take a tiny advantage of you? Just wait until the day I settle the score with you. Nangong Shui, lost in a haze of annoyance, suddenly sneezed. I'm truly at my wit's end. That little rascal hasn't even brought the medicine. Being a woman is so challenging. This girl has been hanging clothes for ages and hasn't returned. She hasn't gone off again, has she? Driven by an inexplicable impulse, Nangong Shui stepped outside. She could not fathom why the mere thought of her daughter being with that fellow stirred a sense of unease within her. Sure enough, from a distance, she spotted Li Xiaowan and Xing Bang standing in the courtyard. This foolish girl, could it be that she has developed feelings for him? Nangong Shui's expression darkened. It was odd, as this was not the first time such thoughts had surfaced in her mind. Feeling a peculiar discomfort, She found herself constantly reminding herself that he was merely an eunuch. This was indeed a compelling rationale, yet why did it feel as though she was being selfish? Oh dear, how vexing. Nangong Shui shook her head, hastily turning away. She truly did not wish to dwell on such chaotic matters. Alas, my mind is in disarray. I was just thinking about calling Xiaowan back, genuinely worried that I might inadvertently repeat to that little rascal what I had just confided to her. Once more, Nangong Shui stepped outside. Xiaowan, your mother calls you back home for dinner. As Xing Bang watched Nangong Shui reach the entrance, a mischievous grin spread across his face. This mother-daughter duo is indeed a pair of lively treasures. Li Xiaowan let out a soft sigh, turning her head to glance back. Her delicate face instantly flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Nangong Shui gracefully approached, casting a quick glance at Li Xiaowan before clearing her throat. Oh, I see Xiaowan hasn't returned for quite some time. I didn't realize she was here. Xing Bang smiled faintly. Xiaowan is a dutiful girl, coming over to inquire whether I had prepared your medicine. Yes, mother, I just came to have a look. Li Xiaowan instinctively uttered a soft exclamation, her cheeks reddening with a touch of guilt. She couldn't let her mother know she had come over for no apparent reason and had spoken those words. I apologize. Xiaowan is simply a bit impatient, but I am not in a hurry. Not at all. Nangong Shui replied awkwardly. Hee, good work takes time. I knew the lady would not rush this matter. However, it will be ready soon. Thank you for your hard work. Well, we shall take our leave now. Nangong Shui slightly bowed her head and gently tugged at Li Xiaowan, who was staring at the ground, clutching her clothes. Okay, do visit us often. Xing Bang said with a cheerful smile, his gaze lowered. Oh dear, this is against the rules. Another one who charges in head first. Xiaowan, did you truly come to urge for the medicine? Nangong Shui could not help but quietly inquire on their way back. Yes, really? Nangong Shui's heart sank. There was no need to ask. It was likely that this foolish daughter had spoken without thinking. Li Xiaowan nodded mechanically, knowing she simply could not divulge anything. A young lady should not be running off to see men without reason. Li Xiaowan pouted. Mother, Xiao Bang is not a eunuch. He's not a man. Regardless, he is different from us. Remember, my dear, a woman must always maintain her composure. Nangong Shui felt conflicted, uncertain how to educate her daughter. As if a knot had formed in her heart, knowing that it simply could not be. Mother, I understand. Li Xiaowan pouted, equally baffled. She merely enjoyed conversing with Brother Bang. So how could that be deemed improper? She truly did not comprehend. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, a middle-aged man clad in a resplendent yellow dragon robe stood before the imperial desk, holding a memorial. Though his complexion appeared somewhat haggard and pale, an air of authority radiated from him, commanding respect without uttering a word. This man was none other than the current Emperor Lucien. Beside him stood the 8-year-old crown prince Lu Hui, whose youthful face bore a slight innocence. Yet his brow displayed a maturity beyond his years as he attentively listened to his father's teachings. At that moment, a white-haired eunuch approached, carrying a small purple sandalwood box. He reverently unveiled the box and said, Your Majesty, it is time for your medicine. Lucien turned to glance at the chief eunuch, set down the memorial, and with a gentle expression remarked, Huier, I am quite pleased with your insights today. Go and have something to eat and play for a while. Father, please take good care of your health. Lu Hui did not exhibit any particular joy. Instead, she wore a worried expression as she addressed Lucien. Lucien gently ruffled Lu Hui's hair and, with a gratifying smile, reassured her, Father will take good care of himself. Now, go out and enjoy yourself. Lu Hui respectfully performed a bow before exiting. As Lucien gazed at his son's small figure departing, he could not help but sigh. The crown prince is intelligent and filial, yet he is still too young, and Your Majesty, you are overthinking. I shall serve you for many more years. Xing, I am aware that my internal injuries are beyond healing, and I do not harbor extravagant hopes. A few more years would suffice. Alas, let us speak no more of this. Lucien shook his head helplessly, then retrieved a pill from a wooden box and swallowed it. Chao Xingchun closed the box and continued, Your Majesty, there is no need for excessive worry. I shall exhaust every means to find a remedy for your internal injuries. Lucien waved his hand dismissively, adopting an attitude of resignation. Now, let us speak of other matters. Has anything noteworthy occurred in the palace recently? Chapter 41. The sudden banquet of eunuch Wu thanks to the emperor's immense blessings and the diligent efforts of Her Majesty the Empress. The entire imperial harem was enveloped in tranquility. By the way, Your Majesty, not long ago, Her Highness sent someone to inquire about your well-being. Lu Xian grunted softly, took a sip of the ginseng tea, and suddenly recalled something. Speaking of which, how has Jing'er been lately? He is already 16 now and has taken on an official position. It is indeed time for him to gain some practical experience. Since the sixth prince has assumed his duties in the minor court, he must surely comprehend the emperor's earnest intentions. He has been diligently and actively engaging in the handover and organization of various affairs. Moreover, I have heard from the staff that today the sixth prince even conducted an inspection of the hidden garden. Chao Jingchun remarked with a smile. Lu Xian initially furrowed his brow but quickly relaxed, speaking in a calm tone. It seems Jing'er is indeed taking his responsibilities seriously by personally visiting such a place. Indeed, Your Majesty, the sixth prince is also aware of your concerns. I am genuinely pleased for you, from the bottom of my heart, said Chao Jingchun, still smiling, though a hint of cunning flickered in his eyes as he slightly lowered his head. At that moment, Lu Xian suddenly coughed a couple of times. Hearing this, Chao Jingchun hurriedly stepped forward to gently pat his back to ease his discomfort. Lu Xian waved his hand, exhaling a sigh before continuing. Since Jing'er possesses a serious attitude towards his work, let him take charge. However, he is still young, and the hidden garden is a chaotic place. You have overseen it for decades, so if Jing'er acts inappropriately, you must intervene. I do not wish for any unfortunate incidents to occur. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I understand. Very well, you may retire now. I wish to be alone for a while. After Chao Jingchun respectfully exited, he immediately summoned a eunuch, speaking in a rather indifferent tone. Convey our command. Little Bangzi, eunuch Wu requests your presence. Xing Bang was lounging in his room when Xiao Niuzi suddenly approached. What is it? You'll find out once you go. Do you dare not to? Seeing Xiao Niuzi's foolish demeanor, Xing Bang couldn't help but smirk. It was amusing how clueless he was, still trying to act like the favored son of Wu Jing. Little did he know that in the imperial harem, the connections among eunuchs pale in comparison to the allure of a beautiful concubine. Xing Bang chose not to stoop to Xiao Niuzi's level. After all, he was but a dog that couldn't bite and could be easily disposed of at any moment. Before long, the two arrived at the pharmacy. To their surprise, eunuch Wu's door was wide open, revealing an 8 immortals table adorned with several small dishes and a pot of wine. Eunuch Wu was already seated at the main position facing the door. Upon seeing Xing Bang arrive, he naturally did not rise but smiled and gestured to the empty seat beside him. Little Bangzi, come sit beside me. Eunuch Wu, what is this about? Xing Bang pretended to be confused, though he was well aware that this elderly eunuch had specifically invited him. Feeling a sense of pride at becoming sought after so quickly. Today, our household is filled with joy. Come, sit down and share a drink with us. Thank you. Esteemed elder. Xing Bang did not hesitate and took a seat beside WJ. She Oniz, with keen perception, poured a drink for both WG and Xing Bang before standing to the side, truly a devoted companion to WJ. Come, Xiao Biangzi, let us raise our glasses in a toast. Xing Bang, not one to be polite, lifted his cup and clinked it against WG before downing it in one go. Alas, the taste was even more dreadful, evidently inferior to the wine brought by the sixth prince. Xiao Biangzi, fortune is on your horizon. Today, we made a special trip to the Queen's palace to commend you. The Queen instructed me to take good care of you going forward. Thank you for your support. Esteemed elder. WJ waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. This is what you deserve. I have long stated that as long as you are earnest in your endeavors, I will not let you suffer any injustices. Xing Bang raised his cup. Esteemed elder, allow me to toast you. WJ lifted his glass. Indeed, you ought to toast me. Ha. Fortune is surely smiling upon you. Esteemed elder, I am rather dull-witted and do not fully comprehend. Xing Bang could not help but sense the deeper meaning in WJ's words. Yet he remained uncertain of their implications. Come, finish this glass, and I shall reveal it to you. Xing Bang complied and downed another cup. Xiao Biangzi, while your mind is agile, you are still young and lack sufficient insight into palace affairs. I am eager to receive your guidance. Xing Bang's words were sincere. After all, WJ had spent decades in the palace. and any whisper of change would likely escape, not his astute senses. Xing smiled lightly. Very well. Today I shall make an exception and share some truths that are not typically disclosed. First, let me test your knowledge. Do you know why I intervened to prevent the sixth prince from dismissing Xing? Wjing was aware that Xing Bang had a general understanding of the situation, so he chose to tease him first. Xing Bang thought to himself, who does he take me for, presenting such a simple riddle? Nevertheless, he pondered for a moment. For this question was not so straightforward for the average person. You mentioned to me that Xing is the godson of Elder Co, who is a significant eunuch close to His Majesty, wielding considerable power in the harem. Although the sixth prince holds a noble title and oversees the imperial granary, he cannot afford to disregard Elder Co's face. Moreover, the sixth prince's approach to this matter was somewhat unwise, as it could lead to Elder Co losing face and subsequently speaking ill of him in front of His Majesty. Wjing chuckled. Well said. Shiobi Yangzi, it is commendable that you can articulate these apparent issues. However, there are still aspects you fail to grasp. It is understandable, though. You underestimate Elder Co. His ability to earn the Emperor's trust means that ordinary individuals cannot easily discern his thoughts. Even if the sixth prince were to eliminate Xing, Elder Co would never speak ill of him before the Emperor, for at the end of the day, the sixth prince is also the Emperor's own son. Moreover, allow me to inform you that the position of Shifu, if our estimations are correct, is essentially yours. Upon saying this, Master Wu took another sip of wine, donning an air of inscrutability. Of course, it is also a stroke of fortune for you. Had it not been for the sixth prince's favor towards you, this opportunity would not have presented itself so readily. Xing Bang comprehended this notion. The implication was clear. Even if the position of Shifu were to become vacant, under normal circumstances, the sixth prince would not concern himself with such trifles, and it would naturally fall to Master Chao to appoint his own people. Master, allow me to toast to you once more. Xing Bang lifted his cup, now grasping the intricacies of social dealings. Master Wu did not immediately partake in the drink. Instead, his expression darkened slightly as he remarked, Su Guang, regardless of the outcome, has brought this upon himself. He truly believes this turbulent chamber can serve as his playground for tyranny. My young friend, do you comprehend our intention? Chapter 42. Punishment of Bai Ruo Shuang. Rest assured, my lord, the little stick will forever remember that everything he possesses is given to him. Xing Bang has long been accustomed to Wu Gonggong's sarcastic remarks. The old eunuch was merely issuing a warning to those who dared to become audacious and disobedient, destined to meet the same fate as Su Guang. Subsequently, Wu Jing said no more. After indulging in some wine and idle chatter, Xing Bang took his leave. Upon arriving at the courtyard, he was greeted by Xiao Shizi, who had just returned from delivering meals. With a pout, he exclaimed, Xinggu, you have finally returned. I'm afraid you must check on room 38. I just brought in the food, but upon a mere glance, I dropped the bowl. Ever since that day Xing Bang met Bai Ruo Shuang, he had been the one to deliver meals daily. Any other person would immediately drop the bowl and refuse to eat. Fine, I shall go take a look. As Xing Bang spoke, he made his way outside. Aren't you bringing something to eat? Without turning his head, Xing Bang waved his hand dismissively and continued on his path. A woman who cannot take care of herself, yet still calls herself a woman? Upon reaching room 38, he found rice porridge scattered across the floor, and the steamed buns lay quietly, trampled into mere fragments. Bai Ruo Shuang lay motionless, turned away from him. Approaching her, Xing Bang scoffed. What a waste. Are you truly going to squander the special treatment you have been given? Get up and eat this now. Bai Ruo Shuang remained unresponsive. Xing Bang let out a cold laugh, remembering that she had not spoken a single word in all these days. Today, I shall not indulge you. Feigning death will do you no good here. My word is law. Still lying there, are you? I refuse to believe I cannot remedy this. With that, he picked up a bun from the ground and forcefully turned her to face him. Though Bai Ruo Shuang did not scream, she stubbornly attempted to turn away, though her arms could not contend with his strength. Why the silence now? Weren't you the one claiming to have lost your mind? Why so quiet now? Bai Ruo Shuang ceased her resistance, tilting her head while tightly closing her eyes. Exhaling softly. Seizing the moment, Xing Bang brought the bun to her lips. Do not test my patience. Eat this bun obediently. Let me warn you, my tolerance is limited. And if provoked, you shall find yourself in tears. Bai Ruo Shuang's breathing grew heavy, clearly infuriated, yet she still did not utter a word. Choosing to reject my kindness? Then do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With that, Xing Bang leaped onto her, causing Bai Ruo Shuang to open her eyes wide. Her gaze filled with fury as she began to claw at him in a frenzy, gasping for air. Disregarding the bun, Xing Bang swiftly pushed her hands away and delivered a sharp slap to her face. Bai Ruo Shuang gasped in shock, her hands falling limply by her sides, ceasing her frantic movements. After a moment, her reactions intensified, and she began to thrash about, likely recovering from the shock of the slap that had left her momentarily dazed. Xing Bang, with swift reflexes, seized Bai Ruo Shuang's hands firmly and leaned closer, whispering into her ear, "If you dare to move again, I shall reveal those 2 steamed buns. I shall see if a celestial being descends to rescue you when you scream your throat raw." In the next moment, Bai Ruo Shuang indeed ceased her struggles, her tear-filled eyes gazing at Xing Bang with sheer terror. Xing Bang then released her and leapt off the bed. Bai Ruo Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief at his words. Understanding the meaning behind her expression, Xing Bang calmly stated, "If you wish to avoid further trouble, pick up the buns from the floor and consume them completely." With furrowed brows, she bit her lip, breathing heavily as her body trembled. After a moment, she slowly sat up and descended to retrieve the buns, disregarding the dust as she began to eat them mouthful by mouthful. "This is your only bun for today. There shall be no rice porridge. Furthermore, starting tomorrow, Xiao Shizi will continue to deliver meals. Whether you eat is your own concern. I shall await to see if I need to collect your remains." Bai Ruo Shuang shuddered at his words, and Xing Bang took note, but chose to say nothing further as he departed without a backward glance. Who exactly is he? To be so, Bai Ruo Shuang finally raised her head, fixating on his retreating figure, her brows knitted in contemplation. Taking a deep breath, she glanced down at the soiled bun, bit her lip in thought, and then, with a frown, began to eat voraciously again. Once outside, Xing Bang exhaled deeply, marveling at the extraordinary experience he had just encountered. Arriving at room 17, he found the door unlocked and entered, the air still imbued with the refreshing scent of sandalwood. However, at that moment, Madame Fanghua had reverted to her previous plain attire, having discarded her resplendent palace gown onto the floor. Her meticulously styled hair was now disheveled, and she sat on the edge of the bed, lost in thought with a sorrowful expression. "Sister, what troubles you?" Madame Fanghua snapped back to reality upon seeing Xing Bang and immediately embraced him. "Little Bang, do not ask anything," she murmured, her face buried against his chest, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. The two remained in silence, wrapped in each other's arms, observing Madame Fanghua's disheveled state. Xing Bang understood that her noble inner self was deeply troubled by the incident of dancing for the 6th prince. After a considerable time, Madame Fanghua finally released him, wiping away her tears and forcing a faint smile. "I apologize for my outburst. I am still not strong enough, struggling to fully transition from my former identity. At times, I find it hard to accept such absurdity. Alas, seeing you at ease brings me solace. You have selflessly given so much. I shall not betray your heartfelt devotion." Xing Bang smiled faintly, realizing the truth of her thoughts. "Yet, I feel so pitiful. My sister is so extraordinarily beautiful today, and I have not had the pleasure of appreciating her radiance. Whom shall I turn to for solace?" Madame Fanghua let out a delicate huff, stating that there was no one to turn to for consolation, least of all her, for it was impossible for my sister to don that dress again. Xing Bang's expression was one of profound grievance. "My tender heart aches terribly, and I fear I shall not sleep well tonight. What shall I do?" Madame Fanghua was amused, her laughter tinkling like a bell. "If you truly wish to see, it is not impossible. If you give me a dress, no matter its style, I shall wear it for you. This is indeed a considerable reward." "Really?" Upon noticing the eager anticipation on Xing Bang's face, Madame Fanghua felt an involuntary blush creep across her cheeks as she softly affirmed. With a mischievous smile, Xing Bang replied, "Very well. I shall present you with a dress at once." Chapter 43. Nangong Shui seeks medicine. "Will you send me a piece right now?" Lady Fanghua's brow furrowed slightly, contemplating whether she would pick up that item from the ground. "Sister, you are being rather narrow-minded." Xing Bang chuckled, clapping his hands together and assuming a posture as if presenting something. "All right, sister, prepare for a fitting." "What fitting?" Lady Fanghua was utterly perplexed. Although Xing Bang pretended to hold clothing, his hands were conspicuously empty. "Of course, I am referring to the dress I am gifting you. This garment is truly one of a kind, and I have even named it Fenghua's new attire. Xing Bang leaned slightly forward, adopting a serious gentlemanly demeanor. Lady Fanghua instinctively rubbed her eyes, scrutinizing closely. Am I seeing things? Her brow furrowed in slight self-doubt. Well, little Bang, I still see nothing. Xing Bang smiled gently. Sister need not be anxious. Once I have dressed you in it, you will see. Lady Fanghua lightly touched the air, blinking her beautiful eyes in curiosity. It was utterly unheard of to see or touch something invisible. Yet, observing Xing Bang's demeanor as if he were cherishing a treasure, she inquired skeptically, then, how am I to wear it? Indeed, I am giving it to you right now. But since you cannot see it, how will you wear it? Xing Bang appeared quite troubled. Lady Fenghua's face flushed. Surely, you cannot expect me to. Wait. No. Little Bang, are you jesting with me? Goodness. A fairy tale truly cannot deceive an adult. One can only imagine Anderson was nearly beaten to a pulp by women, prompting him to plot against emperors. Lady Fenghua's sharp intellect shone through. Xing Bang chuckled, realizing that prolonging the jest would serve no purpose. He understood that winning over Lady Fenghua's heart would not be an easy feat. Today's events were the best testament to that. She was an exceedingly proud woman, and the extent to which she had indulged him was already remarkable. Furthermore, given her current circumstances, it was inconceivable for her to completely let herself go. Ultimately, Xing Bang thought it best not to refuse her, but also not to force her. A natural progression would yield greater meaning. He did not perceive himself as particularly noble, yet he yearned for this esteemed lady to willingly offer herself to him. What a clever lady you are, Fanghua. You little rascal, you nearly tricked me. Just wait until I give you a proper lesson. Though she spoke thus, her expression betrayed a desire to act, yet she stood frozen before Xing Bang for quite some time. Xing Bang laughed heartily. Sister, are you at a loss as to where to begin? It was evident that a noble lady from the imperial harem would not resort to the tactics of a shrew. In critical moments, she indeed lacked such means. Madame Fanghua flicked her sleeves and pursed her lips, declaring, Very well, I shall spare you this time. Upon hearing this, Xing Bang was not pleased. No, sister, please do punish me. A few strikes or a few bites would suffice. If I so much as frown, I am no true man. Madame Fanghua smiled gently and replied, Enough of this jesting. I am rather weary and wish to rest. Recognizing the boundaries of humor, Xing Bang ceased his antics, aware that further frivolity would descend into vulgarity. As Madame Fanghua observed Xing Bang's departing figure, she sighed deeply, her gaze filled with intricate emotions. Her attention then turned to the soup bowl on the table, her brow furrowing as she sank into contemplation. Upon returning to his room, Xing Bang glanced at the prepared Fu Yanjia. As he approached the door, ready to pull it open, he heard a light patter of footsteps. Peering through a slight crack in the door, he spotted Nangong Shui stealthily advancing towards him, occasionally glancing around. Xing Bang chuckled and did not close the door, choosing instead to sit on a stool and wait. As Nangong Shui drew near, she noticed the door ajar and frowned slightly, glancing around before gently pushing the door open. Madam, are we engaged in something clandestine that warrants such caution? Xing Bang had not even lit a candle, and Nangong Shui was startled to see him sitting in the darkened room. What are you doing? With a faint smile, Xing Bang replied. Isn't that a question I ought to be asking? Why does the madam come to my room unannounced at this late hour? You haven't forgotten your promise to me, have you? Nangong Shui's expression shifted to one of mild reproach. Of course, I have not forgotten, he chuckled. I was just about to deliver it to you when I noticed the madam approaching, so I refrained from stepping out. Are you concerned I might not bring it to you later? The medicine, is it ready? Nangong Shui inquired, her urgency evident as she had been quite troubled lately. Rest assured, it is prepared. Had I known the madam was so anxious, I would have foregone my meal. Xing Bang placed the medicine on the table. I am not anxious. Nangong Shui's tone betrayed her as she quickly added, Well, not really. I was merely thinking about Wanner being present. Xing Bang frowned slightly, for he had not insisted on doing it himself. What does the madam imply? Nangong Shui's cheeks flushed as she murmured, I was thinking. Perhaps here, with you. Xing Bang smiled. As long as the madam finds it agreeable, I have no objections. Without further ado, let us commence. For I fear that if we delay too long, my daughter Wanner may unexpectedly appear. Nangong Shui remarked, instinctively glancing towards the door. Her daughter truly was a source of constant worry. Her curiosity was exceedingly overwhelming. Out of filial piety, one must light a lamp to visit the restroom before nightfall. There was no choice but to speak candidly about coming here for medicine, for the thought of returning late and having that girl stumble upon this scene was quite disconcerting. Contemplating these matters, Nangong Shui felt increasingly uneasy, as though she were being scrutinized by unseen eyes. If her daughter were to witness her in such a predicament, what would become of her? Might we consider relocating? Upon uttering this, Nangong Shui felt her ears flush with warmth, and the term golden husbands and silver wives inexplicably surfaced in her mind. Xing Bang grasped the situation, realizing that Nangong Shui did not entertain the notion of self-administering the medication. Given this, what was the necessity of further discussion? As the saying goes, a fool who does not take advantage of a bargain is a fool indeed. Moreover, she was an exceptionally resplendent and graceful woman. So where shall we go? We cannot simply choose any place, especially in this somewhat chilly weather, can we? Xing Bang replied earnestly, though inwardly he was quite delighted, hoping not to provoke too much excitement. Alas, the heart of a healer. In this narrow alley, could one truly be unable to find a suitable locale? Nangong Shui appeared to be growing increasingly anxious. Chapter 44. The unwelcome visitor. At that moment, Xing Bang suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing an impending threat. Not good. Someone is approaching. Nangong Shui's heart raced with anxiety. Upon hearing Xing Bang's warning, she calmed her nerves and realized that footsteps were indeed audible outside. But those footsteps do not belong to Wanner. Hastily, Nangong Shui rushed to the window. It was Su Guang who had arrived, and there was no time to escape. Without dwelling on Su Guang's intentions, Xing Bang swiftly concealed Nangong Shui in a large chest tucked away in the corner. Su Guang, lacking Nangong Shui's cultivation, failed to detect her presence. Once she was hidden, Xing Bang quickly lay down on the bed. Moments later, the door creaked open, and Su Guang entered, promptly securing the door latch behind him. Xing Bang sensed the gravity of the situation. It seemed that the visitor bore ill intentions. However, he remained unflustered, for even if Su Guang harbored malevolent thoughts, he was no match for him. Who is it? In such a scenario, Xing Bang could no longer feign sleep. Xiao Bangzi, it is I, Su Gonggong. Xing Bang rose from the bed and approached Su Guang. Su Gonggong, what brings you here? Xiao Bangzi, do not be alarmed. I have something to discuss with you. Su Guang settled into a chair, revealing a jug of wine he had brought, which he placed upon the table. Xing Bang intended to light a candle, but Su Guang stopped him. Xiao Bangzi, I have come specifically to express my gratitude. As he spoke, Su Guang poured 2 bowls of wine, filling one for himself and one for Xing Bang. Noticing that Xing Bang did not take his bowl, he drank it down in one gulp. Xiao Bangzi, you should enjoy a few bowls. Xing Bang frowned, already sensing that Su Guang's visit was not merely a gesture of goodwill. Su Gonggong, you appear troubled. Have you encountered a difficult matter? He had no time to waste drinking in the dark. He needed to ascertain the situation swiftly. Su Guang took another sip of wine, sighed, and said, very well. Xiao Bangzi, I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. Not long ago, my godfather, Gonggong Chao, sent someone to inform me that the 6th prince's scandalous behavior at the brothel requires a reasonable explanation. Explanation? So, Gonggong has come to me for this. Xing Bang instinctively braced himself. Xiao Bangzi, as servants, we have no room for choice. It was my oversight not to consider the complexities of this matter. Despite Madame Fanghua's current disgrace, she remains the emperor's consort and the mother of the crown prince. The 6th prince's outrageous actions have left us, the servants, to bear the brunt of the blame. At this point, Xing Bang understood. It was no wonder he always felt that Gonggong Wu spoke of Su Guang with veiled meanings. This old fox had likely already discerned the intricacies of the situation. Yet, from Su Guang's tone, it seemed he intended to involve him. Su Gonggong, I still do not fully comprehend. Please clarify your words. Little stick, I shall convey to you the exact words of the newcomer. How could the 6th prince engage in such indiscreet actions? It was I who, in an effort to curry favor with him, compelled Madame Fanghua to entertain while he was inebriated. This accusation must fall upon my shoulders. My godfather, in his affection, has even granted me the mercy of a complete corpse, leaving me with a white silk for a self-inflicted demise out of guilt. Su Guang spoke with a sense of helplessness, his tone laced with irony. Xing Bang had come to a full realization. He understood that the 6th prince's actions were indeed taboo, yet he had not anticipated the necessity for an explanation. After all, one who does not hold a position cannot meddle in affairs beyond his reach. Such matters felt exceedingly distant to him at present. Your Grace, what brings you to seek me? Xing Bang doubted that Su Guang had come merely to bid farewell. It was evident that only one of them would likely survive this night. He pondered, perhaps there still remained a sliver of hope. Regardless of whether I can preserve this life, I must make one final attempt. Thus, little stick, I must apologize. My brother can only offer you as a sacrifice for my own salvation. If fate spares me, I shall burn more paper money for you and the young lady. In the afterlife, one need not remain a eunuch and may instead enjoy oneself. Su Guang declared, producing the white silk that belonged to him. Little stick, partake of this farewell wine and embark upon your journey with peace. Su Guang's words were resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Even if Xing Bang were to object, it would be too late for intervention. Yet, he could not fathom that not only would he be no match for Xing Bang, but also that Nangong Shui, hidden within the confines of a box, was listening intently. At this moment, the lid began to creak open. Su Guang, your calculations are indeed clever. Yet allow me to correct you. I shall not descend as a eunuch, but whether you do is uncertain. Enough, little stick, I understand your grievances. Do not dwell upon them. Drink a few more bowls, and soon you shall be free of fear. Su Guang, in his complacency, had not contemplated further. Just then, Nangong Shui leaped gracefully to his rear, and only then did Su Guang sense another presence, hastily rising to his feet. Yet, before he could turn around, a cold silver hairpin was pressed against his throat. You what are you doing here? Upon recognizing Nangong Shui, Su Guang's face was awash with disbelief. Xing Bang chuckled. In a room alone with a lone man and woman, what do you think could happen? Nangong Shui cast a disapproving glance at Xing Bang. It's all a misunderstanding. Please, Miss Nangong, do not act rashly. We can discuss this amicably. Panic washed over Su Guang's face as he felt a surge of fear. Nangong Shui let out a cold snort, choosing to disregard the situation entirely. Xing Bang picked up the white silk from the table. Master Su, you believe this to be a misunderstanding, yet I cannot possibly misconstrue your intentions. You have already consumed several bowls of this farewell wine. Upon hearing this, Su Guang's face turned pale. Little Bang, my brother, you cannot kill me. If you do, Master Chow will not spare you either. Xing Bang chuckled. Who said I intend to kill you? Do not worry. I have no intention of taking your life. He added with a smirk, if I truly wish to end you. My dear de Shui Shui would have finished you off with a single thrust just now. De Shui Shui? Nangong Shui furrowed her brow. Is he referring to me? She pondered. Isn't it, de Shui Shui? Xing Bang deliberately called out again, an inexplicable urge to utter those words overtaking him. The leap she had made moments earlier was reminiscent of an ethereal fairy, undeniably enchanting. Nangong Shui's heart fluttered at the thought, yet it felt overly sentimental. She pouted slightly. Enough of the banter. Let us attend to the matter at hand. Xing Bang laughed heartily and turned to Su Guang. Very well, Master Su. We shall escort you home now. Chapter 45. The death of Su Guang. No, you cannot leave him. Nangong Shui exclaimed urgently. Xing Bang observed the anxious expression on Nangong Shui's face, and an inexplicable sense of comfort washed over him. Without hesitation, he swiftly rendered Su Guang unconscious with a decisive strike, smiling slightly as he remarked, how could I possibly allow this calamity to remain? It simply would not do for us to dirty our hands. Otherwise, the 3 feet of white silk bestowed upon him by Lord Chow would be squandered. Nangong Shui immediately grasped Xing Bang's intent, responding with a soft agreement before she stowed away her silver hairpin. Xing Bang then handed her a bottle of feminine hygiene solution, saying, Shui Shui, you should return home now. Just dilute it with a bit of water for cleansing. I'll go alone, she insisted. You should head back swiftly, lest Xiaowan comes looking for you. Nangong Shui's delicate brows furrowed, revealing lingering concern, prompting Xing Bang to reassure her, rest assured, there should be no further complications. He understood her worries stemmed from the fear that Lord Chow's men might still be lurking nearby. Although he harbored some doubts, he reasoned that if they intended to kill him, they would not go to such lengths. In other words, he remained quite safe for the time being. With no immediate threats to his life, Nangong Shui nodded, cautioning, be careful. I will return now. With that, she opened the door and departed. Xing Bang watched her retreating figure with a faint smile, thinking to himself, this woman is dependable. She truly rises to the occasion when it matters. Once Nangong Shui vanished into the night, Xing Bang wasted no time, hoisting Su Guang and heading towards the execution chamber. The room was shrouded in darkness as he entered. To his shock, he was taken aback upon discovering that the two maidservants attending Su Guang had hanged themselves. Clearly, these two girls were also destined for demise. However, Xing Bang felt no sorrow. The palace was notoriously ruthless. Fate dictated their paths. Had either of these maidens posed a threat to him, he would have acted without hesitation. Without further delay, he secured the white silk to the beam above and, after tightening it, hoisted Su Guang into position. Moments later, Su Guang regained consciousness. Yet his cries were stifled, leaving only a visage of terror and despair. Soon, all fell silent. Su Guang was hanged. "Mother, you're back. Why did you take so long?" Upon entering the house, Li Xiaowan sprang up from her bed. Nangong Shui shook her head, but upon seeing her daughter's demeanor, she felt a flicker of irritation. "Waner, how many times must I remind you? A girl must maintain her composure under all circumstances. Why are you still? Hurry and put on your clothes. You're a young lady now, aren't you ashamed?" Li Xiaowan pouted, claiming that she simply found sleeping comfortable. Besides, there was no one but her mother. Nangong Shui's eyes widened slightly as she retorted with irritation. "How could I have given birth to such a heartless and reckless girl? No matter how comfortable a young lady might be, she should not sleep without proper undergarments." Li Xiaowan playfully stuck out her tongue, replying, "Mother, I shall remember this. Let it be for tonight." Nangong Shui was left speechless, warning her not to disclose her identity as Nangong Shui's daughter to anyone outside, for she could not bear the disgrace. Observing her mother's exasperation, Li Xiaowan conceded, "All right, mother, I will dress now." Sighing in relief, Nangong Shui tightened her grip on the medicine bottle, urging, "Hurry and rest, my dear. I am feeling somewhat unwell and need to wash up." "Mother, why are you extinguishing the candles? I want tea peek. Silence, and go to sleep." Outside, in the Chao residence, the opulent and spacious room was lavishly adorned. Chao Jingchun reclined on a soft couch, while a middle-aged eunuch massaged his shoulders, saying, "Foster father, although Su Guang lacks ambition and is rather disappointing, he is still your man." Chao Jingchun snorted derisively, dismissing the idea of keeping such a dim-witted fool. Furthermore, the sixth prince had failed to promptly report such a significant matter, making him deserving of his fate. "Our family has served the emperor for decades. Surely we understand his intentions. Regardless of the severity of his mistakes, the emperor would turn a blind eye to his own son. The emperor is astute and might have deeper motives at play. Therefore, Su Guang must perish to clarify matters. This would be his rightful end." The middle-aged eunuch nodded in agreement, but then furrowed his brow. "Indeed, foster father, your words ring true. However, there is one matter that puzzles me. I have heard that this incident also involves a young eunuch named Xiao Bangzi, and after becoming intoxicated, the sixth prince even intended to elevate this young eunuch's status at Su Guang's expense. But why not eliminate this young eunuch along with Su Guang to silence any rumors?" Chao Jingchun let out a cold laugh. Having Su Guang's affair to account for is sufficient. A mere young eunuch poses no significant threat. If the sixth prince has taken a liking to him, let him be. We shall not only retain him, but also promote him to succeed Su Guang as per the sixth prince's desires. Moreover, this young eunuch may be affiliated with the empress, thus avoiding unnecessary conflict. Inform the subordinates to pay close attention to the situation in the violent chamber. With Lady Fanghua present, this place will likely remain tumultuous. "Yes, foster father, I understand," the eunuch replied. After Xing Bang returned to his room, he found himself unable to sleep. Initially, he had hoped for something to happen with Nangong Shui, but now he was preoccupied with the matter of Su Guang. Nonetheless, he was somewhat surprised by Nangong Shui's reaction. He had not anticipated her willingness to stand up for him, which stirred a touch of emotion within him. Recalling Nangong Shui's typically delicate demeanor, it is truly remarkable how she remains resolute in critical moments. Her decisive and unwavering nature is indeed endearing. Xing Bang let out a sigh of relief, deciding it best not to dwell on such matters, lest he find himself sleepless. Reflecting on the past 2 days, he felt confident that he had accumulated sufficient experience, and thus, his consciousness entered the realm of Fanghua Baojian. All experience points were allocated to enhance his strength, and with a resounding duong, his prowess ascended from the 6th layer of condensation, 0,7,000, to the 7th layer of condensation, 0,8,000. He understood the urgency of further enhancing his abilities. To speak of the distant future would be futile when even within this chamber, Wu Jing could easily overpower him. Not to mention the numerous unknown masters lurking about. Furthermore, it was imperative to facilitate a rapid advancement in Nangongxue's cultivation. The only viable option was to engage in a tenfold draw, hoping to procure a significant elixir or a unique cultivation technique. It was essential not only for him to grow stronger, but also to nurture formidable allies around him. Who has had their affinity increased late at night. As Xing Bang contemplated his future plans, a sudden wave of disturbance surged through his mind. Chapter 46, An Unexpected Harvest, Beauty, by Rushuang Age, 35 Status, Consort, Rank, Beauty, Charm, 92, Max Value 100, Friendliness Progress, 50 Earnings, 50 Experience Points Hour. Xing Bang was somewhat taken aback. His rough behavior had not stirred her emotions. Had it perhaps awakened some contrasting attributes? The following day, while Xing Bang was still lost in slumber, an uproar erupted in the courtyard as Xiao Jinji's voice rang out. Everyone was awake. A grave incident had occurred. Naturally, Xing Bang was roused by the commotion, and it seemed that everyone was hastily getting out of bed. However, he remained unfazed. Knowing well that Xiao Jinji had discovered Su Guang's suicide in a moment of distress and had rushed over, shouting in alarm. Xiao Jinji began to knock urgently on Xing Bang's door, exclaiming, "Xing Bang, quickly rise. Master Su has died." Xing Bang responded casually, then proceeded to knock on the door of another large dormitory room. Though there was still half an hour until the usual rising hour, the news of Su Guang's death left everyone uneasy, prompting them to hastily get out of bed. Xiao Shizi was the first to emerge from his room, hurriedly fetching a basin of water for Xing Bang. Quite commendable, Xiao Shizi, even in a state of panic, did not forget to bring water for his elder brother. By the time Xing Bang had dressed and descended, he cheerfully approached to wash up. "Xing, brother Xing, how can you still smile amidst such grave news? My heart is racing. It's not as if your father has died. Is it necessary to be so tense?" Xing Bang shook his head, proceeding to wash his face. Xiao Shizi furrowed his brow and murmured softly, "Indeed, when my father passed, my mother was taken away." Yet she did not seem this anxious. It was undeniably true that Xing Bang's demeanor was remarkably reassuring. Xing Bang wiped his face with a cloth and chuckled. "What is this? Xiao Shizi, did your mother flee with someone right after your father's death?" "No. My mother sold herself to bury my father, then she sent you to the palace to become a eunuch, did she not?" Xiao Shizi frowned. "How did you know? Brother Xing? I don't believe I've ever mentioned this. It's written in novels. To speak honestly, you are quite handsome." Xing Bang smiled slightly. "In the future, if you have the chance, you might return home to see if your mother has given you a little brother." "Brother Xing, will I truly have that opportunity?" Xiao Shizi asked, a hint of skepticism in his voice, revealing a genuine desire to return home. "Stick with me, and I ensure you won't go hungry for 3 days." Xing Bang laughed heartily and stepped out first. Xiao Shizi was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming, "As long as it allows me to return home in glory, I would endure hunger." Xiao Jinji did not linger in the courtyard and soon dashed to the medical office. "Master Wu, a calamity has befallen us. Master Su has hanged himself. Every day, the young cow sleeps later than a dog and rises earlier than a chicken, wholeheartedly serving Wu Jing as if he were a father." "Xiao Jinzi, why are you shouting so loudly? Lord Wu has not yet awakened," someone chided. Xiao Jinzi pouted. "Did you not hear me say that Lord Su has died?" The young cow, unfazed, retorted, "If he is dead, what concern is it of our Lord Wu?" Just then, Wu Jing's voice echoed from within. "Xiao Jinzi, cease your senseless clamoring. Those unaware might think you are guilty of something. Return quickly and attend to your lord. I dare say the dawn will bring someone to take care of this matter." Startled, Xiao Jinzi suddenly realized Wu Jing was right. After all, he was not a biological father. So why was he making such a fuss? Without uttering another word, he hastily departed. In the Taihao Hall, Emperor Yao Tai, Li Xian, was changing attire in preparation for the morning court. Chao Zhengchun entered and reported, "Your Majesty, news has just arrived from the Yao court that the eunuch Su Guang took his own life last night." Li Xian yawned slightly. "A mere eunuch has died. Zhengchun, do you think I lack matters to attend to?" Chao Zhengchun frowned, pondering whether the sovereign had truly forgotten or if he had misjudged the situation. "Your Majesty, you may recall that I reported this yesterday. Did not the 6th prince visit the violent chamber?" Li Xian responded with a casual, Oh, maintaining an expression of regal authority. What of it? Does this matter concern the sixth prince? Chao Jingchun quickly replied. The investigations below have clarified that Su Guang took his life out of fear of punishment. Very well, I am aware. Henceforth, you may handle such trifling matters as you see fit. It is time for the sixth prince to develop his capacity for independent decision-making, though you must offer him assistance along the way. Yes, Your Majesty, I understand. Chao Jingchun had intentionally paused, only to be interrupted, indicating that the emperor was disinterested in the specifics of the situation, thus implicitly shielding the sixth prince. He felt he had been loyal to the emperor and had not offended either side, planning to proceed according to the original scheme. An hour later, everything in the violent chamber was as usual, everyone busily engaged in their tasks, unfazed as if a relative had not just died. This was the imperial palace. Even if the sky were to fall, one must fulfill their duties, for gossip could cost one their life. Before long, Xiao Jinzi hurried over, his expression one of incredulity, and respectfully said, Little Bangzi. Oh, I mean, Lord Xing, someone from above has come and requests your presence. Xiao Jinzi, what has transpired to warrant such courtesy? Lord Xing wondered, already suspecting that the cunning Wu Jing had suggested that the violent chamber eunuch was practically within his grasp. Indeed, the heralding eunuch clutched garments and a hat in his hands. Little Gold, with a beaming smile, expressed his admiration. Xing Bang smiled faintly as Little Gold led the way, and the two hurried towards the torture chamber. Master Xing, the moment I laid eyes upon you, I knew you were no ordinary individual, which is why I often find myself reporting various matters to you. Little Gold shamelessly flattered as they walked. Little Gold, how can you be so certain that those garments are intended for me? Furthermore, calling me master gives me goosebumps. Henceforth, please feel free to be more casual, Xing Bang replied. Little Gold paused briefly, yet quickly resumed his smile, stating, How could that be? If I were to address you as Master Xing, it must surely be for you and no one else. Xing Bang chuckled, with your knack for flattery. It might indeed be for you. There could be other matters at hand as well. Little Gold's face flushed slightly, and he hurriedly waved his hands, saying, Master Xing, please, do not jest. I merely run errands, and I lack the fortune for such things. Xing Bang smiled again and chose not to engage further, proceeding directly ahead. Upon arriving at the torture chamber, he frowned at the sight of 3 corpses lying in the courtyard. Chapter 47. Ascendance to the role of the wealthy miser in the courtyard lay 3 bodies, those of Su Guang and his 2 maidservants, abandoned in a sorrowful manner, left uncovered as if they were mere refuse. It is likely that after being removed, they were discarded in a forgotten graveyard to be fed to wild dogs. Su Guang, I do not wish you peace in the afterlife. Rather, I hope you are reborn as a pig in your next life. As Xing Bang cast a glance, contemplating this, he was about to step into the room when a thought suddenly struck him. Little Jinzi, what if I truly ascend to a higher position and require someone to run errands for me? That cannot be. I have 100 taels of silver notes here. Little Jinzi seemed to have anticipated this, pulling the notes from his bosom before Xing Bang could finish his sentence. Xing Bang smiled slightly, accepting the notes without hesitation. Thank you. No need for such formalities, Master Xing. This is but my duty to honor you, Little Jinzi replied. Without further ado, Xing Bang tucked the notes away and entered the house, reflecting, at least you are perceptive. This money rightly belongs to me, and I shall recover what Su Guang left behind. Upon entering the main chamber, a young boy greeted, I pay my respects to the esteemed official. You are the young boy? The commanding eunuch, seated in a high position, rose to scrutinize Xing Bang from head to toe. Indeed, that is I. The eunuch took the garments and hat from the table, cleared his throat, and announced, Young boy, by the decree of Lord Chao, you are hereby appointed to succeed Su Guang as the wealthy miser. Thank you for your patronage, Lord Chao. Xing Bang accepted the garments and hat, turning to hand them to Little Jinzi, then produced the 100 taels of silver notes. This is a small token of appreciation for the arduous journey you undertook. Oh, this is too much. The eunuch feigned reluctance, casting a glance at the silver notes before unceremoniously accepting them with a beaming smile, tucking them into his robe. Clearly, 100 taels was no insignificant sum, considering the monthly stipend was merely 2 taels. Xing Bang smiled subtly and turned to Little Jinzi, saying, Hurry and fetch the official a cup of tea. The eunuch, with a delicate gesture, replied, no need for such trouble. I shall return now to report. Since you cannot remain, I shall not detain you further. Safe travels, esteemed official." With a polite farewell, the eunuch departed, and the bodies of Su Guang and the maidservants were loaded onto a cart by his attendants, who strode away with nonchalance. "Congratulations, Master Xing, on your elevation to the position of wealthy miser. Allow me to assist you with your attire." Xing Bang nodded, and little Jinzi immediately unfurled the garments, his face alight with envy and excitement. The hat, adorned with golden embroidered characters representing longevity, and the robe, featuring intricate quail patterns and a well-fitted breast, were far more splendid than what he had previously worn. Though a mere 8th-rank official, he had nonetheless embarked upon a path of service. "Master Xing, you look splendid," little Jinzi exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in admiration. At this moment, the ever-loyal Xiaozhu entered in a state of agitation, kneeling before Xing Bang. "I, your humble servant Xiaozhu. Pay my respects to Master Xing. What have you been up to, sneaking around? I haven't seen you for ages." Zaya Jinzi interjected sharply, not allowing Xing Bang to speak first. Xing Bang, however, paid little mind to the outburst, aware that Zaya Jinzi felt overshadowed by Xiaozhu's favor in Su Guang's presence, evidenced by the fact that Xiaozhu was the one who often fanned the flames during their gatherings. I wasn't feeling well and went to the restroom," Xiaozhu replied, his voice trembling and hesitant. "All right, you may rise. With Master Su absent, as long as you dedicate yourself to your duties, I shall not treat you unfairly." Xing Bang interrupted Zaya Jinzi, who seemed eager to press further. It was evident that Xiaozhu was fabricating a story, but now was not the time for inquiries. Any concealed truths would soon reveal themselves. Naturally, should he harbor treacherous intentions, a swift demise alongside Su Guang would be in order. "Enough, Xiaozhu. There is nothing more to discuss here. Since you are unwell, you may take your leave and rest." Trembling, Xiaozhu stood and departed. "Master Xing, that fellow must be up to no good. How can you just let him go?" Zaya Jinzi exclaimed, dissatisfaction etched on his face as he watched Xiaozhu exit. Xing Bang waved his hand and smiled slightly. "It matters not. Su Guang's reputation is not as foul as that of dog excrement." "What do you mean?" Zaya Jinzi asked, puzzled. "By the way, Zaya Jinzi, you must know that Su Guang has concealed quite a bit of filth. You should be aware of where such things are hidden, correct?" Zaya Jinzi caught on immediately. "Master Xing, you are correct. I merely run errands for Su Guang. I have no knowledge of where he hides his ill-gotten gains. But Xiaozhu might know more than I. This young man possesses a certain cunning, having swiftly been branded with the label of embezzlement. Since you are more informed than I shall entrust this matter to you entirely." Xing Bang contemplated that the incriminating evidence was likely concealed within this very room. It would be prudent to extract hints from Xiaozhu's lips. "Yes, Master Xing, with your trust in me, rest assured, I shall unearth every last coin, even if I must dig 3 feet into the earth," Zaya Jinzi declared passionately. Xing Bang coughed lightly. "Mind your words, this is not for my benefit. Since it is Su Guang's embezzled wealth, it naturally belongs to the welfare of all." "Of course, Master Xing, I misspoke," Zaya Jinzi nodded vigorously, even slapping himself in reprimand. "Very well, there is nothing more to discuss. Gather a few men and clean this place thoroughly, inside and out." Xing Bang surveyed his surroundings. This would now be his new abode, spacious and accommodating, featuring a main hall and 2 adjoining rooms. Zaya Jinzi acknowledged the command and promptly exited. Xing Bang let out a sigh of relief, feeling that he had successfully completed his initial plan. Although the presence of that old rogue, Wu Jing, meant he could not truly claim the title of the sovereign of the brothel, safeguarding his cherished experiences was certainly within his grasp. With the right opportunities, he could still indulge in a bit of recklessness. Moving forward, he intended to focus on enhancing his strength while relishing life to the fullest. Until he reached a certain level of power, remaining within the confines of the brothel was not a disadvantage. Who knows, perhaps one day, some enchanting concubines or relatives of the officials would be sent his way. His days would undoubtedly be fulfilling. After lingering in the brothel office for a while longer, Xing Bang returned to his original courtyard. By this time, the eunuchs had begun serving meals, and news of Xing Bang's rise to the position of a favored man had spread throughout. Upon his return, everyone greeted him with the utmost respect, their work becoming more diligent and efficient. "Brother Xing, I knew you would rise to greatness." Xiao Shizi, being closer to him than the others, was less formal. and it was evident that his joy was genuine, unlike others who harbored ulterior motives. Xing Bang chuckled, glancing at the large food box in Xiao Shizi's hands, and thought of Bai Rushuang, instructing him, replace the large steamed bun numbered 38 with 2 cornmeal buns, and say this when you get there. Chapter 48. A new official's first display of authority. Xinggu, please spare me. He is a madman, Xiao Shizi exclaimed, his face awash with embarrassment. Xing Bang's eyes narrowed. Look at your lack of ambition. Hurry up. With a quick lift of his foot, Xiao Shizi readily acquiesced and dashed away in a flurry. Xing Bang chuckled softly and followed suit. Now in the role of the steward, he felt compelled to report to the elderly eunuch, Wu Jing. Upon arriving at the medical office, Xiao Niuzi's jealousy was palpable, his eyes nearly bulging with envy. Master Wu, your foresight truly astounds me. I could never have anticipated this turn of events indeed. This is your fortunate destiny, but it is also well-deserved. There is nothing more to discuss. Wu Jing replied with an air of calmness, glancing at the official attire adorning Xing Bang. He smiled. Little Bang, you need not demean yourself so before us. After all, you are now my superior, and in the future, we may very well find ourselves reliant upon you. Your Excellency jested, regardless of the circumstances. Xing Bang remained steadfastly humble, weary of repeating such platitudes before Wu Jing. Nevertheless, Wu Jing relished each utterance, growing increasingly pleased with every encounter. Should the day come when Wu Jing ascended to greatness, he would be thoroughly delighted. In a moment of levity, Wu Jing continued, and regarding Lady Fanghua, how do you intend to treat her? To this, Xing Bang admitted, I must confess, I have yet to consider that. I humbly seek your guidance. He feigned ignorance, knowing full well that since Wu Jing posed the question, he undoubtedly had his own thoughts on the matter. Whatever Wu Jing suggested, Xing Bang would comply, navigating the situation as best he could. Wu Jing pondered briefly, noting the involvement of the sixth prince, and decided it prudent to treat her kindly for the time being. We shall await further instructions from the Empress, and I will inform you accordingly. Xing Bang nodded in agreement, recognizing the necessity of racing against time. By the way, Little Bang, unless absolutely necessary, try to minimize your visits to my office. We have always maintained a low profile. Yes, Your Excellency, I understand, Xing Bang replied, well aware that Wu Jing was a strategic pawn of the Empress, remaining in the shadows as an inconspicuous medical supervisor. He could be of great use when the moment called for it, all while avoiding suspicion from others. This revealed the formidable nature of the Empress. Xiao Shizi, having delivered the meals, finally reached room 38 to serve Bai Rushuang. He dared not disregard Xing Bang's orders, though anxiety gnawed at him. Previously, he would simply drop off the food and leave, but now he had to engage in conversation. The prospect of encountering her madness sent shivers down his spine. The room exuded an eerie ambience, and the thought of a deranged woman within made Xiao Shizi's heart race. Trembling, he opened the door and stepped inside with cautious, heavy strides, placing 2 steamed buns and a bowl of thin porridge beside the bed. Listen carefully, my master, Lord Shi, has conveyed that you, like these 2 buns, are subject to his command at any moment. Xiao Shizi was somewhat perplexed by the meaning of the words, yet he conveyed them according to Xing Bang's intent. After speaking, he turned to leave, glancing back instinctively, as if fearing a frenzied pursuit. Fortunately, Bai Rushuang remained utterly still. Upon reaching the doorway, Xiao Shizi suddenly recalled a detail he had overlooked and took a few steps back inside. I forgot to inform you. My brother Xing has just been elevated to a wealthy husband this morning. With that, he swiftly locked the door and departed. Bai Rushuang picked up the 2 seemingly squished steamed buns, shuddering involuntarily. Xing Bang exited the pharmacy, bypassing his own courtyard and heading directly to Nan Gongshua's residence. Wondering whether her health had improved, as neither she nor her son had sought him out that morning. However, the room was empty. After a moment's thought, he proceeded to the sunbaking area where the laboring women were confined, now approaching with an air of confidence. Aside from these 2 locations, Nan Gongxue and her daughter had no other place to go. You foolish girl, just like your mother, so inept. Such a simple task as grinding rice. And yet you've accomplished so little in such a long time. As Xing Bang neared the sunbaking area, he heard a shrill voice akin to that of a shrew berating someone. Following the sound, he saw an elderly palace maid reprimanding a young girl. This matron, having grown old, had taken up the role of a supervisor in the sunbaking area. You dare to speak back? I don't care what connections you two had before. Now that we have a wealthy husband, you must adhere to the palace's rules and work diligently, she scolded, jabbing her finger at the girl's forehead. Isn't this a classic display of the matroness demeanor? Xing Bang gazed pityingly at the young girl, whose face resembled that of a painted cat, and frowned. Is that not Li Xiaowan? How did she end up like this? He was taken aback, momentarily failing to recognize her. Irritated, Xing Bang strode purposefully towards the matron, delivering a swift kick that sent her sprawling. Accompanied by a pained wail, a string of curses followed. Who dares to be so blind as to it is I, you old hag, seeking to rebel? The matron, wincing in pain, looked up to see Xing Bang. Unfamiliar to her, yet recognizing his attire, which caused her to kneel in terror. Your servant pays respects to the wealthy husband. The other laboring women nearby hastily followed suit. Kneeling in reverence, Xing Bang waved his hand dismissively, casting a glance at the matron. Everyone, except for this old crone, rise and get back to work. The matron, with a face full of grievance and confusion, protested, My lord, I was merely enforcing the rules, ensuring these clumsy servants fulfill their duties. Why treat me thus? Xing Bang scoffed, There is no reason, I simply find you displeasing. Speak out of turn again, and I shall take your life. Without my permission, you shall remain kneeling here. With the arrival of a new authority, it is customary to establish dominance. How does that sound? Madame Rong dared not utter another word. In this realm, the miser was akin to the emperor. At this moment, she felt both aggrieved and regretful. Her grievance stemmed from the fact that she had initially intended to be strict with the miser upon his ascension, while her regret lay in the folly of allowing the mother and daughter, Nangong Shui, to come and toil. As a result, she not only failed to procure anything of value, but also reaped the bitter fruits of her own decisions. Xing Bang turned to glance at the still aggrieved Li Xiaowan, his heart aching slightly, as he inquired, Why is your face adorned with such an array of colors? Li Xiaowan hastily wiped her face with her hand, feeling a touch embarrassed as she replied, At first, my mother and I were over there dyeing clothes. But that old woman found me clumsy and sent me here to pound rice. Xing Bang looked at the stone pestle in Li Xiaowan's hands, snatched it away, and tossed it aside, noticing that her delicate hands had been chafed and bruised. Anger surged within him once more. Turning his gaze, he saw numerous bags of rice piled high beside him, then looked back at Madame Rong and barked, Get over here. You are not to eat or sleep until this rice is pounded. Upon hearing this, Madame Rong nearly collapsed in fear, hastily bowing her head, My lord, please. This old servant's actions are solely for your benefit. However, Xing Bang disregarded her pleas entirely, taking Li Xiaowan's small hand in his own and declared, Come, lead me to your mother. Chapter 49. The conditions at the dyeing house improved very well. Li Xiaowan's cheeks flushed, her heart racing like a startled deer. It was her first experience of a man holding her hand in such a manner. Feeling a bit dizzy, she did not withdraw her hand. Momentarily forgetting her mother's advice about the importance of modesty and the principle that a woman should not engage in intimate gestures. Xiaowan, it is you who should guide me to your mother, not the other way around. Xing Bang paused, turning his head to offer a gentle smile. In a daze, Li Xiaowan followed Xing Bang forward, only coming to her senses after receiving a prompt. Oh, my mother is at the dyeing workshop. With that, she hurriedly led Xing Bang towards a large room. During this period, dyes were derived from the roots, stems, leaves, flowers, and peels of plants, thus lacking any unpleasant odor. Mother, Nangong Shui turned upon hearing Li Xiaowan's call. Xing Bang was taken aback, his face and clothes stained with dye, making it difficult to recognize him without familiarity with his remarkable physique. Nangong Shui glanced at Xing Bang, and then at the two still clasping hands, her brow slightly furrowing. You too, how? Only then did Li Xiaowan realize that her hand was still in Xing Bang's grasp. With a soft gasp, she quickly withdrew her hand and waved it dismissively. Mother, it's not what you think, it was just. Seeing Li Xiaowan's flustered demeanor, Xing Bang couldn't help but chuckle. She was undeniably adorable. I must say, Dashua Shui, I seriously suspect you are dyeing the clothes, or perhaps yourself. How dare you? Have you lost your mind? Nangong Shui shot a glare at Xing Bang, clearly displeased with being addressed in such a manner. Li Xiaowan looked astonished at Nangong Shui. Mother, is Dashua Shui your nickname? I've never heard it before. Nangong Shui was momentarily speechless, giving Xing Bang a glare before clearing her throat. Well, Dashua Shui was my childhood nickname. Li Xiaowan responded with an "oh," murmuring, Dashua Shui? Quite a lovely name. Then she realized something was amiss. Mother, I had no idea. Does that mean he? Nangong Shui quickly interrupted, addressing Xing Bang. Should we return and rest for a bit? Xing Bang smiled slightly. Of course, that would be lovely. Nangong Shui tugged at the bewildered Li Xiaowan. All right, Wanner. You look like a little calico cat. Hurry back and wash up. And here you are, Mother, looking even more disheveled than I am. Xing Bang laughed heartily, following the lively mother-daughter duo. Upon returning to their lodgings, Xing Bang said, You two rest for a bit. I'll fetch some water for you. Without further ado, he lifted a wooden bucket and stepped outside. Yay, Brother Bang, you are truly wonderful. Li Xiaowan genuinely felt fatigued. She flopped onto the bed and stretched lazily. Nangong Shui felt a wave of warmth wash over her, her heart stirring with a vision of a home. The labor of the fields is for men, while the weaving of cloth belongs to women, and yet, Nangong Shui shook her head to dispel her wandering thoughts. With a soft sigh, she turned her gaze to her daughter Li Xiaowan, contemplating for a moment before speaking. Xiaowan, you are being rather unruly. We have guests in the house. Mother, I am truly exhausted. Besides, Brother Bang is not a stranger. Li Xiaowan protested, rising to pull on Nangong Shui's arm in a playful manner, her words escaping her lips without hesitation. You. Nangong Shui found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Truth be told, she felt a certain comfort in her daughter's remark. After all, he was not a stranger. Xiaowan, as a young lady, calling him Brother Bang is quite inappropriate. Nangong Shui attempted to redirect the conversation, yet she realized she struggled to voice her discontent. He seemed, after all, not much older than Xiaowan. Li Xiaowan pouted, Mother, that is unjust. It was not my choice to call him that. Brother Bang insisted I refrain from addressing him as Lord, so I had no choice but to call him as I did. I find it rather endearing, is it not too forward? Nangong Shui huffed lightly. You silly girl, what is this nonsense of brother and sister? You truly lack any sense of propriety. Li Xiaowan sighed in exasperation. Then, Mother, how should I address him? This left Nangong Shui in a momentary daze, struggling to find an appropriate response. Water's here. Fortunately, at that moment, Xing Bang entered, providing a timely reprieve for Nangong Shui. For otherwise, Li Xiaowan's inquisitive nature would have persisted unrelentingly. Xing Bang said nothing, yet the last two words he heard resonated clearly in his mind. He had opened his mouth to say father, but no sound emerged. Li Xiaowan, filled with enthusiasm, leapt from the bed, exclaiming that she was too filthy to face anyone without washing. Nangong Shui remained still, casting a glance at Xing Bang, who understood her unspoken cue and smiled, saying, Understood. I shall take my leave. As he prepared to exit, his gaze shifted downward. However, before he could inquire further, Nangong Shui's cheeks flushed slightly as she murmured, I feel much better now. Thank you. I had a restful sleep last night. Xing Bang smiled knowingly and exited through the door. Mother, Brother Bang is truly remarkable. After so many days of illness, he cured you with such ease. He is indeed a miraculous healer. Go on, you are incorrigible. I do not know when your chatter will cease, Nangong Shui replied, exasperated. Indeed, a miraculous healer. Xing Bang lingered by the door, listening to the exchange between mother and daughter, finding amusement in their banter. Without a television or social media to distract them, what else could one find entertaining besides the fleeting moments of life? After a quarter of an hour, the door creaked open. How did you know I hadn't left? Nangong Shui queried as she opened the door, and Xing Bang strode in with a cheerful demeanor. I took a guess, she replied. At that moment, both Nangong Shui and her daughter had cleaned themselves and donned fresh garments, their beauty restored, reminiscent of lotus flowers emerging from the water. Your guesses are astute and delightful. Your thoughts resonate clearly, and I can only respond with a simple acknowledgement. Xing Bang chuckled heartily. Without further ado, the mere sight of two enchanting figures was worthy of poetic tribute. Nangong Shui's expression tightened, exclaiming, What a mess! Li Xiaowan, her large eyes darting about, conveyed her confusion. Xing Bang, choosing discretion, refrained from elaborating and instead remarked, By the way, when Mama Rome summoned you for tasks, why did you not seek me out? It was hardly work, merely a way to vex ourselves. Engaging in labor is not an issue. Yet I did not expect Mama Rome to behave as if she were a different person, seemingly intent on targeting the two of us. In truth, Nangong Shui had heard the news of Su Guang's demise early that morning, and she was also aware that Xing Bang had recently ascended to the position of steward. Understanding the underlying circumstances, she preferred to engage in work rather than burden Xing Bang, especially considering his recent elevation to such a role. Sensing Nangong Shui's apparent concern, Xing Bang refrained from probing further and assured her, "Do not overthink. You and your mother remain free to act as before. Moreover, conditions at my office are somewhat more favorable, and I can." Chapter 50. Sending two maidens to the teaching bureau. Xing Bang deliberately paused for a moment, then turned his gaze towards Nangong Shui. "What are you looking at me for? If you have any thoughts, feel free to express them." Nangong Shui found his expression rather peculiar, as if he feared that she would not agree with whatever he had to propose. Yet, the more he hesitated, the more curious she became. Xing Bang smiled slightly. "In truth, it is nothing significant, considering that Xiao Wan is now of an age where she should strive for independence. It is likely that having you both share a room may lead to various inconveniences. Moreover, our establishment is indeed in need of additional hands. Thus I thought it would be beneficial for Xiao Wan to assist there as a form of training. Of course, if you wish to move there as well, that is perfectly acceptable. There is ample space." He trailed off. "As for me, it would invite gossip, and regarding Xiao Wan, she is old enough to have a say in this matter. I am willing." "You impetuous girl, how swift you are. Have you long found your mother bothersome?" Nangong Shui gasped in surprise. She had not anticipated her daughter's eagerness, her expression reflecting a reluctant acceptance of the idea of her daughter growing up. Li Xiaowan stuck out her tongue playfully, gripping Nangong Shui's hand. "Mother, I love you the most. However, Brother Bang is right. I have indeed grown up and wish to." "Wish to?" Nangong Shui smirked. "You dare to wish, but cannot voice it. Do you not want your mother to manage you as she does?" Li Xiaowan blushed, realizing her thoughts had been seen through. "Mother, how can you say that? Needless to say, that is indeed the case. Since you have expressed your willingness, let it be so." Nangong Shui, though somewhat conflicted, was not one to dither and ultimately consented. The nature of her conflict was peculiar, nonetheless. "Dashua, perhaps you should also consider relocating. After all, I am quite the prominent figure in this establishment, and it would not be amiss to have a lovely lady to serve tea and refreshments, would it?" Xing Bang had successfully accomplished the first phase of his strategy and now awaited the potential to enhance it further. He spoke with utmost conviction. "Auntie, am I so old?" Nangong Shui shot a sharp glare at Xing Bang, though she chose not to take offense at being called Dashua in front of her daughter. This particular address felt somewhat excessive. Xing Bang chuckled. "In all honesty, I would prefer to call you big sister, but, well, Wanner, would you mind calling me uncle instead?" Li Xiaowan pouted. "I refuse." Xing Bang looked at Nangong Shui and shrugged his shoulders, adopting a look of resignation. Nangong Shui seriously questioned whether Li Xiaowan was indeed her biological daughter. How could she be so ungrateful? With a beauty like her own, how could she have produced such a charming girl? She then cast a disdainful glance at Xing Bang. "Humph. Then you may as well call me Andy. And I have no intention of serving you tea." Xing Bang laughed heartily, unable to further interpret the situation. "Enough of the foolish laughter. Hurry back to your office. And what are you doing lingering in our women's quarters?" Nangong Shui pouted, her slight temper adding a touch of allure to her demeanor. Xing Bang chuckled heartily. "Well, I suppose it's time for me to take my leave. Brother Bang, do return first. I shall tidy up my things and join you shortly," sighed Nangong Shui, displaying a look of despondence as she observed her exuberant daughter. It felt as though she were caught in a web of deception. Upon returning to the office, Xing Bang found the usual furnishings intact, yet everything in need of replacement had been renewed. The discarded items were all cleared away, and the windows and doors had been thoroughly cleaned. Additionally, two maidens stood in the hall, their appearances quite pleasant. He instantly recognized them as the two girls who had been tasked by Su Guang with giving him massages. "Master Xing." These two maidens were recently sent by Master Su to the Academy of Arts to learn singing and dancing. Learning of Master Su's predicament, they have now been returned. Little Jinzi informed him promptly, sensing his curiosity. Xing Bang finally understood. No wonder he noticed a significant change in their demeanor since they had been trained under Su Guang's guidance. Su Guang truly had a thoughtful side to him. A faint smile crept upon Xing Bang's lips. It was undeniable that Su Guang, despite his unfortunate fate, had an eye for talent. The Academy of Arts was, in essence, an official brothel outside the palace, generating substantial revenue for the court annually. Most of the women there were either relatives of condemned officials or female prisoners of some beauty. Xing Bang had heard rumors of certain eunuchs residing outside the palace indulging in such pleasures. However, the quality of the women there was certainly inferior to that of the Yao court, where only the most exquisite women were selected, as the emperor occasionally visited. With a beaming smile, little Jinzi added, "Master Xing, I inquired earlier, and while these two maidens have not been at the academy for long, they have indeed learned a few skills. Perhaps they could provide you with some relaxation amidst your busy affairs." To be frank, Xing Bang held little interest in these maidens who had been in Su Guang's company, especially when he recalled Su Guang's ghastly visage. By the way, little Jinzi, can we still leverage our connections with the academy? If possible, send these two maidens back for further training. Certainly, Master Xing. It is merely a matter of spending some silver to facilitate arrangements. Very well, take these two maidens to settle in. You shall reach out to the academy to find a reliable contact. If convenient, I would like to meet them personally. Xing Bang pondered that it would indeed be a pity for the two maidens to be relegated to menial tasks after their training had enhanced their poise so significantly. He mused about how much more they might transform with extended instruction, considering they could prove useful in the future. Xiao Jinzi respectfully acquiesced and descended with the two maidens. Throughout their descent, the maidens remained utterly silent. Such was their fate. Although they possessed a modicum of beauty, it paled in comparison to Li Xiaowan, rendering them unworthy of forsaking a precious jade for mere unrefined stone. Before long, Xiao Jinzi returned. Apart from the several large chambers occupied by Xing Bang, there were several other vacant rooms nearby, albeit in considerably poorer condition. Master Xing, while you were away, these two maidens managed to glean some information regarding the eunuch's affairs and discovered 5,000 taels and silver notes within this room. With a beaming smile, Xiao Jinzi produced 5 silver notes, each valued at 1,000 taels, and presented them to Xing Bang. However, Xing Bang did not accept the notes. Instead, he remarked, "I am not well versed in the situation at the Ministry of Rights. To establish a more reliable connection, it will undoubtedly require a significant expenditure of silver. You may keep the amount you deem necessary." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinzi suddenly fell to her knees with a resounding thud. Chapter 51. Li Xiaowan, the young girl, appeared somewhat aggrieved. "Master Xing, I did not anticipate your immense trust in me. From now on, I shall exert every effort," exclaimed Xiao Jinzi after bowing thrice with great excitement. Initially, Xing Bang suspected that he might be unhinged, but upon reflection, he understood that having followed Su Guang without much recognition, Xiao Jinzi had likely felt suppressed for a long time. Thus, it was only natural for him to experience such astonishment, akin to a loyal minister encountering a wise ruler. "Xiao Jinzi, you are remarkably astute and efficient in your endeavors, which pleases me greatly. As long as you are sincerely working for me, I shall trust you without reservations. My principle is to utilize capable individuals without suspicion. Employing people is akin to commanding troops, requiring a delicate balance that one must manage within oneself. Any indecisiveness or betrayal corresponds only to exploitation and eventual disappearance. As long as Master Xing holds me in esteem, my life is yours to command. Let us hope so. Now, rise and speak freely." Xing Bang gestured, his tone remaining composed. He believed in observing the truths before his eyes, dismissing mere declarations of loyalty, and would not permit even a grain of doubt to cloud his judgment. "Master Xing, arranging for 2 individuals is not a difficult task. 500 taels of silver will suffice," Xiao Jinzi asserted with determination. Xing Bang immediately produced 2 notes, handing over 2,000 taels. "First, ensure that these 2 maidens do not entertain clients. Second, make every effort to establish connections with the head of the Jiafangxi. This may lead to further opportunities in the future. Remember, the second task requires careful discretion. I entrust you with full responsibility for this matter, and I shall reveal myself when the time is ripe. Rest assured, Master, I shall handle it meticulously. You need not concern yourself with the details." "Very well. There is nothing more to discuss. You may return to your duties." Xing Bang did not elaborate further, as this was the fundamental decorum expected of a servant. Nonetheless, Xiao Jinzi was indeed decisive and capable. In contrast, Su Guang seemed to revel in comfort and indulgence, perhaps perceiving Xiao Jinzi's cleverness as a threat. Xing Bang harbored no such concerns. He preferred to employ intelligent individuals, as one must possess the capability to manage them effectively. Before long, Li Xiaowan arrived, carrying nothing but a small bundle, presumably containing a few personal garments. She bounced into the room like a caged golden silk bird set free, her joy palpable. Xing Bang smiled slightly. "Wainer, take your time." The little girl was utterly delightful, and her exuberance was contagious. Li Xiaowan's figure was quite pleasing, and the potential for her future growth filled him with anticipation. This was her first time entering the violin office. It was far superior to the place where she had lived with her mother. Upon entering, Li Xiaowan placed her belongings on the table and began to gaze around in wonder. "Indeed, from now on, you shall reside here with me. Are you not excited?" At last, she had her own private room, and of course, she was overjoyed. "Indeed, dear brother, which room shall I occupy? Allow me to ascertain the comfort of the bed first." In the absence of Nangong Shui, Li Xiaowan unfurled her true nature, indulging in whims without restraint. One wonders how much the young lady has suppressed her feelings in daily life. This, indeed, feels rather splendid. Both rooms are quite similar. Choose whichever you prefer, for I have yet to decide on my own accommodation. Li Xiaowan beamed. "Brother, you are truly wonderful, even more so than my mother." With that, she boldly dashed into a room, disregarding everything else, and flopped onto the bed. "Wow, it's so soft and comfortable." Xing Bang was rendered speechless, suddenly feeling as if something precious had been snatched away from him. Yes, indeed, it was a line that should rightfully belong to him. As Li Xiaowan rolled over, she lay on the bed again, exclaiming, "Wow, this feels even better." Xing Bang could hardly fathom the situation. If Nangong Shui were to witness this, she would surely be furious. It was only the first day. What chaos might ensue in the days to come? Oh, let us wait and see. Conversely, such an endearing girl should not be overly restricted, otherwise it could hinder her growth. From this perspective, I have indeed accomplished a noble deed. Xiaowan, isn't this bed delightful? Surely it has much more elasticity than your previous one. Xing Bang found himself uplifted by Li Xiaowan's exuberance. "Yes, I shall sleep soundly tonight, dreaming sweetly." It must be noted, however, that Li Xiaowan is rather pitiable. She ought to be living a life of luxury, free from care, yet she now finds herself in this secluded courtyard, suffering. Nonetheless, encountering me might be a stroke of fortune amidst her misfortunes. Xiaowan, judging by your delight, are you inclined to choose this room? No. I wish to explore the other one as well. With that, Li Xiaowan sprang from the bed, joyfully heading to the adjacent room. Both chambers were nearly identical. After experiencing the second, Li Xiaowan pouted, "Oh dear, they both feel so wonderful. I truly cannot decide." Xing Bang chuckled, "Silly girl. You can't possibly choose both, can you? Brother, why not help me make a decision? It would be perfect if I could sleep in whichever room I desire." That's not quite how it works. You cannot simply sleep in whichever room you wish. Well then, where will you sleep, dear brother? I cannot simply. Li Xiaowan became entangled in her thoughts regarding her room choice, only to realize her words were amiss, her cheeks flushing as she fell silent. Xing Bang laughed heartily. "All right, Xiaowan, do not fret. Here's a splendid idea. Choose one room at random, and when you wish to sleep in the other, we can simply swap. Is that truly possible?" Li Xiaowan initially wore a joyful expression, but then suddenly recalled something, her delicate brows knitting together slightly. "Brother Bang, that might not be appropriate. My mother has always said that a girl's boudoir should not be accessed casually. If she were to discover this, I doubt I would be allowed to stay in even one room." Once again, it was her mother's words that weighed heavily on her mind. Xing Bang felt a genuine pang of sympathy. It was evident how much pressure the girl was under, such a burden of distress. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a sense of grievance himself. "Do you believe what your mother said holds any truth?" he inquired. "She is not here, so you can speak freely. Perhaps I could even assist you." Xing Bang, intrigued, remembered his 9 years of compulsory education. Li Xiaowan furrowed her brow again and replied slowly, "I understand that my mother has my best interests at heart, and she must have her reasons. However, I find myself somewhat resistant to her views. Though I have never voiced this sentiment, I believe that as long as it is someone I cherish, and as long as I am happy, why shouldn't I pursue my desires?" Upon hearing this, Xing Bang found it quite intriguing. A subtle smile crept across his lips as if an idea was beginning to form in his mind. Chapter 52. What injustice lies in a eunuch marrying? Poor Warner. Xing Bang gently patted Li Xiaowan's head, remarking that were it not for the constraints of feudal doctrines, she would undoubtedly be an even more delightful young lady. Li Xiaowan giggled. Bang Gij, now that Mother isn't always around, I can live more happily in the future. Xing Bang laughed heartily. If Dashua hears this, she might very well be struck with a chill. Xiaowan, that sounds a bit excessive. One might think your mother mistreats you. Li Xiaowan playfully stuck out her tongue. Not at all. Mother loves me, though she can be a bit too talkative, even preventing me from sleeping comfortably. Xing Bang furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at Li Xiaowan. What? Your mother doesn't let you sleep on your stomach, does she? Ah, how did you know? By the way, Bang Gij, since you know about medicine, is it really bad for my health? Li Xiaowan suddenly raised her head, her curiosity evident. She had long pondered this question, often being corrected by her mother, yet she could not seem to change. She would inadvertently turn over in her sleep. Xing Bang cleared his throat. Well, Xiaowan, your mother is right. It is all for your good. However, why? I've become accustomed to it. Sleeping on my stomach is quite comfortable, especially when Li Xiaowan remained perplexed, her candidness causing her cheeks to flush. She glanced at Xing Bang, but refrained from continuing. Xing Bang smiled faintly, having already surmised what Li Xiaowan was about to say, for he had sensed something amiss when she lifted her head. Indeed, it was quite concerning for Nangong Shui. This girl had quite a few bad habits. Xiaowan, do try to gradually correct your sleeping position. Over time, it can lead to spinal deformities. As for the matter you mentioned about not wearing clothes, cough cough. It's not a problem at all. In fact, it can be beneficial to your health, so you needn't heed your mother's words on that. Just be happy. Li Xiaowan blinked her big eyes, appearing somewhat doubtful. Clearly, I didn't say anything. Yet how did you know? Very well. If it's bad for my health, I won't sleep that way anymore. But thankfully, not everything needs to be corrected. Now my mother will finally not see it. Suddenly, Xing Bang's ears perked up as he heard the light footsteps approaching. It was clear that Nangong Shui had arrived. Xiaowan, quickly get up. Your mother is here. Huh? Where? Li Xiaowan sprang to her feet, casting a guilty glance at the doorway, muttering, she wouldn't have discovered it so soon, would she? Oh dear, how foolish of me. If I brought it over without wearing anything, she wouldn't know. She slapped her forehead, her expression one of regret. Wanner. Nangong Shui entered the hall and called out softly, Mother, I'm here. As Nangong Shui came in, Li Xiaowan glanced at the object wrapped in black cloth in her mother's hands, lowering her head like a child who had done something wrong. Wanner, how should I greet you? Nangong Shui initially shot a glare at Li Xiaowan, her lips twitching in annoyance, before casting a sidelong glance at Xing Bang. The word she intended to say swallowed back. Xing Bang chuckled. Daxuexu, what delightful offering do you bring? Come now, do not exhaust yourself. Nangong Shui swiftly shifted the burden to her back, exclaiming, this belongs to Wanner. I held it so tightly. I thought it was a treat prepared by a doting mother for her daughter. You. Nangong Shui shot Xing Bang an incredulous look. It does not resemble food in any way. Oh, I see. Perhaps it is merely my hunger speaking. Xing Bang replied nonchalantly, his heart unperturbed. As long as he remained unembarrassed, the awkwardness would fall upon others. Nangong Shui chose not to engage further, pressing the package beneath the bedding. Wanner, now that mother is not by your side to watch over you, you must be overjoyed. Li Xiaowan quickly shook her head. Mother, please do not worry. I assure you, I will remember your past admonitions. Very well, I shall not reprimand you further, but I hope you can maintain self-discipline. My daughter, I entrust you entirely. Nangong Shui regarded Xing Bang with a hint of trepidation. Your daughter is merely my sister. There is no cause for concern, Daxuexu. You may rest easy. Xing Bang reassured, nearly letting slip a word that could have caused Nangong Shui's brows to furrow. That is good. With that, Nangong Shui glanced around the room. Li Xiaowan stood silently by, not uttering a word. Whenever Nangong Shui was present, she instantly transformed into a model daughter. Well then, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. As Nangong Shui spoke, she lifted her foot to exit, appearing somewhat awkward. Why the rush to leave? Can we not converse a little longer? No, I cherish this rare moment of solitude. That seems rather peculiar. Xing Bang followed Nangong Shui outside, while Li Xiaowan remained behind, pouting softly as she murmured, Wu, mother is quite bothersome today. Daxuexu, why the haste to return? Is your health still not well? Nangong Shui glanced back, rolling her eyes at Xing Bang. Oh please, in front of Xiaowan, do not call me Daxuexu. It feels rather awkward. Xing Bang chuckled. So? Does that mean when it is just the two of us, it is no longer awkward? Can I take it that way? Nangong Shui huffed lightly. Surely it is better than you calling me aunt. Xing Bang grinned knowingly. Ah, you still hold a grudge, though there are some truths you fail to grasp. What is wrong with aunt? It is mature and composed, and most importantly, one who understands how to care for others. If I were to marry, I would wish for a wife at least a decade my senior. Nangong Shui abruptly halted, her cheeks slightly flushed. What are you saying this for? Besides, you are but a young eunuch. Xing Bang feigned a stern demeanor. Who says eunuchs cannot marry? What? Daxwekshu, do you look down upon me? Not at all. I would never belittle you, Are you upset? That was not my intention. Upon witnessing Xing Bang's expression, Nangong Shui felt an immediate surge of anxiety and began to explain earnestly. What you said deeply wounds a man's pride. Oh, my fragile heart. It's quite unbearable. Perhaps you could find a way to apologize and make amends? Xing Bang wore a pitiful look, his dramatics once again taking center stage. A pang of guilt struck Nangong Shui, and she regretted her words. Please don't take it to heart. I truly did not mean any harm. It was merely a thoughtless exchange. I don't care, Xing Bang replied, his demeanor resolute and unyielding. It just feels so disheartening. You must figure something out. He adopted a playful, defiant stance. Nangong Shui bit her lip, contemplating. What would you like me to do to ease your heart? Xing Bang promptly spread his arms wide, signaling a desire for comfort and affection. Chapter 53, by Ruo Shuang speaks. Your request seems rather excessive, doesn't it? Nangong Shui exclaimed in surprise. Instinctively glancing around her, Xing Bang let out a sigh of relief, placing a hand over his heart. Oh, my dear heart. Nangong Shui frowned slightly, reflecting on the decorum. If one were to witness this, it would be best to find a secluded spot. Her voice dwindled into a whisper. Your attitude brings me some comfort. Since you are so earnest, I shall visit you later. Alas, I truly fear I might be restless and unable to sleep tonight. You are coming to find me tonight? Nangong Shui felt a jolt in her heart, her voice trembling slightly. What? Is that not permissible? You are not fine. I shall agree to your request. Nangong Shui anticipated what Xing Bang was about to say, and, fearing eavesdroppers, hastily acquiesced. After all, hadn't she sought him out previously? This was a fortuitous opportunity to further assess his condition. I have some clothes to wash, so I must take my leave now. Her cheeks flushed as she hurriedly departed. Xing Bang watched her retreating figure, a knowing smile gracing his lips. At that moment, Xiao Shizi rushed over in a fluster. Glancing back at the passing Nangong Shui, Xiao Shizi, what are you staring at? Xing Bang called out. Xiao Shizi, upon hearing his name, hurried over, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Brother Xing, I wasn't looking at anything in particular. I just suddenly found myself missing my mother. Xing Bang furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. What is going on? Xiao Shizi, seemingly perplexed, murmured, Brother Xing, you see, my mother looks quite similar to her. From behind, they are even more alike, which is why I thought of my mother. I wonder how she is doing now. So, your mother is as beautiful as she? Xing Bang observed that Xiao Shizi didn't appear to be lying. Perhaps he lacked a concept of feminine beauty. But if he had a reference, it must be someone as lovely as Nangong Shui. Now, that is intriguing. Xiao Shizi, as long as you have this intention, when the time is right, I shall assist you in searching for your mother. By the way, where is your home? My home is not far from the capital, probably just a few dozen miles away. Very well, I shall remember this matter. I will ensure you find your heart's desire when the opportunity arises. Xing Bang sensed that Xiao Shizi's mother might be more than she appeared. He would indeed seek to understand her when the chance presented itself. Xiao Shizi nodded vigorously, a look of joy on his face. By the way, Xiao Shizi, you hurried over here in a panic. Is there something amiss? Oh, I just delivered food to room 38, and she actually spoke. She asked to see you, which startled me greatly, so I rushed over. In his excitement, Xiao Shizi nearly forgot the main point. Xing Bang waved his hand dismissively. All right, I understand. You may return to your tasks. It is indeed a rare occurrence that Bai Rushuang has taken the initiative to seek me out. Suddenly, I feel an overwhelming sense of fortune. My mother, has she departed? As Xing Bang stepped through the door, Li Xiaowan glanced behind him and inquired. She has left. Li Xiaowan exhaled deeply, and in an instant transformed into a playful young girl, flinging herself onto the bed and cheerfully exclaiming, Brother Bang, I shall reside in this room from now on. After all, my mother is aware of it. My lady, do take it easy. There is no need for such dramatics. Moreover, have you forgotten what I just told you? Li Xiaowan initially furrowed her brow, but soon realized the meaning behind Xing Bang's words. Breaking into a mischievous grin, allow me a moment of comfort. I promise to rectify this bad habit in the future. Xing Bang chuckled softly. Indeed, it is a troublesome habit that could lead to ruin over time. Very well, Xiaowan, I must step out for a while. Please entertain yourself here. Li Xiaowan nodded, not pressing for further details. As Xing Bang exited, he made his way directly towards Bai Rushuang. Passing by the residence of Madame Fanghua, he glanced inside and noted that she was dining, appearing outwardly resilient. Yet, he could discern a heavy heart concealed beneath her facade. Unbeknownst to her, he observed her from the doorway, capturing her most authentic self. This sight weighed heavily on Xing Bang's heart. She presented her best self in his presence, while inwardly grappling with profound solitude and discontent. For Madame Fanghua, her current predicament was merely an existence of survival. The crown prince loomed as her greatest source of anxiety. Yet he also represented her hope for endurance amidst humiliation. Indeed, Xing Bang had also made his way into her heart, though certain barriers remained, transcending merely the issue of his status as a eunuch. He had pondered this matter more than once, perceiving that her innate nobility could never be extinguished, particularly as the mother of the crown prince, a woman embodying maternal grace. Thus, many of her contemplations did not necessarily translate into action. In essence, she was ensnared by ephemeral doctrines that shackled her spirit. As for this dilemma, time will reveal the answers. Therefore, Xing Bang did not dwell excessively on these issues. Discussing them further would bear little fruit. To win her heart, mere affection would prove insufficient. He needed the requisite capabilities, status, and standing to match her, for only then might their connection flourish without ensnaring her in anguish and indecision. Patience is key. Time has the power to dissolve all obstacles. Disrupting her was not his intention, and he continued onward to Bai Rushuang. What? Do you find this dish unpalatable? Xing Bang approached Bai Rushuang, lifting two still warm cornbread buns from the table. You have arrived. Bai Rushuang replied calmly, her voice melodious and soft. After many days of silence, her voice had returned to its natural state. This was indeed her true voice. Xing Bang could not help but furrow his brow. This was the first time he had heard Bai Rushuang's voice in its natural tone. She had finally ceased her pretenses of madness. Had she come to some realization? Bai Rushuang tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, gazing intently at Xing Bang, her tone imbued with curiosity as she inquired, "How is it that you could discern this upon your first arrival?" Xing Bang smiled, finding no particular mystery in the matter. "It's hardly surprising. I am not an ordinary person. You should understand this better than anyone." Bai Rushuang bit her lip gently, her delicate brows arching slightly. "But why is that? It truly baffles me. Who exactly are you?" Deliberately, Xing Bang squeezed the steamed bun in his hand. "You are no longer concealing anything. Summoning me must pertain to more than mere curiosity about my identity, wouldn't you agree? Moreover, you seem entirely unperturbed by the prospect of what I might do to you." Bai Rushuang took the bun from Xing Bang's hand, casting him a glance without uttering a word, before bringing the bun to her lips. Chapter 54. The 10 consecutive draws. Again, Bai Rushuang gently bit into a steamed bun and softly remarked, "I understand your intentions." And then, Xing Bang, being a cunning fox himself, did not question further. What was there to deliberate? "I am willing." Bai Rushuang fixed her gaze upon Xing Bang, her expression resolute. How direct, devoid of any pretense. To be honest, Xing Bang found himself increasingly fond of Bai Rushuang. "Pray, share your conditions." Since his arrival in this world, he felt an unprecedented sense of ease. "Your candor brings me greater relief." Bai Rushuang, her elegant brows fluttering, gazed at Xing Bang in astonishment for a moment, admiration flickering in her eyes. "You are truly exceptional. However, I still wish to hear your rationale for believing I have conditions." Xing Bang chuckled. "It's quite simple. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and I certainly do not subscribe to the notion of love at first sight, especially with a woman as mature and calculating as yourself. Of course, I cannot discount the possibility that you may be feeling lonely and cold. Nevertheless, I find this mode of negotiation quite appealing, free from excessive entanglements. Your performance today has truly impressed me. Upon discovering your secret, I surmised you must be an extraordinary man, and now it appears you exceed my expectations." My terms are straightforward. Extricate me from this place, and thereafter, the persona of Bai Rushuang shall cease to exist. I shall become a woman solely devoted to serving you. Additionally, if feasible, I would like to bear you a child. Testing a man's resolve, are we? Xing Bang smiled slightly, agreed. Bai Rushuang trembled, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, overwhelmed by joy. Xing Bang gently lifted her chin. I wish to understand the nature of our relationship before I rescue you. Since I have pledged the latter half of my life to you, I shall not waver or harbor any doubts. At worst, it would merely result in my demise. I have chosen you, and I shall not regret it. As long as it is within my capability, I shall fulfill your requests. In that case, I would like a dozen. Xing Bang genuinely cherished such a spirited woman, a rarity in this era. Rest assured, take good care of your health. With that, Xing Bang turned gracefully to leave. Bai Rushuang, initially taken aback, soon wore a contented smile, watching his retreating figure, softly murmuring to herself, "Now, that is a true man." After Xing Bang exited, the Fanghua Baojian experienced a surge, startling him. Bai Rushuang's favorability had astonishingly reached. Beauty, Bai Rushuang age, 35 identity, consort, rank, beauty, charisma, 92, max value, 100, friendliness progress, 100 earnings, 100 experience points hour. Remarkably, this was merely a promise, yet it had instantly attained full value. There exists but a singular explanation. Bai Rushuang has relinquished any lingering doubts regarding herself, effectively entrusting her latter half of life to her own will. Her declaration that death is but a triviality was no mere casual utterance. Indeed, she is a woman of remarkable fortitude. Such rare trust shall undoubtedly not lead to disappointment. With this thought, Xing Bang felt a surge of joy as he noticed a golden halo appearing at the bottom of Bai Rushuang's page. Following his prior encounter with Wan Yinran, yet another reward of 10 consecutive draws had arrived. Unbeknownst to him, Xing Bang found himself back at the Violent Room Division, where Li Xiaowan, that innocent girl, had already succumbed to a peaceful slumber. How naive she is, seemingly untroubled. Xing Bang gently draped a blanket over Li Xiaowan, shaking his head with a wry smile before retreating to his own quarters. 10 consecutive draws. Ding dong. Obtained Divine Medicine, Ascension Pill 1. Ding dong. Gained 5,000 experience points. Ding dong. Gained 10,000 experience points. Ding dong. Acquired Martial Art Dragon and Phoenix Harmony. A smile immediately lit up Xing Bang's face. Was this not a perfect gift for the weary? The Ascension Pill is indeed a miraculous elixir, capable of inducing a state akin to suspended animation while simultaneously enhancing the user's cultivation. Undoubtedly, this pill rightfully belongs to Bai Rushuang. Her extraordinary trust warrants such a gift. With this pill in hand, a plan could be set in motion to feign Bai Rushuang's death, followed by careful execution of subsequent steps. As the name Dragon and Phoenix Harmony suggests, it is a dual cultivation technique aimed at rapidly enhancing one's prowess, distinctively allowing the user to allocate experience points as they see fit, with the objective being the conventional advancement of cultivation. A friendship level of 100 indeed yields extraordinary results. The lottery seemed to strike with critical success, netting a total of 50,000 experience points. Dragon and Phoenix Harmony, not yet cultivated, 10,000, with each layer granting corresponding experience rewards. There are 9 layers in total, each doubling the experience gained, thus exponentially increasing the benefits. What a marvel! Simply put, it is exceptional. Xing Bang promptly consumed 27,000 experience points, elevating his strength from the 7th layer of solidification, 8,000, to the 1st layer of comprehension, 20,000. The foundation of one's strength must always remain paramount. He then expended another 10,000 points to cultivate Dragon and Phoenix Harmony, 1st layer, 20,000, yielding 500 experience per quarter hour. Remaining experience, 4,020 points. Yet, the allure of the lottery remains irresistible. However, this lottery can only be activated upon reaching a certain level of friendship. Xing Bang expended all remaining points to advance Vajra Demon Subduing Fist, 3rd layer, 4,000, to Vajra Demon Subduing Fist, 4th layer, 5,000. As his cultivation ascended, so too must his killing techniques be enhanced, for it is this synergy that fortifies one's overall strength. With a single strike now, he could undoubtedly shatter a person's skull in an instant. The endeavor to rescue by Rushuang necessitates meticulous planning, for she is a consort, and her untimely demise must be reported to the emperor without delay. Therefore, it is imperative to first ascertain the situation, ensuring absolute certainty. At the very least, it is essential to confer with Bai Rushuang regarding the plan, as she possesses the most profound understanding of the circumstances at hand. However, it is unwise to seek her out hastily. Such urgency may lead her to regard the situation with disbelief. The extraordinary secret of Fanghua Baojian must remain undisclosed, even to one's own flesh and blood. At that moment, Xiao Jinzi arrived, accompanied by a eunuch servant, both of whom were escorting Xiao Zhuzi. Master Xing, Xiao Zhuzi attempted to poison the tea intended for you. Had I not been vigilant in monitoring his every move, the consequences would have been dire. As he spoke, Xiao Jinzi presented the remaining pouch of poison. Xing Bang picked it up and inhaled its contents, recognizing it as arsenic, which he had encountered in the apothecary. Concealed with great care, discovered only by chance. Xiao Zhuzi, from whence did this arsenic originate? Xing Bang inquired coldly, fixing his gaze on the pallid face of Xiao Zhuzi. Chapter 55, Terrifyingly Xiaowan. I have nothing more to say, just kill me. Humph. However, do not revel in your triumph, for sooner or later, you shall meet the same fate as Su Gonggong. Xiao Zhuzi showed no signs of remorse. You possess a modicum of spirit, yet your actions are devoid of wisdom. Xing Bang was somewhat taken aback by Xiao Zhuzi's plea for mercy. Humph. With matters having escalated to this point, there is no need for further words. Do as you wish, be it to kill or to mutilate. Xing Bang scoffed, remarking on the audacity of one acting so brazenly, questioning whether it was plausible for him to act alone without accomplices. As he spoke, he glanced at the eunuch chef, who had been keeping his head lowered since entering. Upon hearing this, the eunuch appeared increasingly unsettled. Very well, release him, Xing Bang commanded the eunuch, restraining Xiao Zhuzi. Upon standing, the eunuch timidly stated, If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Xing Bang coldly retorted, You have rendered me a great service, indirectly saving my life. And yet I have not rewarded you. It is merely my duty. I dare not hope for any reward from you, my lord. At that moment, Xiao Zhuzi suddenly sprang to his feet and charged toward Xing Bang, shouting, I will fight you. In the next instant, he was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Foolhardy, Xing Bang had exerted minimal effort. A mere casual kick had resulted in Xiao Zhuzi's demise. Xiao Zhuzi looked at Xing Bang in disbelief, clearly unable to fathom the extent of his prowess. Xiao Jinzi was equally astonished, while the eunuch chef stood frozen, terrified to the point of kneeling. I am doomed. Blinded by Xiao Zhuzi's silver, my lord, spare me. As he spoke, the eunuch pulled out a silver note from his bosom, which Xiao Jinzi swiftly snatched and presented to Xing Bang. Xing Bang glanced at the note and sneered. 1,000 taels? Xiao Zhuzi, you truly are extravagant. My lord, Xiao Zhuzi has concealed a considerable amount of silver. I witnessed him when he drew it out. He promised to give me an additional 5,000 taels upon completion of the task. The eunuch had no other choice and divulged everything without reservation. Xing Bang was not surprised that Xiao Zhuzi had managed to bribe the eunuch, as they had shared some rapport under Su Guang's command. Moreover, the eunuch had worked in the small kitchen of the violent chamber and generally enjoyed a leisurely existence. It was likely that he felt some gratitude for Su Guang's previous favors, which, combined with the allure of silver, prompted his cooperation. The two had erred in underestimating Xing Bang, who was merely an inconspicuous eunuch who had recently entered the palace. With a new ruler comes a new court, and it was time to cleanse the ranks surrounding the violent chamber. In light of your willingness to confess, I shall grant you a swift end. Before the eunuch could fully process his thoughts, Xing Bang struck him on the head with a palm, causing blood and brain matter to splatter. Xing Bang did not unleash a terrifying strike. In his eyes, the small pillar had already become a lifeless entity. This gesture was intended to instill fear in Xiao Jinzha. With wide, astonished eyes, Xiao Jinzha recalled witnessing Su Guang strike down a maidservant with a single palm. Yet this blow from Xing Bang seemed infinitely more brutal. How could he not tremble with dread? He never anticipated Xing Bang's ruthless nature. The mere thought of betrayal sent shivers down his spine. The small pillar's expression mirrored his fear as he gulped down saliva in panic, fearing that the next strike might be directed at him. Do not be overly afraid. Little pillar, You have yet to experience such a swift end. I have yet to witness the instruments of torture in our violent chamber, and it would be quite fitting to escort you to the punishment room for a thorough examination of each device. The punishment room was specifically designated for the chastisement of disobedient or errant female prisoners, which also included the maidservants and eunuchs serving in the violent chamber. Although the majority of these instruments were intended for women, their application on men seemed to yield a more intriguing spectacle. Upon hearing this, the small pillar's fear escalated, and he instantly cowered. "My lord, I implore you to grant me a swift end. I am willing to present you with all the silver notes left by Master Su." Xing Bang let out a cold laugh, asserting that there was no room for negotiation. However, he was intrigued to see how much the small pillar could produce, pondering whether it would suffice for a swift demise. The small pillar retrieved 20,000 taels in silver notes from his bosom and added, "This is not all. I have hidden an additional 50,000 taels elsewhere. I wonder if this is enough to grant me a swift release." Xing Bang, taken aback, had not anticipated that Su Guang had amassed such wealth. It seemed to encompass Su Guang's entire fortune, and acquiring such a sum was a fortuitous surprise. The small pillar's fate had become inconsequential to him, and there was no need to exert excessive effort. After accepting the silver notes, Xing Bang suddenly posed a question. "Little pillar, as a mere eunuch, why did Su Guang entrust you with such a substantial sum?" "Master Su is my distant cousin. After I was embroiled in a fatal incident back home, I had no choice but to seek refuge with him in the palace as a eunuch. On the night he met his end, he entrusted all his silver to me. The reason I intend to eliminate you is due to Master Su's instructions. He commanded that should anything happen to him, I must use any means necessary to eliminate the individual who would take his place. No wonder you gained Su Guang's favor upon entering the palace. It appears there was a deeper connection." Xiao Jinji's expression reflected a dawning realization. Xing Bang chose not to dwell on these matters. He recalled how Su Guang had mentioned this issue the night he sought him out, suggesting that killing him might present a chance for survival. Revealing these details to the small pillar was a final safety net. It was understandable that whoever assumed Su Guang's position would be targeted for vengeance. "I shall inquire once more. Where did the arsenic originate?" "It was procured from the medical office. I gave Xiao Nyozi 5,000 taels to steal it for me. So it indeed came from the medical office. You, Xiao Nyozi, better hope for a chance to spend it. Xiao Jinjia, have him accompany you to retrieve the silver." "Yes, Master Xing." Little Jinzi received the command, seizing the small pillar's clothing with a fierce grip, and growled, "Get up and take me." The small pillar, glancing at Xing Bang, trembled slightly, yet remained silent. With a resigned sigh, he hunched over, clutching his chest, and accompanied little Jinzi outside. Xing Bang discerned his unspoken thoughts. At least the lad understood that voicing them would be futile, as he had no control over the situation. He could only hope that upon seeing the silver, Xing Bang might exhibit some compassion and grant him a swift end to his misery. In no time, the two returned, and little Jinzi promptly handed over 50,000 taels in silver notes to Xing Bang. The small pillar was engulfed in despair, anticipating his demise. The silver notes were concealed in the area where paint was spilled under the scorching sun, the very spot where Nangong Shui had once helped Xing Bang dispose of a corpse. It was indeed an ideal location, filthy and reeking, typically avoided by all. At that moment, Li Xiaowan awoke and emerged, only to be greeted by the sight of the corpse. With a startled gasp, she dove into Xing Bang's embrace. Chapter 56. The rebellious heart of a young girl. Li Xiaowan, gripped by fear, clung tightly to Xing Bang, her eyes firmly shut, her head buried deep in his chest. In an instant, a delicate fragrance wafted towards him. As he comforted her by gently stroking her back, Xing Bang instructed, "Xiao Jinzi, please remove the body first." Xiao Jinzi, taken aback by the unexpected presence of a beautiful girl in Xing Bang's room, reacted with surprise and promptly dragged the corpse of the eunuch cook outside after a brief exclamation. "There, Xiaowan, do not be afraid. It has been taken care of." Xing Bang reassured her, patting her back. Li Xiaowan, half opening her eyes to glance at the ground, exhaled deeply, still trembling with residual fear. "I had just woken up, all dazed, and you nearly scared me to death," she exclaimed. Xing Bang chuckled. "All right, Xiaowan, you may go in now. I still have some matters to attend to." Li Xiaowan, wrapping her arms around his waist, finally regained her composure, her cheeks flushing crimson as her heart raced like a startled deer. With a soft murmur, She quickly released him and skipped into the room, sitting on the bed and exhaling softly, unable to articulate her earlier feelings, yet sensing a warm sweetness in her heart. Xing Bang observed the trembling Xiao Zhu kneeling on the ground and contemplated the necessity of eradicating this threat entirely. Xiao Zhu, come with me to the medical office. I trust you know what needs to be done. Once the task is accomplished, I shall reward you with the remaining arsenic. He added, do not think I am denying you an opportunity. Even without your identification, this arsenic alone suffices to condemn Xiao Nyozi. His words carried an additional implication. He sought to ascertain whether Xiao Nyozi was indeed behind these misdeeds. For there was still the presence of a certain Wu Gonggong in the medical office. Though he deemed the likelihood of Wu Jing's involvement minimal, one must always remain vigilant. It was prudent to be prepared for any eventuality. Xiao Zhu shuddered at the mention of arsenic. The suffering it would entail was dreadful. Yet the duration of torment would be brief, perhaps allowing for a complete corpse. Understanding this, Xiao Zhu nodded in agreement. Xiao Jinzi, secure the remaining arsenic, and bring him along with us to the medical office. Xing Bang had resolved to eliminate Xiao Nyozi, ensuring no evidence or witnesses were left to afford Wu Jing any chance of protection. Before long, the trio arrived at the medical office, where Xiao Nyozi was attending to Wu Jing. Xiao Bangzi, what brings you here? Wu Jing inquired, casting a quick glance as they entered. Xing Bang recounted the entire sequence of events, mentioning that only 20,000 taels of silver notes had been retrieved, supposedly left by Su Guang. Xiao Jinzi promptly placed the remaining arsenic on the table. Wu Jing glanced at the arsenic without questioning the shivering Xiao Zhu, his expression calm as he turned his attention to Xiao Nyozi. Is there truth to this matter? The young lad trembled in terror, collapsing to his knees. Please spare me. My godfather. The arsenic was secretly given to Xiao Zhu by me, but he claimed it was for treating rats. I genuinely know nothing beyond that. Xing Bang let out a cold laugh. For treating rats, you say? Indeed, a rather convenient excuse. But purchasing arsenic for 5,000 taels solely for the purpose of treating rodents? Pray tell, what were you thinking at that moment? Godfather, I truly had no idea Xiao Zhu intended to use it to harm others. Humph. A traitor daring to disrupt my rules cannot be tolerated. Wu Jing interjected, striking down before the young lad could finish his plea. In his state of fear, the lad did not even manage a muffled sound before collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. Such brutal ruthlessness remains a lesson worth learning. To survive in the palace, one must adopt such a demeanor. Wu Jing glanced at the motionless Xiao Zhu, stating, this is your subordinate. How to handle him is for you to decide. He then retrieved 200,000 taels from the table, handing them over. Esteemed sir, what is this for? Take it. You will find it useful in the future, Wu Jing replied casually. Xing Bang accepted the silver without further hesitation. Rest well, my lord. Wu Jing nodded, while Xiao Jin swiftly seized the arsenic from the table and then dragged the lifeless body of the young lad away. As soon as Xiao Zhu emerged, he snatched the arsenic from Xiao Jin's hands and swallowed it whole. In no time, his brain splattered, his sanity shattered. Soon after, he writhed on the ground, clutching his stomach in unbearable agony. Master Xing, what shall we do with their bodies? Xing Bang, casting his gaze towards the makeshift crematorium by the woodpile, replied, burn them. What? You? Xiao Zhu managed to utter in pain before blood gushed from his 7 orifices, his wide eyes brimming with terror and resentment, unable to close them in death. Fully aware that being burned would leave no trace behind, hastening his demise. Xing Bang did not conceal his actions from Wu Jing, who naturally heard every word clearly. This lad is sufficiently ruthless. I hope he serves the Empress well. Let us observe him for a while longer, if possible. I shall impart the sunflower scripture to him, Wu Jing murmured expressionless within the room. Before long, the corpses of the young lad and Xiao Zhu were incinerated to ashes and then scattered in the vegetable garden as fertilizer. Should the young lad possess any awareness in the afterlife, he would surely find it hard to rest. Never anticipating that his final fate would be to become fertilizer as dusk fell, Xing Bang returned directly to the violent office. Upon hearing footsteps, Li Xiaowan emerged from her room. You've returned. Why? Are you still frightened? Xing Bang observed Li Xiaowan, noting her lingering trepidation. With a slight hum, she instinctively glanced around, her lips quivering. If I had known, I wouldn't have come out to see. That scene keeps replaying in my mind. As she spoke, Li Xiaowan inched closer to Xing Bang. Xing Bang gently caressed her flowing hair, a faint smile gracing his lips. Do not overthink it. A good night's sleep will suffice. The denizens of the palace arose early, thus retiring to bed at an equally early hour. Moreover, apart from, there were indeed no other forms of entertainment. Li Xiaowan instinctively swallowed, her delicate brows knitting together. However, how could one possibly find sleep under such circumstances? Xing Bang exhaled softly, suggesting, perhaps you should return to your mother's side tonight. Why? She found herself uttering words that contradicted her true feelings. Li Xiaowan shook her head firmly. No? What if my mother changes her mind and forbids me from staying here? Xing Bang's smile broadened. Then what do you propose? Surely we cannot share a bed? A blush crept across Li Xiaowan's petite face. The thought had indeed crossed her mind, but how could he have known? Xiaowan, you must remember that a young lady should maintain her modesty. There should be no intimacy between the sexes. She felt a peculiar dissonance in his words. Yet her subconscious rebelled against such notions. Why should she not be the architect of her own desires and choices? If my mother were to discover this, would she not be furious? Ultimately, Li Xiaowan decided to follow her heart, embracing her rebellious spirit. Chapter 57. Nangong Shui confronts. If it were Nangong Shui, Xing Bang would naturally understand the unspoken implications. Li Xiaowan, however, was merely a naive girl, as innocent as a blank sheet of paper. Xing Bang chuckled. What do you think? Li Xiaowan pouted and murmured softly, but if we don't say anything, isn't it just sharing a bed? Sigh. I truly don't understand. Xing Bang could almost envision Nangong Shui's expression upon discovering this. It might very well lead to a fierce confrontation. After all, she was still just a child. All right, let us not dwell on it. Hurry and go to sleep. I'll stay right here beside you. Li Xiaowan giggled. Sure? If I can't fall asleep, you're not allowed to leave. Xing Bang shook his head with a wry smile. Your mother is right. You really are carefree. Indeed. She was a little girl who understood nothing. Li Xiaowan stuck out her tongue and pulled Xing Bang back into the room. Such an invincible beauty, who valued ritual in everything, naturally removed her outer garments upon entering. Xiaowan, what are you doing? Aren't we supposed to sleep? How can I sleep in my clothes? Li Xiaowan wore an expression of innocent bewilderment, treating him as if he were not a stranger at all. That makes sense. Fine then. Luckily, the nightgown had been changed at some point, as the girl's thoughts were so pure that she might have feared an unexpected inspection by Nangong Shui. What are you going to do now? Is this not comfortable enough for sleep? Xing Bang began to feel uneasy. Although he did not comment on her appearance resembling a little red child, he found it increasingly difficult to halt her antics. I like it this way. Didn't you say there's no harm in it? Li Xiaowan replied confidently, her face unflushed and her heart steady, utterly adorable. All right, quickly get under the covers. Don't catch a chill. Xing Bang felt speechless and decided it was better to avert his gaze. Brother Bang, did you close the door tightly? Rest assured, he replied with a wry smile, suddenly feeling the gradual decay of morals. Truly, one must speak astonishingly to avoid the mundane. It felt as though he were guilty of some transgression. Brother Bang, I can't fall asleep. Why don't you tell me a story? He felt an overwhelming impulse to slap himself. She was merely a child. Once upon a time, there was a man named Wu Dalong. Half an hour later, Li Xiaowan had surprisingly drifted off to sleep while listening. Xing Bang shook his head in amusement. The story was at its most captivating point, and this girl had actually fallen asleep. Nangong Shui had indeed taught her well. However, she seemed quite attentive during the tale of Wu Song battling the white tiger, which reflected the girl's romantic spirit. They all possessed a heart that admired heroes. Seeing Li Xiaowan sleeping so peacefully, he extinguished the candle and stepped outside. Instead of returning to his own room, he headed straight to Nangong Shui's quarters. The candlelight had been snuffed out, leaving the room enveloped in darkness. Without knocking, Xing Bang opened the door and entered. Just as he closed the door behind him, a graceful figure approached and softly spoke. You really came. Xing Bang noticed Nangong Shui's attire was neat, and he offered a slight smile. Since you're not asleep, why extinguish the candle? The darkness is oppressive. It would be better to light it. Yet, she hesitated. Perhaps it's best to leave it be. It's not as if it cannot be seen. Moreover, it wouldn't be proper if someone were to catch sight of us. Xing Bang chuckled heartily. Is there any need for an explanation? Are you attempting to conceal something? Nangong Shui let out a soft sigh. What could I possibly hide? It's rather inappropriate for a man and a woman to be alone together. It would certainly raise eyebrows. Yet, she pondered, but wouldn't he not lighting the candle at such a late hour speak volumes? Xing Bang took a step closer, narrowing the distance between them. At this hour, there shouldn't be anyone around. Nangong Shue's tone faltered, her own words becoming contradictory. De Shue, you smell delightful. Is this a reward for me? Xing Bang had long since noticed that Nangong Shui had taken special care with her appearance. Indeed, the desire to be beautiful is a woman's inherent nature, even for one as naturally lovely as she. Her concern for presenting her most exquisite self implied much. I certainly haven't tea, she protested. By the way, has one e'er gone asleep? Suddenly, Xing Bang wrapped his arm around her waist, causing Nangong Shui to panic momentarily. She instinctively pushed him away, yet her strength was insufficient to make an impact. What are you doing? She stammered, her palm pressed against his chest, her face instinctively turning aside. De Shue, you've experienced much. Why do you still blush like a maiden? Nangong Shui pushed him again. Please, let go of me. Xing Bang smiled knowingly, refusing to release her, and instead pulled her closer. Nangong Shui gasped softly, no? We can't do this. He chuckled. I am a serious man. Was this not our prior agreement? He deliberately emphasized the word man. Nangong Shui ceased her struggle, and after a moment, she relented. All right, you can let go of me now. Xing Bang released her, then sat down at the edge of the bed. This shouldn't be excessive, should it? He said, patting the empty space beside him. Nangong Shui hesitated, then slowly walked over to sit beside him. De Shue, the long night stretches on, devoid of sleep and entertainment. Doesn't it feel somewhat desolate? Xing Bang turned to gaze at her, initiating the conversation. Nangong Shui involuntarily shuddered, biting her lip before letting out a long sigh. One becomes accustomed to it, so you've grown accustomed to solitary loneliness? He inquired. Let us not discuss this. Nangong Shui was momentarily at a loss, her heart racing. Yet, her innate reserve prompted her to shift the topic. Xing Bang had made up his mind. De Shue, be my woman. What nonsense are you spouting? This simply cannot be. Nangong Shui's tone was fraught with panic, instinctively attempting to rise, only to be firmly grasped by Xing Bang, who swiftly enveloped her in his embrace. What is there that cannot be done? When I say it is permissible, it is indeed permissible. Nangong Shui struggled to articulate a response, yet this time, Xing Bang did not afford her the opportunity. In the next moment, Nangong Shui's eyes widened, her mind swirling in a dizzying haze. However, she soon regained her composure, summoning an unexpected surge of strength to break free, raising her hand to strike Xing Bang. He did not flinch, nor did he even blink, yet just as her palm was about to connect with his face, she hesitated and refrained from the blow. Their gazes locked, and the air seemed to thicken with tension. After a prolonged silence, with her eyes slightly reddened and her voice choked with emotion, Nangong Shui finally spoke. It is getting late. I am weary and wish to rest. What? Are you dissatisfied with me? I am not. Confusion clouded Nangong Shui's mind, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. De Shue, I have nothing more to say. I shall now provide you with an explanation. In her moment of distraction, Xing Bang swept her into his arms. Chapter 58. I want to see my mother. Xing. Please let go of me. Nangong Shui exclaimed, her heart racing at Xing Bang's sudden action. She struggled to break free, only to realize her strength had abandoned her. The scene she had once dreamt of was unfolding right before her eyes. Dashue, I shall not hide the truth from you any longer. I am not a eunuch. Xing Bang's emotions surged beyond his control, the moment ripe for revelation, and he felt no desire to restrain his feelings any further. The unique aura emanating from Nangong Shui captivated him profoundly. Xing, please don't do this. I have never looked down upon you. What did you just say? Nangong Shui did not immediately grasp the meaning of the word eunuch, mistakenly believing Xing Bang was merely being self-deprecating. As the reality of his words dawned on her, her eyes widened in shock. Hadn't she wished more than once that he were not a eunuch? And now, it truly was happening before her. How utterly surreal. With trembling lips and unblinking long eyelashes, she gazed at Xing Bang, yearning to hear confirmation from his lips. Anxiety coursed through her, mingled with a desperate hope for affirmation. Xing Bang smiled. Do not doubt your heart's intuition. You have heard correctly. I, Xing Bang, am a man of integrity and honor. In other words, I am a man who can undoubtedly bring you happiness. Really? I knew it, but how can this be? Nangong Shui's heart was in disarray, her words tumbling forth in incoherence. For a woman who had once yearned for love, This revelation was a stark contrast akin to ice and fire. The truth spoke for itself. Without further elaboration, Xing Bang embraced Nangong Shui and gradually led her toward the bed. In the end, lovers were destined to be together. And countless words were omitted here. The following day, as dawn approached, Xing, you should hurry back, Nangong Shui said softly. The vast expanse of her inner world, built over many years, had dissipated in just 5 short hours. Xing Bang brushed back the damp, disheveled hair from her forehead, the woman before him seemingly transformed. She appeared even more stunning than ever. Dashua, why do you still call me Xing? While it sounds nice, it lacks warmth. I find it quite suitable. It rolls off the tongue easily, and isn't it not much different from calling me to Shui Shui? Nangong Shui explained her choice of address. Directly calling him Xing Bang felt somewhat disrespectful, yet referring to him as Little Xing felt odd. So she had opted for simply Xing. Xing Bang chuckled. Is that so? And yet, I recall someone who has called me husband countless times. Could it be I misheard? That is not it, I just need a little more time to get used to it. Nangong Shui's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Xing Bang laughed heartily. Well then, whether you call me or not, I am already your husband. Nangong Shui softly sighed and gently spoke. We should return and rest soon. I truly lack the strength, and I apologize for being unable to assist you with your change. Xing Bang offered a faint smile, dismissing the matter. Such thoughts of male superiority are unwelcome here. In my presence, men and women are equal. In the future, I would be more than willing to assist you with such matters. Reflecting on a past life, she mused how women were often relegated to a position of submission. A flicker of sweetness ignited within Nangong Shui. Their acquaintance was not new, and it was precisely his uniqueness that captivated her so profoundly. As Xing Bang turned to leave, Nangong Shui suddenly recalled something and halted him. Let us keep our affairs from Wanner for now, and I hope you will take good care of her. Nodding in understanding, Xing Bang said nothing as he exited, knowing full well that her notion of care was not what he had initially imagined, but rather akin to a father's nurturing of a daughter. As for future matters, they could wait. Thoughts would eventually find their liberation with the passage of time. Upon returning to the office, Li Xiaowan was still asleep, and Xing Bang quietly lay back down on his bed. Beauty, Nangong Shui age, 30 identity, court lady power, 7th level of solidification charm, 903 friendship progress, 100 earnings, 100 points of experience hour, with some leisure time at hand. Xing Bang swiftly entered the Fanghua Baojian, and his friendship with Nangong Shui surged to 100. It was no surprise, as she had completely entrusted herself to him. His charm unexpectedly increased by 3 points, which upon reflection, made some sense. The higher, the better. Under the enhancement of Longfeng Tingxianggong, Nangong Shui's cultivation ascended 2 small realms, and she would need to continue her diligent training. Meanwhile, Xing Bang acquired a total of 55,000 experience points. In a quarter of an hour, he earned 500, amounting to 12,000 experience points per hour. He had ample time. Having almost trained for 4.5 hours, Xing Bang estimated that the system had indeed calculated everything with precision. Without any suspense, another 10 consecutive draws were activated for Nangong Shui. 10 consecutive draws. Ding. Acquired the technique Jade Maidenheart Sutra. Ding. Gained 5,000 experience points. Ding. Gained 10,000 experience points. Ding. Acquired the medical skill Deadly Infinite Needle. Jade Maidenheart Sutra is a cultivation method specifically for women, optimally suited for their physiques. Fortunately, it is not rendered useless after losing one's virginity. Otherwise, such a technique would be deemed worthless. With the aid of Longfeng Tingxianggong, there should be no concern for slow progress in cultivation due to being a non-virgin. Deadly Infinite Needle contains 36 supreme needles. Employing the method of channeling energy to manipulate the needles, there is no ailment that cannot be cured, only those who cannot be pierced. Note, this needle technique can be divided into 3 realms: the initial glimpse of the path, a slight achievement, and the supreme mastery. Deadly Infinite Needle, unpracticed, 0-10,000. Initial glimpse, 0-50,000. Supreme mastery, 0-1 million. A gentle reminder, the required experience accumulates sequentially. Truly commendable, such an excellent technique is naturally worth practicing. For now, it remains unused, awaiting the moment when my experience is sufficiently amassed to reach the pinnacle in one go. I also won 60,000 points of experience from the lottery. Experience balance, 115000. Xing Bang directly consumed 90,000 experience, elevating his strength from the first layer of Wu Xian, 20,000, to the fourth layer of Wu Xian, 50,000. The remainder was fully allocated to Vajra Demon Subduing Fist, 7th layer, 8,000, continuing to strive for experience, aiming to become invincible in this world as swiftly as possible. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door. Xiaowan, what troubles you? Noticing Li Xiaowan's red-rimmed eyes, Xing Bang couldn't help but furrow his brow. It was early in the morning. Li Xiaowan hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. It's nothing. I just want to see my mother. Chapter 59. Li Xiaowan was filled with curiosity. Xing Bang felt a twinge of unease in his heart. Could it be that this girl had awoken in the middle of the night and realized she was not where she expected to be? It was impossible for her to eavesdrop from outside. She would certainly be detected if she drew near. Was it perhaps a woman's innate sixth sense? I had a dream, he said, in which I saw my mother being bullied. After a moment's hesitation, Li Xiaowan continued to sob softly. Bullying? How could your mother be bullied when she is perfectly fine? Xing Bang asked, perplexed. Are you embarrassed? There was a very wicked person who was tormenting my mother. But I couldn't see his face clearly, Li Xiaowan said, furrowing her brow in thought, clearly troubled by the vague nature of her dream. Xing Bang sighed inwardly. It was remarkable that she could dream of such a thing. The bond between them was undeniable. Then you should go and check on her. There is nothing to worry about. Dreams and reality often stand in stark contrast. You might just be feeling a bit unsettled from being in an unfamiliar place. Li Xiaowan nodded softly and turned to leave the room. Xing Bang stretched lazily, feeling no inclination for sleep, energized as if he had imbibed the essence of vitality itself, thanks to the remarkable dragon and phoenix harmony technique. As for Nangong Shui, she was not truly fatigued. Rather, she was experiencing the fatigue that accompanied rapid cultivation advancement. At that moment, Xiao Jinzi entered with a basin of clear water. Initially hesitant to disturb, he had assumed that with Li Xiaowan exiting, she was merely attending to her master. An idea struck him to summon the two maidservants to assist with the washing, but reconsidering, he realized they were destined for the teaching quarters. If they were favored, they should remain close. After all, those two maidservants were quite enchanting. Ultimately, he decided it best to deliver the water himself, lest he inadvertently disrupt any plans that the esteemed Xing Bang might have. Furthermore, it seemed that Xing Bang was indeed a man of hidden depths, having secured the company of such a beautiful girl as Li Xiaowan upon his arrival. Xing Bang, noticing Xiao Jinzi entering with the water, felt a twinge of unfamiliarity. For many days, it had been Xiao Shizi who had brought him water for washing. He had intended to bring Xiao Shizi closer, but given the affairs concerning Bairu Zhuang, it was prudent to maintain the status quo. Mother, why are you still in bed? Surely no one has truly bullied you? Upon reaching Nangong Shui's chamber, Li Xiaowan discovered her mother still asleep and felt an immediate surge of anxiety. Could it be that the dream she had was, in fact, a reality? Nangong Shui felt a pang of guilt at her daughter's sudden question. Her heart momentarily gripped by unease. Wana, what are you saying? Oh, it's nothing. I simply did not sleep well last night. Li Xiaowan felt a slight relief wash over her. She stared at her mother for a moment, sensing that something was amiss, though she could not quite articulate what it was. Mother, is your illness recurring? Is it getting worse? Li Xiaowan could not think of any other reasons. Yet it struck her as peculiar. Just a few days prior, her mother had been ill for many days, yet she had not shown signs of lingering in bed. No, Warner, mother has completely recovered from her illness, came the reply. It's just that after you left yesterday, mother was caught off guard and had trouble settling down, which is why she tossed and turned all night. Nangong Shui felt a bit embarrassed, her brow glistening with sweat, but fortunately, she had thought of this as the most suitable explanation. Her daughter had a knack for probing until the bitter end, and it was difficult to imagine how to elucidate the truth to her once she found out. It was best to leave it to time. Mother, you have no idea. I dreamt that someone had you pinned down, and I desperately tried to reach out, but I just couldn't. Li Xiaowan exclaimed, her worry palpable. I was so anxious that as soon as I awoke, I rushed to see you. With that, her heart finally settled, though she felt a twinge of embarrassment. While her mother was restless, she had slept soundly throughout the night, having dreamed without ever waking, only recalling the dream after awakening. A pang of guilt struck her. She felt she was not a good daughter, especially considering how well her mother treated her. Nangong Shui cleared her throat. Well, Wanner, your mother has never neglected you. It's rare for you to express such concern for me. At the same time, she secretly sighed with relief, somewhat worried that her precious daughter might have learned something. By the way, Wanner, did you? Li Xiaowan instinctively gasped, then quickly responded, Mother, I am very obedient to your wishes. Nangong Shui pursed her lips, fully aware that if her daughter could change her troublesome habits overnight, she would no longer be the daughter she cherished. Let us hope for that. Nangong Shui pondered, deciding not to say much more, knowing she couldn't follow her around every day. Moreover, she understood that her daughter was merely spirited and mischievous by nature. Despite her diligent teachings over the years, she was still fundamentally a good child. Well, Mother, if you have no further business, I can rest easy now. Please take the time to recuperate, Li Xiaowan said, feeling guilty and not noticing Nangong Shui's expression, thinking she had indeed managed to evade scrutiny. Realizing it was best to leave before the conversation turned to the propriety expected of young ladies, she hurried to depart. Nangong Shui shook her head with a gentle smile. Go on. Why did it feel as though Mother had suddenly become so gentle overnight, no longer as strict as before? It was truly puzzling. On her way back, Li Xiaowan began to ponder, thinking it unusual that her mother, who should have been fretting, appeared more beautiful than ever. Why does it seem like Mother has changed so much? She mused, finally coming to this realization. But why was that? This is urgent. I can't wait any longer. Li Xiaowan's curiosity surged once more. There was no way she could return to inquire with her mother. With these thoughts in mind, she quickened her pace. Xing Bang had already completed his morning routine and was leisurely seated in the hall, sipping tea to soothe his throat. Li Xiaowan rushed in, hastening toward Xing Bang, and without hesitation, seized the teacup to drink. Oh dear, I'm parched. She gulped down the tea in a single breath and wiped her mouth with satisfaction. Xing Bang took no offense. If the lovely maiden felt no embarrassment, what reason had he to feel awkward? Slow down. Would you like me to fetch you another cup? He asked. Li Xiaowan set down the teacup and waved her hand. No, that's enough. Xing Bang smiled slightly, observing her hurried demeanor. You should sit down and take a moment to rest. As Li Xiaowan settled down and exhaled deeply, a frown suddenly creased her brow. Wait a moment, Bang Go. Why didn't you ask me if my mother is all right? Chapter 60. Do you not recognize me? It's just a simple grooming. Xing Bang smiled slightly, pondering why he should even inquire. Li Xiaowan pouted and softly remarked, I just feel you treat my mother quite well. How so? Do I not treat you well? Of course you do. What I mean is, I can't quite comprehend it. All I know is that my mother is so beautiful. Do you not wish to treat her kindly? You are not entirely ignorant, after all. Xing Bang gazed at Li Xiaowan with a gentle smile. Noticing her cheeks flush as she instinctively lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze directly. Though Li Xiaowan possessed a purity akin to a blank canvas, she had reached the age of budding emotions, and even without instruction, she began to form her own naive thoughts. This is a natural instinct within humanity, and thus, Xing Bang did not seek to deliberately evade the topic. To overly constrain a young girl's sentiments would burden her mind and spirit, which would be detrimental to her well-being. However, he intended to remain mindful of boundaries and allow things to unfold naturally. My mother always treats me like a child. Look at how grown I am. As she spoke, Li Xiaowan purposefully puffed out her chest. Perhaps this was the innate way women express themselves. Xing Bang cleared his throat. Xiaowan, you are indeed no longer a child. I have never regarded you as one. Li Xiaowan's face brightened with joy, and she seized his arm, grinning. From now on, I am an adult. You cannot treat me like a child anymore. I knew Brother Bang was the best. Then, as long as I desire. Does that mean I can be with Brother Bang in any way? Principally, that is permissible. Xing Bang found himself perplexed by Li Xiaowan's thoughts. It was difficult to assess the mind of a young girl with the logic of a mature adult. Sometimes, a girl's heart is truly enigmatic, and at her tender age, she may not even fully understand her own genuine feelings. By the way, Brother Bang, what am I to do while I am by your side? Am I merely to serve you as a maid? Xing Bang had intended to keep his intentions discreet. Yet it appeared that Li Xiaowan possessed a certain pride. What? Do you not wish to stay by my side to serve me? Li Xiaowan quickly shook her head. No? I do wish to stay. What I mean is, I don't want you to see me as just a maid. As she spoke, she playfully winked at Xing Bang, suggesting he understood her true intentions. Xing Bang realized that the girl was far from foolish. Her indifference to tasks was overshadowed by her concern for how she was perceived. It was evident that a woman's innate jealousy was stirring within her. Have you ever seen a maid allowed to choose her own room? Not really, but you must let me do something, or it would be rather dull. Xing Bang frowned slightly. How about this? You shall be my secretary from now on. Simply being together with me is sufficient. When tasks arise, I will instruct you accordingly. Li Xiaowan was momentarily taken aback, unaware of the role of a secretary. However, after hearing Xing Bang's subsequent explanation, she nodded in a state of mild confusion. Is it to take care of you? Xing Bang nodded, and Li Xiaowan was overwhelmed with joy. Then I must be your closest person, Brother Bang. It must be said that the young girl exhibited an extraordinary capacity for comprehension in this regard. Given time, she would undoubtedly evolve into an exceptional secretary. Xing Bang thought to himself, Brother Bang, is there anything you would like me to do now? By the way, Xiaowan, would you be interested in practicing martial arts? After much contemplation, Xing Bang resolved to impart the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra to Li Xiaowan. For he had long learned from Fanghua Baojian that she possessed a physique of extreme yin, rendering conventional internal martial arts ineffective for her. Forcing her practice could risk reversing her meridians and leading to chaos. I would certainly love to, but I fear I may not be capable. When I was very young, my mother encouraged me to practice, but she said my constitution might not be suited for martial arts, and thereafter, she refrained from mentioning it. Xing Bang mused. As I suspected, this Jade Maiden Heart Sutra is truly tailored for Li Xiaowan. I happened upon a technique suitable solely for women. Perhaps it aligns with your constitution. I shall write down the first level of the Heart Sutra for you. Try to see if you can cultivate internal energy. If you succeed, it signifies that it is entirely suitable for your training, and I shall gradually provide you with the subsequent content. Really? Li Xiaowan's face lit up with excitement, clearly passionate about martial arts, yet previously deterred by her constitution. Xing Bang smiled faintly and promptly inscribed the first level of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. He was certain that Li Xiaowan could cultivate it, and that her progress would surpass that of ordinary women, but he preferred to maintain a low profile, making it easier for her to accept. Wonderful. I can become a heroine. Upon receiving the Heart Sutra, Li Xiaowan was elated, as if she had discovered a treasure. Today is relatively free. You may study the Heart Sutra while I step out for a moment. All right. Thank you, Brother Bang. Li Xiaowan nodded enthusiastically, chuckling softly before returning to her room. Xing Bang smiled knowingly and then left, heading straight to Bai Rushuang. You've arrived. Bai Rushuang greeted softly. Xing Bang gazed at Bai Rushuang, who had simply tidied herself up. Her skin was fair, her beauty innate, and her enchanting demeanor, coupled with her alluring figure, stirred a sense of desire within him. She wore a purple low-cut palace gown. Xing Bang fixated on Bai Rushuang, envisioning a captivating scene in his mind. What's the matter? Don't you recognize me? It's merely a simple grooming. Bai Rushuang smiled charmingly, revealing her inner joy and confidence. Xing Bang smiled faintly, deliberately surveying the surroundings. Who could resist the allure of beauty? You certainly do not conceal your intentions at all. Yet I find your candor quite pleasing. Bai Rushuang's cheeks flushed with a charming blush as she elegantly laughed and replied. Xing Bang swiftly took a seat beside her, and her aura emanated a sense of ease that was almost intoxicating. Perhaps it was Bai Rushuang's relaxed demeanor that created an atmosphere of complete openness. However, it was essential to maintain a semblance of composure. Dressed in a flowing, low-cut purple gown, she seemed to dance with grace. Are you prepared? We shall soon be outside the palace. Xing Bang whispered softly into Bai Rushuang's ear. A shiver ran through her, and as she gazed at Xing Bang, her lips trembled. After such a long period of restraint, the sudden arrival of happiness was overwhelmingly exhilarating, and her heart fluttered uncontrollably. After a moment of hesitation, she finally murmured, You may do with me as you wish. Chapter 61. Bai Rushuang's unrest. What do you want me to do? I'm open to anything. Surrounded by the robust aura of the man beside her, Bai Rushuang momentarily forgot the essence of restraint and spoke straight from her heart. One cannot truly blame her. After 2 years of yearning, it was only natural to act impulsively in the presence of the man she cherished. Xing Bang gazed at Bai Rushuang, who had lowered her head, and took a deep breath. I have a question that intrigues me. When you keep your head down, can you see your own feet? Upon hearing the teasing undertone in Xing Bang's voice, Bai Rushuang furrowed her brows slightly, and soon a realization dawned on her, causing her cheeks to flush even more. Indeed, she had never given this matter any thought. Bai Rushuang's gaze shifted downward, completely obstructing her view. I can't even see my own hands now. She clasped her hands tightly in front of her, and it seemed that standing up would render her utterly blind to the world. Xing Bang chuckled knowingly, raising his hands. Until you reach the mountain's peak, it seems. Bai Rushuang exhaled softly and replied, then let me see. Suddenly, Xing Bang felt as if he had been cornered. With no further words necessary. Very well, I concede. It must be said that Auntie is indeed considerate and attentive. Now, can you see? Without hesitation, Xing Bang drew closer. Bai Rushuang let out a soft sound, instantly electrified by the contact. I'll come to pick you up tonight. Xing Bang whispered in Bai Rushuang's ear, nestled against him. Don't overthink it. What conditions are there? This is merely a taste. Not that I am the one concerned, but rather Bai Rushuang, who wished to feel refreshed and unburdened. May I come to your place? Bai Rushuang felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. Fear not, there is no issue at all. I am in charge of the stronghold now. Xing Bang smiled slightly, aware that the only threat to him within the stronghold was Wu Gonggong. However, with his current prowess, he could easily eliminate him. What is there to fear? All right, I will follow your lead. Bai Rushuang said nothing more. Deep down, she longed for this, especially since she had entrusted her heart to Xing Bang. Whatever he asked of her, she would comply without hesitation. What was there to fear? After lingering together for a while longer, Xing Bang took his leave, deciding it was best to remain discreet during daylight hours. Upon returning to the stronghold, he discovered Mama Rong kneeling at the entrance. Old servant pays her respects to Lord Shifu. Upon seeing Xing Bang approach, Mama Rong hurriedly performed a deep bow. What brings you here? Xing Bang had nearly forgotten about this matter. That day, due to Li Xiaowan punishing Mama Rong, the old woman had worked until late into the night, barely completing a third of her tasks before fainting. When informed, he had opted not to escalate the situation and allowed her to leave. Now, 2 days later, he wondered what had compelled the old woman to return. The elderly maid, having just regained her health, came to express her gratitude to Lord Shah for his leniency. Otherwise, her life would have been forfeit. As she spoke, Madame Rong bowed her head deeply. All right, you may rise. At your age, remember to show mercy when it is within your power. Xing Bang waved his hand, signaling her to leave. Regarding Madame Rong, who appeared quite malevolent, he thought it best to let her be as long as she remained compliant. Madame Rong stood up to take her leave, but as she turned, a cruel glint appeared on her face. Having spent most of her life in the palace, she was not accustomed to such humiliation. Although she had grown old and less useful, her previous status still commanded a measure of respect from Su Guang. After all, she had once been the wet nurse to the eldest princess. This young man dared to disregard even a semblance of courtesy. He must be unaware of her background. Humph, let you be arrogant for a few more days. This isn't over between us. We shall see. Madame Rong thought, gritting her teeth. Li Xiaowan's chamber was tightly shut, devoid of any sound. The girl was indeed diligent. Xing Bang surmised that she was likely engrossed in her studies and chose not to disturb her, instead enjoying tea in the hall. Before long, a young attendant named Xiao Duzi arrived to announce that the sixth prince, Lu Jing, had summoned him. Without delay, Xing Bang followed Xiao Duzi. The Xiaofu office, responsible for managing royal affairs, was situated within the palace, a grand complex featuring expansive courtyards and plazas. The organization was vast. Yet apart from the sixth prince, all the officials were eunuchs. Naturally, there was one ordinary man, himself. If he were to ascend to the position of Xiaofu, it would indeed be a great convenience, granting him the power to command the winds. As Xing Bang contemplated this, he performed a respectful bow before the sixth prince, who sat alone in the grand hall. Xiao Bangzi, no need for excessive formalities. Please take a seat. Lu Jing gestured to the nearest spot. Xing Bang, having expressed his gratitude, settled himself accordingly. Shortly after, a maidservant presented a cup of tea. Xiao Bangzi, now that you have been promoted to Fu, is everything to your satisfaction? Lu Jing inquired. I am deeply grateful for your highness's support. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly from this day forth, Xing Bang replied, fully aware that this meeting was not merely for tea but served a purpose. He had now attained a rank that allowed him to shed the title of servant. Lu Jing, unfazed by Xing Bang's assertiveness, nodded in approval. It is good that you understand. From now on, you are under my protection. Should anyone dare to bully you or cause you trouble, I will take care of it. Thank you, Your Highness, for your kindness. I shall not disappoint you. Xing Bang clasped his fists together, understanding the implications of the prince's words. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Jing fixed his gaze on Xing Bang and asked, "How is Madame Fanghua these days?" Xing Bang was not surprised. The prince's interest was clearly singular. "In response to Your Highness, since the day you departed, it seems that the mood has not been particularly cheerful. However, I have instructed my servants to be especially cautious in their attentiveness, and there have been no significant matters to report." Lu Jing furrowed his brow and murmured softly, "Indeed, it is my fault for being somewhat abrupt. Yet I found it quite difficult to restrain myself." Though his voice was low, the astute Xingshi heard him distinctly. The sixth prince is truly infatuated with Lady Fanghua. The allure of beauty can be a double-edged sword, recklessly charging forth without heed, daring to have his father's consort perform for his amusement. It is hardly surprising. As the legitimate second son of the empress, his status surpasses even that of the crown prince, which reflects his unlikelihood of ascending to the throne. It seems this young man is more inclined towards love than power, preferring beauty over the crown. Little Bangzi, since you are perceptive to my intentions, I shall refrain from saying more. You must continue to ensure she does not endure any hardships. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will take good care of her. Xingshi discerned that the sixth prince harbored admiration but lacked the audacity to act maliciously, at least for now. This is preferable, otherwise he would likely find himself in a precarious situation once more. The sixth prince nodded. "Very well, let us not dwell on this matter any longer. Since you are here, accompany me and let us enjoy ourselves." With the applause of the little bean, a procession of young maidens clad in low-cut palace garments streamed in from outside. Chapter 62. The two nieces of Madame Fanghua enter the palace, stand in a line. Upon the entrance of a group of women clad in palace attire, Xiao Duzi's voice rang out, commanding attention. 8 young ladies formed a splendid line in the spacious hall, creating a captivating scene. Xing Bang, why not appraise these ladies for this prince? Before Xing Bang could survey the exquisite beauties, the sixth prince Lu Jing spoke first, granting him the liberty to indulge in unrestrained admiration. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xing Bang descended the steps and approached the ladies. For true appraisal necessitated proximity and a display of diligence. Unbeknownst to this prince, he harbored no reservations regarding his true identity. The ladies raised their gazes, and Xiao Duzi called out once more. As Xing Bang scanned the group, he observed that each woman radiated youthful charm. In stark contrast, Xiao Duzi's indifferent demeanor exemplified the divide between true and false eunuchs. The genuine eunuch perceives these ladies as mere sisters, untouched by romantic stirrings, entirely immune to the allure of the opposite sex. Each lady turned to face him, and Xing Bang scrutinized them from head to toe, reveling in the liberating sensation of his unabashed gaze. These women not only possessed beauty but also exuded grace. Where could they have come from? As he meticulously examined the first lady, a spark ignited within him, accompanied by a flicker of doubt. Simultaneously, the Fanghua Baojian stirred in his mind, alleviating his concerns. He pondered whether he might be lacking worldly experience if such a beauty remained unrecorded. Yet, before he could delve further into the information, Xiao Duzi cleared his throat, reminding him that there were still 7 ladies to appraise, and lingering too long on one would be imprudent. He swiftly turned to the second lady, who was equally enchanting. Regardless of the sixth prince's motives or sources for these women, it was clear that he would not present any unattractive ones. Although the second lady did not meet the criteria for recording, she could certainly be kept in mind for future encounters. With the dual cultivation technique now at his disposal, the experience gained from recording was merely an embellishment, rendering him indifferent to the small details. He mused whether unrecorded ladies could still yield experiential benefits from cultivation, a notion worth exploring. If they did, it would be delightful. If not, it sufficed that he found them appealing, as enjoyment was paramount. Lo and behold, another lady met the criteria for recording. Could it be that the sixth prince was engaged in some form of theft? The third lady also qualified, prompting a wave of curiosity regarding the origins of these women. The crucial factor was that they were in the possession of the sixth prince, not within his reach. Quickly scanning the remaining ladies, each one was a beauty, and Xing Bang found himself increasingly inclined to claim them, though the latter did not enter the Fanghua Baojian. Regarding this matter, Xing Bang was not at all disheartened. After all, the evaluation criteria of Fanghua Baojian are indeed quite stringent. Otherwise, it would likely be as common as a 3-cent book. Xing Bang did not bother to examine the information on the two women included, for that was of little consequence. What truly mattered was whether they could be acquired. Your Highness, what is this? Xing Bang did not hastily declare that these women were strikingly beautiful, but rather spoke with a slight hesitation, exercising caution. For one could not afford to be careless, especially as a distinguished prince. The sixth prince smiled subtly, gesturing towards the first and third women, and remarked, "Little Bang, have you not discerned any issues? A eunuch is still a eunuch. No matter how stunning or resolute a woman may be, she cannot penetrate the depths of one's heart." Xing Bang glanced once more. He had been preoccupied with the prospect of acquisition and had not paid further attention. He instinctively thought that the faces of such exquisite beauties would bear some resemblance. Upon Lu Jing's astute prompting, the discerning Xing Bang immediately recognized the issue. The two women did indeed share a familial resemblance, likely indicating a close kinship. Observing Lu Jing's fervent gaze, a woman suddenly materialized in Xing Bang's mind, Madame Fanghua. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing the first woman. Could it be that there was a connection to Madame Fanghua? Xing Bang was not dim-witted. Rather, he struggled to connect the dots of such a possibility. Your Highness, it was only upon your reminder that I realized these two women bear a striking resemblance. He merely articulated the apparent issue before him, sensing that he need not voice further inquiries, as the sixth prince would soon elucidate his confusion. Indeed, the sixth prince continued without elaboration, pointing at the first woman. Never mind. Although you are astute, you are still a eunuch, and it is quite natural to overlook certain matters. I shall not keep you in suspense. Her name is He Fengyi, the beloved niece of Madame Fanghua. The other, a distant relative of the He family, is called He Fengjiao. Though she does not resemble Madame Fanghua as closely, she is still a great beauty. Aside from Fengyi's two personal maids, the others were all women from the He family, of whom the prince could not recall the names. The sixth prince's affection extended to the sisters Fengyi and Fengjiao, who bore a striking resemblance to Madame Fanghua. Thus, their names remained imprinted in his memory, while the other women faded from his consideration. Xing Bang, however, had no time to ponder this matter further. The He family's renowned beauties had been brought here by the sixth prince, presumably for selection as consorts for the emperor, and it was unlikely that they had been bestowed upon him. The likelihood was significant. With a slight furrow of his brow, Xing Bang glanced at the two women again and, feigning a sudden realization, remarked, "Indeed, Your Highness, it is true. I truly did not notice it at first. However, this has left me quite perplexed." The sixth prince, understanding Xing Bang's confusion, had no intention of concealing the truth. After a brief cough, he said, "It is of no consequence to inform you, as the matter has already reached a conclusion. The He family is now reduced to only Madame Fanghua and the two sisters, Fengyi and Fengjiao." Xing Bang's estimation was indeed correct. It aligned with his earlier intuition. The exact crimes of the He family remained unknown, as did the number of lives extinguished. Xing Bang did not exhibit excessive surprise. After all, he was merely a lowly eunuch, and any unusual expression would have been inappropriate. This was evidently why the sixth prince had not elaborated further. What relevance did it hold for a mere eunuch? The males were to be exterminated, while the fair and attractive females were to be spared, followed by the confiscation of their estates. It was only natural that the sixth prince, currently overseeing the Department of Revenue, would have dealings with such a prominent family as the He clan, explaining how these women came under his purview. Having disclosed this information, it seemed likely that Xing Bang was now entangled in the matter. It would be best if they were all sent to the execution chamber. In the brief moment of hesitation from the sixth prince, these thoughts occupied Xing Bang's mind. Chapter 63. The Dance of Long Sleeves. Your Highness, might there be any impropriety in our actions? If His Majesty and Her Majesty the Empress were to learn of this. Xing Bang, disregarding the potential feelings and consequences for Madame Fanghua, realized that the situation was beyond his control. Given the gravity of the matter, it was prudent to consider it from the perspective of the sixth prince. This could serve as a form of accountability to the Empress in the future. However, such actions merely amounted to a favor. Even the bold sixth prince would not dare to act overtly in this manner. It was evident that the devastating extermination of Madame Fanghua's entire family was beyond the Empress's power. Only the Emperor possessed such authority. The sixth prince waved his hand dismissively, assuring You need not worry about this. There is no issue at all. These women are under my jurisdiction. Xing Bang refrained from further persuasion, acknowledging the sixth prince's confidence, which indicated he had no lingering concerns. Indeed, at this juncture, those women bore the weight of their transgressions, and besides, this matter fell within the sixth prince's purview. Therefore, it was only fitting that he dealt with it as he saw fit. For the sixth prince, Xing Bang's counsel posed no problems whatsoever. Setting aside whether Xing Bang was loyal to his mother, he had become one of his own. Moreover, he believed that Xing Bang was indeed a trusted confidant. At that moment, several eunuchs entered, bearing dishes and wine, elegantly arranging them upon two tables. Xing Bang discerned that the sixth prince's summons was no trivial matter. He must have something that stirred a sense of unease within him. Otherwise, he would not have gone to such lengths. Please sit. Let us share a few cups before we proceed. These past few days have been rather vexing, and your company brings some amusement. Once the eunuchs had set the table and withdrawn, the sixth prince gestured towards Xing Bang. After taking his seat, little Doozy addressed the gathering of women. It is an honor to perform for His Highness the sixth prince. You must all present your finest selves in service. Yes, the chorus of women responded in unison. Xing Bang felt no surprise. It was well understood that the esteemed daughters of noble families were well versed in music and dance, and their handmaidens were equally skilled. Yet, in Xing Bang's view, the sixth prince's true interest lay in the graceful performances of He Fengyi and He Fengjiao, with the other women merely serving as embellishments. As anticipated, the two sisters, He Fengyi and He Fengjiao, took center stage, while the remaining women retreated behind them. The atmosphere soon transformed as the dancers began to sway gracefully, showcasing the long-sleeved dance. It was indeed remarkable that the sixth prince had conceived such an elaborate display, yet the spotlight was firmly on the two sisters, with the other six women offering merely modest accompaniment. Little Doozy, attending to the sixth prince, filled his cup. The sixth prince raised his glass and said, "Little Bang, let us not be formal this time. Drink as you wish." Xing Bang filled his cup and raised it with a smile, replying, "As you command, Your Highness." The sixth prince swiftly consumed a cup of wine, disregarding the presence of Xing Bang, his gaze fixated intently on the enchanting dance of the two sisters, He Fengyi and He Fengjiao. Xing Bang followed suit, emptying his own cup. With such an atmosphere established, there was no need for further courtesy. They would simply observe what schemes the sixth prince had in store. Without reservation, Xing Bang too directed his attention towards the graceful figures before him. Truly exquisite, utterly captivating. It was his first experience of such a delightful scene. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, the exquisite dance eventually came to a close. Excellent, indeed. It was no surprise that the He family exuded the elegance of the esteemed Lady Fanghua. Upon the conclusion of the performance, the sixth prince clapped his hands in admiration. The beauty of the wine and the allure of the women seemed to complement each other perfectly, and before long, Lu Jing, the sixth prince, had drunk himself to a rosy glow. His excitement was palpable, clearly pleased with the display before him. It became evident that the sixth prince was using Lady Fanghua as a model, with the two sisters, He Fengyi and He Fengjiao, serving as mere substitutes. For Xing Bang, he hoped the sixth prince would indulge further. Intoxication could lead to unguarded speech. Yet, he harbored no concerns. After all, as the sixth prince, there would be no obstacles to bringing these women to his residence if he so desired. Xing Bang, untroubled by such matters, understood that overthinking was futile. What mattered was taking action. As one with the spirit of a chancellor, even lacking the immediate means to achieve his desires, it bore no consequence. Come, my friend, let us drink. I intend to reward you. While I cannot offer all of them, you may select 2 to take back with you to your chamber. As for how you manage them, that is beyond my concern, declared the sixth prince, gesturing towards the 6 women standing behind He Fengyi and He Fengjiao, his head nodding in delight. Thank you, Your Highness. Next time, I shall ensure your visit brings me some amusement. Xing Bang replied with a subtle acquiescence, aware that the sixth prince was not particularly interested in the other 4 women, perhaps deeming them too ostentatious for his taste. This did not concern him. Regardless of how the sixth prince chose to handle the situation, his intentions were clear and inescapable. It was evident that the sixth prince harbored no benevolent thoughts towards the 2 sisters today. With a smile, the sixth prince responded, "Ah, you truly understand me well." Though he did not genuinely believe this, Xing Bang's flattery pleased him nonetheless. Your Highness is too kind. In this palace, devoid of support, without your patronage, how could I enjoy such fortune today? Little friend, it is rare to find one with such awareness. Stay close to me, and soon you will enjoy the finest luxuries. Xing Bang remarked, and indeed, the sixth prince appeared somewhat elated, his face radiant with pride. Thank you, Your Highness. These ladies have worked hard. Perhaps it is best to address them first. Ah, indeed, you speak most wisely. After dancing for so long, they must be fatigued. The sixth prince nodded earnestly. Little Doozy, please escort them to wait outside for now. Upon hearing this, Little Doozy did not linger and promptly led the ladies out, leaving only the sixth prince and Xing Bang in the hall. Xing Bang, are you aware of how many dignitaries and noble scions in the imperial capital yearn to curry favor with His Highness through Feng Jiao and Fengyi? The sixth prince stated slowly as he sipped his wine. These two ladies are indeed rare beauties. However, Your Highness, why not keep them by your side? Xing Bang sensed that the sixth prince had more to say and casually echoed his words. Chapter 64. Taking away the two sisters. Fengyi, the sixth prince, lightly shook his head, inhaling deeply. Fengyi and Feng Jiao are undoubtedly exquisite beauties, yet I harbor no interest in them. Had I desired their company, I would have long sought my father's permission for marriage, rather than awaiting this moment. The reason for my presence here. Can you discern my intentions, little one? Come now. With such words, how could I fail to understand your motives? Without a doubt, this sixth prince possessed a discerning palate and exhibited a certain cunning nature. Your Highness, might you be contemplating this matter to set your sights on Lady Fanghua? Indeed, you are quite perceptive. I do harbor certain thoughts. The reason I summoned you is to gather your insights and devise a foolproof plan. The sixth prince nodded earnestly, his excitement palpable as if he had discovered a kindred spirit. In that case, Your Highness, do share your thoughts. Xing Tong inquired calmly, ready to face whatever challenges may arise. My proposal is to inform Lady Fanghua about the annihilation of her family, and to persuade her accordingly. I shall endeavor to rescue her, seeking nothing in return but to mend the void within my heart. I desire no regrets in this life. I care not for power or wealth, only to treat her with utmost kindness. The sixth prince's expression, filled with fervent devotion, bore a solemnity that transcended the allure of royal stature. He would willingly sacrifice his life to fulfill this desire. Why pine for a single flower when there are countless grasses in the world? His sentiments were both unconventional and transcendent. In this light, one could not help but admire his carefree spirit. Yet, dear brother, you are effectively snatching food from your elder's mouth. That simply cannot do. Xing Tong hesitated momentarily, but, grateful for the prince's favor, declared, I shall certainly assist Your Highness in alleviating your troubles. I am prepared to undertake this task. But I have a query. Might Your Highness disclose some details regarding the demise of Lady Fanghua's family? This would allow me to navigate the situation with greater discernment. The sixth prince nodded, seemingly regarding Xing Tong as a trusted confidant. Such loyalty and courage were rare indeed. In recent years, the borders have been unstable, with occasional skirmishes. The He family, being a prominent military clan, was implicated in a rebellion and subsequently reported. The severity of the punishment is undoubtedly tied to the crown prince's future. Knowing this is sufficient. Lady Fanghua is surely aware of the underlying truths. This information will merely provide her with a semblance of balance. The He family is irrevocably finished, and she shall have no chance of resurgence. I will exert every effort to ensure her safety, as well as that of Feng Jiao, Fengyi, and the few remaining descendants. The sixth prince succinctly highlighted the key points, demonstrating his astuteness in navigating this intricate matter. Xing Tong understood the implications clearly. It was not so much a threat as a means to instill a sense of despair in Lady Fanghua, encouraging her to accept the sixth prince's goodwill without hesitation. Simultaneously, Xing Bang found himself mulling over an additional layer of considerations, pondering whether Her Majesty, the Queen, was aware of this matter, or if perhaps a certain understanding had been prearranged between mother and son. A rather audacious thought crossed his mind. Could it be that the sixth prince had received tacit approval from his imperial father? This possibility seemed rather unlikely. Although such matters might not be deemed scandalous in this realm, Lady Fanghua, after all, had borne a child, and that child was destined to be the future emperor. Would they truly resort to calling each other by their familial titles in the future? While this notion was bold, it remained within the realm of theoretical speculation. The more pressing question was whether Lord Bang would consent to this arrangement. Your Highness, he began, while this matter may be discussed with ease, have you considered how to manage the aftermath? Even if Lady Fanghua were to reluctantly acquiesce, it is the Queen's stance that holds greater significance, not to mention the Emperor's potential reaction, which could indeed spell disaster. Xing Bang spoke with piercing clarity, articulating the complexities at hand. Only by untangling these intricate threads could he maneuver himself to emerge as the ultimate beneficiary. The sixth prince furrowed his brow, clearly aware of the treacherous terrain they were navigating, which was precisely why he had summoned Xing Bang for counsel. My plan remains steadfast. There is no need for concern regarding my mother. As for my father, we shall deliberate further. However, the initial step lies in persuading Lady Fanghua. Once she consents, I shall not waver. Xing Bang nodded in understanding. Your Highness, I shall commence preparations for this endeavor upon my return. In this scenario, it should not prove difficult to alter Lady Fenghua's mindset. Excellent, my young friend, the prince praised. I admire your calm and courageous demeanor. Should you succeed in this task, I assure you, your ascent will be meteoric. By the way, when you meet Lady Fanghua, it would be prudent to bring along those two women. Once your family members are present, she will recognize that your words carry weight. Xing Bang nodded, recognizing that the prince was indeed astute. Upon hearing the sixth prince's intentions, he had immediately surmised that the offering of two women was not merely a gesture, but rather a strategic maneuver. Yet, the method was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the outcome. The sixth prince cheerfully raised his cup, gesturing for Xing Bang to drink once more. And once this matter is resolved, should I desire to meet Lady Fanghua, you must devise a means to facilitate that encounter. Allow me to ponder this further. However, Your Highness, I advise caution. A misstep could result in a significant loss. Xing Bang silently chastised the queen. Realizing that the young prince was no longer naive, he was attempting to play the game of boarding the carriage before purchasing a ticket. Sooner or later, the prince would find himself with a princess, and that would be the moment of reckoning. The sixth prince, undeterred, recognized that Xing Bang's counsel was in his best interest, especially as he often found himself unable to restrain his impulses, particularly after a few cups of wine. Very well, exercise caution. Keep the aforementioned matter close to your thoughts. I could discreetly venture into the den as well. Xing Bang found himself at a loss for words, realizing that he truly could not halt the momentum. He decided against further discussion, recognizing that a portion of the initiative remained within his grasp. It would be prudent to acquiesce for the time being and return to contemplate feasible solutions later. Your Highness, please await good news. I assure you that this matter will be handled appropriately, Xing Bang said earnestly, though he understood it was merely for his own benefit. Little brat, go chase after that fart. All right, little Bang, I can drink no more. Further indulgence may lead to inebriation. You may depart and select two young ladies to accompany me back to the chamber. I shall await your favorable report. At last, the sixth prince glimpsed a glimmer of hope, secretly exhaling in relief, as the heavy burden weighing upon his heart was lifted somewhat. Xing Bang performed a bow and prepared to take his leave, but just as he turned, the sixth prince called out to him. Wait, little Bang. I believe it would be wise for you to take the Feng-yi sisters with you for the time being. This would lend greater credence to our cause. With that, the sixth prince nodded to himself in agreement. Chapter 65. The Dissolution of Distrust. How considerate your highness is. As Xing Bang departed, he did not forget to praise the sixth prince, and this commendation was genuine. Such arrangements are truly commendable. The tasks assigned are not ones that can be accomplished in a mere few days. Once they reach the vault, it is tantamount to filling their own pockets. The sixth prince, preoccupied with thoughts of Madame Fanghua, naturally did not dwell on anything else, merely hoping for his desires to be fulfilled swiftly. Upon exiting the palace, Xing Bang immediately proceeded to the side chamber, where he escorted the sisters Feng-yi and Feng Jiao away, leaving the other sisters for another day. Along the way, Feng-yi and Feng Jiao merely followed Xing Bang closely, having yet to utter a word. Beauty, Feng-yi age, 22 status, criminal strength, 3rd level condensation charm, 95 affinity progress, 0 earnings, 0 experience points hour. Beauty, Feng Jiao age, 18 status, criminal strength, 3rd level condensation charm, 95 affinity progress, 0 earnings, 0 experience points hour. It is rather disheartening that their affinity is a flat 0. However, Xing Bang understood the reason behind this. Were it possible for it to be negative, he could only wonder how low it might go, for he discerned that the sisters harbored no favorable impression of him. Of course, their view of the sixth prince would be even worse. Especially considering the destruction of their family, it would be quite peculiar for them to harbor any goodwill. Xing Bang felt somewhat innocent, having been ensnared by the sixth prince's actions. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, confident that upon meeting Madame Fanghua, their affinity would naturally improve, perhaps even swiftly. It was not surprising that the two young ladies possessed martial prowess, as the He family is a lineage of military significance. Even among the remaining 6 women, he noticed varying levels of martial skills. Had they been sufficiently powerful, they might have seized the opportunity to eliminate the sixth prince during the dance. Xing Bang could sense that He Fengyi and He Fengjiao were both suppressing their emotions, their inner resentment likely as vast as the heavens. For him, this was their vulnerability. Ultimately, it matters not. The question remains, do you wish for the He family to rise anew and flourish? Therefore, there is no need for haste. Dear ladies, I am aware that your hearts brim with grievances. At this juncture, Xing Bang felt a wave of icy hostility wash over him, confirming his intuition. He remained unfazed, offering a slight smile as he continued, "There is no need for you to feel anxious. I bear no ill will. To speak candidly, you have both exhibited remarkable restraint. Were I in your position, I might have resorted to violence. However, I implore you not to misconstrue my words. I am merely stating facts. I hope that you can momentarily set aside your enmity. Revealing too much on your faces will not serve you well. Your priority now is to preserve your lives. Only by surviving can you hold on to hope." Upon finishing his words, Xing Bang sensed a palpable easing of tension in the air, yet the sisters remained silent, which was entirely normal. They had merely accepted his reminder internally, but could not bring themselves to believe that Xing Bang genuinely wished for their well-being. Fortunately, they did not engage in self-destructive behavior, as that would be tantamount to self-annihilation. Not to mention the multitude of skilled individuals within the palace, one must also consider the necessity of safeguarding the sixth prince. After all, one has yet to attain an omnipotent status. This illustrates that the hearts of the He sisters, He Fengyi and He Fengjiao, are indeed resilient, demonstrating their potential for greatness. They did not dwell on such matters for long. Upon meeting Lady Fanghua, everything became clear. Before long, Xing Bang and his 2 companions arrived at the Chamber of Fury. Proceeding directly to Lady Fanghua, without delay. "You have come, it has been some days." Lady Fanghua greeted Xing Bang with a hint of reproach on her face, as if to convey her disappointment at his absence. Yet, upon noticing the individuals accompanying him, her words faltered. Xing Bang smiled slightly. "Look who I have brought for you." Perhaps it was the long absence or the sheer surprise of encountering them here that caused Lady Fanghua to gaze at the 2 women for a considerable time before realization dawned upon her. Feng, Yi Fengjiao, how is it that you are here?" The astonishment was clear on her face. He Fengyi and He Fengjiao, already laden with their own grievances, felt an overwhelming sorrow upon seeing their aunt in such dire circumstances. Their eyes quickly glistened with tears as they rushed forward. "Aunt you, our family," sobbed He Fengyi, upon seeing the only remaining kin, was overwhelmed with a tumult of emotions, rendering her momentarily speechless as tears streamed down her cheeks. Witnessing her cousin's tears, He Fengjiao too found her own emotions bubbling to the surface. "Did something happen that brought you to this place?" Lady Fanghua's eyes also glistened with unshed tears, swiftly grasping that something grave had transpired. "Aunt, our He family." He Fengyi struggled to articulate her distress, her emotions still too raw to compose herself. "Enough, do not cry. Regardless of what has transpired, your aunt is here." Lady Fanghua comforted her 2 nieces before turning her gaze to Xing Bang. "Sister, to speak frankly, our He family is in turmoil. Now, only a few women remain." Xing Bang, fully aware that Lady Fanghua was not one to shy away from adversity, chose to reveal the truth without reservation. Yet, even as strong as Lady Fanghua was, the news struck her with palpable tremors of grief and anger. However, she concealed her turmoil, inhaling deeply before inquiring, "What exactly has occurred? How could His Majesty be so merciless?" Xing Bang, considering that He Fengyi and He Fengjiao were but women, presumed they might not grasp the full political context, and thus stated plainly, "It is said that they have been accused of treason. My knowledge is limited, but historically, It has been the case that when a ruler demands the death of a subject, that subject must comply. Who can delineate the essence of unfounded accusations? Lady Fanghua sighed, her thoughts evidently racing as she grimly observed. It seems His Majesty has resolved his heart with iron determination. Although the specific details remain unclear, the direction of the accusations is evident. The Emperor's ruthless actions are undoubtedly motivated by his desire to secure his future, driven by concerns over the young crown prince and the potential inability to control the influence of the He family. As one of the foremost families, eliminating them effortlessly is no simple task. They may have been laying their plans for quite some time. Lady Fanghua is well aware of this. Little Bangzi, are my two nieces also to be confined in this dreadful place? Lady Fanghua quickly regained her composure. I only learned of this situation after being summoned by the sixth prince today. It cannot be conveyed in just a few words. Our immediate priority is to devise a long-term strategy, ensuring your safety above all else. But rest assured, dear sister, with me here, I shall exert every effort to guarantee your protection. Xing Bangzi remained reticent, recognizing that this was quite a significant blow and that Lady Fanghua needed time to process it. Moreover, he had yet to formulate a plan, so there was no need to rush. Lady Fanghua nodded in trust and then instructed her two nieces. Little Bangzi is someone we can rely on. You both must heed his guidance. Chapter 66. Madame Fanghua loses her composure. Yes, Aunt. He Fengyi and He Fengjiao both obediently replied. The two were exceedingly astute, and the weight of Xingtang's address as sister left no room for doubt in their hearts. Then, sister, I assume both young ladies must be weary today. Allow me to attend to them first. Madame Fanghua graciously accepted Xingtang's thoughtfulness. Aunt Fengjiao and I shall take our leave. He Fengyi respectfully inclined her body and offered a bow to Madame Fanghua. Truly, as a lady of noble standing, she displayed impeccable etiquette at all times. Xingtang did not linger long, leading the two sisters back to the violent chamber. Please rest here for a while. Do not feel overly constrained. Nothing untoward will occur. Thank you, my lord. He Fengyi softly acknowledged, while He Fengjiao mirrored her sister's gesture, both of their tones gentle and calm. With Madame Fanghua's assurance, any lingering doubts regarding Xingtang dissipated. Moreover, given their current predicament and their aunt's own precarious situation, the two sisters surmised that Xingtang might serve as their refuge and savior. He Fengyi and He Fengjiao reached a mutual understanding. They would willingly undertake any task if it meant avenging their grievances. Inside her chamber, Li Xiaowan was practicing when she heard feminine voices and rose to investigate. Brother Bang, who are these two sisters? Li Xiaowan asked, observing He Fengyi and He Fengjiao, both strikingly beautiful, which unexpectedly stirred a feeling of discomfort within her. The sisters simultaneously turned their gazes towards Li Xiaowan, expressions tinged with surprise. To them, Li Xiaowan was indisputably a beauty as well, and one could not help but speculate on Xingtang's intentions in harboring such lovely companions. He Fengyi, being the elder, cast a sidelong glance at Xingtang, instinctively sensing that this dashing eunuch was no ordinary figure. Moreover, considering her aunt's exceptional favor and trust in him, her suspicions deepened. Xingtang smiled. Xiaowan, there is no need for alarm. These two sisters are new arrivals to the palace, delightful young ladies who will soon be your companions. The fact that they, like him, were relatives of offenders only served to forge a bond in Li Xiaowan's mind. After all, they were all fellow sufferers of fate. Just as Xingtang prepared to introduce Li Xiaowan, she interjected with a cheerful smile. Greetings, sisters. I am Li Xiaowan. You may call me Xiaowan. I am Brother Bang's secretary. Oh, Brother Bang mentioned that a secretary is typically someone quite close. He Fengyi and He Fengjiao were momentarily taken aback, but after hearing Li Xiaowan's explanation, they nodded in understanding. Xingtang chuckled, choosing not to comment. Li Xiaowan, though innocent and somewhat naive, seemed to possess a hint of jealousy, which felt somewhat unnecessary before the He sisters. He Fengyi beamed. Sister Wanner, you are truly charming. He Fengjiao is somewhat more reserved compared to He Fengyi, generally speaking little, yet her facial expressions have softened considerably. When she smiles, she is truly enchanting, akin to a blooming flower. Xingshang, too, feels a surge of joy at the sight. There is simply no remedy for the lack of immunity against the allure of beauty. Fengyi, Fengjiao, you two can enjoy tea and converse with Wanner here. I shall step out to attend to some matters. He Fengyi nodded, while Li Xiaowan cheerfully remarked, Brother Bang, Please go about your business. I am quite fond of both sisters. I shall take care of things here." Xing smiled faintly and nodded, then quietly exited. He felt a sense of comfort. The bond among sisters is indeed delightful. He appreciates women of generosity. The two sisters, He Fengyi and He Fengjiao, found solace in the lively and charming Li Xiaowan's presence, allowing their taut nerves to ease. It is wise for women to refrain from becoming ensnared in excessive animosity. Otherwise, their inherent gentleness may dissipate in the wake of growing hatred. Xing candidly expressed, a true man, standing between heaven and earth, must ensure his women find joy. A man who burdens his woman with worries is not worthy of her. He proceeded directly to Lady Fanghua's chamber, where an unspoken understanding had developed between them. With just a glance, he could discern her thoughts. Lady Fanghua wished to discuss certain matters with him privately, embodying the dignity of an elder aunt. Although He Fengyi and He Fengjiao exhibited the resilience characteristic of a military family, they were still young and had experienced little. Thus, the recent family upheaval was undoubtedly a heavy blow for them to bear. Consequently, Xing promptly settled the two sisters before approaching Lady Fanghua alone. Soon, he arrived at her room, which now bore a sense of newfound freedom. The door was no longer locked, and under Xing's care, the space was immaculate, with all bedding replaced with fresh linens. Lady Fanghua sat on the edge of the bed, her brow furrowed, clearly impacted by the recent events. Yet, one cannot help but admire her strength. As the mother of the crown prince, she could not see her son, trapped in the shadows of Yi Yaoding. And now her own family faced calamity due to her circumstances. Even the strongest of women possess moments of vulnerability. Indeed, upon Xing's entry, Lady Fanghua, with reddened eyes, sprang to her feet and embraced him tightly, perhaps having found a confidant. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably as she choked out, "Little Bangzi, do you know how much pain resides in my heart? I truly do not know what to do." This was the first time Xing witnessed such a tender side of Lady Fanghua, indicating the weight of her distress. It was evident that this situation felt insurmountable to anyone. However, under ordinary circumstances, one might falter. But with me, Xing, that is simply not an option. I must rise to the occasion. The rod tenderly caressed the hair of Madame Fanghua, speaking softly, "Sister, given the circumstances, you must remain strong. Trust me, I shall resolve this matter for you." "Oh, little Rod, do you know? Just now, I saw my two nieces arrive here, and I felt utterly ashamed to exist in this world," Madame Fanghua confessed, her emotions overwhelming her as she wept more loudly. The Rod did not immediately offer words of comfort, but instead gently patted Madame Fanghua's back. "Sister, do not hold back. If you feel sorrow, let it flow. Crying will ease your heart. A man may not easily shed tears, but such is not the case for a woman." Madame Fanghua, unable to contain her emotions, rested her head on the Rod's shoulder and wept freely. The weight of repressed feelings had become unbearable. After a long while, as her sobs gradually slowed, her heart began to find solace. "Little Rod, what do you think I should do now? Whatever plan you devise, I shall agree to it." For reasons unknown, a sudden flutter of emotion stirred within the Rod, and from that stirring emerged a new scheme. Chapter 67, A Heavy Heart. Having inadvertently gotten Lady Fanghua pregnant and then plotting to frame the emperor, Xing Bang found himself devoid of a better plan. Suddenly, an audacious idea flashed through his mind, a truly remarkable stroke of genius. Indeed, Lady Fanghua had been at the palace for less than a month. Although the palace maintained stringent investigations regarding the pregnancies of the consorts, human ingenuity could potentially fabricate a convincing semblance of reality. If he could align with the Empress under the pretext of supporting the sixth prince, their collaboration could simplify matters significantly. However, the foremost concern remained. Was the Emperor still capable? Furthermore, had Lady Fanghua been involved with the second Emperor before her arrival? Clearly, this scheme harbored numerous flaws. What if it were the sixth prince? The thoughts churned ceaselessly in Xing Bang's mind. While comforting the distressed Lady Fanghua, he found himself inexorably drawn into these contemplations. After regaining his composure, he pondered the possibility of this plan, albeit it felt rather extreme. The old emperor had always struggled with a scant lineage. Should he learn of this affair, it might very well lead to his demise, resulting in a jubilant resolution for all. Naturally, while Xing Bang entertained the notion of facilitating the emperor's downfall, He understood he could not act without absolute certainty. Time was still required. If the emperor did not perish from the shock, it was unlikely he would favor the sixth prince. However, Lady Fanghua would almost certainly face execution. This was merely conjecture, for there remained a chance that the child might be allowed to see the light of day. Ultimately, Xing Bang resolved to deliberate further. Should he deem it feasible, he would wholeheartedly pursue this course of action. It was undeniably thrilling. Little Bang, my heart feels particularly heavy, as if a nameless fire burns within me, seeking release. With a deep sigh, Lady Fanghua extricated herself from Xing Bang's embrace, her cheeks tinged with a subtle blush as she gazed at him. I truly wish to indulge and forget everything for a while. Can you assist me with this? Sister, are you suggesting that I? Though somewhat taken aback, Xing Bang was not entirely surprised. Their bond had always been strong, and now Lady Fanghua's state of mind was utterly frayed. Her resolve had seemingly dissipated. The emperor had transformed into a figure of enmity for her. Moreover, it was possible she had never truly loved him. Lady Fanghua softly affirmed, echoing the last two words of Xing Bang's previous statement. To him, those words were akin to heavenly music. Yet before he could finish, Lady Fanghua gently covered his mouth with her delicate hand. In a gentle tone, she remarked, "You need not say anything. I am aware that you are not a eunuch." Xing Bang smiled slightly, responding, "Sister, your insight is truly sharp. I am in admiration. Since you have decided against speaking, let us joyfully maintain the rhythm." "Not at all. While you have never broached the subject, you have not taken pains to conceal it from me either. Otherwise, I would not have perceived it." Xing Bang chuckled. "That is indeed the truth. I trust you, and thus I have no desire to hide anything. As for why I have remained silent until now, it is simply because I wish to surprise you at a crucial moment." Xing Bang had not intentionally concealed anything. During his interactions with Madame Fanghua, he had sensed something amiss but deemed it unimportant and paid it no mind. Now, the timing felt just right, did it not? Madame Fanghua shot him a playful glare. "You little rascal. I must admit, I underestimated you. It seems you have harbored this thought for quite some time. A woman nourished by love possesses an undeniable beauty in every smile and frown." In that brief moment, Xing Bang could discern that Madame Fanghua's spirits had lifted considerably. Perhaps, as she had said, this was a form of release and liberation. It is no wonder the saying goes, "To die beneath the blossoms is to remain a charming ghost." A woman should have no imperfections in this regard. That is not entirely fair. We are both in this together. Xing Bang grinned mischievously. "It appears I am not the one initiating this. We are merely victims. Enough of this chatter." He ceased his banter and enveloped Madame Fanghua in an embrace. "Shall we change our surroundings? Fear not. Nothing untoward will occur, and I believe this place is quite suitable." This room had become a sanctuary of familiarity and understanding for the two of them. To converse about life here would surely offer a unique flavor. Madame Fanghua responded with a soft affirmative, her trust in Xing Bang emanating from deep within. If he said it was fine, then it was undoubtedly so, reinforcing her confidence in his capabilities. "I am not exaggerating. I am truly a person of discretion." Their gazes locked, and Xing Bang could hear the rhythm of Madame Fanghua's heartbeat. What more was there to wait for? Slowly he leaned in, and she instinctively placed her hand on his back. An hour later, "No need. If you dare to give me a child, I shall dare to accept." Madame Fanghua's emotions surged with fervor. Xing Bang, undaunted, merely inquired out of respect, "In that case, who is afraid of whom? At worst, we can leave it to fate to decide our course." If need be, they could boldly confront whatever challenges lay ahead. For embarking on this journey had already been an adventure, replete with its own thrills and chills. "I never expected you to be so." Madame Fanghua nearly revealed her most genuine thoughts in her moment of joy. "I know," Xing Bang replied without reservation. After all, these were indisputable facts. With a fighter jet brand, those who utilize it will surely sing its praises. "Sister, are you still feeling troubled? Has your mood improved now?" Xing Bang snapped his fingers twice before Madame Fanghua. "As long as you are here, I feel reassured, and there is nothing to fear, nor will I harbor any concerns. I have completely entrusted myself to you." Madame Fanghua spoke softly. Although her words carried a hint of selfishness, it mattered little to Xing Bang. In other words, according to Madame Fanghua, "We shall share both honor and disgrace from now on, and I hope you will not let me down." Her candid expression of trust was, in itself, a remarkable gesture. In truth, it is of little consequence, Once the struggle begins within this harem, it signifies that one is already deeply entangled. Sister, do you truly not mind being pregnant? Are you not afraid at all? Xing Bang harbored some doubts, wondering if she spoke thus out of passion. Madame Fanghua smiled gently. Of course it is sincere. Do you think that in such circumstances, I would lack any sense of propriety? Xing Bang. Chapter 68. The maturity of a woman is remarkable. A mature woman is indeed a mature woman. Engaging in conversation is utterly effortless, and certain sentiments articulated carry a delightful resonance. Often, those intriguing thoughts arise inadvertently, transporting you to a realm of blissful contemplation. This is perhaps the primary allure for Xing Bang. Oh no, it should be said, who wouldn't he cherish a considerate and empathetic confidant, the one who understands my heart? My elder sister, Madame Fanghua. Xing Bang sincerely expressed this sentiment, though certain phrases may elude her deeper comprehension. Madame Fanghua playfully bit her lip, teasing, "You do have a way with words." The bond between the two had reached a new pinnacle, their intimacy vividly evident in their exchanges. Their hearts were fully unveiled, devoid of any reservations, allowing for the most playful banter. This sensation was particularly delightful, and with each word, their joy blossomed further. "Sister, after resting for half a day, are you feeling better?" Xing Bang inquired, unwittingly seeking to express his concern once more. Madame Fanghua responded with a soft hum, indicating that there was little more to say. They were, indeed, a speechless pair, bound by an unspoken understanding. Another hour swiftly passed. Ultimately, it was Madame Fanghua, akin to a devoted wife, who gently prompted Xing Bang to take his leave. They shared a tacit agreement to confine their conversation to tender whispers, deliberately avoiding any discussion that might mar this enchanting moment. After an afternoon of toil, dusk had descended. However, Xing Bang remained invigorated. Without this vitality, one could scarcely endure. Moreover, the presence of Bai Ruxue awaited him. Without the requisite resolve, disappointment would surely ensue. Such matters were unacceptable. One must tread carefully by the riverbank to remain unscathed. A splendid evening was on the horizon. Upon departing from Madame Fanghua's company, Xing Bang made his way directly to Bai Ruxue's chamber. "Why have you come so early?" Bai Ruxue inquired, her heart elated yet somewhat puzzled, for the hour was still young. Xing Bang replied with a subtle smile, "I missed you, and before I knew it, I found myself here." "Humph, I don't believe that," Bai Ruxue retorted, her tone playfully infused with a hint of coyness. Xing Bang chuckled, instinctively drawing Bai Ruxue into his embrace, his hands resting perfectly. "Is it not true? Much like Newton's law, that apple must fall upon a pristine white surface." "You are incorrigible," Bai Ruxue remarked, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Even upon entering the room, her heart raced uncontrollably. What was happening to her? Was he truly that captivating? "I completely understand," she mused internally, just as Xing Bang voiced her unspoken thoughts, causing her cheeks to flush with shame. "Oh, how did you know?" Bai Ruxue exclaimed, caught off guard by his perceptiveness. "No, what I meant was, what do you understand?" After Bai Ruxue instinctively spoke, she felt something was amiss and quickly added another remark. Xing Bang smiled faintly. "I know, this is what one calls a tacit understanding. In truth, it was mere nonsense." Bai Ruxue, oblivious to the details, felt her heart racing incessantly. Was it really so difficult to fathom the situation? The more one elaborated, the murkier it became. "I find the atmosphere quite pleasant. How about?" Xing Bang was uncertain of his own feelings. While others might feel a sense of trepidation upon entering the battlefield, he, conversely, felt an eagerness and growing interest. Bai Ruxue's heartbeat quickened even more. To be candid, at that moment, she found it somewhat challenging to maintain composure. Nevertheless, she wished to present her best self to Xing Bang, for this was a moment of significance. "No, perhaps it would be better to wait a little longer." Bai Ruxue exhaled softly. "Well then, you may await my arrangements." Xing Bang grinned mischievously, tightening his fist a little more. Bai Ruxue let out a delicate huff, calling him a rascal, which he found endearing, especially when uttered by both Madame Fanghua and Bai Ruxue. This was undoubtedly an achievement. Unwittingly, he had become a friend of women. The sensibility of mature women mingled with the youthful sentiment of girls. Could one succeed without such qualities? "Well, I shall take my leave then." Xing Bang smiled gently, placing a light kiss on Bai Ruxue's forehead. She responded with a soft hum, and then he turned to depart. On his way back to the Violent Room office, he coincidentally encountered Nangong Shui returning from the same place. "De Shui, what have you been up to?" Xing Bang inquired, puzzled by her presence at that hour, but upon reflection, he seemed to grasp something, and a smile spread across his face. "What have you been doing?" Look at you, don't be so hands-on." Nangong Shui initially wore a somewhat melancholic expression, followed by a gasp of surprise. Not expecting Xing Bang to be so nonchalant mid-journey. "I apologize, a day without a word feels like 3 autumns. It was entirely unconscious." Xing Bang chuckled. What a terrible habit you have." Nangong Shui pouted, seemingly disappointed that Xing Bang had truly held back. "What? Do you not like it? Otherwise, why would you seek me out at this hour?" Xing Bang had effectively grasped a certain principle. Such remarks seemed to have a profound impact on their somewhat constrained minds. It was as if they were being liberated from their inhibitions. No, I wasn't looking for you. I merely wanted to check if that girl Wanner had been causing any trouble in your presence." With her thoughts laid bare, Nangong Shui felt somewhat awkward, exclaiming internally that it was uncanny how he seemed to know everything. "I am indeed the worm in your belly. How could I not know what is happening?" Nangong Shui was rendered speechless. "I truly believed in your deceit. What on earth have you been up to?" She found herself at a loss for words, directly questioning Xing Bang. Earlier, she had visited him and encountered 2 remarkably beautiful young ladies. Her own daughter had offered a muddled explanation that left much to be desired. Although she bore no ill will towards Xing Bang's other daughter, she couldn't shake a feeling of unease. Moreover, she genuinely missed him, a sentiment that was rather difficult to articulate. It was undeniably embarrassing. Only Nangong Shui understood the depth of her feelings, which had remained unwavering all this time. Yet, now it seemed that the situation had taken a turn, akin to spilled water that could not be retrieved. To Xing Bang, Nangong Shui appeared as an open book, her emotions and thoughts practically inscribed upon her countenance, allowing him to deduce quite a bit. It seemed that Nangong Shui and Bai Ruxue shared a significant connection. Just as he was concerned about the new additions of the He sisters at his residence, which had begun to feel rather lively, plans were now afoot. Xing Bang smiled slightly and leaned in to whisper conspiratorially in Nangong Shui's ear. Initially, her brows furrowed in contemplation, but then she surprisingly nodded in agreement. Chapter 69, by Ruo Shuang and Nangong Shui, Fate? Xing Bang was pleasantly surprised by Nangong Shui's swift agreement. Indeed, the power of love is truly formidable. "All right, Dashua Shui, you should head back now. I need to relay a message. You must make proper arrangements. Wanner is quite the clever one. You mustn't let her become suspicious, or else I shall not spare you." Nangong Shui cautioned, a hint of unease in her tone. Xing Bang chuckled. "I am genuinely curious about how you plan to make me suffer." Nangong Shui shot him a glance. "You, if you dare to disregard this matter, I shall never let you touch me again." Goodness, that threat was indeed severe. Sigh, women are truly unreasonable. Xing Bang lamented helplessly. Suddenly, Nangong Shui burst into laughter, joy radiating from her heart. His playful demeanor indicated how much he cared about the matter, indirectly highlighting the affection he had for her. How could that not warm one's heart? "Just so you know, hurry back and make the arrangements. I will be waiting for you." With that, Nangong Shui flashed a dreamy smile and turned to leave. Women, especially those with high emotional intelligence, are indeed a source of trouble. As Xing Bang watched her graceful figure depart, he felt a twinge of excitement within. Upon returning to the room, 3 women were engaged in animated chatter, laughing and conversing incessantly. "Brother Bang, you're back." Li Xiaowan was the first to rise, rushing to Xing Bang's side. She was utterly unconcerned about whether others thought she favored romance over friendship. After all, she only cared about her own happiness. He Fengyi and He Fengjiao also promptly stood, their smiles considerably subdued. To them, Xing Bang was both a benefactor and a savior. Their aunt had given her word, and they were to follow his lead. Xing Bang smiled slightly. "Well, it's getting late, and these 2 are the only decent rooms available. Fengjiao, Fengyi, you will stay here tonight." With 3 men and 2 women, how would they arrange their sleeping arrangements? Li Xiaowan was not particularly surprised. To her, any arrangement was acceptable, even if a small thrill coursed through her. However, He Fengyi and He Fengjiao were different. Having already seen Li Xiaowan's room, they felt the pressure of sharing a space. It was unacceptable to sleep on the floor, or the thought crossed He Fengyi's mind. She would willingly sacrifice herself for her great benefactor. Naturally, He Fengjiao felt similarly, though she harbored fewer reservations than her sister. For the sake of their family's deep-seated grievances, they were prepared to offer everything. The women who remained had long since sworn an oath together. Xing Bang feigned a deep sigh, eager to observe their reactions, which exceeded his expectations. As for Li Xiaowan, there was no need for further observation. He primarily focused on He Fengyi and her sister's expressions. Though they seemed somewhat uncomfortable, their trusting and unquestioning demeanor assured him of their unwavering belief. However, at this moment, it is rather untimely. Xing Bang smiled slightly and asked Wanner, "Do you have any good suggestions?" Li Xiaowan chuckled. "Since the three of us cannot fit into one room, it seems that they will have to share a room. How about this, Brother Bang? You take the bed while I settle for the floor for the night." It was quite evident that Li Xiaowan had her own little scheme. Yet her candidness left He Fengyi and her sister envious, particularly of the close bond she shared with Xing Bang. Xing Bang smirked, thinking how audacious the little girl was. If her mother found out, she might not let him walk again. So it's settled. Fengyi, Fengjiao, you two will share a room, while Xiaowan will have her own. Naturally, I cannot sleep on the floor. I will return to my old room in the courtyard, which remains untouched. Upon hearing the earlier part, Li Xiaowan almost cheered, but the latter part dampened her spirits, shattering her plans in an instant. Though she longed to voice her dissent, her subconscious held her back. Her subconscious was akin to Nangong Shui. Otherwise, she would be utterly fearless. "Sisters, since that is the case, why don't you sleep in my room? It's comparatively cleaner and tidier." "Brother Bang, is there anything inappropriate about my suggestion?" Li Xiaowan suddenly realized this dilemma. Certainly, she ought to sleep in Brother Bang's room. "No, not at all. Your consideration is commendable. That was precisely my intent." Xing Bang felt at a loss for words, as he had subtly hinted for the sisters to occupy his room. Nonetheless, Li Xiaowan's opposition was not unexpected, especially since her reasoning was sound. "Of course, I am Brother Bang's secretary," she said with a giggle. Xing Bang chose not to pursue the matter further, merely exchanging pleasantries before departing. Upon returning to the small courtyard where he previously resided, he found that while most had yet to fall asleep, few would be wandering about aside from those needing to relieve themselves. The outer perimeter of the fortress was guarded, while the interior was devoid of any presence. "Xiaoxi, rise. I have matters to discuss." Inside, upon hearing Xing Bang's voice, Xiaoxi hurriedly opened the door without even tidying himself up. "Brother Xing, you have returned. What are your orders?" "I will be staying here tonight. Please wake 2 people to prepare hot water. I wish to take a bath shortly." "Understood. I will take care of it at once." Xing Bang now held significant authority within the fortress. When he commanded, even hail would not deter compliance. Leaving the small courtyard, he made his way directly to Bai Rushuang. "Riyue, I had initially planned to bring you to the fortress tonight, but circumstances have necessitated a change of plans. However, I have prepared a surprise for you. One I believe you will surely appreciate. Shortly, proceed to the room I previously occupied. I have made arrangements for you. First, indulge in a refreshing bath. As fate would have it, my wooden tub is larger than the usual ones." Upon finishing his words, Xing Bang felt an irresistible urge to shout out loud, eager for a new experience. Bai Rujing's delicate face flushed slightly as she chuckled softly. "Big? How big? Can it swim?" Xing Bang laughed heartily. "As for whether it can swim, I cannot say, but I do know it can pull a carriage." Bai Rujing let out a playful giggle, choosing not to respond verbally. Instead entwining her arm with Xing Bang's, drawing closer to him. Alas, there was little to be done. He had encountered a remarkable woman. Bai Rujing and Nangong Shui? A quick calculation revealed a significant connection between the two. Whether they would feel an instant familiarity would be revealed in due time. After a leisurely chat, Xing Bang led Bai Rujing outside, sensing her underlying nervousness. After all, she had not ventured beyond her room for quite some time. Passing by Lady Fanghua's chamber, he refrained from uttering a word. The lights within were extinguished, much to Bai Rujing's delight. She remained unaware that Lady Fanghua had also arrived here, much like herself. With no one else in the courtyard, they must have returned to rest after tending to their own needs. Without further ado, Xing Bang ushered Bai Rujing into the room. Chapter 70. Bai Rushuang's astonishment, the meeting of 2 maidens. In the room, the bathtub was filled with steaming water, mirroring the fervent emotions of the 2 individuals present. A pair of lovers, secretly in love, shared an unspoken understanding. Xiaoxizi, ever so considerate. anticipated a potential delay in return, and prepared the water to be quite hot, placing a full bucket of cool water nearby. This lad possesses the qualities of a capable steward. He must certainly be given greater responsibilities in the future. All right, Rushuang, let us begin your bath, Xing Bang said, guiding Bai Rushuang forward. She responded with a soft hum, her heart a blend of nervousness and joy, a sensation long forgotten, especially with her beloved by her side. She hesitated no longer, shedding her garments before Xing Bang without excessive shyness. Xing Bang, witnessing such a sight for the first time, beheld her flawless skin, as white as snow, and her exquisite figure that outshone all others in the imperial court, creating a captivating presence in the air. Bai Rushuang smiled gently as she entered the tub, allowing herself to sink slowly into the warm water. Xing Bang gazed at the water lily submerging, his heart swelling with tenderness. It has indeed been a long time since I felt such comfort. Bai Rushuang rested her head against the rim of the tub, her eyes gently closed, a charming smile adorning her face. Xing Bang let out a long sigh and chuckled, seeing you so content. I too wish to indulge in this soothing bath. Bai Rushuang's lips curled into a slight smile as she opened her eyes, replying softly, you are right. This tub is indeed considerably larger than the usual ones. Xing Bang laughed. What do you mean? I can't quite grasp it. You silly, hurry and get in. Bai Rushuang pouted. As her words fell, she couldn't help but let out a few soft giggles. Can't comprehend? Then why are your clothes almost gone? That was merely to prepare for your backwash. I feared my clothes would get wet. Xing Bang said unabashedly, stepping directly into the tub. All right. You mentioned wanting to give me a surprise. Is this the surprise you referred to? Bai Rushuang thoughtfully poured warm water over Xing Bang, suddenly recalling his earlier statement. This was indeed surprising, yet she sensed there was more, a surprise beyond her imagination. These were merely the obvious hints. Leave that aside. You shall discover it later tonight. Xing Bang replied mysteriously, confident that Nangong Shui would not arrive anytime soon. Bai Rushuang softly hummed in agreement, refraining from further inquiries. The two exchanged glances. And in that moment of deep connection, words became unnecessary. They embraced tightly. After a delightful bath, Bai Rushuang emerged like a water lily, her skin smoother and fairer, exuding charm and allure without any need for embellishment. Approximately an hour later. You rascal, you truly are a great mischief maker. Bai Rushuang's speech was slightly halting, a hint of fatigue evident in her tone. She was uncertain how long they had bathed. Had the water not turned too cool, they might have lingered longer. This could be considered a surprise, I suppose. A mischievous smile graced Xing Bang's face, revealing an extraordinary surprise that caught Bai Rushuang off guard. Alas, it brought her to tears. It had been so long since she had exercised that her bones felt as if they might crumble. Bai Rushuang struggled to regain her composure for quite some time. This rascal even remarked that his performance was somewhat lackluster, attributing it to himself. A wave of joy surged within Bai Rushuang. Such praise is the highest compliment a man can bestow upon a woman. She was truly enlightened by his prowess. With a hearty laugh, he declared that today would be filled with delightful surprises, and that was merely the beginning. What other surprises could there possibly be at this late hour? Bai Rushuang expressed her skepticism, uncertain of his ulterior motives. Xing Bang chuckled and whispered a few words in her ear. As she listened, her eyes widened in astonishment. She never anticipated such a revelation. Caught off guard, she was left utterly speechless. Is there any objection? I just mentioned to you that de Shui readily agreed. He continued. If she can acquiesce, what is there that I cannot? Bai Rushuang shot him a glare but readily consented, feeling a mix of excitement and trepidation. After all, this was akin to a bride entering a sedan chair. It was not only her first experience, but one she had never even dared to dream of. At that moment, the door gently creaked open, and in walked Nangong Shui. De Shui, you've arrived just in time. Xing Bang smiled knowingly. Having sensed her presence outside for some time, he had refrained from inviting her in, as he found it somewhat awkward to do so. After all, he couldn't very well shout for her to come in, could he? Upon seeing Nangong Shui's enchanting face, adorned with a youthful glow, Xing Bang felt an uncontrollable urge to smile. One could only wonder what thoughts swirled in Nangong Shui's mind at that moment. Bai Rushuang and Nangong Shui, naturally unfamiliar with each other, exchanged instinctive glances. This woman was genuinely stunning. Not only was she beautiful, but her figure was equally captivating, No wonder this scoundrel was in such high spirits. As their eyes met, both women began to assess one another. Without delay, Xing Bang made the introductions. Ruo Shuang, this enchanting elder sister is Nangong Shui, though I typically call her De Shui Shui. And De Shui Shui, this lovely lady before you is by Ruo Shuang, whom I simply refer to as Ruo Shuang. Adding to seems unnecessary, as the connection is quite evident. With one being frost and the other snow. Is it not a serendipitous coincidence? Both are exceptionally beautiful, worthy of being called rare gems. Would you care to investigate whether you might be long-lost sisters? As a side note, De Shui Shui, Ruo Shuang is a few years your junior. Though I mention this only as a gentle reminder, you may proceed as you wish. Emotional intelligence is indeed profound. In this world, the bond between sisters cannot be defined merely by age. I refuse to fall for such notions. Discussions about it can await a later time. Ultimately, it is a trivial matter, for I believe neither of them will be concerned about such things. As long as the feelings are genuine, these issues are of no consequence. Bai Ruo Shuang and Nangong Shui exchanged knowing glances, acknowledging one another. There exists an intrinsic appreciation among beauties, and after Xing Bang's candid remarks, an unspoken camaraderie blossomed between them. Come, De Shui Shui, allow me to pour you a cup of tea to soothe your throat, Xing Bang said. Sensing the atmosphere was pleasant, hastily pouring 3 cups of tea, the first of which he offered to Nangong Shui. She accepted the cup, casting a sidelong glance at Xing Bang. Humph, could it be that you feel guilty? De Shui Shui, how could you say that? My concern for you is genuine. Xing Bang vehemently denied, embodying the resilience of a pig unperturbed by boiling water. Nangong Shui approached him, playfully pinching his waist and whispering, I hadn't realized you were so adept at provoking others. Pray tell, how is it that this matter has come to be? Chapter 71. This bathtub is quite strange. Dashua, do you truly believe I am that sort of person? We are close, so I speak candidly. Does this not reflect the affection between us? Xing Bang comprehended the essence of Nangong Shui's words. She had undoubtedly overheard everything outside and had been waiting for a while, though she had not yet entered. It is easy to imagine that her thoughts were consumed with concern for Xing Bang, which could not have been comfortable for her. While she was not truly angry, even the most magnanimous of women may feel a tinge of jealousy. This situation is trivial, merely a matter of displaying one's skills. Wait, are you implying that I agreed without a second thought? Nangong Shui quickly grasped the implication, and without hesitation, pinched Xing Bang fiercely at the waist. Humph, you are just trying to fool me, taking advantage and pretending to be innocent. Indeed, Nangong Shui felt a bit anxious while waiting outside. Although she was gracious enough not to dwell on the matter, witnessing her beloved with another woman for the first time stirred feelings of discomfort within her. However, she held no resentment towards Bai Ruo Shuang. As long as she was someone Xing Bang cherished, Nangong Shui would treat her as kin. In truth, it was merely a desire for a slight sense of superiority in front of Xing Bang. Xing Bang chuckled and drew Nangong Shui into his embrace, reassuring her, All right, Dashua, do not be upset. I shall make amends to you shortly. While sweet words hold significance, actions speak volumes, and Xing Bang understood this well. Empty promises are of little worth, while sincerity in action is paramount. I cannot believe you thought of that. Nangong Shui's heart softened quickly. She had not truly been harboring any grievances to begin with. She had considered many things but did not expect to be so bold. After all, this was her first interaction with Bai Ruo Shuang, and to be so frank now felt somewhat awkward. Bai Ruo Shuang felt similarly, her heart racing, unable to meet their gazes directly. Xing Bang was aware of this as well. Who does not evolve from innocence to maturity step by step? The following day, before dawn. Do you think we can be considered as having met without conflict? We shall be good sisters from now on. Nangong Shui and Bai Ruo Shuang chatted amiably, their faces turned towards each other. Xing Bang smiled knowingly, choosing to remain silent and simply act as their table, allowing them to converse freely. Perhaps next time, they would walk side by side without any pressure. After a while, he remarked, You too. If you do not regard me as a person, at least can you refrain from resting both legs on me? Must you be so brazen? If not, I might have to resort to discipline and make you face the wall in contemplation. Xing Bang was genuinely exasperated. The two women exchanged amused glances and finally lowered their legs, fully aware of the comfort of leaning against one another. After lingering a while longer, Nangong Shui decided to return home, and Xing Bang escorted by Rushuang back as well. In a single night, he had practiced for 4 hours, acquiring 16,000 experience points. Current experience balance, 34,000. Presently, Xing Bang did not engage in any activities, earning nearly 500 experience points per hour. This remained a steady income. His rapport with Bai Rushuang, Nangong Shui, and Madame Fanghua had all reached 100, while Wan Yanran stood at 90 and Li Xiaowan at 70. An accumulated gain of 6,000 experience points in a day was not insignificant. The joy of effortless victory was indeed delightful. He also wished to visit Wan Yanran when he had the chance. He had been so busy that he had yet to redeem the 10 consecutive draws promised by Madame Fanghua. With a chime, he received his rewards, medicinal pills. Shilling Dan 10. With another chime, he gained 5,000 experience points, followed by another 10,000 experience points. Shilling Dan. Dissolves upon contact with water, flavorless and odorless. The user will feel weak and incapable of utilizing any cultivation for half an hour after consumption. This particular elixir could be utilized for assassination, as one could covertly administer it to incapacitate the target. However, opportunities to use it on enemies were seldom. Yet, if employed on a woman of profound cultivation, it would not seem so trivial after all. A valuable item, indeed. He might find a use for it one day. Aside from the elixirs, the remainder consisted entirely of experience points, totaling 120,000, a commendable yield. Xing Bang first expended 20,000 experience points to practice the Dragon and Phoenix presenting auspiciousness. Second layer, 40,000, earning 1,000 experience points per quarter of an hour. The focus was on dual cultivation, and then he spent 40,000 experience points to advance to the third layer, 80,000, gaining 2,000 experience points per quarter of an hour. This translated to 8,000 experience points in an hour, or 16,000 experience points over the course of 1 full hour, a relentless pursuit of mastery. He quickly took flight towards invincibility. Experience balance, 94,000 points. There was still enough experience to continue enhancing his skills. Spending 80,000 experience points, he ascended to the fourth layer, 160,000, which yielded 4,000 experience points per quarter of an hour. This amounted to a gratifying 32,000 experience points per hour. With his current cultivation at the fourth level of Wuxian, he needed to strive harder, aiming for the realm of gold immortal. Upon returning to his small courtyard, the first thing Xiao Shizi did upon waking was to wake him and assist with washing his face. Xinggu, did you add any medicinal herbs to your bathwater last night? Xiao Shizi asked as he prepared to dispose of the water from Xing Bang's bath, only to notice something peculiar and scoop some out with his hand. There was no doubt it was not merely dirt. Otherwise, Xiao Shizi would not have reacted so strangely. Xing Bang watched as Xiao Shizi curiously sniffed at it, nearly suppressing a laugh. He cleared his throat. Ah yes, I used a little something to refresh the mind. Xiao Shizi rinsed his hand and muttered softly, such a strange herbal remedy. It has a slight fishy scent. Xing Bang found himself at a loss for words. This fellow had quite the keen nose, able to detect remnants from the previous night. With a mind full of assumptions, he completed his morning routine, contemplating that Bai Rushuang's wishes had largely been fulfilled. However, a significant matter remained unresolved. Considering she must be hungry, he instructed the cook to prepare some congee. Lacking exquisite ingredients, he merely added a few tremella and red dates, planning to deliver it to her shortly. Naturally, he intended to bring some for Nangong Shui as well. Despite her superior physical constitution compared to Bai Rushuang, he believed in equitable treatment. Truth be told, Nangong Shui had been working harder, a circumstance unavoidable as Bai Rushuang had been confined indoors for far too long without any exercise. Before long, a pot of congee was ready, and Xing Bang divided it into 2 portions, with no one daring to utter a word. He carried it to Nangong Shui's room. Upon arriving, he noticed her initial hesitation upon seeing the congee he bore. Closing the door behind him, he entered with a grin, saying, "Well, it seems." Chapter 72. Yearning for children? In such a brief moment, you find yourself missing me again. Xing Bang chuckled heartily. Stop being frivolous. To be honest, I am a bit hungry. Nangong Shui shot him a glance, her thoughts having been occupied with him incessantly. Her first reaction was to think he had come again. Yet, was it not a bit too ostentatious to do so at such an early hour? However, upon reflection, she realized she had misjudged him. A warmth spread through her heart, for this mischievous fellow was indeed considerate, arriving early to bring her food. Regardless of what he had brought, she resolved to savor every morsel. How delightful! Nangong Shui opened the copper food container, and her appetite was instantly awakened. Yet, she did not immediately indulge. Instead, she gazed at Xing Bang's other food container and said, "All right, hurry and take it to Ru Shuang. She must be hungry as well." "How do you know it's for Ru Shuang?" "Perhaps I intend to deliver it to Wan Air later." Nangong Shui rolled her eyes. "I trust you as far as I can throw you." "Enough. Hurry and take it to Ru Shuang. It will lose its warmth and flavor." Without waiting for Xing Bang to respond, Nangong Shui stood up and nudged him gently. The mention of delivering porridge and Wan Air stirred an uncomfortable feeling within her, not to mention the awkwardness. She feared that one day, the mother and daughter might. Once Xing Bang departed, Nangong Shui exhaled deeply, unable to fathom such thoughts. She felt a tinge of guilt for having even entertained such notions. How frightening. The current state of her mind was indeed alarming. Before long, Xing Bang arrived by Ru Shuang's side, feeling equally touched. Who had ever been so considerate towards her? Nevertheless, she was indeed hungry and quickly consumed the silver ear and red date porridge. "Husband, I am truly so happy." Ru Shuang nestled in Xing Bang's embrace, her voice dripping with bliss. This was the first time she formally addressed him as her husband. Of course, she had called him that the previous night, but the weight of this utterance far surpassed that of the last. Yet, she vaguely remembered having said it. Her prior reluctance to call him husband stemmed not from a lack of desire, but from a fear of imposing a psychological burden upon him. Especially since their relationship had lacked substantial depth, it always felt somewhat improper. Now, however, everything had changed. Every inch of her being belonged to him. Xing Bang gently stroked her back and said, "You will find even greater happiness in the days to come. This is merely the beginning, with good times yet to unfold." Ru Shuang softly affirmed, "Husband, meeting you has made me profoundly content, regardless of the circumstances. But enough of this. I plan to send you out of the palace soon." But once outside the palace, Ru Shuang suddenly tightened her embrace around Xing Bang, her expression one of reluctance. She thought to herself that if it could remain like this forever, she would gladly spend her entire life in this very place. It is evidently unrealistic, yet she finds herself entangled in a dilemma, her mindset now vastly different from when Xing Bang initially broached the subject. "I comprehend your sentiments. Rest assured, this is merely a temporary situation. I would never abandon you outside the palace. The moment a suitable opportunity arises, I shall venture forth to see you." Xing Bang is acutely aware that Ru Shuang is somewhat reluctant to part ways with him. If only we could delay a little longer. The thought of not seeing each other for an extended period weighs heavily on my heart, and I cannot help but feel distressed. At this fervent juncture, Ru Shuang struggles to contain her emotions. Although life here is somewhat austere, the daily companionship is irreplaceable. Once she leaves the palace, she understands that it will not be as simple as just stepping out. Even if she does manage to leave, it will likely be in a hurried manner. Just contemplating such a scenario brings forth even greater anguish. Xing Bang fully comprehends Ru Shuang's feelings. After enduring a prolonged period of suppression and lack of hope, she yearns solely to escape this wretched place. However, now that the flame of love has been ignited, and it's such an exhilarating moment, the pain of separation is undeniably profound, particularly at her tender age. Having repressed her feelings for so long, her emotions are on the verge of explosion. Though she is somewhat reluctant to admit it, her body does not lie, and she may indeed be ailing. Very well, if that is the case, let us take our time. After all, there is no urgency in a matter of a few days. I simply do not wish for you to suffer here, nor do I want to risk any changes that prolonged delays may bring. I understand your thoughts, and I do not wish for you to worry about me, yet I find it difficult to shift my perspective at this moment. My lord, I have suddenly conceived an idea. Should I share it? Ru Shuang's face reflects her inner turmoil. "You are my woman. Speak freely, and I shall fulfill any request within my power. My lord, I desire to stay a little longer. If I could conceive your child, I would eagerly await you outside." Ru Shuang had once harbored this wish, believing her formidable husband should not encounter difficulties in the near term. Very well, I promise you. This is hardly a daunting task for me. Xing Bang did not ponder long. He recognized Bai Rushuang's sincere intent, and indeed, this was not an onerous matter. Bai Rushuang softly acknowledged, "Thank you, my lord, for your understanding. I believe it shall come to pass swiftly. This is not a fleeting whim. The present moment is indeed opportune, which is why I am compelled to express this desire. This is my greatest wish." I see. Xing Bang smiled knowingly. You truly grasp the situation and consider it well. Fear not, I shall not disappoint you. This is no boast. With the unparalleled technique of dragon and phoenix presenting auspiciousness, the matter of having a child is merely a question of desire. Previously, Xing Bang had always adhered to a natural course of events. The scriptures of this practice contain records indicating that at the critical moment, channeling one's spiritual energy could indeed enhance the success rate significantly. Moreover, the offspring born under such circumstances are often endowed with exceptional talents and a high likelihood of possessing unique physical qualities. Bai Rushuang felt an immense sense of relief and proclaimed, "My lord, I absolutely believe in you." Xing Bang furrowed his brow, recalling an important matter he nearly overlooked. After leaving the palace, it would be unwise for him to procure a maid for her. He deemed it necessary to search for someone truly reliable himself. In addressing this concern, he had indeed thought of a few commendable candidates whom he could trust entirely. More importantly, there would be further benefits down the line. This book has performed poorly, and I initially had no intention of continuing. However, given the support from numerous readers, I have resolved to resume writing, aiming to reach 200,000 words before reassessing. I kindly ask for understanding from those who support this work and encourage more comments and prompts for updates. Monetary contributions are unnecessary. Free gifts are always welcomed. Thank you for your support, and I hope for a favorable outcome for this book. Chapter 73. The arrogant maid of the princess. The matter was settled, and Xing Bang did not linger at Bai Rushuang's quarters. It was wise to maintain a low profile during the day, especially since someone would soon arrive with meals. Moreover, the soundproofing in this room was certainly inadequate. Upon returning to the Bao Shu, the sisters Feng Yi and Feng Jiao were already awake and greeted Xing Bang with a respectful bow. "Where's Wanner? She hasn't risen yet, has she?" Xing Bang inquired, preparing to check on her. However, he suddenly recalled that it would be inappropriate to act so casually in front of the two sisters, and he halted his step. "She did rise early but went back to sleep due to boredom. She appears to have not rested well," Feng Yi explained. "Very well, let her continue to sleep," Xing Bang replied, clearly indicating that Li Xiaowan was likely asleep at this moment. Otherwise, she would have responded upon hearing her name. "This girl has become increasingly preoccupied. I must discuss this matter with Nangong Shui when the opportunity arises. Or perhaps it is best to let things unfold naturally in the future. After all, a young woman should not be kept too close. It is a reality we must accept, and I trust Nangong Shui will understand. Master Li, what do you think we sisters should do? For now, there is nothing you need to do. In the future, please feel free to be more casual around me. Just look at Wanner for reference," Xing Bang replied, gesturing to an empty seat beside him, inviting them to sit. The sisters could perceive that Xing Bang was quite easygoing. Moreover, they genuinely believed it was best to follow his lead, as they were uncertain of their own direction. After a brief conversation, Xiao Jinji rushed in with her face covered, breathless and anxious. "Master Xing, a palace maid has arrived at the entrance. I noticed she was not one of our Bao Shu people and approached to inquire. She is here to see you and, upon my announcement, immediately became quite rude, demanding you come to the entrance. Where did this maid come from, to be so audacious?" Xing Bang stood up abruptly, sensing that the visitor might not have benign intentions. "Xiao Jinji, you usually appear quite clever, yet at critical moments, your mind seems to falter. Have you not considered that a palace maid would not come here without reason? She must have been sent by her mistress. You should have just directed her here instead of making a fuss about it. If you don't watch out, it could be trouble for me as well. Master, it's not that I lack insight. I thought you had several young ladies in your quarters, so." Xiao Jinji replied, looking aggrieved. "Enough with the excuses. Regardless, you must learn to be adaptable and aware of the situation. You need to understand the balance of weight and significance. Otherwise, you might find yourself in dire straits one day," Xing Bang admonished, acknowledging that Xiao Jinji did possess some abilities that could be nurtured. Upon reflection, Xiao Jinji felt a sense of relief, at the very least. Master Xing still regarded him with some esteem. Moreover, His remarks were not without merit, as he could indeed adopt a more advantageous approach to the situation. Master Xing instructed the He sisters to return to their quarters before venturing out to discern the identity of the visitor. It turned out to be a palace maid, adorned in vibrant attire and possessing striking beauty. Notably, this maid also displayed substantial prowess, boasting a formidable cultivation level of the 7th layer of solidification, an unprecedented strength among the palace maids he had encountered thus far. Furthermore, the Fanghua Baojian exhibited a reaction, indicating the significance of this encounter. "Greetings, esteemed lady. I am Xing Bang, the steward here. How may I assist you?" Her response was far more articulate than that of his inept subordinate. However, in truth, the status of a steward was hardly remarkable, necessitating formalities for any visitor. The palace maid retained an air of arrogance, showing no regard for social niceties. "Your subordinate is lacking in decorum. I beseech you to forgive my impertinence." Xing Bang was uncertain of the circumstances, yet the maid's formidable demeanor suggested she hailed from an influential background. "Enough of this idle chatter. Accompany me at once. May I inquire about the purpose of your summons? It would be prudent for you to clarify, as I am merely a servant and cannot abandon my post without due cause." Xing Bang wished to avoid conflict, yet he could not simply acquiesce to her demands without understanding her intentions. "Your reasoning is sound. Do you still wish to act defiantly? I am a maidservant to the Grand Princess, who requests your presence. Does that suffice?" Though the maid was not ignorant of decorum, her demeanor remained unabashedly haughty. "Very well. Please lead the way." Despite his confusion, having no acquaintance with the Grand Princess and questioning the relevance of a mere eunuch, Xing Bang had no choice but to comply, allowing her arrogance to prevail. "Follow me," she commanded, turning and sashaying ahead, her waist swaying enticingly. Xing Bang felt an urge to push her aside while her attention was diverted. Beauty, Meng Yudi, age, 22, status, maidservant to the Grand Princess, charisma, 93, out of 100. Strength, 7th layer of solidification, favorability progress, 1, earnings, 1 experience point hour. Given her abominable attitude, it was commendable that her favorability was not already at 0. The crux of the matter lay in her poise. If the maidservants around the Grand Princess were so exquisite, one could only speculate about the Grand Princess's own beauty. Once documented in the Fanghua Baojian, there would be no escaping her fate. "Dear sister, if the Grand Princess has a request, you need only articulate it. Is it necessary for me to accompany you on this journey?" Xing Bang resolved to inquire further, especially since traversing to the inner palace would consume considerable time. The back and forth was rather tedious. "There is a reason for your summons. Simply follow." "Are you afraid?" Meng Yudi did not glance back. "Fear is not the issue. I have diligently served in the palace, and surely Her Highness, the princess, has no reason to hold grievances against a mere eunuch like myself. My curiosity is merely piqued, and I find myself both honored and astonished." "Humph, you certainly possess a silver tongue for a lowly eunuch." Meng Yudi does not harbor disdain for Xing Bang. In fact, she felt a spark of interest upon encountering him. However, as she is here on royal orders, she cannot afford to provoke the princess's displeasure and thus must maintain a stern demeanor. "Thank you for your kind words, dear sister. Might I request a little guidance to avoid inadvertently inciting the princess's ire? That would be a grave mistake indeed." In any case, Xing Bang has already sensed that something amiss is afoot. He simply remains unaware of the particulars. "Rest assured, before you meet the princess, I shall ensure you are thoroughly enlightened. Let us dispense with this line of questioning. Simply follow my lead, and we shall arrive shortly." Xing Bang can already feel that something is amiss. Chapter 74, Dream Butterfly, You Underrate Me. Xing Bang had begun to sense that this encounter felt somewhat conspiratorial. What could the Grand Princess possibly want with him that necessitated a face-to-face meeting? It seemed rather abnormal. Thankfully, Dream Butterfly was not his adversary. Otherwise, he might have felt a twinge of concern. Before long, Dream Butterfly arrived at the Qingliang Palace and paused. Xing Bang thought to himself, surely, she is not intending to enter? The Qingliang Palace, as the old eunuch Wu Jing had once informed him, was a place where the emperor sought refuge from the heat. Its distance from the inner palace, situated near the secluded courtyard, was intentional, allowing the emperor to indulge in the company of the more attractive convicted women residing there. In essence, the Qingliang Palace served as a haven for the emperor's diversions during times of ennui, providing a semblance of novelty. Crucially, Wu Jing had explicitly stated that no one was permitted to enter the Qingliang Palace without the emperor's express permission. It was worth mentioning that Wang Yinran's residence was not far from this location. However, before the emperor could bestow his favor upon her, she had become his woman. To Xing Bang's surprise, Dream Butterfly boldly entered the palace and, glancing back at him, commanded, "Why are you standing there? Come inside with me." "Sister, I am quite aware that this place is off limits without a decree," Xing Bang protested internally, wondering if she intended to ensnare him in some sort of trap. Everyone knew that the Grand Princess was an exception, free to enter at will. This tranquil space was often where she practiced her swordsmanship. "Surely, you did not know this," Dream Butterfly remarked slowly. Xing Bang shook his head, genuinely unaware. "Are you saying the Grand Princess is inside right now?" Dream Butterfly smirked. "What else would you think? Aside from the Emperor, very few visit this place. If the Grand Princess were not here, do you suppose I would be inviting you in for a rendezvous? I might actually wish for that," he muttered under his breath, his heart racing with excitement. To his astonishment, Dream Butterfly's keen hearing caught his words, and she shot him a fierce glare. "And no, nothing of the sort. I merely meant to say that you are exceptionally beautiful, like a celestial being. Who wouldn't admire such beauty? Though alas, it is but a dream for me, so I hope you can forgive my folly." Xing Bang thought there was no need for pretense. He had merely complimented her beauty. Was that such a grievous offense? Indeed, women seemed to appreciate flattery. For Dream Butterfly did not appear particularly offended, merely rolling her eyes at him. "Enough of this banter. Come inside." "Sister, are you certain I can enter? This is no jest. It could cost me my head, and I would lose a devoted admirer. You, hurry inside, or I shall throttle you right here." Dream Butterfly was exasperated, surprised by the little eunuch's eloquence. Strangely, his words made her feel rather pleased. "Very well." With that, Xing Bang felt assured that she was not using the pretense of restrictions to ensnare him. After all, he needed to survive and thrive before facing any formidable foes. With a resolute heart, Xing Bangshin stepped inside, realizing that escape was futile. Perhaps it was not necessarily a misfortune, as he bore no grudge against the esteemed princess. Truly, this palace, prepared for the emperor, was a marvel in itself. The first sight that greeted him was a grand artificial lake, accompanied by a majestic hall, undoubtedly the emperor's leisurely retreat. Strangely, he encountered no one within. Perhaps when he became more formidable, he could discreetly bring his sister here for a delightful excursion. It would surely be an extraordinary experience, and he could revel in the grandeur of the hall, indulging in a taste of imperial life. Dream Yudi led Xing Bang directly to the lakeside, and as they approached, the refreshing coolness enveloped them, aptly named the Cool Pavilion. In the sweltering heat, this hall indeed provided a splendid refuge. The lake stretched endlessly before him, its destination a mystery. Xing Bang pondered the whereabouts of the princess, who was said to be practicing her swordsmanship within the hall, yet no figure was visible. He refrained from inquiring further, deciding to observe the unfolding events. After all, he was no longer a weakling at the mercy of others. Dream Yudi remained silent, guiding Xing Bang to a lakeside pavilion not far from the water's edge, where a boat floated gently. "This is the spot," she declared, standing by the water, her dress billowing in the breeze, resembling a celestial being. "Sister, are we to wait for the princess here?" Xing Bang queried, perplexed and somewhat irritated, as he remained uncertain of their purpose. It would have been simpler had they merely come here for a rendezvous. "To be frank, the princess is not here. She is in the palace. And it was I who brought you here," Dream Yudi replied. "It has been a long time since I visited this place. Ah, the air here is so refreshing." She extended her arms, embracing the atmosphere. "The princess is absent. Then why have you brought me here? Surely, this isn't merely an outing?" Xing Bang thought, bewildered by her tranquility, as she seemed to lose herself in the scenery. Dream Yudi turned to him, a teasing glint in her eyes. "You harbor some fanciful thoughts, but you ought to be grateful for being in this place. Without me, you would never have set foot here. Therefore, when I take action shortly, do not hold it against me." "What? You intend to strike me?" he exclaimed, as Dream Yudi balled her fist, adopting a stance that suggested impending action. "Wait, sister. If you are to harm me, surely you must have a reason?" His mind raced, a flurry of thoughts swirling within him, yet he remained composed, believing that subduing Dream Yudi would be a trivial task, provided he clarified her motives first. "I want to kill you, but a thorough beating is unavoidable. To be honest, you are quite handsome. She remarked with a playful smirk. Rest assured, I will leave you looking like a pig's head. Sister, there must be a reason behind this. If I have offended you in any way, I must say, you are truly beautiful. I wouldn't even mind being beaten to the point where my mother wouldn't recognize me. Xing Bang wore a look of helplessness upon his face. Perceiving her intent to strike first and inquire later, encountering someone so unpredictable and a girl so willful and unreasonable, was there still a semblance of law? I shall not divulge anything. You must arrive at the truth through your own reflections. He retorted. Sister, should you continue to act so capriciously, I cannot allow you to assault me without cause. If I inadvertently retaliate and cause you injury, do not weep. Xing Bang resigned himself to the situation, realizing she would never relent. He could not allow her to wreak havoc unchecked, so he decided to confront her right then and there. Fully aware that no one would intervene, giggling uncontrollably, Meng Yuti burst into laughter, her entire being trembling with mirth. Hurt me? You audacious little eunuch certainly amuses me. You have no idea how many lives I have taken while following the princess in the southern lands. With that, Meng Yuti let out a playful shout and charged toward Xing Bang. Chapter 75. You, a eunuch, are truly repulsive. Alas, Meng Yuti, this young woman, acts with such impulsiveness. Having resolved to confront her, one cannot simply stand and endure the blows. Though her speed is commendable, against an ordinary person, she would have already landed a hit. However, Xing Bang is no ordinary individual. His prowess far surpasses hers. To him, her strikes resemble those of a mere child, easily evaded with a deft sidestep. As Meng Yuti's attack missed its mark, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. You are a martial artist, she exclaimed. Xing Bang smiled faintly. Will you still make a move? How can a newly entered eunuch possess such skill? You are remarkably concealed. Who are you truly? Realizing she was clearly outmatched, Meng Yuti understood there was no point in pursuing a confrontation. Her doubts about Xing Bang intensified. A newly appointed eunuch could not possibly wield such power. Even with guidance after entering the palace, it is implausible for a genius to surpass her abilities in such a short time. Perhaps you should contemplate your own predicament, she retorted. Are you truly intending to silence me? Instantly, Meng Yuti grasped the implication of Xing Bang's words. Her previous inquiry had been redundant. This individual undoubtedly harbored secrets he wished to keep hidden. That is not necessarily the case, Xing Bang replied, a smirk gracing his lips as he gazed at Meng Yuti. So what do you wish to do? A seasoned warrior, Meng Yuti was aware that they were alone in this secluded place. She knew that even if she screamed, no one would hear her, and escape was unlikely. This choice of location was meant to ensure that her struggles would go unheard. The most effective way to resolve this is to eliminate you, he continued. However, given your enchanting beauty, I certainly wouldn't dispose of you so easily. You understand, don't you? To be frank, I genuinely wish to keep you around. Tell me, what would make you utterly devoted to me? Humph. I never anticipated you to be so audacious. She scoffed. Yet you are mistaken. I, Meng Yuti, am not one to fear death, nor will I willingly endure humiliation. If it comes to it, I would rather take my own life than grant you the satisfaction. Meng Yuti quickly comprehended Xing Bang's insinuations. His gaze spoke volumes. A knowing smile crept across Xing Bang's face. You think this will deter me? Today, dear sister, you shall witness a revelation. If you choose to end your life, I shall not stop you. However, once you are gone, it will no longer be your choice. Are you afraid? He taunted. Indeed. Meng Yuti's eyes widened in terror. Are you even human? A chill ran down her spine. This was beyond her expectations. Such a notion was unheard of. And to claim she felt no fear would be a lie. The thought of disgrace filled her with revulsion, and in an instant, she dismissed the idea of self-destruction. What does it matter whether one is human or ghost? Besides, I have not provoked you. It was you who ostentatiously brought me here. At this point, I am quite curious about how I have offended you or the princess. Even Xing Bang remains perplexed about this situation. Indeed, you have aroused our ire. Yet I shall not divulge the specifics. However, there is one matter I must bring to your attention. If I were to meet an untimely fate, do you think the princess would spare you? This presents a rather delicate predicament. Although lacking concrete evidence, my suspicion looms large. Yet, should I release you, I would surely invite misfortune upon myself. Xing Bang feigned a demeanor of mild concern. Such an obvious truth could hardly escape him. Yet he was confident that such an outcome would not transpire. For now, it was merely a psychological game. I initially harbored no significant malice towards you. I merely wished to teach you a lesson. The princess values talent, and there are alternative means to achieve our ends. Should you choose to align yourself with her, I assure you that I shall keep your affairs confidential, and we might yet become good friends. Meng Yuti perceived that Xing Bang was not without ulterior motives, resorting even to seduction. Your proposal is intriguing, yet I must correct one point. Let us not postpone our friendship for another day. Why not become friends today? Xing Bang smiled faintly, wishing to avoid further banter and instead focus on the task at hand, as this was fundamentally a matter of principle. Very well. As long as we reach an agreement, we can indeed become friends at this very moment, and I shall take you to meet the princess right away. Meng Yuti evidently did not fully grasp the implications of Xing Bang's words. Nonetheless, he did not press her to comprehend immediately. It sufficed that she eventually understood and committed herself wholeheartedly. This would yield the best outcome, allowing her to connect with the princess. Of course, this method may not be the most prudent choice, but he was disinclined to play the fool, enduring a beating before gradually gaining entry. It was better to seize the day than to wait for an opportune moment. Boarding first and paying later seemed hardly objectionable for the protagonist. All right, my demands are quite simple. Look at this splendid scenery, free from interruptions. Let us engage in meaningful dialogue to deepen our rapport. Once we have a thorough understanding of one another, would it not be more advantageous to discuss cooperation? With that, Xing Bang approached Meng Yuti with a smile. What do you intend to do? Xing Bang stared intently, and Meng Yuti instinctively heightened her defenses, for women possess an innate acuity. Naturally, I intend to pursue my desires. What else could I possibly wish to do? I have already made my position clear. Should you resist stubbornly and test my patience, I must honestly inform you that I am no sage. I do not bring about change, but rather escalate matters to a thrilling climax. Xing Bang was not devoid of a devilish disposition. He simply lacked the appropriate circumstances. He felt no guilt or burden. A man must be resolute to stand firm. You, a eunuch, are truly repugnant. Although Meng Yuti had never encountered such a situation, she was not so naive as to be utterly oblivious to Xing Bang's intentions. When he had mentioned seizing the moment, she had immediately grasped his meaning. However, she had not anticipated that this audacious eunuch would indeed be so brazen. How could he be so repulsive? Have you ever experienced it yourself? Do not approach me. If you take another step, I shall leap into the lake. Meng Yuti retreated repeatedly until she found herself at the water's edge, realizing that any further retreat would lead her to plunge into the depths. Xing Bang, unfazed, taunted her. By all means, jump. A drenched figure would surely be a more delightful sight, wouldn't it? Go ahead, rest assured, you won't drown with me around. Do not force my hand. I truly will jump. Meng Yuti exclaimed, her foot hovering perilously close to the water. Never in her wildest dreams did she think she would confront such a rogue, especially one of the imperial court. Jump, do it quickly. If you don't, I might just give you a little push. Chapter 76. You. Carry me to the water's edge. What do you truly desire? Meng Yuti pondered, realizing she could not escape, even if she became a drenched chicken. Indeed, she harbored a certain fear of water. It all depended on how you choose to cooperate. Xing Bang remarked with a smile, his gaze intent. Meng Yuti had long discerned his ulterior motives, yet it seemed she had no other options left. Running away was futile, and she was no match for him in a confrontation. She could only accept her fate. What harm could a mere eunuch do? Meng Yuti exhaled softly, having made up her mind. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. Am I handsome? Meng Yuti's brows knitted together in surprise. But her instinct compelled her to speak honestly. Perhaps he was testing her. Grand and imposing, undeniably handsome, not to mention within the palace. But even among the many I have encountered, few could compare to you. Xing Bang smiled. Just reply with 2 words. Why so much unnecessary chatter? You. I speak nothing but the truth. Meng Yuti was rendered speechless, truly shameless. Do you like me? There is indeed a modicum of fondness. This confession was sincere. Who could resist feeling a twinge of admiration for such a dashing and suave gentleman? Since you like me, I shall reluctantly allow you to have me. Meng Yuti. Xing Bang's expression darkened slightly. What? Do you feel you are at a disadvantage for receiving such a great benefit? Very well. As long as it pleases you, I shall accompany you. Meng Yuti's heart simmered with indignation. Who was truly at a loss here? Such a blatant truth. couched in such lofty terms. How could one be so brazenly shameless? All right, then I shall heed your words. Can we establish some ground rules? Meng Yuti had grown accustomed to the atmosphere, no longer entangled in the process. Come, let us converse in the hall. As they spoke, Xing Bang casually wrapped an arm around Meng Yuti's slender waist, finding it delicate and not at all uncomfortable. He preferred women who were not overly stout. Upon reaching the hall, Xing Bang leaned against a corner pillar, gesturing for Meng Yuti to sit beside him, then unceremoniously placed his leg upon hers. Having stood for so long, his legs had grown somewhat numb. Reluctantly, Meng Yuti began to massage his leg, having never attended to the Long Princess in such a manner. By the way, I have no connection with your Long Princess. Why have you suddenly come to trouble me? Your Madame Rong from the Violent Chamber is the Long Princess's wet nurse. By insulting her, you have naturally caused the Long Princess to lose face. Which is why I was sent to teach you a lesson, so you might remember this in the future. So it was that old witch Rong had reported me. Xing Bang scoffed. That old hag must be seeking trouble. Upon my return, I shall deal with her decisively. Do you have any objections? None. Dream Rain Butterfly did not hesitate. Given her own precarious position, she could hardly voice any objections. Moreover, her feelings for the concubine Rome were not particularly profound. Her fury was solely a consequence of defending the crown princess's honor. Li Xian refrained from discussing concubine Rome further. If one chose to disregard their own life, they could not lament the ensuing ruthlessness. As for how the crown princess would handle matters after Dream Rain Butterfly was subdued, she would naturally concoct an excuse. For now, it was imperative to secure Dream Rain Butterfly first. Xing Bang exhibited little tenderness. Within the pavilion, he unleashed a torrent of fervor. Dream Rain Butterfly remained engulfed in a state of terror and dread. Had she not possessed a robust constitution, she might have truly succumbed to this impostor eunuch. Xing Bang was not oblivious to the fragility of women. However, in such circumstances, compassion seemed ill-suited. What he sought was the fear within Dream Rain Butterfly, as it would complicate her psyche. After enduring relentless torment, the shadows in her heart would deepen, and her hatred would intensify. A woman, caught in such tumultuous emotions, typically refrains from extreme actions. Instead, she adeptly conceals her resentment. Crucially, Xing Bang was the first man in Dream Rain Butterfly's life. There lingered a subconscious acknowledgement that she did not despise him, especially considering his striking appearance and admirable qualities. Amidst the intertwining of love and hate, she could hardly allow harm to befall him. She would strive to safeguard his secrets, a shared bond between them. Even if her selfishness were to be dismissed, should it come to life or death, it was imperative that he perish by her hand. None else held that privilege. Xing Bang's intentions were to exploit this sentiment in women. Even if his calculations were to falter and Dream Rain Butterfly turned against him, he was not without strategies to counter her actions. Having faced the battlefield, she possessed an iron will, and her pride surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Thus, she would never resort to overly delicate measures to resolve this predicament. Her calm demeanor in the aftermath illustrated this understanding, further solidifying Xing Bang's confidence in his judgment. Very well, if you do not require my assistance, I shall take my leave, Xing Bang stated, picking up Dream Rain Butterfly's garments. Merely tidying his affairs before carelessly tossing them before her. I do not need your support, but are you truly departing so brazenly? Despite her resilient nature, Dream Rain Butterfly remained a flesh-and-blood woman, and she could not entirely suppress the subtle pang of disappointment. Was his hasty exit merely a means to humiliate her? Did we not agree upon the terms? I have fulfilled my part. Since you have chosen not to eliminate me, the situation stands as it is. I believe there is no need for further elaboration. You may return to inform your crown princess, while I shall return to deal with concubine Rome. As for whether we meet again or rekindle our bond, let fate take its course. Though Xing Bang's words were devoid of warmth, they inadvertently left a glimmer of hope within her heart. The notion of rekindling their connection would undoubtedly resonate with her sensibility. Are you not afraid I will reveal your actions to the crown princess upon my return? Dream Yuti found herself utterly perplexed by this man. Such significant matters seemed to flow from his lips with an air of nonchalance. Xing Bang smiled knowingly. His very words indicated a reluctance to speak further. Do you think that just because I instructed you not to report this, you would heed my words? It appears we lack the profound bond necessary for that, he remarked. At best, their relationship had been one of mutual harm. Since he chose to let her go, he would honor his promise. As for her desires, he could not dictate them, so why should he seek her assistance in smoothing over matters? Having said his piece, Xing Bang turned to leave. He felt he had conveyed all that needed to be said, and now it was time for her to ponder it at her own pace. You stop right there. Dream Yudi's voice, laced with both indignation and a hint of sorrow, called out from behind. What is it? Do you require my assistance in donning your garments? Or perhaps a farewell escort? Xing Bang turned back, his demeanor remaining composed. Yet, the sight of Dream Yudi, her hair disheveled and weariness etched upon her features, stirred a pang of sympathy within him. She was, after all, a genuine beauty. However, this was not the moment for compassion. In due course, when she willingly lowered her guard, he would consider recompense. You, carry me to the water's edge. Dream Yudi implored, her expression one of vulnerability, as she lightly bit her crimson lip. Chapter 77, Dreaming Butterfly in the Rain. Not a single man is worth a damn. What do you intend to do? Xing Bang understood she would not do anything rash, yet he couldn't help but pose the question. Humph, you have put me in this state. Is it not reasonable for me to cleanse myself by the water's edge to regain my composure? Meng Yudi felt an overwhelming urge to seize his arm and bite down fiercely, as if she had committed some grievous offense, all of which seemed to stem from her own folly. How could she not feel aggrieved? Moreover, it was broad daylight, and she had yet to don her disheveled attire, not to mention her intimate undergarments. Scoundrel, wretched scoundrel. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, particularly at his cold indifference towards her. Very well. Xing Bang hastily approached and swept Meng Yudi into his arms. Why do you not evade or utter a word? Enraged, Meng Yudi, without a moment's hesitation, bit down on Xing Bang's neck. Yet, he did not even emit a grunt. Her astonishment caused her to quickly relent, though blood still seeped from the wound. Is it not customary for a woman to possess a bit of temper? As a man, I shall not hold it against you. A bite or two will not bring about my demise. Xing Bang spoke with a bravado typical of men, though the pain was real. It was merely less than that which an ordinary man would endure. Meng Yudi was taken aback. Are you, in fact, concerned for me, feeling remorse? A flicker of warmth arose within her heart. She had always been fond of men with a sense of masculinity. In that regard, he truly stirred something within her, even evoking a hint of admiration. Xing Bang exhaled, stating that this was merely his honest sentiment, and as the saying goes, a night spent as husband and wife grants 100 days of affection. Meng Yudi's lips moved as if she wished to speak, yet upon glancing at Xing Bang, she chose silence. By this time, they had reached the water's edge. Just place me in the water, then turn around. Do not steal a glance. Very well. Xing Bang acquiesced, setting Meng Yudi by the water's edge and then turning his back. He also placed her clothes nearby to dry. You must not leave. We will speak after I am finished. Meng Yudi reminded him deliberately, feeling a tinge of concern that he might suddenly depart. Xing Bang's indifference was truly perplexing to her. Listening to the splashing water behind him, he genuinely contemplated joining in for a swim, not yet having experienced the water. To put it mildly, Meng Yudi was indeed captivating. Will I become pregnant? As Meng Yudi washed, this thought struck her, causing a shiver to run down her spine, and she instinctively became more focused, striving to erase deeper imprints. After a while, the sound of water ceased, and Xing Bang took the initiative to speak. Do you require my assistance? No need, do not turn around. After soaking in the cool water, Meng Yudi felt her mind clear significantly, and she regained strength, secretly circulating her inner energy to expedite the evaporation of water from her body. After a while longer, Dream Yudi, impeccably dressed, approached Xing Bang and declared, All right, we can depart. Xing Bang glanced at her, then instinctively turned back to look around. The ground lay barren and devoid of any objects. Could it be that the soiled undergarment had been donned once more? What are you staring at? I tossed it into the water, Dream Yudi blurted out, only to realize that her words might as well be a confession. Truly, she was rather naive in this regard. What have you thrown into the water? Would you like me to retrieve it for you? Xing Bang stifled a laugh, fully aware that the item had likely adhered to her being, though she feigned embarrassment. After all, it was her intimate possession. She would not so carelessly discard it. Moreover, there was the possibility that it bore her scent, a poignant reminder of her presence. Could it indeed be so? Retrieve it yourself, Dream Yudi exclaimed, her face flushed with shame, irritated by his choice of words. We are civilized individuals. After all, There's no need for such vulgarity. Xing Bang was not at all offended. Rather, he found her spirited response endearing, a testament to her bold character. The essence of our culture will always endure. Dream Beauty scoffed. Now you speak of civility? Yet, just moments ago in the pavilion, you were spewing profanities. So you wish to expose my faults? Xing Bang retorted. If you insist on speaking thus, I shall have much to discuss with you. I can only express that the richness of the Chinese language is profound, but you have yet to truly appreciate it. Next time, I shall ensure you delve deeply into this matter. You be silent. Let us consider this matter even. Dream Beauty interjected sternly, her countenance tightening. She could recall some of it, though it was not her intention. What a rogue you are, with your myriad of tricks and justifications. Xing Bang merely shook his head, choosing not to engage further. A noble man does not quarrel with a woman, and strength should be reserved for worthy causes. Soon, they exited the cool pavilion. Are you certain you wish to eliminate Granny Rome? Dream Beauty asked as Xing Bang was about to turn away. Without a hint of hesitation, he replied, such a malevolent old hag. Keeping her around would only bring more harm. Humph, you haven't even inquired about her name. Men truly are no good. I am Dream Beauty, she declared angrily. Let us see how this unfolds. With that, she turned on her heel in a huff. Xing Bang could only smile wryly. I know, but you remain blissfully unaware that I am aware. If you possess such prowess, why not keep it to yourself? He refrained from boasting, merely demonstrating his slight superiority in navigating the complexities of women. Upon returning to the holding area, Xing Bang made his way directly to the sunlit courtyard. After surveying the surroundings and finding no sign of the old woman, he casually pulled a female prisoner aside and inquired, "Where's Granny Rome?" The prisoner promptly replied with utmost respect, "In response to your question, Granny Rome is resting in her quarters. Take me to her." The prisoner nodded and led the way, her form swaying as she walked. Xing Bang kicked the door open, revealing Granny Rome leisurely cracking sunflower seeds, with another prisoner massaging her shoulders behind her. In the midst of pride, it was evident that the young lady knew she was being summoned. When Rong Momo beheld Xing Bang returning unscathed, she was momentarily taken aback. "My lord, what brings you here?" she inquired. Xing Bang snorted disdainfully. "If I do not come, how would I discern the extent of your daily tyranny and the audacity with which you dare to undermine my authority? My lord, I am of advanced age. I implore you to show mercy for the sake of the princess," Rong Momo pleaded. Yet, she could not maintain her position, for she invoked the princess only when it suited her. Xing Bang paid her no heed and addressed the still present escorting woman. "Listen well, from this moment forth, you shall assume Rong Momo's responsibilities. This insolent maid has been remiss in her duties and has the audacity to invoke the princess's name. First, administer 50 resounding slaps to her face and teach her a lesson about her impudent tongue. Yes, thank you for your patronage. From now on, I shall obey your every command without fail." The escorting woman had not anticipated that her role would turn out to be so rewarding. Moreover, Rong Momo had often bullied her, frequently referring to her in derogatory terms. At last, she could finally vent her frustrations. "Help! Help!" Rong Momo suddenly cried out in a loud voice. Chapter 78. The Graceful Beauty Li Lizzie at Gongquan Palace. A breathtakingly beautiful woman was dancing with a sword in the courtyard. This woman is none other than Princess Li Lizzie, a name that indeed befits her. Possessing an innate beauty that could captivate a nation, as Li Lizzie has yet to be wed, she continues to reside within the palace. A woman of exceptional talent in both the arts of war and culture, she is deeply favored and esteemed by His Majesty. Today, she has just returned from quelling the rebellion in the southern territories. Not only does she command immense respect among the southern army stationed at the southern front, but she is also a source of dread for the enemy state of Nanchu. It can be said that with Li Lizzie guarding the southern border, she is worth more than 100,000 valiant soldiers. In this recent conflict, she decisively defeated the Nanchu forces and successfully restored peace within a mere 15 days. Upon returning to the palace, Meng Yuti observed Li Lizzie dancing in the courtyard and chose not to interrupt, instead standing quietly to watch. After a while, she felt a hint of pain in her body and hoped the princess would conclude her performance soon, as she wished to report back and retire to her quarters without arousing any suspicion from the princess. "Yuti, how did it go? Did you give that little eunuch a good thrashing? Although I'm not particularly fond of that wet nurse, one must consider the master when dealing with a dog. And that little eunuch has shown me no respect at all," Li Lizzie, known for her unconventional ways, believed in resolving matters through action rather than mere words. Meng Yuti sighed in relief and quickly approached Li Lizzie, bowing in respect, but before she could report. Yuti, what is the matter? You seem to be walking lightly. Did dealing with a mere little eunuch tire you out so? Li Lizzie scrutinized Meng Yuti with a furrowed brow. Your Highness, I accidentally twisted my waist just now, and it aches a bit. Meng Yuti thought to herself, lamenting her clumsiness, despite her efforts to appear normal. The princess had still discerned something amiss. How foolish of me. I must be more cautious next time. Li Lizzie didn't press further. Being a woman of iron will and independence, she had never experienced romantic affairs and would never suspect that her close maid could be involved with someone during the day. Meng Yuti let out a quiet sigh of relief, smiling slightly as she accepted Li Lizzie's reprimand. Your Highness, I have dealt with that little eunuch. But there is something I must ask you to punish me for. Do not hesitate. Speak freely, Li Lizzie replied, taking a seat on a stone chair beside a stone table and gesturing for Meng Yuti to join her. Their simple exchange revealed that despite Meng Yuti being a maid, her bond with Li Lizzie transcended typical master-servant dynamics, resembling that of sisters. After all, they had fought on the battlefield together, and despite the titles they bore, their feelings were akin to those of sisters, especially since Meng Yuti had been at Li Lizzie's side since childhood. Princess, I have investigated the matter in the torture chamber, and the reality deviates significantly from what Lady Rong has portrayed. Under the guise of your name, she has committed heinous acts. When I visited her, she audaciously slandered you, claiming you heartlessly abandoned her to endure suffering. I could not bear such insults, especially knowing the venomous nature of Lady Rong's words. In a fit of rage, I inadvertently struck her down. The scheming dream Yuti has already set her plans in motion. That villain possesses a notorious reputation for following through on threats, and I am certain she will return to eliminate Lady Rong. Moreover, the death of a servant in the torture chamber is hardly a rare occurrence. As for Lady Rong, given her acerbic disposition, I have been quite lenient towards her. If she is to perish, so be it. My reputation has already been tarnished by her actions. Li Lizzie maintained a stoic demeanor, seemingly unaffected by the grim news, having witnessed death many times before. Thank you for your insight, Princess. Dream Yuti deemed these matters trivial, so when Xing Bang suggested eliminating Lady Rong, she expressed no dissent, as she too harbored disdain for that woman, who had once subjected her to punishment in her youth. Let us set aside this issue, for I am troubled by another matter. This morning, the Emperor expressed his desire to personally select a suitable husband for my marriage, with the clear intention of steering me away from military affairs and towards domesticity. Li Lizzie sipped her tea, her brow furrowed in concern. Princess, the Emperor has been preoccupied with your marriage for the past 6 years, yet you remain unwed. Why the distress this time? Dream Yuti understood Li Lizzie's predicament well. A woman of her pride would never settle for a man she deemed unworthy, preferring to remain single rather than engage in a political union, regardless of the other party's influence. Li Lizzie shook her head, acknowledging that this time is different. I cannot refuse this proposal. The Emperor has always regarded me with suspicion, and given his declining health and the young age of the Crown Prince ultimately, I am not truly a member of the Li family, merely the Emperor's adopted daughter. Li Lizzie's father was one of the vassal kings, the Duke of Zhennan, who fell in battle when she was very young, and her mother succumbed to grief. The Emperor took Li Lizzie in as his adopted daughter, and the title of Duke of Zhennan has been passed down to her younger brother, who is now merely 12 years old. Due to the Duke's esteemed reputation, Li Lizzie has been assisting her brother in managing military affairs in the southern territories over the years. Thus, her turmoil is understandable, for the heartlessness of the imperial family is well known. The Emperor, now in his twilight years, is unlikely to allow Li Lizzie to retain military command. He would prefer to see her wed and focused on domestic duties. If that is the case, Princess, it seems the Emperor will no longer permit you to venture to the borders from today onward. Indeed, she replied, we discussed my brother's age, and it is time to let him take on responsibilities on his own, especially with so many capable generals by his side. Li Lizzie undoubtedly places her utmost trust in Meng Yuti, confiding in her about all matters. Indeed, following this recent conflict, Nanshu will likely refrain from further incursions for the foreseeable future, bringing peace to the southern territories. Thus, enough, Yuti, let us not dwell further on this. Regardless of circumstances, we must remain loyal to His Majesty. Remember, such irreverent remarks should not be uttered again. Li Lizzie, aware of Meng Yudi's impending criticism of the emperor, hastily signaled for her to cease. Princess, do not be overly concerned. His Majesty has yet to issue any decree. Since it is inevitable, you should strive to select someone more to your liking. Li Lizzie sighed, reflecting on the years that have passed without encountering anyone who truly quickened her heart. The noble scions of the capital are but a limited few. How could one hope to find a true match among them? Reluctantly, she must marry, and it matters little whom she weds. Yet, it shall only be a union of names. Princess, do not harbor such thoughts. How pitiable it is to be utterly alone after being thrust into this predicament. Meng Yudi discovered that her perspective had begun to shift. Chapter 79. An encounter with acquaintances. As Meng Yudi returned to the tumultuous chamber, Rong Mama sensed the precariousness of her situation. In a moment of desperation, she attempted to flee through the door, but Xing Bang would not grant her such an opportunity. He swiftly struck her from behind with a powerful blow. Rong Mama emitted a muffled groan before colliding forcefully with the wall and collapsing onto the floor. The wronged woman at the door hurriedly flipped Rong Mama over and checked for signs of breath. My lord, she has succumbed to unconsciousness. Well, now we needn't worry about her running amok. 50 slaps, not one less. I have little interest in how it was administered, Xing Bang remarked as he stepped outside. The wronged woman nodded in agreement, then commanded, stop dawdling. Come, support her. I will administer 30 strikes first, and you shall deliver the remainder. Soon, the sharp sound of slaps echoed through the room. A subtle smile crept upon Xing Bang's lips, for Rong Mama, who frequently wielded her influence to bully others, had earned such disdain, he had no qualms about allowing them to exact their vengeance. Not long after, a voice from within cried out, She seems to be dead. The wronged woman emerged to inform him, and Xing Bang merely glanced at her. It would be astonishing if she were alive. That strike had already shattered her internal organs. She fainted upon impact with the wall, and if she has lasted this long, it is solely because I allowed her the chance. What enmity do you two harbor against Rong Mama to have struck her down? Upon hearing this, the two women were instantly filled with dread and fell to their knees. My lord, we may have struck too forcefully, but who could have known she was so fragile? You must intercede on our behalf. The woman accompanying Xing Bang was astute enough not to claim that they had acted on his orders. Well, the matter is settled. I shall bear the burden for you. Besides, you both acted under my direction. Xing Bang had no intention of punishing them. He merely wished to silence the old hag's gossiping. Now, the two women would surely keep this incident to themselves. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, they exclaimed in unison, bowing eagerly. Rise now. From this day forth, you two shall jointly oversee this sunroom. Should any matters arise, seek me at the torture chamber, and I shall advocate for you. Xing Bang gestured for them to stand. My lord, rest assured, we shall manage this place well and will promptly report any significant developments to you. Very well, I understand. Just ensure that Rong Mama's body is dealt with appropriately later. After instructing them, Xing Bang departed, confident that they would handle the task of disposing of the body with utmost efficiency. These two women seemed quite agreeable, he might consider. After Bai Rushuang leaves the palace, finding a way to have them serve her as well. Two wrongdoers seeking to escape the palace is not an insurmountable task. Should such offenders manage to flee, it would be akin to a rebirth, a profound act of gratitude towards their newfound benefactors, ensuring their unwavering loyalty. Coincidentally, both women are in their 30s. Particularly, the one accompanied by Xing Bang possesses a most ample physique, undoubtedly suited to the role of a capable wet nurse. However, Bai Rushuang does not appear to lack in the nourishment department. It is merely customary to seek a nurse upon the birth of a child. Upon Xing Bang's return to the violent room, sisters Feng Yi and Feng Jiao, along with Li Xiaowan, are engaged in idle chatter. In a previous life, a woman in their position might have driven herself to madness from boredom, confined to this oppressive chamber without any duties, aside from her slumber. It seemed there was little joy to be found. Yet, with Xing Bang's arrival, the atmosphere became considerably more vibrant as conversation flourished. He resolved to introduce mahjong to them, which would surely add a modicum of amusement. Thus, they continued their leisurely discourse until just before noon, at which point Xing Bang had some pastries brought in. In the palace, nearing noon does not signify mealtime. Breakfast coincides with the habits of the imperial consorts, typically served around 10 o'clock, with 2 main meals a day. and dinner occurring between 5 and 6 in the afternoon, while lunch primarily consists of snacks and soups. At that moment, Xing Bang caught sight of Meng Yuti approaching through the door and promptly stepped outside. "Yuti, what brings you here again?" he inquired. "Not welcome? What do you mean again? Unless there's a purpose, who would care to visit this wretched place?" Meng Yuti retorted, pouting with a semblance of dissatisfaction, though secretly, she felt a flicker of joy. He remembered her name and spoke it warmly. Xing Bang smiled gently. "Not at all. The presence of such a beautiful lady gracing my humble abode is indeed an honor. Now that sounds like proper conversation. Why, upon your arrival, do you not invite me in for a cup of tea? Surely you are not keeping a hidden beauty from my view," Meng Yuti remarked, peering inside. While there were women within, there was no intent to conceal them. After all, he had stepped out to greet her. "I was merely coming to welcome you," Xing Bang replied, contemplating that if she entered, there would be nothing left to hide. If she chose not to enter, it mattered little. They had reached a point where no secret of greater significance than their identities remained. "Humph, I trust you as far as I can throw you," she exclaimed, striding directly into the room. "Fengyi, this must be Feng Jiao. How is it that you are here?" "Sister Yuti, Fengyi's eyes immediately glistened with tears upon seeing them, as if encountering family. Xing Bang had not anticipated their acquaintance, let alone that they appeared to share a close bond, especially as Fengyi seemed to know Meng Yuti quite well. "Fengyi, the princess is already aware of your family's situation, yet there are many matters she cannot influence. Let us not dwell on that. It is a stroke of fortune that you and Feng Jiao are safe. The grand princess will certainly be pleased to hear this." Meng Yuti, too, felt her eyes welling with tears, her expression one of heartfelt compassion. Xing Bang contemplated that since the princess had just returned to the palace, the sixth prince must have handled this matter with great discretion, likely still unaware of the developments. Fengyi and Feng Jiao both nodded emphatically. "It's all right, Fengyi. If there is something to be said, do not hesitate." Fengyi appeared to have something on her mind, but first cast a cautious glance at Xing Bang. "Sister Yuti, did the princess send you here?" "Under Xing Gongong's arrangement, Fengyi and I have already met with our aunt, who is now aware of everything. No, the princess has been summoned back into the palace by His Majesty. I came to seek this esteemed Gongong for another matter, and as for your aunt, it would be inappropriate for me to speak further. I trust the princess is well informed." After speaking, Meng Yuti turned to Xing Bang. "Gongong, you have put in great effort regarding this matter. The princess will surely appreciate your dedication. It's nothing, merely a trivial matter. Besides, Sister Yuti has been quite kind to me, thus there is little more to say." Xing Bang found the title Gongong rather awkward, yet it was indeed a curious coincidence. It seemed the relationship between the princess and Madame Fanghua was rather extraordinary. The world felt exceedingly small. It seemed that as they conversed, they had almost become like family. Chapter 80. What is the genius implying? Meng Yuti cast a discreet glance at Xing Bang, realizing that he was capable of understanding her sentiments. She thought to herself, "At least you possess a modicum of conscience, having bestowed upon you the most precious of treasures. How could I treat you poorly?" Nevertheless, that rogue still irked her. Truly, he was one to gain advantages while feigning innocence. As her thoughts meandered, she turned her gaze towards Li Shaowan, who upon entering, revealed an enchanting visage. It seemed this scoundrel indeed had a hidden beauty. His eyes were truly discerning, surrounded by alluring women. "Who is this young lady?" "Oh, greetings, elder sister. I am Li Shaowan, the one residing in this abode, currently attending to Bang Ji's daily affairs." Li Shaowan replied courteously. However, Xing Bang discerned a flicker of suspicion in Meng Yuti's expression. He understood the complexities of a woman's heart, thanks to Nangong Shui's teachings. Li Shaowan was remarkably obedient at critical moments. Yet, that endearing appellation Bang Go was somewhat too intimate. Still, he could hardly blame her. Since she had begun to accompany him, her thoughts had certainly grown more nuanced. Yet, Meng Yuti did not display her displeasure. After all, Li Shaowan's innocent appearance was endearing enough to charm any woman who beheld her. "All right, Shaowan, you have been seated here for quite some time. Why not take these two sisters outside for some fresh air?" Xing Bang mused, wishing to converse privately with Meng Yuti, as it was likely she wished to share some whispers with him. Li Shaowan obediently acknowledged, and without further ado, the three of them departed. Who would have thought? The esteemed Xing has quite the fortune in romantic pursuits. As for Li Shaowan, let us speak candidly. Have you taken advantage of the situation with the sisters Feng Yi and Feng Jiao? "Dear sister, Do you truly perceive me as such a rogue? Xing Bang replied, exasperated. I am a person of principles. Under normal circumstances, I do not coerce a woman's will. Is that so? Humph. One might say you have been quite bold in your dealings. Well, our circumstances are somewhat unique, and besides, was it not you who provoked me? I assure you, I possess a gentle disposition. Seeing Meng Yudi's face flush with a blend of shyness and mild indignation, Xing Bang found himself somewhat tantalized by her reactions. Now, answer my question. Did you, or did you not? If you dare deceive me, I shall not let you off easily. I swear, neither Feng Yi nor Feng Jiao has been compromised, nor has Xiaowan. Xing Bang unleashed his trump card, and the relief in Meng Yudi's demeanor suggested it was effective. Humph. Even if that is true, your relationship with Li Xiaowan is rather extraordinary. How can you bear to mislead such a delightful young lady? Xing Bang's expression darkened. You are crossing the line. In critical moments, a man must exhibit a certain authority before a woman. Otherwise, the little wife may rebel. It is not like dining, where the little wife endures a beating in silence. Why must you scold me? I have said nothing against you. Why can't you show me a little gentleness? I was merely concerned about you and wished to see you before the princess entered the palace. Dream Rain Butterfly indeed felt a twinge of insecurity. For reasons unknown, she harbored a certain apprehension towards Xing Bang, subconsciously wishing for him to exhibit a gentler demeanor. She even pondered whether her own assertiveness was perhaps too overwhelming and lacked tenderness. If only he could treat her kindly, she mused, she would be willing to amend her ways. The emergence of such thoughts left Dream Rain Butterfly feeling unervingly transformed within a mere half-day. However, some inexplicable cravings can indeed render one powerless. Enough of these unfounded worries. I am grateful that you think of me. Xing Bang, a seasoned player in the realm of romance, possesses an innate understanding of women's sentiments, employing an array of strategies to win their hearts. It is not merely through brute force that one can secure a woman's loyalty. Even the heavens have their tender moments. There are times when gentleness is paramount, and one must learn to navigate the emotional psyche of a woman adeptly. What has become of Granny Rong? Dream Rain Butterfly, having laid aside her previous concerns, inquired. She was accidentally struck down by me. Her remains will be attended to later. I have already reported to the princess that Granny Rong met her untimely end due to my unintentional mishap. However, the princess is well aware of her character and has not laid any blame. Though Dream Rain Butterfly regarded Xing Bang as a man of his word, she still felt a sense of reassurance in seeing him in person. To be honest, she harbored a desire to meet him. By the way, Rain Butterfly, the princess and Madame Fanghua must share a significant bond, correct? Naturally. Do you think the princess would allow a minor eunuch to incite her ire solely because of Granny Rong's affair? The primary reason for her anger stems from the news regarding the He family, which nearly compelled her to visit Madame Fanghua in this tumultuous place. It was through my extensive persuasion that she refrained, thus redirecting her ire towards you and sending me to chastise you instead. Without hesitation, Dream Rain Butterfly recounted the events. Xing Bang scoffed. If I were truly to receive a thorough beating from you, I would be more wronged than doughy. Dream Rain Butterfly rolled her eyes. What grounds do you have to feel wronged? Your predecessor, Su Guang, turned a blind eye to her transgressions, yet you nearly took her life upon your arrival. That scoundrel Su Guang cannot compare to me. It was he who indulged Granny Rong's bad habits. How could my fiery temperament tolerate her? Indeed, you are. Dream Rain Butterfly's words faltered as a blush crept upon her cheeks. She realized she had inadvertently shifted the focus back to herself, a matter she would likely never forget in this lifetime. Xing Bang chuckled knowingly. Are you suggesting that one can simply act on a whim? If you desire gentleness, it is not beyond reach. Humph, how naive. I shan't indulge you further. I must take my leave. Dream Rain Butterfly's blush deepened, her heart racing as she stood to depart. As long as you are gentle with me, I shall reciprocate. If you deem it unnecessary, consider it merely a trivial matter. Xing Bang stifled a laugh. After his transformation, his perceptive abilities had become remarkably agile. However, what I offer you is not only stimulation, but also an abundance of unforeseen surprises. You, mischievous rascal, dare to tease me. In a moment of embarrassment and urgency, Meng Yudi pinched Xing Bang fiercely at his waist. Ouch! Biting is permissible, but I cannot endure this. Do not dare to pinch me like that again. If you do, I shall take it as a suggestive hint, and I will not be so courteous. Xing Bang was indeed paving the way, and during such an awkward moment, it was permissible for him to imply such a thing. Meng Yuti huffed softly, releasing her grip, thinking to herself that she had no intention of hinting at anything. Subsequently, she said nothing more and left in a huff. In the royal kitchen, a long dining table was lavishly adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies and pastries. Seated at the head of the table was the Emperor Yao Tai, Li Xian, clad in casual yet resplendent yellow robes. To his left sat Li Lizzie, who had entered the palace at his behest, while opposite them was the 8-year-old crown prince Lu Hui. Only the three of them occupied the space, with not a single eunuch remaining to attend their needs. Chapter 81. The pensive young prince, my dear. Today we find ourselves without outsiders. It is merely a family gathering. I am your elder, so please do not feel constrained. Speak your mind freely. And you, Huier, do not hold back in front of your father. I see your joy at reuniting with your sister Li Jiji. Today, I shall permit you a moment of indulgence. After our meal, you may frolic with her as you wish. Lu Xian spoke with a warm smile. His regal demeanor momentarily softened. Thank you, father. The crown prince Lu Hui's face brightened with joy, playfully flashing a grin at Li Jiji, his delight palpable. Take your time, crown prince. There is no need to rush. Li Jiji urged. You should eat more too. You've grown thin during your time away. Being merely 8 years old, Lu Hui, granted his father's permission, felt a surge of freedom, eager to fill his belly so he could play with Li Jiji. He adored spending time with her. Li Jiji, while perhaps not visibly thin, still appeared as charming as ever. She also hurried to finish her meal, yearning for some private moments together. Mindful of the presence of the emperor, Lu Xian observed the two, silently smiling in understanding. It wasn't long before he excused himself with a tactful pretext to leave. Sister, I'm finished eating. Let us go play. Lu Hui could hardly contain his excitement, quickly rising to his feet once he was alone. Huier, as the crown prince, you must learn to be more patient, Li Jiji chided, also standing up. Lu Hui simply smiled innocently, taking her hand as they exited the imperial kitchen, heading directly for the rear garden. Sister, I long to ride out of the palace for a hunt. There is nothing enjoyable here. It's positively stifling. Huier, I'm afraid that won't be possible for now. Once I finish my current tasks, I shall take you out for a day of fun, all right? Lu Hui, growing bored after a short while, settled down in a pavilion. Sister, what joy is there in being a crown prince if I cannot choose my own pursuits? Huier, why do you harbor such thoughts? The strictness you face now is to prepare you for your future role as a wise emperor. Do you not wish to be a virtuous sovereign? As Lu Hui sat, the innocent exuberance faded from his face, replaced by a contemplative melancholy that resembled that of an adult. Observing this shift troubled Li Jiji, who quickly sought to console him. Having watched Lu Hui grow, she felt a deep affection for her younger brother, resolute in her belief that he was the rightful choice for the throne. Though she remained silent about certain matters, she was acutely aware of the political landscape. Above all, she would never allow anyone to harm Lu Hui and would certainly rise to defend him when the time came. Sister Ji, Huier aspires to be a benevolent emperor and desires for the common people to lead prosperous lives. However, the burden of becoming this emperor weighs heavily on her heart, and many of her innermost thoughts must remain unspoken. Being a crown prince is indeed a strenuous endeavor. As Lu Hui spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. Li Laziz felt a pang of sorrow. How much distress must reside within this child? Overcome with compassion, she embraced Lu Hui tenderly. Huier, you can share any grievances with your sister. Seeing you like this truly pains my heart. Amidst her tears, Lu Hui cried even louder, prompting Li Laziz to also succumb to her emotions, and the siblings wept together in a heartfelt embrace. After a considerable time, Li Laziz gently wiped Lu Hui's tears and comforted her. All right, Huier, stop crying now. You are the crown prince of Diyao and will be our future emperor. You must remain strong. Nothing should be able to overcome you, and you cannot allow those with ulterior motives to revel in your misfortune. Nodding through her sobs, Lu Hui endeavored to suppress her emotions and dried her tears. Sister Ji, please do not worry. I feel much better now. Li Laziz responded with a soft hum and inquired, Huier, what troubles your heart so deeply? You can confide in me, and perhaps I can offer some advice. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Hui spoke softly, Sister Ji, I miss my mother. I know she has been confined by Father Emperor, and I understand his reasons for doing so. Huier, who has told you such things? Li Laziz was taken aback. aware that the emperor must have issued a strict edict regarding this matter, forbidding the crown prince from being informed. Anyone who dared to divulge such information would face dire consequences. It was hard to fathom that Lu Hui, at merely 8 years old, would be privy to such knowledge. Lu Hui shook her head. No one mentioned it to me. I deduced it myself from ancient texts and historical records, perhaps because of my youth. Huir, do not let your thoughts wander. Focus on your studies and grow strong. I believe your mother will be fine. The emperor's decision to keep her from seeing you is ultimately for your own good. Li Liziz felt a wave of heartache, both proud of Lu Hui's wisdom and maturity, yet lamenting the burdens that accompany royal lineage. If only she had not been born into a royal family, she mused, perhaps there would be fewer troubles and less suffering. Yet, at times, fate is not within one's control. Sister Ji, is there a way for me to see my mother? Lu Hui expressed her deepest desire, yearning for her mother. At present, I cannot promise you that, but I will certainly find a way. Li Liziz thought to herself that it would be impossible to conceal anything from such an astute crown prince, and thus could only speak in vague terms. She herself longed to visit Lady Fanghua, but feared arousing the emperor's suspicion, leaving her hesitant to allow the crown prince to go. Once the emperor becomes aware, all blame will inevitably fall upon Lady Fanghua, rendering her situation even more dire. Lu Hui blinked her large eyes and inquired, Sister Ji, please tell me the truth. Is my mother safe and sound? Huir, why would you harbor such thoughts? Li Lizzie replied, increasingly perplexed. This little one approached matters with a discernment surpassing that of an adult, her questions piercingly astute. I am privy to the affairs of my uncle's household, and I genuinely worry whether my mother has also been implicated. Sister Ji, please do not deceive me. I simply wish to ascertain my mother's well-being. This matter has been shrouded in secrecy, with no one divulging even the slightest hint. I overheard it inadvertently, though I have refrained from speaking of it. I am haunted by nightmares every night, where my mother cries out in pain and distress. Lu Hui indeed overheard this conversation within the imperial garden, where 2 young eunuchs were deliberately whispering, ensuring that she would catch their words. Chapter 82. A woman? Once again with a sword at her neck. Huir, you are still young, and there are many matters I cannot divulge to you. However, rest assured that with me by your side, I shall exert every effort to prevent any sorrowful occurrences. Li Lizzie truly felt a pang of compassion for the 8-year-old prince. Having lost her own loving parents at a similar age, she could deeply empathize with the myriad grievances and helplessness of such a tender heart. As for the affairs of the He family, her heart ached with frustration and sorrow. A lineage of loyal and honorable generals was exterminated overnight due to treason. The sovereign commands the ministers to die, and the ministers must comply. What crimes cannot be fabricated? Li Lizzie understood all too well that the charges against the He family were entirely unfounded, merely a means for His Majesty to eliminate the influential relatives of the crown prince. It was truly heart-wrenching, a thought that chilled one's soul. Yet, she could not voice her thoughts. All right, sister, I believe in you. Lu Hui nodded, her melancholy dissipating significantly. Thereafter, Li Lizzie took her to a different place to lift her spirits. In the Taiha Hall. Dabin, my health is deteriorating day by day. Before I depart this world, I must eliminate all potential threats and obstacles for the crown prince. Lu Xian reclined wearily on the soft couch, a hint of fatigue in his gaze. After coughing twice, he addressed Zhao Jingchun, who was massaging his shoulders behind him. Your Majesty, this old servant will exert every effort to dispel the poisonous enchantments afflicting you. Dabin, I know of your unwavering loyalty. Yet even the 4 esteemed elders of the royal court combined could not break the curse upon me. Initially, I believed it to be the work of the great shaman from Miaojiang, but you are aware that such forbidden arts can only be wielded by those of divine stature. It is truly astonishing. Thus, I harbor no expectations for any miraculous occurrences. I merely hope that the 4 elders can diminish their own prowess to prolong my time a little longer. Lu Xian shook his head with a bitter smile. Your Majesty, regardless of the circumstances, I still believe that you will surely be favored by Providence. Take care of your health. Zhao Jingchun, lacking confidence, recalled the massacre of the Miao tribe 10 years prior. Where could one possibly find a shaman, especially without a trace or clue? Therefore, he could only offer gentle reassurances to the emperor he had watched grow. Lu Xian waved his hand. Enough of this. Let us not dwell on such matters. I have something to discuss, and I would value your opinion, Dabin. After much contemplation, I have decided that Lizzie, with her lofty aspirations, has yet to find a suitor at her age. This time, I insist on witnessing her marriage. Although she outwardly agreed, I know in my heart that she is not truly willing. Rather than endure this, I might as well proceed with my earlier thought of betrothing her to the crown prince. In hindsight, this seems to be the most favorable outcome. Chao Jingchun was momentarily taken aback. This old servant understands your intent, your majesty. The eldest princess, with her innate beauty and remarkable intelligence, will undoubtedly become a wise and virtuous partner for His Highness. The crown prince is merely 8 years old this year, while the eldest princess has already reached the age of 23. The disparity in their ages is not a significant concern. However, the health of His Highness is still in its nascent stage, and it may take at least another 5 years for him to mature fully. Lu Xian offered a slight smile, acknowledging, "Deban, your considerations are quite comprehensive. Nevertheless, these matters do not pose any issues. I am well aware of my intentions. The reason I did not grant the Lu surname to Li Ji back then was due to these considerations, as I wished for her to marry into the royal family. However, given the current circumstances, marrying the crown prince remains the most favorable choice. Your Majesty, based on age, it seems the 6th prince would be a more suitable match. I understand your concerns. If I were in good health, I might entertain such thoughts, but under the present conditions, I cannot allow Li Ji to wed Jing Er. This matter should remain discreet for the time being. I will handle it judiciously." In the dead of night, Xing Bang continued to reside in the same room as before, accompanied by Ru Shuang. After a harrowing ordeal, Xing Bang urgently stepped outside to relieve himself, as he was unaccustomed to using a chamber pot indoors. The vegetable patch in the courtyard served as a more convenient option, waste not at all. As he shivered in the cool night air, with his trousers still unfastened, a sudden flash of cold steel pressed against his neck. Good heavens, an assassin, he thought, realizing he had been utterly oblivious to the danger. "Take me to Madame Fanghua's chamber, or I shall take your life this instant." The voice belonged to a woman. Xing Bang hastily secured his trousers, daring not to turn around, and quickly replied, "Rest assured, heroine, I shall not make any sudden movements, nor raise an alarm. I will lead you to Madame Fanghua's quarters." It appeared she did not mind that he was caught in such an embarrassing predicament. The woman retracted her sword and gestured for him to lead the way. A true master does not waste words on threats. As Xing Bang turned, he caught a glimpse of her, a figure clad in black, entirely shrouded. Yet her silhouette unmistakably conveyed an impressive physique. Celestialite, transcending the 6th realm. By heavens, she is indeed a formidable opponent. No wonder she approached me without a whisper. And I was completely unaware. There was little he could do. The disparity in their realms was insurmountable. His martial arts level, body refinement, solidification, enlightenment, pore opening, transcendence, divine separation, true immortal, golden immortal. He was merely at the 4th stage of enlightenment, 2 entire realms beneath her. Moreover, as one ascends in rank, even the slightest miscalculation can lead to catastrophic consequences. Yet, the treasured mirror of elegance remained silent, for without even a fleeting encounter, one could not ascertain the possibility of inclusion. In the stillness of the night, who could be seeking Madame Fanghua? Xing Bang had initially considered feigning familiarity with her, but a moment's reflection raised the question, what if this was a covert assassination? Perhaps it was wiser to bide his time and assess the situation. Soon, Xing Bang arrived at Madame Fanghua's door with the woman, effortlessly snapping the iron chain that secured it. Madame Fanghua, a light sleeper, awoke as they entered. "Who goes there?" The room was shrouded in darkness, and she could only discern vague figures, unable to identify her visitors. "Madam, do not be alarmed. I am but a humble servant." The lady of elegance remained silent, having keenly sensed that there was something amiss in Xing Bang's tone. Moreover, she discerned another shadow, which brought her a measure of reassurance. For with Xing Bang present, she felt at ease despite her uncertainty. Thus, she chose to remain mute. "Go, light the candle." The woman finally spoke. Upon hearing that voice, the lady of elegance furrowed her brow slightly. It was a sound she found achingly familiar. Xing Bang adeptly lit the candle and took his place beside her. Now, the lady of elegance could clearly see the figure clad in black and inquired, "Who are you? Your voice seems somewhat recognizable." The woman in black promptly removed the veil that concealed her face, revealing an extraordinarily beautiful countenance. Xing Bang, now able to behold her visage fully, felt an immediate stir within the Fanghua Baojian. This woman was simply too stunning and possessed an extraordinary aura. Should she not be included, he would unhesitatingly withdraw his subscription. The Lady of Elegance, her expression one of astonishment, trembled as she parted her lips, struggling to articulate her thoughts, while her eyes swiftly glistened with unshed tears. Chapter 83. Exceptional Beauty, Charisma reaching an astonishing 98. Li Ji, what brings you here? After a brief moment of excitement, Madame Fanghua exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing the woman. Beauty, Li Ji, age 23, identity, the Long Princess, adopted daughter of the Emperor, charisma 98, maximum 100, strength 6, stage of transformation, friendliness, progress 1, earnings 1 experience point per hour, goodness. No wonder she is so breathtakingly beautiful. She is indeed a top-tier beauty with a charisma of 98. Those 2 points can only suggest that no one is perfect. Aside from the charming wives of our readers, who could ever achieve a perfect score of 100? Madam, it is I, Li Ji. I have come to see you, Li Ji said, her eyes glistening with tears as she slowly approached. Li Ji, please sit down so that I may admire you properly. Although Madame Fanghua was only a few years older than Li Ji and had played with her during their childhood, they did not adhere to any formalities, appearing more like sisters. Li Ji did not take a seat. Instead, she glanced at Xing Bang. Madam, do you not find this young eunuch somewhat familiar? Originally, Li Ji had intended to deal with Xing Bang the moment she met Madame Fanghua. However, Xing Bang remained silent, already certain of his safety. Madame Fanghua understood Li Ji's implication and quickly waved her hand, saying, Do not worry, Li Ji. Little Bang is absolutely trustworthy. Without him, you might not have seen me at all. Moreover, I have acknowledged him as my sworn brother. Li Ji clicked her tongue, scrutinizing Xing Bang for a moment. Very well then. Xing Bang smiled knowingly. Given his current rapport with Madame Fanghua, it would not be inappropriate for him to refer to her as aunt. Madame Fanghua let out a quiet sigh of relief and continued, Little Bang, if there is nothing else, you may return now. Xing Bang smiled slightly. All right, elder sister, enjoy your conversation. Madame Fanghua nodded, and Xing Bang turned to leave, leaving Li Ji in a state of astonishment. This seemingly handsome young eunuch had earned such commendation from the esteemed Madame Fanghua, suggesting he possessed remarkable qualities. Otherwise, it was truly unimaginable. Li Ji did not dwell on it for long. She had indeed overlooked Xing Bang's demeanor earlier, perhaps momentarily neglecting it. Upon exiting, Xing Bang returned directly to his small courtyard, knowing that Bai Ruo Shuang would likely be worried about him. Furthermore, he understood Madame Fanghua's intentions, likely wishing to keep Li Ji in the dark about certain matters. However, with Madame Fanghua as a facilitator, an intricate web of connections would inevitably form between him and the Long Princess. One could say they were now indirectly on the same boat. Li Ji, I am delighted by your visit, but you should not have come, especially at this late hour. If discovered, it could arouse the Emperor's suspicion. Since Madame Fanghua learned that only a few women remained in her family, her heart had already severed ties with her imperial husband. Naturally, she became more cautious than before. Li Lizzie sat down, took Madame Fanghua's hand, and upon seeing her expression, felt a pang of sorrow. Madam, you have suffered. Madame Fanghua smiled faintly. Lizzie, you need not worry about me. In truth, I am quite well now. Furthermore, I am no longer a madam, merely He Fanghua, the mother of the crown prince. From now on, you may call me sister, just as we did in our youth. Very well, Sister Fanghua. I have long wished to visit you. Yet I have held myself back. Today, upon meeting the crown prince, he expressed his deep longing for you, which troubled my heart. Hence, I came to see you at night. I was unaware of your circumstances here, but now that I see you are well, I can assure him next time we meet. Li Lizzie, fearing Madame Fanghua's distress, refrained from mentioning the crown prince's situation. Indeed, Madame Fanghua could hardly contain herself, tears streaming down her cheeks, her heart aching. Huir, my poor Huir. Sister Fanghua, please do not be too sorrowful. The crown prince is very understanding, far more mature than his peers. This time, I may not leave the palace again. You need not worry. I will take good care of him. Li Lizzie hurried to soothe the agitated Madame Fanghua. The bond between mother and son was undeniably heart-wrenching. Madame Fanghua wiped her tears. I understand Huir's nature. He keeps everything bottled up inside, which is truly painful to think about. He is merely 8 years old, yet bears so much pressure. However, this is his fate. As a mother, I miss him dearly. Knowing you are there to look after him brings me comfort. Sister, you may rest assured with me around. At present, I am not overly concerned about the crown prince. The emperor's actions are all for his benefit, and the empress dares not create any major disturbances. As long as we remain vigilant, the crown prince will be safe. My current worry is for you, dear sister. I fear that one day the emperor, Li Lizzie, was acutely aware of the implications, and this possibility filled her with dread. If it were to occur, she would find it impossible to come to terms with facing the father she had called upon for years. Subconsciously, she would never allow harm to befall those she held dear. Madame Fanghua gave a bitter smile. This is fate. Yet, Lizzie, rest assured, I will not resign myself to it. Moreover, I believe the emperor will not act against me anytime soon. There is still much time ahead, sister. What do you mean? Lizzie, though somewhat enlightened, still struggled to grasp the specifics of Madame Fanghua's intentions. Very well, Lizzie, you have been out for quite some time. It is best you return to the palace. Here, the little servant will take good care of me. Should anything arise, I will have him convey the messages. The situation here is now under his control. Madame Fanghua refrained from elaborating further, for she understood in her heart that Xing Bang would not neglect him. And the two shared an intimacy that was unparalleled. Her faith in him was unwavering, and he served as her pillar of spiritual support. Was he truly the extravagant lord of this tumultuous chamber? Lizzie, observing the resolute confidence exuding from Madame Fanghua, chose not to inquire further. However, a fleeting thought crossed her mind. She had recently summoned Meng Yuti to discipline this extravagant scoundrel. After all the commotion, it turned out to be this mere boy. What a stroke of irony that she randomly selected him. It was indeed his misfortune for wandering about at such an ungodly hour. Madame Fanghua nodded, urging her to depart swiftly and heed her words. Lizzie, momentarily grasping a realization, was interrupted in her thoughts. After exchanging pleasantries with Madame Fanghua, she took her leave. As for the broken chain, that lad would handle it. Upon exiting, Lizzie wrapped herself anew and prepared to depart. Yet, as she passed the small courtyard, another thought struck her. Hadn't she instructed Yuti to thoroughly teach this boy a lesson? Yet, he bore no visible signs of injury. Chapter 84. The Sunflower Manual? One must not act recklessly. Lizzie briefly paused as she passed the small courtyard, then swiftly departed. Since Madame Fanghua deemed this little fellow trustworthy, there was no point in her lingering doubts. After all, it would be rather trivial to confront him with. Why were you not injured? She would not engage in such a tedious endeavor. Meanwhile, Xing Bang, who had been intently observing the outside through the window, felt a slight upturn of his lips upon noticing a fleeting silhouette. He realized Lizzie had left. Uncertain whether she would return to the courtyard, he pondered whether her departure might inadvertently lead to being caught. Now, he could finally rest easy outside. Returning to his bed, he heard a sultry voice softly sigh, followed by a voluptuous figure entwining around him. The following morning at Gongquan Palace. Yuti, be honest with me, are you concealing something? Lizzie inquired. Having returned late the previous night and unable to contain her curiosity upon Dream Yuti's early arrival at her chamber, it was indeed peculiar. What could I possibly be hiding? Your Highness? What troubles you? Dream Yuti, unaware of Lizzie's late-night visit to the violent chamber, responded. Last night, I went to visit Madame Fanghua in the violent chamber. Lizzie reflected that since she had already visited, there was no point in being evasive. Ah, Your Highness, you truly went? Dream Yuti exclaimed in surprise, not fixating on why Lizzie had not informed her of the visit, as she understood that it must have been a covert trip to avoid her interference. She quickly began to consider the implications of the princess's inquiry. Indeed, I went, and by chance, encountered that little fellow from the violent chamber. Ah, Your Highness, how could you possibly meet him in the dead of night? Dream Yuti expressed her astonishment, realizing that the situation was becoming increasingly complicated. What a coincidence it was that I ran into him, and I clearly observed that the young man's handsome face bore no trace of injury. To think he returned and deceived me. Now, do enlighten me about your relationship with him. Your Highness, I did not intend to deceive you. Very well, I shall speak candidly. I have developed a certain fondness for that little eunuch. As you mentioned, such a handsome visage, I could not bring myself to harm him, especially since I learned beforehand that the incident was not his fault. Dream Yuti realized she could no longer conceal the truth, and thus confessed. although she resolutely decided to keep the matter of losing her virtue to herself, for it pertained to that scoundrel's very life. I wondered why you appeared so listless that day. It turns out you were smitten. Your taste is rather discerning. He is indeed quite handsome. Alas, a pity that he is a eunuch. Lizzie had encountered her share of handsome men, yet upon first seeing Xing Bang, she inexplicably sensed an alluring aura about him, the nature of which she could not quite articulate. Moreover, Madame Fanghua has declared him trustworthy. With no reservations in her heart, she naturally perceives him with greater fondness. My princess, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely possess a genuine admiration. There is no need for you to explain. At your age, is it not quite natural to entertain such thoughts? Given an appropriate opportunity, I shall indeed assist you in finding a suitable match, ensuring you are splendidly married off. My princess, please do not jest at my expense. As long as you remain unmarried, you shall not expect me to wed either. Dream You Die inwardly sighed with relief, grateful that the princess did not overthink the matter. Lizzie, indeed, did not delve into deeper implications. Subconsciously, she understood that the inner palace was composed solely of women and eunuchs. Furthermore, since Madame Fanghua has stated he is a reliable individual, her heart harbored even fewer entanglements. Of course, Lizzie held great trust in Dream You Die. Her inquiries were purely born of curiosity. Well, let us conclude this matter here. Additionally, I find that little fellow quite clever. You may engage with him in the future. Yes, my princess. Dream You Die was quite aware of her princess's intentions. Since she had encountered that scoundrel in the dead of night, yet had not acted against him, she could subtly infer some information, at the very least. It was not anything nefarious. Otherwise, his head would likely have rolled. Having cultivated through the night, Xing Bang naturally returned by Ruo Shuang to her chamber before dawn. For her longing for a child was earnest, and Xing Bang exhibited utmost tenderness. With nothing else to occupy his time, Xing Bang began to consolidate his experiences to enhance his cultivation, as he had yet to utilize the 10 consecutive draws rewarded by Dream You Die. 10 consecutive draws. Ding dong. Obtain technique, Sunflower Classic. Ding dong. Gain 5,000 experience points. Ding dong. Gain 10,000 experience points. Ding dong. Obtain technique, Phoenix Dance in the 9 Heavens. To practice this skill, one must first undergo castration. Xing Bang initially believed it to be a celestial martial version of the Sunflower Classic, with those 8 significant characters emblazoned across the first page. However, to a eunuch, it was indeed a precious treasure. Perfectly, he intended for this Sunflower Classic to be cultivated by Xiao Shizi, as he aimed to gradually build his own influence. The Phoenix Dance in the 9 Heavens. He planned to have by Ruo Shuang practice, for he intended to send her out of the palace to raise children, and during these recent days of dual cultivation, she had amassed considerable energy within her, akin to a spiritual elixir for enhancing cultivation, necessitating prompt foundational refinement. Dual cultivation was naturally equivalent to months of practice, and with heightened cultivation, he would be at ease. As for Madame Fanghua, she would never resort to a life of survival outside the palace, for the time being. She had her own protection, hence there was no urgency regarding cultivation matters. In total, he had drawn 80,000 experience points. Dragon and Phoenix bestow blessings. Level 4, 160,000. Yield, 4,000 experience points per quarter hour. In recent days, he had not been idle in his cultivation, earning 32,000 experience points per hour, thus accumulating a total of 360,000 experience points. Experience balance, 454,000. It was indeed gratifying to amass such a sum. Preparing to enhance his cultivation, having consumed 50,000 experience points, one ascends from the 4th level of enlightenment, 050,000, to the 5th level, 060,000. Subsequently, after expending 90,000 experience points, one advances from the 8th level of enlightenment, 090,000, to the 9th level, 0200,000. A significant breakthrough is imminent, with the experience required doubling. Current experience balance, 104,000. Only by accumulating further experience can one aspire to the next breakthrough into the realm of enlightenment. Having arranged all of this, Xing Bang hurriedly visited by Ruo Shuang, urging her to diligently practice her techniques. He was genuinely concerned that neglecting to properly channel the energy within her might lead to unforeseen consequences. Bai Rushuang, naturally delighted, welcomed the encouragement with enthusiasm, almost feeling compelled to reward Xing Bang further. However, during the daylight hours, it was paramount to maintain composure and avoid any reckless actions. Chapter 85. The Sixth Prince Summons. Seeking amusement for him in the Taiha Hall, the conversation unfolded. Dabin, has there been any news regarding Jinger lately? In response to your majesty, a messenger just arrived from the Ministry of Revenue, reporting that the Sixth Prince has summoned that little eunuch named Xiabangzi once again. Oh, he is the extravagant fellow promoted by the Sixth Prince during our last meeting. Chao Jingchun observed the expression of Emperor Li Xian, who frowned slightly, and quickly added an explanation, recognizing that the emperor, burdened with state affairs, would hardly remember a nameless eunuch. Xing Bang had just returned to the Baosher office after a meeting with Bai Rushi when he was called to the Grand Hall of the Ministry of Revenue by a servant of the Sixth Prince, Lu Jing. It was evident that the frivolous and infatuated Sixth Prince was inquiring about Madame Fanghua. Xing Bang naturally deferred, suggesting that the prince should continue to wait. Ever since the Sixth Prince's last visit to Baosher, Emperor Li Xian had instructed Chao Jingchun to closely monitor his movements. In the vast palace, no whisper of intrigue could escape Chao Jingchun's keen ears. This ungrateful son truly gives me no peace. The emperor's expression darkened. How could the empress, wielding absolute power in the inner palace, fail to discipline her wayward son? She indulged and sheltered him, and if he were to truly cause a catastrophe, it would be. The emperor's face turned ashen, his anger boiling over. The matter of Madame Fanghua was like a thorn in his side. He longed to strike down this rebellious son, who was not only foolish but exceedingly so. However, it was fortunate that the situation was still in its nascent stages and had yet to escalate further. Of course, the emperor was aware that the Sixth Prince had privately retained several female members of the He family, even if his wayward son took a liking to them. The emperor chose to remain willfully ignorant, fearing the ill intentions behind such actions. Chao Jingchun discerned the emperor's thoughts, recognizing the multitude of concerns swirling within him. The empress's influence in the palace was formidable, yet she turned a blind eye. Her father was the current prime minister, with connections stretching across the realm. The Shao family had been a prominent lineage since the founding of the dynasty, their web of relationships intricately interwoven, where a single thread could unravel the entire tapestry. Your Majesty, do not let such worries weigh too heavily upon you. It is imperative to safeguard your health. As long as you remain in the palace, no great turmoil will arise. Ah, Dabin, you alone understand my sentiments. Chao Jingchun, ever measured in his demeanor, refrained from meddling in the emperor's familial matters. Yet he remained attuned to the emperor's thoughts. His rise to prominence and favor over decades was no mere coincidence. His loyalty to the emperor, whom he had served since childhood, was unwavering and steadfast. Your Majesty, burdened by state and family concerns, I cannot help but feel sorrow for you. As he spoke, Chao Jingchun positioned himself behind the emperor, gently massaging his shoulders to ease his tension. How could I not comprehend these matters? Yet my physical state offers little recourse. I can only hope that the 4 elders sent to the summit of Donghai might procure some miraculous elixir for me. My expectations are modest. A mere 3 to 5 additional years of life would suffice. Your Majesty, the 4 elders are indeed living deities, the very foundation upon which our great Yao rests. Within the Eastern Sea, there exist not only precious spiritual herbs, but also an abundance of wondrous beasts. I firmly believe that this time, the 4 elders will not return empty-handed. Upon hearing Chao Jingchun's words, the expression on the Tai Emperor's face brightened considerably. If it were possible to extend his life, many matters would not be so burdensome as they are now. Oh, Dabin, let us hope for such fortune. Sigh, in recent days, as I observe the Crown Prince, I find myself missing Fanghua. In comparison to the Empress, I have truly neglected her far too much. At these words, Chao Jingchun furrowed his brow, as if discerning the underlying meaning. Your Majesty, there is no need for self-reproach. As the ruler of a nation, you must consider the world at large. I am confident that regardless of your feelings towards Lady Fanghua, she would not truly resent you. Hearing this, I feel considerably relieved. The Tai Emperor exhaled deeply and gradually closed his eyes. Chao Jingchun understood the situation better, contemplating that it seemed a change was on the horizon. In the hall of the lesser court, after Xing Bang expressed the difficulties of the situation and suggested further deliberation. The sixth Prince Lu Jing felt a wave of disappointment and frustration, leading him to invite Xing Bang for drinks to ease his mind. Your Highness, I advise you to approach this matter with caution. If it reaches the Emperor's ears, it could lead to significant troubles. To be honest, little buddy, I am not foolish at all. The matter of keeping the He sisters here is something my father is undoubtedly aware of. The reason I dare to proceed is that I trust he is indifferent to it. A few women cannot stir any great turmoil. Even if I were to bring them all into my household, it would not cause any issues. After a few cups of wine, the sixth prince wore a carefree expression. You think you are quite capable, but let me be clear. If it were not for your Empress Mother, you would likely have met a dire fate for your intentions towards Lady Fanghua. Xing Bang could not help but silently curse. Though he harbored numerous concerns, he had no choice but to proceed headfirst into the fray. However, Xing Bang was acutely aware that as long as the Empress remained, the sixth prince would not dare to act overtly rebellious, and the Emperor would likely not take action against him. This conviction had solidified in him since the incident at the brothel, where Lady Fanghua was made to dance. Thus, this only emboldened Lu Jing, who developed this reckless notion. Yet fortunately, he was not entirely devoid of caution, and at least the initiative still lay within his grasp. Without a sound plan, it was best to keep him dangling for the time being. Your Highness, even so, you must not act hastily and strive to remain inconspicuous. Rest assured, I shall devise a foolproof strategy, and I will provide you with a satisfactory plan. I implore you from now on to temper your actions and redirect the attention of others. Xing Bang came to understand that the sixth prince had taken it upon himself to be the savior in this matter, rendering his words ultimately inconsequential. The sixth prince, Lu Jing, took a sip of wine, then furrowed his brow in contemplation before speaking. Little Bangzi, I understand that your intentions for me are sincere, and your words are not without merit. However, you cannot fathom the predicament I find myself in, akin to a rider unable to dismount from a tiger, as if ensnared by a spell. I am restless day and night, unable to eat or sleep, and can only drown my sorrows in drink. Your Highness, it is imperative that you compose yourself and remain calm. Do you not comprehend the adage that good things often come with trials? If something is easily attained, it is likely not the best. Xing Bang was rendered speechless. This sixth prince was indeed gravely afflicted, deeply poisoned by the treacherous Chow. Well then, little Bangzi, I shall heed your counsel, but you must offer me some suggestions. What delightful diversions might I pursue to distract myself? Allow me to forewarn you. Any talk of beautiful women is unnecessary. If I desired such, I would not need your assistance. Xing Bang smiled knowingly. As long as he complied, it would be manageable, for he possessed millennia of wisdom beyond compare. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall swiftly devise amusements the likes of which you have never encountered. Chapter 86. The Emergence of Mahjong, a Unique Delight. Very well, I shall await the outcome with great anticipation. As long as it brings joy to me, I shall comply with your arrangements. The sixth prince is inherently amusing. However, the activities I have attempted have become rather tedious. Upon hearing Xing Bang's words, my interest has undoubtedly been piqued. I am curious to discover what novel amusements he might present. When one's desires cannot be fulfilled, time indeed drags on interminably. Rest assured, Your Highness, I have long since devised a plan. I merely need to return and create the toys. Tomorrow at this hour, I shall return to accompany you in merriment. Xing Bang has long wished to devise some diversions to pass the time. It seems this opportunity has serendipitously arrived. Very well, I shall return to the residence now. I shall await you here at this same hour tomorrow. I must admit, I am quite eager to see what rare creations you will conjure. With that, the sixth prince raised his cup in a toast to Xing Bang. Indeed, Your Highness, I shall return to prepare forthwith. Off you go then. The sixth prince waved his hand, and Xing Bang turned to leave. Upon returning to the Bureau of Records, without hesitation, Xing Bang summoned several eunuchs to procure a considerable amount of bamboo from the drying grounds, intending to craft a simple set of mahjong first. These eunuchs, unfamiliar with the concept, complied with Xing Bang's instructions to cut uniform blocks. He sketched the various tile designs on paper, directing them to carve accordingly. The Bureau of Records was not lacking in pigments, and once the tiles were carved, they would simply be painted. Xing Bang aimed to create a rudimentary prototype. Although its appearance and feel would undoubtedly be coarse, he believed that once the sixth prince enjoyed playing it, he could then suggest crafting a set from jade. It would not be long before mahjong, this newfound pastime, spread throughout the realm of Diyao. That evening, at the behest of Bai Rushuang, Xing Bang summoned Nangong Shui once more, and the three of them set forth together again. Their camaraderie had blossomed since their last journey, making this expedition all the more vibrant. This time, Bai Rushuang's desires were fulfilled. She had successfully conceived, and her page within the Fanghua Baojian had transformed. A new section had emerged, the child's page. Beauty, Bai Rushuang, age, 35, status, imperial concubine, rank, beauty, strength, first level of consolidation charm, 923, enhanced temperament, max value, 100, favorability progress, 100 reward, 100 experience points hour. Offspring, in gestation, sword body, a physique blessed with sword cultivation talent, upon birth. It will naturally attract a spirit sword to acknowledge its master. Xing Bang could only exclaim, what a marvel! This child, yet to be born, is already destined to stand at the pinnacle of power. Bai Rushuang's cultivation had significantly advanced, and her overall charm had correspondingly increased. No wonder she appeared more captivating. With a child on the way, the matter of possessing the Fanghua Baojian must remain a closely guarded secret. His extraordinary cultivation method could accurately. Nevertheless, let us speak of it another day. Xing Bang has indeed become a father, and with the birth of his first child being so remarkable, one cannot help but wonder what extraordinary traits the subsequent offspring might possess. There is a certain anticipation in the air. The following day, Xing Bang, armed with the crafted mahjong, made his way to the Shaofu temple. The sixth prince, Lu Jing, arrived punctually as promised. Little Bangzi, come quickly. Allow this prince to see what peculiar trinket you have brought. Your Highness, permit me to briefly explain the rules of play. After setting the mahjong on the table, Xing Bang provided a succinct overview. The sixth prince, with his keen intellect, quickly grasped the concept. However, after fiddling with the bamboo mahjong for a moment, he frowned and remarked, Little Bangzi, this seems intriguing, yet it appears rather shabby. If others were to discover that this prince is using bamboo, they would surely laugh uproariously. I believe it would be more fitting if it were crafted from ivory, jade, or agate. Xing Bang smiled knowingly. Indeed, Your Highness. However, I thought it prudent to show you this first. If you find it enjoyable, we can certainly have a more exquisite version made. The sixth prince nodded, appreciating the sentiment. This is quite promising. I would like to have sets made from various materials. Very well, Little Bangzi, let us commence our game. It is called mahjong, correct? Yes, Your Highness. It requires 4 players, so we shall need to find 2 more participants. Finding individuals may be a challenge, but I believe a little flair would make it all the more entertaining. Your Highness, you are truly astute. Xing Bang smiled softly and whispered a few words in the sixth prince's ear. Haha, Little Bangzi, your ideas are indeed entertaining. It would hardly be worthwhile for this prince to pay for you to play. The sixth prince's spirits lifted immediately. Xiao Duzi, go fetch 2 clever-looking palace maids, preferably those with pleasing appearances and figures. Yes, Your Highness. Xiao Duzi appeared quite bewildered. Having stood by for some time without comprehending what was transpiring between his master and Little Bangzi. Before long, Xiao Duzi returned with 2 palace maids. After all, what palace could be lacking in women? The sixth prince surveyed the maids and nodded approvingly. Quite satisfactory. Let us begin swiftly. Xing Bang took a glance at the 2 maids. Indeed, Xiao Duzi had an eye for talent, as the maids boasted both beauty and charm. Subsequently, the sixth prince, Xing Bang, and the 2 lovely palace maids gathered around the table. This time, Xing Bang elaborated on the rules and gameplay in greater detail. Have you both understood? Your Highness, we comprehend. The 2 maids nodded, appearing somewhat puzzled yet intrigued. Xing Bang smiled gently. No need for concern. As long as you grasp the general idea, that's sufficient. Feel free to ask questions during the game. You will become familiar with it after a few rounds. Understood. The 2 palace maids acknowledged with a slight nod. Appearing less tense than before, the sixth prince smiled and declared, Now, let me outline the penalty for the losers. If I and Little Bangzi lose, we shall drink 3 cups of wine. As for the 2 of you, the consequence is to remove a piece of clothing. Haha. Little Bangzi's idea is quite amusing. Instantly, the faces of the 2 palace maids flushed with embarrassment, yet they dared not protest, merely nodding in agreement. Very well, let the game commence. I shall roll the dice. The sixth prince was brimming with excitement, practically dancing with delight. Under Xing Bang's guidance, the three of them clumsily grasped the cards. The rules were simple, involving a bit of strategy, and it was clear that the two palace maids would soon catch on. The first round progressed slowly, and the outcome unfolded just as Xing Bang had anticipated, resulting in one of the maids scoring against the sixth prince. Haha, I have emerged victorious. Now make haste. The sixth prince pointed at the losing maid, his laughter unabated. Your Highness, if I remove this outer garment, then... The maid stammered, her embarrassment palpable. Chapter 87. The sixth prince's unique amusement. What is this? Hurry and undress. Even if you end up with nothing left, what does it matter? Besides, you have more than one outer garment. The two maidens, oblivious to their good fortune, were honored to partake in such an exquisite game. They were urged to adhere to the rules, for the prince declared that regardless of what they chose to remove first, losing meant shedding a piece of clothing. The sixth prince, Lu Jing, was no paragon of virtue. He harbored peculiar tastes. The suggestion from Xing Bang thrilled him immensely. With no other option, the maidens complied, loosening their sashes and revealing the crimson undergarments beneath. No, you must remove everything, Lu Jing exclaimed, displeased at their hesitation. The rules were clear, and none could deviate from them. The maidens, faces flushed with embarrassment, cast aside their outer garments. Their cheeks reddened to the nape of their necks. They stood with their legs together, unsure of how to position themselves. The more they fumbled, the more Lu Jing reveled in their discomfort, his excitement palpable. Though the idea originated from Xing Bang, it was Lu Jing's first experience of such a game. He remained silent, savoring the moment. Freed from the restraints of outer clothing, the maid's figure was unveiled, easily measuring above a 34C. All right, let us reshuffle and continue. The maiden, now stripped of her outer layer, was too bashful to raise her gaze, her delicate hands clutching the cards, eliciting another bout of laughter from Lu Jing. How delightful! Little Bang, you truly are my fortunate star. I merely wish to spread this delightful game. It could become legendary. The second round concluded swiftly, with Lu Jing winning once more, though the one who sparked the loss was still the same maiden. Her lack of skill combined with her nervousness made her defeat inevitable. Your Highness, please spare me. If not, I shall be punished with 3 cups of wine, she implored, her anxiety palpable. However, Lu Jing would not relent. My rules cannot be disregarded. Swiftly, remove it. Otherwise, I shall have you punished with 20 lashes and summon someone obedient in your place. In high spirits, Lu Jing was relentless. The maiden swallowed hard, slowly shedding her undergarment, revealing her form completely. She shivered, her embarrassment evident. Even the onlooker, Xiao Duzi, watched with keen interest. Continue. The maiden, now devoid of her garments, instinctively gasped, her lips trembling. Your Highness, what shall I do if I lose again? Without a wager, how can we continue? Do not dampen my enthusiasm. Proceed. When you lose again, I shall devise another punishment. With a wave of his hand, Lu Jing signaled for the cards to be shuffled once more. A new round has commenced. Xing Bang could hardly suppress a smile, for it was the same princess as before, and now a delightful spectacle awaited. Lu Jing, with an air of curiosity, chuckled and pondered aloud. What punishment shall I devise for you? After a moment of contemplation, his face broke into a mischievous grin as he declared, Very well. I shall impose upon you the delightful task of squatting upon your chair and continuing the game. Upon hearing this, Xing Bang inwardly exclaimed in astonishment. This sixth prince certainly knew how to play, conjuring such an idea. Thus, the game continued. Ultimately, both maidens were left with naught. Lu Jing, still craving more fun, finally called a halt. That will suffice for today. We shall reconvene when I conjure an even more amusing punishment. With his spirits lifted, Lu Jing could not resist the indulgences of the banquet. However, he did not dismiss the two maidens. Instead, he allowed them to dance gracefully in the hall. Yet, unlike his usual self, he refrained from becoming inebriated, instead sending the maidens away early, thus concluding the feast. He then instructed Xiao Duzi to carry the bamboo mahjong set back to the estate. Xing Bang understood his intentions well. He was surely returning to seek skilled artisans to craft superior mahjong tiles, and subsequently, to boast to his circle of friends. Xing Bang could not help but admire the sixth prince. The maidens had remained enticing throughout, and yet this young man harbored no impure thoughts. It must be said, despite his somewhat rogue demeanor, He truly possessed a romantic heart. Days passed, and Lu Jing summoned Xing Bang no more, nor did he even visit the palace. Through his vigorous promotion, the game of mahjong swiftly spread among the nobility of the capital. The events of that day when Lu Jing and Xing Bang played mahjong in the palace, along with his recent actions, inevitably reached the ears of his father. Upon hearing this news, Lu Xian felt not anger, but rather a sense of relief. Lu Jing's leisure as a prince served as a significant comfort to his imperial father. After Lu Jing's escapades, Lu Xian even speculated whether the absurd incident regarding Madame Fanghua was orchestrated by the empress to humiliate her own son. In short, Xing Bang's antics had alleviated Lu Xian's concerns for his wayward son, to the extent that he found himself hoping Lu Jing would remain this way. During these days, Xing Bang, having nothing to occupy his time, devoted himself to cultivation. He also shared the news of Bai Rushuang's pregnancy with her. This child, possessing a unique constitution, had already manifested symptoms of morning sickness within a mere 10 days, and Bai Rushuang firmly believed in her condition. Becoming a mother transformed her. She immediately forbade any deep interactions with Xing Bang. However, he understood this was the instinctive behavior of a good mother. In the Taiha Hall, Lu Xian was engrossed in reviewing memorials when Xiao Zhengchun rushed in, flustered and breathless. Even before reaching the emperor, he exclaimed, "Your Majesty, rejoice, rejoice." Puzzled, Lu Xian furrowed his brows, intrigued by the unusual display of emotion from his minister. "Pray tell, what event has brought you such elation? I have never witnessed you in such a state before." "Your Majesty," Xiao Zhengchun continued, "the 4 elders have returned to the palace. They have procured the inner elixir of a millennia-old dragon, intending to use it as the primary ingredient for concocting a potion for you." The old servant, overwhelmed with joy, hurried to relay the news to the emperor. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian sprang to his feet, excitement coursing through him. "So, you mean to say that I have hope for longevity? At the very least, I need not worry about my life in the near future." With tears of joy streaming down his face, Xiao Zhengchun replied, "Indeed, Your Majesty, I am utterly elated." "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Long live the Emperor, for countless years." Chapter 88. The Queen with Hidden Malice in the Shining Palace. Empress Xiao sat alone in the flower hall, without even a maidservant in attendance. Her brow was furrowed, reflecting her discontent. At that moment, the chief eunuch Li Lianying returned from outside the palace and noticed his mistress's troubled demeanor. He inquired, "Your Highness, what weighs upon your heart so heavily?" Empress Xiao sighed upon seeing Li Lianying. "What else could trouble me but that ungrateful son of mine? Your Highness, the 6th prince is exceptionally bright. He is merely indulging in playfulness at this age. May I venture to ask if your distress stems from the recent revelries of the 6th prince that have become notorious across the capital? He shows no ambition, spending his days in frivolity. I am utterly consumed with worry for him. What good is it to gain His Majesty's favor if in the end he remains nothing but a languid prince? I can no longer count on him for my later years. Your Highness, I beg to differ. The 6th prince's behavior reflects his intelligence. Consider the recent matter concerning Madame Fanghua. His Majesty cannot be oblivious, and his silence likely stems from caution, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications. The 6th prince's antics may actually serve to alleviate His Majesty's suspicions. Do not attempt to console me. I understand my son's character all too well. I fear it is merely reckless abandon, devoid of any cunning thought." Although Empress Xiao spoke these words, she felt a measure of comfort within. What mother does not wish for her son to achieve greatness and cultivate virtue? She sincerely hoped that her son, whom she fretted over, would indeed progress as Li Lianying suggested. "My dear Empress, the 6th prince is still young, and the road ahead is long. Patience is essential. After all, one must preserve their health. Excessive anger can be detrimental. By the way, Li Gonggong, do you know the name of that peculiar game Jinger has been playing? Who taught him?" Empress Xiao inquired, having forgotten the name, only recalling it was something unheard of. Replying to Your Highness, "That game is called mahjong. I have investigated and found that it was presented to the 6th prince by a young lad from the Bureau of Violent Affairs." Of course, Li Lianying was aware of how the game was played that day in the Xiaofu, but he deemed it unnecessary to mention. "If it is that lad, I understand now. He is one of ours. This indicates that the young man possesses some cunning. I should seek to meet him privately. If he could offer counsel to Jinger, it would bring me some peace." "Your Highness is correct. Wu Jing holds that lad in high regard. However, things have been quiet at the Bureau of Violent Affairs lately. Hence he has not been mentioned. Empress Xiao chose not to pursue the matter further, hesitating briefly before suddenly asking, "Oh, by the way, I noticed you hurriedly returned from outside the palace. Is there something of importance you wish to report to me?" Upon hearing this, Li Lianying took a step closer and softly spoke. "Your Highness, the Prime Minister has sent you a confidential letter. This father must have something of utmost importance to convey." Xiao Ho slightly furrowed her brow and then rose directly, making her way into the inner chamber, with Li Lianying closely following behind. Upon entering the palace, Li Lianying swiftly retrieved a sealed letter from his waist. Xiao Ho accepted the letter without hesitation and opened it. After perusing its contents, her expression turned somewhat somber. Li Lianying, already perceptive, brought forth a candle, and Xiao Ho proceeded to incinerate the letter. "Li Gonggong, have you heard about the 4 esteemed elders who recently journeyed to the shores of the East Sea?" "Alas, I truly do not know," Li Lianying replied decisively, shaking his head, fully aware that something significant must have transpired. "Indeed, those 4 are akin to celestial beings. However, my father has caught wind of this news, and it appears that during their expedition to the East Sea, the 4 elders acquired the inner core of a millennium-old dragon." Upon hearing this, Li Lianying's admiration for the Prime Minister's capabilities deepened, recognizing that there were likely layers of complexity beyond her understanding. With a frown, she pondered aloud. Could it be that the 4 elders intend to concoct some elixir for the Emperor's longevity? This notion was easily conceived, especially considering the rarity of the dragon's inner core. Across the realm, only the 4 elders possessed the strength to vanquish such a formidable creature. Yet, how many seasons have these 4 celestial beings witnessed while steadfastly safeguarding the Great Zhou? Indeed, the efficacy of the dragon's inner core is beyond my need to elaborate. Father's concern lies in the possibility that, even if the Emperor's health is restored, or should he possess merely an additional 3 to 5 years of life, our situation could become untenable. What instructions does the Prime Minister have? Li Lianying, deeply entrenched in the matter, quickly grasped its implications. Xiao Ho tightened her brow, her gaze sharp as she addressed the palace gates. Father's apprehension is entirely justified. Should the Emperor recover from his critical condition, there exists a substantial likelihood that he will reminisce about the past, and, for the sake of the Crown Prince, may very well release that wretched Fanghua. If that were to occur, within this harem, she could stand in direct opposition to me. Although the He family's influence has waned, there remains the long Princess Li Lizzie, who wields actual control over the troops of the Southern King's manor. Thus, does father imply, do you comprehend? Xiao Ho refrained from stating it outright, trusting that Li Lianying would intuit her veiled message. The old servant understands. It seems the time has come for Wu Jing to brave the flames for your highness, Li Lianying responded with unwavering resolve. To prevent any leaks that might alert our adversaries, it would be prudent to wait a few days until the Emperor's health shows signs of recovery before making any decisions. However, you may instruct Wu Jing to begin preparations. The execution of this matter is entirely at his discretion, without the need to report back to me. Yes, your highness. The old servant comprehends, Li Lianying affirmed. Xiao Ho exhaled deeply, seated herself, and took a sip of tea. It seemed that a thought crossed her mind, and she murmured to herself, His Majesty is intent on hastening the marriage of that lovely girl, but I wonder if he has made a definitive decision. The old servant, Li Lianying, interjected, Your Highness, based on my understanding of the Crown Princess, I fear that no son of the esteemed families in the capital could possibly catch her eye. Otherwise, she would not have remained an old maid for so long. Xiao Ho pondered for a moment. Previously, she had not given it much thought, but now, prompted by her father's reminder, she felt that requesting His Majesty to betroth Li Ji to Jinger might indeed be a splendid choice. Chapter 89. The Queen's Illness. Indeed, the Queen's words ring true. If we could win over the princess, the 200,000 troops of the southern town would be firmly within our grasp. With the presence of the minister in the capital, it would indeed be like adding wings to a tiger. Li Lianying perceptively discerned her master's intentions. Masterly, issue the command. This palace is unwell. Xiao, the empress, was a woman of decisive action. Once an idea took root, it must be swiftly realized. Especially now that the situation was so precarious. The old servant understands. Li Lianying acknowledged with a knowing nod. In the Taiha Hall, News broke, Your Majesty. The Empress has suddenly fallen ill. It seems rather serious. She is already confined to her bed. In the palace, any disturbance was promptly reported to Chao Jingchun, particularly concerning a significant matter such as the Empress's ailment. Lu Xian furrowed his brow, silently pondering if it might be a matter of the heart. If that were the case, then he would certainly proceed to Shining Palace. After all, regardless of the truth, it would be unreasonable not to pay a visit to the Empress, especially as he had not been to Shining Palace in quite some time. Chao Jingchuan's timely report was a deliberate reminder for Lu Xian, and without further ado, he prepared to go. At Shining Palace, Your Majesty is already on his way. Li Lianying informed the ailing Empress, who lay on her bed, feigning illness. I did not expect His Majesty to arrive so swiftly. It has been ages since he last visited Shining Palace. If it were not for Jinger, I would have truly taken the time to groom myself. As she spoke, the Empress rose to the dressing table, deliberately tousling her hair further before adjusting her expression. Feigning illness is indeed an art, but for a queen well-versed in the intricacies of court intrigue, it posed little challenge. After all, His Majesty may not genuinely concern himself with the severity of her condition. The bond of marriage pales against the might of sovereignty. Thus, it is only natural for the Empress to employ her subtle strategies against him without guilt. His Majesty has arrived. Even before Lu Xian entered, Chao Jingchuan's voice announced his approach within the chamber. Li Lianying had long awaited outside, bowing as she greeted the Emperor. Your humble servant pays respects to Your Majesty. Rise, Lu Xian gestured, proceeding directly into the chamber. Chao Jingchun and Li Lianying followed closely behind. Your Majesty, you appear gravely unwell. You must take your medicine. At that moment, Lu Xian entered, and the Empress, in a fit of excitement, attempted to rise. Empress, there is no need for such formalities. Quickly, lie down. Lu Xian hastened to the bed, while a nearby maid swiftly supported the faltering Empress. Cough, Your Majesty, forgive me. My body is so uncooperative. It is of no consequence. As he spoke, Lu Xian had already seated himself beside her, lightly patting the back of the Empress's hand in a symbolic gesture of concern. Then, glancing at Li Lianying standing beside her, she inquired, What ails the Empress? Why does she appear so weak all of a sudden? Has the imperial physician paid a visit? Your Majesty, Li Lianying respectfully replied. The physician has indeed come and stated that the Empress's condition stems from excessive liver heat and emotional distress. He assured me that there is no grave ailment, and with proper care over the next few days, she shall recover. However, the Empress refuses to take her medicine, which truly worries this old servant. Empress, regardless of what troubles you, you must drink your medicine first. The Emperor insisted. Your Majesty, I. The Empress Zhao's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. Her voice choked with emotion, yet she still nodded in acquiescence. The maidservant hastily supported Empress Zhao, gently helping her consume the medicine before retreating with the bowl. Chao Jingchun and Li Lianying understood the situation and withdrew as well. Empress, what weighs upon your heart? Your Majesty, my son Jinger has been mischievous and has failed to alleviate your burdens. I often find myself restless, consumed by worry. Recently, I heard he has taken to a pastime called mahjong, causing quite a stir in the capital. This news fills me with sorrow for him. He truly is a source of heartbreak. Empress Zhao spoke candidly, her troubled expression reflecting her genuine concern for her wayward son. Empress, do not despair too deeply. Although Jinger possesses a somewhat unruly nature, he is not inherently ill-natured. With time, I shall guide and instruct him diligently. Lu Xian is not devoid of compassion. After all, he is his own flesh and blood. Upon hearing this, Empress Zhao felt a flicker of hope. It seemed that the Emperor was not truly angered by Jinger's antics, which was indeed a positive sign, yet it also served as a bitter reminder of her own position. The legitimate second son, as long as he does not commit any grave transgressions, seems free to act as he wishes. This thought stirred her frustration. She could sense the Emperor's disregard for her son, his focus solely on the crown prince. Thank you, Your Majesty. I hope Jinger can appreciate your concerns and amend his ways, engaging in more respectable pursuits. Despite harboring numerous grievances, Empress Zhao could only conceal them within her heart. Empress, focus on your recovery. In due time, I shall summon Jinger to admonish him appropriately. Your Majesty, there is one matter I wish to bring to your attention. Noticing the Emperor's intent to depart, Empress Zhao quickly addressed the pressing issue. Speak your mind. Empress, I shall ponder any matters within my power. Your Majesty, Jinger has reached the age for marriage, and I have been greatly concerned about this. However, he has been willful and has yet to express interest in anyone. Only today did I realize he has taken a liking to the girl Lizzie. The emperor immediately furrowed his brow. Empress Xiao continued, this news indeed surprises me. While I hold Lizzie in high regard, I had not considered this possibility, trusting in your judgment. However, now that Jinger has shown interest, I believe it may indeed be a fitting match. With Lizzie by his side to guide him, I am confident Jinger will soon find his path and alleviate your worries. Beyond that, I ask for nothing more. The Queen's words contain a semblance of truth. I have pondered this matter as well. However, you are aware of Li Huan's temperament. Just because Jinger harbors such intentions, it does not grant me the authority to decide, nor would I wish to impose any indignity upon Li Huan. Lucien had already contemplated this aspect and resolutely dismissed it. Such occurrences must never transpire. Your Majesty, no matter how flawed Jinger may be, he is still your own flesh and blood. Although Li Huan holds the title of princess, she remains merely a foster daughter, ultimately a subject of the imperial court. If Jinger were to take her as a consort, it would in no way tarnish her dignity. Hearing this, Xiaohou felt a surge of discomfort. No matter how delicately it was phrased, the implication was clear. Her son was inadequate and entirely unworthy of Li Huan. Your Majesty, such remarks may be a trifle excessive. What would Li Huan think if she were to overhear this? Lucien scoffed softly. Your Majesty, I harbor no ulterior motives. I am aware that Li Huan has yet to find someone to cherish. Regardless of her feelings towards Jinger, does his status not reflect the imperial family's favor towards her? Xiaohou mused, thinking that since the conversation had reached this point, she might as well speak plainly. Chapter 90. Are you hinting at something? Xiaohou's implication was clear. Since Lizzie had no one she cherished and wished for her to marry soon, who could be more suitable than my Jinger? Empress, I have my own views regarding Lizzie's affairs. You need not concern yourself. Lucien, understanding Xiaohou's meaning, acknowledged the reasonableness of her words. However, he had already formulated his plans and did not intend to disclose them just yet, opting instead to assert the emperor's authority. Your Majesty, I am the Empress. Is not Lizzie's marriage a matter within the harem? If your Majesty has any intentions, please speak plainly. I shall comply. Xiaohou was determined to fight for her son. Having said nothing improper, she could even depose me as Empress. At worst, I could simply avoid entering Shining Palace in the future. Moreover, what significance would there be in coming here anyway? Lucien began to comprehend. Feigning illness was a guise, but inciting his ire was genuine. Yet he found himself powerless against her. Empress, are you suggesting that I must betroth Lizzie to Jinga? I would not dare. I merely find it perplexing. This appears to be a match that anyone would deem excellent. Why does your Majesty disallow it? Xiaohou was resolute in her belief that she was blameless, refusing to yield without a satisfactory reply. What a splendid match. Might I inquire, Empress, do you harbor no personal motives? I would not deceive your Majesty. I indeed possess personal motives, but merely as a mother wishing for her son's advancement. Lucien let out a bitter smile. Empress, you have truly opened my eyes today. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. As an emperor, even if he harbored doubts, he could not voice them. Your Majesty, please pardon my transgressions. I ask for your understanding of my earnest intentions, if only for my poor. As she spoke, Xiaohou covered her face and began to weep. Very well, Empress, this is not a trivial matter. Allow me to consider it carefully. Lucien, recalling his deceased firstborn son, felt a pang of sorrow. He had cherished that boy, and had he lived, many issues might have been avoided. Thank you for your understanding. Your Majesty, Xiaohou realized she could no longer press the matter. Achieving this tentative conclusion was no small feat, and she felt a degree of satisfaction. Thus, the hope for Jinger to marry Lizzie was considerably brightened. I am somewhat fatigued. I shall return to the palace now. Empress, please take care of yourself. Farewell, Your Majesty. Lucien seized the opportunity to depart. Xiaohou felt a twinge of resentment. After such a short time, he was already weary. Life in the harem was truly. Though she projected strength, she remained an ordinary woman of a passionate age. Even though she feigned illness, the physician's diagnosis was not incorrect. It was merely a surging of liver fire and pent-up emotions. Alas, she thought, I must not dwell on it. At that moment, Li Lianying brought over a cup of jasmine tea. Xiaohou was indeed quite parched and raised the cup, drinking nearly half of it. The emperor had not consented to Jing'er's matter, leaving me puzzled about his true intentions. However, I have certainly pressed the emperor hard this time, and I expect this issue will soon come to light. The emperor, known for his suspicious nature, is difficult to read in the current circumstances. Li Lianying shook his head. I refuse to believe that anyone else in this realm, besides the crown prince, could possess the esteemed status of my Jing'er. No, it couldn't be. Could the emperor be considering making that charming girl a consort for the crown prince? Xiaohou inadvertently mentioned the crown prince and suddenly contemplated this possibility. Though the crown prince is merely 8 years old, it is not entirely implausible, for if the eldest princess were to become his consort, the crown princess position would indeed be further solidified. Li Lianying's mind raced. After a moment of introspection, Xiaohou exhaled deeply. Upon careful consideration, it seems the emperor has this thought in mind, and I now comprehend that he is truly earnest in his intentions, seeking a final protector for the crown prince. Observing Xiaohou deep in thought, Li Lianying chose not to intrude. Li Gonggong, you must discreetly visit the Baosher Bureau at once and relay the plan to Wu Jing, he instructed. Meanwhile, Lu Xian, after leaving Shining Palace, was also grappling with this matter. Dabin, I can wait no longer. Summon Lizzie immediately. I must settle her relationship with the crown prince. Lu Xian resolved firmly throughout his journey, growing more resolute in his plans. Yes, your majesty, this old servant will personally attend to it. Chao Jingchun understood the gravity of the situation. In the Baosher Bureau, within the chambers of Madame Fanghua. Sister, how did you arrive here? It's been so long, and this scoundrel never told me. Bai Rushuang exclaimed, fiercely pinching Xing Bang before rushing forward to embrace Madame Fanghua. Although younger than Madame Fanghua, her rank was lower, thus she addressed her as sister according to palace customs. Do not blame him. I instructed him not to inform you, wishing to spare you the worry over my affairs. Madame Fanghua seemed to grasp Xing Bang's intentions. Their bond had flourished behind palace walls, and after a long separation, they shared a knowing smile before parting. Xing Bang had also planned to escort Bai Rushuang out of the palace, hence arranging their meeting. See how well I have taken care of Rushuang. I hope I have lived up to your expectations. Sister, look at this rascal, truly taking advantage while pretending to be virtuous. Bai Rushuang shot a glance at Xing Bang. Madame Fanghua smiled gently. Rushuang, seeing you in this state brings me great joy. To be honest, I find myself somewhat envious of you. Bai Rujing naturally understood Madame Fanghua's predicament. After all, she was not as unburdened as Bai Rujing. Her homeland had long since perished, leaving her with only Xing Bang as her sole support. She refrained from saying much, merely offering a comforting pat on Madame Fanghua's hand. Well, after leaving the palace, live well. I believe with him by your side, you shall not feel lonely. Madame Fanghua cast a glance at Bai Rujing's belly and then at Xing Bang, continuing, with him around, you need not worry about me. I am confident that we will meet again. Oh dear, such tender sentiments. From the gaze of a certain enchanting beauty, I detect a lingering reluctance. Xing Bang jested with a grin, immediately feeling a pinch at his waist, showing no inclination to evade it. Why do you enjoy this torment so? Madame Fanghua teased Bai Rujing with a smile. Ah, you have truly changed. Your face radiates happiness, transforming you into quite the little woman. Xing Bang chuckled, wrapping his arm around Madame Fanghua's slender waist, asking playfully, should I take this to mean you are hinting at something? Chapter 91. Li Lizzie receives the heavenly mandate. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Li Lizzie bowed before the emperor. Your Majesty, I pay my respects. Rise, the emperor commanded. Lizzie, do you harbor any concerns? Lu Xian hastily urged the kneeling Li Lizzie to stand, yet he could not help but furrow his brow slightly, pondering the discontent that seemed to trouble her. The girl was acting so distant, even omitting the title of father when addressing him. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it, aware of his own selfish inclinations. Her reservations were, after all, quite reasonable, considering she was not his own blood. Li Lizzie was indeed unsettled, not merely regarding her own marriage, but also due to the matters concerning Lady Fanghua and the crown prince, as well as the affairs of the He family. These weighed heavily on her heart, and had created a rift with the father who had raised her for so many years. Although she felt her behavior was unbecoming, she found little to explain. Enough, Lizzie. I understand your thoughts. You have been troubled by these matters for days. Today, I wish to have a candid discussion with you. Please, speak, father. Lizzie sensed that this audience was different from the past and yearned for a resolution. The ambiguity of her situation had become increasingly uncomfortable. Lucien sighed. I know you are proud and hold disdain for anything less than exceptional. However, you must remember that you are a woman. Despite my desire to secure a satisfactory future for you, you are not an ordinary girl. There are many matters beyond my control, and I hope you can empathize with my feelings. Father, I understand. I recognize your intentions. Regardless of your decisions, I shall abide by them. Lizzie had long come to terms with this. Since she had no affections to bind her, it was wiser to comply with the arrangements. Any further obstinacy on her part could jeopardize not only her own happiness, but could also lead to greater calamity. Lizzie, I am pleased to hear you say this. Over the years, I have sometimes indulged your whims, with your well-being in mind. However, circumstances have changed. I am no longer young, and my health is deteriorating, as you have observed. Therefore, I must hasten to arrange the necessary matters, lest I find it difficult to depart this world peacefully. Father, I understand. I truly do. Please, instruct me as you see fit. As Lizzie gazed at Lucien, whose eyes were slightly red, her heart ached. No one is without feelings. Very well. Lizzie, listen closely. I have decided to betroth you to the Crown Prince. Upon hearing this, Lizzie's expression turned to one of shock. She had considered many suitors, even the sixth prince, yet this was the last outcome she had anticipated. Father, but he is only 8 years old. Lizzie, I am aware of your affection for the Crown Prince. You have always regarded him as a younger brother. However, entrusting him to you gives me peace of mind. Do you understand? But Lizzie furrowed her brow, grasping her father's intentions, yet the notion felt profoundly awkward. I had already contemplated this matter, yet I wished to reflect further. However, I shall speak candidly. Today, the Empress advised me to betroth you to Xing, which is why I am hastening to finalize this arrangement. Only in this manner will the Empress have no grounds for dissent. Father, I shall comply with your wishes. Lizzie pondered for a moment. With matters having reached this point, she understood the implications and felt there was no room for hesitation, especially since she held no regard for Lu Jing. Very well, I shall abide by the imperial command. After all, I have always wished to protect the Crown Prince, and perhaps this is my destined path. Very well, I shall announce this matter publicly at tomorrow's court assembly and instruct the Ministry of Rights to expedite the preparations, subsequently proclaiming it far and wide. Lucien felt a weight lift from his heart, confident that none among the court would dare voice opposition. Yet, Father, is this matter not somewhat unjust to the Crown Prince? After all, he is only 8 years old, and such matters. Lizzie, having made her decision, would not waver. The obedient and sensible Crown Prince would surely acquiesce. Still, she felt a twinge of reluctance, fearing that he might later regret this arrangement. Lucien smiled gently. Lizzie, you need not worry. I believe that when Huir matures, he will certainly appreciate my decision made today. Though he is merely 8 years of age, he possesses exceptional wisdom and a strong sense of self. Shall I summon him now to ask for his opinion? No, Father. Lizzie quickly waved her hand, imagining the embarrassment of discussing such matters in front of a mere child. Then it is settled. Yes, Father. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. With a look of delight, Lucien waved her off, and Lizzie exited, relieved to be free from such concerns. Fortunately, this was merely a betrothal. The actual wedding would not occur for at least 5 years, when the Crown Prince reaches 13. What might transpire in the future is uncertain. Well, I suddenly feel rather fatigued. I shall return to my chamber. Bai Rushuang chuckled lightly before turning to depart. Madame Fanghua shot a disapproving glance at Xing Bang. You. Truly, how can this be permitted? What? Am I not allowed? Xing Bang feigned pulling her closer. Well, we must wait until evening, I suppose. Xing Bang observed Bai Rushuang's graceful departure and asked, Did you hear what your sister Fanghua mentioned just now? Bai Rushuang turned back, giggling. You are simply imagining things. Xing Bang pouted and playfully pinched Madame Fanghua's rear. All right, off you go to your respective homes. How annoying. It's broad daylight. Hurry back. Madame Fanghua instinctively gasped and shot a glare at Xing Bang. Sister, I shall take my leave now. When that day arrives, let us converse at length. Despite the playful banter, Bai Rushuang is not devoid of discretion, and she remains mindful of the appropriate boundaries. She is acutely aware of Madame Fanghua's circumstances. However, there is no need for persuasion, as she would never abandon this place. All she can do is silently pray for peace. Xing Bang placed a gentle kiss on Madame Fenghua's cheek and escorted Bai Rushuang back to her chamber before returning to the office. The time to send Bai Rushuang out of the palace is fast approaching, and caution is paramount during this period. Brother Bang, you have returned. I have already grasped the game of mahjong with my sisters Fengyi and Fengjiao. Would you join us for a round? Very well. Let me see the skills you three have honed over the past few hours. Xing Bang took a seat without hesitation. After all, the initial idea of creating mahjong was to alleviate boredom, and it was only natural for him to share this pastime with them at the earliest opportunity. Chapter 92. What are you doing, you dead girl? However, while indulging in play, it is imperative to introduce a stake. Otherwise, the amusement loses its charm. And you would not engage earnestly in the game. Do you understand? Well then, what shall we use as stakes? Li Xiaowan initially clapped her hands in excitement. But the next moment her brow furrowed in contemplation, struggling to determine what could serve as a stake. Let me ponder for a moment. Xing Bang stroked her chin, finding herself in a bit of a conundrum. She was inclined to suggest a forfeit similar to the last time, where the loser would remove an article of clothing, yet it was clear that such an action would be inappropriate in front of the three of them. Nonetheless, there was no cause for disappointment. The right moment would eventually present itself. How about this? Instead of gold or silver, the losers can choose between a truth or a dare. The loser can select either option, while the winner poses the question. If it is a self-drawn card, then the winner must ask all three losers. Did you understand? An idea struck Xing Bang, and she found this to be a relatively meaningful twist. The three girls, having never played this game before, listened intently and unanimously agreed. For them, feeling somewhat bored, this undoubtedly promised to be an entertaining venture, stirring immense curiosity. All right, let us begin then. Playing a little mahjong during work hours isn't against the law, is it? Rolling the dice, drawing the tiles. The three young ladies truly immersed themselves in learning, displaying commendable proficiency. In the first round, Xing Bang was dealt an exceptional hand and swiftly won by self-draw. Truly, one's thoughts manifest into reality. She had entered the game hoping to win and ensure that the three girls would lose, alleviating any concern of them feeling incapable and opting out of the game. Well then, you three have lost, and each shall face a consequence. Feng Yi, being the eldest, you shall commence. Truth or dare? I choose truth. He Fengyi, somewhat bewildered, selected truth, having grasped the surface meaning, yet as a newcomer to the game. She was uncertain of what to expect, instinctively feeling that a dare would perhaps pose a greater challenge. Is there someone you admire? This. Can a maiden who is yet to be wed be asked such things? He Fengyi's face flushed crimson, entirely caught off guard. Games are meant for enjoyment. To relish the experience, one must shed unnecessary constraints, but honesty is paramount. No deceit allowed. Otherwise, speaking falsehoods might just lead to unforeseen consequences, and moreover, no one would mock you. Xing Bang exchanged a knowing smile, anticipating such a reaction. Having deliberately chosen a particularly sensitive topic to serve as a gentle warning for Li Xiaowan and He Fengjiao. However, aside from He Fengyi's nervousness, He Fengjiao's anxious countenance had turned pale, while Li Xiaowan, with her innocent and playful spirit, was not tense but rather exhilarated, finding the game to be quite entertaining. Perhaps because she harbored no secrets whatsoever. My father once arranged a marriage for me, but due to unforeseen family circumstances, it has now fallen through. Have you ever met your fiancé? No. Xing Bang pondered this, and, being somewhat curious, inquired further. How can you claim someone is your heart's desire when you have never even seen their face? Yet, I have no other option. It is not to say one must always speak the truth. I merely think that once I am promised to someone, I would be bound to remain loyal to that family for a lifetime, rendering them my sole beloved. However, that is now impossible. I simply wish to speak honestly, fearing that it may truly come to pass. After expressing this, He Fengyi felt a twinge of impropriety and quickly added a clarification. Xing Bang's earlier mix of bluster and cunning had indeed been somewhat effective. He was genuinely concerned that his fabrications might come true, and He Fengyi's implication was that she feared she might never find her true love in the future. Very well, Fengyi, although it seems somewhat forced, your sincerity is commendable, and I shall let it pass. In that moment, He Fengyi let out a sigh of relief. Fengjiao, it's your turn. How will you choose? I will choose a great adventure, she replied. He Fengjiao, being of a gentle disposition, appeared even more anxious than her sister. opting for the daring choice. She must have thought that revealing heartfelt truths was far too daunting. However, Xing Bang refrained from voicing the same question to her. How could he possibly put her in such a predicament? Let me think. How about you sit on my lap for a moment? It is improper for men and women to be so close. He Fengjiao's face turned crimson, her voice barely above a whisper, and she dared not lift her gaze. It was merely a game, not an intentional trial of her discomfort. Since it was an adventure, it naturally required a certain level of challenge. Should I repeat what you just told your sister? As it was her first time playing this game, he did not wish to make it too difficult for her. Merely sitting for a moment would suffice. Well, I will give it a try. He Fengjiao hesitated, torn, yet ultimately acquiesced. After all, she was a young lady from a distinguished family, and having agreed to partake, she must accept the consequences of losing. Though it was indeed quite embarrassing, she could not shy away from trying her best. Blushing fiercely, she gradually approached Xing Bang, took a deep breath, and slowly sat down. Goodness! She is closing her eyes. In her eagerness, she nearly collapsed onto Xing Bang's lap. Yet, who was Xing Bang? He would not allow such a thing to happen. With swift reflexes, he caught her by the waist. You. He Fengjiao felt a strong hand encircle her waist, her head buzzing in surprise. Xing Bang smiled gently, offering no hesitation as he swiftly helped her regain her footing. She wobbled slightly, but hurried back to her seat. The He sisters were indeed quite amusing. Oh, finally it's my turn. This is truly delightful. Li Xiaowan gazed at Xing Bang, as if urging him to ask the question without delay. Truth or dare? Xing Bang was nearly brought to laughter by the charm of this spirited girl. Dare. Xiaowan. May I ask why you chose dare? Because I think dares are far more entertaining. Li Xiaowan seemed to have come to a realization, showing no signs of hesitation. Then come and kiss me, she said. Xing Bang pondered that he could not simply opt for a hug. Such a simple gesture would likely not satisfy this spirited girl. All right. Li Xiaowan stood up, readily agreeing, and approached Xing Bang with a cheerful smile. There was none of the shyness and bashfulness typical of the He sisters. Could this be what is termed as the fearless ignorance of youth? Suddenly, he recalled Li Xiaoyao and Zhao Linger. However, while Li Xiaowan was indeed as pure and innocent as Zhao Linger, she was significantly older. Brother Bang, where do you want me to kiss you? Upon reaching Xing Bang, Li Xiaowan paused, uncertain of her next move. You have chosen this yourself. Kiss wherever you wish. Very well, Brother Bang, I shall begin. Xing Bang was enveloped by a sweet fragrance, followed by a taste as delightful as spring water. Li Xiaowan, you mischievous girl, what are you doing? At that moment, a sharp voice from outside shattered the tranquility within the room. Chapter 93. Indeed, women thrive on flattery. Xing Bang's head buzzed in disbelief. Was it truly this melodramatic? The person before him was none other than Li Xiaowan's fiery mother, Nangong Shui. Nangong Shui, what brings you here so unexpectedly? Are you looking for me or for Xiaowan? Xing Bang turned around only to realize that the mischievous girl had already vanished. Upon hearing Nangong Shui's voice, he instinctively jumped back like a mouse startled by a cat. You little brat, stand right there. At that moment, Li Xiaowan had already dashed back into the house. Nangong Shui glanced at the He sisters, shot a glare at Xing Bang, and with a cold huff, turned to leave. Fengjiao, our fun ends here for today. Rest assured, I shall ensure you have your chance for revenge. With that, Xing Bang hurried after her. Sis, do you think this Li Gonggong is intentionally taking advantage of us? Did we fall for it on purpose? I can't say if it was intentional, but one thing is certain. Wei suffered a great loss, and she has escaped. After Xing Bang left, the two sisters muttered to each other. Nangong Shui, slow down. It's not as you think. No need for explanations. Do you think I'm unaware of your little tricks? Don't follow me, or I might take action. Nangong Shui shook off Xing Bang's hand, fuming as she continued onward, showing no sign of stopping. Come on, then. Hit me a few times to vent your anger. You think I wouldn't dare? Nangong Shui halted, raising her hand, while Xing Bang boldly leaned forward, presenting his face. She instinctively glanced around, then retracted her hand, opting to sprint back to her room instead. Xing Bang chuckled to himself, despite her fury. This woman still knew how to preserve her man's dignity. Upon entering her room, Nangong Shui turned her back on Xing Bang. Nangong Shui, don't be upset. We were merely playing around. Who knew that Xiaowan would be so reckless? I thought a little peck wouldn't matter, yet she took it too far. To be honest, even if you hadn't come, I was already planning to give Xiaowan a lesson. Ugh, you truly infuriate me. Xing Bang stood before Nangong Shui, observing her chest rise and fall, clearly seething with anger. All right, do not be angry. I meant no harm. It was merely childish play. Let go of me. Humph, Shaoan may be thoughtless, but are you not as well? It's clearly your fault. Wicked scoundrel. Nangong Shui pushed against Xing Bang's arms that encircled her waist, filled with reproach, though certain words lingered unspoken. Words like ill-intentioned seemed inappropriate, for he was still her man, the very one she cherished. To utter such would be to condemn her own judgment. Nangong Shui, I swear on my conscience, I truly had no such intentions. Even if you allowed it, I would still have to think it over, wouldn't I? Nangong Shui found herself at a loss for words, expressing her dissatisfaction with a firm grip. I was merely making an analogy. Please, do not be upset. Calm down. Is this how one makes comparisons? She retorted. Warner is still just a child, and I will not permit you to lead her astray. Very well, I shall regard her as a child from now on. Do you truly believe I am the world's foremost villain? Xing Tong, understanding Nangong Shui's sentiments, decided it would be prudent to temper his words in the future. In truth, he harbored no malicious intentions towards the innocent and delightful Li Shaoan. She could be quite mischievous, albeit in a rather innocent manner. I did not say that. You finished my words for me. All right. I am no longer angry. It was merely a misunderstanding. Upon noticing that Nangong Shui had calmed down, Xing Tong pulled her closer into his embrace. What a foolish notion. If I catch you leading Warner astray again, I shall turn you into a true eunuch. Heavens! Such a woman's heart can be truly venomous. But should I indeed become a eunuch, I wonder if you would weep for me? If you are so inclined, shall we put it to the test? A test, you say? Do you think I am intimidated? Indeed, women often require a gentle coaxing. Xing Tong, sensing that Nangong Shui's ire had dissipated, swiftly swept her into his arms. You scoundrel! Release me at once. What do you intend to do? You are precisely what I say you are. Are you not afraid Warner will come over? That would be splendid. It presents a perfect opportunity to educate the child. As night fell, the tempest began to subside. In her guilt, Li Shaoan would think twice before daring to approach. However, under Nangong Shui's urging, Xing Tong hurried back to check on matters. Upon returning to the office, Li Shaoan inquired, Brother Bang, where have you been for so long? Oh, your mother is indeed quite upset this time. I merely went to persuade her. Is she well now? She won't be coming to scold me, will she? Li Shaoan released the mahjong tiles in her hands, rising swiftly and instinctively glancing outside. Xing Tong chuckled knowingly. My dear girl, your heart is truly vast. The two sisters, He Fengyi and her sibling, had long set aside their mahjong, and upon hearing Xing Tong's words, they blushed in embarrassment. Well, since you ran away, who wouldn't he seek revenge? Li Shaoan candidly voiced the collective sentiment. What? Are you three contemplating a night raid? Ah, I nearly forgot the main matter. Just now, Lord Wu sent someone to invite you for drinks, declaring he would wait for you regardless of how late it may be. Li Shaoan's face brightened, though she quickly smacked her forehead. Wu Jing, why is this old eunuch suddenly seeking me out with such courtesy? Very well, you may continue your mahjong studies. When time permits, I shall ensure you have the chance to fulfill your desires. Hee, that's splendid. Just as Xing Bang was about to turn away, he paused and turned back. By the way, Shaoan, I forgot to tell you that your mother is no longer angry. Rest assured, she will not scold you. But she did ask me to have a good talk with you. Li Shaoan stuck out her tongue and mumbled softly, what is there to discuss? Aren't we merely having some fun? Besides, Sister Feng Jiao even sat on my lap. Sister Shaoan, how did I become involved in this? Feng Jiao interjected. How about I mention this to Brother Bang and include you in our conversation? It would be nice to have some company. He Feng Jiao. Xing Bang chuckled and quickened his pace towards the medical office. To be frank, he no longer felt the same trepidation towards Wu Jing as he had in the past. After Xiao Nyozi's demise, another clumsy little chubby fellow had emerged. This clearly indicated that this old eunuch was intentionally selecting those around him without much intelligence. Upon his arrival, Wu Jing immediately stood up, exhibiting an oddly polite demeanor. Little Bang, please take your seat. We have been waiting for you. Xing Bang glanced at the lavish spread of food and drink on the table and smiled slightly. Wu Gonggong, what momentous occasion are you celebrating today? Little Bang, it's not a celebration on our part, but rather your good fortune, as this feast is a reward from Her Majesty the Empress. Me? Wu Gonggong. You must be jesting. Xing Bang expressed his confusion. We are not joking. Do you remember the trinket you presented to the sixth prince a while back? That thing called mahjong? You are not an outsider. At the very least, the sixth prince is no longer causing a ruckus in the palace. And I have heard that His Majesty is quite pleased. Don't you think that is an achievement? Xing Bang coughed lightly. I merely wish to alleviate the burden of my lord. I never thought too much of it. All right, enough talk. Let us toast to you. The gong is too kind. I toast you. Xing Bang raised his cup and clinked it with Wu Jing's, then drank it all in one go. The chubby fellow hurriedly poured more wine for Wu Jing and then filled a cup for Xing Bang. Xing Bang cast a subtle glance at the chubby fellow. If he were not overly cautious, this lad might find himself in serious trouble. He had just arrived, and discussing such private matters in his presence was not a good omen. After a few rounds of drinks, Wu Jing addressed him, Little Bang. From the moment you entered the palace until now, how do you feel we have treated you? The gong has shown me immense kindness. I shall never forget it in this lifetime. Finally, they were getting to the crux of the matter. It seemed this was not merely a simple invitation to drink. Wu Jing raised his cup once more and clinked it with Xing Bang's. Well, since that is the case, let us speak plainly. The adage to train soldiers for 1,000 days is to use them for a moment rings true. Ultimately, the favors we receive are bestowed by Her Majesty the Queen. Now, the Queen has entrusted us with a monumental task. Should we succeed, we shall be hailed as significant contributors to the glory of both Her Majesty and the sixth prince. As for me, having aged, I am indifferent to accolades. I merely wish to repay Her Majesty's kindness. However, you, dear lad, surely have a bright and promising future ahead. Your Excellency, I comprehend all of this. Please, state your business directly, replied Xing Bang without hesitation, knowing that it was prudent to agree before deliberating further. Excellent. I knew I had not misjudged you. You are indeed a remarkable individual. With that, Wu Jing raised his cup and shared another drink with Xing Bang. Young lad, I wish for you to persuade Madame Fanghua to take her own life. Your Excellency, are you jesting? Xing Bang was taken aback, unable to fathom that the Queen would risk such a perilous order against Madame Fanghua. The shock caused the plump boy to drop the wine jug, shattering it upon the floor as he hurriedly attempted to clean up the mess. There is no need to tidy up. Simply fetch a new jug, Wu Jing instructed. Yes, Your Excellency. Before the boy could reach the door, Wu Jing swiftly approached him from behind and struck him sharply on the back of the head. With a thud, the boy collapsed, having met his demise. You see, young lad, I have little patience for disobedient servants, and I detest clumsy ones even more. Wu Jing remarked without a glance at the fallen boy, his tone almost playful. A fine tactic, indeed, a warning to others. Yet, at this moment, Xing Bang felt no fear. He could easily eliminate Wu Jing without a trace of pressure. However, unless absolutely necessary, he could not act against him, lest he become the prime suspect. Fear not, young lad. I know you are intelligent and have remained steadfastly loyal. I trust you shall not disappoint us, Wu Jing continued. Your Excellency, should you give an order, I will face any peril without hesitation. Yet, to speak candidly, Madame Fanghua is the esteemed mother of the Crown Prince. If she were to die mysteriously, there would undoubtedly be a rigorous investigation from above. My life may be worthless, but should this implicate the Queen, I would die with a heavy heart, Xing Bang thought, contemplating how to stall Wu Jing while seeking clarity on the matter. Wu Jing nodded. Once you ascend to the position of a noble, it seems you have indeed matured. I comprehend your reasoning. However, the Queen is even more astute. Having made such a resolute decision, she must have prepared thoroughly. Thus, it is best not to overthink this. Trust in the Queen's judgment and her commitment to safeguard us. Then, Your Excellency, as I lack experience in such matters, I humbly request your guidance to prevent any oversights. Xing Bang thought to himself, cursing Wu Jing as a wily old fox, realizing that he had unwittingly boxed himself into a corner with his words. Wu Jing let out a faint chuckle, deeming the task simple. Just find 2 assistants from the brothel. And how to explain their involvement is something I need not elaborate on. Then, simply strangle Lady Fanghua in her chamber. Allow me to impart a stark truth. Do you truly believe His Majesty sent Lady Fanghua here with the intention of allowing her to leave alive? It is merely a matter of time. Damn it, he really considers me expendable. What a clever little scheme, assigning me the entire task, while I must also dispose of the 2 helpers. Quite the plan indeed. Should anything go awry, it would be a matter of watching the aftermath unfold. In light of this, I shall heed your instructions, my lord. Very well, I grant you 2 days. My little pawn, remember this, such a significant matter. If Lady Fanghua does not perish, then both of us shall meet our demise together. Wu Jing solemnly patted Xing Bang's shoulder. Damn it. I truly wish to strike you dead right now, you insufferable fool. My lord, rest assured I understand. Let us speak of other matters. Come. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. By the way, the 2 young ladies from the He family that the 6th prince instructed you to bring back. Upon the completion of this task, the empress will reward you handsomely. In due time, you shall receive a grand estate outside the palace, and you will truly become a master in your own right. Wu Jing embellished the tale further. That said, it is indeed possible for an ordinary eunuch to devote himself wholeheartedly. However, your calculations are flawed. I am not an ordinary person. Use you? I appreciate your good intentions, my lord. I shall certainly do my utmost for the empress. Just wait and see. I will exert every ounce of strength I possess. Excellent, splendid. Let us drink. After consuming several more cups, Xing Bang pretended to be intoxicated and departed. However, once outside the courtyard, he did not leave, but concealed himself nearby. If I were to eliminate this old eunuch Wu Jing right now, at such a critical moment, he would surely not suspect that I possessed the capability to do so. Yet he would undoubtedly suspect a connection between me and Lady Fanghua. Fearing that the news would leak, he might then take the initiative and eliminate Wu Jing preemptively, particularly since Lady Fanghua has the support of Princess Li Lizzie. Hidden in the shadows, Xing Bang contemplated whether to strike now. If I do not act now, I will face insurmountable difficulties in 2 days. Wu Jing is bound to silence me, and I would have to eliminate him regardless, leading to a situation that may prove even riskier than the present. Chapter 94. Dream of the Rain Butterfly. In the early morning, after a brief moment of contemplation, Xing Bang decided to return home. Noting that the lights in Wu Jing's residence had been extinguished, perhaps it was prudent to wait a bit longer. After all, 2 days could bring unforeseen changes. If all else failed, he resolved to eliminate Wu Jing, that old scoundrel, for daring to covet his woman. Such transgressions would not go unpunished. As he passed by Madame Fanghua's chamber, Xing Bang took her back to his modest courtyard, finding solace in her presence within his own quarters. What is it today? Do you find my room unworthy? He jested, sensing her discontent. I can only imagine your grievances if I were to neglect you this evening. As if I couldn't survive without you. By the way, sister, can you fathom why I returned so late? He inquired playfully. What is the matter? Madame Fanghua nestled into his embrace, fully aware that Xing Bang had no intention of concealing anything from her. She was not the fragile woman one might assume. Instead, she was strong-willed and resolute. He had refrained from discussing the matters at hand earlier, not wishing to spoil the pleasant atmosphere. But now he deemed it suitable for a private conversation. That old rascal Wu Jing received an edict from the empress, requiring me to. Xing Bang's hand tightened around Madame Fanghua. Clearly, something significant was afoot in the palace. Otherwise, the empress would not have been so cautious. The emperor might eventually decree my demise, yet he would never permit such a situation to unfold without thorough investigation. Indeed, granting me only 2 days suggests a desire to avoid prolonged uncertainty, he mused, admiring Madame Fanghua's unflappable demeanor, perhaps a testament to her fortitude forged through adversity. Yet, the specifics eluded him. Ever since Huir was proclaimed crown prince, the empress had ceased to wish well for their mother-son duo. Alas, I find myself envious of a life of tranquil simplicity. However, I entrust this matter to you. Should you falter, the empress will undoubtedly hold you accountable. Since the situation has arisen, we cannot remain idle. The only course of action is for you to find a way to inform Li Ji of this news tomorrow. She may possess insights that could prove invaluable. Madame Fanghua pressed closer against Xing Bang's chest, understanding his motives for bringing her here. His genuine care warmed her heart, and she resolved to protect him at all costs. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Regardless of the outcome, we shall share both fortune and misfortune together. I will not allow anyone to harm my beloved. Indeed, Madame Fanghua gently leaned in closer. The following day, unexpectedly, before dawn had fully broken, Dream of the Rain Butterfly arrived at the Baosher office in search of Xing Bang. After returning to the palace from her audience with the empress, Li Ji had been in turmoil, contemplating whether to inform Madame Fanghua of the troubling events. Late into the night, she finally resolved that, regardless of Madame Fanghua's potential shock, the truth was unavoidable, and thus she sent dream of the rain butterfly at the break of day. Xing Bang had long returned Lady Fanghua, and while he was washing up, Xiao Jinzi hurried over to report, having learned to be wise this time and refraining from unnecessary chatter. Following Meng Yudi's instructions to the letter. What brings you here so early? Surely you miss me? Meng Yudi did not wait for Xing Bang at the Baosher Bureau, but rather chose a quiet spot to deliberately avoid the crowd. Of course not. What are you thinking? Meng Yudi mused. Do you think me foolish? Why would I come here so early? Yet, she thought, if you truly wished for my company, I might consider accompanying you to the Qingliang Hall for a morning exercise, given the early hour. Dream on. It's your fault. Even the princess has started to doubt me. And I nearly slipped up. Ah, look what you've done. I've forgotten my important matters. Now let's discuss business. Mentioning the Qingliang Hall, Meng Yudi inexplicably felt a twinge of dread. To be honest, your timing is impeccable, even if you hadn't come. I would have sought an audience with the crown princess. Is there something troubling you? If not, I can take you there right now. A hint of concern crossed Meng Yudi's face. Since you are here, I need not go anymore. Let's avoid complicating matters. Now, tell me what brings you. Oh, it's this. Yesterday, His Majesty summoned the princess to announce that she is to be betrothed to the crown prince. I reckon the emperor will address this matter in court, and by dawn, the entire harem will be abuzz with the news. What, if memory serves? The crown prince is only 8 years old this year. Xing Bang was taken aback, not to mention the absurdity of becoming Lady Fanghua's daughter-in-law at such a young age. What kind of nonsense is this? Even a melodrama wouldn't dare to portray such a scenario. The princess did not elaborate further, merely stating that Lady Fanghua would comprehend the underlying implications and that someone as astute as Meng Yudi should grasp the situation as well. I only know that this turn of events places your princess in a most unfortunate position. Understanding it is one thing, but accepting it is entirely another. What do you mean? Ah, you. Meng Yudi was momentarily taken aback, but soon, upon reflection, was incensed, stamping her foot in frustration. Is it truly necessary to rouse me so early? Xing Bang smiled slightly. I am simply too honest a person, always inclined to speak the truth. She rolled her eyes. By the way, the princess also instructed that yesterday, Her Majesty sought the emperor's permission to betroth the princess to the sixth prince. How absurd. A toad wishing to eat swan meat. As she spoke the latter half, Meng Yudi gritted her teeth, her disdain evident. Xing Bang shook his head. Even calling the sixth prince useless felt like an understatement. However, instinctively, he sensed the importance of this news. This meant that the empress likely remained unaware of the situation. Surely she does not know yet, but after the morning court, she will undoubtedly find out. I came to inform you of these matters. What is your concern? Xing Bang said nothing, instead whispering a few words into Meng Yudi's ear. What? This is serious. I must hurry back to inform the crown princess. Dreaming Rain Butterfly was taken aback and expressed her desire to leave. Do not be hasty. This matter has been entrusted to me, and there is no need for immediate action. Allow me to consolidate these two issues and clarify them. Thus, Rain Butterfly, you should return and inform the princess of the Long family about this situation. Moreover, you must persuade her to avoid any impulsive actions. The empress, in her ignorance of the ultimate outcome, has chosen to act prematurely, which undoubtedly indicates there are reasons beyond our current comprehension. It would be prudent for the princess to conduct a discreet investigation. Presently, His Majesty is likely to bestow even greater favor upon the princess than before. After all, Lady Fanghua is the mother of the crown prince. In this context, should the princess advocate on behalf of Lady Fanghua, even if His Majesty were to disagree, it is unlikely he would hold the princess accountable. After careful consideration, Xing Bangzi acknowledged that although these two matters were not directly linked, they were indeed intertwined. Dreaming Rain Butterfly slightly furrowed her delicate brows and inquired, Are you suggesting that the princess should intercede to reunite the crown prince with his mother and secure Lady Fanghua's release? Chapter 95. Li Lizzie acts according to plan. Such words must never be uttered, for they would have the opposite effect. After all, it is tantamount to using this matter to coerce the emperor. Enough with the riddles. Such a significant issue has everyone in a state of anxiety. The Grand Princess could handle it this way. Xing Bang whispered fervently into Meng Yudi's ear. Well then, I shall take my leave. Yet, one might indulge in a little longer playtime. Seeing Meng Yudi appear somewhat reluctant to part, Xing Bang scoffed. As if I would be so eager to play with you. After Meng Yudi departed, Xing Bang instructed the kitchen to prepare some porridge before heading to Madame Fanghua's quarters. She had not fully succumbed to slumber. As soon as Xing Bang pushed the door open, she awoke. Since she was awake, it was time to enjoy a nourishing breakfast. Madame Fanghua smiled sweetly, sitting up as her overnight exertions had indeed left her quite famished. She then took the bowl of porridge and sat beside Xing Bang, eating with a blissful expression. Is it delicious? What a question. Just look at who has brought it. That was indeed the truth. And how does it compare to my cooking? You are truly insufferable. Are you going to let me eat in peace? Madame Fanghua shot a glance at Xing Bang before gracefully continuing to sip her porridge. In a short while, she had consumed the entire bowl. Afterward, she retrieved a handkerchief to wipe her mouth. Xing Bang chuckled. I simply adore watching you eat. Immediately, he felt a sharp pinch at his waist. Laughing heartily, he exclaimed, Only you, dear sister, can see through all my antics. You are something else, a night without rest. And yet you have the energy for such banter. Madame Fanghua smiled faintly, her heart swelling with joy. Ah, by the way, you must have come early for a reason? Indeed, I have tidings, and joyous ones at that. This morning, I was puzzled by the incessant chirping of magpies, only to discover that you, dear sister, are to become a prospective mother-in-law. Naturally, I had to be the first to extend my congratulations. This fragrant bowl of rice porridge serves as my gift. What nonsense. I believe you are simply itching for mischief. Madame Fanghua linked her arm through Xing Bang's, convinced he was jesting. Just now, the butterfly of the Grand Princess approached. Can you guess who your future daughter-in-law is? Ah, you are not joking. Is this truly the case? Madame Fanghua furrowed her brow slightly, staring at Xing Bang in disbelief. It is entirely true. If I were to speak falsely, let me be punished to do an hour of push-ups. Now, my dear brother, cease your antics and tell me the truth. Madame Fanghua smiled seductively. You are such a rascal, always up to something. Absolutely certain. Xing Bang lightly patted the back of Madame Fanghua's hand, speaking earnestly. And your future daughter-in-law is none other than the Grand Princess herself. Surprised, are we? Indeed. That is quite a delightful surprise. Madame Fanghua was thoroughly convinced, as she knew that Xing Bang would never jest about such matters, particularly those concerning Li Lizzie. However, it was not entirely surprising that His Majesty acted in this manner. After all, for the court and the Crown Prince, this was indeed the most prudent choice. Personally, I found solace in this development. Madame Fanghua was well aware of the profound implications and held a deep affection for Li Lizzie. With her caring for her son in her absence, a significant worry was alleviated, allowing her to rest easy. Nevertheless, the Empress's decision to act at this juncture was quite perplexing. I felt a sense of joy regarding this situation. As for the Empress, with you here, I harbor no fears. As she spoke, Madame Fanghua tilted her neck slightly against Xing Bang's shoulder. In the Taiha Hall, Lucien had just concluded the morning court session and was now in the imperial study, enjoying some tea and snacks. The morning assembly had already proclaimed the engagement of the Crown Prince and Li Lizzie throughout the court and the realm. Although the Empress's father, Prime Minister Xiao, expressed some reservations, upon witnessing the Emperor's decisive action, he refrained from further contestation. The remaining ministers naturally followed suit, as there was nothing that contravened ancestral laws. Furthermore, the Ministry of Rites had already been tasked with organizing the engagement ceremony, heralding a celebration across the land. Your Majesty, the eldest princess requests an audience and is awaiting at the palace gates. Allow her to enter. It is fortuitous that the Crown Prince is also present. Lucien had frequently permitted Lu Hui to attend court sessions, especially on such significant occasions where the principal figures could not possibly be absent. Though the 8-year-old Lu Hui was rather naive about matters of marriage, he felt a fondness and even dependency towards Li Lizzie, which filled his heart with happiness. Before long, Li Lizzie entered. Lu Hui greeted her with his usual smile, yet she felt a twinge of discomfort. From this moment onwards, this 8-year-old child would be her nominal husband, leaving her somewhat at a loss. After exchanging pleasantries, Lucien invited both Lu Hui and Li Lizzie to take their seats. With a gentle smile, Lucien initiated the conversation. Lizzie, I have not seen Huier so joyful in quite some time, which reassures me that my decision was indeed correct. What do you think? Huier, I like Sister Lizzie. When I grow up, I will certainly protect Sister Lizzie well, Lu Hui responded. Lucien chuckled heartily. Feeling comforted by his son's emotional intelligence at such a tender age, which would undoubtedly serve him well in governance. Li Lizzie's cheeks flushed slightly, and she remained silent, surprised that her first declaration of affection had come from this innocent young boy. Lu Xian, noticing the exchange with delight, inquired, "Lizzie, did you come here for a particular reason?" "Not really, just to pay my respects to father." "Lizzie, your hesitance is uncharacteristic of you. There are no outsiders here. Feel free to speak your mind. Anything within my power, I shall gladly fulfill your wishes." Lu Xian had reigned as emperor for decades. How could the demeanor and actions of Li Lizzie escape his discerning gaze? Even on this day of elevated spirits, it was evident that Lu Xian, having ascended the throne in his youth, had been hindered by the regency of the Empress Dowager, which allowed the maternal relatives to wield excessive power. Even after reaching adulthood, he found himself unable to seize authority until he garnered the support of the Shao family, who facilitated essential connections to eliminate this significant threat. Therefore, the events that transpired during his reign were not to be permitted to repeat in the life of his son. Consequently, in light of his deteriorating health, he reluctantly sent the virtuous and exemplary Lady Fanghua to the perilous chambers. Nothing could remain concealed from the emperor. Upon hearing troubling news, Li Lizzie felt an unsettling discontent and hastily sought an audience. In retrospect, the issue at hand did not seem particularly grave. Li Lizzie was known for her swift and decisive actions. Had she not prepared beforehand, her approach might have posed a challenge. Lu Xian furrowed his brow and declared, "Li Ji, whatever the matter may be, speak it to me." Chapter 96. The emperor agrees to visit Lady Fanghua. Li Lizzie cast a meaningful glance at Crown Prince Lu Hui. Lu Xian, fully aware of the situation, stated directly, "Lizzie, the Crown Prince is no longer a child. It is beneficial for him to hear about these matters. As the Crown Prince and future emperor, he is capable of bearing anything. Your Majesty, it is true that I have heard some young ladies from the He family have survived. Moreover, Feng Yi and Feng Jiao are currently in the execution chamber. You are aware that I have often played at the He residence since childhood, and I am quite familiar with Feng Yi and Feng Jiao. Hearing this news unexpectedly has left me quite sorrowful." Li Lizzie expressed her feelings candidly, relieved to finally voice her distress. The Crown Prince Lu Hui, too, felt a wave of shock. He was aware of the calamity that had befallen the He family, and, upon learning that his two cousins were still alive, he couldn't help but feel pained, especially since his mother, Lady Fanghua, seemed to be imprisoned in the execution chamber. His eyes reddened with emotion. Perhaps due to his advancing age, or perhaps out of paternal affection, Lu Xian felt a tightening in his heart. He understood the gravity of the He family's situation all too well. Nevertheless, as an emperor, he believed that sacrificing a single family for the sake of the state was a trivial matter. He maintained a solemn demeanor. Knowing full well about the sixth Prince Lu Jing's illicit relationships, he was not oblivious to the two young ladies being sent to the execution chamber. Conflicted with curiosity and anger, he chose to turn a blind eye for the time being. His irritation stemmed from the suspicion that Lu Jing had intentions of treason. However, the Crown Prince's demeanor today alleviated some of his concerns, leading him to decide to feign ignorance. Yet, now that Li Lizzie had broached this topic, it warranted further discussion. "Lizzie, I am somewhat aware of this matter. I merely thought that Jinger, being young, might have some feelings toward the young ladies of the He family, which may not necessarily be ill-intentioned, hence I did not inquire further. What prompts you to raise this issue today? Do you harbor doubts about it?" "Father, the young ladies themselves are not the issue. I understand that you may have been moved by compassion. However, what I cannot comprehend is why Feng Yi and Feng Jiao were sent to that place. I fear it may be." Li Lizzie refrained from explicitly stating her suspicions, not wishing to grant Lu Jing any semblance of dignity, yet she could not overlook the emperor's pride. After all, he was still his beloved son. In truth, Li Lizzie had long known about Feng Yi and Feng Jiao's plight in the execution chamber. She had merely followed Xing Bang's suggestion to leverage this situation. "Are you implying that there was a deliberate intent to bring them to Lady Fanghua's attention?" Lu Xian instantly grasped the implication. These matters had not escaped his notice. Rather, his focus had simply been elsewhere. In retrospect, it was indeed plausible that Lu Jing, that little scoundrel, had been incited by the Empress to bring those two young ladies there, with the aim of inflicting pain upon Fanghua, potentially yielding unexpected outcomes. The analysis was spot on. Precisely the direction that Xing Bang sought to guide the conversation. However, tragically, Zhao's mother and son found themselves caught in the crossfire, and the situation was not as it appeared. Li Ji shared this conjecture, which weighed heavily on her heart. After all, the lady was the biological mother of the crown prince, and it was only natural for her to feel sorrow. With such a blow, how could one endure it? Humph. This ungrateful child dares to be so audacious. Lu Xian was quite furious, for as Madame Fanghua had analyzed, he could execute his own woman. But if others dared to entertain any nefarious thoughts, would that not place them above him, akin to rebellion? Father, please quell your anger. It is merely speculation at this point, and we must not unjustly accuse the sixth prince, Li Lizzie hastily urged Lu Xian. Xing Bang did not seek to harm the sixth prince. That was not the crux of the matter. I am unperturbed. Jinger is merely playful. And I am well aware of the situation. Lu Xian thought otherwise, as revisiting this matter rekindled prior suspicions, yet family shame should remain concealed. Your Majesty, I did not come today to ascertain the rights and wrongs of this affair, but rather to beseech you to grant permission for me to keep Feng Yi and Feng Jiao by my side, in hopes of alleviating your burdens alongside the crown prince in the future. Lu Xian acknowledged the two girls, recognizing Li Ji's earnestness, and acquiesced to her request, allowing the girls to accompany her for proper guidance. After all, she was to visit the violent chamber, and knowing her deep bond with Madame Fanghua, he conceded to her wish to see her as well. Lu Xian, ever astute, had long realized Li Lizzie's intent to visit Fanghua, understanding that she was merely hesitant to voice her suspicions. In past instances, even with a request, he would not have consented, but the circumstances had shifted. The reasons were now compelling, and with her imminent status as crown princess, he had to consider it carefully. Thank you, father. Li Lizzie felt a surge of joy within her heart, simultaneously reflecting on the remarkable capabilities of that little eunuch, who, amidst the tumult of the violent chamber, could unravel such a complex matter with such precision. Naturally, the little eunuch she referred to was Xing Bang, who had been contemplating this issue. And with the information provided by Li Lizzie earlier that day, he quickly discerned the underlying strategy. Just then, the crown prince Lu Hui suddenly knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, and implored, Father, I too miss Mother dearly. I beseech you to allow me to accompany Sister Lizzie to visit her. Even if only to catch a glimpse from outside, it would be a small act of filial piety from me. Li Lizzie was deeply moved, her eyes instantly glistening with unshed tears. Lu Xian, witnessing Lu Hui's heartfelt sincerity and filial devotion towards his mother, could not help but feel a surge of affection for him as his son, greatly touched. Huir, your father knows of your filial heart, and it brings me comfort. Rise. Let us speak further. Lu Hui complied, understanding that such matters could not be resolved through mere supplication. Lu Xian, having been touched, contemplated acquiescing, yet upon reflection, he found it inappropriate. My dear child, you are the crown prince, and every action of yours draws the attention of the realm. How could you venture to such a place? Even if it is for the sake of the charming Li Ji, it must not be made public. Father, I beseech you once more, my heart truly longs for my mother. Father, the crown prince is merely 8 years old, though he possesses remarkable understanding and maturity. It pains me to see such a young soul bearing such burdens. I implore you to permit him to accompany me. Li Ji, without overthinking, felt a profound sympathy for the resolute young prince, whose spirit was so remarkably strong despite his tender age. Lu Xian let out a sigh and conceded, Very well, Huir, your father consents to your request. However, you must not venture to such disreputable places. Chapter 97 Feng Jiao. Shall I assist you in completing this? Your Majesty, does that imply? Fear not, Li Ji, I have never gone back on my word. How about this? I have not visited the Qingliang Palace in quite some time. Tomorrow, I shall take Huir there to study for a few days. Thank you, father. Lu Hui's face radiated joy. This meant she could spend more time with her mother, and her father would be there as well. Lu Xian observed his son's expression, a smile gracing his face, and then turned to Chao Zhengchun beside him. Deban, it is settled. Please make the necessary arrangements. Yes, your Majesty, I shall instruct them immediately. Li Ji was equally delighted. With this development, the Empress would likely refrain from taking action for the time being. Father, should we send someone to the Baosher Bureau today? After all, the conditions there are somewhat lacking, and one must be respectful, as Madame Fanghua is the mother of the crown prince. Indeed, I grant you permission, you shall handle this matter. Lu Xian readily agreed, believing that the request for a little tidying up was entirely reasonable. Moreover, he wished to see the once resplendent and noble Madame Fanghua once more. Yes, father. I shall take care of it. Li Ji spoke and then exited the imperial study. Lucien shook his head, smiling as he remarked, "This decisive nature is truly Li Ji's essence." Cunning Palace. Your Highness, the Grand Princess has departed from the imperial study, and I have arranged for someone to closely monitor her every move. Li Ji was fully aware of everything that transpired from the moment she entered the study until her departure. Did you glean any information on what was discussed? The mood of the Empress was far from pleasant. Upon hearing Lucien's announcement of Li Ji being betrothed to the Crown Prince, she was nearly consumed by rage, yet felt utterly helpless. No, I have no idea what significant matters were discussed. Even the tea was personally served by Chao Jingchan. Li Lianying bore a look of frustration. The spies he had placed had never managed to obtain any critical information. Has there been a response from Lord Wu? Everything has been arranged. Within 2 days, Madame Fanghua shall meet her end. Good, very good. After her demise, you shall personally oversee the matter, leaving no trace of potential risk. The Empress let out a sigh of relief, finally hearing something that brought her satisfaction. The news of Li Ji's betrothal only intensified her loathing for Madame Fanghua, wishing she could personally end her life. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will ensure it is handled discreetly. Baosher Bureau. With nothing else to occupy their time, and spurred by Li Shaowan's fervent desire for revenge, the four engaged in a game of mahjong once more. Although He Fengyi and her sister were somewhat reserved, it was evident they too wished to engage in the competition. Xing Bang was keen to observe how the three girls would inflict harm upon one another and planned to let them win, as long as he himself did not lose. Dealing with these novices would be a simple task. In the first round, He Fengyi accidentally triggered a winning hand for Li Shaowan, who was overjoyed by her victory. Hee. Sister Fengyi, will you choose truth or dare? Truth, I suppose. To be honest, He Fengyi feels a twinge of fear towards that wild girl, Li Shaowan, and isn't daring enough to choose a challenge, for the thought of being forced into an embarrassing situation is quite troublesome. Xing Bang watches with great interest, likely finding it far more amusing than posing the question herself. Sister Fengyi, do you sleep in your clothes? After pondering for a while, Li Shaowan thinks how much easier it would be if she had chosen dare. She had already concocted a series of challenges. Well, sometimes I don't wear anything at all. He Fengyi is at a loss for words, surprised that this girl spent so long contemplating such a trivial inquiry. They continue, each of the three relying on luck, and when the second round begins, He Fengjiao wins again, leading to another loss for He Fengyi. Haha Fengyi, you must step up your game. At this rate, your secrets will be laid bare. By the way, Fengjiao, I must warn you not to go too easy on your sister. Xing Bang offers a preemptive caution, genuinely curious about what the two sisters might ask each other. He Fengyi purses her lips, unwilling to concede defeat. He Fengjiao gives a slight nod in acknowledgement of Xing Bang's words, then poses the question, truth or dare? Dare. Of course. He Fengyi thinks to herself that she cannot divulge any more secrets. After all, what could her sister possibly do to make her uncomfortable? He Fengjiao furrows her brows, appearing genuinely deep in thought, struggling to come up with a challenge for her sister. Fengjiao, here's a suggestion. It's just a game, so feel free to make it enjoyable for yourself. Xing Bang offers a warm reminder, observing He Fengjiao's lengthy deliberation. With a twinkle in her eye, He Fengjiao says, then let my sister call me sister for the whole day. Fengjiao you. I truly can't think of anything else. Not only is He Fengyi astonished, but even Xing Bang hadn't anticipated He Fengjiao's request. Perhaps it was inspired by Xing Bang's words and reflected her true feelings. As He Fengjiao does not hold the same status in the family as He Fengyi. All right, sister. He Fengyi, with a sense of resignation, calls out to He Fengjiao, whose cheeks flush slightly, and she lets out a soft hum. It appears that being addressed as sister brings her genuine comfort. The third round proves to be even more entertaining, as He Fengyi, having lost the previous 2 rounds, finally secures her first victory, only for the dramatic twist to reveal that He Fengjiao has lost this time. Truth or dare? Finally feeling a sense of relief, He Fengyi secretly exhales. Another loss would have been unbearable. Dare, please. All right then, just like Li Shaowan did yesterday. Give a kiss to Li Gonggong. What a turn of events. This feels like retribution for earlier. Xing Bang smiles knowingly, never expecting to be caught in the crossfire. Sister, you. He Fengjiao's face reddens. She clearly remembers how Li Shaowan kissed him, and now she fears her first kiss may be lost. Sister, since this is merely a game, it is of little consequence. Moreover, with Li Gongong's strikingly handsome appearance, it hardly seems a hardship for you. He Fengyi, possessing a naturally cheerful disposition, had grown increasingly lively as familiarity blossomed. He Fengjiao, feeling somewhat helpless, reluctantly approached Xing Bang, yet hesitated, unable to embrace him as directly as Li Xiaowan had done. How delightful this game is. Li Xiaowan clapped her hands in innocent delight. Sister Fengjiao, why aren't you moving? Just do as I did yesterday. I must tell you, Brother Bang smells wonderfully fragrant. Noticing He Fengjiao's prolonged inaction, Li Xiaowan grew anxious and began to offer encouragement. Xing Bang, too, was at a loss for words. Having her serve as his secretary was truly no diminishment of her talents, demonstrating her keen consideration for her superior. He Fengjiao's cheeks flushed. How could she be unaware of the uniquely enticing scent emanating from Xing Bang, causing her heart to race? Yet, she could never possess the audacity of this little girl. Observing the situation, Xing Bang rose and, with a warm smile, suggested, Fengjiao, shall I assist you in completing the task? Chapter 98, An Unexpected Harvest. He Fengjiao shuddered slightly, instantly feeling a rush of tension. If you remain silent, I shall take it as your acquiescence. Do not be afraid. This is merely a rather simple adventure. Subsequently, Xing Bang said no more, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and kissing her. It was sweet, infused with the essence of youth. He Fengjiao's mind momentarily short-circuited, leaving her breathless. However, Xing Bang quickly released her, for prolonged indulgence would render him a rogue. The little lady instinctively parted her lips. Truly adorable. He Fengjiao exhaled deeply and hurried back to her seat, her head lowered. He Fengyi felt an inexplicable sensation in her heart. The scene was undeniably heartwarming. And even the gentle demeanor of Li Gongong added to the atmosphere. Sister Fengjiao, is my brother Bang not wonderful? Li Xiaowan chimed in cheerfully, bestowing praise upon Xing Bang. How could this carefree girl be so endearing? He Fengjiao's heart raced, leaving her at a loss for words. Soon, another round concluded, with He Fengyi emerging victorious and Li Xiaowan facing defeat. Xing Bang laughed heartily. This was the best outcome, as reciprocity was essential. Truth or dare? Truth. Li Xiaowan instinctively glanced towards the door, then chose truth without hesitation, apprehensive of daring to approach Brother Bang again, her heart still unsettled. You are quite young, yet. Has your mother perhaps given you some secret remedy? What do you mean? Li Xiaowan responded, perplexed. Xing Bang grasped the implication immediately. He was astounded by the unexpected turn of events, genuinely admiring his earlier decision. Instinctively, he glanced at He Fengyi, whose figure was perfectly proportioned and voluptuous. She ought not to feel inferior. Was there something more beneath the surface? It was indeed perplexing. Nonetheless, Li Xiaowan exhibited a shrewdness that surpassed He Fengyi's, perhaps a trait inherent to women, jealousy. He Fengyi's cheeks flushed, pointing at Li Xiaowan. In truth, she felt a twinge of envy. Her curiosity intensified upon seeing Nangong Shui again. Li Xiaowan lowered her head slightly, chuckling. So that's what you meant. I never really paid attention. There's no secret remedy. It just happened naturally. My mother, she quickly covered her mouth, nearly speaking out of turn again. If her mother found out, she would scold her for being so carefree. Oh, now I understand. It is nothing. I was merely curious. He Fengyi offered an awkward smile. Sister Fengyi, since you've broached the subject, allow me to share. When you sleep, try not to wear clothes. That is how I do it. Even Brother Bang has said it's not a bad habit. Oh, I see. He Fengyi's face turned even redder, yet she absorbed Li Xiaowan's words, contemplating that perhaps this was indeed the way forward for her. Xiaowan, you are truly kind to Brother Bang, always thinking of me. Xing Bang was momentarily at a loss for words. This girl truly could not keep her thoughts to herself, her nature being so straightforward that she spoke whatever came to her mind. Li Xiaowan stuck out her tongue and exclaimed, Brother Bang, you're so formidable that we can never triumph over you. Ha ha. What? Do you wish for me to intentionally lose to you? Li Xiaowan replied with a dreamy smile. Well, since it has come to this, if you cannot defeat me, I shall grant you one opportunity. How does that sound? Great, great. He Fengjiao nodded in agreement. And just like that, 3 votes were cast in favor. Very well, you 3 can decide who shall go first. Xiaowan, you are clever. You should ask first. Indeed, Xiaowan. I have yet to think of anything. All right, I shall take my turn. Li Xiaowan did not hesitate. Truth or dare? Hee Xiaowan, what do you wish for me to choose? Hee, I would like you to select truth. Xing Bang furrowed his brow, wondering if she had some mischievous scheme in mind. Yet he acquiesced. I shall ask then. Brother Bang, do you really like my mother? My goodness, no wonder my right eyelid has been twitching. This girl certainly dared to ask such a question. Xiaowan, are you not afraid of your mother finding out? It's just a game. Besides, none of you can speak nonsense. Right? Feng Yi and Feng Jiao, the two sisters, were equally astonished, casting curious glances at Xing Bang, eager to discern the answer. Especially Feng Yi, who thought to herself that Nangong Shui was as breathtaking and graceful as her aunt, Madame Fanghua, and presumed that any man would be drawn to her charm. Indeed, I do. Li Xiaowan giggled. I knew it. My mother is so beautiful. A victorious smile spread across her face. Goodness, did you really need to ask? You little imp. If your mother finds out, I might just be in trouble too. Xing Bang was utterly speechless. All right, let us welcome the next dream chaser. This time, He Fengyi did not hesitate to pose her question to Xing Bang. Fengyi, I shall remain impartial. You may express your desires and how you wish for me to choose. Truth, please. Xing Bang smiled faintly, but be sure to think carefully before you ask. He Fengyi furrowed her brow, pondering for quite some time. Eventually, her cheeks flushed slightly as she whispered, Forget it. I truly cannot think of anything to ask. I shall concede. Oh dear, Sister Fengyi. This opportunity is not to be squandered. You were so adamant before we began. How can you back down now? Surely, you must have a question in mind. Li Xiaowan expressed her disappointment and confusion, wishing to take the chance for herself. I genuinely cannot think of anything to ask. Xing Bang recognized her hesitation at such a crucial moment and suggested, Fengyi, how about we switch to a dare instead? He Fengyi nodded slightly, pondering for a moment before whispering, They all say you smell delightful. I too wish for your embrace. With that, she lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with shyness. That's simple enough, no problem. Xing Bang replied, stepping directly in front of He Fengyi and pulling her into his arms. He then softly murmured in her ear, Is this all right? He Fengyi pressed her lips together in silence, then gently bit her lip, feeling too bashful to articulate her feelings. Xing Bang, perceptive as he was, understood her unspoken desires, sensing that she wished to explore further, likely feeling a twinge of discomfort at the perceived imbalance. Goodness, I've unwittingly become a panda, he thought. Fengyi, I believe I comprehend your intentions. Do you wish to? Upon hearing this, He Fengyi responded with a soft affirmative hum. Well then, the thought remains unvoiced. Yet, this minor flaw was inconsequential, a mere suggestion sufficed. Releasing He Fengyi, Xing Bang felt a surge of frustration at the situation. Chapter 99, What to do if you drink too much. Without a moment's hesitation, she kissed him, and to her surprise, He Fengyi instinctively wrapped her arms around Xing Bang's neck. It seemed the girl was genuinely moved and did not pull away immediately. Let us consider it a lesson in affection. Li Xiaowan and He Fengjiao widened their eyes, perhaps contemplating their own losses in this scenario. After a considerable while, as He Fengyi struggled to catch her breath, Xing Bang finally released her. Sister, are you all right? He Fengjiao, having experienced something similar, quickly inquired with concern. Is there any more of this benevolent assistance? Let us have another round. Xing Bang smiled slightly. All right, Fengjiao, you are the last one. Once this game concludes, it will all be over. Truth or dare? What a spectacle. Without uttering a word, Xing Bang realized that three women made for quite the performance. And who wouldn't he want to avoid losing? With a gentle smile, he declared, Very well, ask your question without bias. Can a eunuch marry? Why do you ask? Are you contemplating marrying me? Xing Bang was taken aback. This question seemed less like a truth or dare inquiry and more like an invitation to inquire whether he would consider marriage. However, this was merely his speculation. He could not turn the question back, so instead, he teasingly posed a question of his own. The dynamics between him and the two sisters had shifted subtly, leaving little room for hesitation. They would likely be amenable to whatever he said. It appeared they had no other pressing inquiries, hence the casualness of her question. Oh, I see. However, that question is rather vague, and I find it challenging to answer as it does not solely pertain to me. Perhaps you could pose a more specific question. Then, will you marry? As anticipated, He Fengjiao harbored this thought. Of course, Xing Bang replied honestly, and how they interpreted this response was a matter for another day. The question was rather obvious. Even if he were a eunuch, one would still seek to marry as many as possible. Why not enjoy oneself? Understood. He Fengjiao nodded, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, revealing no indication of whether she was satisfied or dissatisfied with the answer. Presumably, she was quite pleased. Otherwise, posing such a question would have been pointless. Well, it seems we have reached a satisfactory conclusion. Are we all content now? Absolutely. This has been delightful. Li Xiaowan exclaimed joyously. He Fengyi and He Fengjiao, however, remained more reserved, merely nodding in agreement. Without a doubt, they were equally satisfied, likely not having anticipated such an outcome beforehand. Then, Xing Bang settled down to enjoy his tea while the He sisters tidied up the mahjong tiles. Li Xiaowan glanced around and joined in to assist. At that moment, Meng Yuti entered the courtyard, followed by two eunuchs carrying a box, which they promptly delivered to the room. All right, you two may return now. The two young eunuchs nodded and exited after placing the box down. What treasures lie within the box? Surely, it is not a gift intended for me. Xing Bang, aware that his plans were likely successful, felt a twinge of surprise at the sight of the large box being brought in. How naive. I am parched. Meng Yuti, unceremoniously, took a seat beside Xing Bang and glanced at his teacup. Is that hot tea? Just plain cooled water. What? Can't drink anything cold these days. I simply do not enjoy cold beverages. Meng Yuti rolled her eyes in response. Understood. Sister Yuti, allow me to fetch you some. Xing Bang peeked outside. But no need. It has already arrived. At that moment, Xiao Jinzi entered with tea, placing it directly before Meng Yuti, not daring to slight this esteemed guest. This lad has become quite astute. Master Xing, would you like me to fetch you another cup? Xing Bang waved his hand with a hearty laugh. No need. Just ensure this esteemed lady is well attended to. Certainly. I shall take my leave then. Should there be any commands, merely call for me. With that, Xiao Jinzi discreetly exited. You've done well. It seems you've trained this little eunuch to be quite clever. Esteemed lady, he has always been quite astute. Are you implying that I was too irritable last time? Meng Yuti pouted, clearly displeased. Xing Bang chuckled heartily, pointing at the teacup. Quickly, while it's still warm. TCH. Meng Yuti grimaced, but lifted the cup to take a few sips. What is contained within this box? It holds garments and jewelry from Madame Fanghua, commissioned by the princess. What a turn of events. Xing Bang was taken aback. This was entirely unexpected. The princess herself had not anticipated such an exquisite outcome. His Majesty intends to take the crown prince to the Qingliang Palace tomorrow, inviting Madame Fanghua to join. This is indeed a delightful surprise. Initially, Xing Bang had only hoped that Li Lizzie would boldly visit Madame Fanghua, which would surely reach the Empress's ears, causing her to tread cautiously and refrain from hasty actions. However, with this new development, there was no longer any cause for concern. The Empress would undoubtedly be more wary and would lack the opportunity to act. Later, the princess plans to send some imperial delicacies. Fengjiao, Fengyi, and Xiaowan, you may celebrate with Madame thoroughly. I believe she will be quite pleased. Li Xiaowan beamed, taking hold of Meng Yuti's arm. Thank you, Sister Yuti. Now I shall enjoy a feast. Although Xing Bang occasionally altered their meals, the limited ingredients could never rival the imperial cuisine. He recognized that Li Lizzie, that clever woman, likely conceived the idea of sending imperial dishes. The more lively the celebration from Madame Fanghua, the better. Even if Lu Xian were to learn of it, he would remain silent, for such matters are trifling. Alas, I cannot partake in such delights. Humph, what are you, a big man, doing joining in the fun? Xiang Bang chuckled, teasingly remarking, thus, I too can partake in the merriment, for I am not a big man. You were never one to begin with. Meng Yuti's cheeks flushed slightly as she realized she had let slip an unintended remark. However, aside from Xiang Bang, no one else seemed to take notice. Xiang Bang laughed heartily, choosing not to elaborate further. If they were alone, he might have playfully reprimanded Meng Yuti, but then again, perhaps that wouldn't be appropriate. Sister Yuti, can't my brother Bang join? It would undoubtedly be far more entertaining with him around. Oh, my dear Xiaowan truly knows how to care for me. Meng Yuti rolled her eyes. Had there not been others present, she would have likely pinched someone at their waist by now. Turning to Li Xiaowan, she smiled gently. I was merely jesting earlier. Your brother Bang is indeed a great contributor. How could we possibly do without him? The princess has ordered a few jars of fine wine specially for him to indulge in tonight. Xiang Bang chuckled heartily, playfully adding, what if he drinks too much? Chapter 100. The first time it's so lively. Meng Yuti chuckled lightly. Well, that's easily resolved. There are ways to sober you up. Does that mean you plan to stay here tonight? Who is staying here? I mean, will you join us for dinner? Xing Bang smiled knowingly, a hint of meaning in his expression that others could not decipher, but Meng Yuti understood all too well, rolling her eyes at him. Though it was inconvenient today, she would be more than delighted to spend time alone with this mischievous fellow. She had just comprehended this notion a moment ago. Oh, by the way, Feng Jiao, Feng Yi, I have delightful news to share. The princess has secured His Majesty's consent for you to remain by her side. Later, when the festivities commence, do join me in returning to the palace. We are leaving? What is the matter, Feng Yi? You don't think this place is rather pleasant? And no, I was merely taken aback. Feng Yi quickly waved her hand, feeling somewhat flustered at her earlier reaction. That is good to hear. Meng Yuti felt a tinge of guilt. Why had she become so overly sensitive, and why did she feel such insecurity around this rogue? It was quite exasperating, yet she could not control her own behavior. I believe I should fetch Madame Fanghua. Please, have a seat. I will go personally. Naturally, the evening banquet would be held at the Bao Shifu, and as the extravagant steward of the Bao Shifu, he was required to be present. Old Wu Jing wouldn't dare raise any objections. Soon, Xing Bang arrived at Madame Fanghua's chamber and recounted the events in full detail. My dear brother, thank you. I am truly overjoyed. At last, I can meet with Huier. Tears of joy welled in her eyes. Thank you, my dear brother. That sentiment alone is enough. With a chuckle, Madame Fanghua slightly pouted. You really are quite frivolous at times. Where's the frivolity? I have no faults at all. It is you who is overthinking. You rascal. Madame Fanghua rolled her eyes, then continued, let Ru Shuang join us as well. Today is rather special, and there is nothing inappropriate about it. You two are as close as sisters, and later, I shall introduce you to another sister. Naturally, our dear Dashua is also welcome. The three wives shall meet officially. You little extravagant steward, you truly Haven Tea wasted your title. In Shining Palace, Your Highness, the situation appears to be dire. After leaving His Majesty, the eldest princess dispatched someone to the Bao Shifu with gifts. Such ostentation surely implies His Majesty's tacit approval. Crash. Xiaoho could no longer contain her inner fury, shattering the teacup beside her to the ground, fuming. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Can't anyone gather even the slightest intelligence on what is happening? Your Highness, please calm your anger. The Taiha Palace. Enough. I do not wish to hear any more excuses. The matter has reached this point. What shall we do now? Xiaoho exhibited an unmistakable air of impatience, her frustrations mounting with each passing moment. She could only instruct Wu Jing to. No. You must inform Wu Jing that this palace desires for that wretched Fanghua to not survive the night. The thought of her carefully laid plans being shelved only intensified her ire. Ah, Fanghua, how dare you stand in opposition to this palace in such dire circumstances? Your Highness, this is unwise. The Emperor's current disposition towards Lady Fanghua remains unclear. It is utterly reckless to take such a significant risk at this juncture, especially when the nature of these events is still uncertain. Li Lianying knelt before her, desperation etched upon his brow. Xiaoho closed her eyes, a look of resignation washing over her features as she exhaled deeply. She was acutely aware of the stakes involved, even without Li Lianying's heartfelt entreaties. Yet, the indignation within her was insatiable. Very well, make the arrangements. But ensure that the movements within the violent chamber are closely monitored, as well as that girl Lizzie. Should an opportunity arise, eliminate that wretched Lady Fanghua without hesitation. Ultimately, reason prevailed within Xiaoho. Rest assured, my lady. This old servant shall attend to it forthwith. At the violent chamber, the imperial feast had been delivered, consisting of over 100 exquisite dishes. Although Li Lizi was absent, the esteemed princess truly displayed her dedication. Xing Bang harbored genuine admiration for Li Lizi. She was a woman of authentic character. What a lively gathering this was. Present were Lady Fanghua, Bai Rushuang, Nangang Shui, Li Xiaowan, Meng Yuti, He Fengyi, and He Fengjiao, 7 stunning beauties in total, making for a splendid assembly around an octagonal table. Naturally, over 100 dishes could not all be accommodated. So Xing Bang heeded Lady Fanghua's suggestion to distribute some dishes to Xiao Jinzi and Xiao Shizi. This indeed reflected the lady's grace, without a single flaw. As for that old scoundrel Wu Jing, he would receive nothing. Nonetheless, Xing Bang was not entirely indifferent. He had sent Xiao Jinzi ahead to inform him of the proceedings. The remaining matters would hinge on the decisions made by him and the empress. The princess had commanded that a banquet be held within the confines of the violent chamber, and as the steward of this domain, Xing Bang was obliged to attend to it diligently. Wu Jing would hardly find it necessary to come and inspect. These matters were all too apparent. Moreover, he would never fathom that, at this very moment, Xing Bang had become the true sovereign of the violent chamber. My lady, you hold the utmost authority here. How shall we commence this banquet? Today, there are no other ladies present aside from Beauty. The rest of us seem to fall under your purview, so it is only fitting that you preside over the proceedings. Lady Fanghua understood well that, although all present were allies, the details of their circumstances were not universally known. Thus, she graciously deflected the attention, bestowing ample respect upon Xing Bang. In truth, each woman possessed her own motives and shared a myriad of peculiar connections with Xing Bang. Consequently, there were no objections. Their silence served as the finest testament to their unspoken understanding. Xing Bang chuckled. Indeed, it seems I am the only opposite sex at this grand table. Hee, isn't that perfect? Brother Bang has the most ideas. It will surely be entertaining. As expected, Li Xiaowan, Xing Bang's most devoted little admirer, was the first to voice her thoughts. Nangong Shui cast a sidelong glance at her daughter, remaining silent. That little rascal, as if only she could? Or perhaps it was Li Xiaowan's discerning eye that truly recognized talent. Madame Fanghua, meeting Li Xiaowan for the first time, found her quite charming and felt an instant rapport with Nangong Shui. The convergence of beauty with beauty is indeed a sight to behold, a classic case of mutual admiration. That mischievous girl, she truly is carefree. Mother, look at you, speaking about others again. Li Xiaowan pouted, her adorably aggrieved expression eliciting laughter from everyone, instantly elevating the atmosphere. Xing Bang laughed heartily. Honestly, I think this ambience is delightful. Everyone should express themselves freely like Xiaowan. Chapter 101. Understanding and Sisterly Affection. Let us not linger in silence. If there are no objections, let us raise our glasses in unison to celebrate this extraordinary banquet today with that. As Xing Bang lifted his cup, the 7 exquisite ladies followed suit without exception. I, unable to withstand the effects of alcohol, shall partake in a toast with you all to maintain the joyous atmosphere. Bai Rushuang also raised her cup, and Xing Bang did not intervene. A small sip of light wine posed no issue at all. Rushuang, you are unwell. Just a small sip will convey your sentiment, Mrs. Fanghua whispered gently near Bai Rushuang's ear. Of course, this notion of discomfort was understood only by Nangong Shui and Xing Bang, leaving the others oblivious. Xing Bang smiled knowingly. This sister was quite adept in her role, and he found it inappropriate to voice any objections. Come, let us drink. The banquet concluded in less than an hour, for it was not a gathering of gentlemen boasting until the break of dawn. Moreover, Xing Bang was mindful of the surroundings, recognizing that one could not indulge recklessly in such a place, akin to a women's prison. Everyone was acutely aware of the limitations, and the revelry was orchestrated in accordance with Xing Bang's rhythm. They all anticipated a time when they might indulge freely in wine and feasts. Afterwards, Meng Yuti, accompanied by He Fengyi, departed early, having completely abandoned matters concerning the 6th prince. There was no need to provide any further explanations to that rascal. Instead, it would suffice for him to learn his craft diligently. Xiaowan, I feel a bit dizzy from the wine. Please escort me back certainly, Li Xiaowan replied, supporting Nangong Shui as they exited. Undoubtedly, this was a deliberate act by Nangong Shui, ensuring that Li Xiaowan would not return that night. Now, only Xing Bang, Mrs. Fanghua, and Bai Rushuang remained. I expect that Xiaoxi will soon deliver hot water. You two should indulge in a bath first, while I must pay a visit to Wu Jing, he stated. Be careful. Xing Bang smiled faintly before taking his leave, suspecting that old Wu was likely awaiting his report. If his intuition served him correctly, the Empress would have sent word to him by now. The door to Wu Jing's chamber was ajar, and upon entering, he found Wu seated at the table, sipping tea, clearly anticipating his arrival. The banquet has concluded? Oh dear, Master Wu, it has been most trying for me. What a predicament this has become. The maidservant beside the Grand Princess has whisked away the individuals I was to hand over to the 6th prince. How am I to account for this, damn? Xing Bang feigned a troubled expression. Until it was time to sever ties, the performance must go on. Wu Jing sighed. Well, it is perhaps for the best. It spares us the trouble of being caught in the middle. The sixth prince, should he continue his antics, would only cause further trouble for Her Highness. By the way, have you discovered why there was such a sudden change regarding Mrs. Fanghua? Xing Bang shook his head, never once mentioning matters pertaining to that subject. As a mere servant, I dared not inquire further, but I could discern that Lady Fanghua was in high spirits, likely anticipating some fortuitous event. Wu Jing had little hope of gleaning any insights and slowly remarked, "Very well, the Empress has also sent word, instructing us to refrain from taking any action for the time being and to await developments. Not only us, but even the Empress remains in the dark about the Emperor's true intentions." "Yes, Master. All right, there is nothing more to discuss. You may return, but exercise utmost caution. We must avoid any missteps, or else our heads will be at stake." Xing Bang acknowledged and promptly departed. Given Xing Bang's current prowess, he regarded Wu Jing with indifference. Thus, the initiative lay firmly in Xing Bang's hands, for in Wu Jing's eyes, Xing Bang remained a fragile pawn, easily crushed. Upon returning to the violin office, the door was already shut. Xiao Jin and Xiao Shi stood guard outside, having maintained their vigil throughout the banquet. "Xiao Jin, you and Xiao Shi may go in. I have prepared a feast for you in my room. You two can indulge yourselves." The two had yet to partake in a proper meal and responded affirmatively before heading inside. As they approached the door, the sound of splashing water reached their ears. Xing Bang pushed the door open, as the bathing tub was located within. Goodness, they each have their own rooms for bathing. How deliberate. Upon hearing the water sounds from both rooms, Xing Bang couldn't help but chuckle. However, he had not arranged for the two tubs to be placed together. Xing Bang first entered the room where Li Xiaowan resided, and his guess proved correct. Bai Rushuang was indeed inside. She had her back turned and remained unperturbed. After all, who would dare intrude but Xing Bang? "I thought you two would wash in the same room." Allowing for conversation, Xing Bang remarked, standing behind Bai Rushuang while testing the water temperature. "I knew you wouldn't take too long. It would be quite awkward for us to bathe together." Bai Rushuang responded with a gentle laugh. "I find that hard to believe. How could it be awkward between sisters?" Xing Bang jested, fully aware of Bai Rushuang's intentions to create space for Lady Fanghua. Most importantly, she was now with child, or else the atmosphere would have been far livelier. Bai Rushuang gently tugged at Xing Bang's hand and said softly, "All right, you should hurry along. I will need to rest soon." Xing Bang kissed her and replied with a mischievous grin, "There is plenty of room on my bed." Bai Rushuang playfully pushed him away. "Humph. I won't be going. Now, off you go, and be sure to keep Lady Fanghua company tonight." "Very well, I shall take my leave." "Make haste." Bai Rushuang acquiesced with a soft hum. Ever since she became pregnant, she felt a profound sense of joy and contentment. With that, Xing Bang returned to his own quarters. "Did Wu Jing trouble you?" Although Madame Fanghua did not express it verbally, she was acutely aware of Bai Rushuang's intentions. Moreover, she genuinely wished to extend her heartfelt gratitude. No, upon receiving this news, the Empress had already commanded to cease all actions. Oh, that is good. Be careful not to wet your clothes. This wooden tub is quite spacious." "What do you mean?" Xing Bang feigned this demeanor. Having awaited this phrase for quite some time, this was indeed a reward earned through true skill. "Ah, you, how vexing." Madame Fanghua was no match for him. This mischievous rascal truly excelled at tormenting others. In the future, could you refrain from uttering the word vexing? When it escapes your little throat, I find it rather difficult to endure. "You are so glib. Come inside quickly." Madame Fanghua pouted. Xing Bang chuckled softly. And then, Chapter 102. Could she be recalling the events of that fateful night? After about a quarter of an hour, Bai Rushi let out a long sigh, her lips curving into a slight smile. The larger the barrel, the more delightful the experience. The decibels reaching her ears confirmed this, for she was no different. Suddenly, Bai Rushi furrowed her brow. What should be done? Perhaps it would be wise to find some earplugs. Lady Fanghua, too, sensed the predicament, but could only close her eyes in regret. "Sister, I am truly sorry. I wish things were different, yet I am powerless." An hour later. "Oh dear. When I see Rushi tomorrow, will she laugh at me? How utterly mortifying." The thought of this embarrassment washed over Lady Fanghua. Xing Bang chuckled heartily, reassuring her, "Fear not. She will not mock you. Why? Because you are both in the same boat. You truly have a knack for causing trouble." Lady Fanghua was momentarily speechless, yet felt a sense of comfort. After all, no sister should ridicule another, for you are not far superior to me. By the way, We are to meet the emperor tomorrow. What are your thoughts on that? What? Are you feeling jealous? Lady Fanghua laughed, leaning in with keen interest. Well, perhaps just a tad. Xing Bang did not feign indifference. As a man, if he felt no stirrings of emotion, it would signify a complete absence of sentiment. Lady Fanghua's heart warmed. Truth be told, had Xing Bang not broached the subject, she might have felt a tinge of disappointment. Now, however, a comforting warmth enveloped her. No matter how resilient one may be, a woman desires her beloved to express their care and affection through tangible actions. Lady Fanghua leaned down and planted a kiss on Xing Bang, her voice imbued with warmth. In this lifetime, there shall only be one cherished man in my heart. And that is you. Hee hee. I find myself wanting you to say something endearing again. You, truly are insufferable. Lady Fanghua's charming tones arose once more, and she resolutely surrendered to the moment. The following day, around 4 in the morning, Xing Bang, Lady Fanghua, and Bai Rushi all arose. The night before, it had been agreed that Princess Li Lizzie would bring attendants to bathe and dress Lady Fanghua, then proceed to Qingliang Palace together. If they did not rise early, they risked being blocked at the door. As anticipated, Bai Rushi appeared unfazed, as if she had not heard a thing. Once again, it was Xiao Shizi who arrived to tidy up Xing Bang's bathing barrel. This time, the lad, curious as ever, inspected it in his hands, only to wrinkle his brow without posing any questions. Xing Bang smiled knowingly. This young man was growing up. However, it was still prudent to explain and add invigorating elements. Xiao Shizi seemed to have taken note. He was indeed leading others astray. Was this truly the right way to proceed? Once everything was in order, Li Lizzie arrived punctually with several maidservants, while Xiao Shizi had already gone to heat water. Li Ji, it is a pleasure to meet you. Ah, Li Ji, there are no beauties around now. It brings me immense joy to see you again, and you have grown even more beautiful. Meng Yuti has already encountered Bai Ruoshuang, so Li Ji was not at all surprised to see her. She is well aware of the close bond between Madame Fanghua and Bai Ruoshuang. Upon seeing Bai Ruoshuang, Li Ji instinctively prepared to pay her respects, but Bai Ruoshuang interrupted her, as she no longer wished to be addressed as a beauty. Indeed, it had been over a year since they last met. Li Ji scrutinized Bai Ruoshuang and couldn't help but wonder how she had become even more stunning than during their days in the palace. It was truly perplexing. Perhaps this bathhouse was a place of good fortune that nourished beauty? However, Li Ji kept her thoughts to herself, expressing her delight in seeing Bai Ruoshuang in such splendid form. Madame Fanghua and Bai Ruoshuang shared a sisterly bond, naturally making Li Ji feel an extraordinary closeness to Bai Ruoshuang as well. Before long, Xiao Shizi arrived with 2 eunuchs, having prepared the bathing tub with water. A few palace maids remained inside to attend to the arrangements, while Xing Bang, Bai Ruoshuang, and Li Ji waited in the main hall. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Bai Ruoshuang expressed her desire to return to her chambers, and Li Ji understood and did not insist on her staying longer. Subsequently, Xing Bang escorted Bai Ruoshuang. Ruoshuang, did you sleep well last night? Xing Bang inquired as they stepped outside. Humph, what do you think? Bai Ruoshuang retorted with a pout, lamenting that despite covering herself with blankets and using earplugs, it was futile. It felt as if an earthquake had struck. And even in sleep, she heard phantom sounds. How unfortunate for you. Jot it down in your little notebook. I shall surely make amends, he promised. Really? Then I shall hold you to that. Bai Ruoshuang chuckled, amused at the notion of this matter becoming a debt. Indeed, it must be recorded. I will repay you double, for we are strong and have no fear. Agreed, it is settled then. A few words brought Bai Ruoshuang immense comfort, filling her with happiness. All right, you must hurry back now. At the doorway, Bai Ruoshuang urged Xing Bang to return swiftly. Upon his return to the bathhouse, Li Ji sat alone, feeling rather bored, as Meng Yuti had not accompanied her, likely tending to the sisters Feng Yi and Feng Jiao. Your Highness, please enjoy some tea. Xing Bang, at a loss for words, pushed a teacup towards her, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness. It was their first time sitting face to face like this. Xiao Bangzi, it truly seems a pity that you became a eunuch. Judging by the clever ideas you've shared, I find myself questioning what you did before entering the palace. Your Highness jest. Who could enter the palace if they were not desperate? However, my childhood tutor claimed I possessed great talent. Had it not been for a family misfortune, perhaps I could have galloped alongside the princess on the battlefield. Indeed, Such a remarkable person would never wish to become a eunuch. Galloping on the battlefield, the princess herself is uncertain whether there will be another opportunity in the future. Should such an opportunity arise, considering your cunning and audacity, I would genuinely contemplate having you by my side as an advisor in military affairs. Li Lizzie reflected on the prospect of remaining confined within the depths of the palace, and the thought alone filled her heart with immense sorrow. Xing Bang nodded, understanding the princess's sentiments. It was akin to a canary trapped in a cage, naturally eliciting a myriad of emotions. Yet, to be precise, the inner palace resembled a vast iron cage from which no bird could escape. Li Lizzie paused, casting a lingering gaze upon Xing Bang, surprised by his perceptiveness. Just as she contemplated this, he seemed to discern her thoughts. Little Bang, I have suddenly recalled something, and I hope you will answer truthfully. Li Lizzie fell silent for a moment, abruptly placing her teacup aside while scrutinizing Xing Bang from head to toe. Goodness, could it be that she is recalling the incident of that day when I stood to relieve myself? Chapter 103, The Cool Pavilion, A Return to Familiar Grounds. Princess, feel free to inquire anything. I assure you, I shall answer without reservation. Xing Bang maintained a composed demeanor, for now that Li Lizzie was aware of her identity. He anticipated no complications. Given the situation with Madame Fanghua, he had even transformed into her stepfather. Do you have feelings for that girl, Yudi? Your Highness, why do you suddenly ask such a question? Li Lizzie's inquiry was bold and unrestrained, catching Xing Bang off guard. Yudi confided in me that she holds a fondness for you. Having known her for many years, I can assert that she has never mentioned any man before. Her feelings are genuine. Therefore, do not be apprehensive. Speak your truth, for I shall not impose any consequences upon you. Your Highness, I believe I grasp your intent. Yet Xing Bang began to comprehend that she was acting as a matchmaker for Meng Yudi. However, it struck him as curious that if she harbored such affection for Meng Yudi, she would not fear compromising her well-being. Or perhaps, Li Lizzie was fully aware of her identity and merely feigning ignorance. Do not concern yourself with other matters. I am fully aware of my actions and shall not lead you astray. As long as you reciprocate Yudi's feelings and pledge to treat her well, I shall take it upon myself to grant her to you when the opportune moment arises. However, I must forewarn you, should you dare to deceive me, I will not show you mercy. Li Lizzie's expression was grave, devoid of any hint of jest, and her demeanor remained particularly serious. Xing Bang found it challenging to ascertain whether she had deduced his identity from that night or if Meng Yudi had disclosed the truth to her. Nevertheless, based on his understanding of Meng Yudi, the latter was highly improbable. Clearly, Li Lizzie had bypassed the question and arrived at a conclusion, which he found utterly astonishing. Your Highness, to speak candidly, Yudi is not only kind-hearted but also exceptionally beautiful. I certainly hold affection for her. Xing Bang decided to respond directly, as she was already his woman, and he was determined to treat her well, a promise he could uphold. As for his identity, since Li Lizzie had not mentioned it, he had nothing further to disclose, knowing she would not harm him. Very well, that suffices. I shall inform Yudi of this matter, and you two need not conceal anything from me henceforth. Li Lizzie mused, considering it absurd to dismiss Yudi. Subsequently, she refrained from broaching the topic again, and everything returned to its previous state. Before long, the door swung open, revealing Madame Fanghua, exquisitely adorned. My goodness, she is truly breathtaking, radiating an extraordinary aura. Not only was Xing Bang captivated, but even Li Lizzie could not help but steal glances. It had been some time since she had witnessed such an awe-inspiring sight. Her heart swelled with joy and satisfaction. Oh dear, I find myself somewhat unaccustomed to such elaborate attire. In truth, Madame Fanghua was indifferent to her appearance. For the individual she once held dear had long since lost significance. Her only motivation was to reunite with her son. However, the sole silver lining was that Xing Bang's gaze had become utterly transfixed, which brought a surge of secret delight to her heart. It seemed her efforts had not been in vain. Little Bangzi, please arrange matters at the Baosher Bureau and accompany Madame Fanghua to the Qingliang Hall to attend to the court. Yes, Your Highness. Xing Bang had not anticipated being summoned herself, yet it was merely a matter of a few words. This arrangement spared her the trouble of sneaking over clandestinely. Sister Fanghua, let us proceed to wait there now. The Emperor and the Crown Prince will likely arrive later. You might as well take this opportunity to refresh your spirits, suggested Li Lizzie thoughtfully. It seemed that this address of sister might be the last time it would be uttered. After becoming aware of the crown prince's affairs with her, it would no longer be appropriate. Even as Li Lizzie spoke the term, it felt somewhat awkward. In truth, even if Madame Fanghua were to find out, she might privately encourage her to continue calling her sister, for the age difference was trifling, and their bond was akin to that of siblings. Indeed, a carriage had been prepared outside, as the emperor had advised against any unnecessary complications. Li Lizzie and Madame Fanghua boarded the carriage, while Xing Bang naturally opted to walk, as the Qingliang Hall was in close proximity to the Baosher Bureau, requiring little time to traverse. Xing Bang had no significant arrangements to make, save for instructing a young attendant, Zai Jinzi, to inform Wu Jing of her whereabouts. At this juncture, it was entirely appropriate to notify Wu Jing, for the empress would surely be informed of the entire situation promptly. Before long, the group arrived at the Qingliang Hall. Wan Yin ran. Upon reaching the entrance, Xing Bang spotted a familiar, enchanting figure, the first woman she had encountered since her arrival in this realm. At that moment, Madame Fanghua and Li Lizzie also disembarked from the carriage. Wan Yinran hurried forward a few steps, adorned in strikingly exquisite attire. Your servant greets the Madam and Her Highness. Wan Yinran held the rank of a minor attendant, her status significantly lower than that of Li Lizzie. Sister, you are too courteous. I am no longer a madam, she replied. I presume you are the esteemed Wan Shaosher from the Tsulu Pavilion? It was evident that Madame Fanghua, Li Lizzie, and Wan Yinran were not well acquainted, given the latter's lowly status, which relegated her to merely standing outside the palace to pay her respects. There were numerous concubines of such low rank within the palace, and given the emperor's advanced age, many might very well end their days in solitude amidst the harem. Wan Yinran, however, was audacious. Out of sheer boredom, she had once bribed the deceased Su Guang, leading to her first encounter with Xing Bang. Little did she expect that Xing Bang was merely a false eunuch, which led to their unexpected liaison. Nevertheless, it had been quite some time since Xing Bang had last visited Wan Yinran. Wan Yinran quickly recognized Xing Bang, her expression momentarily clouded with melancholy. Yes, Your Highness. I have received the Emperor's command to await his presence at the Qingliang Hall. Oh, I see. Then let us all enter together, Madame Fanghua said amiably, pulling Wan Yinran along as they proceeded into the Qingliang Hall. Xing Bang has come to some understanding. Wan Yinran's Jade Pavilion is quite nearby, and it is only natural for the Emperor to be accompanied by a consort whenever he ventures out. However, as Lady Fanghua mentioned, His Majesty's health has long since deteriorated. The group proceeded directly to the pavilion where Xing Bang and Meng Yinran had previously spent time, for the palace is in close proximity, and this spot offers the finest view of the entire Cool Breeze Palace. To his surprise, Meng Yudi was also present, accompanied by the He sisters, He Fengyi and He Fengjiao. This was to be expected, as Fengyi and Fengjiao have now aligned themselves with the eldest princess, and having received such significant favor, it is only proper to express their gratitude in person. Moreover, as the elder cousins of the crown prince, it is entirely reasonable for them to visit him. Xing Bang, however, appears to be an extraneous presence. Perhaps Li Lizzie, with good intentions, deliberately invited him along to revisit the cherished memories with Meng Yudi. Chapter 104, Emperor Yao. Is that game of mahjong your invention? In the Shanning Palace, the old servant reported to Empress Xiao, Your Majesty, I have ascertained that Lady Fanghua has emerged from the violent chamber and is currently at the Qingliang Hall. Moreover, His Majesty intends to stay there for a few days under the pretense of studying with the Crown Prince. Upon receiving this news, Li Lianying hurriedly conveyed the details to Empress Xiao. What? Such a significant matter, and His Majesty chooses to conceal it from me. First, he betroths the beautiful lady to the Crown Prince, and now he releases Lady Fanghua. I fear it will not be long before he brings that wretched woman back to the palace. Empress Xiao was instantly consumed with fury. Her teeth clenched in anger as she shattered a teacup on the floor. I cannot be certain, but Your Majesty must not worry too much. Perhaps the eldest princess is merely using the crown prince for her own ends. Not long ago, they were seen playing in the imperial garden. The crown prince was quite distressed at the time, which may have softened His Majesty's heart. Li Lianying hastily attempted to calm her, anxious that the empress's ire might escalate further. Moreover, the choice of Qingliang Hall suggests a desire for secrecy from prying eyes. I do not understand why His Majesty shows compassion for others, yet neglects me and Jinger. His sole focus is to eliminate obstacles for the crown prince, all while keeping a wary eye on both my father and myself. Empress Zhao's eyes brimmed with tears, her heart heavy with sorrow. Your Majesty, I implore you to temper your anger and look after your health. Li Lianying had never witnessed such a display of emotion from the Empress. It was evident that this situation had struck a profound blow. Our Xiao family has always been loyal to the imperial family, and I have committed no grave error. Is it so wrong to wish for Jinger to ascend as crown prince? My son is the legitimate heir. Why should that wretched Lady Fanghua's son benefit? Empress Zhao's voice trembled, nearly rising to a roar as she envisioned the triumphant smirk of Lady Fanghua and the emperor's lingering affection for her. Ah! The very thought left Empress Zhao gasping for breath, her chest constricting with anguish, and she cried out in despair. Your Majesty, you must not act thus. It tears my heart asunder to witness your suffering. If it would bring you joy, I would personally go to Qingliang Hall and eliminate Lady Fanghua myself. Li Lianying knelt, his loyalty manifesting in heartfelt tears. It was no wonder. The Li family owed a great debt to the Xiao family and had resolved to repay it with their lives since the day they began serving the Empress. Li Gonggong, please, rise. Your Majesty, make your decision. As long as I do not confront Chao Jingchun directly, I am confident I can retreat unscathed. Li Lianying remained kneeling, his expression resolute. This was not a mere whim, it was a desperate measure. Of course, he was acutely aware of the 4 elder attendants hidden within the palace, any one of whom could easily end his life, yet he had never witnessed their true prowess. Thus, he found himself gambling on the remoteness of Qingliang Hall, hoping for negligence. Even if his actions were uncovered, it would suffice to shoulder all blame. Without evidence, the Empress could do little against him. Master Li, if there were an inclination to put you in peril, it would have been done long ago. It is utterly inconceivable to commit murder beneath His Majesty's very gaze. Moreover, the present circumstances are vastly different from those of the past. His Majesty's health is precarious, afflicted by an ailment of considerable severity. Should the elixir crafted from the inner essence of the flood dragon prove ineffective, His Majesty, in his final moments, may resort to any means necessary to secure a stable realm for the crown prince. Empress Xiao, as the revered matriarch, has endured much, and her recent outburst was merely a release of pent-up emotions. She quickly regained her composure. Rise, she commanded. I am aware of your unwavering loyalty and appreciate your sentiments. Thank you, Your Highness, for your understanding. I would brave any peril for you. Li Lianying, witnessing the Empress's recovery, gradually stood. Now, there was nothing more to be done but to wait patiently. Regardless of whether that wretched Fanghua is restored to her position by His Majesty, I shall not fear her. I will fight to the bitter end, refusing to grant her and her son their desires. With that, Empress Xiao gently closed her eyes, seeking tranquility. In the Qingliang Palace, Lu Xian arrived with the crown prince, intent on avoiding unnecessary commotion, accompanied only by 2 eunuchs and 2 palace maidens. Your humble servant Fanghua pays her respects to Your Majesty and the crown prince. Li Ji pays her respects to father and the crown prince. Your servant pays her respects to Your Majesty and the crown prince. All knelt before the sovereign. Rise, commanded Lu Xian. Fanghua, I hereby grant you pardon. Do not feel overly constrained. Huier, assist your mother to her feet. Yes, father. The crown prince Lu Hui, brimming with eagerness, rushed to help Lady Fanghua rise. Mother, Huier. The 2 embraced, tears welling in their eyes, while behind them, Li Lizzie and her sisters Meng Yudi and He Fengyi were deeply moved, their eyes glistening with emotion. Xing Bang observed the current Emperor Lu Xian for the first time. He appeared formidable, yet upon closer inspection, a pallor suggested an underlying illness. 8 layers of divine separation. What remarkable mastery! Yet, devoid of the use of heavenly sight, he sensed no fluctuations of spiritual energy within Lu Xian, outwardly. He did not appear to possess any cultivation, which struck him as peculiar. Could this be related to his malady? Xing Bang could only speculate, as even Lady Fanghua remained largely unaware, knowing only that Lu Xian's health was in dire straits, nearly extinguished. Otherwise he would not have been so ruthless as to confine her to such a dire chamber. Father, where is eunuch Wei? He is usually by your side, inquired Li Lizzie, puzzled, as the chief attendant rarely strayed far. Lu Xian coughed, a clear indication of his frailty, having merely been exposed to a gentle breeze. Oh, I seldom enjoy such leisure. I shall leave the official documents and affairs to the Department of Rights. Are you concerned for my safety? With you near, I feel at ease. Father, you jest. Who would dare approach you even a step in this palace? Father, the wind is strong outside. You should rest within the palace halls. Lucien waved his hand dismissively, proclaiming, It matters not. I have long been away from such a tranquil place. The air is delightful. You need not concern yourselves with me. For the next few days, let there be no distinction between sovereign and subjects, only family. Young ones, feel free to revel as you wish. Yes, father, replied Li Ji. Li Ji has brought Feng Yi and Feng Jiao. They wish to express their gratitude to your majesty in person. Lucien glanced at Feng Yi and Feng Jiao, then waved his hand again, noting how these two young ladies had become increasingly poised. Very well, that is enough. Go and enjoy yourselves. Turning his attention to Wan Yinran, who stood behind him, he added, You need not stand on ceremony either. You are all young. Join them in their explorations. There is no need to accompany me. Thus, only Li Ji and Xing Bang remained in the vicinity. At this moment, Lucien scrutinized Xing Bang, inquiring, You must be the infamous miser, am I correct? Indeed. Your Majesty, that is I? Xing Bang responded. I have heard that the object of the sixth prince's obsession, something called mahjong, was your invention. Is that true? Chapter 105. A eunuch, quite cultured? In response to your Majesty, this is an invention of mine, Xing Bang replied candidly. Astonished that Li Xian had accurately deduced his identity and immediately inquired about the game of mahjong. Do you realize that your invention has now captivated the capital and will soon spread throughout the realm of Dyo? To be honest, I did not anticipate this at all. This game is not solely my creation. It was imparted to me by a scruffy old Taoist I encountered in my youth, who taught me using a simple bond. Xing Bang, fully aware of the likely outcome, feigned ignorance, knowing that Li Xian would inquire further. Thus, he preemptively provided an explanation, weaving a modest tale. A game, you say? The name certainly conveys seriousness. Such a fervently embraced pastime must possess its intricacies. I found myself perplexed as to how a mere young eunuch could possess such insight. It appears it was indeed crafted by the hands of a recluse. Fortuitously for you, a mere bun may bestow upon you wealth and prosperity. Indeed, Xing Bang's prior elucidation dispelled Li Xian's curiosity. The notion of wealth and prosperity was easily comprehensible, signifying the favor and recognition he had received from the sixth prince. Moreover, are you aware that this so-called game has not only become a means of clandestine gambling among nobles, but has also emerged as the most favored pastime in the grand casinos of the capital? You, a mere eunuch, have unwittingly made many rich overnight, while leading countless others to ruin. By heaven, I cannot accept this. Did I drag them into this? Your Majesty, I refer to it as a game precisely because it serves as a form of entertainment during leisure, enriching the lives of the common folk of Dyo. As for the gambling aspect, it is said that 1 in 10 will win and 9 will lose, and even without mahjong, this immutable truth remains unchanged. Along with human nature, every phenomenon possesses duality. It fundamentally rests upon the human heart. For the gambling inclined, even a game of rock, paper, scissors can be wagered, while for the virtuous, anything that may serve for gaming is merely a delightful diversion. Xing Bang spoke with calm confidence, articulating his thoughts with eloquence. Li Xian furrowed his brow, genuinely astonished as he inquired, Is this your own insight or? Your Majesty, it is the wisdom imparted by that old Taoist. Due to his association with the sixth prince, Xing Bang had already garnered attention, and he was reluctant to display brilliance before Li Xian, opting for humility, attributing all credit to the scruffy old Taoist. That old Taoist, now deceased. Please burn paper for him. Time has passed, and the fact that you can articulate this so fluently indicates your thorough comprehension, which is indeed commendable. No wonder Jinger holds you in such high regard. You are a rather exceptional young eunuch. Li Xian had previously been tacitly approving of the sixth prince's engagement with mahjong. Hearing Xing Bang's profound discourse, he now viewed him as a knowledgeable young eunuch and hoped he could reform his wayward son, setting his expectations modestly for him to become a law-abiding and unremarkable individual. Your Majesty, you flatter me. I merely endeavor to fulfill my duties with diligence. Xing Bang has come to understand that Lucien is not truly upset about the gambling with mahjong. Such simple truths are not beyond his grasp. Perhaps he is merely testing himself. As fate would have it, Jing has presented me with a set of ivory mahjong, which I have yet to explore. Since you suggest it may bring joy, I have brought it along today. Thus, I shall allow you, the inventor, to instruct me in its play. Indeed, your majesty. Subsequently, the eunuch behind Lu Xian arranged the ivory mahjong upon the stone table in the pavilion. Your majesty, this game can accommodate 2 to 4 players at Lu Xian's prompting. Xing Bang began to elucidate the rules in detail. He mused that a sovereign of such stature would not invite others to sit and play mahjong, but rather sought instruction on its mechanics. Thus, Xing Bang meticulously explained the game for about half an hour. Lu Xian nodded appreciatively, exclaiming, "Remarkable. Indeed, it is far more intricate than the common games of dice." Li Lizzie, standing nearby, listened attentively and added her praise. "Father, I believe there is considerable wisdom in this mahjong. It shares similarities with the game of chess, requiring skill and intellect." She giggled, feeling an urge to partake in a few rounds herself. Lu Xian smiled softly. "Lizzie, you are indeed perceptive. Your observation is entirely accurate. This can be regarded as a refined pastime. Engaging in it during leisure can truly cultivate one's disposition. So, Father, does this imply your support for such pastimes?" "Naturally, I shall support things of elegance. I could indeed spare some time for diversion." Lu Xian readily agreed, though he then coughed several times. "Father, the wind is quite brisk. It would be prudent for you to return to the palace. Perhaps you may venture out again when the afternoon warms," suggested Lizzie. "Very well. I shall retreat to the inner chambers to read, while these 2 eunuchs attend to me. You may both enjoy yourselves." "Yes, father." Thus, the 2 young eunuchs aided Lu Xian as he made his way back to the grand hall. Xing Bang regarded him with a measure of disdain. He had forsaken 2 lovely maidens to return with 2 young eunuchs. Li Lizzie waved at the 2 remaining maidens, saying, "Since His Majesty has spoken, you 2 should also go and enjoy yourselves." "Yes, princess," the maidens responded and, arm in arm, exited the pavilion, eager to revel in the rare opportunity to explore freely. Li Lizzie seated herself and began to attentively arrange the mahjong tiles, while Xing Bang observed. The esteemed princess truly relished exploring new experiences. Her earnest demeanor only heightened her allure. "Xiao Bangzi, do not stand idly. Come, help me set up the tiles, and let us engage in a few rounds." "As you wish, princess." Then, without hesitation, Xing Bang sat comfortably beside Li Lizzie, skillfully arranging the tiles. The fragrant aroma wafting in the air was delightful, and sitting closer, the natural scent emanating from her was even more intoxicating. Observing Xing Bang's adept handling of the mahjong tiles, Li Lizzie attempted to mimic his actions, but with a loud crash, her efforts ended in failure. "Little Bang, why can't I get it right? Is it a matter of force? Come here quickly and teach me." After several unsuccessful attempts, frustration began to mount. Why was this so much more challenging than her training? "Princess, this may not be appropriate." "What? Are you unwilling to teach your princess?" she retorted playfully. "Oh, come now, why are you so timid? I haven't found you lacking yet." As Li Lizzie looked up, she suddenly understood the situation. A eunuch, surprisingly refined. Chapter 106. Dining alone with Dream Beauty, am I really that timid? With a playful tone, Xing Bang approached Li Lizzie, standing closely behind her, and began to instruct her on how to arrange the tiles of mahjong, guiding her hand by hand. Naturally, they were in close proximity, and the delightful fragrance emanating from Li Lizzie was truly refreshing. The warmth of Xing Bang's breath brushed against her face. Yet Li Lizzie remained entirely focused on the game, showing little reaction. How earnest she was! As she grasped the technique and strength required, she quickly learned the game. You are completely allowed to be a bit slower. Subsequently, Xing Bang joined her in a 2-player mahjong game, and she played with utmost seriousness and joy. Before long, it was time for breakfast, around 10 in the morning. Lu Xian did not dwell on the formalities, directly inviting the sisters Feng Yi and Feng Jiao to take their seats, proclaiming that they were akin to a warm and lively family gathering for a meal. "This is the first time I have experienced such a lively dining atmosphere. Today, there is no emperor present. We are simply a family sharing a meal together. You need not adhere to so many rules. Eat what you wish, say what you desire. Oh, and there is no need for too many attendants here. Beauty, I have arranged for some to be set aside. Take Xiao Bangzi to the side hall to dine, as a reward for teaching me how to play mahjong." After Lu Xian finished speaking, he noticed that Xing Bang and Dream Beauty were standing behind Madame Fanghua and Li Lizzie. "Thank you for your gracious gift, Your Majesty." "How stingy," just for one meal. Lu Xian waved his hand, and the eunuchs behind him began to serve dishes from the imperial table into food boxes, revealing over 100 exquisite dishes. Xing Bang and Dream Beauty then proceeded to the adjacent side hall. Before long, two eunuchs brought in a selection of 20 or so delicacies prepared by the imperial kitchen, along with a golden pot of royal wine. After placing the food down, the eunuchs closed the door and exited. Naturally, at the large table laden with dishes, there were two eunuchs and two palace maids attending, indicating the considerable length required to accommodate such a grand feast. Well, sister, it seems you are benefiting from my good fortune this time. How will you express your gratitude? Gratitude, you big-headed fool. Dream Beauty rolled her eyes, finding him rather mischievous for teasing her even during a meal. Xing Bang chuckled and gestured towards the delectable dishes before them. You have worked hard these past few days. Make sure to replenish your strength. Eat as much as you like, and if you can't reach something, do help yourself to mine. Of course, if it's beyond my reach, I would appreciate your assistance as well. What do I need to replenish? It's not like you. How annoying. Dream Beauty inadvertently fell for his charm once again, yet she felt a warmth in her heart. It was indeed the first time someone had shown concern for her during these unusual days. Although the princess treated her well, she often overlooked such matters, even while tending to her own feelings. Let's eat quickly. Would you like me to feed you? No need, You are truly repulsive. Meng Yuti had initially thought that he genuinely wished to feed her, but upon seeing Xing Bang with a piece of meat in his mouth, she immediately rolled her eyes. Sigh, why am I so infatuated with this rogue? He truly lacks romantic sensibility. This is what one calls displaying affection. Do you understand? All right. Let us eat quickly. Meng Yuti picked up a piece of vegetable with her chopsticks and placed it into Xing Bang's plate, thus embodying the affection he had mentioned. Xing Bang refrained from teasing her further, devouring the meat in his mouth, and then proceeding to eat the vegetables from his plate. Meng Yuti did not rush to use her chopsticks either. Instead, she poured him a cup of fine wine, finding inexplicable joy in watching him eat heartily. Sigh. Having a wife is indeed wonderful, someone to care for you, to serve you dishes and pour your wine. Xing Bang raised his cup and downed it in one gulp, then sighed contentedly. Meng Yuti's face flushed, and she mumbled softly, Who is your wife? You're dreaming. Xing Bang laughed heartily. Is there anyone else here? If not you, who else could I mean with so much delicious food? You should focus on eating rather than babbling nonsense. Meng Yuti felt shy, yet her heart raced with excitement. Unsure of how to respond, she instinctively picked up more vegetables for Xing Bang to mask her inner turmoil. You needn't be embarrassed. I'm quite serious when I say that the crown princess has promised you to me. What? How is that possible? Xing Bang thought that since the subject had been broached, he might as well clarify it, although he still held many doubts. However, Meng Yuti's expression suggested she was unaware. This was rather absurd. Li Lizzie could not be so reckless in matchmaking. I thought you knew. Your crown princess told me in person at the Bureau of Violence, saying that you— What did she say? Meng Yuti's face turned crimson. She had confided her feelings to the crown princess. Realization dawned upon her. Could it be because of this? Xing Bang smiled slyly, about to speak, but Meng Yuti interjected, Stop. I don't want to hear it. Shyness had crept up to her neck, and she instinctively covered her ears. Is it necessary to be this bashful? The two of them were already entangled in a reality. Xing Bang hadn't intended to mention her affection for him. It seemed rather mundane. Merely wanting to tease her. You wouldn't marry anyone but me. Xing Bang gently tapped the hand covering Meng Yuti's ears, signaling her to release it. Truly, why was she so serious? All right, let go. I want to speak of those trivial matters. He leaned close to her ear and spoke loudly before reluctantly letting go. The crown princess is indeed quite strange. Even knowing your feelings for me, how could she bear to let you be with a eunuch? Furthermore, I haven't revealed anything at all. I cannot fathom how this situation arose, yet I trust that the crown princess would not make such a decision without reason. Meng Yuti's face then took on a hint of grievance. Even if she were to be struck down, she would never disclose the secrets buried deep within her heart. Xing Bang merely spoke offhandedly, not anticipating that Meng Yuti would be so concerned, which revealed her deep-seated feelings. Reflecting on this, Xing Bang drew her into his embrace and reassured her, Do not overthink it. How could I ever doubt you? It was merely a casual remark. In truth, I was only discussing the intentions of the eldest princess with you, and I do harbor some suspicion as to whether she has discerned my true identity. Meng Yuti did not pull away but instead responded gently, "That seems unlikely. If she were aware, she would surely have hinted at it to me. The only oversight on my part may have been when I returned to the palace that day, and the eldest princess noticed something amiss. However, from what I know of her, she has never been particularly concerned with matters of romance. I doubt she would ponder it further. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. Umph, even if the eldest princess has figured it out, it is your fault for being so brusque with me." Chapter 107. The 8-year-old Crown Prince's Sudden Invitation. As Meng Yuti contemplated these matters, a peculiar sense of discomfort enveloped her heart. Reflecting upon it, she believed that one's first experience should be filled with beauty and tenderness. Yet, this rascal not only exhibited rudeness but also treated her with an unrelenting fierceness, evoking a profound sense of resentment. Xing Bang tightened his embrace around Meng Yuti, resting his chin upon her silken hair, and remarked, "All right, Yuti, let us not dwell on the past. Whether the princess is aware of our circumstances is inconsequential. Even if she were, it would not alter my course." He continued, "I hereby declare, regardless of whether she approves of our union, you are unequivocally mine. Your deep affection for me shall be reciprocated with utmost care and devotion. Do you understand?" Seizing the moment, Xing Bang professed his feelings outright. Although they were already bound together, he had yet to fully unveil his heart to Meng Yuti. After all, she was a woman deserving of assurance and a touch of sentimentality, a testament to his responsibility and grace as a man. Upon hearing his words, Meng Yuti clung tightly to Xing Bang's waist, overcome with emotion to the point of tears. Previously, she had often fretted over whether he truly cared for her or regarded her merely as a passing fancy. Now, her heart felt liberated. "You wicked man, always teasing me. I am yours for life. You shall never be rid of me," she declared, her demeanor softening as she recognized the motives behind her earlier antics. Ultimately, it was her own lack of confidence that had led her to such turmoil, and now she felt reassured. Xing Bang said nothing further, but instead leaned in for a kiss, allowing actions to speak louder than words. Meng Yuti, too, let her emotions flow freely, reveling in the bliss of the moment. However, it was not long before her heart raced, feeling as if she could only exhale without inhaling. Admittedly, she was inexperienced in matters of love. Wait. What are you thinking? I am a man of great responsibility." Xing Bang, slightly overzealous, inadvertently led Meng Yuti's thoughts astray. "You are quite audacious, and, if I may interpret this correctly, are you hinting at something? Given the right opportunity," she mused, "shall we venture to the bamboo grove by the lake? We can admire the scenery and also assess the sturdiness of the bamboo roots." Xing Bang, observing Meng Yuti's gentle demeanor, reaffirmed his belief that women are indeed capricious. She had swiftly positioned herself as his own, transforming their bond into a matter of course. "I understand your thoughts, but what is there to study about bamboo?" Meng Yuti felt a hint of embarrassment, yet her emotions were predominantly laced with anticipation, curiosity, and confusion. Xing Bang chuckled knowingly and then released her from his embrace. "You haven't eaten anything yet. Let us dine swiftly. Only when we are satisfied can we tackle our endeavors more effectively." Meng Yuti shot him a playful glare. "You rogue." Nevertheless, she obediently picked up her chopsticks, while Xing Bang attentively served her some dishes. Meng Yuti nibbled delicately, her joy unmistakable. This meal would surely be etched in her memory. She expressed a desire for a particular dish, for happiness meatballs. Indeed, Xing Bang promptly served her twice. But Meng Yuti furrowed her brow, curiosity piqued. "Why do you give me two? I don't particularly enjoy this dish, though it does appear well prepared this time," she admitted, preparing to share one with Xing Bang, embodying the ethos of someone who had emerged from military life, aware that wasting food is disgraceful. "Please, indulge yourself. It looks delightful. Savor it well, and I assure you, you will come to appreciate this dish in due time." "Very well," Meng Yuti conceded, choosing not to pass it on, instead delicately tasting it. Xing Bang struggled to suppress a chuckle, then added a dish to his bowl, stating earnestly, "I prefer this dish." "Abalone, you certainly have exquisite tastes. Such luxuries are unattainable in the barracks. Eat your fill. If you enjoy it, I shall endeavor to bring you more in the future," Meng Yuti replied earnestly. Mentally noting his words, Xing Bang smiled knowingly. What a wonderful woman. They chose not to indulge in rich meats thereafter, opting instead for a selection of light vegetarian fare. Meng Yuti found no further surprises, savoring the meal sweetly alongside Xing Bang. "Oh dear, I am so full. Come, let me feel just how full I am. Let us hasten outside." Lingering too long might invite ridicule from the princess. Meng Yuti playfully swatted away Xing Bang's hand, aware that their meal had stretched on, contemplating whether the princess might find their intimacy excessive. Indeed, they had lingered, and by the time they entered the main hall, most of the dignitaries had nearly finished their meals. However, Lucien had already indicated he would not chastise them. Upon their entrance, Li Lizzie cast several glances their way, particularly at Meng Yuti, who radiated happiness. A pang of envy struck her. How blissful it must be to share life with one as beloved. Yet, she lamented. It seemed she would never have such an opportunity in her lifetime. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she was not only envious but also felt a tinge of sadness. Before long, Lucien rose first, prompting the palace maids and eunuchs to begin clearing the table. Soon, the kitchen staff would arrive to collect the leftovers, allowing the maids and eunuchs who had not dined to partake in the remnants. Though termed leftovers, most dishes remained largely untouched, over 80 dishes in total. Such is the nature of royal feasts, a testament to their extravagant waste. While it was said a family dined together, the truth remained that the emperor likely enjoyed his meal with Meng Yuti more than anyone else present. As the sun shone outside, the emperor declared, "I wish to take a stroll. Fanghua, accompany me." "Yes, your majesty," Lady Fanghua responded, following him outside. As they approached Xing Bang, she cast him a reluctant glance. And notably, no one else accompanied them. "In this moment, only the two of us remain, my companion. Come, accompany me, the crown prince, as we row upon the lake." "But, dear prince, did you not just express a desire to learn the game of mahjong?" "My dear sister Lily, you and the other ladies may engage in your conversation for a while. I shall take my companion to the lakeside to admire the scenery. I find myself rather satiated at present." Lily glanced at Lu Hui before responding. "Very well, you may go. After all, he is merely an 8-year-old child, and it is evident that the crown prince likely has matters to discuss with Xing Bang. Yet, what could those matters possibly be?" Lily was utterly perplexed, though Xing Bang could sense something amiss. "Your Highness, please." With that, Lucien strode confidently ahead, and Xing Bang naturally followed closely, making their way toward the boats by the pavilion. Chapter 108. Who allowed you to call me Uncle Bang? Throughout the journey, the young Lu Hui remained silent, while Xing Bang closely followed, the two of them making their way toward the lakeside. "Your Highness, given the chilly weather, perhaps it would be wise to refrain from rowing. We wouldn't want you to catch a chill. Should you have any commands, please do not hesitate to instruct your servant." Although the autumn air was crisp, rowing at this time was still quite cold. Xing Bang understood that this spirited young boy feigned an interest in rowing. He likely had something he wished to discuss. Were it the sweltering days of summer, the shores would be adorned with luxurious vessels, yet in this season, only a humble boat, presumably used by the menial eunuchs, lay anchored by the lake. Crown Prince Lucien bore a striking resemblance to his mother, Madame Fanghua, exuding an undeniable charisma. Indeed, he was a charming young lad. "Fear not. I have trained in martial arts since childhood and possess a robust constitution. This slight chill does not faze me in the least. Do you see that pavilion in the center of the lake? I have never set foot in it." No wonder Lucien was so determined to have him serve as crown prince. This young boy, despite his tender age, displayed a demeanor far superior to that of the sixth prince. Xing Bang chose not to speak further, assisting Lu Hui onto the boat. The little one, with a touch of bravado, stood at the bow, leaving Xing Bang to man the oars. "This feels delightful," Lu Hui exclaimed, stretching his arms wide to embrace the wind. "Alas, dear child, while you revel in this moment, you have delayed my rendezvous with your Aunt Meng Dai." Xing Bang chuckled at the absurdity of it all. His first experience of rowing was as a mere laborer for an 8-year-old. "Be careful, or I'll have your mother reprimand you." After a while, Lu Hui turned back, settling into the cabin, fixing his gaze on Xing Bang. "Little Bang, did you find joy during your time at the Violent Room?" "Your Highness, why do you inquire thus? Is there something troubling you?" Xing Bang was genuinely puzzled. "Fanghua, oh Fanghua, have you confided anything to the child?" "Of course, I was merely jesting. To speak candidly, Xing Bang was indeed quite content each day." Lu Hui lightly tapped his small head, reflecting, "Previously, I was discontent as a crown prince, feeling life was truly burdensome. Now, I am unhappy due to my mother's absence. Even if I ascend to the throne, aspiring to be a benevolent emperor for the sake of the common folk. Without my mother, I would still be unfilial. Had I not been made crown prince, my mother would not have suffered under my father's command in the violent room. Xing Bang furrowed his brow. Is this truly an 8-year-old child? His words carried an unexpected maturity and remarkable eloquence. Upon further contemplation, it was evident that Madame Fanghua must have imparted some wisdom to him. Otherwise, how could this young lad so openly share his innermost thoughts? One must admit, the child's heartfelt sentiments were indeed somewhat distressing. Your Highness, do not burden yourself with excessive thoughts. Remember, everyone experiences moments beyond their control. Even emperors are not exempt. As long as you grow well and aspire to be a commendable emperor, both the people of the realm and your mother will take pride in you. Furthermore, Your Highness, trust my words. Given your filial piety, I believe your mother will remain safe. Rest assured, you will protect my mother, will you not? Lu Hui gazed intently at Xing Bang with utmost seriousness. Of course, Xing Bang replied with a slight smile, finding no cause for doubt. It was merely this thoughtful young prince expressing concern that led to such inquiries, and then Lady Fanghua had summoned him as her guardian. This arrangement was beneficial. It not only reassured her son, but also subtly elevated her own standing. The respect evident in the young boy's demeanor served as the best testament to this. Upon hearing the affirmative response, Lu Hui's face brightened with a smile. Little Bang, oh no, Uncle Bang, my mother did not deceive me after all. I now believe. Uncle Bang. Xing Bang was momentarily bewildered, pondering what Lady Fanghua had conveyed to the child. Would he soon be addressed as father? Your Highness, did your mother instruct you to call me that? No, it is my own wish to address you thus. I know you have cared for my mother greatly, and I am aware of the nature of the palace. Hence, I am truly grateful to you, and I quite like you. When it is just the two of us. May I call you Uncle Bang? Is that acceptable? Uncle Bang. Goodness, this young prince possesses an unexpected depth for his age. Surely, Lady Fanghua only informed him of the reasons to persevere, not of anything further, let alone instructing him to call me uncle. Unless, of course, Lady Fanghua had lost her senses, which would directly imply she had sought a stepfather for him. Xing Bang surmised that this clever child was engaging in a subtle game of power, ensuring that he would wholeheartedly protect and care for his mother in the future. Very well, but be mindful not to slip and let it slip out accidentally. After all, we are all called Xing here. I will remember, and I assure you there will be no slip-ups. That would indeed land you in great trouble. Lu Hui beamed brilliantly, as if illuminated by the moonlight. Goodness, is this child attempting to ensnare me in a trap? With a mere Uncle Bang, he could have my true father in a frenzy, and who knows? It might even lead to my untimely demise. Uncle Bang, I implore you to take good care of my mother. Once I ascend to the throne, I shall express my gratitude sincerely. This child is quite astute, painting grand visions once more. Xing Bang smiled faintly, intrigued, and inquired, do you truly have such faith in me, believing that I will indeed safeguard your mother? I believe. Lu Hui nodded resolutely. You trust in your mother, do you not? It seemed likely that Lady Fanghua had first painted a bright picture for the child, and Xing Bang could surmise her words. Huir, take care of yourself. Do not worry about your mother. With him around, she will surely be safe. My mother, the Empress, places her faith in you. Thus, I naturally extend my trust as well. Moreover, I perceive that she is not as haggard and discontented as one might imagine. I firmly believe that Uncle Bang is a divine messenger sent to rescue my mother, which further solidifies my conviction. Young lad, with that sweet tongue of yours, Uncle Bang shall not let you down. Set your heart at ease and fulfill your role as the crown prince diligently. Xing Bang finds himself quite fond of Lu Hui. By heavens, this young rascal possesses a knack for persuasion akin to his own, always choosing the most flattering words. Thank you, Uncle Bang. So, shall we still visit the pavilion? Upon realizing the considerable distance yet to traverse, Xing Bang muttered, damn it, this wretched boat rocks and feels awfully heavy. Never mind, I shall not go. Truth be told, I have visited numerous times before, often accompanying father during summer retreats. Little one, to whom have you taken after? Being so adept at charming people, Xing Bang thought to himself, utterly astonished that this young brat had managed to sway him. Lu Hui chuckled heartily, pointing ahead. Uncle Bang, I did not intend to deceive you. Look, Sister Lihua and Sister Mengdai are by the lakeside. We should hurry back. Xing Bang turned to glance and indeed saw them, pondering if Lady Fanghua was considering a change of company. Chapter 109. How about a repeat? Xing Bang chose not to engage in further banter with the young Lu Hui, instead turning back towards the lake. The journey back was swift, aided by a favorable breeze. And soon they arrived at the lakeside. Dear Sister Lily, do you have any matters to discuss? Little Bangzi and I are almost at the pavilion in the center of the lake. Goodness, this prince is truly a clever little imp, easily deceiving everyone with his charming facade. His cunning is indeed impressive, and Uncle Bang casually transformed into Little Bangzi. Your Highness, although His Majesty has invited you to relax, it is imperative that you do not indulge excessively in play. You must dedicate yourself to your studies with even greater diligence than before. Do you understand? Sister Lily, I comprehend. I shall return to my studies at once. Lu Hui nodded obediently. Xing Bang had faith that this astute prince grasped Lily Ji's intentions, which were rather straightforward. She merely wished for him to exhibit commendable behavior, to bring joy to his father, and to secure opportunities for Lady Fanghua. Of course, Lily Ji fervently hoped for Lady Fanghua to receive the emperor's favor soon, allowing her to leave the tumultuous court and return to the inner palace. Little Bangzi, Lady Fanghua is currently with His Majesty, so it seems she will be occupied for a while. Very well, Huier, I shall accompany you to study. With that, Lily Ji took Lu Hui by the hand and departed. Meng Yudi cast a glance at Xing Bang, then attempted to follow Lily Ji, but was swiftly halted by his grasp. Lily Ji's intentions were abundantly clear. She was creating an opportunity for the two to be alone together, albeit without explicitly stating it. Fool, where do you think you're going? How irritating. You dare to act so familiarly in front of the prince. Meng Yudi certainly understood the intentions of the Grand Princess. However, she pondered why it had not been articulated earlier. Perhaps it was a spur-of-the-moment decision inspired by her own reflections at the lakeside. Regardless, it was evident that she was purposeful, albeit somewhat shy about it. What does a mere child know? Xing Bang was confident. There was no need for modesty in front of his nephew. Do you wish to enjoy the lake or take in the scenery in the bamboo grove? On such a chilly day? Well, I have accompanied the Grand Princess to the lake's heart many times. Meng Yudi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How had she instinctively understood so quickly? It was utterly mortifying. Why did she find herself lost in thought upon encountering this man? Xing Bang chuckled. It is indeed cold. Certainly colder than the wind in this nearby pavilion. You are truly insufferable. Meng Yudi immediately grasped his meaning. Her affection for this man was undeniable, and due to the haunting memories of their last encounter, her subconscious was filled with a yearning for his tenderness. After they both had breakfast, the blissful anticipation lingered in her mind. Meng Yudi had been daydreaming while gazing at Xing Bang's retreating figure, and Lily Ji, having discerned her thoughts, noticed the longing in her expression. It was as if a brief separation felt like an eternity. Since there was nothing pressing to attend to, she decided to let the two indulge in their intimacy. It appears that one has indeed discerned the depths of unrequited affection. So, are you suggesting we indulge in the scenic allure of the bamboo grove? I could just bite you. Under the weight of her embarrassment, Meng Yudi pinched Xing Bang's waist. Xing Bang, no longer seeking to jest, found himself questioning whether Lizzie was being deliberately coy. After all, the grove was merely a few steps away. I often accompanied the princess to practice swordplay by the lakeside, yet this was my first venture into this bamboo forest. Oh, look at its lushness. There isn't even a proper path. Who would venture here? You've hit the nail on the head. Indeed, who would dare to delve into such a place? Xing Bang, too, was a newcomer to this bamboo grove, and he couldn't help but smile at Meng Yudi's words. This bamboo grove was truly splendid. It was quite expansive, with an unexpected charm. At its center stood a stone table, accompanied by 4 stone stools. Above the stone table, the bamboo leaves interlaced in a manner reminiscent of a natural canopy. Even if it were to rain, one would likely remain dry beneath its shelter. However, there were no signs of human intervention, leading one to believe that the stone table predated the bamboo grove. It simply hadn't been dismantled, as evidenced by the proximity of the bamboo. Otherwise, Xing Bang might have suspected deliberate intent. The two of them rummaged for a while before finally reaching the stone table, which they found surprisingly clean, likely due to the lack of dust and the cleansing rains. How do you find the scenery here? It's my first time in this place, and it feels rather refreshing. Meng Yudi felt a surge of nervousness upon entering, and even Xing Bang, standing beside her, could hear the rapid rhythm of her heartbeat. Don't be too anxious. Take a deep breath, otherwise. Xing Bang whispered a few comforting words in her ear, prompting Meng Yuti to exhale deeply, her mind becoming a haze of white, leaving her slightly lightheaded. He drew her into his embrace and tenderly spoke. Today, I shall make amends for my past transgressions, allowing you to truly experience the ocean of love. Meng Yuti shivered slightly and responded with a soft, affirmative sound. The autumn wind howled fiercely, causing the bamboo within the grove to rustle. For an entire hour, the autumn breeze continued its relentless assault, only softening as the air returned to its former tranquility. Xing Bang couldn't help but muse at the bamboo grove, the stone table, and the bamboo itself, if captured in a painting and adorned with a gentle stream, would undoubtedly create a mesmerizing landscape. Oh, just as Meng Yuti stood to admire the scenery, a sudden exclamation escaped her lips, and she quickly bent down. What happened? Did you hurt your back? Oh dear, it's all your fault. If someone sees this. No worries, you simply stood a bit too abruptly. Come, sit down and rest. I'll give you a massage to ease your discomfort. Xing Bang promptly assisted Meng Yuti in sitting down and began to gently stretch her back and waist. Meng Yuti's heart brimmed with sweetness. Though the journey had been arduous, it brought her an experience and joy she had never known before. After a while, Meng Yuti felt much more at ease and urged Xing Bang to leave promptly. Just a moment ago, you were not this anxious. It seems as though the entire universe belongs to you, allowing you to soar freely as per your whims. Humph, teasing me again, you rascal. We haven't even begun to scratch the surface, and you expect me to call you my husband? That's not quite right, for I did not compel you to utter it. I merely suggested it. It is you who has been incessantly repeating it, and I am nearly overwhelmed by it. How could you place the blame on me? Where should I go to seek justice for this? Xing Bang chuckled knowingly. Indeed, it sounds rather impressive, evoking a sense of accomplishment akin to that of an elder. This title of husband possesses a certain charm. You are insufferable, always picking on me. It is clear that you are the one who forced me to call you that. Yet you refuse to admit it. If you insist on framing it this way, then do not be surprised if a strong man like me takes advantage of a delicate lady such as yourself. Let us engage in a thorough discussion. Since we are at an impasse, let us reenact the scene and discern where the fault truly lies. Meng Yuti. Chapter 110. Li Lizzie. You have worked hard. I. Meng Yuti found herself at a loss for words, uncertain of how to respond, yet inevitably entangled in her own conflicting emotions. If only this world contained just the two of us. What say you? Are you frightened now, aware of your errors? Well, I acknowledge my mistake, my husband. Meng Yuti finally comprehended that she was no match for this roguish husband. It would be far better to surrender outright, as long as he was pleased. She would call him whatever he wished. Anything would be preferable to that peculiar name she couldn't quite recall, a term she had never heard before. This is more like it. By the way, my husband, I suddenly recollected something. What name did you wish for me to call you when you are joyous? I didn't quite grasp it, nor did I remember it, and you haven't mentioned it since. Well, Yuti, let us hasten to depart. I shall explain it to you next time. Some matters require the right moment to truly grasp their essence and profundity. Xing Bang felt a touch of embarrassment. It was not intentional, merely an inadvertent slip of the tongue under unique circumstances that led him to utter the word father. It was entirely unintentional. I did not comprehend. Meng Yuti shook her head in bewilderment, puzzled by the philosophical turn of the conversation. Xing Bang pinched her rosy cheek and smiled. This question is somewhat profound. Fear not. I shall ensure you grasp it thoroughly next time. It should be straightforward. Since we have the opportunity, we must ignite this metaphorical thunderbolt. Very well, my husband, let us return home. Meng Yuti did not press further, resting for a moment to ease her back pain. She linked her arm with Xing Bang's and walked outside, embodying the image of a gentle and lovely wife. However, as they neared the exit, Meng Yuti released her hold, feeling a twinge of anxiety about the presence of others outside, suddenly overcome by a sense of guilt akin to that of a thief. Xing Bang chuckled reassuringly. Do not worry, there is no one. As an experienced individual, how could he falter? With his abilities, he could easily discern if anyone were nearby. Unless, of course, Li Lizzie were to conceal herself outside, which might elude Xing Bang. For the time being, Xing Bang would not actively disclose his identity, yet if she were to discover it, it would not matter. It might not even be a bad thing. Upon entering, They observed three individuals seated in the hall: Madame Fanghua, the Crown Prince, and Li Lizzie. The table was adorned with an assortment of pastries. Indeed, as noon approached, the emperor and his consorts typically indulged in a light meal. Though this midday repast was not a formal one, the palace's main meals were limited to two, one around 9 in the morning and another around 5 in the afternoon. Xing Bang and Meng Yuди approached directly, and as they drew near, Meng Yudi exhaled deeply, clearly feeling somewhat tense. Madame Fanghua offered a gentle smile. His Majesty is napping within. Lord Wan is attending to him. These delicacies have just been delivered from the imperial kitchen. Please, sit down and enjoy. Lu Hui merely cast a glance at Xing Bang before gracefully partaking in the pastries. The young lad demonstrated remarkable poise across various situations, revealing no hint of their private matters. Thank you, madam. Xing Bang, without any hesitation, took a seat, and Meng Yudi also responded with a sound, leaning against Li Lizzie as she settled down. The snacks today are delightful. You two should indulge quickly, as I presume you must be quite hungry. Fortunately, His Majesty's breakfast consisted of over 20 exquisite dishes, leaving me quite satiated, though Yuди hardly touched her chopsticks. Xing Bang picked up a piece of pastry and offered it to Meng Yudi. Thank you. Meng Yudi calmly accepted the treat, alleviating much of the awkwardness. Little Bang, I didn't expect you, a mere eunuch, to be so considerate towards young ladies. Li Lizzie suddenly burst into laughter. Your Highness, would you like me to fetch a piece for you and the lady as well? Have you washed your hands? Apart from that foolish girl Yudi, who wouldn't he mind you? Li Lizzie observed Meng Yudi delicately nibbling on her pastry and couldn't he help but chuckle. Your Highness, you. Meng Yudi, already feeling nervous, blushed with embarrassment at Li Lizzie's remark. All right, enough of that. Let us eat quickly. This princess knows nothing. Li Lizzie looked at Xing Bang with a hint of confusion. Your Highness, what do you not know? Come, little Bang. This princess rewards you with a piece of cake for your hard work accompanying His Royal Highness on the lake. Li Lizzie smiled gently and offered a piece of pastry to Xing Bang. Thank you, Your Highness. It was merely a trivial task, not at all burdensome. Xing Bang realized that Li Lizzie was likely aware of everything, perhaps even orchestrating their time alone together intentionally, or possibly eavesdropping from the nearby bamboo grove. After all, with her superior cultivation, it was entirely plausible she had detected their conversation without revealing herself. However, it mattered little. He would wait for the day she broached the subject herself. Madame Fanghua observed with a smile, remaining silent. In truth, her thoughts were as clear as day. Just then, a palace maid approached Lu Xian to convey a message, instructing Li Lizzie and Xing Bang to proceed to the main hall. His Majesty has awakened. He did not specify why he summoned us. In response to the Grand Princess, His Majesty said nothing, only instructed the maid to invite you and little Bang. Thus, Li Lizzie and Xing Bang followed the maid into the hall. Lu Xian was reclining on a soft couch, while Wan Yinran gently massaged her shoulders. After Li Lizzie and Xing Bang prepared to pay their respects, Lu Xian sat up. Father, why not rest a little longer? You've only been awake for such a short time. At my age, sleep is already scarce. Moreover, I do not wish to squander time on slumber. Worry not. I know my own body best. As he spoke, Lu Xian gestured for Li Lizzie and Xing Bang to follow him, leading them to a table in the side hall. Mahjong was prominently displayed on the table. By heavens! Is this to imply that Li Lizzie and I are to accompany him in a game of Mahjong? Truly, the Emperor's words hold weight. He had mentioned playing when he had the time, and now it appears he intends to do just that. Lu Xian was the first to sit down, and under his invitation, Li Lizzie and Xing Bang took their seats as well. Suddenly, I find myself in the mood for a game of Mahjong. Li Ji, you must have learned it by now, right? Yes, Your Majesty, Li Ji has mastered it completely. Naturally, Li Ji would not be modest. Just moments ago, she was contemplating inviting Xing Bang for a few rounds, and now with 3 players, it would surely be more enjoyable. Very well, you two shall accompany me for a few casual games. But do not deliberately let me win. Should I discover any trickery, there will be consequences. As Lu Xian spoke, he had already begun to pick up the Mahjong tiles, attempting to recall the techniques Xing Bang had taught him. Father, I shall play just like you. Did you hear that, little Bang? No letting up. Yes, Your Highness. Xing Bang replied, thinking to himself, you truly underestimate me. I had no intention of yielding. Under Xing Bang's careful guidance, the 3 began to arrange the tiles and prepare for their official game. with Li Ji displaying considerable proficiency. Yet, Xing Bang harbored suspicions regarding Lu Xian's intentions. Could a ruler with such limited time truly afford to indulge in a simple game? Thus, Xing Bang resolved to remain vigilant, wary of falling into any traps. With Xing Bang's meticulous instruction, the trio played several rounds, and without fail. It was Xing Bang who emerged victorious each time. Indeed, this mahjong is intricate and delightful. I have nearly grasped its essence and discerned some strategies. Lu Xian showed no signs of displeasure. As a novice, he was simply pleased to have learned, without concern for winning or losing. Your Majesty is a wise ruler. While there may be some skill involved, it pales in comparison to your brilliance. Ha ha, little Bang. Not only do you possess ingenuity, but your flattery is also commendable. Lu Xian, being but a mere mortal, found himself unresistant to such compliments. I merely speak the truth. Now that I have learned, playing merely for pleasure seems rather dull. Why not wager something, akin to the common folk? Father, you as the son of heaven, rich beyond measure, who would dare gamble with you? Li Ji inquired, perplexed. Xing Bang, ever perceptive, sensed that he had been correct in his assumption. There was undoubtedly an ulterior motive at play, though the specifics of Lu Xian's scheme remained unclear. Li Ji, do not be anxious. The emperor is but a man. Since I enjoy this pastime, participating in a manner akin to the commoners allows for shared joy. Then, Father, please tell us how you wish to proceed. Xing Bang wisely refrained from interjecting, as he was merely there to play along, certainly not wagering their lives. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xian furrowed his brow and slowly articulated, I shall not demand gold or silver from you, nor will I take advantage of my status as emperor. Instead, how about this? If you lose, I have yet to decide what you would owe me. But rest assured, it will not be beyond your means. Should I lose, you may directly request a reward from me, and I shall grant whatever I can fulfill. Li Lizzie furrowed her brows slightly, as if she had come to a realization, and spoke. Father, it seems that we are the ones who have gained the advantage. Lu Xian smiled faintly. It matters not. I may not necessarily lose. Xing Bang had already sensed that the emperor was attempting to manipulate the situation. He thought, whatever can satisfy him can be agreed upon, even if it does not involve your kingdom or your women. If you cannot fulfill one request, it would all be in vain. Trusting you would be folly. The previous statement was the crux. One is your adopted daughter, the other a eunuch. What could you possibly demand? We can only wait and see. Thus, the three of them commenced their game, with Xing Bang resolutely determined not to yield, aiming to win entirely. Before long, the first round concluded, with Li Lizzie declaring a victory while Xing Bang declared a winning hand. Father, you only mentioned the stakes between you and us. Now that I have lost to the little one, how shall we calculate this? Li Lizzie seemed genuinely perceptive, posing an astute question. Lu Xian cleared his throat and replied, I seem to have overlooked this matter. Since you are my daughter, let us allow the little one to state his request for a reward. Very well. Little one, what would you like to request from the princess? Li Lizzie mused, thinking, having already bestowed my most cherished maid upon you, I am curious to see what else you might desire. Xing Bang pondered, realizing that the emperor indeed knew how to create complications. Beyond wanting a person, what other harmless requests could he possibly make? The delightful pastries that the princess had previously awarded were exquisite. Perhaps he could ask for another box. Xing Bang cleverly devised this pretext, for as a eunuch, his interests lay solely in women or wealth, and it would be inappropriate to express a liking for money in the emperor's presence. Thus, he chose to request food. You certainly know what to ask for. This is from the imperial kitchen, and ultimately, it is a reward from the emperor to you. Li Lizzie did not anticipate that Xing Bang would opt for food, yet upon reflection, it was indeed a most prudent choice. Truly, he was a clever individual. Lu Xian laughed heartily. No matter, even if it is your gift, I shall grant you 2 boxes. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generosity. Then, at Lu Xian's signal, they resumed their game. Unexpectedly, Li Lizzie's fortune soared, as she drew a winning hand with hardly any effort. Who could possibly prevent her from succeeding? Xing Bang also lost to Li Lizzie, and it was needless to say that she could simply state her desires. Lizzie, you have won. You may request your reward. As he spoke, Lu Xian cleared his throat twice and called out, Bring me a fresh cup of hot tea. Lizzie, do not rush. Think carefully about what reward you wish to ask for before telling me. I shall sip my tea to moisten my throat. Father, I wish to ask you. Ah, Lizzie, what troubles you? Father, it is nothing. I merely bumped my knee against the table leg in my excitement from winning for the first time, Lizzie explained, casting a fleeting glance at Xing Bang. Her cheeks tinged with a hint of embarrassment. It is well then. What was it you wished to request of me? Lucien inquired, setting down his teacup. Father. Lizzie hesitated, her words faltering. Lucien furrowed his brow. Lizzie, why have you become so reticent? Have you forgotten the rewards you wish to speak of? Speak your desires freely, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. With a sigh of relief, Lizzie began, Father, I beseech you to allow Lady Fanghua to return to the palace. Xing Bang sighed inwardly, recognizing that Lizzie's emotions had overtaken her reason. Indeed, Lucien's expression darkened as he replied, Lizzie, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Are you suggesting that Fanghua is blameless, and that I am in error? Father, I certainly do not mean that. It is merely that I have observed the Crown Prince transform entirely upon encountering Lady Fanghua. His countenance has become markedly brighter and more invigorated. Thus, I dared to make this request. Furthermore, she is simply the Crown Prince's mother. I hope you will consider this, Father. Lizzie sank to her knees, her eyes brimming with tears. She was acutely aware of the intention behind Xing Bang's earlier admonition, and she sensed the underlying motives. Yet she clung to a flicker of hope, perceiving a glimmer of compassion in Lucien's demeanor. Perhaps it was merely his pride preventing an admission of error. In that moment of hesitation, Lizzie contemplated her plea. She had longed to advocate for Lady Fanghua, fully cognizant of the implications of her confinement. Seizing this opportunity to voice her thoughts felt like a risk worth taking, as the outcome could hardly worsen. Lizzie, rise. Since it is I who established this decree, you have merely articulated your heartfelt wishes. However, Chapter 111. Princess, I was merely nudging. Lucien coughed a couple of times, his words trailing off, before hurriedly lifting the teacup before him and taking a couple of sips, finally exhaling in relief. Xing Bang observed keenly, though he maintained a composed demeanor. The cough betrayed an underlying discontent. It was evident that Lucien was deliberately probing Lizzie's stance, and, as Xing Bang had surmised, her response had not met his expectations. Furthermore, Lucien was not oblivious to Lizzie's sentiments. Yet, he felt compelled to ascertain them himself. Who could truly decipher the Emperor's thoughts, especially one as inherently suspicious as he? In Xing Bang's view, it was akin to the absurdity of removing one's trousers only to relieve oneself. Lizzie, I grasp your intentions. However, such remarks are unwelcome. Father, Lucien had shed the benevolence he had previously exhibited, morphing into a suspicious and unyielding emperor in Lizzie's eyes. With the conversation having reached this juncture, Lucien achieved his objective, thus dismissing the game of mahjong, prompting Lizzie and Xing Bang to withdraw. As they departed, Xing Bang exchanged a glance with Wang Yanran, who slightly parted her red lips, seemingly on the verge of uttering something. Her expression carried a hint of melancholy, leading Xing Bang to resolve to have a heartfelt conversation with her at the earliest opportunity. The hall stood vacant, the dessert platters tidied away. Madame Fanghua, the Crown Prince, and Yudi were nowhere to be seen, likely engaged in study with the Crown Prince. Noticing the emptiness around them, Lizzie spoke coolly, follow me. Her recent encounter had left her in a less than pleasant mood. Xing Bang remained silent as they made their way to the lakeside, a favored spot for her sword practice. Little Bangzy, how dare you kick this princess? Upon reaching the lakeside, Lizzie suddenly turned to confront him, fully aware he had meant to remind her. Princess, this seems rather excessive. There is a distinction between glaring and kicking, is there not? Pray tell, why resort to using your foot against me? Lizzie shot him an exasperated glance, acknowledging her choice of words was indeed inappropriate, a habit formed within the military context where a kick was often the immediate response. Alas, Princess, you did not heed my prior counsel. Do you truly believe our thoughts align? Lizzie retorted, regardless of whether our thoughts coincide. I could anticipate your next words. Moreover, it is inconceivable that a keen-minded princess such as yourself would not harbor some caution and skepticism regarding His Majesty's remarks. Very well. In light of your audacity and attention to detail, I shall overlook your kick. Again with the term kick, it seemed she would not easily change her phrasing. Yet, she mused. A kick to a softer target would indeed be far more pleasant than a mere nudge. Thank you, Princess. I trust one did not cause you any pain. Should it have hurt, I would gladly massage it as an apology. Who would require your massage? This princess is not so delicate. Li Lizzie's tone was somewhat spoiled yet remained gracious. Had it been any other woman, she might have blushed, but she instead exuded an air of carefree boldness. Xing Bang greatly admires her carefree disposition, and she is certainly not the type of a tomboy. Dressed in a flowing purple palace gown, she elegantly showcases her graceful figure. Her skin a flawless porcelain hue, radiating an aura of health. Princess, can you fathom the emperor's intent behind such probing? Due to the issues concerning the southern border army, the emperor has always harbored reservations towards me. Furthermore, as I sought an audience with Madame Fanghua, he, being inherently suspicious, may have conjured further doubts thereafter. Perhaps with age, his heart has grown less magnanimous, and his suspicions have intensified. Li Lizzie, indeed astute, has reflected deeply since Lu Xian mentioned the rewards and punishments. I surmise that this is quite likely the case. However, dear princess, there is no need for excessive concern. It may not necessarily be a malevolent turn of events. Given the emperor's nature of suspicion, having breached his hidden dragon scales earlier, it is conceivable that he might interpret this as a reflection of your true character, which remains uncertain. In summary, pleading for mercy will not secure the emperor's forgiveness. A sovereign never admits to error. Even if he were to release Madame Fanghua, he would not concede his fault. Thus, we ought to abandon such notions. The wisest course of action is to remain vigilant, regardless of the unfolding events. Alleviating Madame Fanghua's troubles should be our primary strategy. Xing Bang has gleaned Lu Xian's thoughts. His greatest concern lies with his health. Aware that his days may be numbered, even if he recalls past affections, he would prevent chaos in the court, ensuring Madame Fanghua does not suffer in his wake. Thus arises the dilemma. Should Lu Xian pass away, Madame Fanghua would likely be spared, with the most formidable protectors being Li Lizzie and the Crown Prince. Contemplating this leads one to ponder whether, even in Madame Fanghua's absence, Li Lizzie could prove a ticking time bomb. Lu Xian may indeed consider this angle, yet his understanding of Madame Fanghua and Li Lizzie will inform his judgments. These emotional entanglements cause him distress. This line of thought elucidates Lu Xian's seemingly irrational actions, aligning perfectly with his current state of mind. Xing Bang acknowledges this layer of complexity but finds no need to elucidate it to Li Lizzie, as it would only burden her unnecessarily and prove futile at this moment. Hence, Xing Bang opts to reassure the genuine Li Lizzie, harboring a certain admiration for her character. Should the day arise when I require troops to march into battle, I would truly wish to have you by my side on the battlefield. Li Lizzie is indeed impressed by Xing Bang's perceptiveness, as she discerns the essence of matters even in the minutest details, coupled with her prudent manner of speech and action, epitomizing a fine strategist. Princess, to send an utterly inept individual into battle would only invite ridicule upon our great Yao from the enemy. Xing Bang jestingly probes Li Lizzie. Would the world not scoff at the notion that we could not even triumph over a mere eunuch? Li Lizzie chuckles softly. That is a valid point. Xing Bang smiled faintly. Your Highness, your wit is truly remarkable. It is no wonder that the men of Nanchu fear you. To his surprise, she deftly diffused the tension, leaving one to ponder whether she was fully aware of her own identity. Oh, you are aware of this? Then are you not afraid of this princess? Li Lizzie, who had little patience for sycophants, found no annoyance in Xing Bang's praise. Truth be told, it was not as sinister as he portrayed. Genuinely amused by his words, she replied, not at all. Why should I be? Do you think it is because I am somewhat gentle towards you? Upon my return to the palace, even if I smile, my eunuchs tremble in fear. With a teasing expression, she added that she rather enjoyed the sensation of being feared, as it spared her from countless troubles and served to protect her loved ones through intimidation. Xing Bang chuckled, Your Highness, do you think I would fear someone if I dared to kick them? Chapter 112, Injured Back? Wan Yinran felt guilty, of course. I am no longer afraid. Are you referring to me, the princess? Princess, you did not ask if I feared you. I merely presented a relatively simple example. Xing Bang smiled knowingly, while Li Lizzie rolled her eyes, her beauty particularly enchanting and undeniably feminine. This woman is nearly perfect. If one were to seek a flaw, it would be her lack of a man. Beyond that, it is truly difficult to find any faults. Now, the princess desires to hear your intricate examples. If your response fails to satisfy me, I shall deliver a couple of kicks. Let me ponder. Princess, you may as well kick me. Do tell. Where would you prefer to land your foot? Xing Bang feigned solemnity, for flowery martial arts were merely a sugar-coated cannonball. Li Lizzie glanced at Xing Bang and suddenly chuckled. Truly, the world is full of wonders, and there are indeed individuals who seek out such torment. Giggle, stand straight. I am about to kick. Princess, I would not dare. Xing Bang longed to say, Princess, you have indeed learned. Where do your eyes wander? What is there to fear? I have kicked before in battles, even against eunuchs. I am genuinely curious about how that would turn out. Goodness, is that for real? So fierce. Are you still the gentle and beautiful princess I remember? Who has led our dear princess astray? I would not hesitate to deliver a slap to that person. Good heavens, even with concealment techniques, it is not impenetrable. Little Bang, you are truly a talent. Tell me, did you use such flowery language to bewilder you die to the point of losing her bearings? Li Lizzie then realized how amusing it was when Xing Bang became playful. No one had ever dared to speak such words to her before, and it was genuinely delightful to hear. She instinctively thought of Meng Yuti. Suddenly, a thought emerged in her subconscious. Is it possible for a man to possess such charm? Princess, I would not dare. My relationship with Yu Dai is merely called love. Very well, that can be seen as evidence that Yu Dai did not misjudge you. Li Lizzie fluttered her eyebrows twice, her expression growing solemn, as if she had recalled something. After that, the two ceased their idle chatter. Having lingered by the lake for some time, Xing Bang understood that Li Lizzie was not devoid of sentiment, but rather lacked a good mentor. I am willing. Upon returning, nothing significant occurred until evening. Lu Xian fell ill, and the imperial physician was summoned to take his pulse. It appeared he had caught a chill from the cool breeze. When he called for Li Lizzie and Xing Bang in the afternoon, he was already coughing, and not long after, he developed a fever. An emperor is indeed an emperor. When he falls ill, especially with a fever, the imperial physicians cannot leave their posts and must remain at Qingliang Palace. After the evening meal, arrangements were made quite well. 2 palace maids and eunuchs took turns guarding the night, and there was also a physician in the side hall on standby. Xing Bang's evening assignment was quite agreeable, watching over the crown prince as he slept. After all, he was a big nephew, so he could wander as he pleased once he fell asleep. Uncle Bang, you need not stay by my side all the time. I am already 8 years old and consider myself a young man. The prince's nephew is truly understanding. However, you must first keep me company for a while. Only after I fall asleep can you take your leave. No problem at all. What would you like to chat about? Xing Bang readily agreed. For a child like Fanghua is indeed perceptive. Lu Hui pondered for a moment and suggested, why don't you tell me a story? Or perhaps share some amusing tales from folklore. Very well, I shall narrate a story. Xing Bang thought to himself, this is a simple task. I could talk about an animated series for an entire month. After recounting the adventures of the Golden Gourd warriors for more than half an hour, tears glimmered in Lu Hui's eyes as he drifted into slumber, revealing just how captivating the tale was. However, Lu Hui's swift descent into sleep was also due to his joyful playtime with Lady Fanghua, which had left him pleasantly exhausted. With a sense of relief, Xing Bang departed without a worry, having confirmed that the boy had no bedwetting issues. Wang Yinran, for reasons unknown, returned to her Zuoyo pavilion in the afternoon. Undoubtedly, at Lu Xian's behest, Xing Bang exclaimed in admiration of Lu Xian's wisdom. Thus, he felt free as a fish in water that evening, untroubled by the prospect of any disturbances to his peaceful dreams. Without hesitation, he made his way to the Zuoyo pavilion. Wang Yinran had yet to retire for the night, and upon seeing Xing Bang, she leaped into his embrace. You rascal, you finally came to see me. Have you almost forgotten about me? How could that be? I've been rather busy, but as soon as I found a moment of respite, I rushed over, he replied. Really? Of course. You will soon see just how much I have missed you at his words. Wang Yinran trembled slightly. She had met Xing Bang in her dreams on numerous occasions, only to awaken in tears, realizing it was all but a dream. Countless times, she had resolved to ignore this rogue upon their next encounter, yet upon seeing him today, her excitement banished all lingering grievances. In his embrace, all her grievances dissolved in that moment. There was no room for any further thoughts. Then why not hold me? Consider it done. With a knowing smile, Xing Bang swept Wang Yinran into his arms. In the throes of longing, all notions of restraint vanished, leaving only boundless love in his gaze, an ardent and fervent love. An hour later, Wang Yinran finally alleviated the torment of longing, feeling utterly content nestled in Xing Bang's arms. At that moment, she felt a touch of bashfulness, akin to a little tiger descending from the mountains. You won't mock me for being so lacking in decorum, will you? How could I? I am overjoyed, for it shows how deeply my beloved Yanran cherishes her husband. Xing Bang understood her sentiments well. However, Wan Yanran was indeed different from before, her heart too repressed, likely unaware of how to find comfort. Hee. Hearing you say that makes me feel much better. Wan Yanran's heart swelled with sweetness and comfort, as the awkwardness on her face vanished, replaced by a charming smile. Ah, why is your shoulder bleeding? I am so sorry, it was entirely my unintentional fault. Quickly, turn over, allow me to tend to your wound. Wan Yanran was poised to recline once more upon Xing Bang's chest when she suddenly gasped, her face a portrait of concern and panic, hurriedly fetching a handkerchief. Xing Bang chuckled lightly, feeling no pain whatsoever. It's nothing, do not worry. I have indeed put you through quite a bit lately. Losing a couple of drops of blood seems a fitting recompense. I would never allow you to bleed, I apologize. Next time, I shall certainly manage my emotions more carefully. Wan Yanran's eyes brimmed with tears, her heart aching as she delicately tended to Xing Bang's wound, overwhelmed with guilt despite her ignorance of the true cause. Could it be that I have become mad with longing? I find myself genuinely questioning. Fortunately, I shall soon have the opportunity to verify whether I have indeed developed a malady. After Wan Yanran had briefly attended to the injury, Xing Bang was about to turn over. Please, do not move just yet. I need to clean it properly. Chapter 113. Speechless. Can an 8-year-old not even watch? Xing Bang smiled knowingly. This was certainly feasible. Fragrant remedies cure all ailments. Naturally, anti-inflammatory and analgesic effects are a given. Please, do not blame yourself any longer. I am on the verge of tears from being so moved. Subsequently, Meng Yanran presented Xing Bang with a delightful oral solution. After a while, she inquired, does it still hurt? With such gentle and attentive care, I feel utterly at ease. Why did you not cry out in pain? Why did you not remind me? My heart aches for you. Wan Yanran pressed her face against Xing Bang's back, enveloped in warmth that filled her heart. Truly, there is no need for concern. I should feel a sense of pride instead. Should such an incident occur again, you must certainly remind me. You may even strike me if necessary, for otherwise, I would feel immense guilt. All right, let us not dwell on this. By the way, why did you return this afternoon? Xing Bang deftly shifted the topic, fearing that if it continued, Meng Yanran would surely cry. It was His Majesty who summoned me back, as I had become distracted and angered. Thus, I was allowed to return. Perhaps it is for the best, as I had no desire to be alone with him. You cannot imagine the terror I felt upon receiving the decree, fearing he might summon me to his chamber. Thankfully, he fell ill, sparing me from that fate. Wan Yanran's tone still bore traces of lingering fear. Xing Bang chuckled inwardly, asking, what if he had indeed summoned you to his chamber? Have you contemplated what you would do? I certainly have. Should he have summoned me, I would claim to be unwell, thinking it would only be a disappointment for him. What else could I do? Ideally, I would prefer not to be summoned again. Haha, you are overthinking it. An old man gravely, ill would find it arduous to even get out of bed. Xing Bang was well aware that even the most absurd emperor would refrain from inappropriate actions during his consort's monthly cycles, as he considered it an ominous occurrence, avoiding them entirely. I have only seen His Majesty once, and since then, he has forgotten about me. Wan Yanran had been in the palace for nearly a year, having only met Lu Xian once during her initial entry, and was subsequently relegated to obscurity as a lovesick woman. Despite her lower status, Wan Yanran's elevation was entirely attributable to her remarkable beauty, which warranted her inclusion in the esteemed Fanghua Baojian, a collection of exceptional women. Well, it is possible that by the next time you see him, he may have passed away. One can only hope. Wan Yanran was indifferent. As long as she faced no punishment, it was preferable not to see him again. In her eyes, Lu Xian was merely an irksome old man. After a few more casual exchanges, Xing Bang smiled knowingly. Yanran, have you begun to act mischievously? I am quite curious to know if you will repeat such a mistake. I am uncertain about other matters, but you have certainly committed a foul. I shall impose a penalty. The following day, before dawn, Xing Bang returned to the Qingliang Palace. Wan Yanran found herself utterly speechless, plagued by existential doubts, her tears flowing freely. Yet, on a brighter note, she had not drawn blood. Otherwise, she might have truly believed her sanity was in question. Xing Bang shifted slightly, feeling the dull ache from the wound on his back. If that girl, Meng Yuti were to see him, she would surely exclaim, "Who has inflicted so many injuries upon you?" Upon returning to the Qingliang Palace, Xing Bang went directly to Prince Lu Hui's quarters. The little one was still in deep slumber, and Xing Bang refrained from disturbing him, finding himself idly inspecting the clean night pot on the floor. Goodness, had it really been 4 hours, and the child had yet to awaken? With this thought in mind, he quickly reached under the covers to check. A map of Diao? What on earth? Hadn't it been agreed that he wouldn't wet the bed? Blast it, he had been deceived by this little rascal once again. Xing Bang promptly lifted him up. It was high time for him to rise. Heaven help us. The scent of a child's urine was indeed quite potent. Hey, little imp, wake up. Are you tired? Is it time to get up? Lu Hui, held by the head, drooped without opening his eyes. Didn't you promise not to wet the bed? How could you trick me again? Xing Bang was at a loss, having been fooled twice in a single day by an 8-year-old. Wet the bed, little Bangzi, did you? Lu Hui rubbed his eyes, still half asleep. Bewilderingly, he managed to refrain from acting out, referring to himself as Little Bangzi instead of calling Xing Bang Uncle Bang. Did you dream of Lord Zhou? You've made quite a mess without waking up. I didn't dream of Lord Zhou. I dreamed of the Calabash brothers, busy fighting off monsters. Lu Hui stopped rubbing his eyes, gazing at Xing Bang with a look of utter confusion, still in a daze. Xing Bang pinched his cheek, saying, "Little ancestor, rise and shine. You've wet the bed. How can an 8-year-old not manage that? Hurry up and provide me with a reasonable explanation." Huh, I wet the bed. Impossible. I never wet the bed. What could this mean? Uncle Bang, I'm not lying. I haven't wet the bed in ages. Lu Hui finally came to, staring at the sizable mess with a look of bewilderment. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, Xing Bang began to realize that perhaps the fault lay with himself. The boy must have been so engrossed in his daytime thoughts that he had dreamt of being a valiant Calabash brother, completely unaware of his need to relieve himself. Blast it, this was the first time he had encountered a child who wet the bed. Wait here, I'll fetch some warm water for you. After all, he was the prince, and it wouldn't do to have him smelling so foul. Best to let him wash up and get dressed first. Just as he stepped outside, Meng Yuti appeared. The prince is awake. Hand me the basin, and I shall fetch water. Serving men was a fundamental courtesy in this world, and it was instinctive for Meng Yuti to prevent Xing Bang from doing the work. Though she was a personal maid to Li Lizzie, the two were as close as sisters, and she had never truly served anyone, effectively making her half a mistress in her own right. Xing Bang was not one to hold back. If she were to be denied the opportunity to assist, it would surely leave her feeling unsettled. It is a woman's innate instinct to serve a man, deeply ingrained in her subconscious, lest she misinterpret his intentions as a lack of regard for her as a partner. Soon, Meng Yuti approached with a large basin of water. "Why aren't you coming inside? My dear, you've worked hard. I've been waiting here for you," he said. "Do not speak foolishly, lest someone overhear." Meng Yuti instinctively glanced around, her heart brimming with joy. Xing Bang took the basin from her, noticing her intention to follow him inside, and quickly stopped her. "Stay here and wait for me. I shall return shortly. You must not enter." The crown prince was currently unclothed. Should she catch a glimpse, it would undoubtedly provoke his ire. Meng Yuti found this peculiar, yet she refrained from entering, reasoning that she was not there to see the crown prince. Xing Bang set the basin down and turned to head towards the door. "Uncle Bang, where are you going?" He heard Lu Hui's voice, and he turned back, realizing that this was indeed the esteemed crown prince, likely one who would not even loosen his belt like Puai. Chapter 114. The first meeting with Her Majesty the Empress, your sister Yuti, is waiting outside. I shall inform her, Lu Hui said, nodding slightly. The little one instinctively shifted to the side, displaying a hint of shyness. One wonders if, as he matures, he will embody the virtues of a noble gentleman. The traits of a libertine and a wise ruler do not necessarily stand in opposition. Yuti, did you come so early for a specific reason? And no, nothing in particular. I merely thought you might have. Meng Yuti lowered her voice. Although the words remained unspoken, Xing Bang grasped her meaning instantly. Be discreet, be discreet. Well, if there is nothing amiss, you should hurry inside to attend to the crown prince. Meng Yuti felt her cheeks flush instinctively. She had only come to take a glance, but could not resist asking. By the way, the crown prince has had an accident. Summon a couple of maidservants to clean up. Very well, I shall do so immediately. Meng Yuti was not taken aback. After all, the crown prince was only 8 years old. What was there to make a fuss about? Naturally, such tasks were beneath her, and she would never allow her beloved to perform such menial duties. He was no ordinary person. Upon returning to the chamber, Xing Bang found Lu Hui waiting for him. Reluctantly, he took a towel to thoroughly cleanse the young prince. He then hastily dressed him, knowing that while an accident was trivial, allowing the crown prince to catch a cold would be a grave matter. Even Madame Fanghua would surely shake her head at such negligence. Before Lu Hui was fully attired, two maidservants arrived promptly to relieve Xing Bang of his duties. Their professionalism was evident, as it was Xing Bang's first experience in such service. For him, Lu Hui's mishap was merely a minor disturbance, and aside from Lu Xian, no one else would be affected. Thus, this incident would not reach Lu Xian's ears. Had it been another maid or eunuch, they would certainly face punishment. Meanwhile, Lu Xian had endured a fever for the better part of the night, only seeing it subside in the early hours of the morning. His health was evidently fragile, as an ordinary chill had rendered him unable to rise. Madame Fanghua and the crown prince remained by his bedside to offer care. With Lu Hui by his side, Lu Xian felt a sense of joy, while Madame Fanghua quietly observed the father-son exchange without interjecting. Xing Bang stood obediently to the side. At that moment, Li Lizzie entered. "Your Majesty, Her Imperial Majesty the Empress has come, accompanied by several concubines, to pay her respects." Lu Xian, who had been wearing a benevolent smile, immediately adopted a more solemn demeanor upon hearing of the Empress's arrival. He glanced at Madame Fanghua before stating, "Let the Empress enter alone." It was only natural for Lu Xian to permit the Empress to visit him in his time of illness. However, he refrained from allowing the other concubines to join. Considering Madame Fanghua's presence and wishing to spare her the discomfort of a larger audience. Before long, Empress Xiao entered alone. "I pay my respects to your Majesty." Madame Fanghua pays her respects to Her Majesty the Empress. "There is no need for excessive formalities. Please take a seat." Madame Fanghua, upon the arrival of Empress Xiao, slowly rose to her feet and offered a graceful bow. No longer possessing a title, she could not rightfully refer to herself as a concubine. Yet she also refused to demean herself by calling herself a guilty maid. Thus, she simply addressed herself by her name. "Sister, there is no need for excessive formalities." Empress Xiao replied with a courteous nod, then seated herself beside the bed. This was the first encounter for Xing Bang with Empress Xiao, and he found himself facing her directly. What a breathtaking beauty the Empress was, her allure rivaling that of Madame Fanghua. It was said that Empress Xiao was approximately in her 40s, yet apart from the graceful maturity that adorned her, her visage belied her actual age. At that moment, the Fanghua Baojin stirred, for such a radiant beauty must certainly be recorded. Beauty, Xiao Zixuan age, 40 status, Empress charisma, 96, out of 100 strength, divine separation level 1 friendliness progress, 1 gain, 1 experience point per hour goodness. Her cultivation is indeed formidable. "Your Majesty, are you feeling any better?" "I worried all night without rest." The Empress expressed her concern. "I merely caught a slight chill. But I am much improved now." With a worried expression, Empress Xiao inquired after his well-being. Yet Lu Xian appeared less joyful than he had with the crown prince earlier. Though they were a supreme couple, various grievances lay between them, creating a palpable distance. In truth, they were merely playing a part. Nevertheless, the Empress was undeniably enchanting. "Your Majesty, while this Qingliang palace is exquisite, it is ill-timed to linger here in such weather. I beseech you to prioritize your health and return to the palace for proper recuperation." "No need, I am perfectly fine. It has simply been a while since I ventured out for fresh air. I merely enjoyed a breeze outside yesterday. This place is serene, and I wish to remain here for a few days." Lu Xian firmly declined, fully aware of the Empress's genuine concern, yet he felt a touch of disdain. Though the Empress outwardly maintained her composure, internally she bristled with discomfort, witnessing Madame Fanghua as she had always been stirred her ire. Moreover, the fact that the Emperor would not return to the palace, enjoying a joyful time with their child, felt like the greatest affront to her position as Empress. "If that is the case, then I shall stay here to accompany your Majesty, as my worries for you persist regardless of my return." "Empress, I appreciate your sentiment. However, you have been unwell as well. It would be prudent for you to return to the palace for proper care. There are imperial physicians here, and I assure you, all will be well." Lu Xian, wishing to dissuade the Empress from remaining, could sense the tension thickening in the air. "I am quite recovered, your Majesty. Given your own health concerns, I cannot find peace of mind without being by your side. Please grant me permission to remain and attend to you." Well, if it must be so. With her words reaching this point, Lucien could not insist on sending her away and reluctantly acquiesced. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I find myself rather fatigued and wish to indulge in a brief respite. You may all withdraw. Kindly inform the esteemed ladies awaiting outside that all is well, and they may return." The Empress Dowager complied with a nod and was the first to exit. "Father, allow me to remain here with you now. I desire solitude for a while. Queer, you may go and amuse yourself." With a dismissive wave, Lucien made to recline, prompting Madame Fanghua to swiftly assist him in lying down. Afterward, Madame Fanghua, Lu Hui, and Xing Bang all exited. Once outside, only the Empress Dowager remained. As the concubines had departed, "Has His Majesty lain down?" "Yes, Your Majesty." The Empress Dowager smiled gently. "Sister, let us not be so distant. It has been some time since our last meeting. Would you care to accompany me for a stroll?" "Certainly, I shall walk with you." The Empress Dowager beamed with joy and instructed her accompanying maidens, "You need not follow. Go and entertain the Crown Prince for a while." She then gestured toward Xing Bang, addressing Madame Fanghua, "Just allow this servant of my sister to accompany us." Chapter 115. Queen, do you know who he is? Lady Fanghua naturally had no objections. Xing Bang was also aware that Empress Xiao was deliberately acting this way, for in her heart, he was one of her own. The Empress pointed towards the lakeside. As the Empress, she was as familiar with the clear, cool palace as she was with her own garden. Indeed, she had never visited the pavilion in the lake during this season, but today the weather was delightful, so why not take a stroll there to enjoy the scenery? "Very well, as you wish, my lady." Lady Fanghua consented, and the two ladies walked side by side, with Xing Bang following behind as they made their way to the lakeside. There was only a small boat available, and neither of the two beautiful ladies had any qualms about it. They boarded the vessel without hesitation. Naturally, it was Xing Bang's duty to row the boat. It was no wonder that Empress Xiao chose not to bring anyone else along. She had planned to go to the pavilion all along. Once they settled in, Xing Bang rolled up his sleeves and began to row. "Sister, I would like to congratulate you in advance. His Majesty's favor is so great that it won't be long before you return to the palace." Empress Xiao initiated the conversation. "Your Majesty jesting. Lady Fanghua is a person of guilt. How could she possibly return to the palace?" Upon hearing this, Empress Xiao chuckled softly. "Guilt or innocence is merely a matter of His Majesty's decree." Her tone was evidently more assertive than before. Indeed, as long as they were not in Lucien's presence, the three of them together would naturally have fewer reservations. Moreover, Xing Bang was still considered one of her own. That was a matter for His Majesty. Lady Fanghua dared not harbor such extravagant hopes. She merely wished for Huir to be safe, and with that, she would have no regrets in this life. Although Lady Fanghua's words seemed modest and understated, they were, in fact, a tactical retreat. If Lu Hui were safe, it would naturally lead to a smooth ascension to the throne. "My sister is jesting. The Crown Prince is the heir apparent and will surely be safe. It seems that during your time in that chamber, your temperament has indeed undergone a significant change, making you worry unnecessarily," Empress Xiao remarked. She could certainly discern the deeper meanings behind Lady Fanghua's words and would not believe that she would simply resign herself to fate. As mothers, they would not abandon even the slightest hope for their sons, regardless of the dangers involved. She did not believe Lady Fanghua would be any different. Perhaps, but that chamber is indeed quite tranquil. At the very least, one can sleep soundly there. "Haha, what you say intrigues me. I feel compelled to see it for myself," Empress Xiao replied. The two women exchanged words, and Lady Fanghua was equally unyielding, each sentence laced with hidden meanings. Previously, she had wished to avoid conflict for the sake of peace, but now she found herself compelled to engage, not out of ignorance of these matters. "I have heard that this servant takes good care of you, and seeing your complexion is quite good, I really ought to reward him properly one day," Empress Xiao commented, shifting the conversation to Xing Bang. However, Lady Fanghua merely chuckled lightly and remained silent. Her silence was a response in itself. Everyone understood the Empress's so-called care, so there was no need for pretense. "Little paddle, do try to row a bit faster." "Yes, Your Highness." After a brief silence, the Empress suddenly urged on. Though Xing Bang was already rowing at a steady pace, it was indeed quite peculiar. The Empress then chuckled softly, saying, "Ah, Fanghua, upon careful reflection, I must admit I envy your fortunate fate. Not only do I fall short in comparison to you, but all the concubines in the palace are also less fortunate than you. Madame Fanghua slightly furrowed her delicate brows, and Xing Bang sensed that the atmosphere had shifted. The empress continued, "You may be perplexed, and perhaps have never contemplated such matters, but today I shall elucidate for you. I bore His Majesty the Crown Prince, who has now come of age and is favored by him. Everyone understands that he is destined to be the future emperor, yet he was struck down by a sudden illness." At this point, the empress's eyes glistened, her voice trembling with emotion. She took a deep breath and proceeded. Subsequently, other consorts bore several princes for His Majesty, yet they all met untimely ends, none reaching maturity. Then, heaven showed mercy, allowing me to give birth to the sixth prince. Although Jing was mischievous and often caused His Majesty concern, after so many years without offspring, it seemed he was destined to be named heir. Yet, you bore Lu Hui for His Majesty. To speak candidly, your Lu Hui is indeed more astute and clever than my Jing. Tell me, Fanghua, was what I said not true? Among the women of the harem, do you not have the most fortunate fate? I must confess, I have never considered this matter. Madame Fanghua responded with a bitter smile. She understood that the empress harbored deep resentment towards her and her son. However, she had always chosen to repay malice with kindness, sometimes even reluctant to allow her son to ascend to the throne, wishing merely for a peaceful life. Yet, she found herself with no choice but to remain prudent, never intending to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the empress, nor did she contemplate such issues. Xing Bang discerned the depth of the empress's grievances, realizing that her mind was consumed with jealousy and envy. Of course, you never contemplated this, for you are the ultimate victor. Even if you are ensnared in adversity, His Majesty harbors profound expectations for your son. He does not truly abhor you. Otherwise, why would he bring the crown prince here for you both to meet? Such consideration has never been afforded to me and Jing. The empress, filled with seething rage, yearned to take matters into her own hands and eliminate Madame Fanghua if given the chance. Your Majesty, did you summon me merely to vent your wrath? Indeed. What? Are you afraid? There is no need for fear. Rest assured, in broad daylight, I would not harm you, the empress replied. I am not afraid. I merely find discussing these matters devoid of meaning. If your Majesty did not come merely for sightseeing, then let us return, Madame Fanghua stated, unwilling to engage in a war of words with the empress. Return? Here, it is I who holds the authority. Ask this little paddle, without my say-so. Would he dare to turn back? With a cold smirk, the empress remarked, in the tumult of the violent chamber, you managed to escape a calamity, protected by His Majesty. I am powerless against you there, but here, I cannot suppress the resentment festering within me. It must be released, for it cannot be swallowed down. Madame Fanghua cast a glance at Xing Bang, realizing that returning now would only bring him trouble. Very well, your Majesty, you may voice any grievances you wish. For there is no one else here, and certainly, no one will inform His Majesty. Madame Fanghua understood the empress's intentions clearly, which is why she spoke so audaciously, voicing whatever came to her mind. At this moment, Xing Bang wisely chose to remain silent, preferring to observe the unfolding situation. The empress, noticing Madame Fanghua's capitulation, pointed at Xing Bang and inquired, "Do you know who he is?" Chapter 116, The Desolate Isle in the Lake? Huh. Xing Bang furrowed his brows slightly, bewildered. What is the empress Xiao scheming? What does she intend? He is merely a servant of the Bureau of Violence, is he not? Lady Fanghua also wore a look of astonishment, equally perplexed by the empress's true intentions. She turned to her partner, asking, "Who is he?" It was evident that the empress was in a volatile state, rife with resentment and fury. Before we discuss you, let me enlighten you about your fortunate circumstance. You are indeed favored by the heavens. Fanghua, allow me to be candid. Had His Majesty not summoned you, you would not have the opportunity to sit here with me, admiring this splendid view. Indeed, it appeared that Empress Xiao was poised to unveil her cards. Yet, Xing Bang sensed that the matter was far more intricate than it seemed. Your Majesty, what do you mean by this? I truly fail to grasp your intentions. Lady Fanghua feigned ignorance. With a disdainful huff, the Empress remarked, "It seems your time in the Bureau of Violence has dulled your wits. Oh, I never thought you particularly clever. Your fortune merely favored a pleasing exterior. Since you are so oblivious, let me clarify. Had you not come to this cool palace, perhaps you would have met your demise in the bureau last night. Indeed, it was orchestrated by me, and your death would have brought me great delight. You, how cruel. Though Lady Fanghua was already aware, hearing such words directly from the Empress ignited her fury. She regretted her past kindness. Without Xing Bang, she might have vanished without a trace. Moreover, this merciless Empress would not spare her own son. A thought that sent shivers down her spine. Observing Lady Fanghua's reaction, the Empress felt no remorse. Rather, she was elated, pointing at Xing Bang and declaring, "The one who sought to end your life is him." Him? Lady Fanghua instinctively glanced at Xing Bang. The Empress wore a triumphant expression, reveling in the shock of the revelation. Surprising, isn't it? The one who appeared to care for you was merely a fade. Yet, Fanghua, you should not feel wronged. At least you avoided the humiliation of the bureau. Logically, you ought to be grateful, for it was all my meticulous planning that allowed you to escape. Indeed, it had been a series of fortunate misadventures. Empress, do you share this only to provoke me? Let me assure you, regardless of the circumstances, I still have a favorable outcome, and for that, I should take solace. The Empress regarded Lady Fanghua, her brow slightly furrowed. She did not appear as fragile as imagined. Could it be that she had truly attained tranquility, or was she merely feigning composure to mock her in return? Xiaohou felt a sense of unease. Yet she remained unaware that Lady Fanghua was genuinely content. The time spent at the violin office had been the happiest of her life. Xiaohou doubted that Lady Fanghua could truly maintain such tranquility, but it mattered little. She thought to herself, just wait and see how composed you remain. At that moment, Xing Bang had also maneuvered the boat to the lakeside, and it took over half an hour to reach their destination on the vast lake. Since they had arrived, they might as well enjoy the breeze above, not wishing to diminish the efforts of young Bang. With that, Xiaohou gracefully leapt onto the shore first, followed closely by Lady Fanghua and Xing Bang. The autumn wind was sharp, causing their robes to rustle, creating a picturesque scene. Xing Bang mused that it would be delightful if the two women were as close as sisters, together admiring the scenery and composing poetry. From a distance, the island in the lake appeared unremarkable, but upon arrival, it revealed itself to be quite spacious, adorned with pavilions and verdant trees. Fanghua, can you guess why I brought you here? The scenery was lovely, yet at that moment, none of them, including Xiaohou, Xing Bang, and Lady Fanghua, had the heart to appreciate it. The air seemed thick with tension. Uncertain of their intentions, it was clear they had not come merely for sightseeing. With Xing Bang beside her, Lady Fanghua felt no worry. Instead, she felt secure and reassured. This man, who had imprinted himself deeply in her heart, always stood by her during critical moments. Even if the sky were to fall, she would face it with a smile, simply because she was with him. This secluded place would ensure their privacy. No matter what transpired, it would remain unseen from afar, and here, she would be at his mercy. Of course, as I have stated, I shall not kill you. Though anger may cloud my judgment, I am not one to act without composure. I believe that what is about to unfold will be something you would find difficult to divulge. As a dignified empress, my actions cannot lack discretion. The only unknown lies in the relationship between Xing Bang and Lady Fanghua. Revealing my intent to harm her could lead others to suspect I wish for her demise. Yet should I speak of it, I doubt anyone would believe me. Empress, what do you truly desire? Lady Fanghua, though unafraid, was baffled by the intentions of this empress who harbored such deep animosity towards her. Xiaohou let out a cold laugh and deliberately articulated, I intend to subject you to a humiliation here that surpasses even that of the violin office. It seemed Xing Bang began to grasp the situation. Xiaohou sought to humiliate Lady Fanghua, which was precisely why he had been brought along. However, his thoughts were merely conjectures. He truly did not comprehend the intentions of that madwoman, Xiaohou. Moreover, her cultivation surpassed his own. At this moment, Xiaohou turned to Xing Bang and said, Little Bang, although I have not summoned you, I am well aware of your circumstances. Today, I shall bestow upon you the greatest reward, something you could scarcely dare to imagine. Given the situation, Xing Bang had come to fully grasp Xiaohou's intentions. Instead of elaborating further, Xiaohou smiled at Madame Fanghua and remarked, Fanghua, your time in the violent chamber must have been quite stifling and oppressive, as we are all women of the emperor. I understand you well. Upon my first encounter with this little Bang, I found him utterly charming, almost to the point of reluctance to part with him. However, I am now intrigued by one question. Have you developed feelings for this little Bang? I find myself somewhat enamored. Surely you must feel similarly, which makes it clear that your fortune surpasses mine. The empress interjected, do not belittle others with veiled remarks. If you have means, state them plainly. Madame Fanghua found the tone rather jarring. Xiaohou chuckled, do you not grasp my meaning? Is it not to your liking? Let us not dwell on it further. Allow little Bang to serve you well. Chapter 117. The sudden change of Xiaohou. What a beautiful thought. Upon hearing this, Xing Bang had begun to formulate a plan. Although his cultivation level was significantly lower than that of Xiaohou, he was by no means weak. It was entirely feasible to catch her off guard and inflict injury upon her, especially since his internal cultivation was inherently more refined than that of ordinary individuals. And his martial skills and agility were of exceptional quality. Moreover, he had a reserve of Shilling Dan at his disposal. While being forced into a corner was not the best option, it was not the worst either. Since Xiaohou had torn off the mask of pretense, these matters would naturally not be brought to light. It was simply a matter of clearly standing in opposition to her. At that moment, Madame Fanghua smiled gently at Xing Bang. Little Bang, why are you still standing there? Come over here. The Empress has been so thoughtful. We should express our heartfelt gratitude to her. Wait, Xiaohou's heart skipped a beat. What was happening? Fanghua's smile bore no hint of insincerity. Could it be that she genuinely felt grateful? Was it truly in alignment with her wishes? How could it be? Surely the Empress had not experienced a change of heart. Madame Fanghua maintained her amiable demeanor, smiling as if to alleviate any fears of regret from Xiaohou. For Xiaohou, this was a humiliation, yet for Fanghua, it was merely a matter of course, a display of affection before outsiders. In truth, Madame Fanghua's words were a calculated guess at the undercurrents of hatred Xiaohou felt towards her. In essence, regardless of the manner, Xiaohou could not bear to see her happy and content. Furthermore, she wished to ascertain what secrets Xiaohou might still hold, such as the truth of Xing Bang's identity. Regardless of the outcome of the day's events, her thoughts were solely for her beloved. Xing Bang understood that Madame Fanghua would not speak such seemingly trivial words without a purpose, so he wisely chose silence. He had already prepared for emergencies and could see that Xiaohou was becoming increasingly unsettled. You too, have you already conspired together? Xiaohou fixed her gaze on Madame Fanghua, desperately seeking clues from her expression. Her composure was indeed slipping. If this wretched woman appeared joyful, she would not grant her satisfaction. There was no time to inquire of Xing Bang. Her sense of ease depended solely on Madame Fanghua. Your Majesty, such words are unbecoming of a mother to the nation. You just mentioned that we are both women of the inner palace. Given the current circumstances, I dare say that not only I, Fanghua, but you, Empress, cannot remain untouched by this matter. Moreover, little Bang is merely a eunuch. Such situations are not uncommon in the palace, though they are rarely spoken of openly. Which concubine in the harem is not aware of this, including you, Your Majesty? Madame Fanghua implied that even if little Bang were to engage in such activities, she, Fanghua, would not only feel no guilt, but would consider it entirely justified. Her intent was to fluster Xiaohou, deliberately mentioning the term eunuch to probe whether she was aware of Xing Bang's hidden truths. Fanghua, how audacious you are. Even if you have been stripped of your status, you remain a woman of His Majesty. How can you utter such treasonous words? Are you unafraid that I indeed? Upon hearing these words, the Empress's composure faltered even further. This wretched woman spoke with such ease, as if reveling in the moment. And yet there was a hint of insecurity in her demeanor, for at its core, she spoke the truth. Xing Bang could perceive that the Empress was truly flustered. Her unspoken words should have been, "Are you not afraid that I shall reveal this to His Majesty?" Her silence was merely an indication that she had not completely lost her wits. All three present understood that on this island in the lake, regardless of what was said or done, it would remain a matter for the three of them to digest. No one would believe it if it were to be shared. This is precisely why the Empress felt emboldened to act on impulse. Neither she nor the other two would dare speak of it. And the crux of the matter was that it was all mere empty talk. Even if it were to be spoken, it would have to come from the Empress herself. For there was the witness of little Bangzi present. What I, Fanghua, dare to say, the Empress can only ponder in her heart. What do I have to fear? I have already lost everything. Now, I am but a discarded concubine, abandoned by His Majesty. The crown princess position is crucial to the state, and naturally, there are those who will protect him. I am at ease. The worst that could happen is death. To tell you the truth, Your Majesty, I currently live with a carefree spirit, and even if I die, I have no regrets. Fanghua, are you humiliating me? The empress was genuinely flustered. Your joy is my sorrow. Xing Bang could hardly contain his amusement. Fanghua was indeed asserting herself, leaving the empress momentarily stunned, as if the tide were turning. The reason for the empress's ire was rather simple. Lady Fanghua was deliberately striking at her vulnerabilities. Though the empress appeared to bask in glory before his majesty, she was but a cautious performer, treading lightly, while I, Fanghua, have no such hesitations. I weep freely when sorrow strikes, and I laugh heartily when joy comes. Moreover, even if I, Fanghua, were to be deemed most rebellious, my son shall still be the crown prince, the future emperor. If you, empress, dare to act treasonously, your unwelcomed son may not enjoy such a fortunate fate. The empress, a woman of great cunning, instinctively grasped the implications of these words. Seeing the empress in such a state, Lady Fanghua smiled radiantly, as if basking in the warmth of spring. Your Majesty, I believe it is best that we refrain from indulging in these futile exchanges. Simply tell me what I must do to satisfy you. Little Bangzi's care for me, whether genuine or feigned, matters not. Today, I shall repay him. Humph, how naive you are to think, so the empress blurted out instinctively, then furrowed her brow in contemplation, unable to bear the sight of that wretched woman's smile. Little did she expect that her impulsive scheme would transform into a reward for her adversary. Xing Bang smiled knowingly. Then, with a look of confusion, addressed Empress Xiao, Your Majesty, what shall we do next? We have been out for quite some time, and I suspect that the Long Princess may be concerned for the safety of Madame Fanghua and will dispatch a vessel to search for us. It seems that the situation is truly about to turn. Allow me to stoke the flames for you. It was at this moment that Empress Xiao suddenly realized her oversight regarding this matter. That girl Lizzie would indeed go to great lengths for Fanghua, especially now that she had become her daughter-in-law. After a moment's contemplation, she concluded that this vile woman must not be allowed to have her way. Her original plan was now rendered void. Fanghua, I have just recalled something, the Empress said. From what you just indicated, have you been involved with this young lad during this time? An idea struck Empress Xiao. Although the original plan had failed, there were still certain gains to be had. This journey was not in vain after all. Madame Fanghua smiled gently. May I inquire, Your Majesty, what sort of answer would you like from me? Chapter 118. The cost of failure in scheming. Zhao's brow arched slightly, questioning the meaning behind the words. Little Bangzi is your person, with your two mouths. Does my opinion truly matter? What significance does it hold? Such eloquence deserved commendation. So, it seems you and Little Bangzi share no ties? The Empress cast a glance at those she favored, and while I, Fanghua, do not consider myself inferior to the Empress, my fondness for Little Bangzi is merely as a eunuch. If it brings joy to the Empress, I shall reluctantly relinquish my last vestiges of modesty, finding solace within. Fanghua's mind remained clear. How could she acknowledge her relationship with Xing Bang? Such admission would only serve to deepen Zhao's suspicions. Speaking in vague terms was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. In essence, it conveyed that whatever the Empress desires of me, I shall graciously accept. Resistance was futile, indeed. A clever ploy. If the Empress harbors affection for someone, so too does Fanghua. Should you wish to witness something, I shall gladly embrace it and express gratitude for your gracious intentions. Zhao's complexion darkened slightly, exclaiming how she had been ensnared in this web. Very well, Fanghua. The more you favor him, the less I shall grant you your wishes. Let this Little Bangzi torment you henceforth. To this day, she remained convinced that there was no issue with Xing Bang. In truth, there were no signs indicating any discord between them. Little Bangzi waited patiently for his orders. This merely attested to one undeniable fact. Fanghua indeed harbored affection for Little Bangzi. Upon realizing he belonged to her, she could not entirely escape the insinuation of stirring trouble. Xiao pondered deeply, firmly convinced of the situation's reality. Thus, Xing Bang remained unperturbed, never once demonstrating any indication of being aligned with Madame Fanghua. Xing Bang, no matter what, I shall not fault you. The truth is inconsequential. Without you, I might not have survived this long. So Fanghua, enough? Little Bangzi is my servant. There is no need for your incessant commentary. Upon witnessing Xiao lost in thought, Fanghua directed her remarks toward Xing Bang. Xiao, upon hearing this, bristled. Realizing she had underestimated this wretched woman, who spoke so as to mock her, was she insinuating that, thanks to the Empress's arrangements, one might now harbor regrets? Fanghua chose silence, a nonchalant smile gracing her features. Fanghua, I do not believe you will remain so fortunate. Let us wait and see. Xing Bang, assist me onto the boat. We must return. Xiao wished to avert her gaze, accepting her silent defeat. Yet, the game was far from over. The information gleaned today would prove valuable in due time. As she leapt ashore, her intent was clear. She sought to have Xing Bang submit to her will, aiming to vex Madame Fanghua. Ah, the vanity of women. Yes, my lady. Xing Bang, without uttering a word, immediately assisted Xiao Ho onto the boat, with Madame Fanghua closely following, showing no signs of making things difficult for him. There was little to discuss. They simply turned back, the journey shrouded in silence. Xiao Ho, visibly exasperated, kept her eyes half closed, seemingly attempting to calm her tumultuous emotions, while Madame Fanghua stood at the bow, her garments billowing in the breeze. Xing Bang diligently toiled away, enduring the labor. Indeed, not long after setting sail, they spotted Li Lizzie's silhouette by the lakeside. The palace maid had undoubtedly informed her that Madame Fanghua was accompanying Xiao Ho for a stroll, which had already lasted over an hour. Upon hearing this, Li Lizzie suspected Xiao Ho harbored ill intentions. Had she not known Xing Bang was in tow, she would have rushed out to search much earlier. At the very least, keeping a discreet watch. She had scoured the entire Qingliang Hall before deciding to check the lakeside. Seeing the returning group in the distance, Li Lizzie finally felt a sense of relief. 2 days later, Lucien's cold had yet to abate. Under Xiao Ho's strong recommendation, he returned to the palace. During these 2 days, Xiao Ho also resided in Qingliang Hall, maintaining a respectful distance from Madame Fanghua, and did not summon Xing Bang for any private audience. Everything remained tranquil until Lucien resumed his journey back to the palace. Naturally, Xing Bang and Madame Fanghua returned to the bustling chamber. Interestingly, Lucien, in an inexplicable whim, unexpectedly gifted Xing Bang the ivory mahjong set that the 6th prince had presented to him, even suggesting that Madame Fanghua could indulge in mahjong for leisure. Xing Bang thought to himself, mahjong for leisure? You must be jesting. Upon returning to the bustling chamber, all matters were no longer anyone's concern. In the Taiha Hall, de Ban inquired, Your Majesty, have there been any significant developments in the court these past few days? Your Majesty, everything in the court operates as usual. However, yesterday, the Shuntian prefecture reported an outbreak of smallpox in the Qingshan town. What? Smallpox? Why was this not reported to me at once? Your Majesty, please remain calm. Your health is of utmost importance, hence the old servant enough. I understand your intentions. I do not hold you at fault. Quickly, bring forth the memorial for me to review. Upon hearing the term smallpox, Lucien's emotions surged, as such a disease instilled fear in all. Nevertheless, he understood that Chao Zhengchun acted out of goodwill and trusted that he would manage the situation adeptly. Lucien swiftly perused the memorial handed to him by Chao Zhengchun. De Ban, according to the Shuntian prefecture's report, the situation is not yet dire. However, should smallpox spread unchecked, it could become catastrophic. We must not be complacent, Your Majesty. The old servant is fully aware of the horrors of smallpox. Measures have already been implemented. The imperial physicians have formed a medical team and are en route to Qingshan town. Additionally, troops have been dispatched to seal off the area, and all gates of the capital are closed. Entry and exit are strictly prohibited unless under exceptional circumstances. Chao Zhengchun hastily reported that his actions were sound and warranted, assuring that even if the emperor were to handle it personally, the outcome would remain the same. Lucien nodded in satisfaction. Good, very good. I am at ease now. However, with a deep sigh, he expressed a fervent hope that the smallpox epidemic might soon subside. I consider myself a commendable emperor, one who has not forsaken the common people at dawn. Your Majesty, the old servant reassured, I believe that in just a few days, the imperial physician will quell the affliction. You are indeed a wise sovereign, and heaven will surely bless our great Yao with prosperity and flourishing. Chao Zhengchun understood Lucien's sentiments, apprehensive that this might be an ominous sign from above. It seemed the emperor was feeling insecure. Was it not normal for a ruler to undertake ruthless measures for the sake of the state? Let us hope so, de Ban. I am not feeling well. You must keep a vigilant eye on this matter. I worry that the officials may conceal the truth out of fear of punishment. Your Majesty, please rest assured. The old servant confidently replied. I have already informed the Eastern Factory, and they are closely monitoring the situation. Chao Zhengchun spoke with assurance. I am like a worm in the emperor's belly. There is nothing I cannot accomplish. Lu Xian exhaled deeply. Those who understand my heart, like Deban. Chapter 119. My lord, I am but a humble servant. Master Wu, what brings you here? As Xing Bang had just returned to the violent room, Xiao Jinzi informed him that Wu Jing had visited prior to his arrival and instructed him to come immediately. There was nothing to discuss. Regardless of whether it was the literati or the marshal, or even the underworld dealings, Wu Jing was not to be trifled with. It was undoubtedly a matter concerning Lady Fanghua. Although Empress Xiao resided in the Qingliang Palace, she could effortlessly dispatch her attendants to convey messages. Her most loyal aide, Li Lianying, was not present. Wu Jing's countenance was grave, lacking the joviality he had displayed during their previous drinking session, likely due to a reprimand from Empress Xiao. Xing Bang, speak the truth to me. Have you been playing tricks behind my back? My lord, what do you mean? My loyalty to you is as steadfast as the heavens bear witness. I have always acted according to your commands without a hint of disloyalty, Xing Bang replied, his eyes wide as he spoke with a calmness that belied his heart's agitation. It was evident that Empress Xiao was displeased, having nurtured Lady Fanghua plump and in high spirits while she herself was fuming. Even if Wu Jing had been scolded by her, he would not dare to blame Xing Bang. His loyalty was evident. At such a moment, to deflect blame onto Xing Bang would be akin to shooting oneself in the foot. Moreover, Xing Bang had always conducted himself with the utmost discretion, never once defying Wu Jing's intentions, and had consistently completed his tasks with excellence, rendering any accusations baseless. Thus, Wu Jing was left in a quandary, suppressing his thoughts in silence. Oh, the matter of the medicine for the sixth prince. After much contemplation, we acted according to Her Highness's wishes. Perhaps Lady Fanghua is under divine protection, Wu Jing mused, feeling frustrated. He had attempted to probe Xing Bang, but the latter exhibited no signs of guilt, which might have only served to aggravate him further. Xing Bang chuckled inwardly, thinking to himself that the divine protection was none other than his own influence. My lord, have you been rebuked by Her Majesty? It is nothing. Ultimately, it reflects our inadequacies as servants, Wu Jing sighed, clearly grasping the situation. My lord, do not be too hard on yourself. I understand the situation at Qingliang Palace. Her Majesty was merely momentarily displeased. She does not truly harbor dissatisfaction towards you. We shall still rely on your guidance in the future. Xing Bang, my earlier words were spoken in haste. I have complete faith in your loyalty, and I hope you do not take it to heart. Upon hearing Xing Bang's reassurances, Wu Jing's spirits visibly lifted. He adopted a humbler demeanor, offering apologies and consolation. My lord, you are too kind. I reiterate, without you, Master Wu, there would be no today for me, Xing Bang. Regardless of circumstances, I shall be eternally grateful to you. Xing Bang's words, though not entirely baseless, were a semblance of truth. He could indeed strike down Wu Jing without a flicker of hesitation. Yet, there was a sense of gratitude, for he had unwittingly transported himself to this chamber of opportunity, sparing him 2 decades of toil. However, from Wu Jing's discourse, Xiaohou harbored no suspicions toward Xing Bang. Otherwise, Wu Jing would not appear so bewildered, questioning whether he had erred in some regard. Ah, dear little Bangzi, we place our trust in you. You shall not find us ungrateful in the future. If you do not mind, consider me your godfather, and let us share both glory and disgrace henceforth. Wu Jing's countenance radiated contentment. Alas, such a notion is delightful. Yet to recognize me as your godfather is beyond the realm of possibility. Your esteemed regard is too kind. However, I fear I am unworthy of such fortune. You have treated me with great kindness, yet I have long pondered this matter. The reason I have hesitated to speak is that I could never bear to bring misfortune upon you. Huh, what do you mean? Wu Jing inquired, astonished, as if acknowledging a godfather could lead to one's demise. Xing Bang's mind raced, and a clever excuse began to form. What you do not know, my lord, is that I was frail and sickly as a child. My father sought the counsel of a fortune-teller, who claimed I was destined for calamity. I did not fully comprehend the details, but it was suggested that recognizing a godfather might avert disasters. Thus, my father, in his desperation, found a childless man to take on that role. However, just days later, my godfather met his end while gathering herbs, struck down by a bolt of lightning. There was another. This excuse was foolproof. We were fiercer than Elbu, and there was no need for further elaboration. Very well, little Bangzi. Let us consider this matter closed. Ultimately, What matters is the bond we share, not the formalities. Wu Jing, however, interrupted before Xing Bang could finish. Recalling his earlier curiosity about this astute boy, who seemed wise enough to recognize a godfather. Now, the truth unveiled itself. This lad was a harbinger of death. His family extinguished before he entered the palace as a eunuch. My lord, I speak nothing but the truth. It is not out of reluctance. However, having become a eunuch, it is conceivable that my fate has indeed shifted. People in this world are quite superstitious. We trust you, and we shall no longer mention this matter. Do not dwell upon it. Wu Jing hastily waved his hand in refusal, jesting that such matters were not to be trifled with, as he still wished to live a little longer. Very well, I shall heed your words and no longer occupy my thoughts with the notion of recognizing a godfather. Xing Bang stifled a laugh. The old fellow truly believed in fate, his complexion slightly pale with apprehension, though he refrained from mentioning that the second godfather had met his end in a latrine. Oh, by the way, little Bangzi, did you not acquire 2,000 taels of silver notes from Suguang previously? Here, I return the silver to you, along with an additional 1,000 taels from my savings. Wu Jing suddenly produced several silver notes from a cabinet and handed them to Xing Bang. My lord, what is the meaning of this? I cannot accept your generosity. Please, keep the money for your retirement. Xing Bang was utterly bewildered. What was this situation, repaying him with an interest of 1,000 taels? Take it, for upon contemplation, I have discerned your profound wisdom. As our family ages, we find ourselves devoid of vigor. However, we still possess our coffers. Retain this wealth. Cultivate connections and networks. Should you harbor such intentions, when you ascend to greatness in the future, let our family be forgotten. My lord, if that is your wish, I shall not disappoint your generous intentions. Xing Bang accepted the banknote, and Wu Jing's sudden reformation could only be attributed to the reprimand from Empress Xiao. In Shining Palace, Your Highness, it is the incompetence of the servants that has caused you such great distress. Empress Xiao returned in silence, fuming, while Li Lianying hesitated for a long while before daring to offer a word of comfort. Enough of this matter. Instruct the servants that I wish to take a proper bath to cleanse myself of this misfortune. Yes, Your Highness. Li Lianying felt a surge of relief. As long as she was not angry, everything could be managed. Just as she was about to turn to make arrangements, Empress Xiao called her back. Her delicate brows slightly furrowed as if a thought had crossed her mind. She then spoke slowly. Send someone to the storeroom and summon the young lad to my presence. Chapter 120. For the servants only have their mistress in mind. As Xing Bang returned to the Baosher office from Wu Jing, a messenger sent by Shouning Palace arrived, a maidservant from Empress Xiao's side, whom he had encountered at the Qingliang Hall. Little Bangzi, the Empress summons you at once. She delivered the message succinctly, turning on her heel without further ado, her demeanor quite haughty. After all, she was a maidservant of the Empress and had little regard for this mere steward of the Baosher. It was curious that the Empress, having just returned to the palace, would suddenly call for him in broad daylight. Surely, a summons at night would be more fitting. May I inquire what the Empress requires of me? Xing Bang pondered, not overly concerned about the summons itself, but rather the silence that enveloped them as they walked together. Such tedium. Well, if you choose not to speak, I shall. He mused. Is it not customary to converse in the palace? Surely, this silence cannot be without consequence. To his surprise, the maidservant offered no response, not even the slightest hesitation in her step. It was as though she had not heard him at all, her head bowed as she continued forward. Did she not fear that upon reaching Shouning Palace, she might turn to find him absent? Oh dear, have silver coins fallen from the sky? He joked. Yet she remained unresponsive. This maidservant, trained by Empress Xiao, was truly something else. Xing Bang sighed in exasperation, yet his audacious nature compelled him onward. Undeterred by the prospect of the maidservant's indifference, an idea struck him. Alas, how foolish of me. She must be mute. What a pity for such a beautiful girl, what nonsense. You are the one who is mute, she retorted, suddenly stopping and turning around in a huff. Caught off guard, Xing Bang stumbled as they were so closely aligned. Duong. Ouch. The maidservant lost her balance, teetering backward, and Xing Bang, quick as a flash, reached out to grasp the fabric of her clothing. His once steady, the maidservant glared at him with fury. I did not mean to. It was a mere reflex. Otherwise, you would have fallen quite heavily. Release me, she demanded, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, She had halted abruptly, and had he not caught her, she would have tumbled to the ground, certainly a more painful predicament. Reluctantly, Xing Bang let go. She huffed disdainfully, feeling both embarrassed and at a loss for having been helped by him, particularly when he wore such an innocent expression. Miss, we have met at Qingliang Hall before. And now how about we consider ourselves friends? Who wishes to befriend you? Finally, she responded promptly, as if the jesting could turn against him. Xing Bang chuckled knowingly. May I ask your name, dear lady? Shall Xin like the character from Crayon Shinchan? Indeed, it is a delightful name. Then it is settled. We shall be friends from this moment forth. Enough of the idle chatter. The palace is governed by strict rules, far beyond what you can comprehend. One misstep could cost you your life. The regulations of Shining Palace are even more stringent, and we are nearing our destination, so refrain from any further nonsense. Xiaoxin whispered urgently to Xing Bang. Isn't it true that one is reluctant to make friends? Women tend to speak in contradictions. The more they express disdain, the more they are drawn to you. Xiaoxin was indeed quite lovely, though she fell slightly short of the standards set by Fanghua Baojian. Xing Bang was not motivated by anything else but the desire to cultivate connections. Do not underestimate a mere palace maid, for they can prove invaluable in critical moments, especially one who serves by the Empress's side. Xiaoxin, thank you. Not only are you beautiful, but you are also genuinely kind. From now on, we shall be friends. If there is ever a need for my assistance, do not hesitate to ask, and I shall surely help. Very well, I understand. Xiaoxin inexplicably agreed, finding it odd how her irritation had vanished so quickly, replaced instead by a favorable impression of this young man. At Shining Palace, Xiaoxin led Xing Bang directly into the hall. The Empress has summoned you. You may enter. The two maidservants waiting at the door promptly opened it, allowing Xing Bang to follow Xiaoxin inside. It was evident that Xiaoxin was indeed the Empress's personal attendant, as the maidservants at the entrance were of a noticeably lower status. Upon passing a screen, one was greeted by a scene of opulence. A dedicated bathhouse awaited, where the Empress reclined in a tub that appeared to be crafted from golden silk nanmo. Two maidservants gently sprinkled flower petals into the wooden tub, while incense wafted through the air, creating an intoxicating aroma that enveloped anyone entering the space, igniting the imagination. Your Highness, I have brought the young man. Very well. You two may leave. As the Empress's command echoed, the maidservants laid down their bamboo baskets and withdrew. Xiaoxin. Yes, Your Highness. Xiaoxin responded, moving to the Empress's side, and took a ladle from beside her to gently pour water over the Empress. Truly, she was well trained, without needing further instruction. She understood her role perfectly. Young man, I have a slight headache. Please come and massage my temples. Yes, Your Highness. In the meantime, Xiaoxin deftly retrieved a soft cushion from nearby, placing it beside the tub for the Empress to lean against and rest her eyes. The design of the oval tub was impeccable, everything harmoniously arranged. Xing Bang mused to himself that he must also design a splendid bathing area in the future. Perhaps even a luxurious hot spring that could accommodate swimming. He then approached to gently massage the Empress's temples, eliciting a deep sigh of relief as she slowly closed her eyes. It was no exaggeration. Such a delicate touch was indeed professional. Xing Bang could discern that Xiaoho was not in the most pleasant of moods, undoubtedly still troubled by the events of that day. With her eyes closed in a state of repose, Xiaoho remained silent, lost in her own thoughts, while the only sound in the bathing chamber was the gentle patter of water. However, Xing Bang found himself in a favorable position, quietly admiring the near-perfect form of the human body. Every situation has its duality, and he was acutely aware of the burdensome aspects. To put it bluntly, it was quite a frustrating task. Little Bang, who do you think is more beautiful, I or Fanghua? Xiaoho suddenly inquired, her tone soothing as she kept her eyes shut, exhaling a fragrance reminiscent of orchids. What a predicament to pose such a question. Such inquiries are best directed towards a magic mirror. Nevertheless, Xing Bang did not need to ponder. There was but one answer. Of course. It is Her Majesty the Queen, he replied without hesitation. Little Bang, do you think I believe you? Xiaoho said in a nonchalant manner. As anticipated by Xing Bang, this question was inherently difficult to answer. Should he claim the Queen, she would surely dismiss it as mere flattery, and mentioning Lady Fanghua was out of the question. However, this was hardly a challenge for someone with emotional intelligence. With a knowing smile, Xing Bang replied, regardless of whether your Majesty believes it or not. I speak from the heart, for in my heart there is only your majesty. Chapter 121. Is this it? A test of loyalty. Oh, your words carry a certain intrigue. Pray, elaborate for me. Why is it that your heart holds only me? Although I harbor disdain for that wretched Fanghua, it is undeniable that she is a rare beauty in our grand dynasty. Moreover, today marks merely our second encounter. Though the Empress Xiao felt a twinge of rational doubt, she was nonetheless pleased. Which woman does not relish being admired? Such is the nature of femininity, and she was no exception. To test me? An experienced hand cannot be easily shaken. Let me speak freely. You are correct, my lady. I have seen you less than I have seen Lady Fanghua. However, upon my entrance to the palace, Lord Wu showed me great favor. Later, upon realizing that the Empress was my true sovereign, I could not help but feel gratitude for your kindness. Though I had not yet laid eyes upon you, in my heart, you were akin to a living bodhisattva. I have always held you in reverence, my lady. Moreover, your unparalleled beauty and ethereal grace have imprinted your visage in my memory, compelling me to. Xing Bang's voice brimmed with excitement, infused with genuine emotion, creating an atmosphere that could not be overlooked. Ah, your eloquence is truly remarkable. It is a pity that you have become a eunuch. The Empress Xiao was touched. She had never before been the recipient of such heartfelt declarations, let alone delivered with such profound sincerity. A wave of emotion washed over her, stirring tears as she reflected on her life within the depths of the palace. You flatter me. I merely speak from the heart. Despite her formidable demeanor, the Empress was, after all, a woman, capable of vulnerability and tenderness. In this moment, she embodied an exquisite femininity. Yet, this sentiment was fleeting. Empress Xiao would not cease her battles. Unless her son, the sixth prince, ascended to the throne, she could hardly return to a state of tranquil womanhood. Xing Bang was determined to prevent such an eventuality, should the sixth prince become emperor. What fate would befall Lady Fanghua and her son, along with Li Lizzie and others? Nevertheless, Xing Bang was resolute, committed to crafting a more fulfilling outcome through relentless endeavor. The Empress, after all, was but a woman. Should she not relish her days of happiness? Do you understand why I summoned you here so suddenly? I do not. Naturally, I have ulterior motives. Is it not pleasant to merely soak in a bath and converse? My heart is troubled. The memory of Fanghua's triumphant smile ignites a fierce anger within me. This loathing for Lady Fanghua runs deep, and the fire within me reignites. My lady, excessive anger is detrimental to your health. We have ample time ahead. I believe there will come a day when your heart is fully satisfied. Xing Bang hastily offered words of comfort. You speak true, as long as I am here. I shall not allow that wretched Fanghua and her son to ride roughshod over us. Moreover, little Bangzi, I assure you, the ultimate victor will undoubtedly be myself. Without a doubt. The Empress was seething with rage, unable to calm down so quickly. Just the thought of it made her teeth itch with anger. Indeed, the Empress would surely have her way. Moreover, young Xiang, you must honestly inform me whether you have attended to that wretched Fanghua during her bath. After a moment of easing her fury, the Empress suddenly recalled her intention to summon Xing Bang, realizing that this question must be clarified. Fanghua, as my servant, is unworthy of your loyalty. The very thought of it ignites my ire. Speaking of the matter, regarding the sixth prince's incident in the violence chamber, you are undoubtedly aware of it. Xing Bang had no intention of disputing this point. It was a reasonable stance that the Empress would not hold against him. Furthermore, if he were to deny it, the Empress would only ponder further, while an admission would reflect his honesty, naturally earning her greater trust. Humph, my servant indeed. How fortunate she is. To be candid, the Empress could never harbor hatred for her own son. All blame had fallen on Lady Fanghua. And there was an undeniable jealousy, for she was a true vixen, ensnaring even her own son in her web. From this day forth, you need not go out of your way to attend to Fanghua. The matter is now clear, and there is no need to earn her trust. Let her suffer a bit. Yes, your majesty. Xing Bang readily agreed. Yet he knew he was the undisputed ruler of the violence chamber. Unless she had someone watching him daily, no one could dictate his actions. The Empress's purpose in summoning Xing Bang was entirely motivated by her desire for superiority. He was not Fanghua's servant, and even if he served her, it was merely a concession from the Empress. However, it seemed this situation was merely a draw. The Empress pondered deeply, feeling a sense of discontent lingering. Yes, Xing Bang is my servant. He must do as I command, performing tasks that Fanghua could never aspire to. With this realization, the Empress felt a surge of comfort, yet she pondered what tasks to assign to Xing Bang. Her brow furrowed in thought until she suddenly had a brilliant idea upon seeing the water for bathing. Xing Bang, you profess your unwavering loyalty to me. But I require more than mere sweet words. I demand to see your actions. Your Majesty, I shall obey your every command, even unto death. Yet unexpectedly, Xing Bang found himself perplexed by the Empress's intentions, uncertain of what excessive demands she might impose upon him. The dignified Empress was certainly no ordinary woman. Xiaoxing, cease your work for now. Fetch a ladle of bathwater for Xing Bang. Yes, your Majesty. Xing Bang's heart sank, realizing the implication of her command. Xing Bang, go? Drink that ladle of bathwater. The Empress pointed, causing Xiaoxing's hand to tremble instinctively, perhaps out of concern for Xing Bang. You don't understand. You're still too young. Such a test of loyalty. Was this truly all there was to it? What more could one say? Xing Bang directly took the drink from the novice. Its refreshing essence akin to sweet spring water, accompanied by a waft of delicate sweetness. Who does he look down upon? It is not as if he has never tasted it before. With a tilt of his head, he consumed it all in one go. Then, he turned to Xiao Ho, her expression one of disbelief, her lips trembling. Xiao Bangzi you. Xiao Ho was truly taken aback. Initially, upon witnessing his unwavering demeanor, she thought to herself, all right, I shall trust you. However, to her astonishment, his swift actions left her momentarily speechless. Your Highness, what is this? Seeing Xiao Ho stammering for words, Xing Bang pondered whether she disapproved of his rapid consumption and wished to savor the flavor. Xiao Bangzi, are you thirsty? I shall have Xiao Xian bring you some tea. Xiao Ho felt a tinge of embarrassment, yet her spirits were significantly lifted. His loyalty was commendable, though it was a pity that the wretched Fanghua was not present to witness it. Your Highness, I am indeed a bit thirsty, but there is no need to trouble yourself. You. Xiao Ho found herself at a loss for words, utterly unprepared for this unexpected turn of events. Chapter 122. The grant of the waste token. Not only was Empress Xiao astonished, but even Xiao Xian gasped, her pupils dilating in sheer disbelief. Was he truly so naive? To think he would return with an entire ladle full. What if it were a basin? Xing Bang gazed at the incredulous expression on Empress Xiao's face and earnestly remarked, Your Majesty, I trust you won't take issue with this? No, not at all. She replied hastily, shaking her head. However, that little ladle is sufficient. Truly, it is enough. I believe in your loyalty. That's simply one do. A man must uphold his dignity. Your Majesty, you do not understand. At this very moment, one's pride is truly inconsequential. Your Majesty, you are unaware that I have always regarded you as a celestial being, brimming with ethereal grace. Hence, I believed it would bolster health and remedy ailments. Xing Bang mused. How could one possibly resist? The Empress, a woman of utmost propriety, no matter how formidable she may be, could not remain unmoved by such overwhelming adoration. How could she possibly forget the impression I have left on her? Even the most relentless of torrents will eventually wear away stone. Well then, I shall not hinder you. Empress Xiao found herself at a loss for words, her heart inexplicably elated. She felt a warmth rising to her cheeks, stirred by an unfamiliar excitement she had not experienced in quite some time. To her astonishment, the one who understood her best was none other than a young eunuch. I must reward him handsomely. Before long, Xing Bang let out a contented burp, causing Empress Xiao to chuckle heartily. Surely, he must no longer be thirsty? It had been ages since she had laughed so freely. In that moment, all her worries seemed to dissipate into thin air. This little lad truly is a treasure. I long to keep him by my side. Xiao Xian watched Xing Bang intently, thinking to herself, Brother, you wouldn't dare to ask for another ladle, would you? Xing Bang, of course, would not. One ladle, and then another is sufficient. A third would lack novelty. 2 ladles are just the right amount. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generous reward. With that, Xing Bang handed the ladle to Xiao Xian. She accepted it with a sigh of relief, pondering that if another ladle were to come, she might begin to wonder if this charming young man was slightly unhinged. Empress Xiao smiled radiantly, as if struck by a sudden thought. Indeed, you are correct. I ought to reward you properly. What should it be? Xiao Xian. Go fetch a waste token from Shining Palace. Little lad, from now on, should you wish to visit me, This token shall grant you unrestricted access to Shining Palace without the need for announcement. Xiao Xian complied, her heart racing with excitement. Goodness! This young man is destined for greatness. This is a monumental favor, a privilege that only the esteemed chief steward Li Lianying possesses. Heavens, how extraordinary! Fortuitously, I agreed to befriend him. As for any past grievances, let them fade away. Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to serving you in the days to come. Xing Bang smiled knowingly, thinking he must flaunt this waste token to that old eunuch Wu Jing, to let him understand who the true master is between the two of them. In truth, what delighted Xing Bang was not merely the token, but the psychological shift in Empress Xiao towards him. Over time, it could very well evolve into a dependency. Consequently, this might enable him to approach the matters concerning Lady Fanghua and the Empress with a newfound assertiveness. Once a woman genuinely trusts a man, she may not only experience a decline in her rationality, but may also become wholly obedient to him. Soon, Xiao Xian brought forth a copper waste token inscribed with the words Shining Palace, as it seemed that only Lu Xian possessed anything of gold. Xing Bang accepted the token, expressed his gratitude once more, and tucked it into his pocket. The Empress observed this action, noting his understated demeanor. After all, a turtle observing a green bean will find it pleasing no matter the angle. However, little Bang, I must remind you, even though I have bestowed this token upon you, it would be prudent to keep it discreet. Do you understand? Yes, your servant comprehends. Xiao Xian chuckled softly, saying, You truly are something. You don't even need to think about it. Whatever I say is what it is. Since you understand, why not enlighten me about my intentions? Although your servant has received the Empress's favor, it is wise to keep up appearances as a mere commoner. It is best if others remain unaware, especially since the matter of Lady Fanghua is still unresolved. You speak wisely, yet there is another layer to my meaning. Do you think you can guess it? The Empress gazed at Xing Bang with a radiant expression. Could it be that your Majesty wishes for your servant to visit Shining Palace discreetly? You clever servant. You truly grasp everything. The Empress smiled gently, thinking how rare it was to find such an astute and considerate attendant. As the foremost lady of the harem, one must always be mindful of appearances amidst the whispers and gazes of others. Your Majesty's regard compels me to think more quickly. Surely it is because I hold you in my thoughts without any ulterior motives. You certainly have a sweet tongue. The Empress beamed, momentarily free of any other distractions. Wholly immersed in this carefree joy, her spirits lifted to unprecedented heights. Little Bang, I find myself in much better spirits. Please remain with me for a while longer, allowing me to gather my thoughts before you return. I shall summon you at the appropriate time. As you wish, Your Majesty. Xing Bang felt that this journey was profoundly rewarding. Establishing such a foundation with the Empress was indeed an unexpected triumph. Reflecting on the progress made, it was as Empress Xiao had said, he had not encountered a kindred spirit until now. Moreover, for a woman in the depths of the palace, deprived of warmth and affection for so long, to suddenly find her soul nourished was a source of immense joy, one she would undoubtedly cherish deeply. However, to ascend to a higher realm is not so simple. As a queen, her sense of self-worth is likely stronger than that of any other woman in the world. Even in the absence of the emperor's favor, she remains loyal to her sovereign, adhering to the doctrines instilled in her since childhood. Moreover, she continues to serve as a paragon for all women in her esteemed position. Ultimately, her inner fidelity cannot be shaken without the right circumstances. In truth, Madame Fanghua is no different. Even amidst despair and hopelessness, she steadfastly clings to her loyalty, despite harboring resentment. After all, she is the mother of the crown prince. It was only when the He family faced near obliteration that her emotional defenses crumbled, allowing her to embrace her true feelings, thereby transforming her into the current Madame Fanghua. Time passed, and unexpectedly, Empress Xiao fell into a deep sleep, seemingly at peace and comforted. She is indeed a pitiable woman, utterly exhausted, sleeping soundly. Suddenly, Xiao Xian touched the water, furrowing her brow in concern. She hesitated to speak loudly, feeling reluctant to disturb the Empress, yet the water was growing cold. If she were to fetch hot water, it would surely awaken the Empress. What should she do? Xing Bang could not help but frown, pondering whether fate had compelled him to be more considerate. Chapter 123. The Emperor's Sudden Summon, a display of exceptional acting. For 3 consecutive days, The Empress had been deprived of restful slumber, and at last, she had managed to drift into a deep sleep. Should we not tread lightly and assist her by changing the water? Little Xian was anxious, yet felt utterly helpless. Xing Bang curled her lip in annoyance. Silly girl. Even if the Empress remains asleep, she cannot remain submerged in water indefinitely. Indeed. But what shall we do? Little Xian, though not foolish, quickly grasped the situation. Xing Bang pondered. It would be unthinkable to endanger the Empress's well-being merely for the sake of a few more moments of sleep. Your Majesty, the water has grown cold. It would be prudent to return to your chambers and rest. Allow me to sleep a while longer. I am reluctant to move. After much contemplation, Xing Bang leaned closer and whispered in the Empress's ear. Yet, the Empress merely frowned, her eyes still shut, appearing utterly exhausted. Yet, she could not linger in the water indefinitely. It would surely lead to wrinkled skin and discomfort. One could only imagine the fury she might unleash upon awakening. Your Majesty, it truly is inadvisable to remain in the water. How about this? Allow me to carry you back to your chambers for some rest. To Xing Bang's surprise, the Empress acquiesced, which was the most considerate course of action. With a sigh of relief, Xing Bang lowered her head slightly and softly instructed, Your Majesty, please wrap your arms around my neck. Attention to detail is paramount. The bathing tub was oval-shaped, making it relatively easy to lift. Little Xian, stop dawdling. Fetch a bath towel at once. Yes. With ease, Xing Bang lifted the Empress from the tub, while little Xian stood wide-eyed, momentarily dazed by the sight of the water-drenched figure being placed onto the couch. Perhaps the Empress was truly exhausted, for she did not stir as little Xian gently dried her with the towel. Observing the relaxed expression on the Empress's face, Xing Bang felt a surge of triumph. Who could rival her talents? It was evident that the foremost woman of Diyao was utterly captivated. The inner palace and bathing area were seamlessly connected, ensuring that no one else was privy to this occurrence. Little Xian, please take good care of the Empress. I must return now. Understood. Having played the role of a considerate companion, Xing Bang made her way back, concluding her visit to Shining Palace with resounding success. As Xing Bang exited Shining Palace, she keenly sensed a pair of eyes observing her discreetly. Sure enough, after only a brief distance, a figure emerged from the shadows and called out to her. Turning around, Xing Bang found herself face-to-face with a middle-aged eunuch, possessing the cultivation of the Wushuan realm. Come with me. Without allowing her to speak, the eunuch displayed a golden token inscribed with the prominent characters for the imperial court. It was unmistakable. She was being summoned by the emperor himself. Though questions filled her mind, she understood the necessity of discretion and followed him obediently. Having just departed from Shining Palace, the implications of this sudden summons were abundantly clear. The two traversed the halls in silence, proceeding directly to the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Although it was his first visit, Xing Bang was aware that the Taiha Hall was the residence of Lu Xian, leaving no room for doubt that the emperor had summoned him. It appeared that within the confines of this imperial palace, there were indeed no secrets the emperor could not uncover, especially since Lu Xian had been deliberately attentive to Empress Xiao. Lu Xian's health had not yet fully recovered, and contrary to expectations, he did not take him to the imperial study, but rather to his sleeping quarters. Upon arrival, the middle-aged eunuch withdrew, leaving only two individuals in the hall, Lu Xian, reclining on a soft couch, and his chief attendant, Chao Zhengchun. Finally, he was face-to-face with the foremost eunuch. Knowledge of oneself and one's adversary is paramount. The divine essence transcends 9 realms. Several factions were mere steps away from entering the realm of true immortals. However, one must not underestimate this small step. Without significant fortune, one might remain hopelessly bound to mortality. Speaking of the lofty position of a grand eunuch, who among them was not a formidable force? Your servant, Xiao Bangzi, pays his respects to your majesty. There was little to convey, a grand salute sufficed. In normal circumstances, he would have been bidden to rise. But after a few coughs, Lu Xian spoke through Chao Zhengchun. Xiao Bangzi, are you aware of your transgressions? Xing Bang was momentarily bewildered. Even if summoned by Empress Xiao, who presided over the harem, he was merely a lowly official within that realm, not deserving of such accusations. Your Majesty, I have always strived to be diligent and self-motivated. I am unaware of any wrongdoing. I humbly request your Majesty's enlightenment. Little Bangzi, You display a commendable spirit in the face of danger. It is not for you to determine your guilt or innocence. Your life belongs to His Majesty. The reason you still draw breath is that you possess some utility, understand? Was this a form of intimidation? Lu Xian remained silent, allowing Chao Zhengchun to take charge, with one playing the villain and the other the hero. Memories of the secret edict from Kangxi to Longqitu surfaced in Xing Bang's mind, though not entirely comparable. The principles were strikingly similar. Your Majesty, even if I am somewhat dim-witted, I grasp this principle. I am your servant, and regardless of the circumstances, I shall remain loyal to you. Moreover, I have never acted contrary to your Majesty's interests. I implore your Majesty to see this clearly. With this realization, it seemed prudent to express loyalty, for as Chao Zhengchun had indicated, he was merely a minor eunuch, easily extinguishable like an ant. If there were no ulterior motives, why go through such elaborate theatrics? Lu Xian cleared his throat twice and spoke. Little Bangzi, you may rise and respond. Thank you, your Majesty. At this point, Xing Bang felt a sense of relief. It aligned closely with his expectations. Little Bangzi, let me be frank with you. Many matters are not unknown to me. Rather, I choose to turn a blind eye. For instance, I am fully aware of your dealings with the sixth prince. Under normal circumstances, you should have perished 100 times over. Do you know why I have chosen to spare you? Your servant is terrified. Xing Bang has also begun to showcase his acting prowess, treading cautiously as he navigates his circumstances. As a newly appointed eunuch in the palace, surviving under Wu's command and thriving to become a steward of the treasury undoubtedly signifies exceptional talent. Furthermore, regarding this journey to the Qingliang Hall, do you truly believe you possess the privilege to embark upon it without my consent? Nevertheless, you have not disappointed me. Indeed, you are a person of great potential, and I intend to reward you with further opportunities when the moment is right. Your Majesty, the kindness you have shown me is as vast as the heavens. I would willingly traverse mountains of blades and rivers of fire for your sake, yet I find myself unable to repay even a fraction of your generosity. Xing Bang abruptly knelt, overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face, his sorrow palpable. How could one not believe that such a performance springs from the depths of the heart? Rise. As long as one remains steadfastly loyal to me, I shall undoubtedly bestow upon them my favor. Conversely, those who dare to rebel shall find themselves without a place to rest in death. Xing Bang stood, stifling his sobs as he wiped away his tears, anxious that others might not witness the depth of his sorrow. Chapter 124. Unknowingly becoming an undercover agent. All right, my dear, dry your tears swiftly. I have faith in your loyalty and believe wholeheartedly in your potential. As long as you approach your duties with sincerity, your future shall undoubtedly be resplendent. Indeed, your Majesty, Xing Bang has come to a renewed understanding of Li Xian. It must be said that the art of political maneuvering is executed with remarkable finesse. Upon reflection, his assertions are quite credible. I had long harbored suspicions regarding the sixth prince's actions that could not have escaped his notice. Moreover, the very invention of mahjong was born from my concerns regarding this matter, and it now seems fortunate that I remained vigilant and did not act rashly. Now, it appears I have become a sought-after figure. Not only do I have the support of Madame Fanghua, but I also find myself entangled with the Empress, who is striving to win over the Emperor. Undoubtedly, I have positioned myself at the very epicenter of conflict, and there is no evading this reality. However, I shall not retreat. This is precisely where my ascent begins, and therein lies the intrigue. It was, after all, Lu Xian's intention to send me to the Qingliang Palace. And the fact that Li Liji did not divulge a word is understandable. She likely has her own considerations. Whether she chooses to speak of it is inconsequential. She would not harm her own interests. Nevertheless, her suggestion for Meng Yuti to join me was a gesture of goodwill. Lu Xian had been observing Xing Bang as he wiped away his tears, and he was somewhat taken aback. It is not uncommon for ministers to weep before him, but those tears are often feigned. Yet this little one, shedding genuine tears, who else could achieve such authenticity? Such weeping is indeed fitting. Whatever the circumstances, my intentions are sincere. Only through such profound gratitude can one reveal their true heart. Cozhngchn, standing nearby, was equally impressed, contemplating the prospect of recognizing Xing Bang as his adopted son. At last, Xing Bang managed to dry his tears. Lu Xian continued, Little one, I shall refrain from elaborating on your future path. What I wish to impress upon you is that I am aware of the sixth prince's admiration for you, regardless of his status as my own son. I hope your cleverness can guide him towards virtuous pursuits. Do you understand? Your servant comprehends, Your Majesty. Rest assured, Xing Bang understood perfectly well. The essence of guiding him towards virtuous pursuits meant steering the sixth prince towards mediocrity, ideally cultivating a disposition devoid of any ambition for the throne, a prince who inspires confidence as a leisurely nobleman. As for matters concerning the Empress, I shall not overly concern myself, but I trust you comprehend her sentiments. While the Empress may sometimes overlook the principle of non-interference in court politics, I hope for her to enjoy peace and prosperity. Therefore, should suitable opportunities arise, I trust you will counsel her appropriately. Your Majesty, I understand. Should any extraordinary circumstances arise, I will promptly report to you. Xing Bang grasped the underlying message. It was, after all, about being an undercover agent. Rest assured, I shall fulfill this role with clarity, ensuring satisfaction for all parties involved. Very well, I find myself somewhat fatigued. DBN, please escort the young one away. As he spoke, Lucien gently closed his eyes, evidently satisfied with the outcome. Upon exiting the inner chamber, Xing paused in his steps. Congratulations, dear Bang, for your remarkable ascent. It seems your ancestors are indeed smiling down upon you. Your praise is too generous, esteemed sir. I hope you will continue to guide and support me in the future, replied Xing Bang with a humble demeanor. Adept at navigating the imperial court where such pleasantries flowed effortlessly from his lips. Given your eloquence, I shall indulge you with a few more words. Do you understand why His Majesty summoned you to accompany the Crown Prince that fateful night? Please enlighten me. Xing Bang could hardly forget, especially given that the Crown Prince had an unfortunate accident that evening, a situation seemingly orchestrated by Lucien. Chao Zhengchun smiled faintly, lowering his voice. One day, His Majesty will grow old, and we too shall follow him into the beyond. Decades ago, when His Majesty was but a prince, it is undeniable that fortune has favored you, as the Crown Prince spoke highly of you in His Majesty's presence. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed sir. I shall devote myself entirely to serving His Majesty and the Crown Prince. Xing Bang realized then that he could never truly become the Crown Prince's closest companion. The Crown Prince's consent would never be enough without the approval of Lady Fanghua. You possess considerable talent. Had Su Guang been half as clever as you, perhaps things would be different. Let us not dwell on the past. Return to your duties, Chao Zhengchun concluded. Yes, sir. I take my leave. With a respectful bow, Xing Bang departed from the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Chao Zhengchun's final remark seemed laden with implication, yet it mattered little. Whether he suspected or knew of Xing Bang's involvement in Su Guang's demise was now inconsequential. The palace was a realm where only the strong could thrive. His words merely served as a subtle reminder to Xing Bang. After all, the more intimate matters were beyond his awareness. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences long ago. Upon returning to the violent chamber, Xing Bang immediately sought out by Ru Shuang, yearning for her after several days apart, only to be summoned by the Empress before he could catch his breath. To his surprise, Lady Fanghua was also present, a truly admirable sister, embodying the qualities of a supportive wife. It seemed she shared his sentiments, rushing back to visit by Ru Shuang first, with an unwashed bowl left unattended nearby. Xing Bang chuckled. Alas, I find myself a tad envious. Ru Shuang has become the cherished treasure of all. Lady Fanghua shifted slightly, and understanding his unspoken cue, Xing Bang settled comfortably between the two. Such awareness and harmony. How could one not cherish a woman of such virtue? Lady Fanghua laughed lightly. Oh, you are feeling jealous of your own son. You truly lack shame. Ru Shuang, did you catch her meaning? She implies you are less significant than having a son. Bah, it is you who are less significant, returning only to sow discord. Bai Rushuang shot Xing Bang a disapproving glance, perhaps restrained by Lady Fanghua's presence. As she refrained from pinching him, you speak true. If I were more respectable, where would a son come from? You are the one lacking decorum. Bai Ruoshuang felt somewhat embarrassed, momentarily at a loss for words. Upon reflection, she mused that his words seemed to hold some merit. Wait, does that imply I am also being frivolous? Bai Ruoshua pouted, lamenting that wealth cannot purchase my willingness. What a scoundrel he is. Well, Ruoshuang, let us cease this frivolity and discuss more serious matters. We must prepare to send you out of the palace. I am not yet ready, and besides. Bai Ruo Shuang's heart sank with a wave of melancholy, her eyes reddening as she spoke. She truly felt a profound sense of reluctance, even if the circumstances were less than favorable. Xing Bang embraced Bai Ruo Shuang, gently reassuring her, "Why the sorrow? Do not cry, if you are truly distressed. Take your time." Chapter 125. The Ravages of Smallpox. The time has come. Moments ago, I discussed this matter with Ruo Shuang. My intention was to delay for a while. She has not been pregnant for long, and in another month, no signs will be evident. Everything will remain as it is, and there should be no issues. What do you think? All right, since my sister shares this sentiment, we shall wait a little longer. Now, do not be disheartened. While the conditions here may be somewhat lacking, I assure you that although the moon in the sky cannot be plucked, nurturing you to a plump and healthy state is certainly within reach. Ruo Shuang chuckled, her previous sorrow dissipating as laughter filled the air. I would not become excessively plump. Our child will surely be chubby and healthy. By the way, how do you know it will be a son? I was merely guessing, influenced by your words. Haha, I too am merely conjecturing, but I firmly believe that our Ruo Shuang will bear us a son. Seeing her delight, Ruo Shuang temporarily decided against leaving, her worries evaporating like mist. The three of them engaged in lively conversation, creating a warm and cheerful atmosphere. 3 days later, in the Taiha Hall, Lu Xian had recovered from his illness and was currently reviewing memorials. Your Majesty, urgent news has arrived from outside the palace. The sixth prince has contracted smallpox. Furthermore, we have received reports from the Shining Palace that upon hearing this news, the Empress fainted on the spot. What? How could Jinger fall ill with smallpox? Upon hearing this, Lu Xian dropped the memorial he was holding. He had been reading reports regarding the smallpox outbreak, noting that Qinglong town was besieged by the disease and was on the verge of uncontrollable spread. If it were to disseminate further, it would lead to catastrophic consequences. With all 9 gates of the capital closed, how could there suddenly be a case? Especially that of his own son? Was heaven truly bestowing calamity upon them? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lu Xian felt a tightening in his chest, followed by a wave of dizziness. Chao Jingchun, observing Lu Xian's pale complexion, hurried to support him, panic evident in his voice. Your Majesty, are you unwell? I shall summon the imperial physician immediately. Lu Xian covered his face with one hand and waved his other dismissively, weakly stating, I am fine. I shall recover shortly. Worry not, the sky will not fall. Chao Jingchun quickly poured some tea from the dragon table, urging Lu Xian to take a few sips. After a considerable time, Lu Xian finally exhaled deeply, his face regaining some color. Deban, dispatch someone from the palace to investigate. Is it possible that the Shuntian prefecture is deliberately concealing the truth? How could Jinger suddenly contract smallpox? If Shuntian dares to withhold even a shred of information, do not report back to me. Let them meet a gruesome end. Your Majesty, please temper your anger. It is of no avail to let fury consume you. There is no need for haste, as I have already dispatched someone from the palace and instructed the gates to be closed. Reports indicate that the sixth prince has contracted smallpox, likely transmitted by a steward who recently visited Qinglong town to attend to familial matters, manifesting symptoms merely a day before the prince. Currently, several servants within the sixth prince's residence have also fallen ill. However, as he is your son, all entrances to the royal residence are now strictly monitored, with officials from the Shuntian prefecture stationed at the periphery. It seems that Jinger has displayed commendable understanding this time. I shall direct that all palace members refrain from unnecessary movement. Should any symptoms arise, immediate action must be taken. Furthermore, we must exercise utmost caution and care for the crown prince. Additionally, Jinger must spare no effort in providing treatment, as you possess but this one line of blood. We must ensure that no mishaps occur. Rest assured, Your Majesty, the sixth prince is favored by destiny, and I firmly believe there will be no issues. Chao Jingchun felt a lump rise in his throat, continuously fanning Lu Xian behind him, silently praying that the situation in the capital does not worsen, for it could prove insurmountable for Your Majesty. Moreover, my lord, given the severity of the outbreak, we must issue edicts to the surrounding prefectures to implement protective measures and minimize large-scale movements of people. We should also call upon the nation to recruit talented physicians and experts to aid in this crisis. Any individual who can devise a means to curb this calamity shall be handsomely rewarded. Initially, Lucien hoped for the best and refrained from causing widespread panic. But given the current circumstances, decisive action is imperative. Yes, Your Majesty, I shall attend to it at once. Soon, news of the rampant smallpox spread throughout the palace, reaching even the ears of the common folk. Naturally, Xing Bang was also aware of the situation. In the realm of Blue Star, smallpox might be trivial. Yet in this world, its terror is abundantly clear. Fortunately, Bai Rushuang remained within the palace, which is relatively safer than venturing beyond its walls. Smallpox, the sixth prince. Upon hearing this news, Xing Bang sensed a monumental opportunity, a chance to make a remarkable impression that must not be missed. Indeed, he had already conceived a strategy to turn the tide, one that no one else in this world would fathom. He also learned of Lucien's decree to summon talents nationwide, but he deemed it futile, a mere exercise in futility. Xing Bang was in no rush to act. He understood the extent of the epidemic. It had not yet spiraled out of control. He intended to wait until Lucien was fraught with urgency before making his move, ensuring that the merit would be extraordinary. As for the sixth prince, he believed he would not perish imminently. If he were to hold on until Xing Bang intervened, it would be a matter of fate. Should he truly die, the situation would undoubtedly shift. To speak candidly, Xing Bang held no concern for the sixth prince's life. His only solace lay in the thought that, after the prince's demise, he would dutifully care for his mother, Empress Xiao. Rest assured, she shall not be subjected to any bullying. Xing Bang remains utterly unperturbed, for there are no signs of smallpox within the palace, and the crown prince is well protected. Thus, Lady Fanghua has no cause for concern, as the atmosphere remains as serene as ever. The incident of Empress Xiao fainting has reached Xing Bang's ears, which is not surprising. Lucien would not allow her to leave the palace for a visit, and she must endure some hardship. Should your son's life be spared, after this ordeal, you shall surely feel an even greater gratitude towards me, perhaps even offering yourself in devotion. 3 days have passed. A rebellion has erupted in Qinglong town, spreading to the surrounding prefectures, and the number of cases in the capital continues to rise daily, with only the palace maintaining a semblance of stability. Lucien, consumed by anxiety, nearly spat blood. On the brink of demise. Upon regaining consciousness, his first declaration was to issue a decree across the nation. Those who can alleviate my worries shall be granted the title of prince, even if of a different lineage. The news swiftly spread throughout the realm. This opportunity appears rather tempting, yet who possesses the audacity to seize it? To defy the imperial edict without the requisite capabilities could result in losing one's head. A prince of a different lineage? Xing Bang chuckled. As a eunuch, he could never aspire to such a title, yet Lucien's resolve is unwavering, and the moment to act has arrived. Chapter 126. The Bestowed Gold Medal. Preparing to leave the palace. The moment had arrived. Having resolved to take action, Xing Bang proceeded without hesitation, adjusting his attire before making his way to the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Your Majesty, if anything were to befall Jinger, I could not bear to live. As he approached the hall, Xing Bang overheard a choked, somewhat hoarse voice. At that moment, Empress Xiao was kneeling outside the Hall of Supreme Harmony, her heart heavy with concern for the safety of the sixth prince, fervently pleading with Lu Xianin for permission to leave the palace to visit him. Xing Bang felt a pang of sympathy. After all, Empress Xiao was a devoted mother who, for the sake of her son, had cast aside her regal demeanor and disregarded any potential reprimands from Lucien. Moreover, she was alone, without even a maid or eunuch by her side, her voice hoarse from repeatedly calling out within the hall. Your Highness, please have mercy on this old servant. If you do not return to the palace soon, His Majesty will punish me. Furthermore, His Majesty had already dispatched the imperial physician to attend to the sixth prince, so there was no need for excessive worry. The sixth prince would surely turn calamity into safety. Chao Jingchun, with a weary expression, attempted to persuade her, yet Empress Xiao remained unmoved, continuing to cry out hoarsely towards the inner hall. How ruthless Lucien is, sending a mere servant to plead instead of personally comforting the Empress. Xing Bang thought to himself, reflecting on the absurdity of the situation. Your servant pays respects to Her Majesty the Empress and acknowledges Master Chao. Xing Bang stepped forward to bow, but Empress Xiao was oblivious, her thoughts solely consumed by her beloved son. Little Bangzi, how dare you come to the Hall of Supreme Harmony uninvited? Chao Jingchun, feeling disgruntled, perhaps intentionally directed his words at Empress Xiao, being an undercover agent himself. Only then did Empress Xiao glance at Xing Bang, her concern flickering momentarily. Master, I would not dare disturb your Majesty's presence. I merely wish to discuss matters regarding the smallpox outbreak. What? You? Chao Xingchuan's face displayed disbelief. Empress Xiao sprang to her feet, nearly losing her balance. But Xing Bang quickly reached out to steady her. Nanny, are you all right? Empress Xiao placed a hand to her forehead, exhaling a sigh of relief. I am fine. Upon closer inspection, Xing Bang noted her haggard appearance, undoubtedly a result of the worry she had endured these past few days concerning the sixth prince. Master Chao, what are you waiting for? Do not keep little Bangzi from entering to see his majesty. Once Empress Xiao regained her composure, she urged Chao Xingchuan, firmly believing that Xing Bang, being a composed individual, would not come here to utter nonsense. Yes, your majesty, please. Though puzzled, Chao Xingchuan, recognizing the gravity of the situation concerning smallpox, did not dare to delay any further. He allowed both Empress Xiao and Xing Bang to enter, realizing that any attempt to obstruct them might lead to severe consequences. Inside the imperial study, Lu Xian was absorbed in the examination of memorials, his expression troubled and pale, clearly overwhelmed by a heavy heart. Your Majesty, great companion, did I not instruct you to return the Empress to the palace? With the rampant spread of smallpox, I find myself utterly devoid of energy to address other matters. Lu Xian lifted his gaze upon seeing the Empress, and involuntarily furrowed his brow. The sight of the wan and pallid appearance of Empress Xiao truly tested his patience. Your Majesty, a young eunuch seeks an audience, claiming to have come regarding the smallpox situation. The Empress nearly fainted, so I took the liberty of allowing her entry. Lu Xian paid little heed to the latter part, waving his hand to interrupt Chao Xingchuan, and turned to the young eunuch, inquiring, Young eunuch, do you possess a remedy for smallpox? In such a critical moment, no one would merely come to engage in idle chatter. Upon hearing this, it felt as though a glimmer of hope had emerged, akin to a lifeline. The young eunuch bowed slightly. Indeed, Your Majesty. Young eunuch, do you mean to say you can cure smallpox? Lu Xian's heart raced with trepidation, his gaze fixed intently upon the young eunuch, fearing it might be a jest made at the cost of his life. I am willing to alleviate Your Majesty's burdens and will do my utmost to try. Although the young eunuch was confident, he spoke with a degree of delicacy and politeness. Young eunuch, this is no trifling matter. Do you comprehend the gravity of deceiving the sovereign? Lu Xian remained somewhat incredulous. While he acknowledged the young eunuch's cleverness, he could not fathom that a mere young eunuch possessed the medical prowess to resolve such a dire affliction. It would be folly to waste time on such matters when decisive action was required. The young eunuch anticipated disbelief and chose not to engage in further banter. Having come prepared with a plan, Your Majesty, do you recall the venerable master who imparted to me the art of mahjong? He also shared with me various remedies and obscure texts, though I found them rather peculiar and never utilized them. However, last night I dreamt of him. He claimed to reside in the celestial realm and instructed me on how to cure smallpox, urging me to relieve Your Majesty's concerns and ensure the prosperity of our great dynasty. Young eunuch, do you speak the truth? Lu Xian's spirits soared at this revelation. Although he voiced skepticism, he was already inclined to believe. Your Majesty, it is absolutely true. I would never dare to deceive you, nor would I jest with my own life. Very well, young eunuch. You are indeed a fortunate talisman for our great dynasty. Young eunuch, I hereby appoint you as an imperial envoy, granting you full authority to oversee this smallpox epidemic. Furthermore, I bestow upon you a golden medallion with the power to act first and report later. You shall also have command over the imperial guards and the troops of the Shuntian prefecture, should you require their assistance. Lu Xian was now thoroughly convinced, with divine protection, success seemed inevitable, and the heavy burden on his heart had been alleviated by half. Chao Xingchuan promptly procured a golden medallion, which not only permitted unrestricted access to the palace, but also ensured safe passage beyond its walls. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your magnanimity. I shall not fail to meet your expectations. The young eunuch accepted the medallion with gratitude. Your Majesty, what of Jing? Lu Xian acknowledged with a nod and then stated, Young eunuch, upon your departure from the palace, you must prioritize the treatment of the sixth prince. We cannot allow any misfortune to befall him. Your Majesty and the esteemed Empress, rest assured, I shall exert every effort. Empress Xiao let out a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat reassured. It was not that she doubted Xing Bang, but rather her husband's fidelity. It is better to clarify matters. After all, what if he seizes this opportunity to act against his own? She understood well that should the moment arise, her imperial husband would undoubtedly seek to eradicate the Xiao family to secure his heir's position, and if necessary, he would not hesitate to bring harm to her and their child. However, the situation has improved somewhat. If Xiao Bang could achieve an unparalleled feat, it would bolster her bargaining power. Empress Xiao sincerely hoped for Xing Bang's success, promising to reward him handsomely when the time came. Xiao Bang, there is no time to waste. You must prepare at once. I shall not dictate your choices. The people and resources you require are entirely at your discretion. Yes, Your Majesty. I shall make a brief preparation and set off immediately. Chapter 127. Arrival at the Epidemic Zone. Establishing authority through action after departing from the Tia Hall. Xing Bang returned to the Bureau of Violence. He was uncertain how many days had passed. One must ensure the family is settled. Sister, I have accepted the task of curing smallpox. I am here to bid farewell before leaving the palace shortly. Upon returning to the bureau, Xing Bang first visited Madame Fanghua. She initially furrowed her brows, but they soon relaxed as she spoke. I believe you will succeed. For the sake of the common people, I am proud of you. Dear brother, you must return safely. We await your return. As she spoke, she tenderly adjusted Xing Bang's collar. Reminiscent of a wife bidding farewell to her husband embarking on a journey, her expression tinged with reluctance. Rest assured, I shall return safely. Xing Bang smiled gently, his confident demeanor providing comfort to Madame Fanghua. Subsequently, he also exchanged heartfelt farewells with Bai Rushuang and Nangong Shui, who, like Madame Fanghua, expressed their hopes for his safe return, urging him to take care. You can leave with peace of mind. I will look after Fanghua and Rushuang. Nangong Shui, ever considerate, assured Xing Bang that he need not worry. Finally, Xing Bang returned to the bureau and summoned Xiao Jinji and Xiao Shizi, needing to impart some instructions before his departure. Master Xing, allow me to accompany you. Xiao Jinji volunteered to follow Xing Bang out of the palace, fully aware of the risks involved, which demonstrated his loyalty. Xing Bang had long regarded him as a trusted confidant. No, the bureau needs someone reliable to remain. I appreciate your intentions, but you must stay behind to guard the place. Very well, I shall heed your command. Master Xing, rest assured, even at the cost of my life. I will ensure nothing untoward occurs. Xiao Jinji obediently acquiesced. Of course, neither he nor Xiao Shizi were privy to Xing Bang's true identity or his connections with Madame Fanghua and Bai Rushuang. They merely understood that he was considerate towards Nangong Shui and her son. Xiao Shizi, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Brother, since Xiao Jinji is staying behind, may I accompany you? He hailed from Qinglong town, and since learning of the matter, he had felt uneasy. As you are leaving the palace, I kindly ask you to take me along. I wish to care for you, which would also be my contribution to our hometown. Very well, you may accompany me out of the palace. Xing Bang consented, recognizing the need for a thoughtful aid and fulfilling Xiao Shizi's desire to return home for a visit. Thank you, brother. Xiao Shizi beamed with joy, his heart filled with hope of seeing his mother again, aware that this opportunity might be fleeting. Before long, the carriage and retinue arranged by Chao Zhengchun arrived at the Bureau of Violence. Being of royal stature, a sense of solemnity and grandeur accompanied them, with elite guards in attendance, including a formidable late-stage master leading the group. Thus, Xing Bang and Xiao Shizi set forth in a horse-drawn carriage, leaving the palace behind. Outside the palace, Xing Bang first arrived at the residence of the sixth prince, who lay unconscious, his face marred by smallpox, and it was likely that even upon recovery, he would bear the scars of his affliction. Were it not for the diligent physicians' round-the-clock vigil, he would have succumbed long ago, much like an ordinary citizen. In truth, visiting the royal palace proved futile. A direct trip to Qinglong town in search of cowpox would have sufficed. Xing Bang pretended to take the prince's pulse, for the sake of formality, as the ritual must be observed. Esteemed physician, your efforts are commendable. The sixth prince is not in immediate danger, and before his majesty, I, as the imperial envoy, shall surely commend you for your service. Thank you, your excellency. It is merely my duty, the physician replied, his gratitude palpable as Xing Bang theatrically feigned profundity before him. Without further ado, Xing Bang hastened to the beleaguered Qinglong town. Time was of the essence. If he did not procure cowpox soon, the sixth prince's condition might deteriorate further. This illness required extraordinary remedies, as even the most skilled physicians would find themselves helpless. Should the prince perish, how heartbroken the empress would be. Lu Jing, you are fortunate to have such a devoted mother. Qinglong town lay not far, approximately 100 miles from the capital, yet the journey took them an hour and a half. The town's imposing entrance suggested it was once prosperous, but now it had been seized by the soldiers of Shuntian Prefecture and the Nine Gates. Numerous sentinels patrolled outside the city walls, and soldiers guarded the main thoroughfares. Only birds could escape from Qinglong town. When the smallpox outbreak was less severe, the situation must have been more lenient. Wealthy families likely paid for release from confinement. Yet, with the ensuing chaos, the rapid spread to nearby counties was inevitable. Lucien could not remain idle. A nationwide outbreak would spiral out of control, leading to civil unrest and potentially a mass uprising of refugees, jeopardizing the stability of the realm. Who could restore order in such tumultuous times? Elevating a distant relative to nobility would seem trifling in comparison. Upon entering Qinglong town, Xing Bang and his entourage donned masks prepared by the accompanying physician, crafted from white cotton. While their effectiveness was limited, they offered some protection against the airborne and contact transmission of smallpox. They proceeded directly to the town's yamen, where upon their arrival, the local magistrate rushed out to greet them, a true minor official in a state of fluster. "Excuse me, sir, are you stuttering?" Xing Bang inquired. Noticing the magistrate's flushed face and disheveled attire, the scent of alcohol wafting from him, the magistrate, suddenly aware of his predicament, hastily denied any wrongdoing. "And no, that is not the case." Xing Bang gestured toward the empty space where the drum of grievance had once stood. "Your Excellency, kindly explain how it is that this drum has been removed, as if it were consumed as a side dish with your drinks." "My lord, how could I dare? My wife has been afflicted with smallpox, which led to the closure of the magistrate's office. The current predicament is beyond my control. Those troublesome commoners they approach out of fear of unrest or perhaps out of your own annoyance." "Ah, indeed, your wife has fallen ill with smallpox, and you seem rather pleased. Shall you celebrate with a drink?" This imperial envoy suddenly finds himself intrigued, wondering how many concubines you possess. Xing Bang has seen through this fellow completely. A man's three great joys are promotion, wealth, and the death of his wife. This man is not young, and naturally, his wife has aged considerably. The local official bowed his head, trembling and stammering, too afraid to speak, silently cursing that little vixen in his home, who insists on celebrating while his long-suffering wife nears her end. "My lord, our master presently has no concubines. It is merely that his wife is quite strict, and now she is on the verge of passing." One of the constables spoke on behalf of their master. Xing Bang bellowed, "Bring me someone." Chapter 128. The collection of cowpox. Xing Bang, intent on asserting his authority, found the individuals he brought from the palace to be manageable. However, the court doctors, though outwardly submissive, were likely mocking him inwardly, pondering what had possessed the emperor to allow a mere eunuch to preside over them. Each of these physicians was a master of their craft, and their arrogance was palpable. Of course, to command their respect, he needed to demonstrate genuine skill. Merely wielding a knife was the first step. He needed to instill fear and assert control over them. It was unfortunate for the local official, who inadvertently found himself in the crosshairs. He was no paragon of virtue, either in public or private matters. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Xing Bang bellowed, "Bring forth this treacherous official for immediate justice." "What? My lord, spare me." The local official cried in terror, collapsing to the ground in a desperate plea for mercy, nearly soiling himself. The guards accompanying Xing Bang, unperturbed by his outcry, swiftly executed his command without needing a second instruction, and in an instant, the official's head rolled to the floor. Except for those who accompanied Xing Bang from the palace, everyone present instinctively gasped in shock. A smile of satisfaction crept upon Xing Bang's face as he stepped over the corpse and entered the town office, turning to a nearby clerk and instructing, "You find 2 individuals to bring forth the drum of grievances." "Yes, my lord, I shall attend to it at once." The clerk stammered, still reeling from the horror he had just witnessed. Xing Bang strode into the main hall and took his seat at the head of the table. "I have just arrived and require some information," he declared. "My lord, I was among the first to arrive in Qinglong town. Please feel free to inquire as you wish." An elderly physician with graying hair stepped forward earnestly. Xing Bang recognized the man's eagerness to ingratiate himself, aware that during the execution, the now deceased had intentionally averted his gaze from the others, instead focusing on this elder. It was likely they were complicit, otherwise, no official, regardless of their foolishness, would possess such audacity in these circumstances. It was evident that the elder had accepted bribes, turning a blind eye to the transgressions. Nonetheless, Xing Bang had no intention of punishing this physician. There was no need for such measures as long as he complied with orders. I would like to inquire if there are any cattle infected with smallpox in the town. My lord, indeed, every household has plow cattle. Recently, there has been a notable increase in both sick and deceased cattle, which are now gathered together, ready for immediate cremation. Had you not come, I would have already dispatched them, the elderly physician replied, attempting to present himself as competent. Xing Bang felt a surge of frustration. If those cattle were to be dispatched, he would be left to seek them elsewhere, and he had no desire to engage in such futile endeavors. His intention was to utilize Qinglong Town as a pilot site for the collection of cowpox, and once he witnessed success, he would leave the implementation of the initiative to others, returning to the palace to report his findings. Now, take me to see them at once. Xing Bang could no longer remain seated, feeling agitated by the old fool's vague explanations that left much to be desired. My lord, what is there to see with those diseased cattle? This is a heavily afflicted area, he remarked. As the official, I have my own views. If you are afraid, you may remain here. With that, Xing Bang strode out, pondering how these obstinate individuals could possibly conceive of using the cowpox virus to cure smallpox. My lord, that is not my intention. The aged physician dared not refuse. In such dire circumstances, fearing negligence could jeopardize his very life. After a significant walk, Xing Bang arrived at the foot of a slaughterhouse, where all the dead and sick cattle had been gathered. To his astonishment, there were over 1,000 afflicted and deceased cows, their bodies riddled with pustules of smallpox. The resistance of cattle surpassed that of humans, resulting in fewer deaths. Now, gather your men and prepare some medicine jars and small knives or daggers. The more, the better. Xing Bang began to delegate tasks, instructing the bailiffs to procure the necessary tools for collecting and storing the pus. The bailiffs, bewildered, took a few of their companions and set off. Xing Bang chose to remain silent, awaiting the arrival of the items. My lord, pardon my boldness, but I fail to comprehend your intentions. Please enlighten me. The aged physician pondered, finding it absurd to observe a group of sick cattle instead of attending to patients. He surmised that this was likely a reckless endeavor. Coming from a lineage of physicians and having practiced for most of his life, he found it hard to believe that a eunuch could possess any means to cure smallpox, a disease devoid of effective medication, leaving one to rely solely on fate, with only herbal remedies providing some preventive benefits. Do not be hasty. Once the tools arrive, you shall all understand, he reassured. Approximately half an hour later, several bailiffs returned, having conducted thorough searches and bringing back 2 carts full of supplies. Xing Bang picked up a medicine jar and a small knife, approaching one of the ailing cows. Everyone, listen closely. Soon, each of you will have your own set of tools, just like mine. Collect all the pus from the afflicted cows and place it into this jar. Xing Bang proceeded to pierce a pustule on the cow's body, scraping the contents, and a foul odor wafted toward him. Though aware of the method's effectiveness, it was his first encounter with such a stench, a raw and unfiltered extraction. Not just the aged physician, but everyone wrinkled their brows, questioning whether Xing Bang had lost his senses. My lord, this cow is teeming with viruses. It is highly contagious. Enough with the chatter. Do you think I am impatient to live? Stop dawdling and collect the pus like I am doing. Xing Bang commanded sternly. Frankly, these individuals might struggle to grasp the rationale, and without witnessing results, they would remain skeptical. Xiao Shizi was the first to seize the tools and commence the collection. Xing Bang brandished his gold medal and proclaimed, Listen well, everyone. Those who hesitate will find themselves swiftly dealt with by my own hands. Clang. Instantly, everyone began to wield medicine vials and daggers, for power indeed held sway, particularly due to the timely demise of that corrupt official. Such life-threatening matters, aside from the likes of Xiao Shunzi, were met with hesitation even from the skilled physicians and palace guards, who were reluctant to take action. Yet soon, all commenced their endeavors, with Xing Bang naturally assuming the role of overseer. Allow me to demonstrate. Even a dignified imperial envoy can descend to labor, for truthfully, it is quite thrilling. After swiftly gathering a batch, Xing Bang left half of the group to continue the collection while he led the others to the quarantine zone. They prepared to commence trials on patients of varying severity. Although they were aware of its efficacy, it was prudent to conduct an experiment, at the very least applying it and observing for half a day to lend credibility to their findings. Xiao Shizi, ever since your arrival, you seem lost in thought. What weighs on your mind? Brother, Xing Bang momentarily forgot. It must be concern for his mother. Chapter 129. The discovery of Xiao Qizi's mother. Xiao Qizi. As long as your mother remains in Qinglong town, there is no reason to despair about not finding her. Yes, I understand, elder brother. Xing Bang was acutely aware of Xiao Qizi's anxiety. The severity of the smallpox outbreak had already claimed numerous lives. Soon, the group arrived at the so-called quarantine zone. Close to the slaughterhouse, they encountered makeshift shelters, and the acrid stench of decaying bodies permeated the air from afar. Upon entering, the sight was harrowing. Many corpses, long deceased, remained unattended. Xiao Qizi rushed toward the heap of lifeless bodies, and Xing Bang refrained from stopping him, hoping to ascertain if his mother was among them. Dr. Wang, is this truly the conscience of a healer? Xing Bang realized that the elderly eunuch was none other than the chief physician, Wang Tianhe. If not for Lu Xian's strict edict, it was unlikely that he would have ventured into such peril. My lord, it is not that I stand idly by, but these individuals have little hope of survival. The implication was clear. Once one contracted smallpox, they were sent here to await death. Xing Bang could only lament the brutality of the scene, expressing his disapproval of Wang Tianhe's inhumanity, yet he could not accuse him of wrongdoing. Certainly, not all the deceased had been left unburied. Those displayed were likely from families entirely lost to the plague. In dire circumstances, it was plausible that all the dead, along with any survivors, could be incinerated in a single blaze. Such occurrences were not unusual in these times. Dr. Wang, there are too many afflicted here. You and our physicians should first attend to the most critical cases using my method. Yes, my lord. Wang Tianhe dared not delay. Should this young eunuch's approach prove effective, it would not bode well for him in front of his majesty. Heaven forbid he achieves such a great success. Xing Bang's intentions were straightforward. At this juncture, the physicians had to take action to provide aid. Once even a slight improvement was observed, more individuals could be mobilized for assistance, even allowing families to reclaim their own. Following this method, it would only take a few days to bring the outbreak in Qinglong town under control. Take these bodies away and bury them. Let them find peace in the earth. However, the accompanying officials merely exchanged glances, hesitant and fearful to approach the corpses. Brothers, let us heed the Lord's command and take action. We are all from the same village, and since the court has sent a lord here, there must be a wise approach. I have faith in our Lord. Very well. Let us act. The leading official rolled up his sleeves and took the lead, while the others, gritting their teeth, agreed. Excellent, excellent. Once this task is accomplished, those who contribute will certainly be rewarded by me. Xing Bang harbored a favorable sentiment towards the few unsophisticated constables, which is why he refrained from imposing his commands upon them. Furthermore, it seemed illogical to expect compliance from mere minor officials when those sent by the court paid them no heed. The number of unclaimed corpses was still considerable, and Xiao Shizi lent a hand in transporting them outside, swiftly clearing the area of the deceased. After accomplishing this task, Xiao Shizi exhaled a sigh of relief, evidently relieved that his mother's body was not among them. The hope of her survival grew stronger, or perhaps she had already left Qinglong town entirely. Xiao Shizi, do you know who took your mother away? He inquired. My family are hunters from the mountains. After my mother was taken, I was sent to the palace. Xing Bang surmised that the boy was not privy to much information, otherwise he would not appear so aimless. Xiao Shizi, what is your mother's name? Even if she is no longer in Qinglong town, as a local constable, it is unlikely that anyone would be unaware of her. Indeed. My lord, please feel free to inquire. Even if I am unaware, my brothers here might possess the knowledge, one of the constables replied. In such a small town, these constables were akin to neighborhood watchmen, likely aware of even the birthing of livestock in their vicinity. Xiao Shizi felt a surge of hope. Truly, it was his elder brother who proved to be more thoughtful than he had anticipated. My mother's name is Zheng Xiujun. Brothers, does anyone know of her? The constables shook their heads, indicating ignorance. Xiao Shizi's face fell in despair. Xing Bang shook his head, thinking the boy was rather naive. What about your father's name? Yang Laosan. In this world, a woman's name might fade from memory over time. Oh, you mean Yang Laosan, the hunter from Nanshan village? Yes, yes. Is my father truly that renowned? Xiao Shizi's excitement was palpable. The constable chuckled. It is not your father's fame, but rather your mother's, who in Qinglong town does not know of the Yangjing family. Especially considering you are the son of the Yangjing family, which means the constables simultaneously turned their gazes towards Xiao Shizi, undoubtedly aware of his status as a eunuch. Xing Bang could discern their hesitation, recalling Xiao Shizi's earlier remarks about his mother's striking beauty, likely the reason for their reticence. As Xiao Shizi was associated with Xing Bang, the constables naturally moderated their discourse. Since you are familiar with my mother, is she well? Is she still in Qinglong town? Sir, oh no, my lord, your mother is still alive. However, she is currently in prison. The constable's instinctive revelation came forth as he recognized Xiao Shizi's identity. Yet, Xiao Shizi, being a eunuch, paid little mind to this. Instead, his face marred with confusion as he asked, how could my mother be in prison? Your mother became a concubine to Huang, by one. You must be aware of that, right? It is uncertain what she was thinking when she recently killed Huang by one. Huang Million is not only the wealthiest individual in Qinglong town, but also stands as a prominent figure across the entire county. It is said that he possesses connections even in the capital, instilling fear in our county magistrate. Had it not been for the outbreak of smallpox and certain intentions from the town council, your mother would likely have faced execution. In truth, there were reasons behind your mother's actions against Huang Million. Many are aware that he often tormented her after indulging in drink, a fact that has circulated among the servants of his household throughout Qinglong town. Yet, few dare to speak of it openly. Alas, your mother is indeed a tragic figure, and countless residents of Qinglong town lament her plight, recognizing her as the town's foremost beauty. Cough, cough. I beg your pardon, esteemed sir. I merely feel pity for your mother. Hence, one of the constables, lost in his thoughts, inadvertently revealed too much, prompting a nearby associate to cough discreetly as a reminder. However, Xiao Shizi is but a simpleton, lacking the wisdom to grasp the implications of his words. Xing Bang has pieced together the implications. The constable was hinting that Xiao Shizi's mother was the most beautiful woman in Qinglong town. Yet, one cannot help but wonder how she ended up with a mere hunter. One thing seems certain. Xiao Shizi's father did not meet a natural demise. Often, beauty can bring misfortune, and those lacking capability cannot safeguard what they cherish. Enough of this rambling. Let us proceed to the prison. Chapter 130. It is my decision. She is innocent. Xing Bang contemplated that there was nothing pressing at the moment, with these physicians busily attending to matters. He felt a surge of curiosity ignited by the chatter of the young men. Thank you, elder brother. Young Shizi had long been unable to contain his eagerness, merely hesitant to voice his thoughts. Subsequently, accompanied by a few constables, Xing Bang made his way to the town government office. Zheng. According to the constables, it seemed that the slain town governor harbored ulterior motives, appearing to be the object of desire for these young fellows. Quite intriguing. It was no wonder that the boorish husband was elated at the news of his wife contracting smallpox. It turned out he could brazenly take a concubine. However, he was now beyond the veil of death, never anticipating such an abrupt interception. Young Shizi's entry into the palace as a eunuch was likely orchestrated by that man named Huang Baiwan. It was probable that his mother was eliminated without a trace. Furthermore, the suffering endured by his mother remained shrouded in mystery. Before long, Xing Bang and his entourage returned to the town government office, effortlessly entering the prison. The facility was somewhat humane, featuring a designated women's cell. The constables guided them directly to the innermost chamber. Upon the door being flung open, young Shizi dashed inside. Mother, you Shizi, is it truly you? Am I not dreaming? Mother, it is I am Erxi. The reunion of mother and son inevitably led to an outpouring of tears, as young Shizi's original name was Yang Erxi. Indeed, she was a captivating and graceful woman. The constables had not exaggerated. The town governor certainly had intentions, otherwise he would not have granted her such a relatively clean and tidy cell, which even boasted a proper bed, indicating it was a room of special consideration. Moreover, although Zheng Xiujuan donned plain prison attire, her complexion remained fair and unblemished. Under normal circumstances, Those entering a death cell were typically on the brink of collapse, and she had indeed killed the local tyrant and wealthy man. Allowing mother and son to share a moment of solitude, Xing Bang eventually stepped inside. The constables, showing discretion, withdrew from the scene. Mother, this is my elder brother Xing, who has been exceptionally caring towards me, and he is also the imperial envoy responsible for addressing the smallpox outbreak. Otherwise, I would not have had the opportunity to see you here. Young Shizi hastily introduced Xing Bang. Common woman Zheng Xiujuan pays her respects to the esteemed envoy. As she spoke, Zheng Xiujuan prepared to kneel in reverence, but was swiftly halted by the quick reflexes of Xing Bang. Madam, there is no need for such formalities. Thank you, my lord. Zheng Xiujuan gradually rose, exchanging a glance with Xing Bang. Ah, this place is modest. If it does not displease you, please have a seat and partake in some tea. With a cursory glance around, Zheng Xiujuan graciously offered her hospitality. It is of no consequence. Please, madam, take a seat as well. As the conversation flowed, Xing Bang settled into a chair, and Zheng Xiujuan promptly poured a cup of water before elegantly sitting down. While young Shizi stood attentively behind her, her demeanor was gentle, exuding a certain grace befitting a lady of high birth. Just a fleeting glance, and the treasure of elegance stirred with a sense of significance, meeting the criteria for inclusion. Beauty, Zheng Xiujuan age, 26 identity, none charm, 92, maximum 100, friendship progress, 20 earnings, 20 experience points hour, goodness, her charm surpasses that of Wan Yinran. Furthermore, her age is somewhat younger than anticipated, as little Shizi is already 14. This, indeed, seems rather unusual. Zheng Xiujuan must be a woman with a story to tell. The identity section indicates none, merely reflecting her current status, which does not reveal much. A mere acquaintance has already garnered 10 points of friendship, evidently due to her connection as the benefactor of his son, suggesting a certain fondness, devoid of suspicion, hence the favorable first impression. Madam, they say you killed Huang Baiwan. I wonder if it is true or if you have been wronged. As Xing took a couple of sips of tea, he gleaned the information. Such a remarkable woman should not suffer in a prison. My lord, since you are Shizi's benefactor, you are the benefactor of this humble woman as well. There is nothing to conceal. I killed him, but he deserved it. Now that I see Shizi safe and sound, I have no regrets, even in death. Zheng Xiujuan's mention of Huang Baiwan revealed her countenance brimming with fury. Madam, if it is convenient, could you enlighten me as to why? There is nothing to hide. This tale must commence 3 years prior. Our family once led a tranquil life, untouched by worldly strife. However, after Huang Baiwan's visit to the village to collect rents, to outsiders, it appeared as though I was sold to him as a concubine to bury Shizi's father. But I knew all too well that her father was ensnared by Huang Baiwan's machinations. As a mere woman, what could I do but submit to Huang Baiwan? For years, he deceived me. I struggled in agony, all for Shizi's sake, as he was ailing. That day, inebriated, he dared to. I took a pair of scissors and thrust it into him, not wishing to live any longer. Thus I did not cease until he breathed his last. Upon finishing her account, Zheng Xiujuan exhaled deeply, evidently finding a semblance of tranquility, her pent-up resentment now quelled. Mother, you have suffered, all for your child. Little Shizi, listening from behind, was tear-streaked. Overcome with emotion, Zheng Xiujuan knelt, unable to restrain her tears. She hastily attempted to lift little Shizi. Shizi, seeing you well now makes all my suffering worthwhile. It is not bitter at all. My child, rise quickly, do not let the adults mock you. In the future, follow the adults and behave well. I shall have no regrets. Only then did little Shizi, still choked with emotion, stand up and hurriedly dry her tears with her sleeve, assisting Zheng Xiujuan as they sat down anew. Then, he approached Xing Bang and knelt down once more. Brother Xing, I implore you, no matter what, please save my mother. From this moment on, my life belongs to you. Rise, do not utter such futile words. I am your elder brother. How could I possibly neglect your affairs? Xing Bang firmly grasped Xiao Shizi's arm, having entrusted him with the Sunflower Manual, naturally indicating his future importance, and he also believed in Xiao Shizi's loyalty. As Xiao Shizi stood, he understood in his heart that Xing Bang had treated him well. He had long since vowed his life in service, diligently cultivating the Sunflower Manual to swiftly render his assistance to Xing Bang. However, he hesitated, but Brother Xing, My mother has indeed taken a life. Xing Bang smiled slightly, recognizing that this naive boy had yet to broaden his perspective, perhaps due to his habitual modesty. Xiao Shizi, she is your mother. One must not speak carelessly. Your mother has been wronged. I assert that she did not commit murder. Rest assured, with your elder brother here, I will ensure your mother remains unharmed. Xing Bang thought to himself, if such trivial matters cannot be resolved, what sort of prowess do I possess? Huang Million has connections in the capital. That is hardly significant. Chapter 131. Zheng Xiujuan released from prison. Thank you. Elder brother, you are truly formidable. Little Shizi exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He realized that he had overcomplicated his thoughts. After all, who was his elder brother? You must think more and ponder deeply in your endeavors, he advised. Yes, elder brother, I shall remember. Being young and inexperienced, little Shizi would soon learn through guidance and experience, and he would undoubtedly see the fruits of his labor. His loyalty was commendable, and it was said that he was one of the brothers taken in by Xing Bang even before his rise to prominence. Naturally, Xing Bang favored him, recognizing his considerable potential for future greatness. Mother, did you hear that? Elder brother says you are fine, and surely you will be. As Zheng Xiujuan spoke, she attempted to rise. Xing Bang quickly gestured for her to remain seated. Madam, there is no need for gratitude. Let us dispense with such formalities among kin. Very well, she replied, warmed by Xing Bang's approachable demeanor. He appeared only slightly older than Shizi, yet exuded a calmness and confidence beyond his years. All right, little Shizi, support your mother. Let us depart. Yes, elder brother. This time, little Shizi did not question him. He understood that if his elder brother said they could leave, then they could indeed do so without further discussion. Zheng Xiujuan remained silent, suddenly pondering a troubling thought. He was exceedingly caring toward Shizi, was he not also? Alas, how could such a person be a eunuch? She felt a deep sense of regret. As Xing Bang prepared to lead them away, the guard stationed outside dared not voice any objections. Doing so would be tantamount to courting death, and the magistrate's brow remained unruffled. Madam, you shall temporarily reside at this magistrate's office. Once I have managed affairs here, we will discuss our future plans. Thank you for your concern, my lord. Given the rampant plague in Qinglong town, the magistrate's office was the safest refuge, while inns had become veritable dens of despair. Dare to obstruct me? You must be out of your minds. Once that yellow-faced woman breathes her last, your master will carry me in on a grand sedan chair. Now, go fetch that deadbeat for me. Before they reached the inner hall, a woman's voice rang out, filled with indignation. Xing Bang turned to see a heavily made-up woman, somewhat attractive, defiantly confronting two soldiers. It seemed she had been waiting for her master for quite some time and decided to investigate for herself. Her demeanor suggested she was a courtesan. The soldiers, having been positioned there by Xing Bang, prepared to pay their respects, but he waved them aside. Ah, young sir, did my master send you here? She purred, striking a flirtatious pose, her heavy makeup lending her a distinctly provocative air. You must be the woman who was drinking with the magistrate earlier, he remarked. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Would you care to join me in sharing a drink with my sister? Do not be afraid. Even the town officials heed my words. The woman waved her handkerchief playfully before Xing Bang, embodying the essential qualities of a hostess. As for the town officials' wine, I shall forego it. But I would like to invite you to a splendid place for a drink. What do you think? How infuriating. Young man, just tell me where we shall go, and I shall accompany you. My goodness, whether this woman is building a house by the seaside or has merely had too much to drink. Xing Bang smiled faintly. That sounds delightful. Let us proceed. The woman chuckled. Wait a moment. I must retouch my makeup. Xing Bang's expression darkened. Guards, take this woman and throw her into the dungeons, and bring her a couple of jars of wine to ensure she drinks to her heart's content. Yes, my lord. The woman, bewildered, was seized by the two soldiers. What are you two doing? Release me at once. If you do not, I shall scream. Young man, help. My lord. You ruffians. A resounding slap echoed. Keep shouting, you vile wench. I have tolerated you long enough. Behave yourself. That young man was no mere commoner. He was an imperial envoy. No one will come to your aid. You may as well await your fate in the prison. An imperial envoy? Oh, my lord, spare me. I shall never dare again. The soldiers understood that the town official had already met his demise. Their earlier restraint had been based on the belief that the envoy had ulterior motives. Now that they grasped the situation, they showed no mercy. You two, immediately tidy up the room. and from this moment forth, treat this lady with the utmost care. Yes, my lord. The two maids who had been following the woman trembled in response to Xing Bang's orders and hurried to prepare the room. Madam, please rest comfortably here. I must attend to other matters. Thank you. Zheng Xiujuan remembered Xing Bang's words and bowed slightly in gratitude. Feeling an inexplicable warmth in her heart, perhaps it had been far too long since she had experienced such concern. Mother, please rest well. I shall take my leave. Xiao Shizi bid farewell and followed Xing Bang out. The two returned to the quarantine zone, where Wang Tian and his team of physicians were diligently working. However, the sheer number of people made it an overwhelming task, and with such limited personnel, it would take days to make any significant progress. Thus, Xing Bang resolved to treat a portion of the patients first, achieving results before mobilizing more help. As he pondered, his determination grew stronger. The quarantine zone housed both men and women, and many severely ill women were resistant to treatment. Xing Bang had even attempted to persuade several individuals, but one middle-aged woman resolutely refused assistance, preferring death over intervention, not to mention the younger wives and maidens. These women not only failed to appreciate his efforts, but also questioned whether Xing Bang was merely creating chaos. Unfortunately, such ingrained beliefs could not be altered overnight. Xing Bang did not insist further. He merely instructed his attendants to prepare some medicinal concoctions for the women, who would have to wait until they were carried home for treatment. Thus, several hours passed. The effects were evidently pronounced, as those who had received treatment reported no adverse side effects, and even claimed to feel significantly stronger and more invigorated than before. Hearing the patient's affirmations, the imperial physicians began to harbor some belief in the efficacy of the remedy. However, one individual appeared distinctly displeased, Wang Tianhe. Naturally, Xing Bang comprehended the situation. He did not intend to take any drastic measures against him, as there was no overt wrongdoing on his part. After all, he was the esteemed physician of the Imperial Medical Bureau, and there was no need to seek out any incriminating evidence. Just then, a maid from the town office approached. My lord, it is time for dinner. The lady has personally prepared a few dishes. Chapter 132. The lady is truly considerate. I indeed dislike rice. As dinner time approached, Xing Bang felt a pang of hunger, especially knowing that Zheng Xiujuan was personally preparing the meal. 4 home-cooked dishes carried the essence of a mother's love. After exchanging pleasantries with Wang Tian and the other physicians, Xing Bang departed with Xiao Shizi. Upon arriving at the town's office, they stumbled upon 2 constables carrying a corpse draped in a white cloth. What could have transpired? Sir, this is the town magistrate's wife. She was found breathless while delivering food. We are preparing to take her to the slaughterhouse for burial, lest she brings misfortune to others. The constable's tone was laced with disdain, clearly indicating that the magistrate's wife was not of commendable character. Everything happens for a reason. Had this woman been virtuous, she would not have contracted smallpox and been heartlessly confined by her husband in the woodshed, denied the necessary care to survive. It was only she who fell ill, nearly meeting a grim fate at the hands of the magistrate. All right, take her away, Xing Bang thought, feeling no pity for her. Let her seek vengeance from her unfeeling husband. Zheng Xiujuan had everything prepared and awaited the moment to dine. Hurry and wash your hands. It's time to eat. Indeed, there was an unmistakable sense of returning home. After washing up, Xing Bang took a closer look at the meal. It was a simple yet delightful spread, visually appealing and sure to whet one's appetite. I am uncertain where the magistrate hails from, so I prepared steamed buns and rice, she said. You are too considerate, madam. I truly do not fancy rice. Fortunately, I prepared freshly steamed buns. Let us eat them while they are still warm. Without hesitation, Xing Bang seized a large white bun and took a hearty bite, savoring its delightful flavor and texture. Zheng Xiujuan and Xiao Shizi relished their rice. Sir, do taste the stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork that I made. These are mountain bamboo shoots, Zheng Xiujuan said, serving each of them a chopstick full of the dish before she began eating herself. Madam, please refrain from addressing me as sir with every bite. It makes me feel like an outsider, he replied with a hint of jest. Zheng Xiujuan found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Something felt amiss. Mother, Xinggu is my elder brother, so he is certainly not a stranger. You speak too freely. Sir, my Xiao Shizi is straightforward and lacks guile. Please be forgiving. For Zheng Xiujuan, the title of brother was not used lightly. Knowing one's place and respecting hierarchy was a prudent approach to self-preservation. She remained cautious of Xing Bang, aware of Xiao Shizi's nature, and wondered if he had ulterior motives. The lady need not take offense. The reason for Xiao Shizi calling him brother is due to his sincerity and integrity. In truth, I consider him a brother as a result of his earnestness. Xing Bang could discern the subtle implications in Zheng Xiujuan's words, and it was not difficult to imagine that a woman who had endured great suffering would naturally harbor a sense of caution and mistrust towards others. Thus, his response was both pragmatic and realistic, making it more palatable to accept. After all, time reveals a person's true character. The transient gains or losses are of little consequence. From another perspective, if one were to unconditionally acquiesce to you, that would be rather abnormal and devoid of any remarkable quality. Upon hearing this, Zheng Xiujuan felt a twinge of unease, realizing perhaps she had been somewhat petty. She chose not to elaborate further and instead allowed Xing Bang to enjoy his meal, believing that silence was preferable to being exploited or deceived. Xing Bang, unfazed by the undercurrents of their conversation, savored his food with unpretentious gusto. Zheng Xiujuan observed him closely and sensed that he was a person of broad-mindedness and genuine disposition, though her understanding remained tentative. "Sir, please eat slowly. Let me serve you some soup." Seeing that Xing Bang had already finished his second bun in such a short time, she hastily poured him a bowl of soup. Truthfully, witnessing his hearty appetite brought her a sense of relief, and she found herself unwinding in the infectious atmosphere of casual camaraderie. After sipping some soup, Xing Bang remarked, "Madam, you're at it again. If you keep calling me sir, I might just refuse to partake in your steamed buns in the future." "All right, I shall refrain from calling you sir, but how should I address you instead?" Zheng Xiujuan, not inherently a stingy individual, found herself disliking her own thoughts. "In private, you may call me Little Xing, as you are my elder," she suggested. "Very well," Xing Bang acquiesced, understanding the boundaries of their informal address. As it was merely a private matter, the atmosphere subsequently became much more amiable. If one is perpetually regarded as an outsider, interactions can never be comfortable. Life, in essence, is akin to a sales pitch. A splendid existence hinges on the ability to market oneself effectively. The pursuit of affection is no different. If a man fails to showcase his emotional intelligence and unique qualities, he risks being perceived as an unremarkable or inferior product. Ultimately, one must stand out to attract the admiration of a goddess. 3 days later, with effective measures in place to control the epidemic, the once quiet Qinglong town thrived anew, echoing with laughter and joy in its streets and alleys. The townsfolk spontaneously wished to erect a shrine for Xing Bang, but he resolutely declined the honor, humorously noting that it would only serve to place him in the spotlight. However, amidst the celebration, there were those who harbored discontent, aside from Wang Tian, who felt unsettled. A prominent family privately seethed with resentment. The Huang family, whose patriarch, Huang Baiwan, had been released from prison by Xing Bang, was certainly unwilling to accept this turn of events, though they endured it in silence due to Xing Bang's esteemed status. Xing Bang understood that the Huang family was not genuinely seeking vengeance for Huang Baiwan. Rather, they were concerned about their own dignity. Yet, he remained indifferent to their sentiments, preferring to maintain a peaceful coexistence, lest they find themselves stripped of their pride entirely. During this period, Xing Bang made a personal journey back to the capital, where the sixth prince managed to salvage his life. Upon learning that Xing Bang had successfully eradicated smallpox, Liu promptly issued a decree instructing all severely afflicted provinces to emulate this initiative, propelling this remarkable achievement nationwide. Xing Bang began to feel a pang of homesickness. He had initially thought he could return to the palace to report his success. However, Liu harbored doubts, or rather, a lack of trust in others, compelling Xing Bang to oversee the situation in various counties suffering from smallpox. Thus, Xing Bang and his entourage found themselves perpetually on the road. Yet, a source of solace was the presence of Zheng Xiujuan, who accompanied him solely to ensure he could enjoy a warm, freshly steamed bun. Before long, 10 days had passed. The smallpox crisis had been largely resolved, and Xing Bang received an imperial edict, preparing to journey back to the capital. On this day, they arrived at the fork in the official road leading to both the capital and Qinglong town. The carriage came to a halt, and as the maid lifted the curtain, Zheng Xiujuan gracefully descended from the carriage. Xing Bang and Xiao Shizi, who had been riding ahead, dismounted as well. "Madam, I wonder when I will be able to savor the soft, white buns you crafted with your own hands once more. Chapter 133. Returning to the capital. The emperor and his ministers welcome outside the city. Zheng Xiujuan smiled faintly. During this period, Xing Bang had been consuming a substantial bun nearly every day, often devouring two in a single sitting. Initially, she thought he would grow weary of it, yet he consistently received the same compliments, which brought her great comfort. At least she felt she was not entirely useless during this time. They would not be unable to meet again in the future, and besides, the palace was not devoid of buns. Each person possesses a unique skill, and certainly, there are distinctions to be made. So that was the case. I had assumed the flour and water in the palace differed from those outside. Zheng Xiujuan had never inquired about this before, but now she understood somewhat better. Not all women possess the ability to capture a man's heart through his stomach. Although he was not a man in the traditional sense, merely a eunuch, the charisma he exuded surpassed that of countless hypocritical men in the world. This was Zheng Xiujuan's private evaluation of Xing Bang over these days, an acknowledgement of trust, intertwined with a hint of regret. It was a lament that such a fine talent was cursed by fate. Xing Bang smiled knowingly. Since that is the case, I shall refrain from saying more. He turned to Xiao Shizi, instructing him to take good care of his mother, assuring him that there was no need to rush back to the palace. His contributions were invaluable, and he would arrange matters accordingly. At that moment, a group approached from the direction of Qinglong town. Several riders on swift horses led the way, followed by a horse-drawn carriage. They were none other than the officials from Qinglong town, with Ma Wu at the forefront. Recommended by Xing Bang, he had now become the town magistrate, with his companions also receiving various rewards. Master Xing, I apologize for being late despite my haste, Ma Wu exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow before bowing in apology. The others followed suit, paying their respects to Xing Bang. These individuals now idolized Xing Bang to the core, their admiration surpassing that of the common folk of Qinglong town, especially given the gratitude they felt for his patronage. Haha, no matter. I have heard that you immediately implemented significant reforms for the benefit of the people upon your appointment, and you have already garnered their trust in Qinglong town. Continue your good work. A bright future awaits you. As for all of you, with diligence, you shall surely achieve great endeavors in the future. Thank you, Master Xing, for your guidance. We will not disappoint your expectations. Xing Bang subtly hinted at the need to disperse the eunuchs accompanying him, as he could not overtly gather support without risking word reaching Lu Xian. It was likely that Lu Xian was already aware of the townsfolk's petition to establish a memorial hall. Such news would undoubtedly circulate as a tale of commendation among the people. Although Xing Bang had declined the request, the suspicious Lu Xian, being an emperor, would certainly not feel at ease. Nonetheless, Xing Bang was untroubled. He had his own strategies in place. Ma Wu and the others were invigorated, secretly rallying their spirits to pursue ambitious ventures alongside Xing Bang. Very well, you may return. It is time for me to head back to the palace. Xing Bang did not elaborate further. Ma Wu was merely there to escort Zheng Xiujuan, and in Qinglong town, her safety was assured. Allowing Xiao Shizi to accompany them was simply an act of filial piety. After all, his father's grave remained a mystery. Xiao Shizi, of course, would eventually return to the palace, while Zheng Xiujuan's fate was still uncertain. She merely indicated her intention to return to Qinglong town, without articulating any plans for the future. Naturally, Xing Bang would not press for details. After all, a living person could not simply vanish. If one were to run away, it would reflect their own inadequacies. Master Xing, travel safely. With a nod, Xing Bang nonchalantly joined the advancing procession. Zheng Xiujun observed his departing figure, contemplating that indeed, those destined for greatness seldom look back. Soon, Xing Bang caught up with the group, and their demeanor returning to the capital was markedly different from when they had left, heads held high and spirits soaring. They surely felt a sense of pride to be associated with the esteemed Xing Gonggong. Upon leaving the palace, though the atmosphere was not one of despondency, there was a distinct lack of enthusiasm, as they feared being implicated by the reckless Xiao Xuanzi. At the Shen Gate, upon learning that Lu Xian personally led the civil and military officials to greet them, Xing Bang dismounted and proceeded on foot from 2 miles away. Lu Xian, of course, was promptly informed and felt quite gratified. Only those who understand their place in the art of retreat can thrive over time. His Majesty's actions seemed somewhat excessive. No matter the merits, A mere eunuch should not be bestowed such honors. Indeed, he was not mistaken. This young man had committed murder shortly after arriving in Qinglong town and even liberated a criminal from the death row. I say you two, do not merely bicker like old rivals. If you possess the ability, draft a memorial for impeachment. Furthermore, Lord Xie, I have heard that when your 7th concubine fell ill with smallpox, you publicly vowed to honor anyone who could cure her. When I made this statement, apart from the 7th concubine, only my wife was present. How in the world did you scoundrel, come to know of it? If not clarified, I shall not let this matter rest. You scoundrel, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you not see how your wife appears? It must have leaked while she was playing mahjong with my formidable matron. However, in all seriousness, your 7th concubine is indeed quite lovely. You speak such drivel. Listening intently with a bemused expression, Lucien could not help but frown at the lack of decorum on display. Deban, call out and instruct those officials to lower their voices. Do not further embarrass me. Yes, your majesty. With a single bellow from Chao Jingchun, the ministers fell silent. Had his majesty not been present, they would have been met with a resounding slap just moments ago. Humph, even I am but a eunuch. At that moment, Xing Bang and his entourage approached, all kneeling and exclaiming, "Long live the emperor!" The unusually resounding voice truly exemplified the triumphant spirit of a victorious return. Lucien, as per his usual practice, exchanged a few heartfelt pleasantries, yet deep down, he understood that historically, an emperor welcoming a mere eunuch was an unprecedented occurrence. Nonetheless, he proceeded with this act, firstly to demonstrate his magnanimity in appointing the capable and rewarding merit with grace. Furthermore, the discussions among the ministers earlier echoed the very outcome he sought. The higher one climbs, the harsher the fall. However, his intentions towards Xing Bang were not of malice. Rather, he aimed to firmly grasp Xing Bang in his palm. Regardless of one's accomplishments, should I decree your demise, it is essential to genuinely appreciate that unwavering loyalty. Ultimately, Lucien committed an act that ignited envy and resentment among the courtiers by allowing Xing Bang to share the carriage back to the palace. A filthy eunuch, and his majesty is unperturbed about potentially chilling the hearts of us ministers. Do you wish for your own demise? Did you not notice the pallor on Lord Chao's face just moments ago? My dear friend, I am merely curious when you will bow to this Lord Xing in the carriage. Chapter 134, A Marriage Proposal? Unexpected. Xing Bang's keen hearing allowed him to absorb the words of the ministers, though the nuances were somewhat lost on him. Nonetheless, the overarching principles resonated clearly. Little Bang, you have truly opened my eyes this time. I still feel as if I am in a dream. You are indeed a fortunate star bestowed upon me by the heavens. Your Majesty, you flatter me. It is your profound blessings and divine protection that have led to this. I merely executed your will. How could I dare to claim credit for the heavens' grace? Lucien smiled faintly, then exclaimed, "Ah, Little Bang, take a look at this." He handed over a thick stack of memorials. Xing Bang hastily accepted it, quickly scanning through the documents. These ministers, lacking true ability, are consumed by pettiness. As the sovereign of a great nation, how could I be swayed by their insincerity? I must bestow upon you, Little Bang, the title of a princely lord of a different surname, so that all may witness that anyone who genuinely serves the court, regardless of their background, shall be treated with equal regard. Seeing that Xing Bang had perused enough, Lucien began to boast grandiosely. It was evident that the memorials beneath him likely contained opposition to Lucien's promise to grant a eunuch such a title, perhaps even containing accusations against him. Really bestow a princely title of a different surname? Whether you believe it or not, Xing Bang does not, and he shall not accept it. A princely title is of no consequence. It is merely a burden and a source of calamity. Your Majesty, you must not. I undertook this perilous task without any such aspirations. My only desire was to repay your kindness. Xing Bang firmly declined, having never considered the title of a princely lord. Such an empty designation served no purpose but to invite suspicion and criticism. Little Bang, your sentiment is rare. Yet I still believe that only a princely title can truly honor your contributions this time. Anything less would be insufficient. Your Majesty, I truly cannot accept this. Please, retract your decree. Xing Bang thought, it is good that you think this way. It is far better to consider something practical. Even privileges within the palace would be preferable to this meaningless title. Lucien furrowed his brow. Very well, I shall not press you further. However, I assure you that I will reward you handsomely. Upon returning to the palace, I will deliberate on your reward, and you may also contemplate what you desire. In short, I will not neglect you. Indeed, let us not engage in pretense. Practical matters are far more beneficial. Little Bang, I have heard that you rescued a woman from prison, and some ignorant ministers dared to use this as a point of contention. They were promptly rebuked by me. Let it be known that even if I were to reward you with every woman in Qinglong town, it would be entirely appropriate. Your Majesty, the situation is as follows. Xing Bang understood that these matters could not be concealed, so he had already devised a strategy, intending to amplify the merits of Xiao Shizi's contributions. These trivialities were hardly worth mentioning. Lu Xian waved his hand dismissively, having heard that the woman was exceptionally beautiful, known as the first beauty of Qinglong town. Huh, I never expected you to have such a taste, he chuckled. I truly admire your character. Regardless of your arrangements, I shall take charge and bring her to the capital. I will reward you with a grand residence. Even a eunuch is half a man. I could even grant you a marriage, which could become a delightful tale in the future. Goodness, I never imagined this. Thank you for your immense favor, Your Majesty. I shall obey, Xing Bang responded readily, feeling no need to decline. His grandfather, Yu, was neither greedy for wealth nor lustful. While he held admiration for Lu Xian, they each had their own ambitions, and that life was not what he desired. Lu Xian was quite pleased to hear this. As long as there were weaknesses, matters could be managed. With the sixth prince safe and sound, the Empress would surely reward him substantially. You need not consult me on anything. You may accept everything. And feel free to visit Shining Palace more often. Your Majesty, I understand. Xing Bang thought to himself, amused, wondering why he would be polite. Lu Xian was cunning, skillfully manipulating relationships. He mused that one day, when he ascended to the throne, Lu Xian should listen closely to how he would balance everything, fostering a sense of unity across the realm. Lu Xian was unrestrained in his desires. He wished for Xing Bang to cultivate a strong relationship with the Empress, ideally one of complete trust. What did he care for face? He sought to secure his reign, and he feared that if Xing Bang were to rebuff the Empress's goodwill, matters would not turn out favorably. Oh, by the way, Little Bang, just ahead is Jing's residence. Without further ado, since you belong to the Xiaofu, you should check on Jing's recovery. This child cannot be indulged. I shall not go. Simply state that I have granted you permission to visit. Upon reaching a crossroads, Lu Xian suddenly halted. The emperor was now solely preoccupied with schemes, having just maneuvered the Empress and now plotting with his own son. However, there was another crucial intention, to present Xing Bang as a gesture not only to elicit gratitude from the Empress, but also to earn the sixth prince's appreciation. Lu Xian was undoubtedly astute, adept at the art of imperial strategy. The sixth prince managed the Xiaofu, which essentially meant Lu Xian aimed to promote him without drawing attention to his actions. It was indeed a clever tactic, demonstrating that years of ruling had not been in vain. Yes, Your Majesty, Xing Bang acknowledged before disembarking, followed closely by two skilled guards. The details were meticulously crafted. Even a courtesan sought to establish her reputation, wishing to convey to Lu Jing that his father was concerned for him, hoping he would understand the emperor's good intentions. Before long, Xing Bang arrived at the prince's residence, where the guards recognized him and granted immediate entry. Without the need for announcement, he proceeded directly to the sixth prince's chamber. I pay my respects to the sixth prince, he declared. Little Bang, you've come. Quickly, come sit with me. I'm nearly suffocating from boredom. The physician insists I remain in bed for several more days, the prince said. Your Highness, the physician is correct. It is best to wait a while longer before encountering the wind. Lu Jing bore numerous pockmarks on his face, and the imperial physician, employing courtly remedies, would undoubtedly prevent his departure. Otherwise, he would not remain in this monotonous vigil. The physician, waiting nearby, offered a faint smile and acknowledged Xing Bang. Very well, physician. You have labored enough. You may retire and take your rest. Lu Jing waved dismissively at the physician, nearly exasperated by his presence, as the man was as unyielding as a block of wood, offering nothing but medical concerns and lacking any conversational flair. Yes, Your Highness. At last, the physician was able to catch his breath, having been nearly worn to the bone by the trials of recent days. This sixth prince, despite his discomfort and discontent, still found the energy to scold those around him. Subsequently, at the behest of the sixth prince, Xing Bang began recounting the events surrounding the resolution of the smallpox outbreak. Your Highness, It is time for your medicine. As Xing Bang animatedly elaborated, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Surely, he must not have misheard. Upon turning, he discovered it was none other than Xiao Xian. There was no need for further contemplation. The Empress was certainly present at the residence of the sixth prince. Chapter 135. The first meeting of the Xiao family. Xiao Xian glanced at Xing Bang without much expression, instead presenting the medicine bowl to the sixth prince. Your Highness, the Empress has instructed me to ensure you finish your medicine. Lu Jing stared at the bowl, curling his lips in disdain. Mother is being overly meticulous. This medicine is utterly bitter. Let us set it aside for now. I'll drink it later. My prince, please do not make it difficult for me. The Empress is merely concerned for your health. Xiao Xian pleaded. Xiao Xian, what is wrong with you? I have already stated I will drink it after a while. If you continue to press, I shall throw it away. The sixth prince's patience was wearing thin, and he found himself silently grumbling against his mother. At his age, being monitored for such trivial matters was rather irksome. Observing the situation, Xing Bang sensed that Xiao Xian might soon face punishment and decided to intervene. Your Highness, the Empress deeply cares for you. Although you are nearly recovered, it is vital to take the medicine for a few more days to strengthen and stabilize the antibodies in your body. Lu Jing frowned slightly, hesitating for a moment. Very well. He then took the medicine bowl and, pinching his nose, finished it in one gulp. Xiao Xian quickly offered the mouthwash she had prepared in advance. Once everything was done, Xiao Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling grateful toward Xing Bang. This friend was indeed reliable, coming to her aid at a crucial moment. Li Gonggong, the Empress is aware of your arrival and requests your presence. Xing Bang smiled knowingly, realizing that Xiao Xian's gratitude was genuine, prompting her to instinctively show him respect. Your Highness, please take a moment to rest. It is essential to avoid overexertion during this period to prevent any lingering aftereffects. Xiao Bang, do ensure you come to see Mother quickly. I have only just begun to feel at ease. Certainly, Your Highness, I shall take my leave now. After a brief exchange, Xing Bang departed with Xiao Xian. It was undeniable that the Empress was quite indulgent toward the sixth prince, even visiting him at the Wangfu, an act that could easily invite criticism under normal circumstances. Yet, Lucien seemed to have granted permission without hesitation. Soon, they arrived at the chamber where the Empress was staying, where two unfamiliar figures stood, an imposing elder with a head of silver hair and a man in his 30s standing behind him. Your servant pays respects to the Empress. Rise, Xiao Bang. You have worked hard. Please take a seat. The Empress gestured toward the seat opposite the elder. The elder remained composed, though the younger man behind him let out a low grunt. Thank you, Your Majesty. Xing Bang replied, taking a seat. He noted the grunt, thinking to himself, I'm sitting, you can only stand. Go ahead, bite me. Xiao Bang, allow me to introduce you. This is my father. No wonder he exuded such authority. He was indeed the Prime Minister, a figure second only to the Emperor. Xing Bang promptly stood, bowing. I have the honor of meeting you, Prime Minister Xiao. Li Xiaowan's father had also been a Prime Minister, albeit a subordinate to the younger Prime Minister, likely a casualty of political strife. Xiao Guogang rose and exchanged pleasantries with Xing Bang. Behind him stood his second brother, Shizhong, who currently held the position of Minister of War in the court. I have met the esteemed minister. However, Xiao Shizhong merely offered a token response, his demeanor rather ungracious. Xiao Ho gestured for Xing Bang to take a seat, then turned to Xiao Shizhong, expressing her discontent. Shizhong, that Huang Million is a scourge who deserves his fate. I have long warned you to avoid mingling with such people. Prolonged association will only drag you down. The matter concerning Huang Million has nothing to do with Xiao Bang, and I do not wish for a recurrence. Do you understand? Yes, Your Highness. Xiao Shizhong replied dutifully. Thus, it became evident why Huang Million had been so arrogant. He had the Xiao father and son backing him. Your Highness, His Highness has also paid a visit. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Very well. With that, the Xiao father and son departed. Father, my elder sister actually chastised me over a mere eunuch. I truly wish to rid myself of that little eunuch. He has spoiled my grand plans. With Huang Million dead and no arrangements made, how can his sons focus? Just think of the financial losses over the year. Silence. As soon as they reached the door, Xiao Shizhong could no longer contain his anger and began to complain. Although his father felt some discontent as well, he was far more seasoned and shrewd. It wasn't until they returned to their study that Xiao Guogang, barely concealing his fury, stated, "How many times have I told you not to focus solely on petty gains? You must assess the situation and consider the larger picture. What good is wealth if there is no life to spend it? Father, what troubles you? Our family is in no predicament. Did you feel embarrassed earlier?" Xiao Shizhong attempted to deflect the tension, but a single glare from Xiao Guogang silenced him. "After so many years in charge of the Ministry of War, you have shown little growth. You remain oblivious to many undercurrents." Xiao Guogang expressed his disappointment. "Father, why do you always look down on me? Since I became Minister of War, our family has reached a pinnacle of glory. The He family has fallen. Who in the court dares to oppose us? And the Emperor? Father, what is troubling you today? The Emperor has always turned a blind eye to our family. Besides, should he wish to act against us, he must consider the political landscape." Xiao Shizhong was perplexed, never having contemplated the precariousness of their position. Xiao Guogang furrowed his brow and sighed deeply. "I have dealt with the Emperor for half my life and know him well. I have never let my guard down, remaining cautious at every turn. I once believed that the Emperor had little time left, and we only needed to patiently observe. However, recent events have compelled me to worry. Father, you have left me utterly bewildered." Xiao Guogang sighed deeply. "Initially, I had no intention of broaching these matters with you. Yet the time has come for me to speak, lest you remain perpetually in the dark. I have come to realize that our assumptions regarding the Emperor's intentions to dismantle the He family's influence may have been overly optimistic. Over the years, your stewardship of the Ministry of War was, in truth, a means to counterbalance the power within the He family's military ranks. While it may appear that we have gained an advantage by severing ties, I am haunted by a foreboding sense that the moment may soon arrive when our Xiao family follows in the He family's unfortunate footsteps. Although the Emperor currently remains silent, who can assure us that he is not scheming in the shadows? The mere contemplation of this sends a chill down my spine. I have always understood that our family poses the greatest threat to the Crown Prince's hold on power. I did not anticipate that Lu Xian would take action against the He family, especially after learning about the four elders acquiring the dragon's inner pill and the involvement of the esteemed Lady Fanghua within the palace. Father, you are overthinking this. From my perspective, the Emperor has simply become muddled. Consider this. By eliminating the He family's power, has he not also severed a crucial source of support for the Crown Prince? Chapter 136. Once a physician, now afraid to treat it as evident to anyone with discernment that several ministers, who maintain good relations with the Crown Prince, have privately suggested that there exists a possibility for His Majesty to designate the sixth prince as his successor. Moreover, as for my father, the military power of the Nine Gates rests firmly in our hands, alongside the troops stationed outside the city to protect the capital. We indeed have contingencies in place. Would His Majesty truly dare to act against our family? Xiao Shizhong has always held this perspective, and there exists the formidable presence of the Empress in the palace. Nevertheless, one must not forget that numerous generals, who harbor intentions toward the He family, currently wield military authority. Why has His Majesty refrained from taking action against them? These individuals are unlikely to align themselves with our Xiao family, and my father harbors genuine concerns that there may be a sinister plot at play, leaving one utterly perplexed. Alas, I hope my worries are unwarranted, and that His Majesty has simply become muddled in his old age. With a heavy sigh, Xiao Guogang pondered whether age has diminished his courage and optimism in the face of adversity. Very well, Father, you should take a moment to rest. I understand that your words are intended to counsel me to exercise caution. Rest assured, I shall heed your advice. The fact that his son could comprehend his concerns brought considerable solace to Xiao Guogang. If you can grasp these matters, then my counsel has not been in vain. Do remain vigilant in the future. Father, I shall take my leave now. Wait, he warned, do not entertain any thoughts of that little brat. You are forbidden from mentioning Huang Baiwan again. Cast aside any notions of pursuing that business. Yes, Father, I understand. Xiao Shizhong outwardly acquiesced. Yet inwardly, he could not quell his indignation. Had it not been for his father's restraint, he would have already led men to Qinglong town to vent his frustrations on Xing Bang. Little brat, my second brother is rather reckless by nature. Do not take it to heart. I assure you, once some time has passed, he will forget all about it. The Empress had repeatedly cautioned before Xing Bang's arrival, clearly indicating that he was one of her trusted confidants. Rest assured, Your Highness, this was merely a misunderstanding. Provided that the gentleman bears no ill will, I shall not dwell on it. Very well, I appreciate your magnanimity. I shall not bring it up again. However, I am curious about the identity of the woman you rescued. Recently, the Empress had been preoccupied with concerns for the sixth prince, leaving her little time to contemplate other matters. Nonetheless, she harbored a certain curiosity regarding this incident, knowing well that Xing Bang was a cautious individual who would not engage in such self-incriminating actions without just cause, even with considerable merit to his name. I have no familial ties to this woman. Her story is well known throughout Qinglong town. By chance, I came to learn of her plight. Indeed, she is a pitiable figure. And as your highness rightly stated, Huang Baiwan has incurred significant public ire. His demise would serve as a boon to the people. Thus, I took it upon myself to rescue her, hoping to quell the unrest in Qinglong town. Is it truly as simple as that? With a gentle smile, Empress Xiao remarked. Well, to be honest, Your Majesty, this woman possesses extraordinary beauty, and I must admit, I find myself somewhat captivated. Xing Bang had no intention of concealing the truth. His earlier hesitation was merely a momentary pause. Lu Xian was already aware, so there was little left to hide. It could also be considered a form of protection for Zheng Xiujuan. A woman who can capture your heart at first glance must undoubtedly possess both talent and beauty. I truly wish to meet her one day. How intriguing it is that she has even made you feel a bit bashful in my presence. Today, Empress Xiao felt an unparalleled joy. Not only had Jinger recovered from her illness, but Xiao Bang had also accomplished a remarkable feat, and more importantly, she firmly believed that he was the greatest support bestowed upon her by the heavens. Indeed, Your Majesty, she possesses a certain charm, yet when compared to your beauty, it is like the twinkling stars next to the resplendent moon, simply incomparable. Oh, you flatter me. I am of a certain age now, Empress Xiao replied, her enchanting smile revealing her delight at such praise. Your Majesty, you are being modest. Your innate beauty will continue to shine brightly even a decade from now. Some thoughts lingered in Xing Bang's mind, yet he dared not voice them. Ah, how delightful to hear such words. I sincerely hope that it holds true. Empress Xiao laughed, her demeanor radiating confidence, asserting that she would remain captivating a decade hence. Xing Bang joined in her laughter, sharing in her joy. By the way, what are your plans for the woman you saved? Is there any way I can assist you? Your Majesty, when I returned to the city, I rode in the imperial litter with His Majesty. To my surprise, he is also aware of the matter and has expressed his intention to reward me generously. Empress Xiao could not possibly be unaware of Lu Xian's reception of Xing Bang at the city gates, as there was nothing to conceal. This was a matter involving 3 parties, and reporting it was necessary, especially since it would ultimately benefit her. Very well, then I shall refrain from meddling in this affair. But do let me know if there is anything you require my assistance with. Empress Xiao was unconcerned with such matters, as long as Xiao Bang remained loyal to her. Her heart was filled with gratitude towards him. She believed that his willingness to take on such a task was motivated by his desire to save Jinger's life, which she regarded as his greatest contribution. Anything within her power to do, she would not hesitate to provide. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. Xing Bang felt a tinge of embarrassment. The success in eradicating smallpox had exceeded his expectations, and he was certain that figures like Madame Fanghua would hold him in even greater esteem, which would require him to invest even more effort. Lu Xian was undoubtedly pleased, and Empress Xiao appeared to be deeply moved by the situation, though uncertain about her own standing. It seemed that any request made by Xing Bang would be met with earnest attempts to fulfill it. Xiao Bang, I am quite curious. Besides your knowledge of smallpox treatment, what other medical skills do you possess? Returning to the Empress, this method of treating smallpox was indeed a stroke of fortune. As for the art of healing, the scruffy old priest imparted some knowledge to me, yet it primarily concerned the treatment of peculiar and elusive ailments. Before entering the palace, I had contemplated pursuing a career in medicine, but I nearly met my demise at the hands of others, which led me to abandon the idea entirely. Why were you nearly beaten for practicing medicine? The Empress furrowed her brow in disbelief. It is a long and complicated tale, Your Majesty. For instance, certain subtle maladies afflicting women left me unable to even accept the practice of acupuncture. The old priest seemed to be an eccentric sage, imparting only the most bizarre medical techniques, which, I fear, have little practical application. Though it may sound absurd, I trust your genuine abilities. It is merely unfortunate that the world is so ignorant. Nonetheless, do not be disheartened, dear friend. I firmly believe there will be opportunities for your talents to shine. I understand more than you might think. As she spoke, a faint blush appeared on the Empress's cheeks. Chapter 137. Has the sixth prince's dullness worsened? Xing Bang smiled knowingly. As the esteemed Empress Xiao, she was certainly well versed in such profound truths. Once again, she showcased her brilliance. For true talent must not be obscured. One must act with grandeur in endeavors while maintaining humility in one's personal demeanor. Ah, dear Bangzi, I have long suffered from a persistent backache, which seems to fluctuate without ever truly resolving. You just mentioned acupuncture, and it reminded me that the royal physician Wang had vaguely alluded to it. Naturally, I cannot allow outsiders to experiment on me. I wonder if you possess any remedies for this ailment? The Empress had been quite fatigued lately, enduring a night of significant discomfort. It was fortuitous that Xing Bang had brought up acupuncture. If he had a solution, he ought to give it a try. My lady, you have indeed consulted the right person. The old master passed down an exquisite technique of acupuncture to me. It should pose no great difficulty. Really? Empress Xiao exclaimed with delight. That is splendid news. This little Bangzi is remarkably talented. He is truly a treasure. Absolutely true, but alas, I do not have my Xian needles on hand. Otherwise, I would treat you at once, Xing Bang thought to himself, reflecting on the renown of the deadly infinite needle. In this realm, what is termed as back pain often pertains to conditions akin to a herniated disc, and a deft hand would easily remedy such afflictions. However, it was impractical to produce 36 needles out of thin air. Carrying them all at once was simply not feasible. Fear not, there is no rush. Once the turmoil surrounding the plague has settled, I shall summon you to Shining Palace at my convenience. Empress Xiao was elated. If little Bangzi truly possessed such skills, he could also assist some of her favored concubines, who had their own discreet ailments, and they would surely be grateful in return. What a magnanimous Empress Xiao. Primarily, it was due to Xing Bang's adept instructions. Could one truly be struck for healing the world? A talent indeed. Now, dear Bangzi, go and keep company with Jinger. Later, accompany me back to the palace. Empress Xiao mused. Your Majesty, you are fully aware that I am with Jinger, yet you deliberately send little Bangzi to visit. Thus, taking him back with me would surely reflect well on you. Xiao Guogang did not come to greet Xing Bang as he had taken leave, and Lu Xian had directly approved that Xiao Shizhong need not attend either, which was a reasonable decision. He should stay home and care for his elderly father. For Minister Xiao was a pillar of the court and must not encounter any mishap. Xing Bang, of course, did not overthink the intricacies of the situation. He simply needed to ensure he navigated his role with ease. The more contentious the disputes became, the safer and more advantageous it would be for him. However, Empress Xiao would undoubtedly hold different views on certain matters than the Xiao father and son, given their differing positions. Xing Bang had discerned that Empress Xiao was wholly devoted to the incompetent sixth prince. With such favorable conditions, it was evident that Lu Xian would not appoint him as crown prince, reflecting the prince's utter lack of merit. In truth, Empress Xiao is not a villain. At her core, she is a woman of considerable magnanimity. Yet, like all humans, she harbors self-interest, fiercely advocating for her son. Xingtong can comprehend these complexities, and thus Empress Xiao reveals her true self to him. However, it is certain that Xingtong will eventually unravel the dilemmas at hand, allowing everyone to return to their most authentic selves. Having received such words from the Empress, Xingtong did not linger but proceeded to the sixth prince, a young man who cannot abide idleness, especially in the absence of someone to his taste, thus rendering Xingtong highly sought after. Little brother, you have achieved a remarkable feat this time. Regardless of how Father rewards you, in my eyes, you are a lifesaver. Without your intervention, I might have perished. From this moment forth, you are no longer just a servant to me. We may refer to each other as brothers in private. Your affairs will henceforth be my concerns as well. No need for formality. Your Highness, this may not be appropriate. There is no question of appropriateness. It is settled. From now on, I shall look after you, goodness. Such words do not befit a prince. They lack dignity and resemble the boastful proclamations of commoners. Yet, to speak candidly, despite the sixth prince's lack of intellect, Xingtong holds a glimmer of faith in him. At his core, the prince possesses a sense of loyalty. Once he commits to a decision, he acts without regard for the consequences. For this reason, Lu Xian would never relinquish the throne to him, fearing he might squander it within a year or two. Moreover, The prince's recent escapade only solidified Lu Xian's resolve. He is not only mediocre, but also a rebellious son. Nevertheless, Lu Xian's ire has since subsided, and Xingtong can scarcely imagine the prince's reaction upon first learning of it. Perhaps he nearly suffered a stroke in his fury. Yet this matters little. What is significant is the possibility of employing the sixth prince as a subordinate. Little brother, you have shared your insights on Mahjong, and my mother has also spoken to me about it. I have promised her to be more restrained moving forward, at the very least. To refrain from meddling excessively in court affairs. I have a thought I haven't yet shared with my mother. In truth, I no longer wish to hold the position of minister of the imperial household. With Chao Jingchun present, it is largely a position of idleness. I am considering recommending you to my father for this role. I wonder if he would consent. Goodness, just recently, I stated this young man fears nothing. And here we are again, Your Highness. I recognize your genuine concern for my welfare. Yet this matter cannot be approached lightly. If the Empress were to discover it, she would surely reprimand you. Although the position of minister of the imperial household is equivalent to that of the 9 ministers, in reality, it is even more esteemed. Not to mention the potential controversies surrounding the rapid promotion, there has never been a precedent in our dynasty for a eunuch to hold this title. Even if His Majesty were to reluctantly agree, the entire court would surely oppose it. I comprehend these principles. Yet the Emperor has declared that should a prince of a different surname be conferred, the Empress has stated that even if His Majesty were to bestow upon you the title of king, you would not acquiesce. What significance does a mere minor official hold? I am well aware of the pampered courtiers who, aside from waving banners and harboring envy towards others' achievements, possess no real capabilities. Were I in the Emperor's position, I would send these sycophants back home to indulge with their concubines. Your Highness, exercise caution in your words. Xing Bang silently exclaimed in astonishment. This youth is not merely boastful, but rather audaciously reckless, uttering words of treason with such ease. Moreover, even if he were to ascend to the throne, he would be a foolish ruler, and the ministers would return home to tend to their children, leaving the affairs of state in disarray. Lu Xian and Empress Xiao both felt compelled to admonish this child, yet it appears that not even divine intervention could alter his inherent nature. What is there to fear? This is my own residence. Besides, you are not an outsider. Lu Jing displayed an air of indifference, asserting that if one doubts him, he shall rise and proclaim it even louder. Xing Bang could only shake his head in disbelief, though he is twice Lu Hui's age. His intellect seems but half of that. This is nothing but the prattle of a 3-year-old. Has his feverish state exacerbated his mental faculties? Empress Xiao, I strongly recommend you consider bearing another child, lest you be driven to despair by this one. Xing Bang resolved that he must convey this situation upon his return to the palace. Chapter 138. I believe in you. Your Highness, since you have been so candid with me, I shall inquire from the perspective of a brother. Do you harbor any aspirations in your heart? What you imply is. Lu Jing discerned the insinuation behind Xing Bang's words. He was not so naive as to be utterly oblivious. After all, he was of imperial lineage. Indeed, while Xing Bang might surmise that Lu Jing lacked grand ambitions, every individual must possess dreams, excluding the trivial thoughts that Xing Bang was privy to. Little Bangzi, if I were to confess that I have no significant aspirations, would you be greatly disappointed? Your Highness, every individual has their own aspirations. Moreover, it may not be a detrimental matter for you. It is nothing surprising, rather anticipated. Little Bangzi, your words resonate well with my temperament, unlike my mother, who incessantly drones on. To be frank, I have no interest in that position. The endless trivialities associated with it seem far less appealing than living freely like a dog. Thus, I refuse to engage in such foolishness. Lu Jing wore a derisive expression, his genuine disdain for the throne evident. He truly lacked interest in the exalted position. Conversely, his frankness was refreshing, perhaps a release of pent-up feelings. Should Empress Xiao overhear, she might require resuscitation. Xing Bang smiled slightly. Yet, Your Highness, have you considered that not every emperor is consumed by their duties? Haha, little Bangzi, I admire your fearless disposition. Only you would dare to utter such words. Allow me to be candid. I would rather not be the subject of historical scrutiny, preferring to live as a leisurely wealthy man, indulging whims, no matter how absurd, without the burden of legacy. This was indeed Lu Jing's first discourse on such matters. Those who could speak often refrained from sharing their true thoughts. while those who dared remained silent. Engaging in this dialogue was liberating. He never anticipated that he could contemplate such depths. Xing Bang was somewhat surprised, yet he felt a sense of historical mission. Should Lu Xian discover this, he might indeed feel a sense of solace, at least recognizing Lu Jing's broader perspective as a prince. There was no need for further inquiry. Xing Bang understood Lu Jing's greatest desire. Aside from his feelings for Madame Fanghua, it was to live his life unrestrained, even to the point of recklessness. May your highness enjoy a carefree life. You know, I am not truly carefree at present. Alas, let us not dwell on that. It dampens the spirit. However, I still contemplate recommending you to succeed me in the position of Xiaofu. Though it seems rather futile, I would prefer to indulge in music and revelry. Today there is wine. Let us drink to our heart's content. Lu Jing, preoccupied with thoughts of Madame Fanghua, found little hope in that regard. What use was the position of Xiaofu when a carefree existence seemed far more appealing? Xing Bang could naturally discern Lu Jing's thoughts. Your Highness, you must not recommend me, nor should you resign from your duties in the Ministry of Revenue. There is nothing of particular concern to weigh upon you. Lu Jing relented. Very well. I shall heed your counsel. If not for you, I shall not grant favor to others. Ultimately, Lu Jing harbored selfish motives, a truth that Xing Bang understood well. Nevertheless, he did not wish for the sixth prince to relinquish his position in the Ministry of Revenue. Rules are established by humans. And while Xing Bang could not claim it impossible for him to ascend to that role, the current leap was far too vast. Acting in a capacity beyond one's position could, for the time being, be the most prudent choice. Otherwise, one might find themselves in a precarious situation, hesitant to act decisively. In essence, it is imperative to possess sufficient foundational strength to enjoy enduring peace. At that moment, Empress Xiao approached, with Xiao Xian still carrying a bowl of medicinal soup. Unbeknownst to them, a significant portion of the day had elapsed. Lu Jing gazed at the bitter concoction with a pained expression. However, with his mother present, he dutifully consumed it. Jinger, the imperial physician has declared that your health is no longer in jeopardy. It is time for me to return to the palace. That is splendid news, Lu Jing exclaimed, his heart brimming with genuine joy. Empress Xiao furrowed her brow. What did you say, Jing? No, mother, please do not misunderstand. What I meant is that I have finally recovered from my illness. You think such trivial thoughts could elude me? Let us not dwell on that. I hope you can turn misfortune into good fortune this time. Rest assured, mother, I shall conduct myself admirably. If you could merely refrain from causing me further distress, I would be immensely grateful. Empress Xiao shot Lu Jing a knowing glance, yet the affection in her eyes could not be concealed. She sincerely hoped for his swift progress. Your Highness, preparations have been made outside. A maid entered to report. Mother, may I escort you? No need. You should rest well in bed. Very well. Xiao Bang, come back to the palace with me, Empress Xiao instructed. Lu Jing glanced at Xing Bang, hesitating to voice his thoughts, but ultimately refraining. It was clear he did not wish to burden Xing Bang with the tedium of palace life, especially in the presence of Empress Xiao. Xing Bang merely exchanged a knowing smile with him before following Empress Xiao, for there were numerous matters to attend to in the palace. He could not afford to linger with this foolish lad. Xiao Bang, you have worked hard. The Emperor has allowed you to share the carriage today, and I cannot let you go unrewarded. Thank you, Your Highness. With that, Xing Bang joined Empress Xiao in the carriage, filled with delightful fragrances, far more refreshing than the air outside. While there was nothing to fault in Empress Xiao's actions, Xing Bang could sense her subtle competition with Lu Xian. This was, of course, entirely attributable to her grievances against Lu Xian. After all, no matter her actions, she would always be met with suspicion, so why should she tread carefully? Though the child Jinger may act impulsively and recklessly, he possesses a commendable disposition. He has always held you in high regard, and following recent events, he is likely to be even more open-hearted towards you. I have also observed that he has grown weary of my counsel. Presently, you are among the few whose words he genuinely values. Therefore, I implore you to guide him in the future. The Empress understands her son well and feels a sense of relief knowing there is someone capable of restraining her wayward child, someone she deeply trusts. This realization brings her genuine joy. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall fulfill this duty. With a knowing smile, Xing Bang recognizes that this is indeed his father's obligation. At this moment, the Empress casts aside the formalities of her royal stature, speaking as though she were sharing intimate thoughts with a spouse, her tone remarkably calm and casual. Regardless of the complexities within her heart, one undeniable truth remains. The sixth prince is undoubtedly the greatest weapon capable of breaching the Empress's emotional defenses. For her son, she is willing to sacrifice everything. Indeed, I place my trust in you. However, Your Highness, neither you nor I can remain by the sixth prince's side indefinitely. I surmise there are few capable aides around him. If that is the case, it may be time to apply a bit of salt to your wounds. Chapter 139. A New Plan for Empress Xiao. Lu Jing has utterly consumed Empress Xiao's thoughts. It could be said that nearly all her energy is devoted to her son, with only a mere fraction left for herself. Regardless of Lu Jing's despicable behavior that causes her distress, her unwavering hope remains intact. Should anything happen to the sixth prince, it would feel as if her very life had been extinguished, leaving her devoid of motivation and meaning, with no other options at her disposal. The greater the investment, the deeper the pain, and the ultimate conclusion is one that Xing Bang can already foresee. However, the sixth prince cannot be without support, and thus Xing Bang believes the most prudent course of action is to assist her in this regard, essentially, to aid her. In other words, to gradually draw Empress Xiao's heart away from Lu Jing, establishing the first step of trust. The next phase involves presenting tangible results, ultimately allowing her to relinquish her concerns entirely, all while remaining within the confines of the circle that Xing Bang has delineated. I, Xing Bang, shall be the one to wield the final authority. Little Bangzi, your ability to perceive this indicates your genuine investment in Jinger, which brings me much solace. It is unknown how many learned scholars and esteemed advisors have been summoned to serve him, yet the outcome remains unchanged. Within mere days, they are cast out of the residence, and none of those around him are of any merit. Reflecting on this, I am filled with indignation. If only he had a competent team, I would not speak further. Your Highness, I had not considered this matter before. I assumed the sixth prince's residence lacked talent. However, after hearing the sixth prince's words, I have come to realize that there is not a single loyal and capable person by his side, Xing Bang said with a concerned expression. What did Jinger say? Empress Xiao's demeanor suddenly shifted to one of displeasure. It seems that your mother cannot enjoy a moment's peace. Xing Bang, aware that her happiness was contingent upon his words, recounted the sixth prince's statements in detail, omitting only the part about his disinterest in the throne, as it was unnecessary to divulge everything. However, he did emphasize the importance of dissuading the sixth prince from that notion. Empress Xiao let out a long sigh, appearing somewhat troubled. Could it be that Jinger has become muddled during this period? It is truly infuriating. Does he not realize that he is only provoking His Majesty's disdain further? All right, little Bangzi, let us not dwell on this matter. Since you have brought it up, you must have a viable solution, correct? Though Empress Xiao was angry, her intellect remained sharp, and she secretly hoped that Xing Bang could alter the current situation. Continuing down this path was becoming unbearable. Your Highness, the issue of the royal residence's advisors can be addressed gradually. There is no need to rush. However, the small fellow beside the sixth prince must be replaced immediately, as he is the closest person to him. Consider the likes of Chao Jingchun by His Majesty's side. Indeed, your observation is astute. The sixth prince's current standing is largely due to the ineptitude of that small fellow. Had he even a fraction of Chao Jingchun's competence, he would not be conducting himself so absurdly. Xiao Ho's demeanor had considerably softened. Chao Jingchun had struck the right chord, subconsciously drawing parallels to the throne. With such a capable companion by the emperor's side, it was imperative that Jinger also had someone equally adept. However, where could one find such a proficient little eunuch? Alas, under the current circumstances, it was not feasible to remain close to Jing. Your Highness, I have not idled away my time in the violent chamber. Particularly after receiving the support of the sixth prince, I have indeed identified and nurtured a couple of promising young eunuchs. At present, there is one particularly suitable to stay by the sixth prince's side, one who possesses the skills to protect him, and more importantly, is clever and loyal. Xing Bang intended to place Xiao Shizi beside the sixth prince, deeming it a waste to keep him in the violent chamber, especially with a backup, Xiao Jinzi, available. Very well, since Jinger is amenable to your guidance, you may arrange this matter. Xiao Ho readily acquiesced, not that she had much power to influence the situation. Subsequently, Xing Bang recounted all about Xiao Shizi, not omitting the details regarding Zheng Xiujuan's son. As for the young eunuch's capabilities, Xiaoho showed little interest. Perhaps an indirect acknowledgement of Xing Bang's competence. All right, let it be Xiao Shizi then. Xiaoho appeared more reassured than before. Loyalty was indeed a rare and invaluable quality. Indeed, Your Highness, rest easy. Your trust in me will ensure that everything is managed impeccably, alleviating your concerns for the sixth prince. Let us hope all unfolds as you suggest. Perhaps that will allow me to enjoy a few more years of life. Now, enough of this discussion. Please inform me of any arrangements I need to make. These recent days had been arduous, and she finally felt able to exhale. Xiao Bangzi, come, please massage my shoulders. Yes, Your Highness. Xing Bang smiled knowingly. It was time for her to relax. The tension had rendered her attire somewhat constricting. She was truly fatigued, her eyes gently closing as she fell silent. Your Highness, we have arrived at Shining Palace. So soon. I was nearly asleep. Xiaoho slowly opened her eyes, uncertain if her words were intentional or merely a subconscious expression of her drowsiness. This is acceptable. I hope it cultivates a good habit. Your Highness, please alight from the carriage. Xing Bang assisted Xiaoho in disembarking, and from her expression, it was evident that her previous remarks had been uttered in a dazed state. Xiao Bangzi, you may withdraw. As Xiaoho stepped down from the carriage, her regal presence was once again evident before the numerous palace maids and eunuchs. Yes, Your Highness, I take my leave. Xing Bang occasionally relished being addressed as a servant. For clarification, the term servant is specific to the Qing dynasty. In other dynasties, both eunuchs and palace maids were referred to as nubi. The choice of terminology in this narrative is drawn from the experience of previous works, as it tends to be more readily accepted by the majority of readers, significantly reducing the amount of critical feedback. Xing Bang observed as Xiaoho gracefully entered the gates of Shining Palace before turning to depart. Upon returning to the Chamber of Fury, Chao Jingchun did not dispatch anyone to lie in wait near Shining Palace. Yet it was certainly not a secret that Empress Xiao had returned to the palace. Regardless of such matters, after half a month of consuming vegetarian fare, the moment he stepped back into the chamber, Xing Bang couldn't help but smile at the sight before him, a lavish spread of imperial delicacies, including venison, bear paws, lamb, and mountain chicken, amounting to no fewer than 20 bowls, all brimming with sumptuous meats. The room was devoid of others, save for the young attendant, Xiao Jinzi, who was attending to the eunuch delivering the imperial decree. Xing Bang, having exerted considerable effort, was specially rewarded with this imperial feast. The eunuch delivering the decree stood upright, his voice clear and resonant. After rising, Xing Bang exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Jinzi, who promptly produced a silver note and handed it over. The eunuch cast a glance at it and immediately broke into a broad smile, exclaiming, Master Xing, you are exceedingly generous. How can we accept such kindness? As he spoke, the silver note was swiftly stowed away in his pocket. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the eunuch took his leave, and it was evident that 200 taels had been generously bestowed, a substantial sum indeed. Just as Xing Bang settled back down, Xiao Jinzi, with an ingratiating smile, remarked, Master Xing, please make yourself comfortable. I shall go and fetch. Chapter 140. The supreme accomplishment of the deathless infinity needle. Xing Bang waved his hand, signaling for Xiao Jinzi to dash out immediately. This lad, indeed, has proven to be a worthwhile investment, having become an extension of my own thoughts. Before long, Madame Fanghua, Bai Rushuang, and the mother-daughter duo of Nangong Shui arrived in succession. Please, make yourselves comfortable. Upon seeing these familiar faces, Xing Bang's spirits soared. With Xiao Jinzi present, he felt a semblance of restraint. Master Xing, please enjoy your meal. I shall keep my distance, Xiao Jinzi remarked, discreetly closing the door behind him. He felt assured that nothing untoward would occur during his brief absence, leaving Wu Jing to patiently await orders. Brother Bang, you have finally returned. These days have been dreadfully dull, exclaimed Bai Rushuang. I felt something was missing, and now it truly feels like home. Xing Bang chuckled heartily. As a wave of familiarity washed over him, Madame Fanghua served him a piece of venison, inquiring, You must have endured quite a bit lately, but thankfully, you don't appear to have lost weight. Bai Rushuang and Nangong Shui exchanged concerned glances, their warmth enveloping Xing Bang and bringing him a sense of comfort. As he surveyed the room, he realized that the company was far more delightful than the exquisite dishes laid before him. Xing Bang merely smiled, saying nothing further. confident that everyone, except perhaps Li Xiaowan, would understand the unspoken sentiments. After a satisfying reunion meal, it became evident that without him, their days were monotonously repetitive. The only notable change was that Li Xiaowan had returned to Nangong Shui's side. Thus, the conversation predominantly revolved around Xing Bang, with inquiries about his experiences since leaving the palace, though the details regarding Zheng Xiujuan were left unspoken. Mother, began Li Xiaowan, glancing at Nangong Shui after the banquet concluded. It seemed that Nangong Shui's guidance over the past days had borne some fruit, as she appeared somewhat bashful in front of so many people. Perhaps she had matured considerably. Dear, there are matters I wish to discuss with you. Let us move back tomorrow. Very well, replied Li Xiaowan, her expression one of reluctance, as she followed Nangong Shui back. Nangong's sister, wait. I feel a bit full. I shall accompany you for a short distance, Bai Rushuang said, casting a flirtatious smile at Xing Bang before hastening to join Nangong Shui. Why did they all leave in such a hurry? I was hoping to teach you how to play mahjong. Xing Bang thought, bemused. Madame Fanghua chuckled. But mahjong requires no more than 4 players. Shall we invite Wanner to join? Sister, I assure you I am quite serious, Bai Rushuang retorted. Madame Fanghua smirked. Do you think I believe that? Wait a moment, sister, did you all conspire beforehand? Xing Bang pondered, realizing that Li Xiaowan had no compelling reason to return. Madame Fanghua smiled knowingly. Oh dear, Nangong will come by later. Goodness, is this all so meticulously planned now? Xing Bang chuckled. Sister, are you sure? Performing a whimsical dance with his eyebrows. Madame Fanghua exhaled in relief. I fear I may struggle to open my eyes come morning. The next day, at the break of dawn, Nangong Shui returned early, leaving one to ponder the transformations that might await Li Xiaowan upon learning of the events. Xing Bang escorted Madame Fanghua back before returning to the office, commencing his workday. After a sporadic 4 hours of cultivation, he felt invigorated. Experience gained, 128,000. Continuous cultivation was essential. The fixed goodwill earnings over the past half-month yielded merely 112,000 experience. Experience balance, 140,000. He decided to expend 1,000,000 experience to elevate the deadly infinite needle to its utmost level. Without hesitation, Xing Bang fully invested in the deadly infinite needle, for he was soon to tend to Lady Zhao's ailments. Procrastination was not an option. Should he find himself lacking in experience, he could always inquire if the Empress might provide some assistance. His medical knowledge was sufficient. There were no ailments that could not be cured, so why complicate matters? Xing Bang casually sipped his tea, glancing at the time and preparing to visit the Hall of Supreme Harmony to report back, as instructed by the eunuch who had announced the edict the previous day. Following the morning court assembly, Lucien had summoned Xing Bang to the imperial study. Those within the inner palace were not permitted to attend court discussions, thus Xing Bang could not present himself at the assembly. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Lucien addressed him, Xiao Bangzi. During this morning's court session, I specifically discussed how to reward you for your contributions. As I anticipated, the proposal to grant you the title of a noble of a different surname faced opposition from the entire court. Your Majesty, I never harbored expectations for such honors, replied Xing Bang. The matter was transparently apparent. He was indifferent to it. Lucien understood the improbability of the situation, confident that he would surely mention it in court, as failing to do so would undermine the emperor's authority and credibility. His words could not go without some form of accountability. The dissent from the ministers was merely the anticipated response. It did not signify the emperor's insincerity. As for other matters, they would not be debated in court. An eunuch's favor was a matter for the inner palace. As he spoke, Xing Bang handed over the gold medal. Having completed his task, the formidable weapon was to be returned to the state. Lucien waved his hand. Xiao Bangzi, this gold medal I bestow upon you. With it, your duties will become more manageable. Moreover, did I not promise you a residence? This medal will facilitate your exit from the palace. I have already arranged for the residence through the Ministry of Revenue. I trust you will be pleased with it. What a stroke of luck. This residence was directly a government property. Lucien's implication was clear. The 6th prince would arrange the best accommodations for him. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. Xing Bang's heart leaped with joy. The title of a noble was trivial compared to this tangible benefit. It was evident that Lucien had contemplated this the day before. Having accepted the residence and its beauty, he graciously accepted the gold medal without reservation. It can be said that this is indeed a considerable grace. Among the eunuchs, only figures like Chao Zhengchun and Li Lianying possess the privilege to establish their own offices externally. Even in the absence of an official title, the mere elevation of status is profoundly significant, especially with the possession of this gold plaque, which undeniably adds to one's prestige. Little fellow, I am aware that Jing'er holds you in high regard. I hope you will assist him diligently in managing the Xiaofu. As for other matters, I shall not intervene. Yes, Your Majesty, I understand. It seems there will be no further rewards. However, with these privileges, I am quite content. This outing has been worthwhile. Official titles are but illusions, and possessing actual authority is far superior to any title. In truth, Lu Xian conveys another sentiment, which is that I shall not dictate your responsibilities within the Xiaofu. You may confer with the sixth prince regarding that. Nevertheless, one point remains. Do not forget the precious sword that hangs above your head. Lu Xian nodded in satisfaction. Good, very good. I am pleased that you comprehend this well. Chapter 141. The sixth prince's residence. As Xing Bang stepped out of the imperial study, he unexpectedly encountered the briskly walking Chao Zhengchun, who seemed preoccupied with some urgent matter. Greetings, Lord Chao. Ah, young Bang. I extend my congratulations on your remarkable achievement. I must report to His Majesty on another matter. We shall converse at a later time. With a brief acknowledgement, Chao Zhengchun hurried into the imperial study. Xing Bang shook his head and departed. Your Majesty, rejoice. The first batch of elixirs has been successfully refined by the four elders. Truly, the heavens favor our great Yao dynasty. Great companion, did the elders mention if these elixirs would indeed have extraordinary effects on me? Lu Xian, upon hearing this, was filled with immense excitement. Rest assured, Your Majesty, the elders have diligently sought to improve the elixirs over the past days. This batch possesses a gentle efficacy, perfectly suited for enhancing your royal constitution in the early stages. The Grand Elder has even personally tested the elixir. However, the Grand Elder has expressly instructed me to caution Your Majesty against utilizing your powers. Should you do so, the curse of the witchcraft upon you, combined with the energy of the dragon's inner core, may result in catastrophic consequences. Chao Zhengchuan's face radiated with elation, and he dared not omit any details. Haha, great companion, worry not. As long as I can prolong my days, what is the harm in living as an ordinary man? Moreover, with the four elders and your steadfast presence by my side, what use is my cultivation? Indeed, Your Majesty speaks wisely. I am truly delighted. I need no longer fret daily over your well-being. Great companion, you are of considerable age. Why do you still weep? Your Majesty, I weep tears of joy. Chao Zhengchun hurriedly wiped his tears, while Lu Xian's eyes were likewise red, reflecting the joy of survival after calamity. Ha ha ha. The two exchanged smiles, the master and servant sharing a moment of relief. By the way, great companion, this news must remain a secret. I am still not long for this world. Fear not, Your Majesty, I understand. Also, great companion, send a capable individual to Qinglong town to discreetly investigate the recent activities of the young Bang there, particularly concerning that woman. Upon returning to the violent chamber, Xing Bang discovered Xiao Duzi seated and enjoying tea, while Xiao Jinzi stood nearby in attendance. Greetings, Lord Xing. As soon as Xiao Duzi saw Xing Bang enter, he promptly rose and bowed. Previously, emboldened by his association with the sixth prince, Xiao Duzi had been quite arrogant when visiting the violent chamber. Even after learning of Xing Bang's favor with the prince, he maintained an air of superiority. However, Xiao Duzi was unaware that Xing Bang was poised to have Xiao Shizi replace him, and his newfound humility was truly earned through strength. No amount of foolishness could obscure the fact that Xing Bang had risen to prominence, shining brightly like the midday sun. Without a doubt, Xiao Duzi was most aware of the esteem with which Xing Bang was received at the sixth prince's residence. Xing Bang has never harbored a favorable impression of the little being, who, relying on the influence of others, lacks discernment and is vastly inferior to the amiable Xiao Jinzi standing beside him. The current Xiao Jinzi is composed and unassuming, executing tasks with meticulousness and clarity. In comparison, the little being appears utterly clueless, almost oblivious to his own demise, while Xiao Jinzi could effortlessly outmaneuver him without a hint of emotion. Naturally, Xing Bang would not stoop to engage with such an inconsequential eunuch. It is evident that the little bean's purpose for visiting pertains to matters concerning the residents. The sixth prince has been nearly suffocated by confinement within the estate. Upon receiving this news, he would undoubtedly summon Xing Bang without delay, seizing the opportunity to venture outside for a breath of fresh air. Without further ado, Xing Bang and the little bean proceeded towards the palace gates, where a carriage awaited them. Xing Bang was well aware that the sixth prince had fully recovered, which is why he was so readily leaving the palace. Otherwise, he would have delayed his departure for a few more days. Taking the sixth prince out before he was entirely fit would likely cause the empress considerable distress. At the Yin Wangfu, Lu Xianzi's lineage is meager. The sixth prince was conferred the title of Yin Wang upon his birth, with the territory serving as a bastion against the barbarian tribes, signifying Lu Xian's high expectations for him. Yet, despite the promise, Lu Xian did not allow him to govern at the appropriate age, instead entrusting his maternal uncle with the task of safeguarding the territory. "Xiao Bangzi, you have arrived." The sixth prince Lu Jing exclaimed upon seeing Xing Bang, leaping from the bed with a look of joy, as though a savior had appeared amidst his troubles. "Imperial physician, since Xiao Bangzi is here, I shall take my leave today. This is a task personally assigned by my father, and besides, I am now full of vitality. It seems my mother has been overly concerned. But, Your Highness, the Empress has given strict orders. Should anything occur, I cannot bear the blame." The imperial physician lamented, silently cursing his fate for being tethered to this capricious prince day after day, receiving little gratitude in return. "Imperial physician, the sixth prince is indeed fully recovered. You may return home to your wife and children. There is no need for concern regarding the Empress. I shall handle that matter." While the sixth prince's health had indeed improved, it was prudent to avoid excessive exertion and ensure ample rest. Upon hearing Xing Bang's words, the imperial physician felt an overwhelming urge to return home, well aware that the prince was in perfect health, a fact overshadowed by the empress's excessive care. Xing Bang offered a slight smile and nodded at the imperial physician, appreciating his earnest dedication over nearly 20 days of service to the sixth prince, a feat few could endure. "Your Highness, I take my leave." The imperial physician bowed to Lu Jing, then nodded in acknowledgement to Xing Bang. As he prepared to depart, Xing Bang called him back, retrieving 1,000 taels silver note from his sleeve and presenting it to him. "Imperial physician, you have worked hard. Please take this silver to support your household." No, this is merely my duty. I cannot accept such remuneration." The imperial physician waved his hand dismissively, not even glancing at the silver note, embodying a commendable integrity. "A mere 1,000 taels is but a trifling sum. Consider it a token of the sixth prince's gratitude for your service. Thank you for your kind intention, Your Highness. The safety of the sixth prince is the greatest consolation for me. I truly feel unworthy of such a large sum of silver. I fear I shall not sleep soundly at night." The imperial physician once again resolutely declined, displaying a rather awkward expression, torn between leaving and staying. I remarked, "Why do you fail to appreciate the favor? Just accept it without further ado. There is no need for such superfluous chatter. Quickly take the silver and be on your way," Lu Jing said with irritation. Xing Bang, somewhat fond of the obstinate physician, addressed Lu Jing, "Your Highness, the physician's intentions are sincere. Perhaps it would be best to let this matter go." Lu Xian waved his hand dismissively, his face reflecting impatience. "Enough, you may leave now." "Thank you, Your Highness." The physician's expression softened considerably as he hurried away with his medicine box. Xing Bang shook his head, perplexed by whether the physician was genuinely so straightforward and rigid. There was simply no need to refuse such silver. Chapter 142. "Your Highness, do you only frequent these places?" sighed Lu Jing, relieved that the clinging nuisance had finally departed. "I have been utterly vexed these days." He called out for assistance as he rose to prepare for his attire. Xing Bang had long grown accustomed to the sixth prince's capricious nature, disregarding the nuances of social etiquette, acting solely on personal whims. His life was, regrettably, rather uneventful. Soon, a basin of clear water was brought in by Xiao Duzi, accompanied by 2 maidservants who hastened to assist the sixth prince with his clothing. "Xiao Bangzi, you have indeed found the right person for this task entrusted by father. I need not peruse the records. I am well aware of the most delightful residences in the capital. Moreover, Xiao Bangzi, let me confide in you. I have already identified the finest vacant residence, requiring no further inspection. I am certain you will be pleased. The sixth prince boasted, reveling in his own cleverness while changing his garments. Everything shall proceed as your highness commands. However, Xiao Bangzi, you must not return to the palace so swiftly. You are to accompany me for a few days of revelry. I have been cooped up for far too long. Xing Bang understood Lu Jing's intentions perfectly. It was merely an opportunity for merriment. Given their rapport, he was uniquely suited to indulge the prince's desires. In accordance with the prince's wishes, selecting a residence required no effort. They would merely skim the surface of pleasure. Haha, Xiao Bangzi, you truly grasp my thoughts. Had it been Xiao Duzi, without clear instructions, he would ponder for 3 days and still be none the wiser. Lu Jing chuckled, praising Xing Bang while inadvertently dragging Xiao Duzi into the conversation. The latter wore a countenance of discontent, harboring a twinge of jealousy towards Xing Bang. Xiao Duzi was indeed quite agile. Otherwise, Lu Jing would have long since relegated him to the menial tasks of the jailhouse. Lu Jing showed no signs of restraint. Xing Bang was astounded. The prince spoke without a filter, seemingly unaware of the enemies he was creating. Were he not royalty, he would have likely faced dire consequences long ago. Nevertheless, Xiao Duzi appeared neither particularly angered nor embarrassed, indicating he was accustomed to such remarks. Upon reflection, Xing Bang had not contemplated how to accommodate Xiao Duzi upon the arrival of Xiao Shizi. Truth be told, the jailhouse would serve as a suitable option. Not to purposefully make things difficult, he would simply be left to his own devices, dutifully serving as a lowly eunuch, perhaps even extending his years. Xing Bang, after all, did not tolerate ineptitude. Once Lu Jing had finished dressing, the maidservants began to arrange his hair. Ah, Xiao Bangzi, I almost forgot to mention. I have prepared 2 prospective residences for you. Fortune smiles upon you. One belongs to the He family, recently seized, and is currently unoccupied. It is one of the most prestigious estates in the capital. The second choice is the former residence of the late Right Chancellor, which is also available. These 2 are the grandest and most impressive. However, there is a situation I must bring to your attention. The residence of the Right Chancellor has remained unoccupied for an extended period, with no one expressing interest in acquiring the property. Rumors abound that it is haunted. Though the specifics remain unclear, these tales are purportedly spread by the current Right Chancellor, an elderly gentleman, who vacated the premises within less than half a month. Consequently, no one has dared to consider the estate. Ironically, one of the houses belongs to the family of Lady Fanghua, while the other is a former abode of Nangong Shui. As for the haunting, the details are shrouded in mystery. In truth, I am inclined to suggest that you choose the Right Chancellor's residence. The entire capital is aware of the ghostly legends surrounding it, and passers-by do not dare to linger. I am quite curious. Could it be that the Li family's spirits are indeed restless? Lu Jing remarked with an amused smile. Is it not absurd that despite the haunting, you wish for me to validate your curiosity? Nevertheless, Xing Bang himself does not subscribe to such superstitions. Your Highness, I fear that accepting either of these residences may not be entirely appropriate. What makes it inappropriate? My father once declared that all should be conferred titles of prince. And what significance does a mere house hold? Moreover, my father did not issue any specific instructions, so it is only right to select the finest. Lu Jing replied dismissively. Xing Bang was acutely aware of the implications. He would certainly not choose the He family's residence. It had been a month or 2 since its last occupancy, indicating that there were likely superstitions associated with it, and he did not wish to court bad luck. The Li residence, however, was a possibility, albeit he needed to clarify the nature of the haunting first. Your Highness, I have contemplated this matter, and since it is an assignment from His Majesty, it would be prudent for us to inspect the properties. Very well, there is no issue with that. After all, it is you who will reside there, and it must meet your satisfaction, the 6th prince readily agreed. Xing Bang discerned that Lu Jing, when it came to those he admired or pursuits he desired, was not as capricious or selfish, displaying an ability to consider others' feelings. Before long, Lu Jing completed his preparations and summoned 2 horses, bringing no one else along as they ventured out together. Little Bangzi, as the day is still young, shall we find a place to enjoy ourselves before dining at the finest establishment in the capital? After we have satisfied our appetites, we can then proceed to view the residence. Pray tell, Your Highness, where do you wish to seek amusement? Ah, there are numerous options for entertainment, tea houses for storytelling, cricket fighting, or even cockfighting. Lu Jing rambled on, clearly detailing his usual pastimes. Xing Bang felt a sense of disdain, questioning whether the sixth prince had some peculiarities or aversions, as none of his suggestions bore any relation to courting. Your Highness, do you frequent only such places? Xing Bang inquired, still incredulous. Indeed, is there not enough variety? Wait, little Bangzi, do you not wish to visit such venues? Your Highness, it is not that I have an aversion to such places. Rather, I perceive that most of the locales you mentioned are frequented by the common folk. Spending prolonged periods in such environments may lead to the acquisition of undesirable habits. It would be more prudent to frequent establishments of a more refined nature, where one might cultivate relationships with the influential and powerful. As for Xing Bang, he has no desire to reveal his thoughts, merely guiding the conversation. To be frank, Lu Jing has little inclination to visit the places Lu Jing spoke of. They hold no appeal whatsoever. Nevertheless, Lu Jing has already come to regard Xing Bang as a close companion, and since the topic of amusement has arisen, a more democratic approach is only fitting. Lu Jing furrowed his brow, then suddenly chuckled as a thought struck him. Ah, little Bangzi, I understand now. You are referring to the establishments of ill repute. Are you not? I have visited such places before, yet found them lacking in substance, merely a gathering of superficial allure, much like the entertainments of the Jiaofeng. Chapter 143. Inspection of the brothel. Your Highness, the Empress holds high expectations for you. Yesterday, on our way back to the palace, she instructed me to offer you guidance in the future. Visiting the brothel is not entirely without merit. Although the dark alleys should be avoided, as you mentioned, the brothel does possess a certain elegance. More importantly, its patrons are individuals of notable status. Young sir, I presume you have never been to the brothel. If that is the case, it would be beneficial for you to familiarize yourself with this establishment, which falls under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Revenue. A subordinate of mine. Since you are now my right-hand man, it is fitting that I take you there. To be honest, I have yet to visit during daylight hours. It seems to hold some intrigue. Lu Jing's face broke into a slight smile as he spoke. However, his notion of intrigue was clearly driven by curiosity rather than genuine interest. Xing Bang had not anticipated Lu Jing would shift the conversation towards the brothel. He had not given it much thought, merely harboring a curiosity regarding the sixth prince's preferences, a young man in the prime of his youth. It struck him as quite peculiar. As the prince stated, he had indeed never been there, so it was time to broaden his horizons. With the sixth prince expressing interest, there was little left to discuss. The brothel, being associated with courtesans, likely enjoyed a steady flow of patrons throughout the day, albeit less bustling than at night. With the sixth prince, a local connoisseur, visiting the establishment would surely be effortless. To be candid, I have previously sent 2 maidservants from the brothel. It would be an opportune moment for you to appreciate their talents. This added a layer of interest. Lu Jing did not inquire further, and Xing Bang had nothing to conceal. He had come to understand that although the maidservants had been sent to the brothel, he had not yet dealt with them directly. The unfortunate women sent from the brothel would likely find little hope of redemption in their lives. However, not all within the brothel are for sale. Some are trained in song and dance to perform at celebrations, funded by the Ministry of Rights. Yet, once sent from the brothel, there are no choices left. Only the fate of servitude awaits. The 2 maidservants Xing Bang had sent, chosen by Su Guang, were not in accordance with the standard procedures, but rather favored due to monetary influence. It was a minor affair. Now, however, Xing Bang was in a different position. He could not only bestow gifts upon the officials of the brothel, but could also reprimand them if displeased. The highest official in the brothel held the title of a 7th-rank ceremonial official, supported by 2 9th-rank musicians, followed by a cadre of temporary workers lacking formal status. Despite the lowly rank of the brothel's officials, the hidden benefits were quite appealing. Once an individual became a convict or outcast within the brothel, they were marked with a permanent stigma, their worth barely surpassing that of livestock. Punishment and discipline could be dispensed at a whim. Soon enough, Xing Bang accompanied the 6th prince to the brothel. Those who frequent this place are invariably of noble lineage or esteemed officials. Commoners, regardless of wealth, are barred entry and relegated to the lesser alleys. This serves as a form of equilibrium, lest the more plebeian establishments be left to languish in obscurity. Nobility, possessing a broader perspective, dictates that even the women of the music house, though of lowly status, must possess certain allure to gain admission. The attendant at the entrance, with utmost deference, ushered in the 6th prince and Xing Bang. It is evident that such a position demands a constant display of cordiality. As the clientele here are all of elevated status, even the dogs they walk seem to wield authority. The two made no effort to conceal their presence. Even if the lesser officials were unaware of the sixth prince, many patrons here would undoubtedly recognize him, making discretion an impossibility. In official venues, the atmosphere remains vibrant even in broad daylight. The young nobles, seeking amusement, likely frequent this establishment out of habit, akin to indulging in morning tea. However, ministers dare not appear during the day, reserving their leisure for the evening after hours. Yet, one cannot generalize. Is that not Master Ma, the right vice minister of rights? As Lu Jing and Xing Bang settled in the hall, a figure approached, prompting Lu Jing to tease with a playful smile. Your Highness, what brings you here? Master Ma exclaimed, his initial surprise giving way to a mixture of embarrassment and trepidation. Though visiting during working hours might warrant a reprimand, fear was unwarranted, particularly as the sixth prince was widely regarded as ineffectual. Lu Jing found amusement in the situation and responded, if you can be here at this hour, what prevents me from doing the same? Moreover, Master Ma, what official business brings you here during duty hours? Surely you are not here on a covert inspection? Master Ma's face flushed, as he had indeed contemplated such an excuse, yet lacked a more credible rationale. Your Highness, I am indeed here for a discreet inspection. The Ministry of Rights holds authority over the music house during festival seasons, and since I had few official matters today, I thought to observe the talents of the performers. At that moment, a young man clad in official robes approached, clearly the highest-ranking official present, his pale complexion revealing a life drained by indulgence. His youth belied the position he held, suggesting a family of significant influence. Your Highness, you ought to have sent word of your arrival. I would have come to greet you, the young official said, bowing obsequiously. Spare me the pretense. This includes you as well, Lu Jing replied, glancing at Master Ma. However, I assure you, I am merely passing through for a brief inspection. Yes, indeed. Master Ma nodded vigorously, though skepticism lingered in the air. Rest assured, I have made all necessary arrangements, the young official added. The young priest, preoccupied with matters of greater importance than the deputy minister Ma, prioritized the arrangements for the sixth prince, who was, after all, the superior of his superior. A mere priest like himself was inconsequential in comparison. Very well, Deputy Minister Ma. You may proceed with your inspections, he conceded. Lu Jing, unfettered by restraint, burst into laughter, viewing the situation as mere amusement. He followed the young priest into the premises, which naturally offered the finest accommodations. As they passed by a room, the sound of a man's boisterous laughter emerged from within. The sixth prince halted, his brow furrowing in recognition. That voice sounds oddly familiar, he murmured, glancing at the young priest. Who occupies that room? The sixth prince was acutely aware that this area housed the most prestigious quarters. Your Highness, this. The young priest hesitated, his expression betraying his discomfort. The sixth prince's demeanor darkened, and with an air of impatience, he commanded, It seems you, priest, are unwilling to fulfill your duties. Speak up at once. Chapter 144. The Scheme of Xiao Shizhong. Your Highness, it is indeed Master Xiao within. Uncle? Lu Jing's brow furrowed as he gazed at the door, realizing why the voice sounded so familiar. How audacious of his uncle to behave so brazenly in broad daylight. If it were anyone else, he would have immediately ordered them to cease their commotion. Let us depart. Yes, Your Highness, please. The ceremonial official hastily led the way ahead. Xing Bang curled his lip, fully aware that the person inside was Xiao Shizhong, and deemed it unsurprising. Soon, Xing Bang and the sixth prince entered a lavishly adorned room at the innermost part of the establishment, where the noise subsided considerably upon closing the door. This chamber was opulent, richly decorated, and furnished with an array of musical instruments. May I inquire what orders you have, Your Highness? I shall attend to them at once. The ceremonial official understood the implications of their visit, knowing full well that it was not for mere inspection. The sixth prince glanced at Xing Bang, who immediately spoke. Summon the two maidens who were sent from the violent chamber a few days ago. Are you referring to Cui Hong and Qing Mei? Is there an issue? The ceremonial official's expression turned awkward and troubled. Your Highness, they are currently in Master Zhao's room. The ceremonial official inwardly lamented, having ventured out to pay respects today. What was with these lords? Nonetheless, those two maidens were indeed strikingly beautiful and, more importantly, had never entertained guests before. He had long harbored a desire to approach them, but had refrained, fearing the potential ramifications if high-ranking individuals were involved. After all, Master Xiao was the brother of the Empress. Had it been anyone else making such demands, he would have certainly declined. You are exceedingly bold. Those maidens were only trained in skills. How could they be allowed to entertain guests? Lu Jing was no fool. The earlier commotion hardly resembled a simple musical performance, and he was already privy to the particulars of the situation. Your Highness, I possess no such audacity. There have been constant attempts to entice them, all of which I have deftly deflected. However, with Master Zhao's sudden arrival today, I dared not refuse. The ceremonial official was compelled to speak the truth, realizing that the sixth prince might indeed be the one orchestrating the involvement of those two maidens. He felt fortunate to have remained vigilant. Otherwise, he could have unwittingly courted disaster. He silently thanked his stars that the sixth prince had come today. Otherwise, after the incident, he would likely find himself in dire straits, becoming a target for his own uncle's ire. Go summon those two maidens and inform them that they are to be evaluated on their talents at my behest. Were it not for Xiao Shizhong, Lu Jing would have likely kicked the door down by now. He understood implicitly that Xing Bang's arrangement of the maidens for talent training was intended to provide him with some amusement. Now that he was aware of the circumstances, it felt as if he had orchestrated it himself. A royal prince could not afford to lose face, especially not in front of his own uncle. The ceremonial official, terrified, fell to his knees, exclaiming, "Your Highness, please spare me. Given Master Zhao's temperament, I fear I shall face dire consequences in the future. How can the esteemed Right Chancellor have such a cowardly and inept son like you?" Lu Jing wore a look of disdain, too apathetic to engage with such a feeble character. He turned and continued, "Xiao Bangzi, you go take a look." "Yes, Your Highness." Xing Bang responded and stepped out, unfazed by the presence of Lord Xiao, the national uncle. Inside, it was highly probable that they were indulging in flower wine. He knocked lightly on the door. "Who is there? Are you tired of living? No matter who you are, get lost." The domineering and impatient voice of Xiao Shizhong echoed. Without hesitation, Xing Bang pushed the door open and entered. Indeed, they were drinking flower wine, with the green-clad Sohong and Qingmei sitting on either side of Xiao Shizhong. After some training, the two women had certainly acquired a more elegant demeanor. All women in the Bureau of Courtesans wore green, symbolizing their lowly status. Soehong and Qingmei looked toward Xing Bang, both being unwilling participants in their fates, forever subject to the whims of others. "Lord Xiao, you have such refined tastes. It's you? Who permitted you to enter? What do you want?" Although there had been instructions from the Empress and his father not to provoke this little eunuch, Xiao Shizhong harbored resentment toward Xing Bang due to the incident with Huang Baiwan. He refrained from instigating trouble, but if trouble came knocking, he would certainly retaliate. "I knocked, but since you didn't tee open, I had no choice but to come in myself. I do have matters to attend to. These two maidens were sent from my chamber, and I must take them back. I hope Lord Xiao will understand." Xing Bang sought to gauge whether he could gain an advantage over Xiao Shizhong, knowing full well that they were unlikely to become friends. "Haha, little Bangzi. Oh no, Xing Gonggong, you truly frighten me. What great authority you wield. However, this is the Bureau of Courtesans. Regardless of whether they were sent from your chamber, I have taken a liking to these two servants, so I'm afraid I cannot part with them. Nonetheless, since you, Xing Gonggong, have come personally, I cannot deny you completely. They are just two simple maidens. Once I have had my fill of amusement, you may take them with you." Xiao Shizhong suppressed his anger, considering a mere little eunuch as insignificant. He would deal with him in due time. What he said was not entirely incorrect. They were merely two simple maidens. Xiao Shizhong's willingness to show respect was a sign of his regard, which Xing Bang could not overlook. "In that case, Lord Xiao, do enjoy yourself. However, as the Minister of War, you should remember that this is not your leisure time. I must commend you." "What do you mean by that?" Xiao Shizhong replied with disdain, still daring to threaten him, as if he would have hesitated had he truly feared it. Xing Bang smiled knowingly. "Oh, it's nothing. Such trivial matters are hardly worth mentioning. However, the Empress has shown me great favor, and since you, Lord Xiao, are her own brother, you cannot allow yourself to engage in actions that could be used against you. Thank you, Xing Gonggong, but you needn't trouble yourself. If there is nothing else, please feel free to continue. Since you're here, why not enjoy a moment of leisure? I shall cover all expenses." Xiao Shizhong was somewhat concerned about his sister. The Empress. He could not fathom how this young man had managed to bewitch him into yielding to a mere junior eunuch. It was truly infuriating. Today, his mood had been relatively pleasant, as he had intended to indulge in a carefree moment. However, he was met with the unwelcome disruption of this young man, which made their enmity feel all the more palpable. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I lack the audacity for such boldness. Since I cannot take him away, I shall simply pay a visit to the Xiang residence to greet Lord Xiao before returning to the palace, thought Xing Bang, secretly plotting his revenge. This matter may seem trivial, yet I wonder how your cunning father will react when he hears of it. Are you not afraid? Moreover, the Xiao residence was far from tranquil at present. Xiao Shizhong pondered for a moment before letting out a cold snort. Little rascal, you are quite clever. He then raised his cup and downed its contents in one swift motion. Thank you for your understanding, Lord Xiao. What are you two still dawdling for? Come, follow me. Chapter 145. Who reported this bastard? Xiao Shizhong, having suffered a silent grievance, was consumed by a tempest of fury. He hurled his wine cup to the ground, exclaiming, You two, leave at once. Suhong and Qing Mei, startled, promptly rose to their feet, while Xing Bang said little, turning to exit the room, followed closely by the two women. Moments later, Xiao Shizhong reached the door, witnessing Xing Bang leading a group toward the entrance. His teeth clenched in rage. You despicable eunuch, using the Empress and my father to coerce me, yet you dare to pursue pleasure yourself. What audacity! Just wait and see how I deal with you. Xing Bang, glancing back at the furious Xiao Shizhong, could not help but sneer. With your limited capabilities, you think you can contend with me? Let us see what tricks you can conjure. He was acutely aware that Xiao Shizhong, having suffered a setback, would not depart so easily. Whatever underhanded schemes he might devise would only lead to his own humiliation. Not only will you learn your place, but your father will as well. I, Xing Bang, am not to be trifled with. This was also why he refrained from mentioning the sixth prince. Sui Hong, Qing Mei, quickly pay your respects to His Highness, the sixth prince. We humbly bow before the sixth prince. The two women, unfamiliar with the sixth prince, were terrified and hastily knelt on the ground. In that moment, they understood why Master Xing dared to oppose Lord Xiao. He had the sixth prince backing him. Little Bang, my uncle hasn't said anything, has he? After a while, Lu Jing began to feel that things were not progressing as planned. If this delay continued, he would have to visit personally, reasoning that he could not possibly disregard the wishes of a prince. No, Lord Xiao is quite reasonable. I hadn't even mentioned the sixth prince when he released them, insisting instead that I join him for a couple of cups of wine. Little Bang, are you certain the person inside is my uncle? Lu Jing furrowed his brow, finding it strange that there was no mention of himself. It is indeed Lord Xiao. We met that day at your royal residence. Enough of that. We've been sitting idle for too long. Come, Little Bang, sit and share a drink with me before we continue. In the meantime, the table was lavishly adorned with fine wines and exquisite dishes. Your Highness, if there are no further orders, I shall take my leave. Very well, go ahead. Lu Jing waved his hand, and the young ceremonial official exited the room. Xing Bang took a seat and promptly poured a cup of wine for the sixth prince. The two women, quick-witted, began to dance, accompanied by the sound of the pipa. Instantly, the room was filled with a lively atmosphere of song and dance. Quite impressive, the grace of their movements. The Imperial Music Bureau certainly possesses talent. Lu Jing savored his drink while enjoying the performance. As long as life was comfortable, he felt content. After all, who does not relish such days? Little Bang, come, let us drink. I am in high spirits today and intend to indulge until intoxicated. Yes, Your Highness. Xing Bang swiftly clinked his cup with Lu Jing's. This young man, when cheerful, thought of nothing else, likely forgetting about the matter of inspecting the residence. However, at this moment, it was wise not to dampen his spirits. It was best to indulge in merriment. At that moment, Xing Bang sensed the arrival of a group outside the door. The faint sound of blades clashing against their sheaths echoing in the air. Surely it could only be Xiao Shizhong come to stir trouble. From inside, the voice proclaimed, I am Xia Chongqing, the governor of Jingji Prefecture. I have received reports that certain officials are indulging in pleasure during official duties. You are required to come forth for an investigation immediately. How audacious, daring to cause trouble for me. Little Bang, let us continue our revelry. If Xia Chongqing dares to enter, I shall not hesitate to slap him across the face. Lu Jing wore a look of disdain, while Xing Bang chuckled. eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. At such a pivotal moment, he would surely add fuel to the fire, making things as uncomfortable as possible for Xiao Shizhong. Xing Bang remained relentless towards his adversaries or those who disrupted his peace. If he could not confront them openly, he would devise a means to undermine them subtly. He was uncompromising towards foes or those with ill intent, for threats accumulate gradually over time. After a while, since you refused to cooperate, do not blame me for being impolite. Xia Changqing, positioned to enforce the law, typically targeted the vulnerable. As Lord Xiao had indicated, it was merely a minor eunuch inside, making apprehension seem effortless. Naturally, he did not dare to be negligent. Perhaps Lord Xiao might even reward him should he succeed. Furthermore, there was no reason for hesitation. At this hour within the teaching bureau, any indulgence was a violation. The music played on, the dancing continued. Lu Jing paid no heed, feigning ignorance. Lord Xiao, are you certain that only a lowly steward resides within? Xia Changqing pondered, sensing unease as the revelry persisted unabated. Lord Xia, I am merely here for amusement. Do not dilly-dally. Go inside, seize the individuals, and take them away. The evidence is irrefutable. Yes, I shall do so at once. Xia Changqing, however, remained cautious, opting to personally investigate. After all, one never knew if a significant figure might be present. You too follow me. With that, Xia Changqing pushed the door open and entered. Upon stepping inside, he was taken aback, who did not recognize the sixth prince. What was this situation? An uncle apprehending his nephew. Was this the act of familial betrayal? Xia Changqing stood bewildered, while Lu Jing chuckled lightly. Xia Changqing, what performance is this? Are you intending to drag me back to Shuntian Prefecture? With a sudden realization, Xia Changqing understood he could not touch the sixth prince, even if he had imprisoned his mother. He could not afford to entangle himself in such a significant matter. Your Highness, forgive me. I would not dare, even with 100 lives. I was simply unaware of your presence here. I had reports to investigate, and my duty compelled me to come. Xia Changqing was not a fool. He swiftly adapted his approach, acknowledging that as long as he acted within the bounds of the law, he would encounter no trouble. Reports? Tell me, who is the scoundrel attempting to frame me? Lu Jing maintained a pleasant demeanor, his patience intact. Otherwise, he would have kicked him aside without a second thought, for there was no reason to engage in further discourse. Summer Changqing felt rather awkward. What on earth was happening? Xing Bang couldn't help but stifle a laugh. The term bastard was aptly employed, and the moment their eyes met, it would become even more amusing. If you choose not to speak, then refrain from saying anything, little Bangsy. Grant him 100 resounding slaps first. Your Highness, that is unwise. Yes, it was Lord Xiao who sent this officer. Summer Changqing shivered in fright. The sixth prince truly dared to strike him. Nonsense, little Bangsy, make it 200. Although Lu Jing's head felt somewhat foggy, he remained clear-headed, pondering whether that indifferent uncle would be mad enough to seek trouble with him. In that moment, he also forgot about Xing Bang's mention of not bringing up his matters. Your Highness, I do not dare to lie. Lord Xiao is currently outside the door. Lu Jing wore an expression of displeasure and turned to say, Little Bangsy, go check if it is indeed. Chapter 146, A Single Arrow, 3 Targets. Xiao Shizhong waited at the door, growing increasingly impatient. It was merely a matter of bringing someone in. He had not provided much information to Xia Changqing regarding the identity of the young eunuch. It was only reasonable to take him away and deal with him first. Just as he was about to enter to investigate further, Xing Bang emerged, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, it is Lord Xiao. Please come in. With that, Xing Bang turned and returned to the room, leaving Xiao Shizhong puzzled as he followed closely behind. Your Highness, what brings you here? Upon entering, Xiao Shizhong was taken aback, more so than he had been with Xia Changqing. It was truly astonishing. Uncle, is it truly you? Have you reported me to the crown? He exclaimed, feeling a sense of dread. Your Highness, it's not as you think. How could my uncle ever wish you harm? Xiao Shizhong panicked, realizing that if the queen's sister were to learn of this, she would surely reprimand him harshly. The absurdity of the situation was overwhelming. The facts are laid bare. The prince continued, you, a dignified minister of war, neglecting your duties to come here and witness this farce involving me? Your Highness, I genuinely had no knowledge of your presence here. I thought only little Bang was around. Xiao Shizhong hastily explained, disregarding the implications of reporting, as he was clearly there to apprehend Xing Bang. Lu Jing, somewhat bewildered and having consumed considerable amounts of alcohol, struggled to grasp the unfolding situation. Lord Xiao, we were just having a pleasant chat. What has prompted your sudden arrival? We seem to have no grievances between us. Xiao Shizhong found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, uncle, you are well aware of Little Bang's circumstances. What purpose does it serve to trouble him? Moreover, you have spent half the day here in the Bureau of Music. Lu Jing bluntly pointed out the awkwardness of Xiao Shizhong's position. Your Highness, I may have indulged a bit too much. My vision is somewhat clouded, Xiao Shizhong admitted, recognizing that there was no graceful way out of this predicament. It was evident that he could not take Xing Bang away from his own nephew, so he opted for a retreat. Believing that even a senior figure like him would not be subjected to undue hardship from his relative, Lu Jing considered letting the matter rest, preparing to suggest that Xiao Shizhong take his leave when Xing Bang interjected. Your Highness, since Lord Xia has come here with such fanfare and with several officials present, it is only fitting that you, as a prince, uphold justice on behalf of His Majesty. Furthermore, as the sixth prince, you are here on the Emperor's orders to perform your duties and merely stopped by for an inspection of the Bureau of Music. The Minister of Rites is also aware of this, yet it is shocking to discover such corruption among certain officials. The stakes had been raised. There was no turning back now. It was imperative that Xiao Shizhong face some consequences. Xing Bang's words were clear, and Lu Jing, along with everyone present, could comprehend the underlying message. The sixth prince must conduct affairs with integrity, which would not only earn the emperor's commendation but also delight the queen, as her son finally engaged in proper duties. How deeply devoted and selfless one must be to the realm, to even go so far as to turn against one's own uncle. Xing Bang, undoubtedly fearless, must be a source of delight for Lu Xian upon witnessing the internal strife among the Xiao family, reveling in their self-destruction. This is indeed a remarkable twofold achievement. It serves to discipline and intimidate the Xiao father and son, while the empress can claim it as a tactical sacrifice. And the emperor's second son might even earn some favor. What's not to gain? When Xiao Shizhong left in a fit of rage, Xing Bang anticipated that he would not let the matter rest, and to his surprise, he had summoned the officials from Shuntian Prefecture, turning the tables to make him stumble upon his own misfortune. One cannot merely speak. One must substantiate one's words with action to earn trust, showcasing not only capability but also cunning, thereby garnering greater respect from Lu Xian and the empress. Xiao Shizhong harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Xing Bang, yet felt helpless, as this was a seemingly legitimate covert investigation, complicated further by the fact that it involved his own nephew. What a predicament! Lu Jing, initially uninterested in such affairs, found merit in the points raised by Xiao Bang, realizing that for the sake of his mother, it was indeed an opportunity to make a name for himself, as he had yet to undertake any commendable deeds. With such considerations, Lu Jing resolved to heed Xing Bang's advice and indulge in this affair, lamenting that his uncle would have to bear the brunt, though it would not cost him his life. Lord Xia, according to our great Yao's laws, how should officials be punished for seeking entertainment at the Jiao Fong under these circumstances? Your Highness, by the law, they should receive 40 strokes of the cane. Lord Xia Chongqing trembled as he spoke, vowing never to return by day again. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shizhong felt a pang of dread. It seemed he was destined for immense humiliation, cursing Xing Bang in his heart. Lu Jing, uncertain, looked to Xing Bang for guidance, who whispered in his ear, "Is this permissible? Might it be a bit excessive? Everything rests upon your Highness's judgment." Xing Bang was utterly perplexed, wondering who this fool was addressing. Gathering his resolve, Lu Jing declared, "Xia Chongqing, take men and arrest all officials currently at the Jiao Fong, have them wait at the entrance, and send 2 loud heralds to draw in the nearby populace." "Yes, Your Highness." Xia Chongqing inwardly marveled at the ruthlessness of this strategy, relieved it was not he in the spotlight, lest he face immense disgrace. Yet, he couldn't help but ponder how the sixth prince so readily obeyed a mere eunuch. What a formidable figure this eunuch must be. Henceforth, he would tread carefully around him. Xiao Shizhong could only glare viciously at Xing Bang, realizing that there was no point in pleading with his nephew now that orders had been given. He could not fathom why both the empress and the sixth prince placed such unwavering trust in this young eunuch, allowing him to rub his own uncle's face in the dirt. Truly, this was bizarre. Wait. Suddenly, Xiao Shizhong had an epiphany and hurriedly addressed Lu Jing. "Your Highness, I too am merely fulfilling my official duties here, in apprehending these individuals. You must see to it that I am treated justly." He contemplated evasion, but surely, as the sixth prince, he ought to grant his uncle a measure of respect. "However, Your Highness, once a decision has been made, it cannot be retracted midway. If you release the national uncle, it would be deemed unjust and subject to public censure. I believe many officials here are aware of the situation regarding Lord Xiao, and these two maidservants stand as witnesses. Even before His Majesty, the truth cannot be denied. Sui Hong and Xing Mei, you must not speak falsely in the presence of the prince. Can you testify?" The two maidens nodded decisively, proving they were far from foolish. Xing Bang smiled knowingly, eager to see how Xiao Shizhong would extricate himself from this predicament, compelled to endure the scrutiny of the court. "Uncle, at this juncture, I can no longer shield you." Xing Bang's words were grounded in undeniable logic, and Lu Jing naturally had no retort. Master Xing, may I speak with you privately for a moment?" Xiao Shizhong, resigned, capitulated, acknowledging that the one who tied the knot must also be the one to untie it. Chapter 147. The Impartial Sixth Prince. "Your Highness, if I may." Xiao Shizhong sought Lu Jing's opinion. "What, uncle? Surely you do not wish for me to evade this matter?" No, Your Highness. What I mean is to apologize to eunuch Xing." Xiao Shizhong was utterly speechless, doubting whether such a fool could truly enjoy the riches and glory that the Xiao family had sacrificed so much to secure for him. Lu Jing waved his hand dismissively. "Speak your mind. I am not one to take offense. Eunuch Xing, today's incident was entirely a misunderstanding. In front of Your Highness, I formally offer my apology. Should you find it insufficient, I am willing to bow my head in contrition." Yet, Xiao Shizhong's heart bled with humiliation. Never had he endured such a disgrace. To preserve his dignity, he found himself pleading with the eunuch, yet he felt he had no choice, lest he become the subject of ridicule from many. A wise man does not suffer needless losses. Eunuch Xing smiled slightly. "Sir Xiao, you are overly courteous. Foregoing the bow is acceptable. I shall accept your apology." "Thank you, Eunuch Xing, for your magnanimity. I shall be sure to repay your kindness when the opportunity arises. Your Highness, may I take my leave now?" Xiao Shizhong thought that having received forgiveness, he could now escape swiftly. "Wait, does Eunuch Xing have further instructions?" "Sir Xiao, while I accept your apology, you cannot simply depart unpunished. I may not mind, but as a royal prince, it would be a mockery of the law if the entire capital learned of this. Favoritism towards relatives cannot be tolerated." Eunuch Xing chuckled inwardly, contemplating that there was no way for Xiao Shizhong to slip away unscathed. Not when there was a risk of him causing trouble later. "Your Highness, what do you think?" "Uncle, it is not that I do not wish to assist you. Little Xing is correct." Upon hearing Eunuch Xing's words, Lu Jing found the situation increasingly amusing, realizing he would soon be hailed as a hero. Xiao Shizhong's face turned a deep shade of anger, nearly choking on his own fury. At that moment, Xia Chongqing approached. "Your Highness, we have apprehended several officials and brought them to the entrance. The crowd outside is so dense we can hardly move." Lu Jing sprang to his feet, excitement radiating from him. Such a grand spectacle. He prepared to step outside. "Sir Xiao, as a high-ranking official, please proceed." "You." Xiao Shizhong gritted his teeth in frustration, letting out a cold snort as he exited. Soon, Eunuch Xing and the sixth prince arrived at the grand entrance, where a sea of onlookers had gathered, a spectacle indeed. In my lifetime, I have never witnessed such a sight. Humph, these corrupt officials have met their day of reckoning. They deserve it. Is that not Minister Xiao? He is indeed a royal relative, is he not? My dear friend, you are not mistaken. It is indeed Lord Xiao. Have you not recognized who that esteemed individual is? It is none other than His Highness, the sixth prince. Who else would possess such audacity? Long live the sixth prince." The crowd, a sea of black, resembles a fervent demonstration as they chant the name of the sixth prince in unison. Lu Jing, unaccustomed to such grand displays, felt a rush of exhilaration. For the first time, he experienced the profound joy of being respected and cherished, a feeling of pride unlike any other. "Lord Xia, do not delay in executing the sentence. Let the people witness that this prince is unwavering in his pursuit of justice, and that not a single stroke shall be spared. Ensure that each blow is delivered with utmost severity. Long live the sixth prince." Lu Jing, nearly floating with excitement, struggled to maintain his composure. Lord Xia, unhesitating, had already prepared the long bench, and soon, Xiao Shizhong, and the others were laid upon it. Xiao Shizhong, in a moment of desperation, attempted to conceal his face with disheveled hair, but as the common folks say, even in ashes, one would be recognized. The soldiers began the execution, and a cacophony of wailing ensued. These officials, who once reveled in indulgence, were now stripped of their former arrogance, each one reduced to cries of despair. Strike, strike fiercely. The common people, fists clenched, acted as a spirited audience, each blow from the soldiers growing more forceful, spurred on by the will of the masses. Yet, to his fortune, Xiao Shizhong endured the 40 lashes without succumbing. The sixth prince is wise, a blessing for the people. Lu Jing beamed with gratitude as he gazed at Xing Bang. Your Highness, it is time to disperse the crowd. Their presence is obstructing the thoroughfare. Ah yes, esteemed elders and fellow townsfolk, please disperse. With Lu Jing's resounding call, the citizens began to orderly depart, their thirst for justice quenched. Your Highness, your unwavering integrity today shall soon echo throughout the streets and alleys. The Emperor and the Empress shall surely rejoice upon hearing of this. Haha, dear Bangzi, I have never found such satisfaction before. We must continue to undertake such endeavors. It is truly exhilarating, and I shall heed your counsel without fail. Perhaps, Your Highness, we shall allow you to make a public appearance on another occasion. Xing Bang chuckled knowingly. Your Majesty, I wonder how you might reward your humble servant? Ah, Bangzi, I just remembered that I must inspect the estate. Let us depart now. Your Highness, shall we not rest a while longer? No, I came here incognito, and with the matter resolved, it would be inappropriate to linger. Indeed, Your Highness speaks wisely. Xing Bang grinned. Though the lad seemed a bit carried away, his wits had sharpened considerably. Let us hope he does not become addicted to such thrills and reform his ways. Lord Xiao, I kindly ask you to send these esteemed gentlemen back. They have achieved merit alongside the sixth prince this time, and with continued efforts, their futures are bound to be limitless. Yes, indeed. Thank you for your guidance. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to command me. Xia Chongqing whispered something to Xing Bang, who smiled faintly but remained silent. He now fully understood who Xing Bang was. Recently, the incident involving Tianhua had become common knowledge, and he silently cursed Xiao Shizhong, deeming him a scoundrel who nearly led him into a disastrous predicament. What of the Vice Minister of War and the royal kin? Utterly useless, unable to contend even with a mere eunuch. How disgraceful. Subsequently, 2 soldiers assisted Xiao Shizhong and his companions as they departed. Your Highness, are you to accompany eunuch Xing to inspect the residence? I shall summon additional personnel for protection. Xia Chongqing seized the moment. Eager to curry favor with the sixth prince and the enigmatic eunuch Xing conveniently, they were to visit the formerly residence. So it would be prudent for you to join as well. Yes, Your Highness. I shall immediately call for more personnel, Xia Chongqing responded, visibly startled, as he harbored a certain trepidation about that haunted place. The ritual official had been waiting, and upon witnessing Lu Jing's imminent departure, he hastily inquired, Your Highness, how shall we deal with Cuihong and Qingmei? Chapter 148. The Haunted House. You fool, keep a close watch. Once the little stick's house is ready, deliver it to the residents. Yes, I shall certainly comply. Under the respectful bowing of the young scholar, the sixth prince and Xing Bang departed on horseback. Naturally, Xing Bang had no objections to the sixth prince's actions. After all, the residence was in need of maidservants, and Cuihong and Qingmei were indeed suitable candidates. Being skilled in various arts of performance, Xia Chongqing accompanied them as well, but he had already arranged for his subordinates to return and summon more capable individuals. The soldiers of Shuntian Prefecture possessed generally low cultivation levels, with only a few reaching the Wuxian realm. However, Xing Bang was indifferent to this. If they wished to follow, they could, for he did not believe in the tales of hauntings. There was no need to inspect his residence, as it was one of the most esteemed in the capital, and furthermore, Xing Bang had no intention of choosing that location. Thus, the group proceeded directly to the former home of Nangong Shui. Indeed, the power of rumors was formidable. The vicinity of the so-called haunted house was eerily desolate, with the few passers-by hurrying past. If it appeared so deserted during the day, one could only imagine how empty it would be at night. The front door bore a seal, and its long-neglected state gave it an air of decay and desolation, contributing to a faintly chilling atmosphere. Though the sixth prince was curious, he could not suppress a twinge of fear and hesitated to approach. urging Xia Chongqing behind him. Go inside. Xia Chongqing dismounted, feeling trepidation himself. You too. Go and open the door. The two soldiers, lacking further instruction, approached the entrance with trembling steps. Xing Bang shook his head, bemused by their ignorance. He leapt from his horse and strode forward, applying force to swing the door wide open. Ah! A collective gasp escaped from the onlookers. A bunch of useless cowards. Look how easily you frighten. Lu Jing dismounted and approached Xing Bang, taking the opportunity to assert his own bravery. Your Highness, stay close to me. Let us venture inside. Disregarding the others, Xing Bang adopted an adventurous demeanor, with Lu Jing closely following. At that moment, Xia Chongqing's reinforcements arrived, bolstering their confidence. Shouting, he commanded, You useless lot. Why are you standing there? Hurry inside to protect the sixth prince and Lord Xing. Thus, the soldiers filed in, and Xia Chongqing hastened a few steps to catch up with the sixth prince. Your Highness, Lord Xing, rest assured, with me here, nothing untoward shall occur. Xia Chongqing, mustering his courage, began to flatter. However, apart from Xing Bang, everyone felt a tinge of anxiety, leaving little room for heed to his words. Upon entering the courtyard, chaos reigned. A space long uninhabited bore the marks of neglect, presenting a distinctly ghostly ambience. They first entered the reception hall, where tables and chairs lay askew. Dust blanketed the floor, and numerous cobwebs adorned the corners. Nonetheless, the structure itself remained solid and imposing. Your Highness, this place is in utter disarray, with scarcely any room to step. Perhaps we should refrain from entering? Summer Chongqing hastily remarked after merely glancing at the entrance. Lu Jing turned to Xing Bang. Your Highness, Lord Xia speaks truth. There is no necessity to venture inside. Very well, this room requires tidying, and there is little of interest to behold. Let us peruse the surroundings and observe the overall layout. Xing Bang had not intended to enter either, and so the group proceeded to the second courtyard. This residence sprawled over approximately 20 acres. If it were not haunted, it would indeed be a splendid estate. A magnificent 5-section residence is no jest. Pavilions, towers, rockeries, and ponds. Everything one could desire is present, and with a host of beauties accompanying, one could recline in comfort, without even stepping inside. The party arrived at the exquisite large garden in the rear courtyard, complete with pavilions and waterside pavilions, though overrun with weeds. As Xing Bang stepped into the garden, he couldn't help but frown slightly. His keen senses detected something amiss. Although the other areas were sufficiently desolate and eerie, here the atmosphere felt distinctly different. The air was thick with a stifling heaviness, and he could faintly discern a scent reminiscent of decay. Your Highness, please watch your step. The filth here may harbor snakes or rodents that could startle you. Naturally, Summer Chongqing and the others subconsciously felt the unsettling nature of the surroundings, instinctively reluctant to enter. Lord Xiao, I sense that this estate is rather peculiar. Perhaps you should send your men in for a thorough investigation. Your Highness, simply follow my lead. Since Xing Bang had detected an anomaly, he certainly would not leave. His purpose was to uncover the truth behind it. I too find this place rather strange. Fear not. Little Bang, we shall proceed inside. Although Lu Jing felt a twinge of unease, curiosity prevailed. How could they simply walk away? With the sixth prince's insistence, Summer Chongqing, albeit reluctantly, arranged for a contingent to comply. Subsequently, the soldiers began to enter the garden in succession, drawing their sabers and cautiously cutting through the overgrown weeds as if they were sappers searching for landmines. Xing Bang found it absurd that they were meticulously searching step by step. He shook his head and continued forward, with the sixth prince and Summer Chongqing trailing behind him. The deeper they ventured, the more palpable the scent of decay became. However, ordinary individuals or those of lesser cultivation would be oblivious to it, akin to how masters can sense the intent to kill. Following the trail of this odor, Xing Bang advanced slowly, while the sixth prince, though close behind, kept his focus on the ground, quite perturbed by the prospect of encountering snakes or insects. Summer Chongqing, perplexed by Xing Bang's intentions, followed along with growing concern. Before long, they arrived at an area densely overgrown with weeds, prompting Xing Bang to halt. Bring forth a few men to clear away this underbrush. Little Bang, have you discovered something? The weeds here are extraordinarily tall and lush. Indeed, the darkened and robust vegetation suggests that this land is more fertile than others. Both the sixth prince and Xia Chongqing furrowed their brows, fixated on the area before Xing Bang. Xing Bang pondered to himself, even without mentioning the aura he sensed. The peculiarities present were certainly worthy of suspicion. In response to his summons, several soldiers hastened to the scene, commencing to clear the obstacles as per Xing Bang's instructions. A vast expanse, densely overgrown, rendered it nearly impossible to discern what lay beneath. After a considerable duration, a clang resounded, followed by a soldier exclaiming, "It appears there is a stone here." Adjacent to the cleared area lay a substantial stone embedded in the ground. Upon removing the stone, it was likely that something else resided beneath. Xing Bang promptly ordered, "This area is saturated with the stench of decay." Chapter 149. The corpse in the dry well. Soon, 7 or 8 individuals managed to move the large stone aside. "Your Highness, it seems there is a dry well beneath this stone. What is happening here?" "Your Highness, there is no need for alarm. It is not uncommon for abandoned houses to have a dry well." As Xing Bang stepped closer, a middle-aged man, who appeared to be the leader, furrowed his brow and gazed into the depths of the well, pondering aloud. "This well seems rather peculiar. It is likely that there are remains within." Wu Xian. Second level. Xing Bang assessed the middle-aged man with his celestial vision. Without the obstruction of the stone, it seemed he too sensed the ominous aura emanating from the well. Xia Chongqing followed closely behind. Having overheard the remark, shot a glare at the speaker. "Your Highness, one must not speak recklessly and incite panic. By heavens, there truly is a corpse. Is this not a source of trouble? My lord, I would not dare to speak without basis. Based on my years of investigative experience, this dry well warrants thorough examination." "And who might this be?" Xing Bang discerned that apart from the middle-aged man, the others were mostly inept. Xia Chongqing cleared his throat. "Ah, this is Zhang Tai, the chief of my subordinates. We affectionately call him Iron Head. He is rather straightforward and speaks without reservation. He is not mistaken. A dry well is no great concern. However, to cover it with such a massive stone is nothing short of self-deception. As the governor of Shuntian Prefecture, you cannot be so naive as to overlook this simple truth." Xing Bang was well aware that Xia Chongqing was a timid and cautious individual. "Your Highness, there is no misunderstanding. I merely fear that the sixth prince might be startled. As the governor, it is only prudent to investigate such anomalies thoroughly." Xia Chongqing's face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily justified himself. "I have encountered far more alarming sights. I am not afraid of such matters." The sixth prince pouted, visibly displeased, though he felt a twinge of unease within. "Zhang Tai, since the sixth prince has spoken, you may proceed as you see fit." "Yes, my lord," Zhang Tai replied, then called to the men behind him, "Bring me some rope. I shall descend and investigate personally." A soldier promptly unfastened a rope from his waist, secured it to another, and tossed one end down into the dry well. Zhang Tai, displaying commendable courage, did not hesitate to descend, likely aware that the group of timid individuals nearby would not dare follow him. His high level of skill granted him boldness. Without a moment's delay, Zhang Tai descended into the well. Approximately 15 minutes later, he emerged. "My lord, my assessment was correct. I discovered skeletal remains within. There is a considerable amount of silt, and further examination and excavation are necessary. From the few skulls found, it is evident that the deceased are all female. Indeed, there are remains. Could it be that they were consumed by ghosts?" Xia Chongqing was immediately filled with dread. This was no longer merely a haunting. "My lord, since they are all women, I have another hypothesis. Might this be connected to the unresolved missing persons case we have? Regardless of the circumstances, it is imperative to retrieve the remains and summon the coroner for examination." Xia Chongqing displayed a countenance of despair. The case of the missing girl remained unresolved, and now this troubling incident emerged. He harbored a subtle suspicion that the matter was far from straightforward, yet he had no choice but to take charge. "Your Highness, upon further contemplation, it seems that the rumors of this residence being haunted may conceal deeper truths." Although Xing Bang was unaware of the specifics, he could surmise that the ghostly tales likely served to obscure the actual events. Lu Jing nodded in agreement. "You are not mistaken. I share your perspective. Now, young Bang, do you wish to relinquish this estate?" "Your Highness, I have taken a liking to this residence, yet I must first address the haunting allegations," Xing Bang thought to himself. Even if the estate itself bore no ill omen, the discovery of numerous remains would undoubtedly instill a sense of dread in any normal individual. thereby necessitating a more discreet approach, especially considering that this was once the abode of Nangong Shui and her child. Very well, Lord Xia, you must swiftly ascertain the truth of this matter. I too am curious whether the hauntings are genuine or if there exists another explanation. Lu Jing, motivated by both concern for Xing Bang and his own inquisitiveness, contemplated the possibility of inadvertently unraveling a long-buried mystery. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall organize a team to expedite the investigation and gather evidence. Xia Chongqing internally lamented the prospect of arduous days ahead. Failure to resolve this could jeopardize even his familial responsibilities. Lord Xia, you are likely well aware of the rumors surrounding the hauntings. What leads everyone to so firmly believe in their existence? Is there compelling evidence? Xing Bang had long been intrigued by this question. It seemed implausible that the Right Chancellor's mere assertion would lead to universal credence. The sixth prince did not elaborate further, suggesting he too lacked detailed knowledge. Indeed, there is substance to the claims. I possess certain insights. The Right Chancellor's wife and her two maidservants remain in a state of disarray to this day. During a routine visit, I witnessed firsthand that it was no trivial affair, hence the limited number of those in the know. No wonder I was unaware. This sounds increasingly sinister. If there are no hauntings, how could the Chancellor's wife descend into such madness? As for this matter, I am uncertain. Xia Chongqing remained convinced of the ghostly narrative, as he had witnessed the Chancellor's wife in her deranged state, which he found quite regrettable. Lu Jing, however, felt no desire to linger in the presence of the remains, finding it rather unpalatable. Young Bang, if that is the case, I shall leave the affairs here to Lord Xia. Let us return, for I am feeling somewhat fatigued. Yes, Your Highness. Xing Bang refrained from further comment and departed alongside the sixth prince. Xia Chongqing sighed heavily, expressing his vexation. What a predicament this is. Hastily arriving here only invites trouble. The residence of the Right Chancellor. Alas, a grave situation has arisen. The sixth prince and Xia Chongqing from Shuntian Prefecture seem to have lost their senses, leading a throng to that cursed place. The Right Chancellor, Cui Sheng, flutters about in a state of panic, akin to a startled bird. Look at you. Where is the dignified demeanor befitting the Right Chancellor? A strikingly beautiful woman calmly places her hand on Cui Sheng's shoulder, urging him to take a seat. Oh dear, my lady, do refrain from jesting. If they were to uncover anything, it would all be for naught. Look at your lack of resolve. If they discover it, what can be done? Even the most concealed places will eventually be revealed. The enchanting woman pouts her crimson lips and lightly brushes her silk scarf across Cui Sheng's face. So, it appears you have made prior arrangements. Do share, that I may find some solace. Cui Sheng's face is painted with anxiety. The alluring woman chuckles softly, then casually rests her foot upon Cui Sheng's lap. Chapter 150. Perhaps I have fallen into that woman's trap. Cui Sheng pouted, bewildered by the machinations at play. My dear aunt, I truly cannot fathom your intentions. Such a monumental affair, and yet you have managed to keep it from me. I can't help but doubt whether you have purposely left evidence to ensnare me. Do not forget, if it were not for my tireless efforts on your behalf, would your limited abilities have carried you to the esteemed position of Right Chancellor? Please, do not take offense. That was not my intention. It is simply that this matter is exceedingly alarming. As he spoke, Cui Sheng hastily resumed his ministrations on the woman's leg, squeezing gently. My sweet darling, even if it were to lead to my demise, I would willingly succumb. Pray, do not keep me in suspense. What is your true aim in this? Cui Sheng remained utterly perplexed. Look at you, with that pitiful demeanor. When the sky falls, there will be someone to bear the weight. Others are far more anxious than you. Come here. The woman beckoned, and Cui Sheng promptly leaned in closer. You must go immediately. Do you understand? Given the circumstances. Very well, I shall heed your words. In the Shao residence. Father, I am at odds with that little eunuch. Humph. You are more of a hindrance than a help. Do you truly believe you can best him? If only you had been dealt a more fatal blow. You have brought shame upon the Shao family. A dignified minister of war. And now the entire capital will mock us. What will His Majesty think? He will surely believe that the Shao family acts without restraint. Shao Guigang pointed at Shao Shizhong, who lay languidly on the bed, his hand trembling with rage. I refuse to believe that I cannot defeat a mere little eunuch. He is merely fortunate. I doubt his luck will endure. And you think your sister's favor toward that eunuch is mere kindness? Ultimately, she is acting for the sixth prince and our family. That little eunuch must possess extraordinary qualities to have achieved such merit. How can you not comprehend such an obvious truth? You are allowing your emotions to cloud your judgment over trivial matters, neglecting the bigger picture. I foresee the Xiao family's downfall at your hands. While Xiao Guogang was indeed infuriated by the little eunuch, he felt even more wary of him. Nonetheless, what mattered more than personal pride was the future of the Xiao family. Father, I admit I underestimated that little eunuch, yet I cannot swallow this humiliation. However, you need not worry. I shall no longer act rashly. You, who have never faced a setback, should consider this a lesson. Let us see if it awakens your senses. Remember, in all matters, the interests of the Xiao family must come first. Without a modicum of shrewdness, how can one discuss significant affairs? Yes, father, I shall bear that in mind. With a sigh, Xiao Guogang then turned and left. At that moment, a servant entered. Sir, Chancellor Cui has arrived at the residence, claiming there are important matters to discuss. Xiao Shizhong's right eyelid twitched unexpectedly. He was already aware of the situation regarding the corpse in the dry well, and a shiver ran through him. Fortune does not come in pairs, nor does calamity arrive singly. It would be inappropriate for me to rise. Let him come here directly. Yes, sir. Before long, Cui Xing entered the room, followed closely by a servant who brought in a cup of tea, then quietly closed the door behind him. My dear Lord Cui, you do not appear to be in good spirits, remarked Lord Xiao. Alas, Lord Xiao, the situation seems rather dire. I presume you are already aware of the matter concerning the female corpse found in the dry well of my residence? Cui Sheng, preoccupied with his own concerns, had no desire to inquire about Xiao Shizhong's injuries. To be frank, he was equally unsettled, as there were still aspects of this affair that remained unclear to him. Xiao Shizhong furrowed his brow, questioning what there was to be anxious about. This has no connection to our previous affairs. Your abode has been abandoned for so long, and the ghostly rumors are likely just the result of someone disposing of a few bodies. My lord, I had always believed those corpses had been properly dealt with, but I have only just learned that the body in the well is indeed yours. What? Cui Sheng, have you lost your mind? You speak so recklessly. This is a matter you orchestrated. Speak plainly. Are you seeking my assistance? Xiao Shizhong found it hard to believe that anyone could be so foolish. Even if those girls had met their demise at his hands, how could he evade responsibility when it occurred under his roof? Failing to properly dispose of the corpses would only lead to self-inflicted harm. Lord Xiao, I assure you I would never jest about such a grave matter. It was my concubine who instructed the steward to handle it, and who could have anticipated that the steward would act so carelessly? It was only after the incident occurred that he informed me. She should not have done this. Why would she? Xiao Shizhong was perplexed. Such a meticulous woman could not have acted so irrationally. Thus, I never inquired about the matter, as I never imagined it would unfold in this manner. I initially believed the haunting was due to the lingering spirits of those girls, only to discover that it was all her doing. You are aware of my wife's long-standing dissatisfaction with her. Even the shrewdest of women can have their moments of folly, and she orchestrated this entire charade. Moreover, after such a long time, the people of the capital have gradually forgotten about that residence. Cui Sheng, how do you expect me to respond to this? Given the circumstances, what more can be said? Xiao Shizhong suppressed his anger. He had always believed that the house was indeed haunted, thinking it was the restless souls of those girls, not realizing it was this woman. If it were not for her, how could Cui Sheng, such a simpleton, have ascended to the position of prime minister? My lord, this is not the time to dwell on blame. The pressing concern is how we shall proceed. What else can be done? It is too late to destroy those bodies. We must simply wait. Cui Sheng, let me make this clear. I do not care what schemes that woman of yours is concocting. If you dare to conspire against me, I will not let you off easily. Mark my words, even if I am implicated in this crime, do you truly believe you can take my life? Think carefully about your own position. Xiao Shizhong had begun to sense that something was amiss, a nagging feeling that he might have been ensnared by that woman. He had always believed her to be no ordinary person. My lord Xiao, even if you were to grant me 100 lives, I would not dare to act recklessly. You must not disregard my plight. He inquired, where is the steward now? Despite his tough exterior, Xiao Shizhong could not afford to be entirely unconcerned. If this matter escalated, it could indeed spell great trouble for the entire Xiao family. If his father's worries held any truth, who could assure him that His Majesty would not seize upon this issue? Rest assured, it has already been dealt with. Did you witness the death with your own eyes? This is all worthless. You are truly naive. Sooner or later, you will meet your demise at the hands of that woman. Xiao Shizhong had come to a profound realization. This was most likely a conspiracy, with the true architect being the very woman who had stirred his emotions. How utterly detestable. Chapter 151. The awkward Zheng Xiujun. Lord Xiao, do you imply that the steward might still be alive? What do you think? If that is the case, we both find ourselves at the mercy of your little concubine. Xiao Shizhong pondered that this Cui Xing might not be reliable either, and there was no need to speak too definitively. The crux of the matter lay with this woman. She merely sought leverage to achieve her ambitions. Having grasped this nuance, Xiao Shizhong felt considerably less anxious. Only he and Cui Sheng were privy to this information, along with the steward whose fate remained uncertain. Investigating this case would not be a straightforward endeavor. For now, the best course of action was to remain observant. My lord, you truly overthink. We are all allies here. She merely desires to become the prime minister's wife. If the matter comes to light, it would spell disaster for all. Cui Sheng harbored his own ulterior motives. As long as he could gain something from this, he would willingly allow himself to be manipulated by this woman, for who knows? One day he might rise to positions of great power. Very well, Lord Cui. I am well aware of these truths. Now is not the time for infighting. Without evidence, what can the Sun Tian prefecture investigate? Just exercise caution. I am injured and shall remain in seclusion at home. You need not visit my residence again, given the circumstances. This was the only feasible course of action. Then, Lord Xiao, take care of your injuries. I shall take my leave. Cui Sheng exited with a visibly troubled expression before disappearing from sight. At the Yan Wang residence. Little stick, are you certain you want that haunted house? Your Highness, I assure you it is not haunted. Even if it were, the corpse at the bottom of the dry well would owe you gratitude. Had you not recommended this residence to me, she would still be a wandering spirit trapped in that well. Xing Bang, though aware of the peculiarities surrounding the case, found the house itself of little concern. He chose to acquire it, preserving some memories for Nangong Shui. Surely, matters could not be so simple. He would remain observant. If it were advantageous to him, he had no qualms about becoming entangled. Very well, this house is not far from the palace. I shall send someone to prepare it for you by tomorrow. It will be ready for occupancy in just 2 days. Thank you, Your Highness. Little stick. I have never been as joyful as I am today. Lu Jing, still immersed in the exhilaration from the Jiaofang Sea, found himself reveling in the significance and fulfillment of these undertakings. This signifies Your Highness is maturing. On that note, I must inform you of a matter. I suggest replacing your little doozy. The Empress concurs, and I have already selected a suitable candidate, Xiao Shi, who has been by my side. I believe he will serve you well. I have long wished to replace Doozy. I simply had not found a suitable alternative. Since you recommend him, I trust he will suit my temperament. Let it be decided. Even if he possesses merely half of your cleverness, I would be thoroughly satisfied. Lu Jing would naturally not oppose it, as he had long wished to keep Xing Bang by his side. Recommending a person he had trained could be considered a compromise. By the way, Your Highness, you must take care to rest more after your recent illness. It would be best if you stayed in the residence this afternoon, otherwise, the Empress might worry upon hearing of your activities. Very well, I shall heed your advice. By the way, when shall that little Shizi be brought to me? Lu Jing understood that it was unlikely for Xing Bang to stay longer. It would lose its meaning once he departed. He was eager to ascertain whether this little Shizi shared his temperament. Currently, Shizi was in Qinglong Town, conveniently located to exit the palace. I shall make a trip to Qinglong Town and bring him back for you, Your Highness. Haha, little Bang. Shall we also bring that woman back? This is splendid, as the residence will soon be filled with inhabitants. Lu Jing was certainly aware of this matter. Then, Your Highness, please rest well. I shall set off now. Xing Bang remained silent. After so many days, it was indeed time to see what the situation was. The sixth prince spoke wisely. Now that there was a residence outside the palace, how could there be no mistress? Moreover, it would be a woman who could be openly acknowledged. Thus, Xing Bang departed the royal residence, riding straight to Qinglong Town. After more than half an hour, Xing Bang arrived in Qinglong Town. He did not visit the town hall. Although he was unsure of the exact location of Shizi's home, it would be easy to inquire given Zheng Xiujuan's reputation as the most beautiful woman in the area. Soon, he found the place, arriving at a courtyard at the foot of a mountain, somewhat secluded. Although the courtyard was somewhat dilapidated, it was tidy inside, spacious. adorned with flowers, and featured a considerable vegetable garden, exuding an extremely warm ambience. The courtyard was quiet, devoid of people. Xing Bang tied his horse and approached the house. Where the door was closed, he knocked gently. "Who is it?" "Shizi, is that you returning?" A gentle and melodious voice emerged from within, unmistakably belonging to Zheng Xiujuan. To his surprise, little Shizi was not at home. "Madam, I am not little Shizi. I am his elder brother." With a splash, Xing Bang distinctly heard a loud sound of water. To his astonishment, Zheng Xiujuan was bathing. Soon after, her voice reached him again. "Please wait a moment. I will open the door for you shortly." Her tone sounded somewhat anxious and hurried. Xing Bang quickly understood. She must have been bathing, possibly taking a moment to rest. And his sudden arrival startled her into rising from the tub, hence the commotion. After a considerable time, the door creaked open. Zheng Xiujuan appeared with her damp and slightly disheveled hair, droplets of water glistening on her forehead, her clothes clinging closely to her form. What a striking sight this was. Clearly, in her haste, she had rushed to dress and open the door, her face flushed with embarrassment. Xing Bang instinctively swallowed hard. "Madam, what brings you here unexpectedly?" "I just finished tidying up the courtyard and was idly passing the time." Zheng Xiujuan, noticing the peculiar gaze from Xing Bang, felt her cheeks flush a deeper shade of red. She instinctively turned slightly to the side. Xiaoxing, please come in." "Madam, perhaps I should just wait in the courtyard for a moment," he suggested. No, that's unnecessary. It wouldn't be right to leave you standing outside," Zheng Xiujuan replied, immediately regretting her words. It was unreasonable to make a distinguished guest wait outside, yet having him enter would surely create an awkward situation, especially since Shearer had gone to the town, rendering the atmosphere all the more uncomfortable. Moreover, she was still damp from her earlier activities. "Given the circumstances, I shall just take a seat in the hall for a while," Xing Bang said, inhaling the fragrant aroma that wafted through the air, and stepped inside. Upon glancing to the left, he noticed the floor beside the bathtub was drenched with water. Chapter 152. A pair of Mandarin ducks. The door was locked from the inside. There was no need to be so anxious, was there? Xiaoxing, having hurried all the way from the capital, "You must be parched. Please, sit down and have some water." All right. As he spoke, Xing Bang instinctively took a step forward. What are you going into the inner room for?" Zheng Xiujuan was taken aback. That room only contained the bathing water. "Oh, madam, I was confused, thinking I was still in the palace. It's a bad habit of mine." Having already crossed the threshold, Xing Bang quickly retreated and turned around, managing a somewhat awkward smile. In a moment of inspiration, he had come up with a reason that seemed plausible enough. His mind had briefly short-circuited. Zheng Xiujuan raised her delicate brows slightly, being perceptive. She understood Xing Bang's intention. He had seen the bathtub and wished to be of assistance. How industrious he was. "Please sit here and rest. I will tidy up right away." "Madam, let me handle these strenuous tasks," Xing Bang volunteered, believing that physical labor should not fall to a woman. To his surprise, she truly grasped his meaning. He realized she could have thought ill of him. Perhaps he had been too explicit in his intentions. Nevertheless, in her heart, she regarded Xing Bang as a good man, even a paragon of virtue. No, Xiaoxing, you are our guest. How could I allow you to do such work?" Zheng Xiujuan did not mind letting Xing Bang lend a hand, as their previous half-month of interaction had rendered them less formal. However, she genuinely feared being alone with him, especially in her current disheveled state. It seemed more practical to engage in some chores. The breeze would dry her clothes more quickly. Her garments clung to her skin uncomfortably, and she was acutely aware of why Xing Bang's gaze lingered upon her. There was no escaping that reality. "Madam, please do not regard me as a stranger. There is something I must discuss with you, especially since Xiaoxizi is not here." "You, speak." Zheng Xiujuan's heart skipped a beat, feeling inexplicably uneasy. "Madam, let us not be busy. Sit down, and let us converse." Xing Bang could see that their solitary company made her quite uncomfortable. If he did not find a reason to engage her, she would likely flee to her tasks. Seeing Xing Bang's earnest demeanor, Zheng Xiujuan acquiesced. Taking a seat across from him, he smiled knowingly. Her shy and hesitant posture was indeed charming, especially from this angle. "Madam, the Emperor is now aware of my rescue of you from the prison. He has even rewarded me with a grand residence in the capital. Furthermore, should it be deemed necessary, he will personally issue a decree to grant us marriage. In such a case, No one would dare to mistreat you in the future. Zhang Xiujuan's face registered disbelief. This news struck her like a bolt from the blue, causing her to tremble slightly. She remained silent, frowning in deep contemplation. What is it? Is the madam unable to accept this or unwilling? Xing Bang observed her conflicted expression, uncertain of her true feelings. Moreover, her amiability remained unchanged. If it had diminished, it could indicate her inner resistance. Xing Bang doubted she would ever consider herself as someone who opportunistically sought to exploit the situation. Like other men who coveted her beauty, Zhang Xiujuan exhaled softly, then inquired, "Do I have any room for choice?" She did not turn her head, seemingly unsure of how to confront the situation. "Can I interpret this as your unwillingness?" Xing Bang spoke candidly, not expecting her to readily acquiesce, as that would render her no different from any worldly woman. Furthermore, she would inevitably subconsciously associate their relationship with Xiao Shizi, despite lingering uncertainties. Zhang Xiujuan bit her lip lightly. The matter was indeed too sudden, and her thoughts were somewhat jumbled. Although she held Xing Bang in high regard,
She had not truly contemplated this issue. It was rather overwhelming, evoking an instinctive desire to refuse, yet subconsciously,
the notion that he harbored such feelings for her made her reluctant to voice a denial. "No matter, you can take your time to consider it. I shall not impose. Moreover, I can share my most genuine feelings with you. Your beauty undoubtedly stirs me. However, a more pressing concern is that Xiao Shizi cannot always remain by your side. Only by accompanying me can you ensure your safety." Xing Bang firmly believed that it was better to clarify matters early on, thus reaping greater rewards for lesser efforts. He was not inclined to wait for a woman to gradually fall in love with him. If it must be done, then it shall be done. "I am confident in overcoming any obstacles." He harbored a premonition that Zhang Xiujuan had some experience, and he found it hard to believe she was merely a country girl. Yet, what she concealed within her heart remained a mystery. As long as she did not vehemently refuse, matters would be manageable. "Do not ask me why. For you have been chosen by Fanghua Baojian." Zhang Xiujuan abruptly stood, saying, I will go fetch some water." "Oh, wait, I didn't know you were coming. I have no buns to offer you, so I shall go prepare the dough. In that case, let us proceed separately. I will take care of filling the bathtub, while you prepare the dough and steam the buns." Xing Bang observed Zhang Xiujuan's flustered demeanor and felt a surge of amusement. She hardly resembled a mother, but rather appeared like a bashful young maiden. "Very well." Zhang Xiujuan nodded in agreement and hurriedly exited, evidently heading to the kitchen. "Wait, perhaps you should change into some dry clothes first. You seem rather uncomfortable." "I'm fine, it will be all right soon." Zhang Xiujuan quickly stepped out, her expression tightening. Wait, she realized she wasn't actually uncomfortable at all. Why had she admitted to it? It was indeed strange. She felt she was no match for this young man. Xing Bang proceeded into the inner room, filled with a distinctively feminine scent, and glanced into the bathtub. There lay a purple garment. Goodness, it was his favorite color. It appears to be an item that has been inadvertently dropped into the bathtub. Naturally, Xing Bang, ever the gentleman, must retrieve it. Just as he was about to lean in for a closer inspection of the intricate patterns, a gasp caught his attention, followed by Zhang Xiujuan's slightly breathless voice. "I suddenly remembered that. I must apologize for the embarrassment." How utterly mortifying it was for him. Xing Bang wrung out the water and handed it over, maintaining a serious demeanor as he remarked, "The embroidery on this is quite exquisite. This pair of little white rabbits is remarkably lifelike." With a soft chuckle, Zhang Xiujuan couldn't help but laugh aloud as she took it from his hands, exclaiming, "Those are mandarin ducks," before swiftly walking away. Xing Bang smiled knowingly. Did he not recognize that they were indeed mandarin ducks? This felt just right, hinting at something deeper. Well then, it was time to get busy and assist her in preparing the dough in the kitchen. Chapter 153. Is it a steamed bun or a dumpling? Soon. Xing Bang rolled up his sleeves and entered the kitchen. "Madam, allow me to assist you with the dough. You seem quite weary. Do take care not to strain your back." "No need for that. This is no task for a man. You should rest." Zhang Xiujuan instinctively reduced her movements. "I find the dough rather tough, so permit me to handle it. It will be ready shortly, so do refrain from getting involved. If you truly wish to be of help, why not fill the water jar for me?" "Very well." Whenever the two were alone, Zhang Xiujuan felt somewhat awkward, unable to fully relax. Xing Bang said nothing. He rather enjoyed this teasing distance, and without further ado, he went to fill the water. The water jar was nearly full. and it was evident that Jing Xiujuan was feeling quite embarrassed. She quickly fetched several buckets of water, and soon the jar brimmed, leaving Xing Bang with nothing to do. So soon? Zhang Xiujuan instinctively glanced at the jar, which was almost overflowing. It was rather embarrassing to think that her home could be left without water while Shir was around. She imagined how clever he must be, chuckling at her folly. Indeed, I find myself without tasks now. Well, if you do not wish to rest, you may simply watch and we can engage in light conversation. Zhang Xiujuan had no choice but to acquiesce. There truly was little for him to do around the house. By the way, madam, where has little Shir gone in town? Oh, the pestilence in town has finally subsided, and Shir's father's grave has been restored. I thought it was time for him to return to the palace. So I sent him to bid farewell to Master Ma and his associates today. They have lent considerable assistance to our household recently, and it is only fitting to express our gratitude. Xing Bang chuckled. It seems I have arrived at just the right moment, madam. Shall we? Enough with your nonsense. Who shares a tacit understanding with you? Madam, I have said nothing. Zhang Xiujuan immediately felt a flush spread across her cheeks. Her fair and rosy complexion resembled that of a peach blossom, and Xing Bang was tempted to pinch her cheek to see if he could coax a drop of water from her. Madam, you are truly beautiful. The title of the fairest maiden in Qinglong town is an understatement. What beauty! I am merely a middle-aged woman. Although her words sounded comforting, Zhang Xiujuan still found it strange that he spoke so freely and naturally, leaving her, the listener, feeling somewhat taken aback. Whom should one approach to address this matter? To my eyes, madam, you are even more of a maiden than a virgin. You must not mock me. Zhang Xiujuan understood his implication, and being alone with him made her blush uncontrollably, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. How could he be so adept at light-hearted banter? Perhaps it was because he often entertained the ladies in the palace. Sighing, she was reminded of his status as a eunuch, and it made her heart uneasy. Madam, what troubles you? It is nothing, merely a fleeting thought about Shir returning to the palace, which stirs a hint of reluctance within me. I am uncertain when we shall meet again. Zhang Xiujuan, regaining her composure, hastily offered an explanation while feeling a twinge of guilt. It was inappropriate to feel discomfort at the thought of him being a eunuch, as it inadvertently carried a connotation of disdain. Moreover, Shir is also a eunuch. They are pitiable creatures, burdened with unspoken grievances. In truth, it is entirely natural for Zhang Xiujuan to feel unsettled about this predicament. Having a son who is a eunuch and herself being involved with another eunuch, two eunuchs under one roof. How could one gracefully navigate such a situation? It is likely that any woman would instinctively feel a sense of discomfort in such circumstances. My lady, you need not worry about this matter any longer. I have arranged for Xiao Shizi to reside in the residence of the Prince of Yin, thus he need not return to the palace. If you accompany me back to the capital, we could meet daily, he reassured her. How fortunate it is that Xiao Shizi has such a commendable elder brother. Truly, it must be a blessing from a past life. Zhang Xiujuan deliberately sidestepped her own concerns. This is the result of his own efforts. I am merely facilitating his path. Xing Bang chose not to elaborate further on this issue, granting her the necessary time and space to process her thoughts. Nevertheless, his insinuations subtly indicated that Zhang Xiujuan's feelings were not unwarranted, and surely, she would be somewhat affected. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the Emperor mused. Your Majesty, as anticipated, the sixth prince holds Xiao Bangzi in high regard. What surprised me was the swift discovery of the female corpse in the dry well. Oh, this indeed exceeds my expectations. Things have unfolded even more smoothly than I had hoped. Let the Xiao family endure some hardships. Lucien's spirits lifted unexpectedly. Initially, he had entrusted this matter to the sixth prince, believing that the young man would provide Xiao Bangzi with the finest residence, naturally favoring the vacant residence, without much anticipation that he would opt for the notoriously haunted former residence of the late chancellor. Your Majesty, the Shuntian Prefecture is currently conducting an investigation. I suspect that Xia Chongqing, that sly character, will soon hand it over to the Ministry of Justice. After all, the incident occurred at the former chancellor's residence, and the Minister of Justice would inevitably report it. Deban, what do you think if I assign Jing Er to preside over this case? Regarding today's matter with the courtesan office, this Xiao Bangzi, Jing Er has indeed brought honor to me. Lucien laughed heartily. Chao Jingchun pondered briefly before joining in the mirth. Your Majesty is indeed wise. The sixth prince is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. This way, It appears to outsiders that you are intentionally shielding the Xiao family. Lu Xian smirked. Old fellow, your cleverness never eludes me. Yet, I trust that this Xiao Bangzi will assist the crown prince in ways that surpass our expectations. Haha, I am increasingly fond of this Xiao Bangzi. He handles matters with remarkable ease and composure. Indeed, your majesty, our great Yao shall surely flourish for generations to come. As dinner approached, Xiao Shizi returned from town. Zheng Xiujuan's steamed buns are already in the steamer, as she busily prepares dishes in the kitchen. The moonlight is radiant, casting a serene glow as Xing Bang and Xiao Shizi engage in casual conversation at the stone table in the courtyard, ready to enjoy their dinner there. They savor the delectable and aromatic homemade dishes, accompanied by a warm pot of fine liquor. What a delightful experience. Brother, why didn't you go to the town office? You've made me toil at home all afternoon. It's nothing urgent. If I had gone to the town office, it would have only caused trouble with Ma Wu. Thankfully, you weren't at home, allowing me to truly relish the pleasure of a farmer's leisurely life. Xing Bang feels quite content in his heart. At this moment, Zheng Xiujuan brings the dishes to the table, finally presenting a plate of freshly steamed buns. Her rosy cheeks, illuminated by the moonlight, appear particularly radiant. A knowing smile spreads across Xing Bang's face, recalling the lively afternoon they've had. After Xiao Shizi sets the table, he furrows his brow, staring at the plate of buns. Are these buns or dumplings? Xing Bang chuckles softly. What kind of eyes do you have? These are genuine, pristine steamed buns. Zheng Xiujuan merely smiles in response. Chapter 154. Zheng Xiujuan agrees to go to the capital, but where is my horse? Zheng Xiujuan found herself at a loss for words, her face flushing crimson as she realized that the mischievous Xiaoxing was full of tricks. Mother, did you do this? Why is it shaped like this? Xiaoxi asked, bewildered. Before Zheng Xiujuan could respond, Xing Bang interjected. It was I who assisted my elder brother in making these. They are delightful and celebratory. Known as longevity buns that ensure a long life. Really? They do seem rather intriguing, Xiaoxi said, following Xing Bang's lead and taking one for himself. All right, let's eat. Zheng Xiujuan quickly served Xiaoxi a helping of vegetables, this time excluding Xing Bang. He chuckled, not minding, and began to help himself, aware that they were not strangers. Mother, I will be returning to the capital with my elder brother tomorrow. You should come with us. Leaving you here alone is worrisome. Moreover, my brother just mentioned that he wants me transferred to the Yin Prince's residence, and since he has a house now and is seldom home, it would be better for you to stay there and assist him. It's not far from the prince's residence, and I can visit you whenever I have the time. Indeed. Madam, you have no one to rely on here. Once we leave, the Huang family might come looking for trouble, Xing Bang added in agreement. Zheng Xiujuan glanced at Xing Bang and instantly realized he had not disclosed certain matters to Xiaoxi. She fell into a momentary silence. Under normal circumstances, it would be unreasonable to refuse such goodwill. Mother, my brother's kindness towards us is immense. He simply wishes for you to enjoy a peaceful life in the capital. I believe you should agree, Xiaoxi insisted, clearly perplexed. Xiaoxi, I understand your intentions, but if I were to reside long-term in your elder brother's household, it would invite gossip. Do you comprehend? Zheng Xiujuan longed to reveal the truth, but held back, knowing it couldn't be concealed for long. With such a grand residence, there will surely be others. Mother, you are overthinking it. No one will speak ill of you. Zheng Xiujuan wore an expression of deep conflict, momentarily unsure of how to proceed. Xiaoxi, do not burden your mother with this. Let me clarify. His Majesty has learned of my saving your mother and has decreed that she be bestowed upon me, Xing Bang casually mentioned, taking it upon himself to break the silence since Zheng Xiujuan seemed hesitant. Is that so? There's no issue then, mother. Weren't you quite pleased to serve my elder brother? Xiaoxi responded, momentarily astonished. He recalled how happy she had been during the palace inspections, eagerly washing clothes and preparing meals, believing that this dilemma was thus resolved. Moreover, he held Xing Bang in high regard. Silly child. The emperor's intention is tantamount to marrying your mother. It is not as simple as you think. Zheng Xiujuan naturally understood the innocent thoughts of the naive little Shizi. If that were indeed the case, she would willingly repay the kindness shown to her and her child, and she could tell that he had developed feelings for her. Mother, although I may not comprehend certain matters, I am fully aware that my elder brother is the kindest person in this world, second only to you. I also know that if you were by his side, You would never suffer any injustices in this lifetime. What a foolish child. Zhang Xiujuan gazed at little Shizi's earnest expression, finding it both amusing and exasperating. This naive boy truly knew nothing about matters of love. Mother, have you agreed? Little Shizi asked eagerly, his face alight with joy. Zhang Xiujuan merely pouted. What more could she say? You care for your mother so deeply. How could I not agree? Given the situation, there was no point in further explanation. They would simply have to set off for the capital. Zhang Xiujuan sighed inwardly, resigning herself to the circumstances. The matter had seemingly reached a conclusion, and over a meal, they refrained from discussing it further, creating a warm atmosphere instead. The following morning, little Shizi went to the town in search of a carriage. Zhang Xiujuan completed her preparations, ready to embark as she awaited the arrival of the vehicle. Standing in the courtyard, she alternated her gaze between the vegetable garden and the flowers, taking in the familiar sights of her surroundings. Madam, are you feeling a bit reluctant? Indeed, she replied. Though the life of a farmer is humble and characterized by simple fare and an untroubled existence, there is something appealing about the prospect of living quietly and peacefully for a lifetime. Yet, she mused, the desire for a tranquil life often seems elusive. Zhang Xiujuan reflected on this notion. Such is life. Sometimes, even when one yearns for simplicity, circumstances conspire against it. Indeed, Zhang Xiujuan acknowledged softly, then slowly seated herself on a stone bench, her brows slightly furrowing as if lost in thought. Xing Bang noted her demeanor with curiosity but refrained from questioning her. However, he could discern that her sentiments were not solely rooted in the impending departure. Rather, she seemed to be recalling complex and tangled memories. Furthermore, he observed that she appeared somewhat haggard, likely due to a restless night. Sitting there, Zhang Xiujuan instinctively fell into contemplation. She was truly about to leave behind this ordinary life, stirring up long-buried memories she had wished to forget. There was no longer any justification to resist going to the capital. She would proceed, hoping that this decision would not lead to regret and that it would not bring calamity upon them. She genuinely wished to live out her remaining days in peace. Xing Bang had been observing Zhang Xiujuan, noting that she had never appeared so melancholy, even during their first meeting in prison. After a considerable time, Zhang Xiujuan exhaled deeply, as if she had resolved something within herself, her expression returning to normal. Realizing she had momentarily lost her composure, she quickly stood up, exclaiming, Shizi should be back soon, right? Look at me. She felt a wave of embarrassment as she noticed Xing Bang standing nearby. At that moment, the sound of a carriage echoed from outside, signaling the return of Xiao Shizi. Xing Bang chuckled softly, remarking that it was the first time he had seen Madame so lost in thought. Indeed, a woman appears quite beautiful when she is earnest. Just then, Xiao Shizi dashed in. Elder brother, as you instructed, I greeted Ma Wu and the others. All right, mother, let us depart. Zhang Xiujuan nodded, casting a final glance at the already locked house before she slowly made her way toward the carriage. Upon arrival, Xiao Shizi assisted Zhang Xiujuan onto the carriage. All right, elder brother, we shall set off now. With that, he leapt up to the driver's seat. Xing Bang surveyed the surroundings and furrowed his brow. Xiao Shizi, where's my horse? Xiao Shizi slapped his forehead in realization. Oh no, elder brother. The horse is tied up at the town hall. I completely forgot and came straight back with the carriage. Xing Bang was left speechless, uncertain whether the foolish lad had truly forgotten or was merely pretending. Chapter 155. A brief interlude at the city gate. Xing Bang feigned a glare at Xiao Shizi. You rascal, how could you falter at such a critical moment? Xiao Shizi scratched his head sheepishly. Brother, I truly forgot. However, it's no matter. The carriage is quite spacious. Ah, you clever lad. Your association with me has not been in vain. You handle matters with such subtlety. Xing Bang harbored doubts about Xiao Shizi's apparent forgetfulness. Otherwise, he would have suggested retrieving the horses without hesitation. Xiao Xing, come aboard. The day wanes, and there is no need to return to the town hall. Zhang Xiujuan's voice drifted from within the carriage. Goodness, he had even forgotten about fetching the horses from the town hall and would need to turn back. Xiao Shizi, others are resolute and do not falter at crucial junctures. Then it must be as such. Xing Bang would not say, Xiao Shizi, let me drive the carriage. I am not one to indulge in such pretenses. He settled himself opposite Zhang Xiujuan. Madam, have you visited the capital before? No, this is my first time. Oh, By the way, I have yet to inquire if you have any relatives in Qinglong Town. None. I drifted to Qinglong Town over a decade ago, rescued by Shi'er's father, and have remained here since. My parents were no longer around at that time. Their casual conversation continued until the carriage came to a halt. Brother, the city gate will soon close. Please wait here while I take a look. Very well. Simply bribe them with some silver to let us pass. Xing Bang lifted the curtain and noticed the guards preparing to shut the gate. Though this was his first experience with a closing city gate, he was well aware that after nightfall, the gates would be barred. Those returning late without special circumstances would not be permitted entry, especially during wartime, where an official decree was imperative. He intended to remain discreet, merely treating a few guards to some drinks. The gate is closing. Let us find lodging outside for the night and enter the city at dawn. The guards, having noticed Xiao Shizi approaching, called out in advance. Gentlemen, could you make an exception? We have urgent matters to attend to. Xiao Shizi hurried forward, quickly producing a silver note of 50 taels and extending it. The leading sergeant received the note, a grin spreading across his face. You don't appear to be a rogue. Hurry inside. Sir, there are 2 others with me in the carriage. Xiao Shizi cursed inwardly, clearly understanding the sergeant's implication. Enough with the pleasantries. It's already an exception to let you enter alone. Hurry inside, or none of you will be allowed entry. Xing Bang, upon hearing this, was incensed. The implication was clear. If they continued to dawdle, they would not be allowed in, and the silver would not be returned. His temper flared, he thought. You have mistaken my patience for weakness. Without further ado, Xing Bang urged the carriage forward toward the city gate. Halt the carriage. A guard shouted. Dare you breach the city gate? Are you plotting rebellion? As he spoke, the squad leader unsheathed his dagger, followed closely by several soldiers who also drew their blades. However, Xiao Shizi moved swiftly, darting in front of the squad leader and delivering a sharp kick, sending the leader reeling backward with a muffled groan. It was no jest. The elder was incensed, and this was a demonstration of the formidable prowess of the Sunflower Manual. The soldiers hurriedly assisted their leader to his feet, who coughed a few times and exclaimed, Rebellion! Rebellion! Brothers, slay him! Yet, Xiao Shizi had exercised restraint. Otherwise, the squad leader would not have been able to rise and speak so promptly. You have rebelled against us. Cease this at once. At that moment, Xing Bang arrived, halting the carriage with a thunderous shout, and leapt towards the squad leader. Who are you? The squad leader had encountered many characters while guarding the city gate, typically bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Facing Xing Bang's imposing presence, he felt a sudden unease. I am your ancestor. You ungrateful wretch. Open the city gate at once. With that, Xing Bang produced a golden token from his waist, unwilling to engage in further banter with these feeble soldiers. He preferred not to pick on the weak. Under the moonlight, the golden token gleamed dazzlingly, prompting the squad leader to rub his eyes before collapsing to the ground in a bow, realizing the gravity of the situation. I am blind to your greatness. Spare me. My lord, spare me. The squad leader began to kowtow fervently, and the other soldiers quickly followed suit, trembling in fear. My lord, I have an elderly mother of 80 and a 3-year-old child. The rhythm of their pleas was almost amusing to Xing Bang, who felt a chuckle rising within him, recognizing that it was not worth his time to engage with such insignificant figures. Enough, rise. I have no time for your prattle. Thank you, my lord, thank you. The squad leader, relieved, stood up and shouted to his men, You dim-witted fools. Hurry and open the gate for our lord. Truly, he was a formidable character, even scolding his own men. Soon, the soldiers opened the city gate, and the squad leader respectfully handed the silver note to Xiao Shizi. Take this silver. Consider it a reward from my master for curing your blind eyes. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, young eunuch. The squad leader, displaying a modicum of discernment, quickly recognized Xiao Shizi as a eunuch. Xing Bang smiled, preparing to board the carriage, only to be surprised when the squad leader hurriedly knelt on the ground. By heavens, what a talent! Quite remarkable. Xing Bang, not one to be rude, stepped onto the squad leader's back and remarked, You possess a degree of cleverness. His name is Xiao Shizi. If you ever find yourself in need, you may seek him at the Yanwang Mansion. With that, he stepped directly into the carriage. Yanwang Mansion? The squad leader hesitated for a moment before quickly realizing. Bowing several times more, Thank you, my lord, thank you. You are my rebirth. As the conversation unfolded, emotions ran high, leading to tears of excitement. Subsequently, Xiao Shizi mounted his carriage and departed with determination. While he might be muddled about other matters, he had profoundly grasped the implication of his elder brother's final words. The squad leader, as if in a dream, gazed at the carriage until it vanished from sight. Then, elated as if he had stumbled upon a golden treasure, exclaimed, "Brothers, time to change shifts. Come, my friends, let me take you on a delightful escapade." Xing Bang's actions were rooted in a firm belief: never underestimate the insignificant, for they may possess the power to rewrite history at pivotal moments. Naturally, Xing Bang's group proceeded directly to the residence of the Prince of Yin, as the Right Chancellor's abode would not be ready for occupancy for several days. Upon arrival at the entrance, Xing Bang alighted, and the guards hurried over with great enthusiasm. "Master Xing, you have returned." At this juncture, Xiao Shizi assisted Zhang Xiujuan in descending from the carriage. "Very well, let us enter." Xing Bang strode confidently into the royal residence, accompanied by Zhang Xiujuan and her son, leaving the soldiers tending to the carriage, staring blankly for an extended period. Chapter 156. The night banquet in the Wangfu. As Xing Bang and his companions traversed the first courtyard, Xiao Duzi hurriedly approached them. "Master Xing, His Highness has arranged the evening banquet. Please proceed directly to the dining hall. His Highness is currently playing mahjong with several maidens and will join you shortly after tidying up." "Understood," Xing Bang replied, nodding. He chose not to inquire about the nature of the tidying up, reflecting on what a commendable apprentice he had. The trio then followed Xiao Duzi to the dining hall. At this moment, Xiao Duzi was exceedingly respectful in front of Xing Bang. He was already acquainted with Xiao Shizi, but was unaware that he would soon replace him as the chief steward of the inner court. Xing Bang intended to send him directly to the monitoring courtyard, relegating him back to the palace to undertake the most arduous and unclean tasks, a tacit rule of their world. He had no intention of offering any assistance or guidance, believing that enduring hardships was a necessary rite of passage. If one could survive the trials, perhaps they possessed some merit worth acknowledging. However, such considerations were for another time. This was also the principle Xing Bang planned to adhere to in the inner palace. Capable individuals would be valued according to their loyalty, while those deemed incapable would either fend for themselves or vanish entirely. As a distinguished guest of the Wangfu, Xing Bang was treated with utmost respect, as delectable dishes and fine wines filled the grand table. Before long, the sixth prince, Lu Jing, approached with a beaming countenance, likely having had his share of fun at the expense of the maidens during their game of mahjong. "Your Highness." Xing Bang offered a symbolic bow. Although the sixth prince treated him with a casual camaraderie, the basic courtesies could not be overlooked. This was a matter of principle. One must never become complacent in moments of triumph. "Your servant, Xiao Shizi, greets His Highness." Xiao Duzi wasted no time in performing a deep bow. Having been amiable and composed since entering the Wangfu, such formalities were inevitable. He had just intended to pay his respects when the sixth prince halted him. "Madam, there is no need for excessive formalities." "Thank you, Your Highness. I am honored," Zhang Xiujuan replied, still offering a respectful gesture towards the sixth prince. "Xiao Shizi, rise." The sixth prince waved his hand, prompting Xiao Shizi to stand. He then turned to Xing Bang with a slight smile. "Little Bang, I knew you would accomplish your tasks with great efficiency. You would certainly return tonight. Of course, it is essential to be diligent when serving Your Highness. We are mutually invested in this." The sixth prince laughed heartily, his words tinged with jest, clearly implying that not only had Xing Bang brought back Xiao Shizi for him, but also a remarkable beauty for himself. Xing Bang understood the underlying meaning, sharing a knowing smile with the prince. It was indeed the case, and there was little more to say. "You need not attend to us any longer. You may all withdraw." Upon hearing this, the maidens present took their leave. "You two may depart." "Your Highness." "Yes, Your Highness." Little Duzi felt a wave of grievance and discomfort in her heart, yet she still descended, her instinctual sense of crisis intensifying. "Very well, let us take our seats. I am a rather carefree prince, and I have little fondness for rigid formalities, so there is no need for restraint. Please, be at ease." As he spoke, he settled into the principal seat facing the door, and little Duzi instinctively positioned herself right behind him. "Your Highness, the common woman still." "Not at all. Today is merely a family banquet. Madam, please take your seat." Zhang Xiujuan understood the customs. A woman was not permitted to sit at formal occasions. However, given that the sixth prince had spoken, She refrained from insisting and chose a seat beside Xing Bang at the lower end of the table. Once seated, Little Doozy hurriedly poured wine for everyone in turn. Little Doozy, you should join us in the merriment. Yes, thank you, Your Highness. Little Doozy was perceptive. A person as free-spirited as the sixth prince would not favor a servile attendant who adhered strictly to the rules. She adeptly navigated the situation with finesse, which evidently pleased the sixth prince. The evening banquet lasted nearly an hour, during which no particularly significant matters were discussed. It was primarily light-hearted banter. Naturally, the sixth prince was the most talkative, regaling everyone with tales of his glorious moments in the Imperial Academy after several rounds of wine. Xing Bang chimed in, growing increasingly animated, recounting stories as if performing a dramatic tale for over half an hour. Little Bang, I have instructed the maids to prepare the finest guest room for you and your wife. This is your first stay at my residence, and I shall reserve this room for you in the future. Your Highness, it seems a bit premature for such arrangements, does it not? You are a eunuch. What matters of appropriateness could there be? This is a splendid opportunity, and it is settled. Otherwise, I shall be displeased. Very well, I shall heed your Highness's wishes. Though the sixth prince had indulged in a few more cups, his intentions were sincere, and Xing Bang naturally did not argue further. Zheng Xiujuan lowered her head slightly, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, yet she had also partaken in a few drinks, her cheeks now blooming with a lovely blush. At that moment, Little Doozy entered, accompanied by several maidservants. Very well, Little Bang, I am feeling somewhat lightheaded. Let us conclude for today. Little Shizi promptly stepped forward to support him, while two maidservants cautiously approached, one on either side, assisting him as they made their way out. Naturally, Little Shizi followed closely behind the sixth prince. Little Doozy hastily trailed after them, anticipating that the situation would soon clarify itself. Master, Madam, please follow the maidservants. The remaining maidservants guided Xing Bang and Zheng Xiujuan to the prepared room. It was a quaint little courtyard, exquisitely crafted. The main door stood wide open, and two attendants were busily carrying wooden tubs in and out. Madam, the water is ready. We are here to assist you with your bath. The two maidservants emerged from the room, prompting Zheng Xiujuan to follow them inside. Esteemed sir, please take a moment to rest in the adjacent room. Hot water will be delivered shortly. The door to the main chamber closed, and two maidservants escorted Xing Bang to another room. Upon entering, he was greeted by lavish and grand decor, featuring an exquisitely crafted wooden tub made from an unusual material at its center. Beside it stood a cabinet adorned with intricate patterns, neatly arranged with cotton linen fabric intended for use as towels. Additionally, there was a brass coat rack for his discarded garments. The conditions of the previous chamber paled in comparison to this opulence. Before long, the servants began pouring buckets of warm water into the large tub, completing the task with efficiency. Esteemed sir, we are here to assist you with your change of attire. As they spoke, the two maidservants prepared to attend to him. That will suffice. You may both withdraw, for I shall manage on my own. Xing Bang had yet to experience such treatment. Although the dragon and phoenix presenting auspiciousness technique contained methods for graceful transitions, it was merely a bath, and truthfully, he had never indulged in such luxuries. The thought of being vulnerable was undoubtedly unappealing. While the maidservants possessed some charm, they were not so bold as to provoke unnecessary complications. Moreover, Zheng Xiujun was still in the adjacent room. Chapter 157. Zheng Xiujuan was astonished. You can't possibly make me sleep on the floor, can you? Indeed, my lord, replied the two maidservants as they bowed and exited the room, clearly understanding that the sixth prince had not issued a strict order for them to remain by her side. She had never seen what a eunuch looked like. It was truly a pity. Oh, how revolting. Xing Bang smiled faintly and shook his head. After the two maidservants left, they exchanged hushed whispers, which he overheard distinctly. They were just a couple of flirtatious little minxes. However, it was understandable. Maids from affluent families often fantasized about becoming concubines for their masters, a dream that would elevate them to the status of a silver phoenix. The two maidservants dared not stray far and lingered just outside the door. The loneliness of two is the fault of one. Xing Bang relaxed in his bath, eyes half closed, humming a gentle tune. In that moment, he found himself reminiscing about Madame Fanghua, Nangong Shui, and Bai Rushuang, those enchanting beauties. Truly, a day without seeing them felt like 3 autumns apart. Among these 3 women, his bond with them was the deepest, occupying a place in his heart that was irreplaceable. Since the eunuch had brought back that lady, it indicated that he wasn't entirely disinterested in women. Yet, why was he not allowing them to attend to him during his bath? He was undeniably handsome, and the mere thought of him made her heart race. You little minx, always dreaming of beautiful things. You may seem charming, but compared to that lady, you are but an ugly duckling. Humph, I admit that lady is beautiful, but you are no better than I am. The eunuch would find us both lacking. TSK, why are you getting upset? Fine, we shall both be ugly ducklings then. She had initially hoped that the eunuch might glance her way, perhaps even allow her to serve him, but now those hopes were dashed, leaving her heartbroken. Xing Bang had not called for the two maidservants, and his clean garments had been prepared in advance. He found amusement in their whispered exchanges. Men, in the end, are always respected for their capabilities. Being handsome is merely an embellishment. To put it plainly, the reason Xing Bang garnered such favor from the sixth prince lay in these merits. Otherwise, no normal woman would genuinely wish to associate with a eunuch, no matter how handsome he might be, for beauty cannot sustain one's livelihood. Ultimately, he could not suppress his innate desires in nature. Just as Xing Bang emerged from his preparations, one of the maidservants, who had been waiting in the courtyard, bowed respectfully and said, "My lord, the lady is currently preparing herself. You may enter." "Very well, understood. There is nothing more to attend to here. You may both retire." He replied, "My lord, His Highness instructed us to take turns attending here throughout the night." "Then, so be it," Xing Bang mused, suspecting that Lu Jing had orchestrated this arrangement deliberately. After all, he had mentioned that failing to comply with his wishes would displease him. It seemed that not sharing a room with Zhang Xiujuan tonight would be out of the question. However, life within the Wangfu is quite similar to that in the palace. The masters are attended by palace maids or eunuchs who take turns during the night, subtly highlighting Lu Jing's deep favor towards Xing Bang. Their relationship can now be described as one of mutual respect and camaraderie, particularly following the incident at the Jiaofeng Sea, where Xing Bang could sense the genuine respect emanating from the sixth prince, who does not regard him as merely his servant. Were it not for this, his rapport with Empress Xiao would not be so intimate. Xing Bang chose to disregard the two maids, who would likely be resting in the adjacent ear room for the night, bearing a semblance of surveillance. Upon entering the chamber, he found Zhang Xiujuan seated before the dressing table. This room, being the main chamber, exuded far more opulence than the side rooms, radiating cleanliness and order, with freshly changed bedding that hinted at the imminent bridal chamber preparations. Standing behind Zhang Xiujuan, he was enveloped by her delightful fragrance. Even her bare face was captivatingly beautiful. In a short while, the two maids completed their tasks. With a light application of makeup and ruby-red lips, Zhang Xiujuan was truly stunning, almost breathtaking. Xing Bang exhaled deeply and waved his hand. "All right, you two may leave now." "Yes, master." Upon hearing this, the two maids bowed and withdrew, closing the door behind them. The sound of the door shutting caused Zhang Xiujuan to tremble slightly. After a moment, she rose from the dressing table, instinctively releasing a breath. "This feels odd." She was well aware of the implications. "Come, let us have some tea over there," Xing Bang suggested. Besides feeling a flutter of nerves, he was otherwise unperturbed. Being alone with Zhang Xiujuan always brought a sense of tension and awkwardness, so it would be best to have her sip some tea to regain composure. They then seated themselves across from each other at a round table. The moment Zhang Xiujuan could willingly sit beside Xing Bang would mark a new chapter, allowing for a more intimate embrace. Nevertheless, Xing Bang was reluctant to rush matters. He desired Zhang Xiujuan's genuine willingness, devoid of ulterior motives. In truth, it was not that Xing Bang possessed an elevated state of being. If his sole aim were cultivation, it was clear that he was not lacking in swift resources. In the palace, and even within the Wangfu, it would be a trivial matter for him to procure such resources with a mere gesture. After sipping a few times, Zhang Xiujuan set down her teacup, a hint of shyness creeping into her voice. "Are you going to sleep in this room tonight?" Xing Bang smiled faintly. "It appears that this is the only option, as I am well aware of the sixth prince's temperament. In truth, even without such arrangements, it would not be a significant issue. However, a man must feign ignorance when the occasion calls for it. Then, how shall we sleep?" Zhang Xiujuan understood the situation. Having agreed to come to the capital, these matters were inescapable, and she was subconsciously somewhat prepared. Yet, when faced with him, Her modesty and ease seemed ingrained within her, utterly beyond her control. With a playful smile, Xing Bang remarked that since there was only one bed, he, being a man of respect towards women, would leave the decision to her. After all, I cannot possibly let you sleep on the floor. That would be quite uncomfortable. Zheng Xiujuan appeared taken aback by his response. She was well aware that Xing Bang was a considerate man and would never allow her to sleep on the ground, rendering the matter insignificant. Are you suggesting that we both share the bed? She inquired, her voice tinged with uncertainty. No, that is not what I meant. Xing Bang quickly clarified. Zheng Xiujuan felt a familiar flutter within her, acknowledging his characteristic charm, yet she remained vulnerable to its effects. What are your thoughts then? I am open to your suggestions. She softly murmured, her gaze lowered, exuding an alluring blend of confidence and shyness. Xing Bang's lips curved into a subtle smile as he asked, Are you worried about feeling cold? Zheng Xiujuan suddenly lifted her head, her brows slightly furrowing. You can't be suggesting that I sleep on the floor, can you? Chapter 158. The government's plaque, Xia Shizhong arrives. Zheng Xiujuan was taken aback, wondering if her previous thoughts might lead to an embarrassing situation. Xing Bang smiled slightly. What do you think? Surely, it can't be. She replied, her lack of confidence evident. Don't you believe I am a person who appreciates and cherishes beauty? Xing Bang countered with feigned solemnity. No, I never thought of it that way. That was your suggestion, Zheng Xiujuan insisted, asserting that such notions had never crossed her mind. Women are often like that. Unjustly accusing someone is simply unacceptable. Xing Bang laughed heartily. Then it's settled. We must share the bed. Unless you insist on sleeping on the floor, but I shall accompany you on the cold ground. How could that be? Let us do as you say. Zheng Xiujuan felt a flicker of warmth in her heart. His words had a way of making one feel at ease. All right, it's getting late. Let us rest. Zheng Xiujuan murmured in agreement, her gaze inadvertently drifting to the bed, relieved to see 2 blankets. Otherwise, the situation would have been even more awkward. Xing Bang noticed her subtle relief, realizing he still needed to pay more attention to details. Nonetheless, he understood that the moment was not yet ripe. However, he found satisfaction in the fact that their rapport had deepened, akin to nurturing a budding relationship. Beauty, Zheng Xiujuan age, 26 identity, none charm, 92, max value 100, friendship progress, 70 gains, 70 experience points hour, of course. This 70 points of friendship had been accumulated gradually. During the half-month of patrolling, it had only reached 50 and had not changed since. The additional 20 points were gained after their meeting today, and further advancements would require significant progress. It's getting late. Let us retire early. Yes, all right. Zheng Xiujuan nodded, yet hesitated as she gazed at Xing Bang. Xing Bang quickly perceived her hesitation and said, I'm not particular. Clearly, she was contemplating whether to change clothes in his presence. Zheng Xiujuan acquiesced with a soft sound, then generously removed her outer garment and hung it on the rack. Perhaps it was due to her wearing pajamas underneath. In Xing Bang's eyes, this was already a rare occurrence. She was far less reserved than he had anticipated. Before long, he extinguished the candle and laid down on the outer side. Xing Bang endeavored to keep his mind clear, choosing not to speak further. They lay there, each wondering if the other had fallen asleep and what thoughts occupied their minds. All things considered, it was rather pleasant. While Xing Bang found it difficult to drift into slumber, he was not overly troubled, regardless of her thoughts. This marked a new beginning, or rather, a new way of life for both of them. Master of Wind, Xing Bang, Strength, Wuxuan 9th level, 02000000. Technique, Dragon and Phoenix presenting auspiciousness, experience points, 158,000. On a leisurely day, Xing Bang opened his panel, poised on the brink of a breakthrough into the transcendent realm, yet lamentably lacking sufficient experience. Over the course of 2 days, his fixed yield from the experience baby barely amounted to 20,000. Nonetheless, this was hardly a concern. The pursuit of cultivation was still within reach. The following day, Xing Bang awoke to the faint light of dawn, astonished to find he had slept in until now, a rare occurrence. It seemed that the absence of distractions the previous night had allowed him to drift into slumber earlier than usual, resulting in an unprecedented sleep duration. Turning his head, he noticed the room was empty. Zheng Xiujuan had already risen. Just then, the door creaked open, and she entered, carrying a basin of clear water. You're awake. Why are you up so early? I couldn't sleep, so I got up. Besides, I've grown accustomed to it. As they conversed, Xing Bang swiftly rose to his feet. Let me assist you with your attire. Zhang Xiujuan took the initiative to pick up his outer garment. There's no need for such trouble. It's merely a small matter. Allow me to do it. Otherwise, I would feel quite useless. Very well. Xing Bang ceased his refusal, and Zhang Xiujuan delicately dressed him. He was no stranger to such attentiveness, as his women had always taken the initiative in this regard. Even Ming Yudi was included. This behavior seemed deeply ingrained, akin to a fundamental quality of womanhood. Zhang Xiujuan's willingness to assist brought a sense of comfort to Xing Bang, indicating that she had begun to feel more at ease within herself. 3 days later, Xing Bang's party arrived at the rumored haunted residence of the Right Chancellor. However, it had undergone a remarkable transformation. The streets were immaculately cleaned, and the plaque at the entrance now displayed 2 resplendent golden characters, Xing Mansion. Initially, the 6th prince had suggested hosting a housewarming celebration, but Xing Bang declined, preferring to maintain a low profile. Moreover, even if a large crowd came to offer congratulations, it was unlikely they would do so for Xing Bang's sake, rendering such festivities unnecessary. The respect a man earns is derived from his own efforts. Xing Bang awaited the day when his formidable power would compel officials, whether genuine or insincere, to pay their respects. At that time, the bustling scene outside Xing Mansion would truly reflect the fulfillment of his ambitions. Perhaps, by then, it would belong to the world, with accolades pouring in from all corners. For now, however, the Xing Mansion was lively with comings and goings. As the 6th prince had moved many of his rare treasures from his royal residence here, had Xing Bang not intervened, the quantity might have been staggering. The 6th prince remarked, "Gold and silver are of little consequence. I manage the imperial treasury, and what I bring here is merely a transfer of our father's wealth. It is only natural for a son to spend his father's money." The 6th prince's words were taken to heart, and Lu Xian's attitude was one of indulgence. So long as one remained discreet, money could be spent freely. Xing Bang, aware that no repercussions would ensue, refrained from further hindrance. On the contrary, Lu Xian secretly relished the 6th prince's actions, for Xing Bang was his trusted informant. To Lu Xian, greed and lechery were seen as virtues. For an emperor, the absence of such traits would be far more alarming, leaving only the pursuit of power. The 6th prince's overt favoritism towards Xing Bang would undoubtedly spread throughout the capital, a notion that both Lu Xian and Empress Xiao found quite gratifying. Thus, while Xing Bang's role as an informant might seem somewhat precarious, it was undeniably exhilarating. The Bureau of Music promptly delivered Cui Hong and Qing Mei, who would temporarily serve as Zhang Xiujun's personal maids. The 2 spirited young women had acquired numerous talents, elevating their overall charm to an entirely new level. Returning home felt akin to enjoying a melodious performance in a bustling tavern. How delightful it was. Just as Xing Bang and the 6th prince settled into the reception room with a cup of tea, a young attendant entered, announcing, "Your Highness, Lord Xiao Shizhong requests an audience and is currently at the gate." Lu Jing chuckled softly. "Little Bang, I believe he has come to offer you his congratulations." He then inquired, "What has my uncle brought?" The attendant replied, "2 large chests and several women, Your Highness." Chapter 159. The Allure of Wealth and Beauty. Could one possibly decline? The 6th prince turned to Xing Bang and chuckled. "It seems my uncle has genuinely come to extend his congratulations to you. As for whether to meet or not, this prince shall refrain from intervening. A guest is a guest, Your Highness. Please take a seat while I step outside to welcome him." With that, Xing Bang exited. "Master Xiao, your esteemed presence is greatly appreciated, though I regret my inability to greet you properly. Upon the completion of the Xing Gongong's residence, it is only fitting that I come to offer my congratulations. There were some misunderstandings previously. I hope you can forgive my indiscretion, dear Gongong. Master Xiao, your generosity is beyond measure. How could I hold any grievances?" The 2 exchanged pleasantries, and Xing Bang hastily invited Xiao Shizhong inside. "Master Xiao, you arrive with such pomp and circumstance. I find myself at a loss for words." Xing Bang noticed 2 large chests being carried by 2 individuals, likely filled with treasures of gold and silver, accompanied by 4 maidens, each adorned with elegance, their demeanor suggesting they were far from ordinary servants. One could not help but feel that a weasel offering New Year's greetings to a chicken would harbor no good intentions. Xing Bang certainly did not believe that Xiao Shizhong was genuinely extending goodwill. It was merely a guise of humility meant to deceive. Soon, they arrived at the reception room. The heavy chests thudded onto the floor, and the four maidens stood in a graceful line, heads slightly bowed. Your humble servant pays his respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. There is no need for such formality. Uncle, what brings you here? Your Highness, after the events at the Bureau of Music, I have reflected deeply and recognized my own rashness. I understand that Gonggong Xing's impartiality was not directed at me, therefore, I shall strive to emulate his noble character going forward. Today, as we celebrate the completion of Gonggong's new residence, I wish to convey a token of my esteem. With that, Xiao Shizhong gestured for his attendants to open the two chests, fully aware of the sixth prince's presence, and showed no intention of concealing anything. One chest was filled with porcelain, paintings, and antiques, while the other was brimming with jewels. Such treasures would last an ordinary person several lifetimes. He then pointed to the four maidens and continued, "These young ladies are my carefully selected servants from the estate. They are clever and well-mannered. With such a spacious residence, I trust Gonggong Xing will require assistance." The sixth prince laughed heartily. "Uncle is truly thoughtful. It is only proper, I implore you, Gonggong, to accept this. Master Xiao is exceedingly gracious. Such a grand gift is beyond my worthiness to accept. Your presence alone is a profound honor. I humbly request that you take it back upon your departure. Gonggong need not feel burdened. I assure you, my intentions are sincere. I come solely to congratulate you. These are merely essentials for your new home. If you refuse, might it suggest a lingering resentment toward me?" Xiao Shizhong lowered his stature, portraying a heartfelt plea with a convincingly earnest expression. With hopeful eyes, he turned to the sixth prince for assistance. "Little lad, I see that my uncle is sincere in his intentions. Furthermore, these items are of little consequence. In my view, you should accept them. Your Highness, this." Xing Bangfu hesitated, conceding that when it came to performance, he was indeed a master of his craft. "I sincerely hope you will accept this, Master Xiao. Given your significant contributions and the favor bestowed upon you by His Majesty, as a minister and a royal relative, it is only fitting that I offer you this token of gratitude." After a moment's contemplation, Xing Bangfu responded, "Very well, I shall accept it. As a means of conveying Master Zhao's filial piety on behalf of His Majesty, he had resolved to accept the gifts from the moment he entered. Could one truly refuse wealth and beauty? It was merely a matter of employing a few trusted women to keep watch, ensuring that one could gain without losing anything in return. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shizhong's face lit up with joy. "Ah, Master Xing, that is precisely the spirit. As we serve together alongside the Empress, I hope that you will not regard me as an outsider in the future. Well, with such generosity from you, Master Xiao, I shall not hold back. Please, allow me to pour you some tea." A knowing smile graced Xing Bangfu's lips. His final remark was indeed without fault, for were they not destined to become one family? "Xiao Shizi, take these four maidservants to the madam." "Yes, Your Highness," Xiao Shizi replied, leading the women along with the gold and jewels as they exited. A sense of joy filled Xiao Shizi's heart, as it appeared that his mother had truly become the matriarch of this household. Yet, he pondered how he should address his elder brother moving forward. This question left him momentarily perplexed. Soon, he arrived at Zheng Xiujuan's chamber. The servants of the Xiao residence set down the box and departed, allowing Xiao Shizi to recount the events in detail. Zheng Xiujuan nodded thoughtfully before instructing, "So home, Qingmei, you two should take them and see to their arrangements." Once the women had left, Xiao Shizi spoke up, "Mother, those four maidservants are likely spies placed by the Xiao residence. It would be wise to remain vigilant." "Indeed, I am not so naive. I know how to maintain discretion." Zheng Xiujuan cast a knowing glance at her son, realizing that he had matured significantly, transforming from the once innocent boy into someone with considerable shrewdness. Nevertheless, she found solace in this, for in such times, honest individuals often find themselves at a disadvantage. "Mother, you truly seem to embody the role of this household's matriarch. Do not speak foolishly, you scoundrel. Is it appropriate to jest about one's own mother?" Zheng Xiujuan shot a reproachful look at Xiao Shizi. With a cheeky grin, he replied, "Mother, all I desire is for you to live a safe and joyful life. In truth, my elder brother is indeed the finest person in this world and treats you exceptionally well." Zheng Xiujuan's brows furrowed slightly as she sighed. How could I be unaware of these matters? Your association with him brings me peace of mind. Yet, my dear, there are some things you do not fully comprehend. Can one truly find happiness? Mother, are you perhaps reluctant? Do you harbor any dislike towards my elder brother? My dear, allow me to share with you that although my elder brother is a eunuch, he is indeed quite popular among women. Xiao Shizi is aware of the relationships between Xing Bang, Madame Fanghua, and Nangong Shui, yet he remains oblivious to Xing Bang's pretense of being a eunuch. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiujuan cast a glance at Xiao Shizi, pondering to herself that this lad appears to have truly matured, deliberately provoking her with such remarks. Xiaoyi, are you so eager for your mother to be with your elder brother? Indeed, mother, you are all alone and forlorn. My elder brother is so wonderful. With him taking care of you, I can rest easy. Moreover, did you not? Noticing Zhang Xiujuan's expression, Xiao Shizi refrained from finishing his sentence. He wholeheartedly supported the idea, but sensed an air of concern surrounding his mother. Could it truly be as the sixth prince suggested? Perhaps it is time to genuinely counsel her. Zhang Xiujuan felt a touch of embarrassment. This child certainly speaks without considering the weight of his words. Enough, Xiaoyi. Do not trouble yourself with my affairs. It is rather laughable for a mother and son to discuss such matters. Xiao Shizi initially wished to inquire if it was due to the inability to bear children, yet he decided to hold his tongue. However, he felt compelled to address a lingering question, hoping to glean some insight into his mother's sentiments. Chapter 160. Lucien, pay close attention to Lady Fanghua's emotions. Mother, now that both you and elder brother have reached such a situation, I find myself in a quandary regarding how to address him in the future. It is one matter when alone, but it feels rather peculiar to contemplate doing so in your presence. Sire, where did you acquire such nonsensical thoughts? Zhang Xiujuan found it hard to maintain her composure. Is there truly such a mischievous child? This is indeed a serious matter, yet it cannot be broached so directly. How can a mother respond? Regardless of how she answers, it is bound to be awkward. Mother, please do not be angry. I am merely inquiring casually. He certainly cannot sell the sixth prince down the river. After all, His Highness is well-intentioned, simply suggesting that he remind you occasionally, considering elder brother's status as a eunuch. A woman who has undergone such experiences is bound to harbor certain sentiments. Little Xiezi pondered. Perhaps mother truly shares the sixth princess sentiments and is not entirely satisfied. Very well, Sire, do not speak of such matters again. Your mother is well aware. Yes, mother. But allow me to say one last thing. Now that you have made such a choice, I hope you can be wholly devoted and never cause elder brother any sorrow. Mother, this is truly the last statement. I shall not mention this matter again. Observing Zhang Xiujuan's countenance darkening, little Xiezi hastily took his leave. You, stop right there, you ungrateful little rascal. Zhang Xiujuan found herself at a loss for words. These thoughts were certainly instilled by someone. What a foolish boy. Could it be him? Doubting his loyalty. However, he is not a petty individual. His every action exudes a sense of calm confidence. Yet, it seems men are often concerned with such matters. With this thought, Zhang Xiujuan pursed her lips. Does he appear to be the sort of man who would indulge in such frivolities? No, it cannot be him who taught Sierra these notions. He lacks such guile. Ultimately, Zhang Xiujuan dismissed the notion that Xing Bang was the instigator. Even if such thoughts crossed his mind, he would never voice them in front of Sierra. Time reveals a person's true character. As long as she conducts herself with integrity, there is no need for concern. Zhang Xiujuan sighed, pondering why she troubled herself with such trivialities. She understood it was all well-meaning. Regardless, fulfilling her duties with a clear conscience was paramount. In the reception hall of the front courtyard, Xiao Shizhong did not linger long. After some idle chatter, he took his leave. Your Highness, having been out for a few days, the matters of this residence have been settled, and I must return to the palace. Very well, then. You may relay the necessary details. I shall return to the manor now. Later, I will send over a few capable guards. Lu Jing said little, fully aware that Xing Bang should return to the palace to express gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness. Xing Bang did not hesitate to express his appreciation. It was indeed necessary, as he planned to secretly cultivate a cadre of skilled and loyal assassins. Of course, he would adhere to the principle of prioritizing the interests of his beloved. Sui Hong and Qing Mei indeed require time to cultivate their skills to mastery. After bidding farewell to the sixth prince, Xing Bang proceeded to the rear courtyard to greet Xing Xiujuan before returning to the palace, informing her that he would be absent for several days. It was not that Xing Bang was unable to leave the palace. Rather, it was a deliberate act, allowing Xing Xiujuan some time for contemplation. Soon, Xing Bang arrived at the palace gates in a sedan chair, which had, of course, been provided by the sixth prince. How endearing it was to see such filial piety in the young prince. Holding the golden token, Xing Bang enjoyed an unimpeded passage and swiftly reached the Taiha Hall, where decorum was paramount. Nonetheless, Lu Xian soon summoned him inside. With the emperor's great favor and grace, I express my heartfelt gratitude for your benevolence, your majesty. Long live the emperor. Rise, commanded Lu Xian, who appeared in good spirits, having noticed that his complexion had notably improved since their last meeting. Although somewhat perplexed by this change, it was ultimately beneficial for both Xing Bang and Lady Fanghua that Lu Xian maintained his health and balance. Thank you, your majesty. As Xing Bang stood, he maintained a posture of utmost respect, head bowed in attentive reverence. Such was the established protocol. My dear little Bangzi, I am aware of the recent matters concerning the teaching bureau. You have handled them commendably. It is indeed gratifying to see that with your guidance, Jinger has made significant progress. I hope he continues to engage in such earnest endeavors. Your Majesty, should the opportunity arise, I shall diligently counsel the sixth prince, and I firmly believe he will grow to alleviate your burdens alongside the crown prince. Excellent, excellent. This is precisely what I desire, Lu Xian replied, clearly pleased. Xing Bang's intentional mention of the crown prince was not lost on him. He understood the expectations placed upon him, being Lu Xian's son. He was aware of his own ambitions, yet wished to shield Lu Xian from excessive interference from Empress Xiao. Moreover, being in the midst of it all, Xing Bang perceived that the sixth prince, Lu Jing, was not inherently wicked, but rather somewhat spoiled in temperament. He wished for Lu Jing to live a peaceful life as a leisurely prince. As for the Empress Xiao, Xing Bang was determined to fulfill Lu Xian's trust, striving to alleviate her burdensome thoughts and concerns through diligent effort. Xing Bang was reasonably confident that Lu Xian would not take drastic measures against his son. But the same could not be said for Empress Xiao, who might resort to lethal means if necessary. Furthermore, although Xing Bang had not fully grasped Lu Xian's intentions, he was certain that he would uproot the deeply entrenched thorns of the Xiao family. Your Majesty, I have one more matter to report, Minister Xiao. Xing Bang recounted the incident of Xiao Shizhong sending him gifts in detail. For it would be foolish to presume that the astute and suspicious Lu Xian could be deceived by such antics. Who knew how many spies he had secretly placed among the ministers in court? With an unreserved demeanor, he expressed that there was absolutely nothing amiss, nor could any incriminating evidence be left for Xiao Shizhong. He found it hard to believe that Lu Xian could still contribute to the national treasury. Lu Xian chuckled heartily, proclaiming, "What a sincere servant you are. Everything has been delivered to you, and you claim it as a gift from me, so you may keep it. To the Xiao family, it is merely the tip of the iceberg." Lu Xian was well aware that over the years, Xiao Shizhong, as the Minister of War, had undoubtedly bathed in the blood of countless soldiers, and the He family had participated in numerous schemes. Yet, he had consistently turned a blind eye, intent on allowing Xiao Shizhong to maintain control over the military department. Despite the absence of the He family's leader, the formidable generals under him harbored an intense animosity towards Xiao Shizhong, wishing nothing more than to tear him apart. Xing Bang also understood that this money essentially belonged to Lu Xian. Thus, with both the funds and the personnel, everything would ultimately bear the surname Xing. Thank you for your Majesty's profound grace. Lu Xian waved his hand dismissively and continued, "Very well. If there is nothing further, you may take your leave. Oh, and please pay extra attention to Madame Fanghua in the violent chamber. Be mindful of her daily emotions and behaviors." Chapter 161. Do not call this princess the crown princess. Yes, your Majesty. Xing Bang responded wholeheartedly, though a sense of perplexity lingered in his mind. He could not consider this mere concern. It sounded more like an indirect test, certainly indicative of some ulterior motive. Indeed, I am gradually granting the crown prince more autonomy. He now spends most of his time in the Eastern Palace. The crown prince holds you in high regard, and during your leisure hours, you may accompany him in play. I permit you free access to the Eastern Palace. Yes, your Majesty. Very well, there is nothing further. You may take your leave. Upon exiting the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Xing Bang reflected on how Lu Xian had previously kept a tight watch over the crown prince, rarely allowing him to remain in the Eastern Palace. However, circumstances had shifted. With the presence of Li Lizzie, who had also moved to the Eastern Palace to attend to the crown prince, Lu Xian's concerns had significantly eased. Free access to the Eastern Palace. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Xing Bang found himself reminiscing about that little rascal Lu Hui, and of course, the exceptionally pleasing Li Lizzie. Seizing the moment, he decided to pay a visit without further delay. Xing Bang smoothly gained entrance to the Eastern Palace, citing Lu Xian's decree. The guards, having no grounds to challenge him, refrained from questioning his presence. Unless they were keen to court trouble, they would quickly verify his claim. Before long, a young eunuch escorted Xing Bang into the grand hall where the crown prince received officials. At that moment, Lu Hui was engrossed in reviewing memorials, while Li Lizzie stood by, dutifully accompanying the crown prince in his studies and governance. One could only wonder how long she could endure the solitude of such a life after having once roamed the battlefield. It would surely require a painful adjustment. Your Highness, this humble servant has come to pay respects to the crown prince and the crown princess. Ah, little Bang, what brings you here? Lu Hui exclaimed with palpable joy, setting aside his memorials to rise. Li Lizzie furrowed her brow. Xing Bang had deliberately called her the crown princess. Curious to see her reaction. After all, there was no fault in such an address, for it was widely acknowledged. She seemed somewhat displeased, likely struggling to adapt to this new title. Nevertheless, Li Lizzie chose to remain silent, recognizing that Xing Bang was indeed the first to call her crown princess. Your Highness, I have just returned from outside the palace and went to express my gratitude to His Majesty. Furthermore, His Majesty has permitted me to visit the crown prince during my leisure hours. Since I was passing by and had been missing you, I thought I would come. If your affairs are pressing, I shall take my leave. No need for that. It is merely some memorials that Father Emperor had sent for me to review. In fact, I am feeling somewhat fatigued. It has been a while since we last met, and I have missed you. Lu Hui was merely studying some reviewed memorials, yet he was quite eager to hear a story from Xing Bang, as they were rather entertaining. Sister Lizzie, it is nearly time for a break, is it not? Let us rest for a while. Lunch will soon be served. Li Lizzie nodded in agreement. Then, she strolled over with Lu Hui, adorned in exquisite palace attire that exuded femininity, and from a distance, a delightful fragrance wafted towards them, captivating and radiant. If not for Lu Hui's naivety, she would hardly have had the leisure to peruse those official documents. Let us step outside for some fresh air. Lu Hui stretched lazily and led the way out of the grand hall, with Xing Bang and Li Lizzie following closely behind. It was a rare sight. Only Xing Bang possessed such audacity. Had it been anyone else, they might have been sent flying by Li Lizzie's slap. Moreover, she even feigned a sniff of the air. Li Lizzie shot Xing Bang a disapproving glance and murmured, "From now on, do not call me Crown Princess. Princess, it seems more fitting to call you Crown Princess than merely Princess." Xing Bang replied in a similarly hushed tone. "It sounds awkward to me. You must refrain from calling me that, or I shall have your tongue cut out. Do you hear? All right. I shall heed the princess's wishes and never refer to you as Crown Princess again." "Humph, that is more like it." Li Lizzie's expression softened, though she still felt an inexplicable discomfort at the thought. "By the way, Princess, why haven't I seen Yudi and the sisters Fengyi and Fengjiao? Did they not accompany us to the Eastern Palace? Ah, are you missing that girl Yudi?" Since returning from Qingliang Palace, Meng Yudi had been radiating a certain happiness that Li Lizzie could not help but envy, a sensation she had never experienced before. Perhaps because she had never witnessed such joy. Perhaps I am somewhat, though I merely asked out of curiosity. She took Feng Jiao and Fengyi to visit Lady Fanghua and to deliver some gifts. Come quickly and see. Lu Hui dashed to the pavilion by the pond. Scattering fish feed into the water, and soon, shoals of fish gathered eagerly. Lu Hui called out excitedly to Xing Bang, "Look at these vibrant fish, truly a magnificent sight." Yet, they pale in comparison to Li Lizzie. Xing Bang chose not to comment further and approached to observe the fish, though he noticed a hint of jealousy in Li Lizzie's demeanor. Before long, the eunuch responsible for delivering meals arrived, and Lu Hui promptly instructed that their repast be served in the pavilion. Soon, several eunuchs appeared, carrying food boxes. "Just select some of the dishes the crown prince enjoys." Clearly, the stone table was limited in space and could not accommodate an abundance of food. The eunuchs busily arranged the table, filling it with over a dozen dishes. Elegantly paired with pastries, fruits, and soups. Crown Prince, come and dine. Li Lizzie called out to Lu Hui, who was still feeding the fish. He responded affirmatively and approached. The eunuchs quickly presented a copper basin for Lu Hui to wash his hands, requiring no effort on his part. Even when attending to nature's call, there were attendants to serve him. The affairs of the emperor were handled by the consorts who would crawl from his feet. Yet, several years would pass before Lu Hui would ascend to that position, for he was but 8 years old. Xiao Bangzi, let us sit together and eat. Thank you, Your Highness. Xing Bang accepted graciously and settled beside Lu Hui. Lu Hui and Li Lizzie each took a piece of pastry. When Xing Bang approached and seized a peach from the plate in front of Li Lizzie, truly, I have never encountered a peach so large and succulent. You have an exquisite taste, my friend. This peach was recently sent from the southern provinces, and even I, the prince, have yet to savor it. Lu Hui had initially intended to indulge in some pastries first. Xing Bang chuckled. Your Highness, please, you must try it first. As he offered the peach to Lu Hui, he added, no need. Allow me to sample this delicacy on your behalf. Thank you, Your Highness. I shall not be polite, replied Xing Bang. Princess, I have taken a bite. He held the peach aloft, deliberately greeting Li Lizzie. Since His Highness has permitted you to partake, do you still need to inquire of me? Li Lizzie's cheeks flushed slightly. She thought, why raise it in front of me? Surely, this scheming eunuch is teasing me. Though clearly jesting at her expense, she found herself unable to voice her irritation, feeling both vexed and embarrassed. Under Li Lizzie's watchful gaze, Xing Bang took a bite and exclaimed, it is truly fragrant and delightfully delicious. At that moment, Lu Hui consumed a piece of pastry and quickly reached for another. Sister Lizzie, it is truly delectable. Do hurry and try some. Chapter 162. The Princess, your ears are about to fall off. Humph. This scoundrel surely thinks I will feel embarrassed. I, the Princess, refuse to let you underestimate me. Li Lizzie mused as she took a succulent peach from the plate. Furthermore, I shall start from the pinnacle of the pyramid, just like you. Wow, it truly is delicious. Xing Bang smiled knowingly, choosing not to elaborate further. With a woman of such heroic spirit as Li Lizzie, it sufficed to make a subtle remark. She would surely detest loquacious men, and any further discourse would lack novelty. Before long, Xing Bang had devoured one, and, not intending to sample any pastries, reached for another large peach. Observing his gluttonous demeanor, Li Lizzie furrowed her brows. An inexplicable feeling brewing within her, a peculiar sensation that was hard to articulate. She was irked, her temper flaring. She longed to deliver a good beating to him. At the very least, she wished to pinch him fiercely a few times. Yet with the crown prince present, she instinctively felt it was inappropriate to act on such impulses. Gazing at the remaining fruits on the plate, a sudden inspiration struck Li Lizzie. With a slight smile, she proclaimed, Little Bang, since you adore these peaches so much, I shall bestow them all upon you. Saying this, she directly placed the plate in front of Xing Bang. Thank you, Princess. When I leave later, I will pack some for Madame Fanghua to savor. Xing Bang, aware that Li Lizzie was teasing him, noted that only 2 peaches remained. But the smallest among them was the largest, clearly intended to satiate him thoroughly. It should be perfectly acceptable to bring some back as a tribute to Madame Fanghua, right? Little Bang, you are quite considerate, but Sister Yudi has already delivered some. Oh, is that so? Xing Bang was left speechless. You little Lu Hui, I hope you did not do this on purpose. Otherwise, do not blame me for taking my frustrations out later. Therefore, Little Bang, there is no need for you to hold back. Crown Prince, is this what you mean? This, perhaps. No one is snatching them from you. We'll watch you finish. Li Lizzie wore a triumphant expression. Princess, I advise you to be kinder. Lu Hui did not mean it that way at all. You have led him astray. Lu Hui, you little rascal. As the crown prince, how can you heed a woman's words and lead your Uncle Bang astray? Princess, you are truly kind to me. Xing Bang appeared utterly unperturbed, wearing an expression of joy. However, Li Lizzie found herself perplexed, questioning whether she had unwittingly played into his hands, considering how delighted he seemed. Then, Xing Bang happily indulged in the peaches, behaving like a child, oblivious to the concept of moderation. After a while, Lu Hui stared intently at Xing Bang, subconsciously recalling his own childhood. Humph, are you ever going to finish? At this rate, it will be dark before you know it. With that, Li Lizzie rose to leave. Princess, do not go. Why are you angry again? Did you not say that no one would compete with me? Xing Bang smiled knowingly. uncertain if he had grasped the essence of the moment, and simply walked away. Uncle Bang, Sister Lizzie, what is going on? Lu Hui was perplexed. Had he not been quite cheerful just moments ago? Matters concerning adults were beyond the comprehension of children. One ought not to pry. In an instant, Xing Bang assumed an air of wisdom, for in the absence of others, he had transformed into Uncle Bang, his mind ever quick. Lu Hui stifled a yawn, declaring, "All right, Uncle Bang, I am tired and it is time for my afternoon nap. Please tell me a story afterwards." "Very well, let us proceed," Xing Bang replied, leading Lu Hui back to the sleeping quarters. Li Lizzie, aware that the crown prince was to take a rest, awaited him in the outer hall. "Sister Lizzie, you should rest as well. Having little Bang accompany me is sufficient," Lu Hui insisted. "Is he capable?" Li Lizzie questioned, recalling the incident when Lu Hui had wet his bed while under Xing Bang's watch. "Do not worry, Your Highness. I am more than capable," came Xing Bang's confident assurance. "Come along, little Bang. I truly am sleepy," Lu Hui said, tugging him toward the inner chamber, disregarding any further comments from Li Lizzie. "Humph, once the crown prince is asleep, we shall see how I deal with you," Li Lizzie thought to herself, remaining in the outer hall. "Uncle Bang, Sister Lizzie is aware of my previous incident, but rest assured, it was truly an accident. I do not wet the bed." "All right, Your Highness, hurry to bed. If you wet the bed again after your nap, we shall have to call you King Bedwetter," Xing Bang mused, considering it prudent to prepare for any eventualities, lest a slip tarnish his reputation for all time. "Enough of this, let us begin." Lu Hui promptly lay down, eager to hear the continuation of the story from last time. "Very well, I shall narrate a segment. The Calabash brothers rescue Snow White." Xing Bang recalled the passionate tale he had shared previously, which had led Lu Hui to dream of battling fairies that night. This time, he decided to keep it more straightforward, transforming the 7 dwarfs into Calabash brothers. However, less than a quarter of an hour into the tale, little Lu Hui had already drifted off to sleep. The childhood of a prince was fraught with challenges, and the crown prince Lu Hui, upon whom Lu Xian had placed great expectations, was no exception. Rising before dawn, he was compelled to study the 4 books and 5 classics, as well as the principles of governance in the Southern study. Lu Xian even required him to review memorials, leaving him no respite until lunch. Could an 8-year-old not grow weary under such demands? Once Lu Hui was settled, Xing Bang took his leave. Yet, no sooner had he exited than 2 maidservants entered, likely summoned by Li Lizzie to keep watch over Lu Hui. "You come with me," Li Lizzie commanded, casting a glance at Xing Bang before striding purposefully outside. The 2 then arrived at the pavilion overlooking the fish. "Little Bang, you possess quite the audacity to brazenly tease this princess," Li Lizzie exclaimed, turning dramatically, her eyes blazing with indignation. "Your Highness, on what grounds do you make such an accusation?" Xing Bang feigned innocence, though he was acutely aware of her meaning. "Humph, pretending to be oblivious, are we? Do not assume this princess is unaware. Your Highness, the more you speak, the more perplexed I become. I understood the first part. It is well known that the princess is flawless. Yet, I truly do not grasp what you mean by being aware." Xing Bang continued to speak in riddles. Li Lizzie furrowed her delicate brows, exclaiming in exasperation, "What nonsense is this? Are you attempting to perform a play?" "Princess, I have articulated my thoughts quite clearly. If you do not elucidate further, how am I to comprehend? Only through your clarification can I grasp your understanding. Is my explanation clear enough?" "I can only ascertain my own understanding by knowing what is clear," he continued, his confusion palpable. "Princess, do you comprehend this?" "Shut your mouth." "Yes, Princess, I understand." Li Lizzie was nearly beside herself with frustration. She swiftly approached Xing Bang and commanded, "No dodging." With that, she seized his ear with a firm grip. "Princess, how did our conversation escalate to this point?" Li Lizzie let out a light huff and proceeded to twist Xing Bang's ear in a complete circle. "Ouch, Princess, my ear feels as though it might fall off." Xing Bang winced, as the sensitivity of his ear was excruciating, far more painful than a few kicks. Li Lizzie chuckled softly. "Did you not wish to understand? I am merely ensuring that you truly grasp the matter at hand." Chapter 163. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that this princess harbors feelings for you? As she spoke, Li Lizzie tugged at Xing Bang's ear, spinning him around in a complete 360-degree turn. "Princess, you might actually pull my ear off." "Oomph, I shan't relent. Let us see how many rounds it takes to detach your ear." Li Lizzie's unruly and unreasonable princess demeanor was unmistakable, and she showed no sign of letting up. The language of combat had emerged. Princess, at least switch to the other ear. You cannot be so relentless with just this one. Xing Bang could hardly keep track of the back and forth. Tears brimmed in his eyes, truly overwhelmed. Tell me, are you deliberately teasing this princess? Admit it. If you do not speak the truth, I shall pull your ear off and serve it as a delicacy. Princess, ears are not particularly appetizing. What business is it of yours? Admit it or not, you still must tell this princess the truth. Very well, princess, I confess. Isn't that sufficient? That is more like it. Finally, Li Lizzie relented and released her grip. Xing Bang exhaled in relief. If he did not concede, his ear would surely be lost. And after all, was it not for the sake of yielding? Hee. Princess, your temper is quite fiery. Are you hoping I will claim it was intentional or innocent? And you dare to be clever with me? Xing Bang quickly shielded both ears with his hands, hastily adding, Calm down, princess. Please remain composed. All right, princess. I acknowledge my mistake, but truly, it cannot be blamed on me. It was the little eunuch setting the table who was blind, arranging it just perfectly. It was simply too. Still looking? I'll have your eyes extracted. Oh, my apologies, princess. It was instinctive, entirely instinctive. Xing Bang hastily diverted his gaze. Was this not a vivid reenactment of an involuntary memory? I would strike you, you shameless little eunuch, but I fear to tarnish my hands. Li Lizzie raised her hand, yet instinctively hesitated, then reluctantly lowered it. It was indeed peculiar. Just moments ago, she was inexplicably furious, yet now felt her anger dissipating. Had it been any other eunuch, they would have been struck down instantly. She could not comprehend what made him special in her heart. There was the influence of Madame Fanghua, and she admired his talents, yet she could not fathom why she did not despise his lecherous demeanor. Despite her aversion to such libertines, she found herself. How utterly baffling. Xing Bang sensed the moment was ripe and prepared to shift his strategy once more. He intended to remain elusive, for the more inscrutable he was, the more she would ponder, and the more she pondered, the more she would dwell upon him. Princess, why use the term shameless? I cannot concur. Beautiful things are meant to be admired. Just as you, princess, possess a beauty that could sink fish and cause wild geese to alight. Even women cannot help but steal glances, let alone men. Thus, is it wrong for me to appreciate your beauty? It is merely human instinct. Xing Bang spoke with utmost seriousness, presenting himself in a manner that seemed incongruous with any semblance of lewdness. Otherwise, he would have faced a swift reprimand. At best, one could describe him as cynical, yet there existed a certain ease and confidence about him. In essence, this was a harmonious blend of masculine essence and his unique charm. Li Lizzie slightly furrowed her brows. She was not a woman devoid of reason, fixated on trivialities. Upon closer reflection, she found some merit in his argument. However, she also considered herself a woman of modesty and purity. Even if his words held truth, his actions were hardly befitting of an honorable gentleman. They were nothing short of. Li Lizzie's cheeks flushed, yet she felt little anger. The embarrassment was even more difficult to articulate. Princess, do you comprehend why you find it hard to speak? He inquired. It is because you perceive this issue through a mundane lens. Why not adopt a different perspective or approach it with an open heart? Xing Bang was poised to don the mantle of a professor. Li Lizzie's delicate brows knit together. A different perspective? An open heart? Can such matters truly be discussed so candidly? This is utterly unprecedented, and his demeanor is so earnest, as if he genuinely believes it. Indeed, it is rather simple. Allow me to illustrate. If one can discern beauty from ugliness in a visage, then surely one can classify physiques into various categories as well. All possess beauty in their own right. Why not appreciate them with the same lens? He continued, every individual is innately equipped to distinguish between beauty and lack thereof, and they possess the right to choose their preferences. To simplify further, if the princess were incapable of seeing through such matters, I would hardly concern myself. Conversely, if I were to refrain from admiration, could I still be considered a person of substance? At this juncture, Xing Bang paused. For a good teacher allows their audience time to ponder. Li Lizzie listened intently, grasping the essence of his words. After a brief contemplation, she suddenly perceived a dilemma. By your reasoning, if I were to disallow your gaze, it would be my fault. That would lead to chaos. Xing Bang clapped his hands, applauding her insight. Well asked. You have pinpointed the crux of the matter. The princess is indeed astute. Li Lizzie shot him a glance. You're insane. You startled me. What a transformation. The once willful character had morphed into a gentle princess, seemingly belonging to someone else. Quite perceptive. Xing Bang chuckled and continued, Princess, you must pay close attention. We are about to delve into the essence of the discussion. Shall I arrange for ink and paper for you to take notes? No need. She replied, I have an excellent memory. Please proceed. Xing Bang cleared his throat. Princess, consider this. If it were someone you found unappealing, gazing at you as I do, akin to what you call lewdness, what would you do? Without hesitation, Li Lizzie responded, Why, I would certainly have that person torn to shreds and fed to the dogs. This reaction was instinctual, etched into her very being. Xing Bang smiled knowingly, recognizing that this had escalated into a matter of mutual selection, akin to a couple deeply enamored with one another. One might ponder, what is beyond mere admiration? Could it be deemed audacious? If a man ceases to appreciate a woman, that is the true definition of indecency. Li Li's complexion flushed, bewildered by the mention of couples, questioning the relevance of it all. Xing Bang, maintaining his smile, earnestly remarked, Princess, I wonder if my words resonate with you? Should you find them unclear, I can certainly provide more vivid and pertinent examples. What is there to misunderstand? Regardless, this princess comprehends. That is splendid, he continued. And remember, dear princess, to discard societal conventions and adopt a fresh perspective. Xing Bang deftly reiterated his philosophies and slogans, almost as if he were leading a grand procession with banners. However, if the occasion warranted, penning a tome might indeed be a worthy pursuit. Humph, who underestimates whom? It is merely that you admire me and find this princess enchanting. Wait, did your earlier insinuation imply that this princess harbors feelings for you as well? Chapter 164. The young lady knows quite a bit. Indeed, my princess. One could interpret it that way. Otherwise, would I not be torn to shreds and fed to the dogs? Li Lizzie did not anticipate that Xing Bang would respond so straightforwardly, leaving her somewhat at a loss for words. Could it truly be that he is utterly candid and undistracted? A graceful lady, a gentleman is drawn to her. Does he truly possess the demeanor of a gentleman? Li Lizzie found herself in a state of confusion, yet his words held a certain truth. If she were not fond of him, how could she tolerate him so readily? Xing Bang's greatest audacity, of course, lay in his boldness. Love must be declared boldly, lest one be thwarted or suffer in silence. When the moment calls for words, one must speak. What is there to fret about? My princess, what troubles you? Is it that I have spoken incorrectly? Humph. This princess does not fancy your slick tongue. You little eunuch, I shall chop you into bits and feed you to the dogs one day. Li Lizzie stamped her foot and indignantly fled. My princess, deceiving others easily makes one a little dog. Xing Bang called after her deliberately, seizing the opportunity. This was indeed a brand new scenario. Beauty, Li Lizzie age, 23 identity, long princess, adopted daughter of the emperor, charisma, 98, max 100, strength, transcendent level 6 friendliness progress, 80 rewards, 80 experience points hour. Xing Bang smiled knowingly. The treasure of elegance would not deceive him, as it had leaped from 60 to 80. It was merely a matter of the final push now. However, for a woman as extraordinary as Li Lizzie, seizing this opportunity was no trivial task. Xing Bang began to comprehend the critical threshold of the treasure of elegance progress. Below 50 was not worth considering, and 60 merely hinted at admiration. Li Lizzie lingered at 60, clearly wavering in her feelings. Now, breaking through to 80 signifies that she has come to understand her own heart. The significant leap is also related to her character. Once she has made a decision, she is unlikely to change it easily. In other words, her feelings for Xing Bang have solidified in her heart. Of course, it remains a mutual affection. As for the outcome, she may not have dared to contemplate it, given the complexities involved. Xing Bang understood this as well. Nonetheless, it was sufficient for now, as gradually clarifying obstacles was the key. Moreover, he believed that Li Lizzie was not a fragile woman. Upon their next encounter, she might choose to intermittently forget. So he need not worry that his actions would inflict great harm upon her. Xing Bang departed the Eastern Palace without the need for farewells. After all, Li Lizzie was still a woman, and a rather innocent one in this regard. The sudden turn of events required her to remain calm and process it all. A man's consideration is not indecisiveness. Rather, It is the most formidable weapon. With the golden card in hand, all worries dissipate. Suayu Pavilion. The path back to the cold chamber is also a small refuge of her own. Can one truly pass by their own door without entering? It is eerily quiet. Originally, Wan Yinran had only 2 minor eunuchs and 2 personal maids beside her. However, with the presence of Xing Bang, she sent the 2 minor eunuchs back to the prison courtyard, leaving only the 2 trusted maids. Xing Bang, well acquainted with the surroundings, made his way directly to Wan Yinran's palace without encountering Lianer, who was likely resting in the adjacent room during the afternoon break. Given Wan Yinran's low status, there were few restrictions. It seemed she only required 2 maids to take turns watching over her at night, and the rest of the time was quite casual. She was napping lightly, and merely touching her stirred her awake. Upon groggily recognizing Xing Bang, she exhaled in relief. You scared me. How did you come in? It's not like I can just let anyone enter. How annoying. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she became fully alert. Isn't it strange? Xing Bang pulled her into his embrace. It feels a bit desolate here, doesn't it? There's not a soul in sight outside. What if a rogue were to enter? Wan Yinran chuckled lightly, instinctively resting her hand on his shoulder. Indeed, I do feel a bit frightened. How about this? Help me think of a way to persuade His Majesty to assign me to the cold chamber. Then you could protect me every day, and I wouldn't have to worry at all. Xing Bang playfully flicked her nose and smiled slightly. As a consort, seeking to be relegated to the cold palace is quite unprecedented. Really, I have thought about it more than once. If I could just be sent to the cold chamber, I would feel so much more at ease. All right, stop overthinking. Just stay here obediently. Nothing will happen. Why endure the suffering of the cold chamber? As long as you are here, I would be willing to subsist on the most meager rations. But I do worry about what might happen if the emperor summons me again. Wan Yinran felt troubled by this thought. Despite being in the palace for quite some time, she couldn't help but worry about the uncertainties that lay ahead. Truly, Banggu, do you know? No matter what happens, I fear not death for your sake. But I dread the thought of never seeing you again. Yinner, stop your wild musings. It won't happen. Trust me. Banggu still intends for you to bear him a multitude of children. Seeing Wan Yinran's eyes glisten with tears, Xing Bang felt a surge of emotion. It was understandable. After all, women often indulge in idle thoughts, especially when they are unaware of his true strength and background. Wan Yinran's heart raced, and she instinctively tightened her embrace around him. If only she could bear him a few children, how blissful that would be. She looked forward to it. However, Banggu, you should come back at night. I'm feeling a bit scared. Scared of what? Lianer is quite clever, after all. She has certainly heard things before. Rest assured, Banggu is well aware. Xing Bang had long since realized that Lianer was quite dependable. Even in the late hours, after their meal, she would remain vigilant outside. Wan Yinran was oblivious, yet Xing Bang was fully aware. However, Lianer only grasped part of the situation, naively unable to discern the nuances. Oh, very well then. Over an hour later, upon stepping outside, Xing Bang spotted Lianer peering around anxiously at the entrance. You possess quite the audacity, daring to come here in broad daylight? Lianer lowered her voice. Xing Bang smiled faintly. Lianer, how can you be so certain it is me? The girl, with her cheeks flushed, displayed little sign of surprise. I won't tell you. I just know. The little girl certainly had her fair share of understanding. Lianer pouted. Just because I haven't eaten pork doesn't mean I haven't seen a pig run. Don't think for a moment that I truly don't know. Xing Bang's brows furrowed immediately. Chapter 165. 500 years hence, I shall still adore you. Xing Bang was momentarily intrigued by the seemingly innocent Lianer. What more could she possibly know? The little girl's words sounded so genuine, yet he could hardly believe she grasped the essence of the matter. Lianer, something seems amiss with you. What do you mean? Lianer blushed, instinctively lowering her head, her mind buzzing. It's common knowledge about eunuchs and palace maids. Besides, even without eunuchs, palace maids can still survive. Understanding dawned upon him. Indeed, exposure to the world often fostered rapid growth, and Lianer had evidently gained considerable insight. Lianer, should the opportunity arise, I shall introduce you to a charming young man. You, what are you saying? Lianer's face flushed crimson, and she instinctively bowed her head, her thoughts racing. If it were true, it wouldn't be entirely out of the question, provided he was handsome. You. Lianer cast a glance, only to find that Xing Bang had already distanced himself. He waved back, assuring her, no problem. You could hear that? Lianer gazed in astonishment at Xing Bang's retreating figure, realizing she had barely comprehended her own words. Upon Xing Bang's return to the Bureau of Justice, a resplendent glow greeted him, revealing Madame Fanghua, seated gracefully in the hall. "Sister, what brings you here?" Though pleased, he felt a tinge of surprise. It was unusual for her to be alone in this place. "You're back? That girl Yudi left not long ago, looking rather disheartened. How did you know I returned?" Xing Bang was perplexed. He was aware that Meng Yudi had arrived with the He sisters, yet they shouldn't have known of his return. Yudi was about to leave, but someone from Taiha Hall came. "I'm not sure what the Emperor intended, but he suddenly decreed that I could roam freely within the Bureau of Justice. I have no idea where you wandered off to, but it took Yudi over an hour to leave. Knowing you would return, I decided to wait for you here." As Madame Fanghua spoke, she kindly poured a cup of water for Xing Bang. Now it made sense. The news of his return must have been relayed by the eunuch who delivered the edict. Interestingly, the Emperor had granted him the privilege to freely enter the Eastern Palace, which led him to visit the Crown Prince. Unexpectedly, he had received such a commendation from the Emperor. It seemed the Emperor was in remarkably good spirits. Xing Bang harbored a vague suspicion, though he was certain it boded well. Madame Fanghua handed him the teacup, her face radiating warmth as she said, regardless of the circumstances, "It is evident that the Emperor trusts you immensely. I had my reservations, but now I feel reassured. As long as you and the Crown Prince remain safe, all will be well." Xing Bang, feeling quite parched, took several hearty sips. He leaned closer to Madame Fanghua, the intoxicating fragrance enveloping him, lifting his spirits and leaving no room for other thoughts or concerns. "Sister, what troubles you regarding me?" "Oh, it is nothing significant. Merely a concern that you might attract envy due to your prominence. Such care indeed warms my heart, does it not? Do not overthink in the future, rest assured. I shall encounter no misfortune. However, perhaps you could justifiably fret about whether I might attract too much attention. You, dear sister, are not the kind of person to ease one's mind. Yet, I am not troubled by such matters. Just wait until you grow old and lose your charm." Sister, you must not utter such words again. Even 500 years hence, I shall still cherish you. I am quite serious and shall remember this. Indeed, let this be etched in your mind. You, scoundrel. In the Shao residence, within the study, Xiao Guigang, after perusing a letter, suddenly furrowed his brow, swiftly incinerating it before sitting back in his chair and slowly closing his eyes, his expression heavy and complex. Standing nearby, Xiao Shizhong understood that it was not good news. Witnessing his father's grave demeanor, he dared not speak, anxiously waiting with words unuttered. After a long pause, Xiao Guigang exhaled deeply, prompting Xiao Shizhong to finally inquire, "Father, what has transpired to cause you such distress?" Xiao Guigang slowly opened his eyes, revealing that a message had arrived from the palace. Today, His Majesty unexpectedly decreed that Madame Fanghua may roam freely within the restricted chamber. "Ah, father, you nearly frightened me to death. I thought it was something grave. After all, no one has been released. Is your concern truly warranted?" Xiao Shizhong, feeling guilty, had initially feared it related to his own affairs and breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Guigang shot him a glare. "You are only preoccupied with your petty concerns, failing to grasp the wisdom that those without foresight are bound to face imminent troubles. Furthermore, do you think your case is so easily overlooked? Now the entire capital is aware, Xia Chongqing, that cunning fellow, will surely report the lack of leads and unresolved cases, which will inevitably reach the Emperor's ears, compelling a response from the court. Father, by your reasoning, am I not facing significant trouble? Unless one acts without fault, one cannot hope to remain undetected. Now that you are aware of the urgency, since you entered the court, I have repeatedly warned you to be cautious, for great trees attract the wind. Yet you proceeded with reckless abandon, leaving behind such a large liability for yourself. Any ensuing hardship is of your own making." Xiao Guigang, while exasperated with his promising eldest son, found himself without recourse, merely hoping that in this critical moment, he would stir up as little trouble as possible, lest he lose sleep over it. "Father, do you imply that even if I am implicated, His Majesty would not truly take action against me?" "That depends on how His Majesty weighs the situation for our Xiao family. From this day forth, conduct yourself with utmost propriety and avoid meddling in any affairs. Do you understand?" Xiao Guigang was well aware of the situation. Having served as the prime minister for 30 years, he possessed a profound understanding of the current emperor, not to mention his own substantial foundation of power. Indeed, my child, I shall always heed your teachings. However, he continued, Father, I still cannot comprehend His Majesty's intentions. Do you truly believe that Lady Fanghua might be released? That is rather difficult to ascertain, replied his father. Our emperor, inherently suspicious, often engages in actions that are utterly inscrutable. Moreover, it appears that His Majesty's health is showing signs of improvement, which is indeed the most concerning aspect. Father, it seems the four elders may have successfully concocted a potion beneficial to the emperor. If His Majesty were to live for several more years, our Shao family would find itself in increasingly dire straits. In my humble opinion, Father, perhaps we should abandon this passive stance and adopt a more proactive approach. Xiao Guogang waved his hand, indicating that it was not yet the time to gamble recklessly. However, it was indeed time for those individuals to make some discreet preparations. Chapter 166. The Emperor's Heartfelt Intentions at the Taiha Hall. Recently, my health has improved significantly, and my spirits have lifted considerably. Hence, I have summoned both of you to join me for a meal. Lu Xian called upon the Crown Prince and Li Lizzie to dine together. Father, you appear to be in much better spirits. I believe you will continue to improve, and may you live to 100. Li Lizzie responded first, aware as a warrior of the reasons behind Lu Xian's previous frailty. Lu Xian chuckled, I am most aware of my own health and have no grand aspirations for immortality. I would be content to live a few more years, to guide the Crown Prince for a while longer, and to see the court remain stable and peaceful. If I could witness both of your weddings, I would leave this world with no regrets. Father, you will surely live a long life. Lu Hui sincerely added, Queer, today I have issued a decree to lift the restrictions on your mother. Are you pleased? Indeed, I am overjoyed. And I thank you on behalf of my mother for your grace. Lu Hui was genuinely happy, though he lamented that she had not yet been released. Otherwise, he would dream of her freedom with a smile. Queer, there is something I have not yet mentioned to you, and with Lizzie present, I wish to ask, how do you feel about my handling of your uncle's family? Do you harbor any resentment towards me? Li Lizzie felt a sudden jolt in her heart, perplexed by Lu Xian's unexpected question. Lu Hui furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before responding. In truth, I bear no resentment, and I recognize the good intentions behind your actions, Father. However, there are many aspects I find difficult to comprehend. Queer, I am pleased to hear you think this way. Your maturity at such a young age brings me great comfort. It is clear that your words come from the heart. Lu Xian expressed with satisfaction, then turned to Li Lizzie, continuing, Lizzie, for you, this issue may be more complex. Perhaps you still hold some reservations towards me regarding this matter? Father, Li Lizzie found herself at a loss for words. Struck by Lu Xian's insight into her feelings, arguing would serve no purpose. Lizzie, there is no need for anxiety. Since I have broached this subject today, I wish to discuss it with both of you. Thank you for your understanding, Father. Li Lizzie and Lu Hui listened attentively, eager to unravel the mystery surrounding this long-standing concern. Lu Xian took a sip of wine and began, Crown Prince, you must understand that as an emperor, one must always prioritize the stability of the realm, regardless of the circumstances. Naturally, I hope you will become an even more astute emperor than I. Now, I can share with both of you that I was indeed exhausted due to my health issues in the past. However, I have never regretted my decisions regarding the He family. Everything I have done has been for the stability of the realm and for your future, Crown Prince. As for the infamy that may follow me, I remain indifferent. Crown Prince, do you grasp the depth of my intentions? Lu Hui's eyes were red as he solemnly nodded. Your Highness, in recent days, I have shared many matters concerning the court with you, and I trust you have gained some insights. Pray tell, why have I entrusted the military department to the Shao family? Lu Hui pondered deeply, recalling the numerous memorials from recent years that sought to impeach Shao Shizhong, all of which had been suppressed and faded into silence. Although the military expenditures of Great Yao had remained relatively stable in recent years, they nonetheless escalated annually, consuming nearly 2/3 of the nation's finances each year. Father, the Shao and He families have long been engaged in overt and covert strife. You seek to maintain equilibrium within the court. Lu Hui, often instructed by Lu Xian on the intricacies of governance, had long grasped such fundamental truths. Meanwhile, Li Lizzie, who listened quietly by their side, felt a twinge of anxiety. Was this not subtly hinting at her own situation? The very decision to allow her presence surely carried greater significance, undoubtedly interwoven with her fate. Lu Xian nodded, fully aware of his son's astuteness. Although Lu Hui frequently discussed the factional conflicts within the court, he had never directly inquired about Lu Hui's thoughts. Father, Lizzie has a lingering question. Lizzie, you may voice any concerns you have. Since we are addressing this matter today, I have no intention of concealing anything from you. Lu Xian seemed to anticipate the inquiries of Li Lizzie, and she sensed that Lu Xian was prepared to divulge critical information, prompting her to finally voice the doubts she had harbored but dared not express. After all, her presence must hold some relevance. Father, Lizzie does not comprehend why. Despite the He family's loyalty being questionable, they are, at least, far more reliable than the Shao family for the crown prince. Li Lizzie delicately articulated her confusion, still believing that Lu Xian's previous decision stemmed from his weakened state. Although the threat posed by military officials was indeed greater than that of civil servants, the He family, after all, belonged to the maternal side of Lady Fanghua, and the Shao family was not as straightforward as they appeared. Lu Xian smiled slightly. His purpose today was precisely this discourse. I am aware that many do not understand my course of action. I concede it may seem ruthless, yet it is not a decision made in ignorance. Have you considered what might transpire if I were to suddenly depart from this world? Should the crown prince ascend the throne, and I speak not of Lady Fanghua, would the Shao family retain any foothold in the court? Lu Xian's intent was clear. Upon his demise, Lady Fanghua would likely face execution in advance, and the He family, wielding military power, would certainly not spare the Shao family. Even if Lu Hui wished to protect them, he would find himself utterly powerless. The youth of the crown prince was the very circumstance Lu Xian most dreaded. Thus, the most prudent course was to eliminate all threats. Li Lizzie's ascension as crown princess would secure a steadfast protector for Lu Hui. Your Majesty, but the Shao family. Lizzie, regardless of my actions, I have never wished to harm you. I only desire for you and the crown prince to enjoy a lifetime of peace. You are the one he can rely upon and trust most. Can you understand my heartfelt intentions? Lu Xian was acutely aware of the unspoken concerns of Li Lizzie, particularly the looming question of what would transpire should the Shao family instigate rebellion. Although Lu Xian refrained from articulating this dilemma, his strategy of utilizing the Shao family to eliminate the He family served dual purposes. It not only created a fade of power for the Shao family, but also allowed him greater control over his formidable generals in the absence of the He family. He was not oblivious to the chaos that Shao Shizhong had wrought within the Ministry of War. Rather, he chose to permit it intentionally. Initially, this was a maneuver to counterbalance the He family, but with their downfall, the disarray among the generals would inevitably lead to increased resentment, directing their ire towards the Shao family. With the ascension of the crown prince, even if the Shao family were to rebel, they would not only have Li Lizzie as protection but also face the animosity of the former He family generals, who would find it difficult to pledge loyalty to the Shao family, especially considering the contingencies Lu Xian had in reserve. As a military figure, Li Lizzie likely grasped Lu Xian's true intentions. Her remarks today might well have been a means to mentally prepare herself for the challenges ahead. The presence of 200,000 troops from the southern town. Chapter 167. The graciousness of youth and the resurgence of the Empress's old ailment. The 200,000 troops of the southern garrison are undoubtedly the elite of the great Yao army, having steadfastly defended the southern borders for many years, leaving no opportunity for the southern Chu to exploit. Their valor and martial prowess are evident, and the 50,000 iron cavalry instill dread in the hearts of their foes. Moreover, the southern garrison is commonly known, in hushed tones, as the Li family army. At present, the esteemed Li Lizzie undeniably embodies the spirit of this formidable force. Lu Xian's affection for Li Lizzie is genuine, yet he harbors a certain wariness, prompting him to keep her close. Now that she has ascended to the position of consort, his concerns are somewhat alleviated. Should turmoil arise in the capital, those 50,000 iron cavalry would serve as a swift and formidable force to restore order. To speak candidly, Li Lizzie has never entertained thoughts of treachery. However, at this moment, her heart is tumultuous as she grapples with the complexities of her suspicious and capricious father. In any case, she, Li Lizzie, will never commit an act of treason, nor will she betray the crown prince. Regardless of who dares to conspire for the throne, she will be the first to oppose it. Your Majesty, your intentions for the kingdom and the Crown Prince's future are truly commendable. No matter what transpires in the days to come, Lizzie and the 200,000 Southern Garrison will remain forever loyal to you and the Crown Prince. Lizzie, I have not showered you with affection in vain. With your support, the Crown Prince brings me great comfort. Come, let us drink together. I hope you two shall become an unparalleled pair throughout history. As these words were spoken, Lizzie and Lu Hui simultaneously raised their cups, and the three drank together. Lizzie felt no guilt, nor did she dwell on whether Lu Xian's actions today were heartfelt or held ulterior motives. Thereafter, they spoke little of court affairs, and after a few more cups, the banquet gradually dispersed. Lu Xian, having indulged in more drink than usual, was assisted back to his chambers by Chao Zhangchun after Lizzie and Lu Hui took their leave. Great companion, I have not felt such joy in a long time. Seeing the emperor in such high spirits, the old servant was filled with delight. After helping Lu Xian onto the dragon couch, Chao Zhangchun hastily fetched a cup of ginseng tea for him to drink. Your Majesty, you seem so joyful today. Might it be that you wish to summon a certain lady to keep you company? Lu Xian exhaled deeply and waved his hand dismissively. To be honest, within this harem, there is no one quite like Fanghua. Never mind, I shall refrain from such thoughts. Given my condition, it only serves to trouble my mind. Your Majesty, there is no need for haste. The inner elixir of the dragon is a substance of supreme yang. I believe that with prolonged use, it will surely enhance your vitality. You old rascal, you know just how to amuse me. Lu Xian, fully aware of his own condition, nonetheless felt a surge of happiness at Chao Zhangchun's words. If it were indeed possible, it would imply a crack in the curse of witchcraft, and perhaps the prospect of heirs could still be realized. Your Majesty, you are favored by destiny and protected by heaven. I firmly believe that you shall see your wishes fulfilled. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian sat up with renewed vigor, his expression one of yearning. May it be as you say, and I hope that day arrives swiftly, even if it is just before my final breath. Chao Zhangchun found himself at a loss for words, merely standing by with a forced smile. Lu Xian cast a sidelong glance at Chao Zhangchun and scoffed, "Old fool. What are you so pleased about?" Yet, Chao Zhangchun continued to grin silently. Lu Xian shot him a glare before lying down without further comment. Promptly, Chao Zhangchun tucked Lu Xian in, having served this master for decades. He understood his thoughts well, and thus never erred in his duties. In Shining Palace, upon hearing the news about Madame Fanghua, Empress Zhao's mood soured instantly, leading her to unleash a torrent of anger. Misfortunes seemed to come in waves, and her chronic back pain flared up again. Any good fortune that befell Madame Fanghua felt like a calamity to her, causing her chest to ache with indignation. Your Majesty, perhaps we should summon the imperial physician? Suggested Xiao Xian after futilely attempting to alleviate the pain for some time, only to notice the Empress's suffering intensifying. The more agitated she became, the sharper the pain. Summon the physician? They are of no use. Alas, forget it. Send someone to fetch Xing Bang from the training grounds. Empress Xiao was well aware of Xing Bang's activities outside the palace and felt a surge of joy at the thought of rewarding him upon his return. Yet, this recent incident had thrown her into a state of turmoil. She instinctively wished to hide her disheveled state from Xing Bang, who had done so much for her and her son. The prospect of imposing further burdens upon him left her feeling somewhat discontented. However, the more she thought of his ability to alleviate her back pain, the more intense her discomfort became. Ultimately, she couldn't resist the urge to summon Xing Bang, believing that merely seeing him would greatly improve her spirits. With no other choice, Empress Xiao instructed Xiao Xian to go to the training grounds to summon him. Little Gold, is your master inside? Xiao Xian inquired. Sister, Xing Bang just returned to the palace and is somewhat fatigued. He has just fallen asleep and is unaware of your matters, replied Xiao Jin. Oh dear, the Empress summons him and requires his presence at Shining Palace immediately. Little Gold, please rouse him. Yes, I shall try to awaken him at once. Xiao Jin pretended to gently knock on the door. Xiao Xian frowned. Little Gold, is your master truly inside? Sister, do not fret. I just came out from within. Xing Bang detests anyone knocking too hard. Rest assured, my lord has exceptional hearing and will be out shortly, she reassured. Inside the room, Xing Bang could hear every word outside and cursed inwardly at the interruption. Meanwhile, Madame Fanghua was completely absorbed in her studies, oblivious to the commotion outside. Bang, feeling helpless, whispered a few words in her ear. Ah, then, you should hurry. Madame Fanghua maintained a semblance of calm, although a trace of resentment lingered in her heart. As Bang stepped outside, he yawned. Xian, what brings you here? The Empress is unwell and requires your immediate presence. Very well. Just a moment while I gather my things. Xing Bang intentionally returned to the house, emerging once more with an exquisite bag containing 36 exquisite acupuncture needles. There is no need to ask, he naturally intended to treat the Empress Xiao. At that moment, Nangong Shui arrived outside the courtyard. Upon seeing Xing Bang and Xian approaching, she quickly concealed herself. In this heavy snowfall, it seems I must return to apologize to you properly. Xing Bang immediately sensed Nangong Shui's concealment. Xian, has the Empress's back pain flared up again? He inquired, his anger simmering as he gazed at the voluptuous Xian, wishing to reprimand her. Indeed, the pain is quite intense. Otherwise, why would I summon you at this hour? Xian replied, slightly bending forward as she held the lantern, illuminating the path ahead. Xian, the night is so dark, do take your time and be cautious. Chapter 168, Xiaoho's Alarm. So that is how it is, understood. Be careful not to stumble like last time. The paths within this palace are so familiar and level. Had it not been for your collision, I would never have fallen. Xian instinctively slowed her pace, yet she did not dare to halt, still feeling a bit embarrassed about the previous incident. The ground may be flat, but you are rather top-heavy, which could easily lead to an unstable center of gravity. Xing Bang said earnestly. Xian, petite yet charming, possessed a refreshingly pleasant appearance. I do not comprehend your words. Let us hasten. The Empress is perspiring profusely. If you do not understand, ponder slowly. In time, you shall grasp it. Xing Bang merely sought to amuse her out of boredom, and besides, there was little time to linger. The Empress awaited her treatment. Indeed, the distance from the violent chamber to Shouning Palace was not short. Observing Xian's anxious demeanor, she could hardly cover any ground with her hurried steps. Xing Bang shook his head and swiftly scooped her up in his arms. Huh, what are you doing? Xian exclaimed, nearly dropping the lantern she held, which Xing Bang promptly caught. You wished to arrive at Shouning Palace sooner, did you not? Your frantic demeanor is truly exhausting to behold. Xian let out a long breath. I thought you were going to. Please put me down quickly. What if someone sees us? Just claim you twisted your ankle. That suffices. Well, all right. As they conversed, Xing Bang had already begun to stride forward with remarkable speed. With a light gasp, Xian, unable to maintain her balance, instinctively wrapped her arms around Xing Bang's neck, failing to utter a word. His arms are indeed quite strong. Before long, Xing Bang had carried Xian to Shouning Palace. All right, Xian, do not clutch so tightly. You may come down now. Oh, how did we arrive so quickly? Xian's face remained flushed throughout the journey, her heart racing like a startled fawn. Xing Bang chuckled. If you found this insufficient, we could always take the return route for another round. Ah, no, that is not what I meant. Xian hurriedly clarified. A sense of safety she had never experienced before igniting an inexplicable fervor within her. Please set me down. Then, Xing Bang gently lowered Xian to the ground. The young girl's face had turned crimson to the roots of her neck, and she should now understand the factors contributing to her lack of balance. What typically required nearly half an hour to walk had been accomplished in a mere quarter. However, this was still somewhat understated. Without delay, Xing Bang and Xian proceeded directly to the Empress's chamber. Your humble servant, Bang, pays his respects to the Empress. No need for excessive formalities. At that moment, the Empress was reclining on the bed, while a palace maid held a warm towel to soothe her waist, her breath fragrant, indicating some relief. If the Empress has no further commands, your servant shall commence the acupuncture. As he spoke, Xing Bang unfurled the package, revealing a series of shimmering silver needles under the candlelight. All right, you may begin. The Empress gestured, and the two attending maidservants promptly withdrew. Xian, assist the Empress in changing her attire. Understood. Xian hurriedly stepped forward, while the Empress was already applying a warm towel, soon leaving her modesty exposed. Xing Bang, how should I cooperate with you? Your Highness need not move for now. I will begin with the needles at your waist. Xing Bang had his own unique method of needlework. In the midst of their conversation, he had already drawn one of the needles. Your Highness, is this truly safe? Xing Bang, you must be precise. Xiao Xian, do not hinder Xing Bang's work. Kindly wait aside. The Empress understood Xiao Xian's concern for her and bore no resentment. Yes, Your Highness. Xiao Xian, feeling somewhat apprehensive, stepped aside. Xing Bang, there is no need for you to be nervous. I have faith in you. Rest assured, Your Highness, nothing will go awry. The Empress remained remarkably composed, having witnessed such procedures before and even having been embraced by him. Then, Xing Bang began to employ the life-draining infinite needle, channeling his energy through the needle. Your Highness, how does it feel? Quite comfortable. All right, Your Highness, the crucial acupoints have been unblocked. We shall proceed with the massage techniques now. I shall follow your lead. The Empress's back pain had nearly dissipated, leaving only a slight tingling sensation. Very well, Your Highness, you may now turn over and lie flat. In truth, Xing Bang had already alleviated all the pressure on her central nerves. However, the life-draining infinite needle contained therapeutic massage techniques that required meticulous care. Xing Bang, your method of treatment is indeed remarkable, though it is rather peculiar. No wonder you found no opportunity to showcase your skills and why others have mistreated you. Just a moment ago, things were well, but now, their eyes met, and the Empress instinctively felt a twinge of embarrassment and tension. Your Highness, if you find it uncomfortable, you may close your eyes. No, there is no need. I am not afraid of you. Besides, you are still watching over me, are you not? Xing Bang, thank you for your efforts. Would you like to wipe your sweat first? The Empress noticed the beads of perspiration forming on Xing Bang's forehead, feeling an inexplicable gratitude within her. No need, Your Highness. This is merely a physical task, and I shall sweat even more shortly. Xing Bang thought that seeing more sweat would evoke even greater emotion. Then, please proceed. The Empress exhaled softly. It was impossible for her heart not to flutter, especially as she instinctively anticipated Xing Bang's massage techniques. Xing Bang, what are you doing? Xiaohou instinctively gasped, her eyes widening as she stared at Xing Bang, unable to believe that he had directly. Your Highness, please do not be alarmed. My technique involves a downward massage, allowing the cold energy within your body to ultimately converge and exit through the Shun K point. Oh, I see now. I understand. She replied, but you should at least announce your intentions. What if I were to impulsively strike out in a moment of panic? Xiaohou feigned composure. Exhaling deeply, how could one remain calm with such an audacious method of massage? Simultaneously, she found herself puzzled as to why she had not reacted with a swift counter. Nor had she instinctively recoiled. Could it be that those long-buried thoughts within her heart were stirring? With this realization, Xiaohou felt an unsettling turmoil within, and she could not deny a fundamental truth. After all, she was still a woman. Your Highness, a healer's heart is akin to that of a parent, I assure you. My intentions have been steadfast. Moreover, given the kindness you have shown me, how could I ever bear to offend you? Xing Bang initially spoke with utmost seriousness, but his expression soon transformed into a playful grin. Xiaohou furrowed her brow slightly. Why are you so unwavering? Am I truly not captivating enough for you? Chapter 169. Alas, being a woman is truly challenging. Xiaohou let out a bitter smile inwardly. At her age, how could she still feel a sense of inexplicable loss akin to that of a youthful girl, stirred by mere words? You have indeed been rather audacious. I should teach you a lesson. Indeed, Your Highness, I have just realized that I have been somewhat disrespectful. Perhaps. Xing Bang feigned a strategy of entrapment, a look of grievance on his face, almost ready to resign. No, I find this quite pleasant. Is it not said that a healer possesses the heart of a parent? Therefore, I shall overlook your impetuousness. Xiaohou's face flushed instantly, a wave of embarrassment washing over her. It had been years since she had felt such shame. Alas, I could not contain myself. Yes, Your Highness. I can now act with confidence. Xiaohou furrowed her brow. What did you just say, little Bang? She sighed. She had clearly heard him. Yet why did she feel the need to inquire further? Your Highness, I meant that I am devoid of any burdens or concerns in my heart. However, you must not act recklessly. You are responsible for my well-being. What is amiss today? Why this constant lapse in decorum? Xiaohou regretted her words upon speaking. What a jumble of thoughts she had expressed. Wait, she had forgotten something. Xiao Xian was still present. Xiao Xian, there is nothing more for you to attend to here. You may retire. Yes, Your Highness. Xiao Xian replied, but inwardly grumbled, feeling slighted for not having been acknowledged. Little Bang is quite remarkable. He appears so comfortable. Oh heavens, why not grant me a backache as well? Once outside, Xiao Xian slapped his forehead, realizing how foolish he was. After all, he himself suffered from back pain. Little Bang, do you think my ailment can be completely eradicated? Your Highness, that is indeed the case. However, you need not endure in silence. Otherwise, I might doubt my medical skills. Xing Bang smiled knowingly. It seemed Xiao Ho had her own moments of awkwardness. How endearing she was, attempting to conceal her embarrassment. How dare you mock me, Little Bang? Xiao Ho lost her resolve, the words failing her as she became anxious at the thought of him resigning. Your Highness, it is essential to relax. This is advice from a healer to a patient. Do continue your banter. Considering your hard work, I shall let this slide today. With that, Xiao Ho exhaled deeply, slowly closing her eyes. Xing Bang's lips curved into a gentle smile. Had they not agreed that she would not doze off? Yet, her heart was indeed resolute. Time passed, and suddenly, Xiao Ho grasped Xing Bang's hand, murmuring, Little Bang, do not move. Quickly, she opened her eyes in alarm. Xing Bang cast a glance at the slightly dazed expression of Empress Xiao, as if struck by a bolt from the blue, awakening from a dreamlike state. Alas, he had unknowingly traversed beyond the Shinkei acupoint. Your Majesty, it seems I have exerted myself rather excessively and am somewhat fatigued. In such dim circumstances, Empress Zhao's mental resilience was commendable. She truly embodied the dignity of a sovereign, her composure and steadfastness unparalleled by ordinary women. However, though Xing Bang felt a bit lightheaded, he remained lucid and measured. Please, take a moment to rest. Empress Xiao had regained her senses, gently smoothing her disheveled hair, betraying a hint of embarrassment. Fortunately, Your Majesty, I have completed the treatment. Very well, Little Bang. You may withdraw and let Xiao Xian enter. Yes, Your Majesty. Xing Bang turned and departed. Watching his retreating figure, Empress Xiao could not help but exhale deeply, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions, her heart burdened with unspeakable feelings. After all, she was the Empress. Not only a paragon for the women of the harem, but also a role model for all women across the realm. Therefore, she could not. Contemplating these thoughts brought her some comfort. Alas, being a woman is no easy task. After Xing Bang left, Empress Xiao sighed inwardly and began to stretch her limbs. For maintaining such a forced rigidity was indeed quite taxing. Before long, Xiao Xian entered, noticing the disarray of the Empress's hair and the beads of sweat upon her forehead. He quickly inquired, Your Majesty, are you unwell? I am well, merely feeling a touch uncomfortable. Xiao Xian, prepare for me. I wish to bathe. She instructed. Also, let Little Bang return to rest. Inform him that I am aware of matters beyond the palace, and I shall speak with him another day. Xiao Xian acknowledged her words and exited to relay the Empress's instructions to Xing Bang. As he prepared to leave, he noticed her hesitation and asked, Xiao Xian, is there something else? Oh, nothing, Your Majesty. Since you wish to bathe, I shall attend to my duties, she replied hurriedly before darting away. Xing Bang could easily discern her troubled mind. She was at that tender age of budding romance, standing silently for quite some time. It was hardly believable she had no thoughts at all. As for Empress Zhao's impending bath, he shook his head in wry amusement. There was nothing amiss. After recovering from an illness, a good bath was indeed warranted. Unable to linger any longer, Xing Bang took his leave, hastening back to the office of the storm chamber. The following day, at the Taiha Hall during the morning court session, Lucien donned a resplendent yellow dragon robe and a golden crown, exuding an air of authority as he sat upon the dragon throne. If there are memorials for discussion, present them. If not, the court is dismissed. Chao Jingchuan's voice rang out, sharp and resonant, echoing a refrain he had chanted for decades. The ranks of civil and military officials in the front row stood motionless. At this moment, at the rear of the civil officials, Xie Changqing from Shuntian Prefecture stepped forward, declaring, Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present. Upon seeing Xia Changqing, Lucien immediately surmised the matter at hand and remarked, Minister Xia, please enlighten us on the issue. Subsequently, Chao Zhengchun descended to receive the memorial presented by the young eunuch. Your Majesty, regarding the case of the female corpse found in the dry well some time ago. The matter dates back quite a while, and there are over a dozen bodies involved. As the prefect of Shuntian, I bear the guilt of negligence. I implore Your Majesty to impose punishment upon me. Have you uncovered any results? Lucien inquired promptly. The capital is a paragon of virtue, and the occurrence of such a horrifying murder case is not something I can take lightly. However, after an extensive period of investigation, we have yet to yield any leads. This case is of significant gravity, especially as it happened within the residence of the Prime Minister. It may well be beyond the capabilities of my office. I beseech your Majesty to render a wise decision. As soon as Xia Chongqing concluded, a faint sound of disdain was heard. At that moment, the Minister of Justice stepped forward, his expression impassive as he fixed his gaze on Xia Chongqing. Minister Xia, I perceive that your grasp of your duties has grown increasingly muddled. Regardless of the magnitude of the case, you have only investigated for a few days before retreating in the face of difficulty. Is this truly your approach to governance? Your Majesty, I acknowledge my faults and regret troubling your Majesty's mind, yet the utter lack of clues in this case weighs heavily on my heart. Xia Chongqing expressed with a countenance of distress. Chapter 170. Advancing to the Extraordinary Realm. Handling cases outside the palace, Xia Chongqing found himself in a predicament akin to a mute consuming bitter gall, suffering in silence, unable to offend anyone. He intended to transfer the matter to the Ministry of Justice, yet it was rebuffed. Who could be unaware of the complexities involved? Thus, Xia Chongqing, risking his official standing, directly reported to Lucien, determined to rid himself of this troublesome hot potato. What he did not anticipate was that the Minister of Justice, an old fox, would turn the tables and accuse him first. Minister Xia, this is your fault. If the case cannot be handled, it can certainly be transferred to the Ministry of Justice according to protocol. Is there some hidden complication? Lucien, with clarity of mind, feigned ignorance, even tempering his spirited demeanor to appear somewhat fatigued. Yes, it is my folly, my grave error. I beseech your Majesty to punish me. Xia Chongqing dared not reveal the truth, fearing a mere reprimand might lead to further enmity. Lucien waved his hand in annoyance. Enough with the talk of punishment. If I were to hold everyone accountable, there would scarcely be a few left standing in the court. Thank you, your Majesty. Xia Chongqing internally sighed in relief and hastened to return to his duties, feeling relieved of responsibility. Since the Shuntian Prefecture was incapable of handling the case, it would be turned over to the Ministry of Justice. Moreover, this case had stirred unrest in the capital. It was imperative to investigate swiftly to reassure the populace. Yes, your Majesty, I shall comply. Yet, Xia Chongqing recalled the earlier remark about the incident occurring within the Right Chancellor's residence, and hesitated. However, I fear the Minister of Justice could no longer evade responsibility, though he was acutely aware of the underlying issues. Minister Wu, do not mince words, speak plainly. Your Majesty, I am concerned that my efforts may fall short, failing to meet your Majesty's expectations. I humbly request that another be appointed to oversee this case, and I will offer my full cooperation. Lucien snorted in disdain. For such a case, both the Shuntian Prefecture and the Ministry of Justice are timidly passing the buck. Can we not unravel this mess? His outburst sent all ministers to their knees. Minister Xiao, pray tell, what makes this case so difficult? Your Majesty, I believe that while this case is indeed grave, it is merely a homicide. The true source of trepidation lies in its occurrence within the Right Chancellor's residence, which merits our contemplation. As the foremost minister, Xiao Guogang dared to articulate what others would not, for it was a truth well understood among all present. Lucien turned his gaze to Cui Sheng, who stood behind Xiao Guogang, and inquired, Minister Cui, what is your perspective on this matter? Cui Sheng, unflustered, stepped forward. Your Majesty, my silence was to avoid suspicion. Since you have inquired, I speak with a clear conscience, and I implore your Majesty to scrutinize my words. Lucien pondered for a moment, then cleared his throat, saying, In that case, let the sixth prince take charge of this case. Very well, that shall suffice. I am weary. Dismissed. As Lucien departed amidst the chorus of his minister's reverence, he retreated to the inner palace. Your Majesty, do you wish to signal the little stick? There is no need for concern. Jinger will manage to find Xiao Batzi to assist with the matters at hand. Chao Zhengchun grinned, understanding Lucien's intent without further elaboration, embodying the notion of discretion. In the hall of the violent department, Xing Batzi reclined comfortably, his demeanor relaxed and composed. After a night of rigorous cultivation, he was indeed invigorated and exuding an air of grandeur. Although Madame Fanghua had been liberated from her confinement, remaining in the violent department felt inappropriate. prompting her to depart early with Nangong Shui. Having returned to the palace for over a day, he diligently practiced for 10 hours, garnering 320,000 experience points, leaving him with a balance of 478,000. With a triumphant roar, he realized he could ascend to the Transcendence realm. Without hesitation, he expended 200,000 experience points, elevating his power from the 9th level of Wuxian, 200,000, to the 1st level of Transcendence, 400,000. The experience required for entering a new realm had doubled instantly. Consuming 160,000 experience points, he advanced the Dragon and Phoenix Harmonious skill to the 5th layer, 320,000, enhancing his yield to 5,000 experience points per quarter hour. The fragrance was indeed delightful, as he noticed an additional increase of 1,000 experience points every 15 minutes, totaling 8,000 experience points over the course of an hour. At that moment, Xiao Shizi arrived at the violent department. As anticipated by his father, the 6th prince, Lu Jing, upon receiving the imperial edict, immediately thought of enlisting Xing Bazi's assistance, as he was utterly at a loss regarding where to begin. Xing Bazi wasted no time, greeting Xiao Jinji before departing the palace. In the guest hall of the Yin Wangfu, Lu Jing remarked, "Xiao Bazi, why has my father entrusted this task to me? If it weren't for you, I would have feigned death on the ground to avoid this undertaking." Upon seeing Xing Bazi's arrival, Lu Jing's countenance brightened, as he now felt a sense of reassurance. Xing Bazi smiled knowingly, understanding the underlying sentiment. "Your Highness, this is indeed a fortuitous development, indicating your father's esteem for you. Xiao Bazi, this matter is of great significance. Though I have accepted the edict, if you find it too daunting, do not hesitate to withdraw. I could easily feign death or handle it superficially. I refuse to believe the officials in the Ministry of Justice are entirely incompetent." Lu Jing had made up his mind. As long as Xing Bazi was unwilling to engage with the case, he would not force the issue. "Your Highness, having ventured out of the palace, do you believe I would retreat?" Xing Bazi comprehended that Lu Xian had ostensibly assigned the task to the 6th prince, which in effect meant he was delegating it to Xing Bazi himself. He understood that it was imperative to accept the responsibility and execute it well, not only to earn Lu Xian's trust, but also to instill a sense of respect among the dignitaries in the capital. "Very well, since you are willing, let us proceed. However, we currently lack any leads. How shall we commence?" Upon hearing that Xing Bazi would not shy away, Lu Jing felt assured, secretly appreciating the camaraderie of Xing Bazi. "Your Highness, it is not that we lack direction. Rather, the breakthrough point is evident to any discerning observer. Both Xia Changqing and the Minister of Justice are well aware of it. They simply do not dare to investigate. Your Highness, could it be that you have come to an understanding? Do not speak. Allow me a moment to reflect." After a brief pause, Lu Jing smacked his forehead, suddenly enlightened, and exclaimed, "I understand now. You are referring to the right chancellor, Cui Sheng." Xing Bang smiled faintly. "Little Shizi, did you see? Our 6th prince is remarkably astute. With a little diligence, he can surely accomplish even greater feats." Lu Jing beamed with joy, akin to a child, a touch of bashfulness as he scratched his head, as if he had never received such praise before. "Shall we proceed to Chancellor Cui Sheng's residence now?" In his elation, Lu Jing was naturally filled with zeal. "Your Highness, there is no need for haste. According to protocol, we ought to make a visit to the Ministry of Justice first." Xing Bang had already devised a plan in his mind, knowing that inquiring about Cui Sheng would yield no fruitful information. The true breakthrough point may well lie with his deranged wife. Chapter 171. The Ministry of Justice is filled with ineptitude. Very well, without further ado, let us embark on our journey. The 6th prince, Lu Jing, brimmed with vitality, as if invigorated by a potent elixir, after receiving praise from Xing Bang. Observing this, Xing Bang felt a surge of satisfaction. Both of Lu Xian's sons held a particular fondness for him, which was rather vexing. Thus, the trio, accompanied by a dozen or so guards, set forth towards the Ministry of Justice. Xing Bang chose to investigate the deranged Lady Cui, for it had been ascertained that the disturbances at the right Prime Minister's residence were but a smokescreen. The bizarre circumstances surrounding Lady Cui's madness warranted inquiry. At the Ministry of Justice, Lord Wu, upon hearing that His Majesty had entrusted the 6th prince with the case, felt both joy and pride, not only for the queen's delight, but also as a proud uncle. Therefore, he urged his old friend to fully cooperate with the prince. Xiao Shizhong, feigning ignorance during court proceedings, did not utter a word until after the morning audience, when he visited the Ministry of Justice. Rest assured, my friend, the sixth prince's temperament has undergone a significant transformation. The entire capital is aware of it. Regarding the recent incident at the Jiaofeng Sea, even you, Lord Xiao, must approach this matter with utmost caution. Minister Wu Jingji felt a twinge of awkwardness. It was not his intention to bring up such a subject, but it slipped from his lips. He silently rejoiced that his concubine had fallen ill that day, sparing him from potential embarrassment. The capital buzzed with laughter at the thought of the sixth prince publicly chastising his own uncle. You all seem to know only half the story. The sixth prince is my own nephew. Such a scenario is inconceivable. That was a deliberate maneuver on my part. Otherwise, how could the sixth prince currently bask in his majesty's favor? As an uncle, my own reputation pales in comparison to the prince's bright future, which is far more important than my own pride. Feigning nonchalance, Xiao Shizhong attempted to extricate himself from the uncomfortable topic, feeling a pang of regret as he recalled the incident. Indeed, Lord Xiao is astute. Wu Jingji, having no intention of dwelling on the subject, was not inclined to hold a grudge, especially since both were close allies. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. In your presence, I shall be direct. The sixth prince, being young and somewhat candid, may inadvertently overlook certain matters. Given that Minister Cui is the current chancellor, I hope you can offer him some guidance. After all, such matters can easily offend. I understand your intention, Lord Wu. I assume this likely has no direct implication for Minister Cui. Wu Jingji, while not fully grasping the intricacies of the situation, sensed that it was inextricably linked to Cui Sheng, which was why he was keen to distance himself from the case. Who would willingly engage in such a contentious affair? Moreover, he understood that advising the sixth prince was merely a means of signaling to Cui Sheng, as everyone was aware of how the scoundrel secured his position as right prime minister. Wu Jingji himself coveted that title, yet Cui's cunning wife, adept at maneuvering, remained a formidable obstacle. In the capital, who among the discerning is unaware of such matters? Lord Wu, please do not jest. Although I maintain a cordial relationship with Cui, the determination of any connections is not within my purview. Nevertheless, I certainly trust that there is no link. Now, let us not dwell on these irrelevant topics. It is best I take my leave. Rest assured, Lord Xiao, given our friendship, I shall not remain passive should I be able to assist. Thank you. I bid you farewell. Not long after Lord Xiao departed, a retinue led by Xing Bang arrived. We humbly greet His Royal Highness, the sixth prince. The esteemed officials, including Minister Wu Jingji and both left and right deputy ministers, had all gathered in the hall. I have no pressing matters at hand. I merely wish to ascertain the details of the case. This incident has stirred considerable unrest in the capital, and I hope all of you will lend your utmost support so that I may resolve this matter promptly. Oh, by the way, this gentleman beside me is my assistant in this investigation. You all remember him from the welcoming committee outside the city during the Tianhua event, so I shall refrain from further introduction. However, I must emphasize that the words of young Bang represent my own. None of you are to treat them lightly. Yes, Your Highness, although the officials from the Ministry of Justice, led by Wu Jingji, harbored some contempt for Xing Bang, they dared not voice their dissent. The sixth prince's reliance on Xing Bang left him feeling somewhat constrained, and he turned his gaze towards him. Minister Wu, my lord and I are not yet well acquainted with the particulars of this case. Might you enlighten us? Xing Bang smiled as he looked towards Wu Jingji. Bring forth the documents transferred from the Shuntian prefecture for His Highness and Lord Xing to review. Wu Jingji waved his hand dismissively and continued, Your Highness, I have perused the documents. Thus far, I have only discovered that they pertain to the corpses of several young women, with a time of death approximately a year ago. Ah, it seems you have overlooked a crucial piece of information, my lord, Xing Bang thought, perceiving Wu as a cunning old fox, spouting mere trivialities. Oh, Lord Xing's reminder is indeed valuable. How could I forget? Additionally, the crime scene was a residence once occupied by Minister Cui, who vacated it due to rumors of hauntings. Wu Jingji hastily added, feigning earnestness. His demeanor suggested he was merely going through the motions. For with Xing Bang's presence, he could disregard Lord Xiao's admonitions. as everyone knew the sixth prince's involvement in the affairs of the pleasure quarters was orchestrated by this very eunuch. Your Highness, given Minister Wu's remarks, it appears that Minister Chui is the prime suspect, and lacking any other leads, let us heed Minister Wu's advice and pay a visit to Minister Chui. Very well, let us proceed. Lu Jing glanced at Wu Jingji, whose countenance had turned pale, unable to suppress a chuckle, and he slapped the table in agreement. Wu Jingji wore a pained expression, realizing he had been ensnared in the eunuch's ploy. Clearly, Xing Bang had already formed a plan, and now he found himself cast as the villain. Xing Bang's intentions were deliberate. He held no respect for Wu Jingji, that old fox full of empty words, and saw no reason to retain him when he could simply undermine him. In the early morning and late evening, the 6 members of the Juxing have arranged for their own people. Very well, esteemed lords, you may remain at the disposal of the 6th prince of the criminal department. Subsequently, Xing Bang and the 6th prince Lu Jing departed from the criminal department. This eunuch is exceedingly arrogant, showing utter disdain for us. It is truly intolerable. Indeed, we should let it go, yet he has shown such a lack of respect towards Lord Wu. Silence, everyone. Humph, a bunch of armchair critics. Why did you not speak out earlier? Go on, attend to your own affairs. Wu Jingji, observing his subordinates, felt an increasing ire. They were utterly useless, showing strength only in bed. Soon, Xing Bang and his entourage arrived at the Chui residence. Your Highness, it appears the entrance has been recently cleaned, suggesting that Lord Chui is aware of our impending visit. However, it remains uncertain whether we shall be granted an audience with his esteemed wife. Chapter 172. Perfect timing. Let us first take the lady's pulse. Xing Bang jested lightly, just as Chui Sheng hurriedly arrived at the entrance to greet them. Your Highness, the 6th prince. There is no need for excessive formality, Lord Chui. Chui Sheng then turned his gaze toward Xing Bang, smiling obsequiously. I never anticipated that Master Xing would accompany His Highness. It truly brings honor to my humble abode. I extend my respectful greetings to Lord Chui. Xing Bang replied with a slight smile. This was his first encounter with Chui Sheng, and setting aside other matters, he had to admit that the man possessed a deft skill in flattery, his rotund visage radiating a certain festive cheer when he smiled. Not at all. You flatter me. Master Xing, your accomplishments are well known throughout the capital, and I hold you in the highest esteem. Chui Sheng's modesty seemed sincere. Yet Xing Bang mused that this man was indeed quite adept at navigating social intricacies. One could hardly attain the position of Right Chancellor without some notable talents. As they spoke, Chui Sheng suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, How could I forget? Your Highness, Master Xing, please come inside. They then proceeded to the reception hall, and as they took their seats, a maid promptly served tea. Your Highness, your esteemed visit to my humble residence. Might I inquire if you have any directives? Chui Sheng ventured forth without hesitation. I come not without purpose, and I trust Lord Chui is aware of the matter at hand. It was evident that the discussion pertained to the case of the corpse in the dry well. I have resided in that mansion for a time. Should your Highness have any questions, I shall assist wholeheartedly. Xiao Bang, you have reviewed the case files and were present at the time. You may conduct the inquiry on my behalf. Yes, your Highness. Xing Bang acknowledged, setting down his teacup and turning his attention to Chui Sheng. Lord Chui, according to the investigations by the Shuntian Prefecture, you had resided in that mansion during the time frame of the incident. I presume you were unaware of the woman's corpse in the dry well? Unaware, Chui Sheng replied. Regarding the rumors of hauntings surrounding that mansion, if it is not too much trouble, could you elaborate further? Xing Bang, keen to avoid unnecessary preambles, pressed directly to the point. Oh, there is nothing inconvenient about it. At the time, Xie Chongqing from the Shuntian Prefecture even came to visit. Initially, I was skeptical when my servants spoke of the matter, as I had not witnessed it myself. However, as more individuals reported seeing apparitions at night, and later my wife was also frightened, her mind is still somewhat unsettled to this day. Reflecting upon it now sent shivers down his spine. He was inclined to believe that it was indeed the vengeful spirit from the well causing these disturbances. Chui Sheng wiped the sweat from his forehead instinctively as he spoke. Based on what I have recounted, one might indeed be led to believe in the mischief of a restless ghost. My wife's condition compels one to accept such notions. Otherwise, I would not have vacated such a splendid mansion for our current residence. Chui Sheng's present abode certainly lacked the spacious grandeur of the one now belonging to Xing Bang. It was precisely this remark that Xing Bang had awaited, prompting him to inquire, "May I ask, Lord Shui, if I might have the opportunity to meet your esteemed wife?" "Master Xing, ever since my lady was frightened, she has developed a fear of strangers. Moreover, she no longer recognizes anyone and cannot recall past events." Cui Sheng's words are quite reasonable. In a nutshell, meeting her would be futile, for she knows nothing of our inquiries. "Minister Cui, I am aware of your consideration for my lady, yet she is the sole lead in this entire case. Thus, I implore you to allow us a brief audience. Rest assured, we shall not impose upon her. Furthermore, as you might be aware, I possess some knowledge of medicine and can treat serious ailments such as smallpox. I wish to seize this opportunity to attend to my lady's health." Cui Sheng found himself in a predicament, having overlooked the fact that Master Xing was skilled in the healing arts. Noticing Cui's discomfort, Master Xing mused whether his lady was absent from the residence or if Cui doubted his medical abilities. Master Xing was confident that Cui would not easily dismiss his request, believing he would not dare to refuse treatment. "Your jest is amusing, Minister Cui. Naturally, I trust in your medical prowess, but I am concerned that my lady's unpredictable state might disturb His Highness. Not to worry. If possible, I too wish to pay a visit to her." Lu Jing decisively cut off Cui Sheng's retreat. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your kindness. In that case, please allow me and Master Xing to take a moment. I shall arrange matters in the back courtyard." "Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Minister Cui." Master Xing nodded in agreement. There was no reason to obstruct the visit, especially since the back courtyard was designated for women. Furthermore, arrangements had already been made, and what further complications could arise? Cui Sheng indeed went to the back courtyard, but not to his wife's chamber. Instead, he visited the little concubine, who, in truth, was the current mistress of the Cui household. Has the sixth prince not arrived? He has, along with the ever-astute Master Xing, who has requested to see the lady. I could not refuse, so I came here first. This eunuch is certainly a more formidable opponent than the sixth prince. However, no matter his prowess, I refuse to believe he possesses any supernatural abilities. Qin Bingyan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Although she had never met Master Xing, she had always been intrigued by him. Master Xing has expressed a desire to diagnose the lady's condition, which is why I could not decline. Do you think he might actually cure her? Having already agreed, what more could be said? Let him proceed with the treatment. Even if he succeeds, what difference will it make? She was unaware of that particular matter. Qin Bingyan cast a sidelong glance at Cui Sheng, her expression betraying no hint of anxiety. However, Cui Sheng's concern did not stem from the revelation of the truth behind the case, but rather from the potential family disgrace, for his lady had done no wrong throughout. "Enough of your hesitations. Quell that guilty look and hurry along. Rest assured, in critical moments, I will not abandon you." "Very well, I shall heed your words." Cui Sheng found himself utterly captivated by Qin Bingyan's enchanting smile, rendered powerless against her charm. Since taking her as a concubine, she had never disappointed him, save for the matter of intimacy. However, regarding the footbath, Cui Sheng summoned a maid, imparted a few instructions, then exhaled deeply before making his way to the front hall. "Allow me to apologize for the delay, Your Highness, but the lady's emotional state is presently quite stable." "Very well. I shall trouble Minister Cui to lead the way." With that, Cui Sheng gestured for them to proceed, and Xing Bang along with Lu Jing followed him outside. Soon, the three arrived at a rather secluded residence in the rear courtyard. However, its conditions were not without merit. It would be unbecoming for a dignified right minister to lose face. Cui Sheng was indeed correct. The atmosphere was tranquil, devoid of any raucous commotion. Xing Bang instructed Xiao Shizi to wait outside before entering with the sixth prince, following Cui Sheng. "Has the lady retired?" asked Xing Bang. "Yes, my lord. The lady has just fallen asleep after taking her medicine," replied the maid, bowing her head and stepping aside. Before Xing Bang and Lu Jing could advance, Cui Sheng hurriedly explained, "I hope your highness will forgive us, but the lady often exhibits erratic behavior, necessitating her daily intake of calming remedies." "No matter. I shall take her pulse first," Xing Bang declared, disregarding any objections as he made his way directly to the bed. Chapter 173, Deadlock? Luring the snake out of its hole. As Xing Bang approached the bed, he sensed something amiss. To his shock, the atmosphere was devoid of life. The individual had succumbed to death. However, he discerned that the cause was poisoning and that the demise had occurred not long ago. Turning his gaze towards the maid beside him, he suddenly heard a thud. The maid, bowing her head, collapsed to the floor, blood gushing from her orifices before she convulsed a few times and ceased to breathe. "What is happening?" Cui Sheng exclaimed, his complexion paling as he trembled in fear. Lu Jing gasped as well, and outside, Xiao Shizi burst through the door, positioning himself protectively in front of Lu Jing. Knowing that with the esteemed Xing Bang present, they would be safe, he nevertheless felt a sense of decorum was necessary. "Your Highness, do not be alarmed. The lady had already passed before this maid," Cui Sheng said. "What on earth is going on?" Xing Bang turned to Cui Sheng, fully aware that with 2 lives extinguished, not even a celestial being could revive them. "Xiao Shizi, fetch my mysterious needles." Xing Bang had premeditated the treatment for Cui Sheng's wife, hence the needles were at the ready. Xiao Shizi swiftly handed over a delicately wrapped package. Without hesitation, Xing Bang tore open the maid's garment. "Lord Xing, what are you doing?" Both Cui Sheng and Lu Jing looked on in astonishment. Xing Bang remained silent, swiftly inserting several needles into the maid's chest, from which dark blood began to flow. At that moment, the gathered individuals began to comprehend that he was attempting to save her. "Xiao Shizi, take her to the adjacent room for treatment. I have secured her vital pulse. We shall take her with us shortly." "Understood." Xiao Shizi promptly stepped forward, lifting the maid and exiting the room. "Lord Xing, is she still alive?" Cui Sheng inquired anxiously. "Do not worry, she will not perish. Once we return, I shall administer further acupuncture, and I believe she will awaken. At that point, the truth will be revealed," Xing Bang assured him solemnly. Cui Sheng nodded, hesitating for a moment before hastening to his wife's bedside. He checked for her breath and was startled, leading him to wail inconsolably, my lady, my lady." Xing Bang smirked slightly, noting that despite the circumstances, the couple bore a striking resemblance. Whether his sorrow was genuine or not, Cui Sheng wept profusely, but soon wiped his tears and stood upright. "Your Highness, it must have been that maid who caused my wife's demise. It has to be her." Lu Jing, now flustered, stammered as he turned to Xing Bang. "What shall we do next, Xiao Bangzi?" "Your Highness, for now, we should allow Cui Sheng to arrange for his wife's funeral. We shall discuss everything once the maid regains consciousness." "Very well, let us not disturb Cui Sheng further. We shall return to the manor." Lu Jing nodded in agreement. "Your Highness, I apologize for the distress you have endured," Cui Sheng expressed regretfully. "Your Highness, I fear I cannot leave just yet. The maid's injuries are severe, and she should not be moved thus." Cui Sheng concluded, "I must remain in the manor for the time being. No matter, it is my duty. I shall promptly have someone tidy up the room for Lord Xing." Cui Sheng readily agreed, for this was precisely what he desired, as he had already surmised some hints in his mind. If it were indeed the doing of Qin Bingyan, it would be far better for her to remain within the mansion than to be taken away. "Very well, my young friend, I shall return to the estate now, and you may keep Xiao Shizi and those guards here." "Thank you, Your Highness." Lord Xing expressed that it was unnecessary, yet one could not refuse the heartfelt intentions of the child. Setting aside his own cultivation, in the current situation, who would dare to lay a hand on Lord Xing? In this Cui residence, he would be treated like a master. Subsequently, Cui Sheng followed Lu Jing out, as he was determined to arrange for the safe return of the 6th prince to the estate. Lord Xing then turned and entered the adjacent room. Xiao Shizi had already placed the maid on the bed. "Brother Shi, there is no need for doubt. She is utterly deceased." Lord Xing firmly believed that Cui Sheng, in his foolishness, would surely be oblivious to whether she was alive or dead. "Oh, now I understand." When Xiao Shizi sensed the maid's demise, he had already grasped Lord Xing's intention. It was merely that his brother's theatrics left him somewhat bewildered. After sending off the 6th Prince Lu Jing, Cui Sheng hurried to Qin Bingyan's chamber. "Madam, is it you who has brought about her death?" "Indeed, it was I." How splendid it would be to eliminate the evidence once and for all. In the face of Cui Sheng's inquiries, Qin Bingyan maintained an air of tranquility, exuding an unshakable confidence, as if none of this bore any relation to her. Furthermore, she felt a certain satisfaction, having long wished for that woman's demise. "But she was my lawful wife. Moreover, your audacity is quite remarkable. To dare act while the 6th prince is within the mansion. Does this not amount to a confession?" Cui Sheng felt a twinge of remorse. Despite his disdain for his wife, who had left him without offspring, he now questioned the sanity of the woman before him, unable to comprehend her actions. Everything must adhere to evidence. Besides, Have you considered the opposite? Who would presume we would be foolish enough to act today? Ah, you have muddled my thoughts. That maid may not be dead. Cui Sheng slapped his forehead and recounted the entirety of Lord Xing's actions with the maid. What? Such a thing exists? That poison is incurable. Impossible. The maid must be dead. Surely, that eunuch is merely engaging in trickery. Qin Bingyan's expression shifted momentarily, yet she quickly shook her head. Cui Sheng furrowed his brow. Feeling somewhat ambiguous, Qin Bingyan was typically meticulous in her dealings, yet she had witnessed the dark poison oozing forth. However, do not forget, it was he who cured the smallpox. Furthermore, he demanded to see the madam upon arrival, and he bore silver needles with him. Do you not find this rather premeditated? If what you say is true, he might indeed be a miraculous healer. That would certainly be preferable to his curing that unfortunate woman. Even if he were to revive the maid, she would be unable to divulge anything. Qin Bingyan felt a twinge of guilt, and her perception of Xing Bang became increasingly enigmatic. It was the first time Cui Sheng witnessed Qin Bingyan flustered, and his heart sank. He realized that even she was somewhat apprehensive, suggesting that trouble might genuinely be on the horizon. The case of the corpse in the dry well could be set aside, but his wife's situation was inescapable and would undoubtedly invite scorn from the world. My dear lady, should that maid truly awaken, having traversed the threshold of life and death, do you think she would not reveal everything she knows? That would spell disaster. The thought made Cui Sheng's legs tremble. Look at your pitiful state. How did I end up with such an ineffectual man? Qin Bingyan shot a disdainful glare at Cui Sheng, then turned away to sit down, her beautiful eyes glimmering with thoughts. Humph. There is no man that Qin Bingyan cannot handle. Chapter 174. Qin Bingyan, a beauty of grace. Very well, you may attend to your affairs. I shall manage matters in the courtyard. Sighing, Cui Sheng realized there were no better alternatives. It was rumored that the esteemed eunuch Xing was somewhat lecherous, and he felt powerless to assist. All he could do was discreetly handle the lady's affairs. As long as he could maintain his status and wealth, it was acceptable for wives and concubines to be sacrificed. Thus, without further hesitation, Cui Sheng proceeded to the front courtyard. Qin Bingyan stood before her vanity, meticulously adjusting her makeup. The reflection gazing back at her was enchanting and alluring. With a newfound confidence, she stepped outside, her mind resolute. The immediate priority was to ascertain whether that maidservant was still alive. Eunuch Xing remained in the room, leisurely sipping tea alongside Xiao Shizi, while a dozen guards from the Wang family stood vigil outside, patiently awaiting developments. Before long, Qin Bingyan arrived with two maidservants. Who are you? She inquired. I am a member of the Xiang family. My lord is occupied with the lady's affairs and cannot attend to eunuch Xing, so I have come to see if there is anything needed. As the door swung open, Xing Bang emerged. I have the honor of meeting you, eunuch Xing. Qin Bingyan greeted, her gaze sweeping over him. She could not help but inwardly exclaim at the sight of such a handsome and dashing man. With looks as striking as his, how had he become a eunuch? His every expression was mesmerizing, capable of captivating the heart. Xing Bang exchanged glances with Qin Bingyan, compelled to admit that this woman was indeed beautiful. Simultaneously, the treasure of grace began to stir with activity. Beauty. Qin Bingyan age. 28 status. Secondary wife of the minister. Charm. 96. Max 100 strength. 9th level of enlightenment friendly progress. 5 rewards. 5 experience points hour. Just a fleeting glance had left a commendable impression. Eunuch Xing. Qin Bingyan noted the way he appeared somewhat entranced, and a wave of delight washed over her. No matter how heroic a man may be, it is exceedingly difficult to resist the allure of her charm. Xing Bang was indeed momentarily captivated, not only by her beauty, but also in assessing her capabilities. Though her cultivation was not exceptionally high, her skill in seduction was remarkable. Realizing this, he hastily withdrew his gaze. Oh, there is no need for formality, my lady. The conditions here are rather rudimentary. I have arranged for a more suitable guest room for you. If you would kindly follow me, eunuch. Having tested the waters, Qin Bingyan could discern from Xing Bang's profound and clear gaze that his cultivation was formidable. Nevertheless, she remained confident, believing that what had just transpired was merely a trifling game. Thank you for your concern, my lady, but the maidservant has just stabilized her vital signs and should not be disturbed. Xing Bang, already aware of Qin Bingyan's background, sensed ulterior motives behind her actions, and had a growing suspicion that she was deeply entangled in this affair. With that realization, she decided not to press the matter further. As mealtime approached, the diligent steward had toiled throughout the day, and the nobleman had specifically instructed me to prepare some fine dishes and wine for his enjoyment. Xing Bang, having failed in her initial scheme, found it prudent to seek a more attainable option. How audacious of her to cast a flirtatious glance. Thus, it seemed only proper to acquiesce to the invitation. Xing Bang readily agreed, understanding that refusing an invitation to dine from someone so gracious would appear rather contrived and could easily unveil any pretense. Xiao Shizi, remain here and inform me immediately should there be any developments regarding that maid. Yes, Xiao Shizi responded with utmost respect, knowing that his presence would deter any unwanted intrusions. Steward Xing, please. Xing Bang intended to suggest that her own maid remain to assist, but before she could voice her thoughts, Xing Bang had already made arrangements. She perceived no flaws in the plan, as everything seemed reasonable and without fault. She contemplated that she must now rely on her own skills, yet this time, she felt a certain willingness, for the handsome young eunuch was quite pleasing to her eyes. Madam, please. Subsequently, Xing Bang followed Xing Bang to another courtyard. Steward Xing. The other locations are rather chaotic. Only my dwelling retains a semblance of elegance. Madam, that might not be entirely appropriate, he replied, stepping into the courtyard where the air was infused with a different essence. The arrangement of flowers and plants was meticulous, and their grooming exquisite. It was indeed a refreshing and graceful haven. With a charming smile, Xing Bang remarked, I assure you, I do not consider you a stranger, especially since you dwell within the inner palace, where those ladies can hardly compare to me. Several groups of people had gathered. This woman truly knew how to entice. The key was that her words held a semblance of truth. Very well, I shall defer to your arrangements, madam, Xing Bang thought, realizing he would not hold back any longer. He recalled the corpulent and balding Cui Shang, lamenting over the lost opportunity. Soon, Xing Bang led Xing Bang into a room where a round table was set with an array of dishes and wine, clearly her boudoir. Dining in such an environment was nothing short of delightful. You two may leave, she instructed, and her two maids complied, quietly closing the door behind them. The sound of the door clicking shut echoed in the room, causing a slight flutter in one's heart. Steward, please take a seat. Madam, you too, Xing Bang replied, taking his place first, while Xing Bang settled closely beside him. She poured a glass of wine for him and then filled her own. It is indeed a stroke of fortune to be in your esteemed company today. Allow me to toast to you. She initiated the toast with grace. Madam, please. The sentiment is mutual. Xing Bang raised his glass, and upon hearing his reply, Xing Bang beamed, and they clinked their glasses together. Then, they both drank heartily. Madam, you truly embody the spirit of a woman who stands equal to men. I am in admiration. Xing Bang also finished her drink and promptly refilled their glasses. The elder gentleman chuckled, for the truth was that the lady seldom indulged in spirits, genuinely fearing that she might overindulge. Xing Bang responded with a knowing smile, questioning what there was to laugh about, suggesting that should she drink too much, she could simply sleep it off, with no real consequence. Madam, do partake sparingly, especially given the somber atmosphere of the residence today. Dear gentlemen, while they prepare the morning hall over there, we sip our wine here. Isn't it quite delightful to blend sorrow and joy? Xing Bang gazed at Xing Bang, her sweet smile illuminating her face, her long eyelashes fluttering gracefully. Dear sir, come, let us drink. I am particularly thrilled to have made your acquaintance and would gladly share in a drunken revelry with you. Goodness, is this how we begin? Are you trying to render me utterly befuddled? Yet she mused, Sister, you are indeed overthinking this. It was unexpected to see such a temperament from the lady. Yet they both agreed that moderation was wise. Xing Bang maintained an air of calm, subtly gauging how far she might be willing to let loose. However, there was something uniquely captivating about Xing Bang. Her allure was not akin to the ordinary charms of mere cosmetics, but rather an innate seductiveness that resided deep within her being. Chapter 175. Cui Xiang is of no consequence. Why not simply follow me instead? The eunuch appeared so refined and cultured that I, as a mere concubine, felt no apprehension. Ha ha, does the eunuch fear that after a few drinks, I might devour you? Xing Bang smiled charmingly, exuding an air of grace while interspersing a hint of mischief, skillfully grasping the man's heart. Moreover, her demeanor was free from any frivolity, transcending the allure of mere cosmetics. Nevertheless, her power to enchant men was undeniably formidable. With her beauty akin to that of a fish that sinks or a wild goose that flies, combined with her mastery of seductive arts, she was truly captivating and irresistible. Her looks and figure were impeccable, likely a result of her studies in the art of allure. The lottery won by Xing Bang had yielded a manual of such techniques, enhancing one's charm and appeal. However, the precondition was a solid foundation, allowing for a harmonious and perfect synergy. Madam, you jest. As a eunuch, I cannot claim to possess any elegance. It is your grace that leaves one utterly spellbound. Xing Bang mused, choosing to keep his true intentions hidden while engaging in mutual flattery, satisfied with the exchange. Moreover, it seemed that her seemingly casual demeanor had already unwittingly invoked her seductive arts. With a mind slightly intoxicated, he found himself mesmerized by her increasingly radiant allure, fearing that soon he might succumb to illusions. However, by subtly channeling his inner essence, that sensation swiftly dissipated, revealing that his own techniques countered her charms. Now, he understood the dynamics at play. Regardless of her advances, the initiative remained firmly within his grasp. Qin Bingyan believed her efforts were beginning to bear fruit. She had never failed before. Your words are truly sweet, dear eunuch. They bring me such delight, she said, clinking her glass with Xing Bang. As she poured the wine, she softly remarked, "There's no need for you to address me as madam. It feels rather distant. Just call me Bingyan." Ah, Bingyan, what a melodious name. Xing Bang thought. I shall play along with you, fully cooperating, with the intention of unveiling your true motives. How shall others address you in the future? A sense of pride swelled within Qin Bingyan as she believed Xing Bang had fallen into her trap. My nickname is Little Bang. Though that's merely a term used in the palace, Bang sounds rather unappealing. You might as well call me Babang instead. Babong. How endearing. If that pleases you, then let us settle on that, Bingyan. You are truly exquisite. Xing Bang gazed at Qin Bingyan, who appeared like a blooming flower. Qin Bingyan let out a delicate laugh. So, Babong, do you fancy older sisters? Indeed, especially so, I yearn for. Xing Bang replied, leaning in closer, drawing a sharp breath. But Qin Bingyan expertly pushed him away at just the right moment. Look at you, so anxious. How can you forget that I am merely a concubine of the Prime Minister? You little rascal, are you not afraid that the Prime Minister might find out? Qin Bingyan playfully tapped Xing Bang's head, pondering that this so-called extraordinary eunuch was not as remarkable as rumored. Nonetheless, it was rather impressive that he had succumbed to her charm. Cui Sheng is nothing. Sister Bingyan, why not follow me in the future? Xing Bang boldly wrapped his arms around her slender waist, and this time, Qin Bingyan did not shy away, knowing that when it came to crucial matters, she would likely yield. Besides, she did not harbor any disdain for him. Her condescension was merely a given, for he was certainly a man of carnal desires. After all, a woman has little choice. She is merely a plaything in the hands of men. Although she is still young and beautiful, there will come a day when she might end up like the esteemed matriarch lying before her, old and undesirable. A sudden wave of melancholy washed over Qin Bingyan, rendering her beautifully sorrowful. Do not be disheartened. As long as you are with me, I will treat you well and ensure no one dares to bully you. Is that true? You are so handsome and charming, dear, and I would love to be by your side, but I am, after all, a person of the Prime Minister's household. Qin Bingyan's expression shifted from joy to a sigh of sorrow. That is a tricky situation. If you truly wish to be with me, I will find a way to dismantle the Prime Minister's household. Xing Bang declared fearlessly, knowing this was precisely what Qin Bingyan longed to hear, dispelling her doubts. We can separate public affairs from personal matters. I am a person of integrity. Suddenly, Qin Bingyan rested her hand on Xing Bang's face, her expression turning worried. Sister knows your intentions are genuine and believes in your abilities. However, Cui Sheng is a formidable prime minister. It is not an easy task. It would be best not to put yourself at risk for me. As long as you hold me in your heart and find time to visit, I shall be content. As she spoke, Qin Bingyan gently leaned her head on Xing Bang's shoulder. Truly a captivating enchantress. In the presence of another, one might be driven to fury for such beauty. Yet, Xing Bang relished this intoxicating allure, for it was not mere illusion but a tangible reality. He too did not hesitate, resting his hand on her shoulder. Sister, do not worry. This matter is not difficult. Even if the case of the corpse in the dried well is unrelated to Cui Sheng, his wife's poisoning is inescapable. Once that maid awakens, the truth shall be revealed. Even if he is not the one responsible, I hold that maid in my grasp, and for your sake, the outcome will still be dictated by me. Xing Bang understood all too well that this series of inquiries from Qin Bingyan was merely an attempt to extract his thoughts, and he willingly played along, knowing that the maid remained under his control and further conversation was inevitable. Qin Bingyan's beautiful eyes sparkled, confirming that the maid was indeed alive. With a deep, melancholic sigh, she murmured, "Sister, do you not trust my words? Sister, your fate is truly unfortunate. If only we had met sooner. My dear, at this juncture, I must be candid with you. The esteemed lady has no involvement in the matter concerning Cui Sheng. It was I who administered the poison that led to his demise." Qin Bingyan straightened her posture, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at Xing Bang. "Sister, there is no need for fear. As I mentioned earlier, I am entirely in control of this situation. Whoever I declare to be the perpetrator will be deemed so, and in due course, both that maid and you will testify against Cui Sheng. That old scoundrel shall have no means of escape." Xing Bang found herself wishing to bestow a small golden figurine upon Qin Bingyan. The expressiveness of her gestures was truly remarkable. One can only imagine the splendor she would exhibit when she genuinely invests her emotions. In truth, the esteemed lady's existence is fraught with suffering. "Sister, let us not dwell on sorrowful matters. Do not fear, do not fear." Xing Bang enveloped Qin Bingyan in her arms, gently patting her back, having no intention of inquiring about the motive behind the poisoning, as it bore no significance to her. "My dear, do you think that I am a cruel woman?" Qin Bingyan surprisingly wrapped her arms around Xing Bang's waist. Chapter 175. What do you want to do? Qin Bingyan firmly believed that Xing Bang was completely infatuated with her. Her sister, so gentle, could never be a wicked woman. "You little rascal." Qin Bingyan lightly swatted away Xing Bang's inappropriate hand and spoke softly. "What do you think we should do now? If you have a better plan, do share. I do not wish for you to take risks. Perhaps it would be best to silence that maid forever, without any evidence. The accusation of harming the mistress would naturally fall upon her, and Cui Sheng is nothing but a fool. In the future, you shall have your way as you please." Seizing the moment, Qin Bingyan expressed her thoughts, which revolved around eliminating any witnesses. "This isn't difficult, but what if you deceive me afterward? You little trickster. You have quite the cunning. If I were to deceive you, wouldn't it be a shame? Besides, you are remarkably handsome, and I find that immensely delightful." Qin Bingyan's charms did not equate to complete control over his heart. She felt an undeniable attraction towards Xing Bang. "Sister, I truly like you, but I hope you won't ignore me in the future." Xing Bang immediately countered, "So, little rascal, what do you wish to do?" As Qin Bingyan's fingers twirled on Xing Bang's chest, he wore an expression of excitement. "Sister, could we perhaps discuss something else?" "How annoying." Qin Bingyan smiled flirtatiously, understanding a man's intentions. Yet, she felt she had underestimated Xing Bang. At the critical moment, he had managed to keep her on her toes, exhibiting a stronger composure than most men. Perhaps he required a little sweetness to yield. With such thoughts, Qin Bingyan entwined her arms around Xing Bang, asking, "What do you wish to do? What do you think?" Xing Bang was naturally unreserved. Qin Bingyan widened her eyes, genuinely surprised by his boldness. Yet there was no room for refusal, and she found herself embracing him in a kiss. Time slipped by, and she began to feel a bit disoriented. Was he truly a eunuch? She quickly pushed him away, sensing that she was becoming increasingly passive. Bang bang, I might be feeling a bit tipsy and dizzy. Forgive me, dear sister, it's only because you are so beautiful. Allow me to assist you to the bed for a while." Qin Bingyan softly acquiesced. But as she attempted to rise, Xing Bang swept her into his arms. "Is this how you refer to a lift?" Qin Bingyan found herself at a loss for words. This fellow possessed a rather rogue charm. Had she truly met her match? Her confidence, once unwavering, began to wane. Once they lay on the bed, she felt a sense of relief wash over her, instinctively worried that he might pounce on her. Regardless of whether she could overpower him, engaging in a physical confrontation would be unwise. He could not have any incidents occur within the residence, and any aggression would render her previous efforts futile. "Sister, allow me to fetch you a glass of water." "All right." Qin Bingyan was no longer filled with doubt. Perhaps it had merely been a momentary lapse. Who was she? If not someone deserving of respect, with men bowing before her? Xing Bang kindly offered her some water, allowing Qin Bingyin to exhale deeply and collect herself, while he patiently stood by her side. Good, this is how it should be. After a considerable pause, Xing Bang inquired, Sister, are you still feeling faint? Much better. She replied. Bang bang, I didn't expect you to be so. Qin Bingyin hesitated, the affectionate words unspoken, before suddenly exclaiming, What are you doing? To her astonishment, the very concern she had just expressed had come to fruition. They were indeed intertwined in heart and mind. Xing Bang chuckled. Aren't you feeling better now that the dizziness has subsided? Qin Bingyin pouted, But you shouldn't do that. I just praised you for being considerate. It seemed she had overthought the situation. After all, he was nothing short of a rogue eunuch. Indeed, that is why I am considerate. He retorted. You. Qin Bingyin was left speechless. A rogue eunuch was not frightful. What was truly daunting was his intellect. Internally, she scoffed several times, realizing why the capital had been abuzz. He truly possessed remarkable skills, and one misstep could lead to her downfall. Sister, what is the matter? I have been obedient to you. Are you dissatisfied? Xing Bang felt it necessary to impart another lesson. To be invincible, one must embrace shamelessness as a fundamental quality. There is nothing to be dissatisfied about. But we are not yet at that stage. Little rascal, did you not promise to treat your sister well for a lifetime? Do not deceive and disappoint me. Qin Bingyin lamented, her expression tinged with sorrow. Xing Bang understood her sentiments. This woman was indeed extraordinary, never straying from her principles. Clearly, their relationship was merely transactional. Sister, you are misjudging me. How could I not care for you? I have said all that needed to be said and provided you with solutions. What more do you want from me? Wait, sister, are you deceiving me? Xing Bang was ready to turn the tables, eager to demonstrate the power of his three-pronged approach. Qin Bingyin furrowed her brow slightly. What nonsense are you speaking? How could I ever deceive you? If I were to deceive you, would I allow you to bully me like this? For a moment, she found herself uncertain of Xing Bang's true intentions. Nevertheless, Qin Bingyin remained composed. After all, what scenes had she not witnessed? She truly did not believe she could falter against a somewhat cunning eunuch like him. Are you really not deceiving me? Xing Bang scrutinized her intently. Truly not, she affirmed. Then when you said you would be my woman in the future, was that also sincere? Xing Bang did not require a draft for his responses. His reservoir of knowledge was inexhaustible. Qin Bingyin hesitated slightly and softly replied, That seems to be something you said, doesn't it? She genuinely found herself perplexed by the mysteries of Xing Bang's intentions. Xing Bang let out a slight sigh. So you are deceiving me. Qin Bingyin was left in a state of perplexity. While I may have spoken the truth, if your intentions were genuine, you wouldn't be concerned about the words, would you? Sister is sincere. That's not what I meant. Suddenly, Qin Bingyin comprehended. He truly was quite cunning. She hadn't considered it deeply, yet the principle remained valid. Falsehoods cannot endure indefinitely. They will inevitably reveal their flaws. Dear brother, do not overthink it. With your striking charm, it is only natural that I hold genuine affection for you. As she spoke, a cloud of worry settled between her brows. But I am no fool. When dealing with men like you, this tactic has proven to be unfailingly effective. All right, sister, I believe you. Qin Bingyin felt a surge of delight within and cast a flirtatious glance. Naughty brother, are you pleased now? Well then, if you are happy, let us continue. Xing Bang grinned mischievously. Qin Bingyin's brows furrowed. What are you planning this time? Chapter 177. Scoundrel, you have ruined everything for me. Willing to be my woman. This seems rather reasonable, doesn't it? Xing Bang smiled brightly, never one to bully others, standing on solid ground. Yet, having asked, you expressed your fondness and willingness. Thus, there is no fault to be found. Qin Bingyin's heart skipped a beat, realizing she had fallen for this little rascal's trap. While it is indeed logical, the pace is simply too swift. One must allow an older sister some time to adjust, mustn't one? With mutual affection, adaptation is necessary. Moreover, did you not just spend a considerable time in calm reflection? I find that rather slow. Love at first sight can occur in but a heartbeat. Qin Bingyin. Another moment of silence ensued, realizing she was no match for him, truly not an equal. Underestimating him, this fellow was exceedingly shameless and difficult to contend with. Indeed, he is a eunuch. As Qin Bingyin's mind raced to devise a strategy, she almost forgot this fact. Alas, she had been completely befuddled by his antics. Seeing Xing Bang exhale in relief, Xing Bang smiled slightly. So, have you come to terms with it? Are you not afraid the Prime Minister will arrive shortly? You have personally invited me. That pompous Prime Minister is nothing but a green-haired scoundrel. Xing Bang displayed an air of indifference, dismissing the significance of the Prime Minister. Unresolvable. Xing Bang slowly closed her eyes. After all, he is a dashing and charming eunuch. Xing Bang shared a knowing smile. Then let it be this way. Time passed, and with a sudden scream, Xing Bang abruptly opened her eyes. Her face was a portrait of astonishment. You. She raised her arm, her eyes widening in disbelief. It's gone. Ah, I will kill you. Xing Bang suddenly erupted, her eyes aflame with fury, swinging her arm toward Xing Bang. This unforeseen turn of events surprised Xing Bang, but she could not allow her to act recklessly, firmly restraining her hands. Xing Bang, undeterred, attempted to kick him, but how could she succeed? At that moment, she resembled a frenzied creature on the brink of collapse, even with her profound cultivation. It was all in vain. Moreover, in terms of skill, she was no match for Xing Bang. You crazy woman, is it really necessary to go to such extremes? Scoundrel, I will kill you. Xing Bang glared fiercely at Xing Bang, seemingly impervious to any words of reason. Xing Bang chose not to speak further, merely restraining her as she raged on, knowing there would eventually be a moment of calm. After a considerable duration, Xing Bang was drenched in sweat, her struggles significantly diminished. Yet she continued to curse, her voice growing hoarse. Approximately an hour later, Xing Bang had long since exhausted her ability to curse. Her eyes fixated on the ceiling beam, her gaze somewhat vacant. Xing Bang, uncertain of the situation, observed her as though she had lost her entire family and brought her a cup of tea. Here, drink some water, will you? Xing Bang remained indifferent. Fine. Let me help you up and feed you something to drink, shall I? Ignoring me, are we? Very well then. Xing Bang abruptly smashed the teacup to the ground and seized Xing Bang by the chin. To his astonishment, she continued to disregard him, exuding an air of despondency, as if she were resigned to whatever fate awaited her. This left Xing Bang perplexed. What was truly happening here? Xing Bang, you are now under my protection. As long as you devote yourself to me wholeheartedly, I assure you that I will treat you well. Therefore, if you are burdened by any grievances, speak now, and I will do my utmost to alleviate them. Of course, as you mentioned earlier, should you wish to end my life, I can grant you that opportunity. Rise and demonstrate your prowess to avenge yourself, but know that this chance is singular. Another silence ensued. Do not presume that your silence renders me powerless. I possess little patience and will not allow this to drag on indefinitely. Before we leave this room, I shall ensure you receive resolution. Xing Bang felt a murderous intent brewing within him. Xing Bang had uncovered his greatest secret, and he could not afford to harbor an unpredictable element by his side. It was regrettable, indeed, but he could not forsake the entire forest for the sake of a single tree. Then go ahead and kill me. Xing Bang finally spoke. Very well, I accept your challenge. I initially thought you to be a woman of remarkable substance, yet you appear so fragile. In a way, this is preferable. I feel no sense of loss. Xing Bang's words dripped with sarcasm, though he was genuinely curious about Xing Bang. It was his first encounter with such a woman. Humph, I wish to tear you to shreds, yet without my essence, my powers would be significantly diminished, rendering me no match for you. Why humiliate myself further? Indeed, Xing Bang's inherent stubbornness would not allow others to tarnish her reputation. Xing Bang soon realized that her seductive techniques would lose their potency should she become compromised. Your current despondency must stem from your inability to progress in your cultivation, correct? Xing Bang speculated, fully aware that this was not the case, but hoping to coax her into opening up. Of course not, you bastard. You have destroyed everything I held dear. Tears welled in Xing Bang's eyes, but this was a marked improvement over her previous state. Everything. I find that hard to believe. Even so, you remain a fragile woman. I once thought you were proud, yet you are merely a decorative vase. You are the true vase. Your entire family is composed of vases. Xing Bang retorted fiercely. Xing Bang smiled knowingly, seemingly having found the key to her character. She was indeed a rather proud and spirited woman. What I am is irrelevant. Dealing with you is effortless. You are utterly defenseless. You, bastard scoundrel. Xing Bang seethed, her ire only intensifying at his mockery. He was so pleased yet unable to avenge this grudge, truly unable to rest in peace. Qin Bingyan felt her emotions calming significantly, yet an instinctive sense of indignation surged within her heart. Xing Bang naturally discerned some clues and suddenly had a brilliant idea. Very well, I shall refrain from further trivialities, as the saying goes. A day as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. If you are so intent on seeking death, I shall not hinder you, unless there are any objections. Let it be decided thus. I shall joyfully escort you on your journey. Surely, you would not mind a 3 to 5 hour journey this evening, would you? You. Shameless. Qin Bingyan glared at Xing Bang, who wore a mischievous grin while rubbing his hands together, and if she could, she would truly like to deliver a resounding slap to silence him. Humph, if you dare to act recklessly, I shall bite my tongue and end my life right now. Ah, biting your tongue to end your life would indeed be a fine choice. It would spare me from having to take action, allowing you to preserve your face and dignity, and more importantly, I trust you understand? Xing Bang raised an eyebrow, believing that such a threat could intimidate one as impervious to harm as I. Chapter 178. The true identity of Qin Bingyan. Qin Bingyan furrowed her brow slightly, hesitating for a moment. There's no need to look at me like that. Just bite down already. I beg you. Xing Bang remained unmoved, wearing an expression of eager anticipation. Qin Bingyan clicked her tongue, gazing at Xing Bang as if he were a demon. You've won again. You're quite ruthless. Humph. I would never resort to self-destruction just because you say so, she retorted defiantly. Well then, since you refuse to take such drastic measures, I have no desire to end your life just yet. Let us not waste time with needless chatter, Xing Bang thought, feeling assured he maintained control of the situation. Wait a moment, I do not wish to die. Qin Bingyan came to understand. She was not afraid of death itself, but rather the notion of dying uneasily. Sister, you must realize that your life is currently in my hands. You do not have the luxury of choice. Xing Bang began to assume a serious demeanor, reveling in the newfound authority, knowing that as long as he could exploit her weaknesses, he would have the upper hand. What do you intend to do? Qin Bingyan had settled for a lesser option, abandoning thoughts of a quick demise, and her cleverness began to resurface. Xing Bang smiled knowingly. Now we're getting somewhere. Though my expression remains grave, I have relaxed somewhat. Speak freely. What is so significant that it warrants this? I must caution you not to attempt to deceive me with falsehoods. My concealed identity within the palace carries its own intricacies, which need not be elaborated upon. Moreover, since I have boldly allowed you to become aware of it, rest assured I have my means. Xing Bang deliberately reiterated this point, serving as a precautionary warning. Beauty, Qin Bingyan age, 28 identity, side consort of the Xiangfu. Charm, 96, maximum value, 100, strength, 9th level of enlightenment friendship level, 1 gain, 1 experience point per hour. The Fanghua treasure mirror does not deceive. The level of friendship serves as a preliminary gauge. At present, Qin Bingyan harbored a deep-seated hatred for him. Initially starting at 5 points, she had plummeted to the lowest possible level, merely a familiar face without any negative values. If her friendship level with Xing Bang could not be substantially improved, it would inevitably lead to her demise. Qin Bingyan's delicate brows furrowed once more as she regained her composure, realizing she had previously overlooked this concern. The notion of a fearsome false eunuch loomed ominously in her mind. You claim that once I become your woman, you will treat me well? Is that truly the case? Of course it is, but only on the condition that you remain entirely devoted to me, Xing Bang replied with utmost seriousness. Qin Bingyan gazed at him in stunned silence for a while, finally exhaling deeply before confessing. Given the circumstances, I have nothing left to conceal. You must have heard of the Night Qin that was annihilated a decade ago? Indeed, I know it was destroyed 10 years ago by the current emperor's territorial expansion, though now the entire region has fallen into the hands of the northern barbarians and the Great Qi. This information was hardly a secret. Xing Bang was well aware of it. Qin Bingyan nodded and continued. Although Yi Qin is a small nation, it has been protected by our witch clan for generations. At that time, the Grand Elder of the witch clan had attained true celestial status, which enabled us to survive amidst the pressures of 2 great powers for so long. However, she was ultimately besieged by the masters of Deyao and Beiqi. So, it seems you must also be of the witch clan, correct? Indeed. But I can only be considered half of the witch clan. I am of the royal lineage of Yi Qin and the saintess of the witch clan. Historically, The position of saintess has always been held by the most gifted princess of the royal family. How impressive your status is. Yet, as a saintess of the witch clan, why do you not understand the art of witchcraft? The art of witchcraft can only be inherited through the bloodline of the witch clan, and we do not intermarry with other clans. We have remained loyal to the royal family of Yi Qin for generations. Qin Bingyan was not surprised. It was quite normal not to know such matters. The saintess of the witch clan must maintain her purity throughout her life. If she loses her chastity, she ceases to be a saintess and must undergo a blood sacrifice. Now do you understand? I see, but why are you now in Diao? Xing Bang finally comprehended why Qin Bingyan felt so despondent. It was due to the loss of her faith. 10 years ago, our grand elder of the witch clan was severely injured during an ambush and managed to escape using secret arts. Since then, she has vanished without a trace, and no body was ever found. It was also at that time that your emperor was cursed by the grand elder, and no one could break it. It is precisely for this reason that the witch clan was not exterminated, and I survived. The current grand elder is the only hope for Emperor Diyao. And with the alliance between Diyao and Bei Qi having collapsed, an agreement was reached with our grand elder. The grand elder is responsible for finding a way to lift the curse on Lu Xian and for locating the missing former grand elder, while Diyao assists Yi Qin in reclaiming its land and restoring the nation. I, in turn, have become a hostage left in Diyao. Xing Bang furrowed his brow but quickly grasped a new realization. So, you not only remain in Diyao as a hostage, but you also obey Lu Xian, correct? That is indeed the case. Qin Bingyan readily admitted, for she recognized that Xing Bang was astute and could easily deduce such matters. Being a hostage within the residence of the prime minister was a clear indication, and since Qin Bingyan sought to leverage Diyao to restore her nation, she naturally did not wish to see chaos within Diyao's court. Thus, obeying Lu Xian was also a means of aiding herself. I have revealed all my secrets to you. You can now rest assured. Qin Bingyan exhaled deeply. Her identity as a disguised eunuch was a significant secret, and what she had disclosed was equally a monumental secret, serving as her greatest leverage. Xing Bang had always believed she was no ordinary woman and naturally trusted these logical secrets, which held no contradictions. The expression Qin Bingyan displayed upon witnessing the disappearance of her virginity mark was undeniably genuine. Moreover, if Qin Bingyan were to perish, the witch clan would not fear pursuit, for Lu Xian would not simply let the matter rest, and would easily turn his suspicions toward him. Moreover, Xing Bang had nearly completely come to trust everything that Qin Bingyan had conveyed. In doing so, she found herself without an avenue for retreat, left to rely solely upon her own capabilities. As she had articulated, the Wu clan would not let her off the hook upon discovering this matter. Without her current status, not only would she lose her value in Lu Xian's eyes, but he would also be more inclined to eliminate her than the Wu clan. Without the identity of the saintess, there would be no equilibrium, and naturally, Lu Xian would not deem it prudent to retain her. It was evident that Qin Bingyan was acutely aware of these latent dangers, perhaps even more so than Xing Bang could articulate. What? Do you still find it difficult to place your trust in me? He feigned a solemn demeanor for a while, and indeed, Qin Bingyan, unable to contain herself, grasped Xing Bang's hand and inquired earnestly. Xing Bang enveloped her in an embrace without hesitation, a knowing smile gracing his lips. This sensation was precisely what one needed to feel reassured. The question of trust or distrust, in truth, no longer rested with me, but rather hinged entirely upon the course of your own actions. Do you comprehend? Chapter 179. Is it not reasonable to vent such grievances? Did they have any other options? Qin Bingyan nestled herself into Xing Bang's embrace, declaring, I, Qin Bingyan, shall henceforth be your woman. However, should you dare to abandon me after indulging in my affections, I will haunt you mercilessly. Xing Bang chuckled. As long as you remain steadfast in your devotion to me, I vow never to betray you, and I shall ensure you experience unimaginable joy. Qin Bingyan fluttered her delicate brows and raised 3 fingers, swearing, I, Qin Bingyan, vow that if I ever waver in my affections for you, you need not make a vow. I have never regretted my decisions, and I harbor no faith in such oaths. I trust only my own judgment and what I can see with my own eyes. Xing Bang interrupted, taken aback by her audacity. After all, to demand a woman to swear before a man is a sign of pettiness, certainly not the mark of a true gentleman. Humph. Silencing me is futile. I have already committed my thoughts to heart. We, The Night Qin people hold our oaths in high regard. Qin Bingyin's resolve was evident, a testament to her commitment to her choice. I see you are feeling quite bold to defy your husband's words. With burdens lifted from her heart, Qin Bingyin naturally found herself at ease. Before long, an hour passed in delightful conversation. Beauty, Qin Bingyin age, 28 status, side consort of the Xiang residence charisma, 96, max 100, strength, 9th level of enlightenment friendship progress, 100 earnings, 100 experience points hour, upon seeing Qin Bingyin's status. Xing Bang felt no particular surprise. His spirit and soul had been utterly captivated, leaving no room for selfish thoughts. It was clear that Qin Bingyin had no retreat. She had chosen her first man, her future sole reliance. Now, she could rest assured. My lord, what shall we do next? Are you referring to your matters, or those of the Xiang residence? The way Qin Bingyin sweetly addressed him as my lord was truly delightful. My matters will remain concealed for the time being, and as I am in Dayo, I trust that with you by my side, I shall be protected, so we should focus on the present. Hee, I adore intelligent and capable women. Rest assured, I shall not allow anyone to harm you. Qin Bingyin softly acknowledged, her face radiating trust and sweetness. She genuinely believed in Xing Bang, such a remarkable man. What reason did she have not to? Moreover, by a woman's intuition, she could deeply sense his affection for her. By the way, I almost forgot to ask you about the case of the corpse hidden in the dry well. You should know the details best. Naturally, the situation is as follows. Qin Bingyin recounted everything clearly. First, the rumors of hauntings surrounding Xing Bang's current residence were entirely unfounded. A suspicion Xing Bang had long harbored. It was all orchestrated by Qin Bingyin herself. The lifeless body of a woman in the dry well was ultimately a result of Xiao Shizhong's cruel games, though the cleanup was orchestrated by Qin Bingyin. Cui Sheng remained utterly oblivious to these events, and was unaware that Qin Bingyin was secretly acting on Lu Xian's behalf. The motive behind such actions was rather straightforward. The puppet master was Lu Xian himself. How Lu Xian would ultimately deal with Xiao Shizhong remained uncertain, as the situation could escalate or diminish in severity. After all, this case had already stirred considerable turmoil in the capital, especially with a prince appointed to preside over the proceedings. Xing Bang believed that once the situation began to clarify, Lu Xian would discreetly issue directives to him. The specifics of the matter were still unclear, as Lu Xian had yet to provide Qin Bingyin with further instructions. The demise of Cui Sheng's wife was a swift decision made by Qin Bingyin, as it was an unexpected turn of events. With Cui Sheng's wife now deceased, and considering that, even had she regained consciousness, she would possess no knowledge or evidence against Xiao Shizhong, the investigation would lead nowhere. Oh, I nearly forgot to mention. The steward responsible for handling the corpse is still alive and remains the sole informed party. If the emperor truly wished to condemn Xiao Shizhong, he would undoubtedly require me to discreetly hand the steward over to you, thus securing tangible evidence. That's settled then. As for Cui Sheng's wife, we shall attribute the blame to the maid who has already succumbed to poison. Cui Sheng is unlikely to pursue the matter, as who would pay heed to a madwoman? Xing Bang mused that since Lu Xian had meticulously laid his plans, he must have made comprehensive preparations. It was likely that the knowledgeable steward was firmly under Lu Xian's control. Upon hearing this, Qin Bingyin furrowed her brow slightly. Wait, that's not right. My husband. Have you been deceiving me all along? That palace maid is already dead, isn't she? Xing Bang chuckled. You caught me. Indeed, that maid has long since perished. How could I have overlooked such a peculiar occurrence? I merely played along to confound you, and that fool Cui Sheng. Had my astute wife been present, it would have been impossible to keep it hidden. Qin Bingyin shot him a glare and seized his arm. You mustn't move. I need to take a bite out of you. With that, she prepared to chomp down on Xing Bang's arm in frustration. Wait, is it so wrong for someone who has endured such great grievances to take a bite for relief? Qin Bingyin was truly at a loss for words. Having been manipulated by this rogue all day, nearly selling herself out, and yet he remained smug in his victory. What was wrong with a little outburst from a woman with a fiery temper? It's not that you can't, but could we perhaps choose another location? Oh, mind yourself. Xing Bang chuckled. You can't blame me. I gave you the opportunity, yet you faltered. Qin Bingyin, feeling somewhat embarrassed, pouted. You only know how to bully me. I'm not talking to you anymore. Very well, we shall revisit this matter later. Let us return to the main topic. Xing Bang felt a sense of amusement as he pulled Qin Bingyan closer, acknowledging that some matters require an adjustment period. Henceforth, we shall proceed according to our original plan. I shall remain in the residence today, and tomorrow I will announce that the maid has succumbed to her ailments. However, it is not mere boasting on my part. Had I been attentive to the matter, regardless of the potency of the poison administered, I could have certainly saved her had I intervened before she collapsed. Truly, my esteemed husband is unparalleled in his prowess. Yet, my dear husband, might I request a moment to rest? Qin Bingyan's visage bore signs of fatigue, and her weariness was entirely justifiable. No problem at all. This banquet has indeed stretched on a bit longer than anticipated. Please take your time to recuperate, and I shall come to see you later in the evening. Thank you for your considerate nature, my husband. Qin Bingyan nodded, but suddenly recalled something. Oh, dear husband, according to custom, I must pay my respects to the First Lady tonight. Is that so? In that case, I too should perhaps extend my greetings out of respect. Xing Bang pondered, realizing that she ought to act discreetly to maintain appearances. Chapter 180. 10 Consecutive Draws. The Enslavement Elixir? Chapter 180. 10 Consecutive Draws, Slave Elixir? In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the Emperor addressed the matter at hand. Your Majesty, Madame Chuisheng has passed away. Should I send someone to inform him, so he does not delve too deeply into this matter? No need, the Emperor replied. Qin Bingyan is a concealed piece on the board. We must leave no trace of her involvement unless absolutely necessary. It is imperative that no one discovers she serves my interests. Lucien shook his head. Qin Bingyan had already dispatched news promptly. To Lucien, Madame Chui was an inconsequential woman. Her life or death held no significance, especially since Chuisheng was firmly under Qin Bingyan's control. Moreover, should Qin Bingyan encounter difficulties, he would provide covert assistance. In Lucien's view, the timid and mediocre Right Chancellor Chuisheng was easily manageable, lacking ambition, and notably, he was a man devoid of moral integrity, exactly the type of individual needed in such circumstances. It was also true that, given Qin Bingyan's abilities, she would likely leave no incriminating evidence, especially in the presence of the sixth prince and the young squire. Chao Zhengchun nodded in agreement. We must closely monitor the movements of the Shao residents and report any developments promptly. As for how to adjudicate Shao Shizhong, I shall observe the unfolding events and weigh my options. For now, I will allow Jinger and the young squire to conduct the interrogation. As long as this case remains unresolved, the Shao father and son will be on edge, which will inevitably reveal many inconsistencies. Yes, Your Majesty. I shall remember this. At the Right Chancellor's residence, Xing Bang returned to his lodgings and, maintaining his facade, first visited the room where the maid's body was kept. Though it held little significance now, he adhered to his meticulous habits, especially with numerous guards stationed outside. Not his personal confidants. With idle time, he sipped tea while immersing his consciousness in the Fanghua treasure mirror, flipping through its pages. Friendliness level reached 100. Wan Yinran, Nangong Shui, Madame Fanghua, Bai Rushuang, Meng Yudi, Qin Bingyan, Li Lizzie 80, Zheng Xiujuan 70, He Fengyi 60, He Fengjiao 70, Li Xiaowan 60. Beauty, Xiao Zixuan age, 40 title, Empress Charisma, 96, max 100 strength, Divine Separation level 1 friendship progress, 80 reward, 80 experience points hour. Xing Bang couldn't help but smile knowingly. When he left Shining Palace, his friendliness level was at 70, and within a day, it had increased by 10 points. Though it had reached its limit, the implications were clear. For the first time, he had significantly gained cultivation experience outside the palace, and the rewards from Qin Bingyan's 10 consecutive draws had arrived. 10 consecutive draws. Ding. Acquired Slave Elixir 200. This product is a composite elixir, containing 200 antidotes, each antidote automatically divided into 4 doses. The user must take 1 antidote every 3 months, and only after a year of consuming the full dosage will the toxin be completely eliminated. Ding. Acquired 5,000 experience points. Ding. Acquired 10,000 experience points. Ding dong. Acquired the Earth level skill, the Evil Repelling Sword Spectrum, and Slave Control Pills. Quite a few. Indeed, these are valuable treasures, making the art of controlling others exceedingly simple. The Evil Repelling Sword Spectrum requires no study, as it is exclusively for eunuchs, and can be bestowed upon trusted individuals for cultivation. With 200 slave control pills, that equates to at least 200 death warriors. Not bad at all. This small reward draw is certainly commendable. A total of 60,000 experience points have been acquired. Today, I have cultivated for 4 hours, gaining 5,000 experience in a quarter of an hour, 20,000 in an hour, and 40,000 in a full hour, resulting in a grand total of 160,000 experience points. This is indeed the most advantageous. Experience balance, 348,000. First level of the Qi opening, 400,000. Insufficient realm for promotion. Xing Bang directly consumed 320,000 experience points for the dragon and phoenix, presenting auspiciousness. Fifth level, 320,000. Promoting to the 6th level, 640,000. Yields, 6,000 experience every quarter of an hour. Experience balance, 28,000. Consumed 1,000 experience. Cloud crane soaring 9 heavens. First level, 1,000. Promoted to the 2nd level, 2,000. Consumed 8,000 experience. Cloud crane soaring 9 heavens. 5th level, 16,000. The agility has improved. Traversing mountains and valleys with ease. The experience is insufficient now, thus concluding the session. Brother, the young Master Cui has sent you a late-night snack. The voice of Xiao Shizi echoed from outside. Xing Bang smiled. Indeed, it was getting late. During dinner, Cui Xing did not disturb him, indicating that Qin Bingyan had likely gone to the front courtyard, prompting him to send food over hastily. To be honest, he was feeling a bit hungry. Xing Bang responded and stepped outside, where the meal was laid out in the adjacent room, a grand table filled with over 20 dishes. Xiao Shizi, just keep a few dishes for yourself, and let the rest be shared with the brothers at the door. Tell them to eat and drink without worry. Yes, brother. In no time, Xiao Shizi led a few soldiers to serve the dishes and pour the wine. Thank you for your generosity, Lord Xing. The soldiers who entered were all beaming with joy. Brothers, you have all worked hard. Feel free to indulge in food and drink. Xing Bang savored some food and drink without paying attention to the merry soldiers next door, taking Xiao Shizi with him to the front courtyard. The morning hall was also prepared, and Qin Bingyan was already inside, donned in mourning attire. There was also the ritual officiant from the Ministry of Rites, a concubine son of Cui Sheng, who was presently keeping vigil. Cui Sheng, that old rascal, had arranged such a carefree duty for his son. Naturally, he did not need to keep vigil himself, but knowing that Xing Bang was coming, he hurried over. Xing Bang, adhering to custom, lit incense and offered his respects. As a family member, Qin Bingyan was naturally required to return the courtesy. Madam, there is no need for excessive formality. Please accept my condolences. With swift reflexes, Xing Bang caught Qin Bingyan, who was about to pay her respects. At that moment, Cui Sheng's son and others had already bowed their heads. Qin Bingyan quickly straightened herself, and Xing Bang, in turn, released his hold, then approached Cui Sheng. While others remained oblivious to the situation, Cui Sheng understood perfectly well. His expression tinged with embarrassment. He had never anticipated that Xing Bang would not take his son under his wing. The young one had met Lord Xing before. My lord, this is my son, Cui Yuan, who serves in the Ministry of Rites. I kindly ask for your future guidance. After Cui Yuan performed a respectful bow, he approached, and his father, Cui Sheng, seized the opportunity to establish a rapport. Xing Bang offered a slight smile and nodded, acknowledging the duo's audacity, one a deceased husband, the other a deceased matron, both relentlessly seizing every opportunity. Cui Xiang, death is irreversible. I implore you to bear your sorrow with grace. Xing Bang, ever perceptive, noticed Cui Sheng's demeanor, yet maintained his own composure. As long as he remained unperturbed, the discomfort would fall upon others. I am grateful for your concern, my lord, but I find myself quite occupied today. I sincerely apologize for any oversight. Cui Xiang was being overly courteous, given the gravity of the situation at his residence. It was commendable that he still expressed concern. In truth, it was Xing Bang who felt a twinge of discomfort for imposing upon Cui Xiang. He could not help but admire the old man's magnanimity. He was indeed quite considerate, though one wondered if he had reached his limits. Chapter 181, The Sixth Prince. Something feels amiss. Your Highness, it is rather inconvenient here. May we converse in the side chamber? Minister Chui, please. Xing Bang could not linger in the morning hall for long, and it appeared that Chui Sheng had something to convey as well, so the two departed from the hall. Naturally, Chui Yuan did not dare to follow and dutifully knelt back in his original position. Xing Gonggong, might I inquire if any of the maidens have regained consciousness? The poison was indeed formidable. The maiden's heartbeat was growing weaker, and it seemed she was in dire straits. Xing Bang had initially planned to inform them of the maiden's demise the following day. Chui Sheng's inquiry was undoubtedly regarding Qin Bingyan's condition from that afternoon. My wife has already informed me of the events from the afternoon. It truly burdens you, Gonggong. That audacious maid dared to plot against my lady. It is a source of shame for me, and my lady's demise is indeed unjust. Chui Sheng felt a surge of relief in his heart. Secretly acknowledging that Qin Bingyan was indeed resourceful, she captivated not only men but also eunuchs. There is no need for you to blame yourself too harshly, Minister Chui. Such is fate. I believe the esteemed lady would understand from beyond. Xing Bang wished to speak no further on the matter, for it was evident. Chui Sheng had already concluded that he would not pursue it any deeper. However, regarding the case of the corpse in the dry well, I hope, Minister Chui, if you happen to possess any insights, you might lend your considerable support, so I may provide an account to the sixth prince. It is my duty, so please do not worry, Gonggong. With that, Xing Bang refrained from elaborating further. He already had an inkling of the situation. Chui Sheng's private conversation with him was merely to confirm what he had learned from Qin Bingyan. Feeling reassured, Chui Sheng had no other matters to discuss. While Xing Bang took a moment to enjoy his tea, Chui Sheng discreetly produced a silver note from his sleeve. Minister Chui, what is the meaning of this? Gonggong, it is not meant to offend. I intended to congratulate you on your recent move to a new residence, but I hesitated, fearing it might be an inconvenience. This is but a small token of my esteem. I hope you will graciously accept it. Chui Sheng, with a beaming smile, laid the silver note before Xing Bang. 500,000 taels. The large characters were immediately apparent. This small gesture is indeed generous. You are both quite affluent. Since you insist, I shall not be polite. Of course, Gonggong, please, do not stand on ceremony. Chui Sheng's face radiated joy, for only by giving away the silver could he truly feel at ease. Thus, Xing Bang graciously accepted it without hesitation. 500,000 taels to settle a murder case was not unjust. As for Qin Bingyan, she was a woman he had earned through his own merit, with no connection to Chui Sheng. The two matters were entirely unrelated. Was there any fault in that? The favor granted was simply a means to return home and rest peacefully. However, Xing Bang couldn't help but wonder if he were to refuse this silver. Would Chui Sheng resort to more nefarious means? It was uncertain. Xing Bang was merely curious. There was no necessity for such actions. Although Chui Sheng was somewhat ineffectual, he was nonetheless a distinguished right minister, and one could not deny his worth, especially considering that such individuals could still be of use. Therefore, my gratitude is owed to Minister Chui. Xing Bang picked up the banknote and gave it a little shake. It is indeed Chui who should be expressing gratitude to Lord Xing. With a smile, Xing Bang departed, having received a token of respect, and in return, he would hear a thank you. The following day, Xing Bang entrusted the maid's corpse to Chui Sheng for disposal before leaving the ministerial residence. At the residence of the Yin Prince, Your Highness, the maid could not be saved. That was already quite a challenge. Lu Jing appeared indifferent. As he had witnessed the incident firsthand, the maid had bled profusely, and he had assumed she was dead. Now, my dear Bang, what shall we do next? This case has always been complex, and now our sole lead has vanished. Furthermore, the minister's household is in mourning, making it inappropriate to inquire further. We can only instruct the Ministry of Justice and the Shuntian Prefecture to continue searching for substantial leads. For now, we shall wait and observe. Xing Bang was aware that Lu Xian was the one orchestrating events behind the scenes, with the evidence firmly in his grasp. It was prudent to bide their time, as ultimately, Lu Xian would have the final say, rendering further effort futile, especially since there was little to investigate. However, a visit to the minister's residence was still necessary. Very well, I shall heed your advice. I find this case rather precarious. Lu Jing's thoughts were straightforward. He wished to achieve merit and recognition when possible. But if it proved impossible, he would simply let it go. My dear Bang, since today is a holiday, let us visit your residence. I have spent enough time in my own. My abode is akin to your Highness's own dwelling, always accessible. Let us proceed. Haha, I delight in your words. Let us go at once. Lu Jing cherished spontaneity, and Xing Bang's manner of speaking and acting resonated with his temperament, which is why he genuinely regarded him as a comrade. The distance was not great, and Lu Jing did not summon carriages or horses, nor did he bring any attendants. Save for little Shi Zi, his loyal shadow. As they strolled leisurely towards Xing Bang's residence, Lu Jing commented, "My dear Bang, to speak honestly, the training of female performers at the Jiaofeng Sea is indeed impressive. I was quite taken by the performances of Cuihong and Qingmei. They surpass those in my household by far. If your highness is fond of them, you may take these two maidens with you upon your return. That is unnecessary. What I intend is to send a few of my own singers for training. Ever since that day at the Jiaofeng Sea when I heard the music, I have felt that while my household singers possess diverse talents, there is still something lacking. As long as your highness desires, that is easily arranged. They may be sent for further training. In such an environment, the women may become more liberated, and upon their return, they are likely to be transformed." Xing Bang was acutely aware that something was amiss. The experiences at home and outside were distinctly different. Furthermore, the women from the teaching court inevitably carried a certain professional aura about them. The adage home flowers are not as fragrant as wild ones seemed to resonate with this notion. "Very well, since you claim there is no issue, I shall send a few over on another day." As Xing Bang observed Lu Jing's beaming expression, he couldn't help but think, "Goodness, this lad has indeed made progress." But surely his temperament cannot have been tempered to such an extent? Upon further reflection, he realized that it was likely due to the previous incident involving the teaching court's strict adherence to duty. Lu Jing did not wish to tarnish his heroic image. Hence the preemptive consultation with Xing Bang. Xing Bang had not contemplated these matters. He would not hinder anyone from visiting the teaching court for music, as long as they did not frequently venture into the palace. Soon, the three arrived at Xing Bang's residence. Without further ado, a banquet was laid out in the hall, with vibrant performances by Cui Hong and Xing Mei providing entertainment. The sensation of reveling in another's abode was simply delightful. Lu Jing downed a large cup of wine, his expression brimming with excitement. Xing Bang furrowed his brow slightly. Something about this lad today seemed off. Chapter 182. A profound conversation with Zheng Xiujuan, Your Highness. You appear exceptionally joyful today. Might there be delightful news to share? Xing Bang found it peculiar. It was not the first time he had witnessed the sixth prince indulging in drink, yet he had never seen him so exuberant. You have discerned my secret. Dear friend, I cannot fathom the reason behind my inexplicable joy. Perhaps it is merely that I seldom partake in revelry at others' residences. Furthermore, the attire of Cuihong and Qingmei today is quite pleasing. I abhor gaudy hues, and this purple garment strikes me as remarkably elegant, exuding a sense of composure rather than frivolity. In an instant, Xing Bang understood. The sixth prince had refrained from any mischief of late, momentarily forgetting his usual indulgences. Thus, there was little more to discuss, and it was best to admire the enchanting dance performances around them. Xing Bang chose to disregard Lu Jing, reflecting on his lack of ambition. Who does not relish such pleasures? Come, my friend, let us share a toast. Lu Jing gestured to Xing Bang and downed his drink in one swift motion. By the way, you need not remain here with me. Feel free to visit the ladies in the rear courtyard. Setting down his cup, Lu Jing casually added. Xing Bang was momentarily speechless. After all, this was his estate. Moreover, what led Lu Jing to presume he wished to visit the rear courtyard? Very well, Your Highness, I shall take my leave. All right then, go ahead. Lu Jing replied succinctly, clearly not jesting. Xiao Shizi, ensure the prince's comfort. Xing Bang rose and departed. Soon, he arrived at the secluded quarters of Zheng Xiujuan, who was tending to her flowers in the garden. Two maidservants, sent by Xiao Shizhong, were diligently watering the plants, while another two attended to duties in the main hall. Today, Zheng Xiujuan donned a flowing purple gown, exuding grace and beauty. It was evident that she had chosen the attire for Cuihong and Qingmei, showcasing her exquisite taste. Welcome home, my lord. The two maidservants, upon seeing Xing Bang, promptly set aside their tasks and greeted him with utmost respect. You have returned. Please, come inside. Zheng Xiujuan hurriedly set down her shears and ushered Xing Bang into the house. My dear lady, why are you still toiling away, especially dressed so beautifully? Zheng Xiujuan swiftly poured a cup of water for Xing Bang and then seated herself beside him. There is little else to occupy my time. One must find something to pass the hours. Is it boredom you feel, or do you lament my infrequent visits? Xing Bang chuckled, perceiving her solitude. Not at all. You have so many matters to attend to daily. Zheng Xiujuan, while not truly lamenting her solitude, appreciated the company. Though she could converse with her maidservants, the topics of discussion were limited, and she was acutely aware of their roles within the household, which rendered the conversations rather mundane. After spending such a considerable amount of time together, Zheng Xiujuan has come to understand Xing Bang's temperament quite well. Although the topics of conversation often leave her feeling somewhat embarrassed, they are nonetheless pleasant to hear, and she finds herself yearning to hear his voice. Upon hearing him speak, Zheng Xiujuan instantly recognizes his teasing nature, and she no longer experiences the same level of discomfort as before. It seems she has grown accustomed to it. The specifics of the situation are secondary, entirely dependent on her own willingness to overcome them. The crux of the matter lies in whether she truly desires his return. How could I not wish for your return? After all, this is your home. Zheng Xiujuan quickly comprehends Xing Bang's intent. He is seeking her stance on the matter. A flicker of anxiety crosses her mind as she wonders if he harbors any dissatisfaction with her. It's quite straightforward. Should she express a desire for him not to come back, would he indeed stay away? Moreover, her response is entirely instinctive. She genuinely wishes to see him, despite the potential awkwardness of daily interactions. Yet, she hopes to encounter him every day. What do you want me back for? He inquires. Zheng Xiujuan is caught off guard, having never contemplated this question, and she feels a twinge of surprise at his deliberate inquiry. Unable to articulate a reason, she ponders whether it implies she is of little significance to him. Yet, that cannot be the case. His sudden question simply caught her unprepared. Must there be a reason for wanting him home? Zheng Xiujuan feels a wave of embarrassment. Is returning home not a natural occurrence? Must there always be justification for it? Of course there must be a reason. To put it plainly, I need to think of a reason for wanting to return home. Xing Bang finds amusement in her flustered demeanor, undoubtedly contemplating something within himself. However, he refrains from guiding her explicitly, desiring instead for her to liberate her own thoughts. If he were to provide hints and she remained oblivious, so be it. He allows her the time to contemplate. Imposing his thoughts upon her would serve little purpose. Moreover, there is a possibility that she understands, yet feels too shy to voice it. If that is the case, he feels compelled to encourage her to express herself. After all, she is now publicly recognized as Mrs. Xing, and quite a few are aware of this fact. Zheng Xiujuan reflects briefly. His simple reminder has sparked some thoughts, directly touching upon the most awkward aspect of their relationship. If I must provide a reason, then, you are my husband. I cook and do laundry for you, serving you. Is this justification sufficient? Upon uttering these words, she instinctively exhales deeply, her cheeks flushing slightly. While it is indeed a woman's duty, it still carries weight. Xing Bang smiles slightly. So, does this mean you have now acknowledged the fact that you are indeed my wife? Well, isn't that the reality? Zheng Xiujuan comprehends the implications of his words all too well. Although they have shared a bed, she has never verbally admitted this truth, even avoiding the topic when Xiaoxi brought it up, instinctively shying away from the acknowledgement. Now, she has taken the initiative to acknowledge this issue, which is why she appears somewhat hesitant and uncomfortable. For Xing Bang, the distinction between outward acceptance and inner acknowledgement is profound. To put it plainly, a one-sided subjective notion lacks significance. While this reality is indeed true, I have previously stated that I would not impose upon you. Only when you sincerely regard me as your husband can I genuinely consider you my wife. Since our conversation has reached this point, let us delve deeper. Do you understand why I can openly discuss matters with you? It is because I have always maintained a clear conscience and can face the issues between us. Whereas you often feel awkward in my presence due to your lack of composure and courage to confront this matter. In simple terms, clarity on this issue is essential for us to reach a tacit understanding, thus forming a genuine relationship. Everything else will naturally fall into place. Zheng Xiujuan furrowed her brow, gently biting her lip as she contemplated the matter Xing Bang had raised. After a long pause, she exhaled deeply, as if she had come to a realization. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she gazed at Xing Bang. Chapter 183. I am willing to be your woman. Xiao Xing, I know that your feelings for me are genuine, and your qualities are truly admirable. It is impossible for me to remain indifferent. Yet, there are moments when my feelings for you are merely rooted in gratitude. I genuinely fear that my presence might burden you and bring about undesirable consequences, and this frightens me profoundly. I understand your sentiments. Let us not dwell on the past. One must always look forward, and since I have chosen to keep you by my side, I shall do everything in my power to protect you. Besides, I am not afraid of any misfortunes that may arise. You are simply haunted by past experiences, hesitant to trust others easily, and afraid of being hurt again. This has subconsciously fostered an inexplicable resistance within you. Yet, with me, you inherently possess trust. However, you remain entangled in your own thoughts, unable to confront the reality, which ultimately amounts to evading the truth. Zhang Xiujuan's eyes welled with tears as she gazed at Xing Bang, her emotions running high. It was evident that his words struck a chord deep within her, evoking both sorrow and joy. She was astonished by how perceptive he was, understanding her so intimately. Xing Bang gently took her hand in his palm, his gaze softening as he continued. The reason I have kept this matter to myself is that I wanted you to process it on your own, to make your own judgments. Sometimes actions speak louder than words. What you observe with your own eyes is the most tangible. Alas, she was overwhelmed with emotion. Xiaoxing, you are truly considerate, and I am deeply touched. An abundance of warmth surged within Zhang Xiujuan's heart, and then, Xing Bang smiled faintly, leaning in closer to her. At that moment, Zhang Xiujuan understood clearly. The conversation had reached a pivotal point, and it was time for her to resolve her feelings. Her heart raced inexplicably. As an emotional woman, this quickening of her heartbeat signified her most authentic inner world. After a brief hesitation, Zhang Xiujuan looked at Xing Bang earnestly and softly declared, I am willing to be your woman, to serve you for a lifetime. She instinctively exhaled, feeling a sense of relief wash over her, her heartbeat intensifying. Xing Bang said nothing and simply embraced Zhang Xiujuan. Finally, I have waited for you. I am grateful I did not give up. Oh my goodness. Did we just hold hands successfully? Xing Bang chuckled at himself, wondering why such thoughts had crossed his mind. Perhaps it was the surge of confidence and exhilaration that follows winning a woman's heart. For Xing Bang, all of this felt rather simple. Perhaps just a matter of ceremonial significance. Zhang Xiujuan was both excited and nervous, yet she had never felt as grounded as she did in this moment. All the chaos could be left to drift away with the wind. He had given her a home, and that was all that mattered. By the way, now that the storm has passed, tell me, how do you perceive me in your heart? What makes me exceptional? Surely, there must be something admirable. As I cannot find any flaws. Zhang Xiujuan relaxed, responding casually, already enveloped in a sweet, tender feeling. Is there really no flaw? Xing Bang lowered his head slightly, chuckling as he inquired. Zhang Xiujuan giggled, remarking, aside from occasionally being a tad irreverent, this trait of yours appears to be an endearing quality, quite likable. But beyond that, there is truly nothing else. Xing Bang tightened his grip and laughed heartily. If you're too shy to say it, allow me. For instance, I am a eunuch. Well, it's really nothing. Shall we not discuss this? Zhang Xiujun's face flushed, as she indeed pondered the matter but wished to avoid it, intending never to broach it again, nor to dwell on it. Xing Bang smiled softly, yet remarked, however, this is quite a practical issue. Moreover, as a stunning beauty, a normal woman like yourself surely must not feel tormented by it. Zhang Xiujun glanced at Xing Bang. Though he appeared nonchalant, she worried he might feel sad or inferior, stirring an inexplicable pang of sympathy within her. Xiaoxing, please don't say that. Since I've chosen to be with you, I won't mind such things. True, contemplating this does cause me some inner turmoil and even regret, but trust me, I will adapt swiftly. You needn't overthink it. I truly won't care about this. I believe we will be exceedingly happy. In truth, upon reflection, there was nothing inherently wrong. Without the need to bear children, which she feared due to pain, this arrangement seemed rather splendid, did it not? Zhang Xiujun gazed at Xing Bang with deep affection, determined to comfort him and prevent him from brooding over the matter. Xing Bang felt somewhat touched, but said nothing. At this moment, silence was indeed the best course. Before long, the two shared an unspoken kiss. Such a feeling was delightful, their mutual affection unmarred by distractions. After a while, Xing Bang gently whispered in Zhang Xiujun's ear, if it were possible to have children, would you still fear the pain? Not at all. What nonsense are you speaking? Zhang Xiujun quickly reacted, her expression tinged with displeasure. Xing Bang laughed heartily, You've misinterpreted. I would never suggest you bear children with someone else. I meant with me. Would you be willing? Zhang Xiaojun furrowed her brow slightly, then smiled. Sure. As long as it makes you happy, I wouldn't mind having as many as you wish. Clearly, she believed Xing Bang was jesting and played along to brighten his mood. Really? I assure you, I am not joking. A promise once made cannot be broken. I am not jesting either. What I've promised you will remain unbroken for a lifetime. Zhang Xiaojun took his words as sweet nothings exchanged between lovers. And since she willingly reciprocated, there was no flaw in her sentiment. Xing Bang chuckled. Now that is my good woman. Rest assured, I will cherish you dearly. A modest number will suffice, perhaps 10 or 8. He discerned that Zhang Xiaojun was fully aware of the jest, but found herself enveloped in a sweetness she had never before experienced, reveling in this newfound happiness. With a radiant smile that exuded happiness and sweetness, she appeared so genuine, so beautiful. All right, I shall heed your words. Zhang Xiaojun tightened her embrace around Xing Bang. Her face pressed against his chest. Deep down, she understood that discussing such matters would only deepen his sorrow, and she was determined to be considerate, ensuring he would not dwell on unhappy thoughts. Xing Bang, too, sensed her profound affection. This subject could be laid to rest, perhaps forever. From now on, we shall never speak of unpleasant things again. I am committed to making you a joyful and content woman every single day. Zhang Xiaojun nodded earnestly. Then, Xing Bang effortlessly lifted Zhang Xiaojun into his arms. Chapter 184. The sixth prince drinks excessively, yet remains quite serious. If someone sees us. Quickly put me down, Zhang Xiaojun exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment, especially with the door still ajar. I hold my wife. Let anyone see who wishes to, Xing Bang declared, striding to the door and firmly closing it, oblivious to the two maidservants who had caught sight of the scene. The heavens themselves would not deter him. With her arms wrapped around Xing Bang's neck, Zhang Xiaojun, puzzled, inquired, What on earth are you up to in broad daylight? Xing Bang grinned. I have news that will excite you. Soon enough, Zhang Xiaojun grasped the entirety of the situation. Overwhelmed by shock, she playfully punched Xing Bang's chest. You've kept this from me for so long. I was just worrying that you might overthink things. She understood the gravity of this revelation, but could not help but utter a soft complaint. Nevertheless, her heart brimmed with joy, akin to a dream materializing into reality. Let us not dwell on the details. I simply ask, are you pleased? How annoying. What do you think? Zhang Xiaojun, now free from excessive contemplation, quickly regained her composure due to the initial mixture of regret and anticipation, as if a beautiful dream had come true. Nothing else mattered, leaving only elation and heartfelt emotion. I shan't elaborate further. Actions speak louder than words. Besides, it shall soon become evident. Very well. I am happy, truly overjoyed. Is that not enough? It is still daylight, and we have guests. Later, well, you know. Oh dear, you should hasten to the front courtyard and attend to your duties. Zhang Xiaojun felt a wave of shyness wash over her. All right, I shall heed your advice. Indeed, time is of the essence. With a chuckle, Xing Bang leapt down, brimming with pride as he exited. Zhang Xiaojun released a long breath, watching his retreating figure, her face aglow with indescribable sweetness and happiness. In the front courtyard, the reception hall buzzed with activity. Little Bangzi, come, join me for a drink. Lu Jing, his face flushed and neck thickened from intoxication, beckoned. The positions of Zuohong and Qing Mei had switched, one playing music while the other danced. Despite their fervor, both maidens were visibly fatigued, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads. Xing Bang raised his cup and shared a drink with Lu Jing, who downed it with relish, clearly already inebriated. Your Highness, are you well? This king is not drunk. I am merely joyous. Refill the cup. Your Highness, take care not to drink too quickly. Xing Bang grimaced, realizing his companion was excessively inebriated. Lu Jing burped, dismissively waving off concern, and impatiently snatched the wine jug from the maidservant, spilling it haphazardly as he poured. Come, little Bangzi, your presence delights me even more. Let us drink on. With that, he raised his empty cup and poured it directly into his mouth. Lu Jing furrowed his brows, hurling the jug to the ground. Cursing, what wretched thing is this? Refill my cup, I demand it. He had not yet fully indulged in inebriation, still aware that he had not tasted the wine. At his stumble, the atmosphere in the hall fell abruptly into silence. Why has the music ceased? No one is permitted to listen. Let the music resume. Xing Bang could only think in dismay. Must we truly continue this revelry? Cui Hong, Qing Mei, you two may retire for a while. Yes. The two maidens complied and stepped aside. Why are you leaving? Who permitted your departure? Return to me. Lu Jing, in a haze of intoxication, fixated his bleary gaze upon the entrance. Your Highness, Xing Bang called out loudly, and Lu Jing immediately swayed his head to look over. Very well, if you must go, then let us continue our libations. Your Highness, you have imbibed too much today. Rest for a bit, and once you awaken, we shall drink again. I am not drunk. Truly not. Your Highness, if you disregard my counsel, I shall no longer indulge you in future revelries. Without further ado, Xing Bang approached Lu Jing, thinking, surely a little severity will suffice? No, that cannot be. Lu Jing hastily shook his head. Without hesitation, Xing Bang glanced at the two maidens and commanded, You two, are you not yet moving? Quickly assist His Highness to rest. Yes, master. The two maidens, finally enlightened, were astonished. Indeed, this Lord Xing was formidable, having managed to pacify the sixth prince so thoroughly. Lu Jing, in a daze, was helped up by the two maidens, declaring, Very well, I shall obey. Brother, I shall take a look first. Xiao Shizi had discerned Lu Jing's temperament, thus refraining from dampening his spirits. Let him drink. As long as he remained protected nearby, Xing Bang, with nothing better to do, quietly followed along, though he did not enter. Before long, the two maidens had guided Lu Jing to a guest chamber where he lay down. Treat His Highness with care. I shall be next door. Just call if anything arises. Yes, steward. Outside the door, Xing Bang chuckled. Xiao Shizi was indeed perceptive, requiring no further elaboration. Lu Jing's drunkenness was not a first, aside from his drunken antics. He exhibited no alarming behavior. Previously, while intoxicated in the shofu, there were plenty of delicate maidens nearby. One could not help but wonder if this young man possessed some underlying affliction. Soon, Xiao Shizi emerged and accompanied Xing Bang to the adjacent room, calmly sipping tea while everything next door was audible. Your Highness, please drink some water. A maid's voice reached his ears. Your Highness, I am here to assist you with changing attire. Before long, Lu Jing's irate voice echoed. Who permitted your entrance? Xiao Shizi. Brother, since I entered the palace, His Highness has always allowed me to assist him before sleep. I shall go check. Go ahead. Xing Bang thought in disbelief. Could Lu Jing truly be incapable? At such a young age, having consumed considerable wine, the maidens sent by Xiao Shizhong were indeed alluring. Your Highness, are you well? Xiao Shizi, let the two of them withdraw. I wish to retire for the night. It was indeed a perplexing situation for Xing Bang, who found himself utterly speechless. His demeanor was unaffected, resembling none other than Lu Xiaohui. This young man possessed traits reminiscent of Cao Cao, yet it was inconceivable for him to share a bond akin to Long Yang. Such behavior left one utterly baffled. After the two maidens departed, Xing Bang shook his head and took his leave as well. What could one do? It was hardly appropriate to resort to underhanded means against such a lad. If he were to spurn the enticing young lady sent by his uncle, then let him indulge in his slumber. With Xiao Shizi keeping watch, Xing Bang made his way back to the rear courtyard. In the courtyard, Zheng Xiujuan sat, a platter of fruits and delicacies adorning the stone table. Madam, upon the master's return, your complexion has greatly improved. What nonsense are you spouting, you girl? As Xing Bang stepped into the courtyard, he overheard a few maidens chattering animatedly beside Zheng Xiujuan. Such seemed to be the life of a noblewoman. With a gentle cough, Xing Bang silenced the maidens, instructing them to fetch some wine and dishes. I shall join the madam for a drink. The four maidens, displaying a measure of discernment, promptly departed. He caught wind of the conversation that the sixth prince had succumbed to intoxication. Xiaoxi, truly, could you not have restrained him? What would happen if something untoward were to occur within our estate? Zheng Xiujuan expressed her concern, which was, in fact, also for Xing Bang's sake. With a smile, Xing Bang reassured her, Fear not, it is nothing to fret about. Do not blame Xiao Shizi, he acted rightly. Only I can temper the sixth prince's obstinate nature. Zheng Xiujuan nodded in agreement. Very well, as long as all is well. Oh dear, my mind is so scattered. I intended to prepare steamed buns for you. Yet in my excitement, I completely forgot. Her thoughts drifted, and on a whim, she rose. Quick as lightning, Xing Bang pulled her into his embrace with a gentle smile. No need to fuss. Have you not already prepared them? You, how vexing. Zheng Xiujuan shot him a glance. Having long understood his intentions, those circumstances had changed. How could I be vexing? Who does not relish a sumptuous meal during the new year? Xing Bang teased, his expression playful. Although she appeared slightly bashful, there was an undeniable charm and a touch of joy in her demeanor. I now see through you. All your previous excuses were mere ruses, Zheng Xiujuan confidently asserted. Having recognized his playful teasing, Xing Bang feigned innocence, his expression earnest. By heaven's grace, I am but a northerner, truly fond of steamed buns. Zheng Xiujuan chuckled. I am utterly at a loss with you. I believe you. As long as you desire, I shall steam them for you for a lifetime. Xing Bang cast a sidelong glance, smiling. Madam, you seem to be slightly off today. Zheng Xiujuan first experienced a moment of astonishment, but soon comprehended the situation, her cheeks flushing with a hint of embarrassment. That's not what I meant. Always thinking about those indecent things. My lady, he replied. Your words are rather misplaced. I must chastise you. What does it mean to be a couple? This harmonious and delightful atmosphere is precisely what defines us as partners. Zheng Xiujuan found herself at a loss for words, acknowledging that although his reasoning was somewhat crude, it did possess a certain validity. Not only in the present, but also in the past, she had enjoyed his subtle insinuations, relishing the sweet nothings that lovers exchange. Surely, every woman delights in such tender whispers. Reflecting on this, she began to understand why his words were not off-putting. Rather, they exuded a refreshing candor and sincerity. She realized that she too should embrace this openness, fostering an unbarred communication between them. Husband, Zheng Xiujuan exclaimed, placing her hands gently on Xing Bang's face, calling him affectionately. Xing Bang was somewhat taken aback, but she continued, from now on, I shall address you this way, if you don't mind. Deep down, she felt a twinge of concern about being too forward, considering her femininity. Yet, she also felt a profound sense of relief, having come to terms with her feelings. Xing Bang instinctively grasped her hands. Of course, you may call me whatever you wish, whenever you wish. But why the sudden address as husband? He pondered aloud, reflecting on the profound truths he had shared with her. Indeed, there existed nothing between them that was unspeakable or inappropriate. They would always understand one another, wouldn't they? Zheng Xiujuan sensed his affirmation through his gaze, further solidifying her conviction, which in turn made her more generous in her demeanor. Well said. My husband is indeed a perceptive and understanding man. Xing Bang gave her a thumbs up, acknowledging that while he had imparted wisdom, Zheng Xiujuan had grasped it even more profoundly. She smiled radiantly, a smile that was solely hers. Such a keen understanding. What more can be said? I am truly enamored. Xing Bang comprehended that Zheng Xiujuan had likely endured much hardship and injustice in her past, and now that she had found sincerity, she was willing to reciprocate wholeheartedly, cherishing this hard-won love more than any other woman might. Silently, they embraced one another. Soon, a maidservant arrived with a spread of food and wine. All right, you need not linger here any longer. You may go and rest. The four maidservants complied, observing the intimacy shared between Xing Bang and Zheng Xiujuan, which indeed transformed their perceptions of the eunuch. Such tenderness. Moreover, they could see the happiness radiating from Zheng Xiujuan, inciting a sense of envy within them. However, Xing Bang remained aloof towards them, secretly suspecting they might be spies planted by Xiao Shizhou. However, there was no alternative. One had to heed the commands of this esteemed gentleman, yet no valuable information had been obtained. My lady, are you aware that the four maidservants might be spies dispatched by Xiao Shizhou? Once the four maidens had departed, Xing Bang inquired of Zheng Xiujuan, believing she ought to have some inkling. Nonetheless, it was prudent to offer a gentle reminder and to convey a few more instructions for reassurance. Zheng Xiujuan nodded. I can vaguely surmise, and indeed, that day, Shi'er also cautioned me. There is not a shred of information that should be disclosed. That is well. However, I have yet to meticulously arrange matters within the residence, so you must exercise extra caution. Zheng Xiujuan softly acknowledged, then poured a glass of wine for both Xing Bang and herself. My dear husband, what has prompted you to drink at this hour? Oh, it is nothing. Upon entering, I noticed your joyful demeanor. Moreover, today is indeed a fortuitous occasion, worthy of a proper celebration. Since I find myself with leisure time, let us commence with a modest festivity now, and reserve a grand celebration for later tonight. Zheng Xiujuan smiled radiantly, elegantly lifting her glass. My dear husband, allow me to toast to you. Cheers! They exclaimed in unison, both consuming their drinks in one hearty gulp, creating a scene filled with joy and harmony. Zheng Xiujuan thoughtfully refilled their glasses. Xing Bang smiled faintly. She was genuinely delighted. It was the first time he had witnessed her drink with such abandon, and he was oblivious to her capacity for liquor. My lady, do take care not to overindulge. Then what if I do? Zheng Xiujuan teased, her expression a delightful blend of allure and mischief as she fluttered her brows. Xing Bang chuckled heartily. It's not so much what would happen, but I worry that you might become too inebriated to handle. Excuse me? Zheng Xiujuan raised an eyebrow, pursing her lips. Are you insinuating that I am overweight? Chapter 185. The eavesdropping made only once on the scales can one truly understand. Upon uttering these words, Xing Bang fixed a gaze upon Zheng Xiujuan, smiling silently. Very well. Today I shall drink to the point of inebriation to show you. Zheng Xiujuan finally grasped the rhythm of her mischievous husband. Please, if I drink too much, I may genuinely struggle to keep up with you. She truly raised her cup, but Xing Bang promptly intervened, aware that she was merely teasing. Yet mindful that excessive drinking was unwise, for she might indeed become quite tipsy. Zheng Xiujuan pouted, then insisted, You must promise not to tease me with your roundabout words. In her heart, she felt a sweetness. To her, it was a form of affection bestowed upon her. Xing Bang chuckled. So? You mean I should be more straightforward in my words? I understand. You are truly incorrigible. Zheng Xiujuan found herself at a loss for words, though subconsciously. That was indeed her sentiment. Alas, how vexing it is that in just a few short hours, things have transformed like this. The sage once said, if a man is not wicked, a woman cannot love. Zheng Xiujuan slightly furrowed her brows. Although she could not claim to be a polymath, she was indeed a woman of talent. My husband, may I inquire which sage imparted this wisdom? Driven by curiosity, she momentarily overlooked her own ignorance. Truth be told, there was considerable merit to this statement. Not to mention, had she not fallen deeply for this roguish man before her? Did I not just declare that no one possesses the talents of my husband? Tell me, is this not reasonable? Is this not philosophical? With a serious demeanor, Xing Bang spoke earnestly, casting a profound expression toward Zheng Xiujuan, as if to suggest, you may now extol my virtues. Zheng Xiujuan burst into laughter. Very well. My husband is indeed a dashing and talented gentleman, a true genius, the most earnest sage in this world. Truly, husband, regardless of what others may say, I wholeheartedly acknowledge your brilliance. Xing Bang smiled knowingly. Whether the sea cucumber is earnest or not, I cannot say. My lady, if you speak thusly, then there is no fault found. Come, let us finish this cup, and then another. Indeed, I shall accompany you. Thus, the two engaged in endless conversation, reminiscent of a couple in love, sharing sweet moments until dinner time. Of course, Zheng Xiujuan did not indulge excessively in liquor, for she genuinely feared becoming tipsy. The four maids from Xiao Shizhong's household were also quite diligent, taking turns to serve tea and snacks, yet they could glean no useful information, only feeling envy and resentment. Xing Bang did not even inquire about their names. When the moment was right, he would send them away with a heap of tasks. Dinner was prepared lavishly, with Zheng Xiujuan taking the initiative to cook several homestyle dishes. Lu Jing, the young man, quickly succumbed to the effects of alcohol, yet he also recovered swiftly. Perfectly timed with the meal. Remarkably, who would have thought that such homestyle dishes could be so delectable? This is a flavor that I, as a prince, have never encountered before. Lu Jing, having indulged in a copious amount of wine, naturally awoke with a ravenous appetite, devouring his meal with unrestrained fervor. His genuine nature, devoid of pretense, was indeed commendable. Tired of exotic delicacies, he found immense satisfaction in the simplicity of home-cooked fare, primarily driven by hunger. Come, Your Highness, have a sip of this mild liquor to soothe your throat, he exclaimed. Little Bangzi, I vaguely recall your words about not bringing me along. Lu Jing chuckled, raising his cup to clink it with Xing Bang's. Fortunately, the prince remembered. Xiao Shizi, listen closely, when I am not around. You must take good care of His Highness and remind him when necessary. Xing Bang, aware of the situation, turned to Xiao Shizi with a slightly reproachful tone. This matter was not Xiao Shizi's fault. Lu Jing thought he would simply be more mindful in the future. Before Xiao Shizi could respond, Lu Jing interjected. Xing Bang's words were deliberately provocative, as he placed great trust in Xiao Shizi, which would inevitably influence Lu Jing in a similar manner. The prince's humility would surely bring comfort to the empress. Indeed, this dish is absolutely delightful. Lu Jing laughed heartily, resuming his hearty consumption. Such a scene would leave onlookers in awe. The notoriously reckless sixth prince displayed a childlike restraint in front of a eunuch. Perhaps Lu Jing was aware of this. Yet he felt entirely at ease, harboring no thoughts of resistance. Most importantly, Xing Bang was not only capable, but also adept at navigating social situations. It was no exaggeration to say that even the illustrious and dignified empress could not rival him. Seemingly understanding Xing Bang's intentions, Lu Jing merely indulged in a few symbolic toasts before returning to the palace with Xiao Shizi. Once everything was in order within the room, Xing Bang luxuriated in a warm bath, while Zheng Xiujuan tenderly poured hot water over him and gently rubbed his back. It was indeed delightful to have a considerate partner tending to one's needs. During your time in the palace, did you not have maids attending to you? He inquired. Indeed, this humble eunuch thrived in the palace, surrounded by a retinue of attendants. Xing Bang replied with a playful loudness, turning with a smile to pat Zheng Xiujuan's hand. Why do I detect a strong hint of jealousy? Zheng Xiujuan's brows furrowed slightly, her subconscious jealousy surfacing before she quickly regretted it, realizing it was an unfounded concern. However, upon seeing Xing Bang's expression, she instinctively glanced toward the door, feeling a twinge of guilt. The four maidens sent by Lord Xiao were indeed strikingly beautiful, a detail Zheng Xiujuan had overlooked. Should I call them in? She suggested. Haha, my dear wife, you are truly gracious. Let this matter rest for today. I shall manage. Xing Bang smiled knowingly, and with a glance at the door, Zheng Xiujuan understood his silent cue. A wise woman is indeed a source of comfort. The maidservants sent by Xiao Shizhong were certainly not inept. Each of the four possessed commendable skills, having reached the initial stage of solidification. However, they posed no threat to Xing Bang. He had already calculated that the moment was ripe. The four would inevitably take turns at listening in, unaware of the vigilance of the Duke of Ma. One was stationed by the door, while the other three remained in the adjacent room, and Xing Bang was fully prepared to capture them all in one fell swoop. Zheng Xiujuan had a keen sense for strategy, keeping the four maidservants close at hand. While Cui Hong and Qing Mei had yet to be assigned specific tasks, Xing Bang and Zheng Xiujuan engaged in conversation, and even after donning their garments, the audacious maidservant did not make her departure immediately. Capturing her was as effortless as ensnaring a bird in a cage. Soon, amidst the cloak of night, a woman's startled cry pierced the silence. The eavesdropping maidservant outside had yet to comprehend the situation, and before she could discern what was happening, a shadowy figure had seized her by the throat.